Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode of Reborn 1 week before the apocalypse, I bound a system that can infinitely replicated food weapon. The protagonist Lin Sheen was trapped in a building by sudden zombie mutants. He responded calmly, and with the help of a grenade and a barrel of gasoline, he successfully detonated the trap and completely wiped out the group of zombies. But in another tall building, a mysterious shadow was quietly watching Lin Sheen. Was it a new enemy or a stronger mutant? At the same time, Wei Lan and Nan Wei were also in danger. They were surrounded by zombies and tried to ask Lin Sheen for help via walkie-talkie. However, the interference caused by the explosion interrupted the signal, and Lin Sheen could not hear it all. Can they hold on until rescue arrives, or will they be killed by the zombies? Reborn 1 week before the apocalypse, I bound a system that can infinitely replicated food weapon part 2 is about to be revealed. Come and witness this thrilling confrontation. Lin Sheen looked at the burning ruins in front of him and silently checked the safety of the scene without saying a word. He reminded Zhang Shui to move aside, fearing that there were still unexploded grenades and that she must be careful. Zhang Shui nodded in response, carefully stepped back a few steps to the edge, and stood aside, looking at the charred bodies with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Do we still need to take the crystal cores of these mutants? She asked uncertainly. The flames had not yet completely gone out, but she could not help but take action and took out a machete and chopped directly at the head of a zombie. The crystal core was taken out neatly by her, and Lin Sheen glanced at it, but did not stop her, but just acquiesced in her behavior. The snow melted into a large pit on the ground. Ice formed on the edge of the pit, but there were still scattered flames in the pit. Lin Sheen frowned and observed the situation in the pit. He was still worried about whether the grenades had exploded. He always remained alert, worried that operating errors would leave hidden dangers. At this time, he had to stay away to be safe. Zhang Shui picked up the intercom and informed Wei Lan and Nan Wei, who were upstairs. You can come down, but remember to be careful. The building may not be clean. After giving the instructions, Lin Sheen took her to a safer place to avoid being besieged by the zombies that had not been eliminated. But they didn't notice that in the shadows in the distance, a pair of eyes were quietly watching their movements. The other party's gaze fell on the crystal core that Lin Sheen and his team had just taken out of the corpse, and he seemed to be thinking about something. As soon as the explosion ended, Wei Lan and Nan Wei pushed open the door to the rooftop and began to walk down through the dark corridor. Zhang Shui's reminder made them aware that the corridor was not necessarily safe and they had to move forward carefully. The corridor was dark at this time, with only a little light coming in from the rooftop illuminating a small area at the door. Nan Wei walked in front, looking at the dark corridor, swallowing unconsciously. Her expression was obviously nervous. She looked ahead alertly, fearing that something would jump out of the darkness in the next second. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Noticing her nervousness, Wei Lan took the initiative to pull her behind him, holding the wall with his other hand, and walked downstairs carefully. Nan Wei's palms were flashing with electricity, and she had been quietly gathering strength to prepare. If there was any movement, she would be able to take action immediately. Just as they stepped into the darkness of the corridor, a strong light came from behind. It was Wang Yu who turned on the flashlight. The light swept across Nan Wei and fell on Wei Lan. The three of them finally had a view, and the atmosphere eased a little. Wang Yu walked to the front with an indifferent expression. The place with light was no longer as tense as before. Nan Wei pulled Wei Lan, and the two followed closely behind Wang Yu, still walking cautiously. After all, danger could appear at any time. The whole building had more than 20 floors, and they had to go all the way down from the top floor. The road was still long, and they had to remain patient and vigilant. The staircases in this kind of office building are usually remote and blocked by a security door, which can be regarded as a natural isolation zone. There are not many zombies in the staircase, but there is no guarantee that the movement outside has not attracted some of them in. After all, zombies are not organized creatures, and it is common for them to walk around randomly. It is very likely that one will suddenly jump out of a door. Wang Yu's pace was not fast. The three of them went down all the way and soon arrived at the 15th floor, close to the explosion point. At this moment, there was a bang sound from downstairs like the sound of metal hitting, which shook a little. Nan Wei was nervous, and her grip on Wei Lan's hand tightened unconsciously, and her expression became more serious. Wei Lan patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to be afraid, and continued to lead her down to the source of the sound. Soon they reached the floor where the sound came from and saw a security door still shaking gently. The three of them exchanged glances, and Wang Yu walked forward and shone the flashlight behind the door. He carefully approached the glass on the door, and just as he was about to take a closer look, a bloody hand suddenly pressed on the glass. He was startled for a moment, his body froze, and he swallowed, waiting for the zombie's next reaction. Fortunately, the zombie did not attack, but slowly moved its hand away and continued to wander behind the door. Wei Lan and Nan Wei took the opportunity to quietly walk around and quietly walk down, not wanting to disturb the wandering monster. Wang Yu also reacted and continued to move forward in silence, with one hand lighting and the other hand leaning against the wall. When they saw the number 6 floor written on the corridor, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing down, they soon reached the 3rd floor. The destination was right in front of them, with only one step left. The security door on the 3rd floor was badly damaged, with 2 large holes in the middle that were visible at a glance. These are the traces left by the zombies. If you want to leave this building, you can only enter through this door, then pass through the office area and leave through the window. Wei Lan walked to the door and looked through the hole. There was nothing inside and no trace of zombies. She pushed the door open carefully. Although it creaked slightly, it did not attract any noise. Nan Wei walked in boldly, followed by Wang Yu, and Wei Lan closed the door at the end. The desks and chairs in the house were scattered all over the place, and the glass near the windows was broken in many places. Obviously, someone had forced their way out. They picked a broken window, turned over and jumped down, and finally escaped from the strange building. After landing, Wei Lan turned around and caught Nan Wei. The two of them half-crouched and walked forward, carefully observing the surroundings along the wall. Zhang Shui had been waiting outside, and when she saw them appear, she immediately waved her red scarf to indicate their location. The snow was pure white, and the red was particularly eye-catching, which quickly attracted the attention of the two. After Wang Yu landed, he looked towards the explosion area with a complicated expression, and after a moment he followed. He could see that this group of people were really capable, and the safest thing to do now was to follow them closely. The group quickly reunited, and Lin Xin handed the prepared school bags to Wei Lan and Nan Wei. Although the explosion cleared the zombies in the building, it made quite a noise. "Be careful not to attract new ones," he said. The two nodded solemnly, took the backpack, put it on their backs, and prepared to evacuate. Behind Lin Xin and Zhang Shui, there were 5 or 6 char bodies, which are the fish that escaped the explosion. After checking the weapons and ammunition, Wei Lan looked a little serious and whispered that although this mutant was not as difficult as the previous plant monster, it should not be taken lightly. As she spoke, she laughed at herself and said that she should not have gone out today, but ran into trouble as soon as she showed up. Nan Wei stood by and comforted him softly. She said that it was all about the clothes, and she just wanted to change into a suitable one. But she smiled and added that fortunately no one was hurt, and maybe this was really an opportunity to exercise, but unfortunately she didn't dare to fight too hard. At this point, she glanced at Lin Xin, her words revealing dependence. Lin Xin looked at her, then pulled Zhang Shui over and said that Xiao Xue had become very good at lighting a fire recently, and she had done a great job today. Everyone laughed, and Lin Xin waved his hand to gather everyone. "Don't be in a daze. Hurry back to eat." It was already getting dark, and the temperature in the wild would drop quickly, so they had to hurry. The team started to move forward, and Wang Yu followed silently. Lin Xin noticed him and suddenly stopped to look over. Wei Lan then explained that this man was a companion of the girl who was swept away before, and they met during their escape. She turned to ask Zhang Shui how the girl was doing and whether she was still alive. Zhang Shui hesitated for a moment and said that she was still alive, but she got separated after escaping, and maybe she could still be found where she was. After listening to him, Wang Yu just nodded and thanked him, then chose a direction to leave, and soon disappeared among the ruins. Looking at his back, Wei Lan sighed in a low voice, thinking that the living person had long been gone, but she didn't expect to meet him again. Nan Wei heard this and smiled, saying that she was lucky today. Fortunately, the person she met was not a bad person. She reminded that those who can survive nowadays are either cruel or have a strong life, and it is lucky to meet him safely. Lin Xin couldn't help laughing as he listened to the conversation between the two, and joked that Wei Lan was not as open-minded as Nan Wei. He reminded everyone to be more careful in the future, as good luck this time didn't mean it would work the same next time. After saying that, he raised his gun and shot a zombie wandering in the snow in the distance. His movements were neat and decisive. The crisis was resolved, and the group set out on their journey home again. After walking for about 20 minutes, they found a large patch of fresh blood on the snow, and everyone became alert. Waylon walked forward and carefully touched the blood on the ground with his gloves. It was mixed with ice chips and was almost frozen. She frowned and looked at Lin Chin, saying that this was not the blood of a zombie, but that of a living person, and that it had not been long ago. Lin Chin's expression also became serious. The appearance of human blood in such an environment was definitely not a good thing. The surroundings were quiet, the snow was empty, and nothing unusual could be seen, but they still slowed down their pace. The further they walked, the more bloodstains they saw, until Lin Chin vaguely heard the chewing sounds of zombies coming from the front. He immediately made a gesture, and everyone's footsteps became lighter, approaching the target almost silently. Passing through a ruined wall, they saw several zombies surrounding a corpse and biting it, but they couldn't see their faces clearly. The wind blew over, and the rags in the snow fluttered in the wind, making the scene look particularly cold and gloomy. Lin Chin glanced at the scene, then looked back at Nanwei and Wei Lan, his thoughts circling quickly in his mind. Zhang Shue's ability has improved significantly. So, can Nanwei and Wei Lan also make a breakthrough in the battle? The sky is gradually getting dark, and a decision must be made as soon as possible. At this time, Nanwei had already seen the number of zombies. Only 5. Her eyes lit up, and she was eager to try. They hid in the shadows without being discovered, and Nanwei quietly gathered lightning in her palm, ready to take action. A flash of electricity suddenly struck the zombies, but it only made them twitch slightly. The attack strength was obviously insufficient. Nanwei frowned and silently retracted the current. Fortunately, it did not attract attention. Seeing this, Lin Chin led everyone to take a long detour, deciding to avoid direct contact and save energy. But not long after they went around, a tentacle suddenly swung out from the darkness and swept towards them. Lin Chin acted decisively and rolled to avoid the attack, while the others quickly dispersed and evaded. The tentacles fell again, this time entangled Zhang Shui, and dragged her fiercely towards the mutant in front. She was caught off guard and could only struggle instinctively, but she couldn't get rid of the huge force at all. At the critical moment, Zhang Shui mobilized her fire ability and burned the tentacles with fire, which immediately emitted a burnt smell. The tentacle shook violently, and Zhang Shui fell to the ground. She was immediately pulled back by Nanwei and Wei Lan. Zhang Shui stood up and said teasingly, "This thing actually wants to catch me." Wishful thinking. Nanwei rolled her eyes at her and patted her. "Stop talking nonsense." Lin Chin had already raised his hand and launched a supernatural attack, which shook the mutant far away. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a new group of zombies suddenly appeared in front of him. There were not many of them, but they were very oppressive. They poured out from behind the building in an orderly manner, as if being controlled, staring coldly at Lin Chin and the others. Lin Chin grinned, turned to the 3, and said, "There are only 5 of them. How about practicing?" He reminded everyone to try their abilities first, make appropriate adjustments, and not go all out right away. After Zhang Shue's performance just now, he realized that his abilities needed to be constantly honed in actual combat. This kind of battle was just the right opportunity to train the team. Nanwei and Wei Lan nodded in agreement, but Zhang Shui had a bitter face and looked reluctant. She pulled Lin Chin's arm and acted coquettishly, saying that she had just finished fighting and was really exhausted. Lin Chin shook his head helplessly, but did not force her to go on stage. But while they were talking, the zombies were attracted by the sound and began to attack. The tentacles waved one after another, quickly approaching everyone, and Nanwei and Wei Lan had no choice but to fight immediately. The 2 quickly released their superpowers and knocked down several mutants in a short period of time. Nanwei's electrical abilities were no longer the instinctive ones she had before. After absorbing hundreds of crystal cores, her electrical attacks were already accurate and deadly. This time, she only needed to hit the mutant's head, and it would almost kill it in one blow, without having to rely on luck to finish it off. In contrast, Wei Lan was known for her agility. Facing the zombies' tentacle attacks, she kept circling to attract their hatred and moved around the edge of the attack range with ease. The short battle turned into a massacre without suspense. Within a few minutes, They easily cleared the target area. For the first time, Lin Qin stood at the perspective of a bystander, watching the people around him display their abilities, and he couldn't help but have some thoughts in his mind. Maybe he could really form a Guardians of the Galaxy? Everyone's abilities combined would be very powerful. Before leaving, Lin Qin took a look at the charred zombies. There was an indescribable smell in the air. It was a foul smell, but it was mixed with a hint of the burnt aroma of barbecue, which actually aroused his appetite. Lin Qin suddenly had an idea. In the future, could he let Nan Wei and Zhang Shui use their special powers to grill meat, saving the trouble of starting a fire? Imagine going out for training or survival in the wild, and having two natural barbecue stoves with you. How convenient it would be. Just as the three of them took a few steps, they heard screams not far away in the snowstorm. Everyone paused and looked in the direction of the sound. However, as night fell and the snowstorm became more intense, it was not safe to go there rashly. Lin Qin finally chose to continue his return journey. They walked against the wind and snow for about 10 minutes before finally seeing the outline of the villa building and finally reaching the safe zone. The wind outside was biting cold, but the heating inside the house had already been turned on, making people feel like they were in spring, warm and safe. Lin Qin took out a wooden ladder from the space and placed it against the wall. The four of them climbed up to the roof one by one as usual and returned to the safe house on the third floor skillfully. The iron windows and iron sheets on the third floor were still intact, and outsiders could not enter from the outside at all. The security was as high as ever. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Qin took off his mask, gloves, and other protective equipment and threw them all into the iron basin. The others followed suit. These equipment had been exposed to too many bacteria and corpse remains outside, especially Wei Lan's gloves, which were stained with a lot of blood on the ground. Lin Qin lit a fire and burned all the supplies to avoid any potential infection. He took off his shoes and put on plush slippers, then walked downstairs comfortably, finally feeling like he was truly back home. Zhang Shui and the others were also chatting and laughing at the door, their faces showing no sign of exhaustion from the battle. When the food in the iron basin was finished burning, Wei Lan closed the iron door, put on indoor slippers, and prepared to go downstairs. However, as soon as they walked down the stairs, they felt that the room was unusually cold. Zhang Shui even put on her down jacket again. Lin Qin frowned and recalled strangely that he didn't seem to turn off the air conditioner before leaving. He hurried downstairs and immediately switched all the air conditioners to maximum power, hoping to heat up as soon as possible. Standing in front of the air outlet, Lin Qin couldn't help shivering and finally felt a little warmer after blowing the hot air from the air conditioner. "Did we turn off the air conditioner before we left?" Zhang Shui asked Nan Wei behind her in confusion while rubbing her hands. Nan Wei shook her head and said she didn't turn it off. It would be better to ask Wei Lan behind her. Maybe she was the one who did it. When Wei Lan heard the call, she frankly admitted that she was the one who turned off the air conditioner. Just turn it back on now. Dozens of air conditioners were started at the same time, and the temperature in the house finally slowly returned to normal, but it took more than 10 minutes for it to take effect. Lin Qin took this opportunity to take a hot shower, changed into clean home clothes, and felt completely relaxed. Seeing that the three girls had finished their own things, he suggested that they go to the basement to eat, watch a movie, and relax. The basement heats up faster than upstairs. The environment is warm and comfortable, and there is a dedicated audiovisual area, which is an ideal space for relaxation. Lin Qin took out a pile of CDs from the space and threw them on the ground, letting them choose what they like to watch. He originally took out a disc of game variety shows, but fearing that they would not be interested, he put it down and let them choose. Zhang Shui squatted down and looked through the discs carefully. There were everything from horror movies to romance dramas in the pile, with very different styles. After a long time of searching, she finally picked out an old drama about Tomb Raiders. The male lead was still her favorite star. Looking at the cover, she felt mixed emotions. Maybe he had already become a zombie in the apocalypse, or even mutated. But perhaps it is this familiarity that makes people willing to grasp a little bit of the warmth of human past in the doomsday. Zhang Shui put the CD into the player, and the first episode of the tomb raiding drama officially began to play. Everyone found a good seat and sat down. Lin Qin took out a bunch of snacks and drinks from his space and filled the table with them, as if he was going to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Melon seeds, potato chips, small cokes, spicy strips, fruit peel candies, everything was available, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Zhang Shui pointed at the TV screen while peeling melon seeds and shouted excitedly, "Look, this is my former idol." Nanwei stared at the screen and replied without blinking, "Which one? It can't be the male lead, right?" Wei Lan laughed and complained, "Among these three people, the male lead is the most handsome one. It can't be that fat round-faced guy." Zhang Shui shook her head and sighed. She couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion when talking about the past. She said that all the sisters in her university dormitory liked Lin Qin, and one of them even flew to the capital just to see him. Nan Wei chewed some potato chips while casually asking, "Which university did you go to?" Zhang Shui was stunned for a moment and scratched her head. "It's just a very ordinary school. I didn't do well in the exams anyway. There's no point in going to university now." She changed the subject and explained that even famous schools are useless now because everyone has become a zombie anyway. She just casually expressed her feelings, but it was turned into academic gossip, so she quickly shut up and said no more. At this time, the wind was howling outside and the blizzard was coming again. The sound of the wind coming from the surveillance camera inside the house was frightening. Lin Qin looked at the screen and couldn't help but start to worry about how long the snow would last. The last snowstorm lasted for a long time, and this time it came again. Who knows how long it will last? In this kind of weather, normal people would not be stupid enough to go out and take risks. The group had nothing to do and was idle again. At night, some people were too lazy to go back to their rooms and just stayed on the sofa. The basement was too warm and no one wanted to move. The sofa could be turned into a bed if it was put down, and three women could fit in it if they squeezed together. Lin Qin looked at the bed, then at the three women, and struggled internally. To be honest, he really wanted to lie down on it. But he was not that bold after all. After tidying up a bit, he quietly returned to the bedroom on the second floor. He thought the night was over, but Nanwei actually followed him quietly. This night was not so peaceful. The next morning, the snowstorm still did not stop. After breakfast, everyone went back to the basement and turned on the TV to spend the whole day. This went on for 3 days. On the fourth day, Wei Lan finally couldn't sit still anymore. She started to clean up the living room, pushing the sofa and coffee table to the side to make room. Then, she started to practice military boxing. Each move was clean and neat, and then she started to stretch and warm up, practicing the flexibility of her body with standard and crisp postures. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui on the side were stunned and even a little impressed by his handsomeness. They immediately became interested in military boxing and even thought that this form of exercise was quite cool. Nan Wei came forward with great interest. "Captain Wei, can you teach us?" After staying at home for several days, eating, drinking, and watching TV, she had gained a lot of fat on her belly. She remembered that she used to be able to play games, watch TV shows, and go shopping at home. Now, she has nothing and can only rely on exercise to pass the time and beautify her body. Although whether or not you can lose weight is another matter, it is better to move around than to lie down all the time. Zhang Shui also nodded, but she preferred to study in a lazy way and not take it too seriously. Lin Qin was sitting on the side. His expression was hard to describe. Seeing them practicing military boxing, he felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. Other girls were dancing and exercising, but these girls were doing military boxing directly. But from another perspective, doomsday survival is not meant to be fun. It is a good thing that these people can seriously train and improve their self-protection ability, so he can't say anything. The three women boxing together was quite pleasing to the eye, especially the posture coupled with the sweat, which had a special visual impact. Lin Qin was watching with great interest. Suddenly, Wei Lan started to sweat and took off her thick sweater, revealing her close-fitting sports bra. This scene made Lin Qin's eyes widen and his gaze was fixed. At the same time, Zhang Shui and Nanwei also felt hot and took off their coats, leaving only their shirts. Lin Qin's expectations were dashed, and his expression instantly became a little frustrated. In comparison, the sports bra that Wei Lan wore was obviously more professional, close-fitting, firm, and practical. It was obviously a habit formed from years of training. Her movements were natural, and her temperament was neat. Lin Qin's eyes kept wandering over Wei Lan's body, admiring her well-defined muscles. He even felt that he didn't have such a figure, which made him unable to help but take a few more glances. As a result, he was so absorbed in watching that a figure suddenly blocked his way. He pulled the person over and tried to see more clearly, but he couldn't get around it. When he looked up, it was Nan Wei, who was looking at him with a smile. Her eyes seemed to be asking, Are you satisfied with what you see? Lin Xin was a little embarrassed for a moment, and his brows slightly frowned. Nan Wei sighed and whispered, "Can't you restrain yourself a little?" His eyes were too direct, almost seeing through her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. She had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she understood that Lin Xin was a strong man, and it seemed natural for him to have more women. But on the other hand, it was not pleasant to have someone covet her things. She knew she had no right to interfere with Lin Xin. After all, she was saved by Lin Xin, and she was able to survive, live here, and have enough food and clothing thanks to him. She could only choose to remind him, but she couldn't get angry. Even though she noticed that he was interested in Wei Lan, she could only endure it silently and didn't dare to show it too obviously. Lin Xin knew in his heart that he just admired Wei Lan's figure and had no other thoughts. If we really want to talk about feelings, there is no such thing. He shrugged his shoulders and lay lazily on the sofa. Looking at Nan Wei's reproachful expression, he suddenly smiled mischievously and his eyes became mischievous. He gently pulled up Nan Wei's skirt and his fingertips brushed across her skin. Nan Wei blushed instantly and looked behind her, fearing that Wei Lan and Zhang Shui might have noticed something unusual. She carefully pushed Lin Xin's hand away, but Lin Xin kept making trouble for a while before stopping, obviously teasing her on purpose. Nan Wei ran back with a shy face to continue practicing boxing. Lin Xin sat back on the sofa board, took out his phone, and tapped on it. Nowadays, mobile phones are almost useless, with only one bar of signal left, and charging is also a problem. Although the signal tower is still in operation, few people can use mobile phones. For most people, this thing is no more valuable than a piece of iron. Lin Xin watched the signal bar on his phone jump up 1 bar, then down 2 bars, without much hope. He sighed and opened a single-player game that hadn't crashed yet, just to kill time. The network was disconnected a few days ago, and it was a small blessing that I could still play offline games for a while. However, without technical personnel to maintain it, who knows how many days this game can last without any glitches. The word "who" flashed by his mind, and he clicked "ready" while glancing towards the living room. In the living room, 3 women were practicing vigorously, doing military boxing under the guidance of Wei Lan. Although they looked good, their movements were only standard, and it was another matter if they really fought. Nan Wei had learned Taekwondo before, so she fought with the most strength and looked serious. Zhang Shui was a little limp, but she looked serious and was able to hold on. Lin Xin nodded silently in his heart. Even if this kind of training cannot be used in actual combat, it can still strengthen the body. The weather is getting worse day by day, and the blizzard is about to engulf the entire villa. The first 2 floors of the villa were already buried in snow, leaving only the 3rd floor with a few windows. If the blizzard continued tomorrow, even the roof would probably be buried under the snow. Although they had enough food and stable electricity, being buried and completely disconnected was still troublesome. Fortunately, the air conditioner in the villa was still working, and the house was warm as spring, so they didn't freeze to death. By then, the house might become a snow cave, with snow on top and the villa hidden underneath. It is not realistic to move. The environment outside is horrible, and there are few places safer than now. Lin Xin shook his head and sighed, thinking, now that I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Just as he was worried, Zhang Shui did a spinning side kick and snap, kicked the coffee table. The delicate ceramic bowl flew out instantly and smashed to pieces on the ground. The air was quiet for a second. Zhang Shui glanced secretly, looking a little guilty. Wei Lan didn't care, and continued to point out the problems with her movements and continue to teach her seriously. Kick steadily and use your right leg to exert force. Otherwise, you won't kick accurately and may hurt yourself. Nan Wei also joined in the teaching, and the 2 took turns to instruct Zhang Shui, which helped her find her form. Zhang Shui became more and more excited in her practice and was completely immersed in the joy of being praised. But this joy soon turned into a house-destroying mode, and the living room became increasingly messy. A TV became a victim without her noticing and was directly destroyed by her kick. Then it was the floor lamp, and then the 2 chairs, which all fell to the ground. Lin Xin watched silently, looking hopeless, thinking that this might be a husky. 2 days later, Zhang Shui's progress was obvious. She was no longer the weak girl she once was. Although she still couldn't beat Nan Wei and Wei Lan, she could hold out for a few rounds without losing. This change was not only brought about by training, but also by the absorption effect of the crystal core. The crystal core not only enhanced the supernatural power, but also the overall quality of the body, especially the reaction speed and explosive power. They either practiced boxing or absorbed crystal cores these days, and their days were quite regular. Lin Qin himself couldn't remember how many crystal cores he had used, maybe thousands. He could now easily lift a small car and could lift objects with a thought. When he manipulated an object, a layer of blue light would appear outside his body, like a bubble. Only he could see this kind of energy, and Zhang Shui and the others could not see the light at all. However, Lin Qin did not dwell on this detail. The key point was how much his strength had improved. He wanted to go out and try his hand, find some zombies to test the changes in their combat power. After all, they were not the only ones who could absorb crystal cores. In the future, the clash between superpowers will not only be a contest of ability strength, but also a contest of skills. But now does not seem to be a good time to go out. He looked down at the surveillance footage on his phone. It was white outside, and the cold wind was blowing straight into his bones. The blizzard was still going on, and the surveillance camera in the yard had not been completely buried, so the footage could still be seen clearly. The freezing cold outside really made it hard for people to go out. Lin Qin glanced at it and threw his phone into the space. Then he took out a bunch of bananas from the space, peeled them, and started eating. The three women here were almost done with their training, sweating profusely, and stopped to rest. Wei Lan came over with a smile and said teasingly, "Wow, there are bananas at home?" Perhaps because she had been with them for a long time, Wei Lan gradually became more cheerful. She broke off 2 bananas and handed them to Zhang Shui and Nan Wei, and the 3 of them ate the bananas as a snack. Lin Qin leaned on the sofa and lazily replied, "There's plenty to eat, so you guys don't need to eat a few bites. Don't worry, we're expressing our feelings, not complaining." Wei Lan said with a smile. She changed the subject, her eyes lit up. "When can we find time to go out and test our strength? Just by absorbing the crystal core, I feel that my body has become stronger, but the actual effect is completely unclear. If I want to know my true ability, I still have to compete with the outside world once." Lin Qin didn't care and said casually, "You guys decide, but be careful of those mutated plants." He still remembered the monster from last time, which was like a giant carnivorous plant and almost trapped them all. "Don't worry, Zhang Shui is now strong enough that if she practices for a few more days, she might be able to fight a veteran soldier alone. This is not bragging. The crystal core can improve physical fitness far better than normal exercise. Zhang Shui's physical fitness, reaction, and strength have all changed qualitatively, and what he lacks is actual combat experience. By the way, Nan Wei said she's going out to shovel snow this afternoon. Do we have a shovel at home?" The blizzard lasted for 2 days, and the entire roof of the villa was buried in thick snow again. Zhang Shui looked out the window and sighed. "We are completely snowed in." But Lin Qin didn't care. It was better this way. The snow could hide their villa and make it difficult for outsiders to find it. "Don't clean it up yet. Let's go out first." He reminded others that being too orderly would make them stand out, and if there were strangers nearby, their positions would be easily exposed. He roughly estimated that this blizzard, coupled with intermittent snowfall, had lasted for nearly 10 days. Like the man and woman we met that day, they braved the snow to collect supplies. Now that the snow has stopped, more survivors will probably venture out. It is actually safer to hide under the snow. At least for a while, no one will find their hiding place. On the other side, in an abandoned iron warehouse, a bonfire was burning. Above the fire hung a blackened iron pot, fixed on both sides by iron chains, with melted snow water accumulating at the bottom of the pot. Wang Xiaoli walked into the warehouse holding a bucket of unmelted snow and poured all the snow into the pot to boil water. She poured the last bit of rice into the pot without taking the time to wash it. It was good enough to have a mouthful of hot porridge now. Who cared whether it was clean or not? The warehouse door was blown open by the wind, and the whistling cold wind outside instantly filled the entire space. "Hasn't the sled been found yet?" Wang Yaolin came down from the 2nd floor and asked Wang Yu, who had returned empty-handed. Wang Yu shook his head and didn't answer. Wang Yaolin sighed. "Pack up and get ready to leave." "Leave? Where to?" Wang Yu squatted beside the fire, warming his hands with a puzzled look on his face. It was not only cold outside, but there were also zombies and mutant plants. It was too dangerous to go out rashly. "We received news on the radio that there is a large official base in Luqing, which has gathered many survivors. If we go there, We may be able to find shelter and have a greater chance of survival," Wang Yaolin said calmly while carrying his bag. Wang Yu frowned when he heard this. It was hard to tell whether the official base that suddenly appeared at this time was real or fake. Leaving this relatively safe place and going to an uncertain base was simply a gamble. "Dad, is this news reliable? Is the official channel back online?" He looked at the fire and fell into thought. Wang Yaolin did not explain anymore, but put the school bag heavily next to the fire. The bag contained either food or weapons, and all the pots and pans were picked up from nearby buildings. What they lacked most now was transportation, especially the lost sled. But Wang Yaolin didn't plan to waste any more time on this. He looked at Wang Yu, and his tone became gloomy. "You just ask questions all day long. If you have the time, you might as well go out and get the sled. If you don't want to go, just stay here and freeze to death." Wang Yaolin became angry and reached for the plastic bag beside the fire while cursing. He grabbed a crystal core and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The next second, he grimaced in pain, and his teeth were almost broken. In anger, he threw the crystal core directly at Wang Yu. The crystal core hit Wang Yu's head, which was a little painful, but he didn't say a word. Wang Yaolin cursed, "Useless stuff," and then looked away. He felt that the two children in front of him were not at all worry-free. Wang Xiaoli wanted to explain, but her father yelled at her. She knew Wang Yaolin's temper. As long as you don't say anything, he won't bother to continue scolding you. The more you talk back, the more excited he gets. So she just shut up and kept silent. After scolding, Wang Yaolin looked at the silent children and suppressed his anger. "Pack your things and go out to find some food in the afternoon to prepare rations for the journey. Call me when the rice porridge is ready." His tone suddenly became calmer. "Now, only the three of us can trust each other. Don't blame me for being harsh. There are cannibals out there. So, no matter what you think, we must stick together as a family." Although his words were harsh, they were true in some ways. All the way to now, this family relied on his son to run errands and his daughter to find food. Although these two children always made him angry, he had to rely on them to survive. After saying these words, Wang Yaolin stood up from the fire and went back to the second floor to lie down on the bed. It was too cold that day, so he didn't want to sit down and get cold. Instead of talking more, he would rather retreat to the warm bed. Wang Xiaoli secretly glanced at Wang Yu and tiptoed over to him. She lifted his hair and carefully checked the wound. She spoke in a very low voice, for fear of disturbing her father upstairs. "Brother, are you okay? It would be troublesome if the skin was broken. I haven't washed this thing yet." It was taken from the head of a zombie. Wang Xiaoli's voice was filled with worry. She was not afraid of her brother getting hurt, but of the wound getting infected. Wang Yu touched his head, and it hurt a little, but fortunately the skin was not broken. Wang Xiaoli checked and confirmed that the skin was intact, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the crystal core really carried bacteria, it would be troublesome if it was infected. Wang Yu glanced at the pile of crystal cores in the plastic bag and frowned slightly. "What is this?" He had never seen it before and had no idea where his sister got it from. Wang Xiaoli hesitated, then approached him and whispered, "Do you remember those people we met before?" Wang Xiaoli mentioned that she was able to survive thanks to the girl in the mysterious team. The girl looked like a normal person, but she had the ability to control fire. She saved Wang Xiaoli from the mutant plants and escaped with her. At first, Wang Xiaoli was also afraid of this mutant, but compared to the monster, at least she still retained her human appearance and emotions and had never actively hurt her. During the escape, she remembered a scene clearly. The two were exhausted and surrounded by zombies, but the girl stood in front of her to buy her time. At that time, they met a male teammate. Wang Xiaoli tried to knock him out with a stick, but she couldn't get close to him at all, as if he had an invisible shield. Obviously, this team is not simple. Everyone in it has some special ability. They are calm and composed, but can quickly resolve the crisis. Wang Yu listened to his sister's story and recalled the scene. He and his sister were not carrying any weapons. Only the old man in the family had a gun. When the first zombie appeared, he immediately pulled his sister out, not even having time to think, just thinking about surviving. During the escape, they ran into that group. Fortunately, that group's target was not them. However, the sudden outbreak of mutant plants completely disrupted the situation. One team member and Wang Xiaoli were swept away, and the scene was in chaos. Wang Yu was then trapped in a closed space with two strange women, Wei Lan and Nan Wei. He soon realized that the two women were unusual. Their movements were strange, and their eyes were cold. He could only hide in a corner, ready to escape at any time. However, they never hurt him. Wang Yu also understood that this was probably because he was obedient, did not cause trouble, and did not pose a threat. But he knew that he could not go against this group of people. In this doomsday environment, being able to survive was already a great fortune. Not to mention that these people also controlled weapons and resources. Wang Xiaoli went on to say that she later left the original area with the team and went to the building where Wang Yu was to seek refuge. She could have followed them, but the man suddenly asked her to leave, and his tone was so stern that she dared not get close. She had no choice but to follow them secretly from a distance, thinking that at least there would be someone to stand in front of her when she encountered danger. What shocked her was that this team not only had a gun in hand, but also a large number of grenades and gasoline, and was equipped like a small army. They were not afraid of the mutant zombies at all, and even took the initiative to collect corpses as if they were looking for something important. Out of curiosity, Wang Xiaoli sneaked up to the pile of corpses after the team evacuated and chopped off a few zombies' heads with an unwieldy machete. She did find some strange objects, crystals like glass beads, with a faint luster, very special. She was not sure about the specific functions of these crystal cores, but since they could be collected by these big guys, they must be extraordinary things. Wang Yu noticed that she was in a daze again, and couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her eyes. "What are you thinking about?" "Keep talking." Wang Xiaoli came back to her senses and continued to talk about the crystal cores. She put all these things in a plastic bag but did not wash them. After all, they were taken from the corpse, and she did not dare to touch them directly with her hands, fearing that there might be viruses or contamination. But at this moment, she suddenly remembered a detail. Wang Yaolin seemed to have taken a bite of one of the crystal cores. Her expression changed. She stretched out her hand to push Wang Yu and lowered her voice. "Did that old man take a bite of this thing just now? Will he be in trouble?" Wang Yu frowned and turned his sight to the second floor. That guy was so energetic just now. Why has he been silent for so long? He subconsciously reached for the knife in the corner, pulled his sister back slowly, protected her behind him, and stared at the direction of the stairs vigilantly. If Wang Yaolin is really infected with the mutation, he must not show mercy even to his relatives. He must react immediately. The two of them counted the time, silently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the thermos cup fell from upstairs. Wang Yu's nerves tensed up immediately. He gripped the knife handle tightly and approached the stairs step by step, ready to check the situation above. Wang Xiaoli followed closely behind him, and the air seemed to freeze. No one dared to make too much noise. When they walked into the room, the man on the bed still had his back to them and seemed to be still sleeping without obvious movements. But just as they approached, Wang Xiaoli kicked the thermos cup that had fallen to the ground. The cup rolled on the steel floor, the sound echoing in the empty corridor, making people's scalps numb. The man seemed to be awakened and sat up suddenly, but he lowered his head, his hair covered his face, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, he raised his head. His eyes were dead white, without focus, and empty like a monster in human skin. His body also twisted in an extremely strange way, and the next second he pounced on them, his movements like a rag doll being pulled. Wang Yu subconsciously took a step back. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. No matter what, this man was his father. But he knew that hesitation would mean death. He gritted his teeth, gripped the machete tightly, burst out with all his strength, and rushed forward. He looked at the zombie's white eyes, his face twisted hideously. At this moment, he felt unusually calm, as if he had finally been freed. Without any hesitation, the machete in his hand was inserted directly into the center of the zombie's head. The zombie struggled for a few times, then fell to the ground, and then lost his life and fell into a pool of blood. Wang Xiaoli looked at the body on the ground and looked at Wang Yu with a trembling voice. Although she hated this weak father, she never thought of sending him off in person. "Don't be afraid," Wang Yu said softly. "We can survive in the future." He motioned Wang Xiaoli to go downstairs, and he would be responsible for dealing with the body. The water in the pot had already boiled, and the rice porridge was bubbling around the pot, but Wang Xiaoli had no interest in watching. She nodded and walked downstairs, her movements mechanical. Wang Yu cleaned up the body, dragged it outside into the snow, and threw it out. The wind and snow were howling outside the factory, and the body was instantly covered by snow. When he returned to the house, Wang Xiaoli was sitting with her head down, obviously a little uneasy. He washed his hands and spoke calmly, mentioning the Luqing base mentioned by Wang Yaolin. He said that place was unreliable, and even if it really existed, it was too far away, and they might die on the way. Wang Yu suggested going to the place they found when searching for supplies, which was safer and warmer. Wang Xiaoli nodded after listening. Okay, I understand. But Wang Yu turned around and stared at her. Are you scared? She shook her head and said, I just feel weird. Wang Yu smiled and said that no one was competing with them for the porridge today, so they would be able to fill themselves up with the porridge. Wang Xiaoli also smiled a little and served them a bowl of rice porridge. They ate this hot meal quietly and peacefully, which was a rare warm moment. After eating, the two began to pack their luggage. There wasn't much stuff, and most of it was in the old bag. He rolled the quilt upstairs into the bag, and finally made the bag bulge a little and look presentable. At the end of the sorting, they looked at the crystal core and were in a dilemma. They didn't know what it was used for, but they didn't dare to throw it away, casually, as it was like a piece of waste with unknown value. Wang Xiaoli didn't want to give up. Maybe she could find a use for it in the future. But it was dirty, and she didn't want to touch it with her hands. She went out with the plastic bag containing the crystal core and dug some snow. Standing by the door, she repeatedly washed the crystal core in the snow water. She looked at the crystal core and couldn't help but sigh. It really looks like a piece of crystal. It was crystal clear, and it was very similar to the ornaments she liked when she was a child. Wang Yi took a quick glance and continued to sort out the pots and pans. The iron pots might be harder to find in the new place. As for the crystal core, he didn't want to get involved now. Wang Xiaoli stared at the crystal core, her eyes flashing with thought. She thought about the role of crystal cores in those movies, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this thing was not simple. She picked up the crystal core and then knocked it on the ground a few times. As a result, there was not even a trace left on the crystal core. It was terribly hard. She sighed, and Wang Yu had already sorted it out. Okay, stop studying. We should set off. She nodded and picked up the thing, still holding the crystal core in her hand. She thought to herself that this thing might be very useful in the future. Maybe it was a weapon, medicine, or even food. Anyway, it couldn't be a useless thing. She also thought of a post-apocalyptic novel she had read before, wondering if there was a similar setting. When she followed Wang Yu, the crystal core in her hand suddenly disappeared. She was stunned and subconsciously looked at the plastic bag, but there was nothing inside. She was a little confused and looked down, but found nothing. Hurry up, don't fall behind. Wang Yu's voice came from the front. She gritted her teeth, put aside her doubts for the time being, and quickly followed. While they were leaving, something strange was happening in a dark basement on the other side. In the distant snowstorm, a group of strangers hid behind a snowdrift, staring at the collapsed building. Someone quietly bent down and ran back to tell everyone that the arrangements were complete. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the building collapsed completely. Everything was buried under snow and steel bars as the ground shook. Let's go check out what's going on. Someone gave the order, and the team moved quickly. There are a lot of good stuff in that building. What are you afraid of, second brother? Do you underestimate us? As soon as a man finished speaking, he jumped into the air. The other man flipped his palm and instantly stretched out countless vines, carrying him to fly forward. He turned around and smiled provocatively. Do you want me to take you over? Wang Yi shook his head speechlessly on the ground. He is depressed, and you are provoking him. The few of them who absorbed the crystal cores all awakened their abilities, but Wang Yi got nothing. The mutants in the building ahead are not all dead yet, so there must be a lot of crystal cores this time. The man disappeared as soon as he rushed out, as fast as a ghost. The four-member team has their own special abilities. One can fly, one can climb vines, one can be agile, and Wang Yi is a strong man. But strength is the least valuable thing, so he can only resign himself to his fate and chase after them. At this time, the zombies under the ruins of the building have basically been crushed to death, and the occasional escaped ones are not a threat. When Wang Yi was cleaning up a few zombies that had escaped, he noticed two survivors hiding furtively at the bottom of a nearby building, looking very nervous. They might have been frightened by the sound of the building collapsing just now, and were now leaning against the wall, looking around vigilantly, not daring to act rashly. Wang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, with a playful look in his eyes. It was actually a woman. This kind of scene was not common in the apocalypse. As far as he could remember, they had only encountered 3 waves of survivors. This was the 4th wave, and women were even rare resources. A woman who can still survive in this environment must either rely on her own abilities or be protected by others. These two do not look like strong people. He chuckled and shook his head. He was obviously interested in this sudden discovery and felt like there was something interesting to watch. The companions in front of him were obviously more excited than him. Their eyes had long been glued to the woman, not hiding their greed at all. To put it bluntly, they were not rushing to save people, but more like they were eyeing some prey, and Wang Yu was very clear about this. The key is not just these few people. The collector, leader in the base, loves to collect beautiful young women. On the surface, they were on a mission to collect crystal cores, but in reality, they were also planning to pick up a bargain. Now that the goods were delivered to their door, everything seemed just right, and it would be unreasonable not to take action. Wang Yi grinned, and the fruit knife in his hand turned in the air and landed steadily in his palm again. He suddenly swung the knife and stabbed it into the head of a mutant who wanted to attack by surprise. His movements were so smooth that it seemed like he had expected it. He pulled out his knife, pried open the zombie's skull, skillfully took out the crystal core, and continued to walk forward. There were many mutant corpses on the ground pressed in the cracks of the stone slabs, most of whose heads had been deformed, but the crystal cores were still intact. Xiangnan manipulated the stone slab to move it away little by little, while Xiangbei used vines to pull the mutants stuck underneath and drag them out. The division of labor among these people was clear, but their attention had long since moved away from the crystal core, and they were all staring at the two survivors who were still alive. Once a woman was captured, not only could she be exchanged for resources, but she could also stay in the base for another half a month, which was worth it. Su Yuan landed, dusted off his body, walked to Wang Yi, and whispered, "Brothers, do you want to take action this time?" The two survivors didn't look threatening, but people with superpowers don't necessarily look conspicuous. Wang Yi glanced at Su Yuan, then cast his eyes towards Xiangnan and Xiangbei. Long-range capabilities were most suitable for attacking outposts. He whispered, "Try it out first, and if it doesn't work, just take it down. One woman is enough for us to be safe for half a month." Although the weather was so cold that people didn't want to move, the crystal core was too important and was crucial to their ability improvement. The crystal core was like a power bank, which allowed the supernatural power to be used continuously. The more it absorbed, the greater the energy storage and the stronger the ability. However, the ability was not permanently fully charged, and it had to be recharged again after consumption. This was the greatest value of the crystal core. After Wang Yi finished assigning the tasks, Xiangnan and Xiangbei naturally understood that they were the ones who had to step forward. They were the most suitable people to take action from a distance. Xiangnan snorted and took a step forward. "Let me do it." After that, he released the vines and quietly spread along the snow. At this time, on the other side, Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli leaned against the wall, quietly observing the ruins of the collapsed building, appearing to be very cautious. Wang Yu felt a little uneasy. The building collapsed too suddenly. There must be a master nearby, and it should not be underestimated. Wang Xiaoli suddenly patted him on the shoulder and exclaimed in a low voice, "Brother, look over there in the snow. There is something moving." Wang Yu looked and saw something approaching quickly under the snow, like something was drilling under the snow and was heading straight towards them. His face darkened instantly, and he grabbed his sister and ran forward, in the direction of the collapsed building. Wang Xiaoli shouted as she ran, "Brother, is this the mutant plant from that time? Why does it look so familiar?" Wang Yu pulled her and ran wildly, whispering, "No matter what it is definitely not a good thing. Run." The vines quickly emerged from the snow and chased the two of them directly. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli could only desperately cross the house area in front. As long as they climbed over the one-story bungalow area, they would reach the old place where they had been hiding before. Wang Xiaoli panted and shouted, "Brother, is that guy chasing us specifically? Why is he always following us?" Wang Yu did not respond, but rushed forward with all his strength. They knew that this mutant plant had a limited range of movement, so they just had to run away. In the distance, Xiangnan sat cross-legged on a vine, looking down at the brother and sister running wildly, his face full of contempt. He sneered and said, "Do you still need to test? With this, can you still be a superpower?" His words were full of contempt and disdain. The vines slid over the ground like snakes and caught up. One vine suddenly wrapped around Wang Xiaoli's ankle and dragged her back. She fell to the ground with a low cry, struggling desperately. Wang Yu heard the noise, turned his head sharply, and his face darkened instantly. He turned around without hesitation and rushed over, leaping forward. The snow was too slippery, and Wang Xiaoli and Wang Yu were dragged away by the cane without any chance to fight back. She looked back in frustration and couldn't help but curse. Why is it her again? Does this thing recognize people? The weight of the two people was no match for this force, and instead Wang Yu was dragged along with him. Wang Xiaoli's heart tightened, and she realized that if she was dragged in again, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed. She immediately shouted, "Brother, knife!" Lying on the ground, she couldn't cut the vines on her feet. If she could move, she would have cut them off long ago, and she wouldn't be so helpless and embarrassed. Wang Yu pulled out his machete, used his sister's weight to chop at the vine that was wrapped around her ankle. After a few chops, the vine was cut off, and when it was released, she could finally breathe. Wang Xiaoli didn't have time to think about it. She immediately got up from the ground and shouted, "Brother, run!" She knew too well the power of this thing. It didn't give people a chance to breathe. She rolled and crawled while running, and she didn't forget to kick away a few broken vines for fear of being entangled again. The brother and sister rushed forward quickly and took cover behind a few one-story small houses that were far apart and finally got rid of the vines. Although these buildings were low, they could block the view and were barely enough for hiding. In the cold weather, they were both sweating and their faces were tense. Wang Yu pulled his sister and looked back in the direction of the cane. Suddenly, his eyes froze as if he saw something. He squinted his eyes and saw a man standing in the distance, stepping on vines. But the distance was too far, so he couldn't see it clearly and was not sure if it was an illusion. Wang Xiaoli noticed that her brother was in a daze, so she pulled him into the shadows behind the house next door, breathing heavily. "Brother, it's already this late, and you're still distracted," she scolded in a low voice. Wang Yu suppressed his shock and said in a low voice, "I seem to see." "Never mind, just ignore it for now. Move forward and don't get discovered." As he spoke, he moved forward carefully. The surrounding buildings were all half-buried villa structures. It looks like a one-story house, but it is actually the exposed part of the second floor. But the biggest problem with this kind of house is that the distance between them is too large, making it difficult to hide. If you want to use the house to cover your whereabouts, you need some luck. Wang Yu knew that the most important thing at the moment was not to analyze the terrain, but to run quickly. They rested against the wall for a while. Wang Yu pricked up his ears to listen to the movement, and then rushed to the back of the next house in one go. The sound of vines rolling in the snow was so subtle that it was hard to hear it if one was not paying attention. He quietly peeked in, then immediately retracted his gaze, his face instantly becoming tense. It was not a mutant plant. It was controlled by a human. This discovery made him gasp. After listening to this, Wang Xiaoli frowned, clenched the machete in her hand, and said solemnly, "Brother, if we can't, we'll just kill our way out. It's not like she hasn't killed zombies before. It's just a vine monster. She's not afraid." But Wang Yu said in a deep voice, "It's different this time. The one controlling the vines is a human, maybe a survivor with superpowers." Wang Xiaoli's face changed slightly. She was too familiar with this kind of person. 9 out of 10 times, they were not good people. She immediately refused to let Wang Yu cover them and said firmly, "No, I can't leave you alone." She knew that once she fell into the hands of these people, no matter who she was, the outcome would be bad. Wang Yu was also angry. "Why are you still hesitating? I can handle it better than you, so I'm more suitable to cover your retreat." He didn't need to say much about the woman's fate. His sister knew it better than anyone else. Wang Xiaoli gritted her teeth, her eyes full of entanglement, watching the range of the vines expanding. The only advantage now was that they had not yet exposed their bodies. As long as they were not seen, the man would not be able to control the vines to attack accurately. Wang Yu looked around and finally found a house covered with iron sheets in front of him on the left. "Xiaoli, do you see that iron house? Go over there, but be careful not to let the other party see you." Wang Xiaoli nodded and took advantage of the shelter of the house to move cautiously over there. She kept an eye on the movement of the vines, and every step was like walking on thin ice. Wang Yu followed closely behind. There was no time to hesitate. Finding a hiding place was more important than anything else. The iron house was too obvious and might have become a safe zone. The more conspicuous the place, the more likely the opponent would ignore it. This was Wang Yu's bet. Now he could only take a gamble, as they could not outlast the cane, and even less time. As they approached the iron house, Xiangnan in the distance became impatient. The target was hidden in those low and dilapidated bungalows, and it was difficult to find it for a while. He shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, can't you see? These two are cowards. They don't even have superpowers. He turned around and yelled, "Are you guys still planning on just being spectators? Hurry up and do it. Don't forget that our goal is to take people back to the base to get supplies. Don't let them freeze to death outside." Although Xiangnan was not as capable as the guy at the base, he was still a ruthless character. The guy at the base had an extremely weird hobby, collecting women. No one dared to control what he did, but they only knew that whoever catered to his needs would get more resources. Wang Yi shrugged and said nonchalantly, "They are just a few dilapidated houses, not even 1 floor high. If you can't find anyone, just demolish them to save trouble." Xiang Bei, who was beside him, relied on his ability to control objects to float him all the way here. He didn't have to walk, which was indeed very comfortable. Su Yuan stood aside, pushing his glasses expressionlessly, and said that the job of demolishing things could only be assigned to Wang Yi and Xiangnan. Wang Yi jumped up and down on the spot, protesting that the distribution was too unfair. Why did the demolition fall on him? And said that Xiangnan and Xiangbei were also very capable. Su Yuan replied coldly, saying that Wang Yi was as strong as a husky. So if he didn't do something like destroying the house, who would? Wang Yi curled his lips and reluctantly complained that they only knew how to order people around. But Xiangnan had already impatiently urged them to stop talking nonsense and find someone quickly. Following Xiangnan's order, everyone quickly took action, using vines to weave between houses, trying to break through the walls to search for the target. Although Xiangbei's ability can move things, it also requires a target to control objects, and it is impossible to lift an entire building buried 3 floors under the snow out of thin air. Su Yuan was almost useless and could only watch, so the burden of action fell on Xiangnan and Wang Yi. Houses fell one after another, and vines broke through the walls but still could not find anyone. They were gradually expanding the search area. At the same time, Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli also rushed to the designated target area, but the iron houses around them were tightly sealed, and they could not find the entrance at all. Looking at the houses on the opposite side collapsing one after another, Wang Yu sighed, thinking that maybe the brother and sister would die here today. Wang Xiaoli did not give up and insisted on finding a way in the snow, but she was exhausted and could hardly stand. She encouraged Wang Yu to keep going, saying that as long as they passed through here, they would reach their ideal destination and they must not give up. Wang Yu nodded in response, and when he was about to take action, a strange man's voice came from above his head. "I found you." Wang Xiaoli was stunned and looked back, only to see a man standing on the roof of the tin house behind them, staring at them coldly. A sense of crisis suddenly came over him, and Wang Yu reflexively stood in front of his sister, while the other party crossed her arms and ordered in a relaxed tone, "Come here." Before she finished speaking, several vines pierced out directly from the attic, tightly entangled Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli, preventing them from escaping. Although the two had short legs, they ran very fast. To prevent accidents, the other party chose to directly control their movements. At the same time, Zhang Shui, who was lying on a bed on the 3rd floor of the house, was holding an ice cream. Suddenly, she heard a loud noise coming from the roof and was startled. She walked out of the bedroom with a big bucket of ice cream in her arms and saw that the attic was pierced by vines. There was no iron sheet to cover this place. Zhang Shui was confused, not knowing how the vines penetrated the wall. She wondered when the mutant plants became so fierce. Nan Wei was watching TV and eating potato chips. Wei Lan was sweating on the treadmill, and for a moment, all 3 of them were confused by the sudden cane. Lin Qin had just finished taking a shower and went upstairs with only a towel around him. Seeing the 3 of them in a daze, he asked them what they were watching. No one answered. Only Wei Lan pointed to the attic. Lin Qin looked up in that direction and found several cement bricks dropped on the stairs. Looking up, he saw a green vine suddenly crossing the attic. Lin Qin frowned. Something was obviously wrong. Zhang Shui scooped a mouthful of ice cream and whispered whether there were mutant plants in the villa area. Wei Lan turned off the treadmill, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, "Just go and take a look. There are surveillance devices around the house anyway." Lin Qin touched his pocket and remembered that he didn't bring his cell phone with him when he changed his clothes, so he planned to take out the backup phone from the space to check the surveillance. But at this moment, there was a new movement outside the window. A cane came in from the crack of the iron window, and Zhang Shui was stunned. She said that she just opened the window to see how the snow was falling, but she didn't expect the vine to crawl in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shui hurried forward to cut the vine, sealed the window again, and then rushed back to Lin Qin to check the surveillance footage. Lin Qin turned on his backup phone and connected to the surveillance camera, but found that all the images were dark and offline, obviously damaged. His face changed. This was not a coincidence. It seemed that someone did it on purpose and directly destroyed the entire security system. Lin Qin didn't hesitate any longer, quickly put on his clothes, and rushed out with a knife in hand. His goal was clear: to chop off the broken vine. Although the vine was quite tough, it was very dry, so he could still cut it off with a little force. His movements were quick and neat. When he walked outside, he finally saw that the entire building was surrounded by vines. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. He knew that mutant plants would not attack people for no reason. They must have triggered some conditions before they would attack. From the records of their previous ingress and egress, they had never been attacked. This situation was obviously unusual. Zhang Shui, Nan Wei, and others also rushed out, looking at the densely packed rattan in front of them. Their faces turned ugly. Zhang Shui was furious, cursing and looking for someone, shouting that it must be someone who did it, and it must not have gone far. Finally, she went around to the back of the house and found a man lying in the snow. She immediately shouted for people to come over. Hearing her voice, everyone rushed over and found a man lying in the snow behind the house with a large pool of blood under him. He didn't look like a zombie, but more like a wounded survivor, with tattered clothes and purple body from the cold. Nan Wei said nothing, jumped off the wall, walked over, squatted down, and carefully turned the man over. The man was still alive, his face pale, but he was still breathing. A deep wound on his forehead was bleeding, and there were a few marks on his body from the vines, but none of them were fatal. It might be because the temperature outside was too low, the blood flow slowed down, and it didn't seem to get worse. Lin Qin frowned and glanced at the corpse, curling his lips in disdain. He guessed that the vines probably appeared with this person. He waved his hand and shouted, "Nan Wei, come back, ignore it." But before he could finish his words, Zhang Shui had already caught a glimpse of several suspicious figures and hurriedly chased after them after saying a few words. Lin Qin wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Nan Wei patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll follow her and see." At this time, the wind and snow outside the house gradually weakened, and Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli were already tightly controlled by a group of people. They were entangled by dense vines and could not break free at all, and they could not run away even if they wanted to. Women are useful when they are captured, but men are worthless. Wang Yu was killed, and Wang Xiaoli was captured alive. The group of people came in a blatant manner, but left without making any sound, as if nothing had happened. On the snow, the blood froze quickly and merged with the white snow, cold and cruel. Wang Xiaoli's mouth was strangled by the cane, and she couldn't speak. She could only stare at her brother who had fallen to the ground, her eyes red. She was burning with anger. If she could survive, she would take revenge on these beasts with her own hands. In the team, the person walking to the south said, "The most difficult problem has been solved. Next we have to find a way to fill the loopholes. We can't stay in the base for long relying on this woman." Su Yuan said in a calm voice, "How about cooperating with the outbound team? But the base's cut is too high." Wang Yi waved his hand disapprovingly. "Why think so much? Just take it one step at a time. Besides, have we forgotten about those mutant nuclei that we haven't dug up yet? Isn't it for those that we spent so much effort?" As soon as he mentioned it, several people finally reacted. Wang Yi frowned and nodded. "Yes, if it weren't for this woman making trouble, we would have dug up a lot." Su Yuan looked at everyone. "So are you going or not? Send the woman back to exchange for resources first, or keep her and make another trip?" He never liked to give advice, and he would just wait for his brothers to express their opinions and decide based on the situation. Wang Yi turned his gaze to the other two, asking for their opinions. Xiang Bei sneered. "You guys want to go back and try again? I think you haven't been beaten enough by the alien plants and mutants. In this world, you could lose your life if you go out, so don't rely on luck." Wang Yi was about to say something perfunctory, but the next second, several fireballs suddenly fell on the snow in front of them. The four of them immediately turned their heads alertly and looked in the direction where the flames were coming from. Wang Yi whistled when he saw the person coming and said with a smile, "Hey, another chick is here." Zhang Shui stood with her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, "Did you do this with these evil canes?" She was holding a few canes cut from nearby. Although she was standing far away, she still recognized that these canes were the ones used by the group of people to take Wang Xiaoli away. The reason why she chased after them was very clear. She wanted an explanation. At this time, they had no intention of repairing the damaged attic. Where could they find materials? Where could they get cement bricks? At present, the cold air was pouring into the house, making it impossible to live there. Wang Yi glanced at Xiang Nan beside him and said with a smile, "Another one comes, still looking for you." He teased, "Little sister, do you want to go with us? Don't worry, we brothers will take good care of you." As he said this, he smiled greasily, but Xiang Nan didn't say any nonsense and directly controlled the vine to pounce on Zhang Shui. If the woman is caught, it means one more resource. At this time, Nan Wei also rushed over, grabbed Zhang Shui, and sighed helplessly. "Why are you running around? Lin Qin will be worried about you." She had a headache with Zhang Shui. After all, Zhang Shui was Lin Qin's biological sister, and the two had a deep relationship that she couldn't compare to. Nan Wei knew that it was difficult for a man to devote all his heart to one person. But she had also heard about Zhang Shui's temper. Zhang Shui stared and said, "These canes must have been made by them." Moreover, this bastard even called her a woman. She was a young girl who had just graduated, and being called a woman was just asking for trouble. Zhang Shui sneered. It was just right. She would let these guys see who was the womanizer. After she pulled Nan Wei away, she threw a series of fireballs at them. They were dense and merciless. The other party was careless, and his clothes caught fire. He rolled on the snow and put out the fire. The smile on Wang Ye's face froze instantly, and his expression became surprised. "So he is a superpower." Xiangnan frowned and added, "The fire type is just the right counter to my plant type. In other words, he can't beat it." Wang Yi and the others finally realized that the conflict in front of them was not that simple, and they became alert one by one. Xiang Bei's ability is to control objects. He lifted Zhang Shui off the ground, making her unable to move. Xiangnan continued to control the vines to attack. But unexpectedly, Nan Wei reacted very quickly and directly attached her own lightning to the vines. The current traveled along the vines and instantly struck Xiangnan. The voltage was enough to roast a zombie, not to mention a human. In the crackling of the electric light, Xiangnan fell to the ground, his body still twitching. The others were startled and hurriedly retreated. After all, lightning conduction is much faster than plant attacks. Su Yuan looked at Xiangnan, who had fallen, and his tone finally became serious. Her ability is lightning. At this time, Xiangnan's hair was burnt black and his body was still smoking. These two women were unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Chapter 213, Hitting the Wall. They had not expected such a situation. Everyone put away the joking expressions on their faces and looked seriously at the two people standing together. Xiang Bei was still controlling Zhang Shui and saw Xiangnan being killed instantly by the opponent. With his mind in turmoil, Xiang Bei couldn't help but tighten his grip on Zhang Shui's neck. "Kill one if you can." Suddenly, he felt as if the air around him was compressed. There seemed to be some heavy object pressing down on Zhang Shui's hand, making it beyond her control. Su Yuanfei was in midair, quickly approaching the two women, while taking out his gun and aiming at them. As for Wang Yi, he is the strongest and doesn't have to worry about not being able to beat the two women. Just move smartly and avoid the opponent's attacks. As long as he can get close to her. Are these two girls afraid that they can't get her? Wang Yi sneered, then threw the woman who was tied up tightly with vines on the snow on the side and rushed over directly. However, the three people seemed to be frozen in midair at the same time, unable to move. Wang Yi moved his body and said in disbelief, "Xiang Bei, you are controlling the wrong person. Quickly remove your control from me." Xiang Bei is the only one in their team who has the ability to control. Su Yuan was also unable to resist and frowned. "Stop arguing. It's not Xiang Bei." Wang Yi was stunned. "It's not Xiang Bei? Then who is it? Who else has the same ability as Xiang Bei? Those two women can't do it either." Su Yuan was too lazy to talk. "Can't you see? The person who can control the three of them at the same time must be very capable." Wang Yi was not a very careless person. He understood this kind of thing instantly after a little reminder. He swallowed and looked up directly at the two women. "Oh my goodness, I hit a wall." Zhang Shui, who was out of control, fell from a high altitude and breathed in deep breaths of fresh air. Nan Wei rushed over and patted Zhang Shui on the back, saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Let me see." There were red marks on Zhang Shui's neck, which were the result of being strangled by the other party. Lin Qin walked over and looked at Zhang Shui lying on the ground with no expression. Next time you run around and die, don't expect me to save you. You have made some progress during this period, but you are still far behind others. Today is an example for you to learn from. Nanwei stood aside and held Lin Qin's hand. Don't say anything, it's already like this. Lin Qin had no expression and glanced at Zhang Shui. Okay, let's go back. I'll take care of these people. Nanwei nodded and helped Zhang Shui leave. Zhang Shui felt a little aggrieved, but she also knew that she was indeed impulsive. When Sister Nanwei was taken away by the mutant before, Lin Qin did not save Sister Nanwei for the sake of the entire team. If Sister Nanwei hadn't happened to discover the crystal core that day and absorbed it accidentally, how could he still be alive? Of course, being alive is also a matter of luck. Lin Qin indulged her twice. As the saying goes, it's a once, twice, but never a 3 times. The third time, for the sake of the team, he might not come to rescue her again. Zhang Shui felt wronged, but she didn't dare to speak out. I was just in a depressed mood, crying as I walked. Nanwei said helplessly, "Don't cry. Lin Qin is not wrong. Look, when I was swept away by zombies before, he didn't come to save me, and I didn't cry either. He's actually quite nice to us." Zhang Shui reached out to wipe her eyes, then turned her head to look at Nanwei. He sniffed and said, "Did you blame us for not saving you at that time?" Nanwei stared at the snow, lost in thought. To be honest, it would be too hypocritical to say that she didn't blame him, but she knew that there was no way to save him. Nanwei couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you think?" Zhang Shui continued, "It would definitely be strange. I would also be strange if it were me. My brother once told me that his friend's temper seems good, but he actually has his own principles. When he's in a good mood, it doesn't matter. When he's in a bad mood, he's wrong even if he's not wrong. Sometimes I think I'm lucky because I met a friend who is familiar with my brother. My brother trusts him, and I trust him too. Sometimes I feel like he's just like my brother, so I feel aggrieved when he's mean to me. But if I put myself in his shoes, if he wasn't my brother's friend and my brother didn't entrust me to him, I think I would be able to accept his being mean to me. Alas, I just can't change my temper. I'm easily impulsive. Although it's much better now than before, it still can't be changed." Nanwei smiled and said, "We didn't have any abilities before, we just relied on guns. It was very sudden that we killed the mutant, so it's normal that we didn't react. But I think you treat Lin Qin differently. He usually treats you like a sister. Being strict with you is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the times now are different from the past. In the future, when Lin Qin is not around, you must be able to protect yourself. I think what Lin Qin said is quite right. Next time, he may not be able to save you in time. This time, just treat it as a lesson. You should be more careful." Zhang Shui pouted. "Sister Nanwei, why are you speaking in his favor? You and Wei Lan are the same. You both side with him. I'm already like this, and you're still helping him teach me a lesson. Okay, I won't say any more." The two figures gradually moved away, but the sound of their conversation was not quiet at all. Lin Qin looked at the departing steps and shook his head helplessly. The 3 people behind him were still frozen in midair, and Lin Qin didn't even look at them. The air is so compressed that there is not even any breathable air. The faces of the 3 people gradually turned red, and they couldn't even utter the words to beg for mercy. Soon, he suffocated to death. Lin Qin didn't even raise his hand. He looked around to see if there was anything unusual, then turned around and left. Suddenly, there was a trace of green in the white snow, something that seemed to be the source of his house. Mutated plants? Forget it. Let's go and take a look. Lin Qin walked over and found out what the mutant plant was. It is a person entangled with vines. Oh, it's an acquaintance. Isn't this the woman who followed Zhang Shui that day? Why are you tied here? Wang Xiaoli looked at Lin Qin and struggled excitedly. Her mouth was sealed tightly with cane, and she couldn't utter a word. But she had met Lin Qin before. He was an acquaintance. What's more, Lin Qin didn't kill her last time, and he certainly won't do that this time. No matter what, being trapped here means death. Moreover, he killed those people, which could be considered as indirectly saving her. She whimpered and struggled desperately. I hope he can help me figure it out. Chapter 214, Asking for Help, is the most unreliable. Lin Qin looked up into the distance, then picked up the gun. Wang Xiaoli widened her eyes in shock and shook her head. Lin Qin aimed at the distance and shot, killing several zombies that were rushing towards him. It seems that he was attracted by the noise here. It's still far away and doesn't pose much threat. After killing the zombies in the distance, Lin Xin raised his hand and cut off the vines on Wang Xiaoli's body. Why are you here? Wang Xiaoli sat up, removed all the canes on her body, and gasped for breath. Thank you, thank you. As she spoke, she climbed up from the snow and ran towards where Lin Xin and the others lived. I'm going to save my brother. I'll come back to thank you later. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows. That man is her brother? Lin Xin couldn't help but think back to the day when they first met, the man who followed Nan Wei and Wei Lan. Although he was wrapped tightly, only a pair of eyes were exposed. Today was the first time I saw that man's entire face. Lin Xin shrugged and followed. Lin Xin dealt with all the zombies that could be seen in the distance one by one. Wang Xiaoli rolled and crawled, and soon came to the back. Wei Lan was comforting Zhang Shui with Nan Wei at this time. When he looked up, he saw a woman crawling towards him in the distance. He hurriedly helped the man on the ground up. She wanted to reach out and touch the wound on her brother's face, but she was worried about Faodin. Brother, I am Xiaoli. Zhang Shui stood there, raised her eyebrows, and said to the other two girls beside her, She looks familiar. I think I've seen her before. Wei Lan and Nan Wei looked over immediately. Do you know anyone else? It can't be your friend. They've been trapped here for quite a long time, and no one knows whether their former relatives and friends are still alive. If you can meet it, you are lucky. Zhang Shui shook her head. No. This woman seems to be the one who was with her last time. Zhang Shui looked at it carefully, and then said, I know who it is. It's the girl who was swept away with me last time when we were fighting the mutant plants. What a coincidence. We met again after a week. Wang Xiaoli looked up and looked at Zhang Shui, Wei Lan, and others standing on the other side. She ran over directly, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Zhang Shui's hand and said, Can you save my brother? Is there any medicine? Anything will do, gauze, iodine. Please, save my brother. Here, she only knew Zhang Shui. Given her brother's current condition, he needs to disinfect the wound first, then bandage it and rest. She can solve the problem by resting, but in her current situation, she needs medicine. They didn't have much stuff to begin with. At most, they only had one huge package which contained nothing but daily quilts, cooking utensils, and a few pieces of food, and no medicine at all. Zhang Shui and the others are so powerful, they must have medicine. She could definitely save her brother. And this blood needs to be cleaned up quickly. It won't be long before the fishy smell of blood will attract more zombies. Seeing that the people here were indifferent, she took Zhang Shui's hand and knelt on the ground. Please, I beg you to save my brother. It's snowing so heavily now that the pharmacy is buried under a thick layer of snow. I can't find it in time even if I want to. The nearest hospital takes 20 minutes to get there and 40 minutes to go there and back. It may not even have what I need. Besides, my brother can't wait for me in the snow and ice. The blood will attract zombies and mutants. I know medicines are very precious now, but I only have my brother, and I don't want to. Besides, those people just now are also a threat to you. If you kill their people, they will definitely come after you. Zhang Shui, I know you here, can you help me? Wang Xiaoli was very scared. Although Zhang Shui was curious about the people he mentioned, her words were not trustworthy. Moreover, Lin Qingang had taught her a lesson. These days, asking for help is the most unreliable thing. I'm not the one who decides whether to help you or not. Lin Xin had already walked back at this time. Looking at the expressions of Wang Xiaoli and the others, he couldn't help but say, So this group of people is after you. Why are you chasing me? And why do you say that these people would look for us? The package in the snow wasn't very big, but no matter how big it was, these people didn't take it away. Since they are not here for supplies, they must have other purposes. What do Wang Xiaoli and others have that others would want? Moreover, it is quite common to kill someone in such a snowy day, so why would they come looking for them? Wang Xiaoli didn't say anything. To be honest, they also felt a little confused. But Lin Xin and the others, I can tell you, but can you please save my brother? This is probably the only bargaining chip she has now. Wang Xiaoli didn't say it directly. Seeing that the other party didn't trust him either, Lin Xin simply walked back to the room. There was a hole in his house, and he had to find a way to fix it. But there is no time to deal with these trivial matters. Zhang Shui was at a loss as to what to do after hearing Wang Xiaoli's crying. He looked up at Nan Wei and Zhang Shui beside him, not knowing how to respond for a moment. If she met a man, she would definitely reject him directly. But this was a woman. They had been together through life and death before, and he had never had any bad intentions towards her. This, to save or not to save. Weilon looked at Zhang Shui and Nanwei. As a people's police officer, she wanted to save them. But it's not the salvation brought back. After thinking for a while, Weilon said, "We don't have these things either, and you'd better take your brother to find a place to hide. The smell of blood has been there for a while, and the zombies should be coming soon. You'd better get out of here." Wang Xiaoli wiped her tears. The tear marks on her cheeks had already formed a layer of ice. But when he went back, he also can't survive. Without medicine, coupled with the low temperature outside, the wound recovery is relatively slow. What if the infection becomes inflamed? Zhang Shui frowned, then looked a little disappointed. After saying that, Zhang Shui walked back directly. Nanwei patted Weilon and said, "Let's go." Weilon looked at Wang Xiaoli lying on the ground, took a deep breath, and then followed her in. Inside the villa, Lin Xin was urgently repairing the big hole in the attic. Weilon entered the room on the 3rd floor, stood in front of the iron window, pulled open the iron sheet, and looked at Wang Xiaoli outside. She opened the window and threw out a small plastic bag through the gap in the security window, then closed the window again. This medicine is hers. Lin Xin distributed several common medicines to everyone. She picked out a small portion from her own portion and gave it to Wang Xiaoli. Whether she lives or dies depends on herself. Chapter 2:15 8 Desperate Fight. When the thing was thrown over, Wang Xiaoli crawled over and picked it up. Looking at the things inside, her face was filled with joy. Then she looked up at the window with a slight gap and couldn't help wiping away her tears. He kowtowed 3 times toward the window. Then he continued to pull Wang Yu's clothes and drag him away from this place step by step. Lin Xin was hammering and banging, so he naturally saw this scene, but he didn't say anything. It's just a dose of medicine, no loss to him. I just hope that this medicine won't cause a lot of trouble. Lin Xin and the others knew about Weilan's predecessor, but Wang Xiaoli herself should be fine. She was afraid that she would not be able to keep the medicine and would be targeted by other survivors. Zhang Shui was standing on the stairs, still chatting with those people. Lin Xin had just repaired the hole in the wall when the sounds of zombies were heard outside. A mutant stepped directly on the roof of Lin Xin's villa. Smell the scent in the air. Then he jumped onto the pool of blood in the snow. The same goes for other zombies. Wang Yu is a grown man after all, and it was a bit difficult for Wang Xiaoli to pull him. In terms of speed, they naturally cannot keep up with the speed of the zombies. The zombies followed the blood trail and soon caught up with Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli took the machete and looked at the bundle dragged on the ground. Inside, there's a gun. Wang Xiaoli took a long breath and took out the gun. In the past, her brother always rushed to the front, and now it is her turn. Wang Xiaoli finished reloading the bullets and leaned against the wall, waiting for the mutant to arrive. She nervously pressed against the wall, looking at the zombies outside, each of them tall and strong. The mutant closest to Wang Xiaoli is about 2 meters tall. It's an animal mutant. It looks like a spider with lots of legs. But what is more terrifying is that most of the eyes are on the top of the head. It was so dense that Wang Xiaoli even felt goosebumps all over her body and her scalp was numb. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Wang Xiaoli looked at Wang Yu lying in the thick quilt and then took a deep breath. She hoped that this thick quilt and the wind oil he had just spread could help her brother avoid the attack of the mutants. As the mutant spider got closer, Wang Xiaoli kept her composure and ran forward. If she deals with these mutants here, it will bring harm to her brother. After moving a little distance away, Wang Xiaoli watched the mutants over there continue to move forward along the bloodstains on the ground. Before the mutant could react, he aimed a shot at his head. The first mutant's eyes were fixed on the bloodstains on the ground, and he didn't notice Wang Xiaoli. It is a good opportunity to deal with these mutants. Fortunately, the first mutant was killed very smoothly. The gunshots attracted the attention of other zombies, and they rushed over one after another. Wang Xiaoli continued to fire the second shot, aiming at the second mutant that came running. Then, the third one and the fourth one. Her gun had no silencer, so every shot she fired was loud. In addition to the mutant spiders, she also needs to pay attention to attacks from other zombies. For example, that mutant, is it coming with its tentacles waving? For example, the mutant with larger arms grabbed her directly with its sharp claws. Wang Xiaoli was not paying attention and was hit hard by the tentacles and was knocked away. She rolled several times in the snow. I ate a mouthful of snow. Of course, Wang Xiaoli did not dare to waste too much time. She quickly got up from the ground and dealt with the zombies that were chasing her. 6, 7, 8. But Wang Xiaoli's 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and there are more than just a few of these mutants. More and more zombies were attracted. Wang Xiaoli was hit on the back by the tentacles and rolled on the ground again. This time, I'm not as lucky as before. The mutant spider spit silk directly at Wang Xiaoli, and the silk landed on Wang Xiaoli's arm. The spider silk was very sticky and stuck to her arms, making it difficult to pull off. It took some effort to finally get the spider silk down. Before Wang Xiaoli could react, the spider rushed over. She held the gun and shot at the spider. But after a few shots, the gun was empty. Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but run backwards. The spider continued to spin silk towards the running Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli stepped on the wall, jumped up, and turned over. Spider silk sprayed on the wall. The mutated zombie at the side chased after her and waved at Wang Xiaoli. Now that there are no bullets in the gun is naturally useless for the time being. Wang Xiaoli changed the weapon to a machete. He chopped down the waving tentacles with his knife. The tentacle fell to the ground, broken into several sections. But the zombies had no sense of pain and just pounced on him. He grabbed Wang Xiaoli's shoulders and was about to bite off her head. Wang Xiaoli took a deep breath, and without any hesitation, she chopped the zombie's head with a machete in her hand. The one in front of him was a mutant, his head was blasted, and he was completely limp and had no strength left. Wang Xiaoli seemed to be bloodthirsty and chopped at the mutant's head frantically. She couldn't fall down. Her brother still needed her. If she died, she would have nothing. Her brother protected her before, and now she is the one taking care of it. After dealing with the zombies, Wang Xiaoli looked at the zombies rushing towards her from a distance and rushed over. She kept rummaging through the pile of zombies, killing them like crazy. But mutants are mutants after all, and you can't just solve them with a knife. Accidentally, the mutant's tentacles hit her body, and Wang Xiaoli staggered forward a few steps. Fortunately, I stood firm. But this time the luck was not so good. Following closely behind was the mutant spider's silk. Wang Xiaoli was fixed to the wall by the spider's silk, unable to move. As the mutant zombies were getting closer and closer, Wang Xiaoli struggled harder and harder. But the struggle was in vain. This spider silk is very difficult to tangle. There's no way to break free. Wang Xiaoli closed her eyes resignedly. After waiting for a long time and feeling no pain, he opened his eyes. The zombies in front of him all died in a strange posture, as if their necks had been strangled by someone. They were lying in the snow, with the nearest one less than 5 centimeters in front of him. It was almost like that. My life was almost in danger. Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked around, trying to find the person who killed the zombie. After all, anyone who can do this must be pretty awesome. She has to thank them very much. But she was frozen on the wall, and her sight was only in the direction straight ahead and to the left and right. There was no one to see, just zombie corpses. Chapter 2:16 Mutant Spider. But no matter who saved her, there were no zombies around, so she had to find a way to get out and leave here. The gunshot just now was quite loud. If more zombies arrive later, we won't be so lucky. She continued to struggle hard, but couldn't get free. Does she have to lean against the wall and slowly wait for the verdict of death? Either they were frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture, or they were eaten by the zombies that came. Wang Xiaoli smiled self-deprecatingly. Now she just hopes that her brother will be okay. Just when Wang Xiaoli struggled in vain and gave up waiting for death, a laugh came from above her head. She looked up suddenly and saw a person wearing a down jacket. It's impossible to tell whether it's a boy or a girl. It is unclear who it is. After all, it was such a cold day, and the other person's clothes were quite thick, wrapping himself tightly. Come to think of it, he is quite wealthy, unlike her. A cold wind blew, and Wang Xiaoli couldn't help shaking her body. Who are you? Why did you save me? Could it be that I am just like them, trying to use me as a bargaining chip to sell to that shitty base because I am a woman? Oh, I didn't expect that this is my current role. But I advise you not to think about it. It's impossible for me, too. Wang Xiaoli smiled self-deprecatingly. She just can't move now, but she's not immortal. Just as Wang Xiaoli was imagining various scenes of bad guys, Lin Qin's voice rang out. Okay, pack up quickly and follow us. Go and bring her back. Lin Qin was talking to Wei Lan, and Wei Lan jumped down from the wall and stood next to Wang Xiaoli. Next, it's Zhang Shui and Nanwei. Wei Lan reached out and tried to tear the spider silk off Wang Xiaoli's body. But the spider silk was very tough, and it became sticky when pulled, sticking to Wei Lan's hand. Wei Lan frowned. You know what? This spider silk is quite strong. Lin Qin stood on it, his eyes wandering around. The web of a mutant spider, what do you think? They have all mutated. With such a large body, it would not be excessive for the spider web and silk to be stronger. Only, Nanwei, what are you doing? There's silk on the spider's butt. I pulled it a little, and who knew the more I pulled, the more silk there would be. Look, the spider's stomach is full. There was a pile of spider silk on Nanwei's hands. Even if this thing is dead, the spider silk on its body is still very sticky and tough. After pulling for a while, there's still so many spider silks. That's right. Why is this thing so hard to pull? It's over. Nanwei was speechless. The spider silk was all mixed together and stuck to her hands. She pulled it off with force, but it was a little difficult. I couldn't help but complain and pull at the same time. Fortunately, after wasting some effort, I managed to pull all the spider silk apart. Zhang Shui took the knife and chopped at the mutant plant's head. You know what? When the head of this mutant plant was chopped off, it was filled with some thick, dark green liquid. As for the crystal core, Zhang Shui poked in the brain several times and finally found a green crystal core. The crystal core was particularly obvious in the snow. Zhang Shui looked at it and said, "Oh, it's green. It seems that these high-level mutants are all this color. The ones we used before were all transparent. They're all the most basic zombie mutants." Zhang Shui threw the crystal core into a frame on the side, then walked towards the second mutant spider and chopped it on the head again. Green liquid mixed with brain matter, and a crystal core fell out again. Wei Lan had already let Wang Xiaoli down from the wall at this time. No matter how tough the spider silk was, it was not as strong as a blade. She came down from the wall and knelt directly on the snow. The fierce battle just now had already consumed a lot of her physical strength, and now she was hung on the wall and couldn't move. After finally getting down, my legs were numb from the cold. I couldn't stand steadily and fell directly to my knees on the ground. After calming down for a while, she looked up at the busy people and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that it was not for the purpose of saving her, but for the crystal cores in the mutants' heads. That's right. How could he come to rescue her, a stranger? If they wanted to rescue her, they would have done so long ago. There would be no need to wait until she had fought with mutant spiders and zombies for so long before coming out to rescue her. Wang Xiaoli frowned as she looked at the crystal core that Zhang Shui and the others had dug out from his skull. I don't know what these things are used for, but these people are so enthusiastic about them. Even a few people just now are the same. It is said that this crystal core has something and what its function is. Forget it. Never mind. Her brother is more important now. Her brother. Wang Xiaoli paused, then stood up from the ground and ran wildly. Wei Lan opened his mouth and raised his hand. "You?" Lin Qin, who was standing on the roof, said, "Don't worry about it. Just take care of all of this and then go back." Is she going to look for her brother like this? Wei Lan tilted her head, then didn't say anything more and continued to follow Zhang Zuan and Wei. You know what? The spider is really big. Almost taller than her. Such a big mutant. Look at those zombies over there. What do you see? Nanwei reached out and patted Wei Lan on the shoulder, pointing at the corpse of a mutant in the distance. Wei Lan looked in the direction he was looking, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Nanwei sighed, then said, "Why are you looking at me? Look at it. You didn't see that these densely packed things that looked like eggs were on the mutant's body. What were they?" Wei Lan was stunned, walked over, bent down, and looked over carefully. "I don't know, it looks a bit disgusting." Holding the dagger, Wei Lan poked. These things would burst if poked, and the liquid inside would flow out instantly. After popping several of them in succession, Wei Lan frowned and lowered his head to smell them. Nanwei squatted beside her, looked at these and said, "It's a bit disgusting. Why are you getting so close?" Wei Lan straightened up. "It doesn't smell like anything. It shouldn't be a big deal. Let Zhang Shui burn all of this later. It will be safer. By the way, are you so free? Since you have so much free time, why not go help that person?" Following Wei Lan's gaze, Wang Xiaoli staggered and dragged Wang Yu over with all her might. Nanwei looked up at Lin Qin's position and then continued to discuss with Wei Lan in a low voice. Should we really take them back? Wei Lan didn't care. It had nothing to do with her anyway. She couldn't help but smile, with a sly smile on her face. "Are you worried about Lin Qin because she doesn't like you anymore?" "Don't worry. She's just a little brat. You see, she only wants to save her brother, not this kind of thing." Chapter 217, Eat Some Fruit to Calm Your Nerves. Nanwei was stunned for a moment. Then her cheeks turned slightly red, and she said shyly, "What are you talking about? It's not true." Yes, yes, if you say no, then there is no. I saw it all. Not bad. Quite passionate and romantic, but you have to take it easy. After all, there are other people at home. Waylon held back his laughter and reached out to pat her shoulder. Ah, Nanwei was stunned and couldn't help but recall whether she had been caught on one of these occasions. But Waylon had already stood up and walked to Zhang Shui's position and started working with her. She quickly stood up and followed, walking and talking. Waylon, what did you see? Tell me clearly. Waylon shrugged and said nothing. Nanwei felt embarrassed, irritated, and anxious at the moment. But Wang Xiaoli does need help. What's more, Lin Qin has spoken. Nanwei walked over and started dragging him together with Wang Xiaoli. Soon, the zombies outside were cleared out and Zhang Shui burned them all with fire. Just treat it as practice. After everyone packed up, they returned to the villa soon. Wang Xiaoli limped and turned around to see the zombies surrounded by raging fire. It's okay, let's go. Waylon patted Wang Xiaoli on the shoulder, and they all went into the house together. The wind outside is bitingly cold, while the heat inside is overwhelming. The moment Wang Xiaoli entered the attic, she felt her whole body enveloped by warmth. It's much warmer than outside. They changed into very warm cotton shoes and took off their cotton-padded jackets and downcoats they wore when going out. After changing into clean clothes, she stood aside, looking dirty and seemed a little out of place with everything here. Nanwei took out a clean, thick home sweater from a clean storage box. I see you have a similar body shape to me. Wear this. But I... Nanwei smiled slightly. Don't worry, every one of us has to change clothes when we come in. These clothes will be sprayed with disinfectant when we go out to disinfect them. No need to feel burdened. Just wear whatever you want. Wang Xiaoli reached out and took the thing the other party handed over, feeling a little reserved. It's okay, just put it on. He's already gone down. Save our women here. He won't come up. Wang Xiaoli looked around the room, then nodded and began to take off her clothes. Her down jacket was full of holes and wasn't worth much. They probably don't need to. She took off her clothes. Still a little cold. The clothes inside were pilling and had a sour smell, but the new clothes they gave me were very fragrant, with a clean smell of laundry detergent. But Wang Xiaoli still put it on. After getting dressed, she followed the three women down the stairs. Wang Xiaoli didn't know how to describe it for a moment. The scene inside the house was very familiar. It was a regular home layout. The difference was that the light bulbs here were very bright. It feels both familiar and strange. The temperature on the third floor is much warmer than that in the attic. It wasn't so cold when I came down from up there. Even her hands that were frostbitten outside were starting to itch. She pursed her lips and looked at the people in the room cautiously. They chatted and laughed as they continued walking down to the next floor. Wang Xiaoli continued to follow behind while looking around. Lin Qin was lying in the living room on the first floor and turned on the surveillance video on his mobile phone. All these surveillance systems are scrapped. It seems that after resting for a while, he will have to go out and repack these things. This would make it easier for him to observe the situation around the villa. There were several zombie roars coming from outside the house. Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. These zombies really appear one after another. There is no trace of them at ordinary times, but they all appear as soon as there is a slight noise. Just as we finished dealing with one batch, another batch arrived. Forget it. Let's wait until these zombies disperse before making any plans. There are so many zombies, and Lin Qin doesn't want the crystal cores in their heads. It's time-consuming and laborious, so he decided to forget it. We won't attack them anyway. Zhang Shui was scolded by Lin Qin and was still angry with Lin Qin. After getting the food, she simply hid in her room and did not come out. As for Wei Lan and Nanwei, it was freezing and snowy outside, and the two of them didn't have time to cook, so there was basically nothing to do. At this moment, Nanwei washed 2 bunches of grapes and gave some to each person, so there were not many left. There's nothing to do now except chatting. Just stay in the room. Wei Lan went to the pharmacy to get some things she would need later. As for Wang Xiaoli, when the zombies' roars just now sounded, Wang Xiaoli, who was following behind, subconsciously trembled all over. Nanwei walked straight to the refrigerator and took out the ice cream from the freezer again. As she walked, she said, "Don't worry, it was probably attracted by the sound of your gunshot. You just sit down first. By the way, have some fruit." Wang Xiaoli didn't know whether to sit down or not, and her eyes were not on the grapes in Nanwei's hand. I looked around, but didn't see my brother. Finally, he looked at Lin Qin, who was standing beside him. "Where's my brother?" Lin Qin looked up at her, then raised his chin. "He's lying over there." Looking in the direction Lin Qin pointed, Wang Yu was lying on the carpet. She immediately ran over and checked her brother's wound, very nervous. It doesn't matter whether it's on the ground or somewhere else. The environment here is much better than the harsh environment outside. It's great to be able to come in. Lin Qin took a sip of tea and said, "Don't worry. Wei Lan will be here soon to help your brother stop the bleeding. But you have to tell us what happened to those people you mentioned earlier." Wang Xiaoli looked up at Lin Qin and did not reply immediately. As soon as Wei Lan came down from upstairs, she looked up. Wei Lan looked at Lin Qin and said, "Please lend a hand and send me to the room I'm staying in." Wei Lan pointed to the small room on the first floor. Lin Qin nodded, waved his hand, and sent the person in. Wang Xiaoli followed nervously, watching Wei Lan cleaning the wound, disinfecting and feeding medicine, etc. "How is it? Is my brother okay?" "Don't you know? Wait and see." She is not a professional doctor. She knows how to treat and bandage simple injuries, but she can't do anything more than that. However, as Wang Yu saw, it seemed that he only had more external injuries. As for the internal injuries, we would have to wait until he woke up to find out. Moreover, even if there are internal injuries, they cannot cure them. Wei Lan treated the external injuries and said to Wang Xiaoli, "We have taken care of your external injuries, but we can't save your internal injuries. Whether it is a blessing or a curse depends entirely on your brother's own fate." But, Chapter 218 Luching Base. Wang Xiaoli looked at Wei Lan and said immediately, I know. We don't know what base those people are from. My brother and I were originally planning to go through the buildings here, to Zhongda building, but we were discovered by them halfway. They chased us all the way, and they said it was because I was a woman that the boss of their base loved." As she spoke, Wang Xiaoli looked at Lin Qin, then at Wei Lan, and found it difficult to speak. That is to say, the boss of their base likes to collect all kinds of women. For people like them, a young and beautiful woman can be exchanged for more supplies. By the way, they also said that crystal cores are needed there. We met them near Guang'an. There was a building that had collapsed into ruins. They were probably digging for crystal cores. If you kill them, it won't be long before the other side comes looking for you. I heard from them that if they don't go back, someone will come looking for them. Before Wang Xiaoli finished speaking, Lin Qin waved his hand and interrupted her. "What did I think? That's it." Wang Xiaoli was stunned and couldn't help but frown. This matter is very serious. The other party has all those messy abilities. Isn't it serious? Just those vines that can run away with just one wave, just like those mutant plants. I didn't even stand a chance to resist. Wang Xiaoli gradually became a little excited, but she paused again. Yes, Lin Qin and his friends are quite capable, just like those people. How could I be afraid of them? Judging from the fact that he crushed those people to death as easily as crushing an ant, it was as easy as pie. They are not on the same ladder. Wang Xiaoli didn't know what to say for a moment. It seems that what he thought was his bargaining chip was of no value in the eyes of the other party. She paused, her brain working rapidly. Lin Qin even comforted her. "It's okay, don't worry. Just wait patiently for your brother to wake up, and then continue to go to that place later." Wang Xiaoli nodded and hesitantly said, "Actually, there's an official base in Luching that can accommodate quite a few people. Are you interested in going together? But we don't know the accuracy of this news yet. My father always wanted to go there before he died." Lin Qin looked at Wei Lan. "Luching? Guards, do you have a construction base in Luching? You should be more clear about this, right?" Wang Xiaoli looked at Wei Lan with a confused look on her face. "Guards? You guys." Wei Lan pursed her lips and said, "I'm a person abandoned by the organization and can't go back." "You asked me." Listening to Wang Xiaoli's words, Wei Lan said again, "Let me introduce myself again. I am a former team leader of the Special Police Brigade, but I am the former." A hint of joy flashed through Wang Xiaoli's heart, and she immediately reached out and held Wei Lan's hand. "Captain of the Guard, you are a special police officer." That's great. Wei Lan pulled his hand back. After such a long time, he suddenly met such enthusiastic people. He still felt a little uncomfortable. Wang Xiaoli didn't mind, no matter whether it was in the past or not, but it was undeniable that she was in the past. This made her feel much more at ease than before. Wei Lan waved her hands repeatedly. No, I'm not that person anymore. But I have heard of this Luching before, but I don't know its exact location. The information about our mission is limited. Each team only knows about their own. I don't know much about Luching, but I have heard about it. Each province and city has its own designated base construction area, and Luching does have one. However, let alone Luqing. Our official city has already been occupied. In addition, the heavy snow is at least as high as a 2.5-story building. Although the walls of the base are at least 3 meters high, it is difficult to build here. It should be the same over there. It is not impossible that they are buried under the snow. But if we live underground, it's not impossible. But Wei Lan was not clear about the situation at the base. We can't just guess what it looks like now. But, to be honest, I don't think the base in Luqing is necessarily our base. Look, didn't she just say that some boss collected some beautiful women? This is a very serious matter in the organization. So, I think this base might be privately owned. By the way, Wang, what's your name? Wei Lan was stuck for a moment and couldn't remember what it was called. Wang Xiaoli immediately added, Wang Xiaoli. Wei Lan understood and continued. Didn't Xiaoli say that this is the situation at this base? If we really count, they should have mastered the specific usage of the crystal core, just like us. But this base should be quite far away from us now, so there's no need to worry too much. People in a base go out to find mutants and kill them, but there are always times when they slip up, and it's not uncommon for them to be killed by mutants. You can't find it on our heads. Wei Lan leaned back, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at Wang Xiaoli, who seemed a little uneasy. Lin Qi nodded. What Wei Lan said did make sense. There are always more solutions than problems. I don't know how long this heavy snow will take. Lin Qi doesn't think seriously that he is the only capable person in the world, and only he can live the good life now. He has a place to rest, and naturally others have one too. These bases must exist. You must understand that there are always people better than you. What Wang Xiaoli said only made Lin Qi more deeply aware of this problem. If they encounter a strong enough base, it would be a big problem for them just to deal with it. After all, now it's not about individual strength, but team strength. The matter of absorbing the crystal core seems to be imminent. Such a large base can accommodate so many people. If everyone hands in one, that would be a considerable amount. What's more, it's not just one. From the few people he killed today, Lin Qi could clearly feel the strength of their opponents. About the same level as Zhang Shui. Even more powerful than Zhang Shui. Logically speaking, the number of crystal cores absorbed by Zhang Shui is definitely no less than that of the other party. But Zhang Shui only worked hard to train for a week, and still didn't make enough use of this ability. Perhaps this is where the loss lies. However, from this, it can be seen that the strength of the people in that base should not be underestimated. Lin Qi raised a relaxed smile and said to Wang Xiaoli beside him, Go and take care of your brother. If he has any problems, just go find Wei Lan. Chapter 219. Take one step at a time. Wang Xiaoli didn't think much about it, nodded and went back to the room. In the living room, Lin Qi and Wei Lan looked at each other, then said, You should absorb more crystal cores these days. Wei Lan nodded and then remained silent. She actually knew very well what Lin Qi was thinking, but she had no other way to deal with the matter. Let's wait and see whether it is a blessing or a curse. In short, they're not afraid of trouble. It's this little girl, and I don't know what's going on. Wei Lan turned her head and looked at Wang Xiaoli's busy figure inside the half-open door of the room, and couldn't help but curl her lips. No matter what, take it one step at a time. After Lin Qi got up, he went to the attic and listened carefully to the noise outside. The zombies outside the house had almost all dispersed by now. After Lin Qi had rested enough, he went straight outside. There were originally a few surveillance cameras in relatively good locations, but they were basically damaged by the vines. It should be caused by those mutated animals today. But I have to say that those mutant animals are really big. Lin Qi opened the attic door and walked out. It was icy and snowy outside, but fortunately it had stopped snowing and there was no wind. The sun finally came out. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes and walked over on the snow resignedly. The locations where surveillance cameras were installed before were quite widely distributed, and this happened just a few days ago. What a waste, these zombies. Soon, Lin Qi arrived at the first monitoring point. This location is the closest to their villa. There are traces of mutant attacks on the surveillance video, and the lens was completely shattered. Lin Qi couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I have the ability to copy it. It would be heartbreaking to see such a waste of money. He brought the ladder, then stomped hard on the snow a few times. After making sure the snow was solid, he put the ladder back and climbed up. He first removed the broken part of the surveillance camera, threw it on the ground, and then installed the new one. Now, for those who don't have internet, can only rely on these monitoring methods that don't require internet. After installing one, Lin Qi put away the ladder and prepared to move on to the next one. It's quite easy to change. Soon, Lin Xin became more and more skilled in the change. After a while, the last one came. After replacing the last surveillance camera, Lin Xin put the latter into the space. Lin Xin looked at the broken surveillance cameras in the distance, then walked to a place a little further away from the villa area. He found a corner and was buried directly in the snow. These surveillance cameras are not good things, they're all broken. The main problem is that so many broken surveillance cameras are all gathered below the surveillance location, which is too conspicuous. If you look around, you can easily find the newly installed surveillance cameras in the dark corners above. Regardless, be more careful. Of course, being buried in the snow is not necessarily 100% safe, but there is nowhere to throw it now. It's always a good idea to throw it farther. After handling the surveillance, Lin Xin stomped on the surface of the snow pile again and again, making sure that the snow surface returned to its normal state like the snow piles next to it, then stood up and prepared to leave. A breeze blew, and a strand of spider silk hanging on the outer wall floated over Lin Xin's head. Lin Xin stopped moving forward and felt a chill on the top of his head. My mind suddenly became clear. He looked up at the spider silk in his hair, which was carrying snow and touching the knitted hat on top of his head. There's another string that extends out and hangs in the center of the forehead. After a while, the snowflakes melted and flowed down the scalp from the forehead. Lin Xin wiped the water off his forehead with his leather-gloved hand. Take off the half-snow and half-ice residue that has not completely melted on the knitted hat. The snowflakes fell into the palm of the leather gloves and melted in a short while. The spider silk wrapped underneath the snowflakes was revealed. The spider silk looked old, not very sticky, and even a little gray. It should be a huge net, rolled up together into a rope as thick as a thumb and a little loose. There is still a huge difference between the spider silk of the mutant spiders killed today. Fortunately, there are not many spider silks, and they will be gone if they are pulled off. Lin Xin turned around and looked again and again in the direction he had just walked. Several spider webs were found in the corners of the outer wall. The size of this spider web is the normal size of a spider web. It looks like it was left over from before the mutation. There are quite a few on the outer wall. The spider web filaments were covered with a thick layer of snow. I think the spider silk itself cannot withstand the gravity, and when the wind blows, it falls down directly. Lin Xin couldn't help but sigh and dropped the spider silk at his feet. Then continue forward. It is a biological miracle that these spiders can still survive in such a cold day. The spider silk fell on the snow, and something was larving inside it. After a while, something peeled away the spider web and came out. Looking closely, there were some small, whitish spiders. They crawled in the snow, following the corner of the wall. Finally, he climbed into the room through the broken window. Inside the room, a mutant spider with thick legs crawled out of the bedroom, seemed to roar at the mutant little spiders outside, and began to secrete more spider webs. The room was simply a Ponzi cave. The mutant spider turned around abruptly and stared at the corridor outside, as if it was sensing something. Then he ran out with a clang. Inside the building, 3 people looked at the corridors filled with spider webs. In the empty corridor, someone spoke quietly. "What's going on? Why are there so many spider webs here?" "Never mind. Dashung, come in quickly, it's freezing outside. When you come in, make a fire to warm yourself up and have something to eat." The man who was speaking was walking in the middle of the team. He reached out and pushed the man in front of him. Dashing turned around and looked at the corridor leading to the upper floor and said speechlessly, "Hey Nabizi, why don't you go in front? Why are you pushing me? I don't know if this place is safe or not. Be careful and walk slowly." Wang Hao was walking at the back, and when he heard them bickering in a disorderly manner, he couldn't help but kick the bull in the nose. "Don't waste time, and don't talk too much. Dashung is right. We have to be brave enough to face those bitches and take more crystal cores back. I don't know what the situation is with those bitches now. They rely on their ability to bully us every day. Sooner or later, I will kick them out." Wang Hao pulled off a large piece of spiderweb in the corridor. His voice was low, but it could not cover up the cursing. The man following him reached out and patted his shoulder. "It's so cold outside, those guys probably can't be as fast as us." Chapter 2, 20 No Soup Left. We've been here for so long, it should still be safe here. They have been in for a while, so there shouldn't be any major danger. Dashung continued walking forward. The door next to the corridor was ajar. He turned around to look at the 2 teammates behind him, then pushed open the door. The bedroom door was not closed, but ajar. There were cobwebs everywhere and a thick layer of dust. Dashing waved his hand, and pulled down all the drooping spiderwebs. It looks pretty safe here. There was nothing in the bedroom, and it was quiet everywhere. Standing in front of the glass window, Dashing wiped the ice on it with his gloved hands and looked outside. There was nothing in the snow. Didn't see even a single zombie. Nyobizi took out all the books, cloth, and other things that could catch fire in the room, but these things could not withstand burning at all. He took the wooden bench from the room and threw it directly onto the fire. The wood is quite durable, and after it starts burning, the house becomes much warmer. The three of them sat around the fire and closed the door tightly. Wang Hao took out a few frozen chicken legs from his backpack and roasted them over the fire. After a while, the aroma of the chicken legs exudes an enticing smell. Each of them started to take a big bite. Dashing opened his backpack and looked at the crystal cores inside. He ate and said, "There are more than 30 crystal cores now. Should that be enough?" Nyobi snorted coldly. "It shouldn't be enough. The four of them are much stronger than us. If we want to surpass their number of crystal cores, we need at least 100 today. Eat well and have a good rest later, then we can go over to their place and take a look. Who knows, we might be able to catch them while the Oriole is behind." After saying this, the three of them smiled at each other. It seems like I saw a beautiful picture. Without paying any attention, danger is approaching quietly. The giant spider climbed down the outer wall and suddenly appeared outside the window of the three people who were having dinner. The three people in the room were still talking in low voices, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, the glass outside shattered and a spider silk sprayed directly into the house. When it touched the fire, the spider silk began to crackle and burn. The three people turned around suddenly and saw a huge spider lying on the window. His whole body was squeezing into the bedroom through the window. "Oh my God, such a big spider!" Dashing couldn't help but swear. Nyobizi took a breath nervously and took the weapon in his hand in a panic. Wang Hao swallowed and said, "I've never seen this thing before." He picked up the gun and started shooting at the mutant spiders. But the spider's skin is very tough, and there are no scratches on it even after being shot. More legs. "Wang Hao, run!" The three men rushed out of the door, and the mutant spider followed them, chasing them frantically in the corridor. What kind of monster is this? It's more difficult to deal with than zombies. Lin Xin heard a scream coming from afar and stopped on his way home. "Hiss, is there anyone around here?" The direction from which the sound came seemed quite close, and Lin Xin couldn't help but look around. "I saw a few black spots running wildly in the distance, and behind them, there seemed to be a mutant spider chasing them. The mutant spider is not small in size, but its movements do not seem as agile as those of the survivors. When being walked, the car bumped into the wall from time to time, and a lot of snowflakes fell down. Even the wall of the villa he was leaning against, a drop of cold water dripped into his clothes, making him shiver. Lin Xin was still watching the show at first, but after realizing this, his expression gradually darkened. In such cold weather, the water on the cones is melting and dropping down due to the change in temperature. Even the blood on the top of the wall would fall down if you hit the wall hard. These can only prove one point. The weather is warming up. When the weather warms up completely, the thick snow will melt and the entire city will be submerged. Even the villa where he currently lives was not spared. "Hiss, it seems like we need to think of a solution. We need to get a boat before the weather warms up completely and the ice and snow melt." Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, then shrugged his shoulders and continued to return to the villa. The situation of other people has nothing to do with him anyway. However, the villa was right in front of him, and these people were fleeing in another direction, so they couldn't escape from him. Lin Xin paused for a moment and then continued walking forward. After a while, he smelled the aroma of hot pot in the air. "Plan to eat hot pot today?" Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, then quickened his pace to get back. After returning to the room and changing into clean clothes, Lin Xin saw several self-heating hot pots in the living room on the first floor. The smell of hot pot comes from here. He thought he was going to have a big hot pot today, but the self-heating hot pot is also very good. Wei Lan walked to the dining table carrying 2 self-heating hot pots and saw Lin Xin coming back. "You came back just in time. We're having a self-heating hot pot today. It's the highest level of treatment at home." "Highest level?" Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, and Saw Nan Wei next to him smiled and said, "Yeah, we don't usually dare to eat so well. We only eat instant noodles. By the way, Xiaoli, please come and sit down. It's already noon. We have to eat quickly. You must be hungry. Eat quickly." Lin Qin didn't say anything and directly opened a box of self-heating hot pot. Tomato brisket flavor, not spicy. He took a sip of the powder, and it tasted pretty good. Wang Xiaoli felt a little embarrassed, but the self-heating hot pot tasted very fragrant and tempting. She couldn't help drooling. Watching others eating the self-heating hot pot in front of him, he picked up the chopsticks and was reserved at first, but once he tasted the flavor, he immediately immersed himself in eating. Delicious. She hasn't eaten hot pot for a long time. All along, I have been living on tasteless white porridge. Occasionally, there would be some food, like cookies and bread. Lin Qin didn't react much. He could eat anything. But at this moment, his mind was not on eating. After realizing that the temperature was gradually warming up, he felt it necessary to find a way to get a boat in advance. You know what? Time was very tight at the time, and he didn't have enough time to prepare more things. For example, he didn't have a boat. I just didn't expect that the demand for ships would come so soon. Nan Wei exchanged her crispy pork for beef with Zhang Shui, and when she looked up, she saw that Lin Qin's expression was not very good. He is worried. This was Nan Wei's first reaction. After taking a bite of beef, Nan Wei asked, "Was it not smooth going out just now?" These words made Wei Lan and Zhang Shui look over. Would it go wrong if I go out? Chapter 221. The weather is warming up. Lin Qin said it directly without any hesitation. After all, they are a team, and when encountering a problem, everyone should think about how to solve it. The sun came out today, and then I noticed the snow was melting. If all this snow melts, we won't be able to live in this house. That's true. The amount of snow that fell before was different in each place. Some places are 4 or 5 stories high, while others are only 2 or 3 stories high. But once the snow melts, they are interconnected. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei naturally understood this as well. Lin Qin bit into the beef brisket and said vaguely, "It's not a big deal, but we may need to go out. Find a boat. This place is close to the sea, so it shouldn't be difficult to find a boat. But it is snowy after all, and the car cannot be driven out. The back and forth trip is very time-consuming. But in this case, we can only walk there. If everything goes well, it will take 20 hours to cover 60 kilometers. If not, it may take 2 or 3 days." Wei Lan held the chopsticks and tapped the table with her fingers. Nan Wei was also thoughtful. If we had a sled, we wouldn't have to worry so much. But geographically, this is in the south, and there's only a little snow every year. There's no need for a sled. The only people who might have it are the ski clubs. But to be honest, ski clubs won't open here. In previous years, the summer was very hot. Ski clubs are usually located in the north or in snowy mountains where the temperature is lower. The temperature there is low, there's deep snow all year round, and no soil is visible, which is very suitable for skiing enthusiasts. Of course, there is artificial snow, but it is also closely related to the weather. Obviously, they don't have the conditions for a sled here. But skis and other items are considered commercial goods. Definitely. For example, Zhang Shui and others have it. But snowboard are only for people who have learned how to use them. So for people like them, forget it. Zhang Shui was eating and said, "Actually, we don't have to go to the beach. We have many tourist attractions here, and there are boats to take tourists. Although that one doesn't quite meet our requirements and is a little small, it's better to have it than not." This is true, but there is more than one tourist attraction, and there are several types of boats in the tourist attraction. After thinking for a while, Lin Qin said, "I see. There is a big river 10 kilometers away. There are often yachts sailing on the river. That's the boat channel. Maybe we can go there and try our luck. Although it's a bit far, it will still take some effort to get there. But I have to say, it's a lot easier than going to the beach. However, this trip may take quite a while, so we need to plan to stay there for a few more days. Now, let alone the boats in the river, even buildings dozens of stories high would be buried 3 or 4 stories high. Whether we can find it and how to find it, we will have to wait until we get there to know. If we are in a river, we might have to break the ice and dig a boat. But no matter what, having a boat is better than having no boat at all." Wang Xiaoli, who was eating nearby, also understood what was said. They are preparing for what might happen next. When the snow melts, it turns into water. Judging from the current trend, it is very likely to be about 1 or 2 layers deep. After something happens, it is indeed too late to make preparations. It is indeed a strong team. They even thought of this. But the ship? She raised her hand. "Well, I have something to say. I have a friend who is a waiter on a yacht. Their yachts are the kind that have restaurants on the river. They should be more in line with your requirements. But, to be honest, it will be very difficult for you to find a boat now. It is better to wait until the snow layer melts about halfway, and then the snow on the river surface will melt more. The boat can also be exposed at that time. But if you want to find one now, I can take you there. Wang Xiaoli looked at the 4 people in front of the table and felt a little nervous. After all, she is now living in someone else's house and eating someone else's food. We have to do something. Lin Qin looked at her. Do you know where the yacht is? Wang Xiaoli nodded. I know. On the day the doomsday began, she was covering for her friend's early shift, so she left early. It was only later that she heard about the uproar on the internet from her colleagues. At first, the mutated people didn't know that it was a zombie virus. The sick people were quickly controlled and sent to major hospitals for treatment, but unfortunately, the hospitals became the hardest hit areas for zombies, which began to spread everywhere. However, the yacht escaped the disaster because it was already on the river very early. There were not many people on the boat. Most of them are waiters, chefs, and yacht drivers who are working that day. The yacht is not small. It has 2 floors. Zombies swarmed on the shore, and they were briefly safe on the yacht, but the good times didn't last long. As for how she survived and how she reunited with her brother and father, Wang Xiaoli didn't want to think about it. But she knew very well where the yacht was in the end. Lin Qi nodded and looked at the other 3 people. Okay, let's just wait. It's indeed a bit early now. The current temperature is imperceptible to the body. If it really reaches that level, we will be able to make our own judgment at that time. However, it is always a good idea to make early plans for things that need to be put on the agenda. Zhang Shui looked at Wang Xiaoli with some curiosity. Is this yacht of yours a high-end restaurant on board? Is there a place to live? How big is it? I have seen this yacht many times before, but it is too expensive for one person to go up, so I've never been up there. But do you still remember the news that was quite popular on the internet before about a proposal on a yacht? I was so envious at that time. Xiaoli, is this your yacht? Is it? Wang Xiaoli blinked. I don't know about this either. I don't work there. I just cover for my friends sometimes, so I know about it. But I know what you're talking about. There was quite a lot of discussion online at the time. It was said that the girl was for a wealthy family. Zhang Shui directly brought the hot pot over, and the 2 of them sat together and started discussing gossip. Wei Lan and Nan Wei were stunned for a moment, but then they smiled at each other. The atmosphere in their home is usually not very good. Zhang Shui was a recent college graduate and didn't have much in common with them. It would be nice if I could chat with Wang Xiaoli at this moment. Chapter 2:22 I know. However, I was not attracted by Wang Xiaoli's own value at the beginning. I didn't expect that she actually had the specific location information of the yacht. In this way, the scope can be narrowed down significantly compared to a large-scale search, saving a lot of effort. Everyone had a very pleasant lunch. With the addition of Zhang Shui, Wang Xiaoli felt much better than she did at the beginning. I enjoyed the whole lunch, but I still couldn't hide the bitterness in my heart. A self-heating hot pot, which is available whenever you want to eat it. But now, it has become something extremely rare and even precious. She cherishes this hard-earned food very much. She ate the self-heating hot pot cleanly, even finishing all the soup base. Her eyes fell on the remaining soup in Zhang Shui and the others' bowls, and she smiled sheepishly. But no one paid any attention to this, which made her feel a lot more relieved. I thought they would look down on me. When everyone at the table had almost finished eating, Wang Xiaoli took the initiative to stand up and said politely, No, I'll clean up, you guys go and have a rest. They took her in, bandaged her brother's wounds, and gave her food and water, which was good enough. Wei Lan and the others looked at her, but they didn't pretend to be polite to her. They didn't finish eating these things, but Wang Xiaoli had already eaten all of them. Nan Wei pulled Zhang Shui and said considerately, Just throw these things into the big trash can over there. We will deal with them when we go out later. Wang Xiaoli nodded and then cleaned up diligently. Soon there were no one in the living room. Wang Xiaoli poured all the remaining soup into the same bowl and took out the uneaten food and put it all in the same bowl. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Wang Xiaoli brought the self-heating hot pot that contained everyone's leftovers into the room and threw all the remaining empty boxes into the trash can. She found a rag in the kitchen, wiped the dining table clean, and then mopped the floor tiles clean. I even cleaned the entire first floor before I stopped. After finishing everything, she returned to her room, hammering her aching waist. Looking at the half-finished bowl of food in the room, I couldn't help but laugh. She can eat these foods when she gets hungry later. After lunch, she didn't dare run around and stayed in the small room, guarding Wang Yu. If her brother wakes up and does something, she will know it the first time. Moreover, She had observed that there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the villa. Her leftovers were unwanted by the other party and had to be thrown away. There shouldn't be any problem. Wang Xiaoli sat on the edge of the bed, dazed and absent-minded. She tucked the quilt around Wang Yu, then sat on the bench and gradually fell asleep. Upstairs, for people gathered in a room. Everyone sat on a chair, and through the computer monitoring screen, everyone could see Wang Xiaoli's every move. Wei Lan leaned toward the chair behind him, his tone calm. "What do you think?" Zhang Shui ate an orange and said casually, "There's nothing wrong with her behavior. She just didn't eat enough. Those are our leftovers. Don't talk about leftovers when there's nothing to eat. Even if it's rotten and smelly food in the trash can, you have to eat it." Zhang Shui has suffered, but not completely. Before she met Lin Qin, she had only gone without food for a few brief days. But I don't know how precious food is nowadays. Capable, large bases basically occupy those food production plants. Of course, there are not only these factories, but also major storage centers, supermarkets, etc. Moreover, even if you're lucky enough to accidentally discover a warehouse where food is stored, you still need to be able to keep it guarded. Nan Wei interrupted. "This has nothing to do with leftovers. Food is too precious outside right now. Otherwise, why do you think we changed to eating self-heating hot pot today? These things are all pre-packaged and have a long shelf life. They can be collected as long as they are available. They're not rare, but fresh fruits and vegetables are not available now." Today we washed the grapes, and her eyes were filled with shock. Although she was envious, she did not do anything beyond the limit. She even ate her portion of the self-heating hot pot today, leaving nothing behind. It is true that she should be hungry and full frequently, but are we going to keep her forever? Nan Wei looked at Lin Qin, who had been silent. Originally, they were helping Lin Qin deal with the vines in the attic, but who knew that gunshots were heard outside. This is too much. The four people leaned over the window gap and looked out, and saw the fight between Wang Xiaoli and the mutant. But what ultimately made them take action was the mutant spider. After all, this is the first time such a mutant has been encountered. There are only 2 of them, not a lot. Just deal with them and study them. If you encounter them again in the future, you will know how to deal with them. However, the ruthlessness in Wang Xiaoli is very rare. Look how hard she is trying to fight the zombies and take her brother away alive. Fortunately, the spider silk was non-toxic, so it wasn't a big deal if I hit her a few times. After all, with that thick clothing around him, the wounds on his body would be fine if he just applied some medicine. But Lin Qin actually brought the person back, just because of the base she mentioned. But the base has nothing to do with them, even if they really killed each other's people. But the bottom line is that when they go out, it is not uncommon to be killed by mutants, and the other party will not target them. It might be because of the yacht she mentioned just now, but this matter is not very important information. However, what Lin Qin thinks has nothing to do with them. After all, they were all taken in by Lin Qin. Whether to take in more or not depends on Lin Qin himself. Lin Qin sat in a chair and watched the images displayed on the monitor. Wang Xiaoli fell asleep while sitting on the chair. Lin Qin thought for a moment and then asked, "What do you think about the yacht? Should we go now or wait until the snow melts?" Both situations have their own advantages. Wei Lan lowered her eyes. "I'm very curious about the yacht you mentioned. If it really exists, then we can actually save a lot of unnecessary trouble and detours. You know, the more time we spend, the more trouble and risk we'll have. We'll have to take a few more detours. Whether it's safe to run into other survivors is another matter. It's good enough if we don't get targeted." Chapter 223, Broken Neck. In such cold weather, food to fill your stomach is less available and harder to obtain than before. Cannibalism is everywhere. Haven't we encountered it before? Wei Lan's words made several people think of the 2 people they had met before. Although I didn't see the final fate with my own eyes, it is not difficult to guess what kind of treatment those things floating on the riverbank suffered. Cannibalism has existed since ancient times. Wang Xiaoli still has some value, so it would be useful to keep her for the time being. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated with a buzzing sound. Lin Qin reached out and swiped the screen, and it was the surveillance prompt sound. In the picture, the few people that Lin Qin had discovered being chased by the mutant spider had now come to the vicinity of the villa and began to wander around. It should be the aroma of hot pot in the air. However, the mutant spiders were either thrown away or dealt with by these people, so they had to have some skills. The other 3 people naturally also paid attention to Lin Qin's mobile phone, but they didn't know what was happening outside. Someone is coming. Lin Qin moved his lips. Zhang Shui stood up immediately. What? Could it be that Wang Xiaoli was right? The people in that base shouldn't be that fast. Why panic? There are only 3 of them. They are probably not in the same group. When I went out to install surveillance, I ran into them. They were being chased by mutant spiders. I didn't expect to get rid of the mutant spider so quickly. I came here because of the smell. The smell of hot pot is very strong, and the aroma can spread from far away. These people were already near the villa, so it was normal for them to follow the wind and smell the smell. However, as long as they don't pose too much of a threat, Lin Xin won't take the initiative to embarrass them when they pass by here. Of course, the direction they were walking in was not towards their villa area. However, the monitoring has resumed reminders, which is much more convenient. The 3 people, including Neo Bizi, had indeed come all the way here because of the smell of hot pot, but they also knew that hot pot was not a rare commodity nowadays. They were panting all the way and finally dealt with the mutant spider. Now they were walking slowly. There's no rush to travel. But as they walked, they discovered something was wrong. The long drag marks in the snow did not seem to be formed normally. The 3 people couldn't help but become more alert and walked forward a short distance along the trail. Then I found that the traces had disappeared and there were some messy footprints in the snow. Continuing along the footprints, they saw several bodies of survivors lying on the snow in the distance. Dasheng clenched the gun in his hand, looked at the corpse in front of him, and said, "Could this person have been killed by a mutant spider? Who knows? I didn't hear anything. Let's go check it out." The one who spoke was Wang Hao. Neo Bizi looked at the 2 of them, and then the 3 of them pushed each other and walked over together. "Hey, isn't this the one with the nose pointing upwards, Xiangbei? I'm the one facing south. Hey, this is Su Yuan and Wang Yi. Let me take a look at these guys, whether they're really dead or pretending to be dead. If I really die, I'll have to pray and have a good meal when I get back." As Dasheng spoke, he squatted down and felt the pulse of the 2 people. His face was gray and his pulse was non-responsive. The dead can no longer die, judging from the marks on his body. Not a zombie, nor a mutant. If they were really mutants and zombies, then they would definitely have bites or even scratches on their bodies. But there was nothing. Apart from the sprain on his neck, his clothes were intact, and there were no wounds on his skin. There was only the neck, as if it had been strangled or twisted, died of suffocation. Seeing this, the 3 of them looked up and looked at each other. Neo Bizi picked up the backpacks beside them. There were quite a few crystal cores inside. He didn't count the exact number, but after weighing it, he found that it was not less than theirs. Nabizi couldn't help but laugh. These guys have quite a few crystal cores. Dasheng stood up from the snow and looked around. The footprints in the snow only go forward, and they stop going backwards. The ones at the back are a bit messy, and it's hard to tell the specific direction. Aren't you curious about how the 4 of them died? Their abilities were not low. Nyobi sneered. You deserve to die if you're not curious. But we have to leave here quickly. These people with such strong abilities are dead. I don't know what they encountered. If we encounter it, we probably won't be able to defeat it. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here for long. Wang Hao nodded. That makes sense. Take away all the crystal core food. It seems that the thing that attacked them doesn't care about these things. That makes sense. Let's get out of here. However, when the 3 people picked up the backpacks of the 4 people, the mutant appeared in the sight of the 3 people in the distance. Fuck, here we go again. Hurry, hurry, don't take it. Let's go first. This mutant is really haunting. The 3 of them finished speaking hurriedly, packed up what they could, and started to leave quickly. Neo Bizi leaned against the wall and looked at the zombies in the distance. There were quite a few mutants chasing something in the snow. Coming here quickly. If the 3 of them continue to move forward, they will inevitably encounter a large group of zombies. Damn, there's so many. Looks like I can't leave today. Let's go into the house and hide. We need to be careful of these mutants and that giant spider. Okay, let's go. The 3 of them had serious expressions and ran back at full speed. However, they did not choose the villa area where Lin Xin and his friends were. After all, the villa area only has 3.5 floors, and most of them were submerged by heavy snow, which is equivalent to only 1 floor. This height is basically too close to the zombies, and it is not the best place for them to hide. It is in the community next to the villa area, and there is a 7th floor. Climb up and keep some distance from the ground so that you can keep watch at night without making any noise. 3 people kicked open a glass window and jumped into the corridor. He climbed all the way up to the 7th floor and held the bedroom door tightly before he felt relieved to go down. After hiding my body, I finally felt a lot more at ease. Coming to the window, Nabizi looked at the zombies below and frowned. What's going on? How come so many zombies suddenly appeared? I don't know, but obviously there must be something going on. We should all be careful. What Wang Hao said makes sense. Everyone should be careful. Dashing stood by the window, staring at the zombies below. With a glance out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly stopped and stared at the situation outside carefully. On the exterior wall next to the window, a camera was wrapped in snow, flashing a red light. Chapter 2, 24 The Man Who Throws Himself into Her Arms. Red light? Is this thing still usable? Dashing looked at the zombies below and then opened the window. The snow near the windows showed signs of having been cleared, and even the area near the surveillance camera seemed to have been cleared. The thickness of the snow is very thin and irregular. It looks like someone is deliberately disguising it. The base of the surveillance camera is built into the wall. It looks like it was installed a long time ago and is quite old. But how could there be electricity again after being out for such a long time? He removed the surveillance camera and closed the window again. The other two people in the room looked puzzled when they saw this. What do you do with this thing? It's useless. Look, isn't the red light on? Is there still power? Dashing turned the surveillance inside out and studied it. Nabizi was somewhat speechless. Why do you care about him? Even if there is electricity, there are no living people to watch. Dashing curled his lips and stared at the thing in his hand for a while, but couldn't figure out what it was. Even if the surveillance camera really had electricity, the problem was that no one was watching them. At a time like this, who would do this kind of thing? He threw the surveillance camera aside, and then followed Oxnose Wang Hao and the other man, and began to happily calculate the supplies collected from the 4 dead people. The main supplies are still the crystal cores collected by the 4 people. Of course, food is also important to them now. Don't be so serious. There doesn't seem to be anything in the bags of these 4 people, but once you open them, there are a lot of things inside. At the same time, Lin Xin's phone kept vibrating. He turned on his phone and looked at the abnormal situation on the other end of the surveillance video, as well as the intermittent conversations coming from the surveillance video. Frowned. Lin Xin couldn't help but adjust the volume, and the sound from the surveillance camera came clearly from the other end. The 3 people chatted in low voices, as if they were afraid of attracting the horde of zombies below, so they deliberately lowered their voices. However, from the other party's chat content, Lin Xin learned that these 3 people were actually in the same group as those 4 people. To be more precise, although they are in the same group, they are not compatible. But it's not a good match. If there is a disagreement, we won't blame them. The thing is, they're in the same group, so they should have something in common regarding women. If they found out that he had so many women here, they would definitely target them. But Lin Xin is not worried about this. These 3 people seem to be ordinary people. Of course, this was just his guess. From the time he met this group of people until now, he had never seen them use their corresponding abilities. But even if there was, Lin Xin was not worried. It's as if they didn't have it. Don't boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. However, these people outside made Lin Xin feel that this kind of thing should be dealt with sooner rather than later. After all, they weren't the only group of survivors. Of course, he is not the only one who is smart and intelligent. Those who can survive now, regardless of how many there are, at least have a certain ability to survive. Of course, there is no need to say much about IQ. As for himself, he didn't dare to say that he was absolutely smart. I can only say that I have a right time, right place, and right people to get to where I am today. After all, he had died miserably and quickly before. Wei Lan and Nan Wei had already gone to the 3rd floor to continue exercising and took Zhang Shui with them. After all, after what happened today, Zhang Shui's personal ability is still not enough. Only through strength and training can she be able to protect herself among ordinary people. If she encounters those with special powers, she will be completely defeated. Of course, ordinary people are not easily bullied. For some people with special abilities that require time to display their abilities, it is not uncommon for them to be forcibly interrupted by ordinary people. So, as long as you are strong enough and fast enough, none of these are problems. Occasionally, you can hear the thudding sounds coming from upstairs and Zhang Shui's hissing voice. Lin Xin turned off the surveillance camera and took a look at the time. It's 12:30 now, which is quite early. If you go to the riverside, it will take a lot of time to walk all the way. The key point is that there is still a patient at home who has not woken up. This matter still needs long-term consideration. There was a knock on the door. Lin Qin put his phone in his pocket and asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Xiaoli stood at the door, listening to the banging noises upstairs, and looked around awkwardly. This was her second time coming upstairs. The first time was when I was picked up by these people from outside. She was nervous at the time and was very alert to her surroundings. The main purpose at that time was to prevent any unexpected events. It is different from the way we look at it in our spare time now. But she didn't dare to look too blatantly. After all, she had to rely on them now. "It's me, Wang Xiaoli. My brother is awake." Lin Qin's frown relaxed. He stood up and opened the bedroom door. Wang Xiaoli stood at the door, looking at Lin Qin wearing a figure-revealing vest, and was stunned for a moment. Lin Qin waved her hand, and she suddenly came back to her senses. She lowered her head and looked at her toes and said, "My brother." However, before she could finish her words, Lin Qin's voice rang out above her head. "Just go to the third floor and call Wei Lan. She's on the third floor." He doesn't know much about medical knowledge, but he knows simple bandaging and disinfection. But in this situation, it would be better to ask Wei Lan. She is experienced and capable. Wang Xiaoli nodded, turned around, and continued to go to the third floor. Lin Qin went straight to the small room on the first floor. Wang Yu has woken up, but still looks a little weak. But I'm lucky. The marks on his neck were quite severe, and there were also many soft tissue injuries on his body. When he came, Wang Yu opened his eyes alertly and saw Lin Qin. Sure. Seems to be relieved. He was more familiar with Lin Qin. If they were brought here, they probably wouldn't be after anything from them. After all, apart from life, nothing else is valuable. But that's just an analogy. After all, life is worthless now. He pursed his lips, but pulled the wound on the corner of his mouth, causing him to grimace in pain. It seemed a little difficult to say. After a long period of mental preparation, Wang Yu slowly said, "Well, thank you. I heard from my sister that you were the ones who saved us, brought us back, and helped me heal my injuries. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely do it." As he said that, Wang Yu quickly threw back the quilt and prepared to get out of bed and kneeled down to thank Lin Qin. However, his lower body was naked, leaving only a pair of underwear. His leg was injured again, and this time he leaned towards Lin Qin. Lin Qin frowned and reached out to push him to stop him from falling towards him. Chapter 2:25 Beautiful Bow. His embrace is fine for hugging a woman, but he has no interest in hugging a man. Wang Xiaoli, Wei Lan, and others who were outside the house happened to walk over. The four women were stunned as they watched this scene. Wang Yu was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he lay back on the bed and covered himself tightly below the waist. Awkward, so embarrassing. He coughed lightly, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Well, Xiaoli, come here quickly. We want to thank them for saving our lives." Wang Yu looked at his sister as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Wang Xiaoli walked over with a confused look on her face, listened to her brother's words, and nodded. "My brother's right. We should thank you very much. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, my brother and I would have become zombies by now. We have no way to repay you. If you need anything in the future, you're always at our service." Wang Xiaoli was confused. Her brother's hand was still pulling her arm, exerting force secretly. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and say some polite words. Lin Qin was speechless, then shook his head. "Nothing. Just take us to find a yacht or ship." Wei Lan walked in, looked at the two men, shook her head, and chuckled. "Just lie down and don't move. Your left leg is seriously injured. Stand up and rest. You will recover to normal in the future. As for the other injuries on your body, I'll have to check to find out. By the way, I was the one who took off your clothes. There were wounds on your thighs, abdomen, and arms. They were not easy to deal with, so I took them off for you." Wang Yu looked at Wei Lan, who was speaking, with a look of disbelief, an expression of being unable to accept but unable to say anything more. To say it wasn't embarrassing would be a lie. But Wang Yu could only accept his fate and let Wei Lan check him, trying to divert everyone's attention by talking. He looked at Lin Qin and asked, "What did you mean just now? What do you mean we should take you to find a yacht cruise ship?" Wang Xiaoli at the side immediately explained, Brother Lin, and the others need to find a boat. I was on duty on a yacht before, so I know where the yacht is. So I can just take them to find the yacht." Wang Yu looked at Wang Xiaoli, and his mind followed her words and tracked the yacht she was talking about. That was a long time ago. But when he rescued her in that yacht, Wang Yu frowned immediately and said in a very serious tone, "I know where the yacht is, but I want to remind you. There are zombies on the yacht. When I went to rescue my sister, everyone on that ship had turned into zombies. I found my sister in the ruins of the kitchen. She was almost bitten on the neck by a zombie at that time. Fortunately, I got there in time and took her away. I do know where the yacht is, but I want to remind you that it is not safe inside. Whether you go or not is up to you. The two men's eyes met and quickly separated. Lin Xin just chuckled. Do you think we are incapable of dealing with the zombies in that yacht? Wang Yu shook his head. No, I think the structure inside the yacht is complicated. It's different from what you see in TV dramas. It's not that small. Before Wang Yu could finish, Lin Xin interrupted him. I know. I don't want such a small yacht. Seeing this, Wang Yu didn't say anything more. Since they knew, there was nothing more to say. He just took him to find it. Okay, I get it. I'll take you to find it, but can you wait until I can get down to earth and walk? It was so dangerous over there, and Wang Yu didn't intend to let his sister take any risk. It shouldn't be too late to set off once his legs and feet are healed. I just don't know if they are willing. Wang Yu knew it clearly, so his tone was very good, even with a hint of inquiry and flattery. Lin Xin's eyes subconsciously turned to Wang Xiaoli beside him. These two people are really interesting. One doesn't want his sister to be involved, and the other doesn't want his brother to be involved. Before Lin Xin could answer, Wang Xiaoli rushed to the front. I'll take them there. You just take care of your injuries. However, Wang Yu frowned and disagreed with what Wang Xiaoli said. But Wang Xiaoli did not give him a chance to speak and refute, and said directly, this matter cannot be delayed. After all, we are not the only survivors. There are many other people. What if someone else has the same idea? Since we want to repay the favor, we must get the things back immediately before others have the same idea. Brother, they saved us. We can't always think about our own safety and interests, right? Besides, no one knows the structural location of the yacht better than me. And it's been so long, no one can guarantee that the yacht is still there, right? Wei Lan had already removed all the gauze, disinfected the wound, sprinkled medicine powder on it, and then rebandaged it. Xiaoli is right, but you two should discuss this matter carefully, otherwise it will seem like we are being unkind and exploiting you. Wang Yu was stunned and immediately said, No, I didn't mean that. Since Xiaoli has said so, I think she should be ready. Let Xiaoli take you there. We are brothers and sisters, and there is absolutely no other intention. I only have this one sister, and I'm just worried that she might get into danger. I hope you don't mind. It's normal to worry. Wei Lan laughed out loud. The two people's worries were not unnecessary, but they were just worrying for nothing. Don't worry. We will bring you back the same way we brought you out. We are not like those survivors out there who eat people without leaving any bones behind. Besides, if I wanted to eat you, I would have eaten you long ago. Why are you wasting our medicine? Wei Lan shook her head at Wang Yu's unnecessary worry. It's pure worrying. Of course, Wei Lan didn't think it necessary to rescue them. She gave them medicine and never thought of bringing them back. As for why Lin Xin brought them back, it was not her business. She thought that Lin Xin was kind-hearted. After all, the mutant spiders gave them a reason to go out, but whether they brought them back or not was secondary. Shrugging her shoulders, Wei Lan tied a beautiful bow on the sofa on Wang Yu's legs. Okay, I've dressed your whole body. Xiaoli, you can wipe the iodine and gauze in the back. As for whether the bones can grow well, how they will grow, and whether you will become lame, I don't know. After giving the instructions, Wei Lan leaned against the wall and watched Lin Xin and the others chatting. Chapter 226, I'll go with you. Without waiting for Wang Yu to speak, Wang Xiaoli nodded immediately. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Wei Lan. You have worked hard, Sister Wei Lan. The series of thanks made Wei Lan feel a little embarrassed. Wei Lan just waved his hand and said, No. Thank Lin Xin if you want to thank him. After all those medicines and other things belong to Lin Xin. She was just offering flowers to Buddha. Wang Xiaoli nodded and looked at Lin Qinenwei and others standing outside the door. Thanks to you guys. Otherwise my brother and I wouldn't know what to do. We might have frozen to death or been bitten to death by zombies or maybe... Seeing that she was about to give a speech to express her gratitude for the award, Zhang Shuim mumbled incoherently while eating a lollipop. Stop, don't thank me. Just do something practical, like help us lead the way. No need for the rest. Take a good look at your brother first. After Zhang Shui finished speaking, she walked out first. If I continue to stay here, the place is small, and I might have to continue to listen to Wang Xiaoli's long list of thanks. Of course, it's good to listen to it occasionally, but if you listen to it so many times, you'll become somewhat immune to it. Of course, the main reason is that it sounds a bit hypocritical after hearing it too much. Lin Xin didn't say much. After all, The purpose of his visit had been achieved. Having said what needed to be said, I left here immediately. Needless to say, Nan Wei followed Lin Qin out. Suddenly, only Wei Lan, Wang Xiaoli, and Wang Yu lying on the bed were left in the room. The wound has been treated, and there is no reason for me to stay here alone. In addition, the storage room was small and was temporarily converted into a bedroom, so there was no place for so many people to step. Wei Lan was kept here for so long because he had to treat Wang Yu's wounds. Followed the main force out. The three people in the living room were sitting in their seats, crossing their legs, and each of them looked very relaxed. Wei Lan couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing sitting here?" "Nothing to do." Zhang Shui bit the stem of her lollipop and said, "Sister Wei Lan, even though you are a human being, you can't be used like a donkey. You have to take a break." Nan Wei was sitting on the side, holding a cell phone in her hand, flipping through something. When she heard the words, she raised her head and chuckled. "You don't use laziness as an excuse. Go and consolidate your training. Come back and follow us out for training, and you'll be the one to handle it." Zhang Shui was stunned and sat up straight. "Oh, no way. We are leaving now, and we haven't discussed anything yet. Why is it so sudden and without any preparation? What do you need to prepare? Just pick up your things and go. We are not going out specifically to look for crystal cores this time. We're going to look for a boat. What do you need to prepare?" Nan Wei raised her head and glanced at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui pouted, resigned herself to her fate, and went upstairs to continue exercising. Wei Lan walked to the corner, took out a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. "Okay, stop scaring her. Let's be serious. When are you leaving? There's a sick person in the house who can't leave. Someone has to stay behind." Lin Qin swiped on the screen and said, "Let's go tomorrow. It will be dark in 3 or 4 hours. It's not a good idea to leave at night. Let's go early tomorrow morning. I've thought about it, and I trust you more here. You stay in guard. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us." Lin Qin looked at Wei Lan. Although this was his idea, it depended on what Wei Lan thought specifically. Wei Lan didn't have too many opinions. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the only way. What's more, it's so warm at home. Why not? Of course, I don't have to go out and get cold. But I can't contact you if you're out of range. The signal is weak right now. You may not be able to receive messages even if you send them. We don't have a satellite phone. So, if anything goes wrong, I won't be able to contact you." Lin Qin pondered for a moment, then said, "Okay, then you can prepare as you see fit. No matter what, I still believe in your personal ability. There has to be someone at home. After all, Wang Yu is still here." While Lin Qin was discussing, Wang Yu pushed open the bedroom door, walked out, and said, "I'll go with you guys tomorrow morning." Wei Lan frowned. "Are you sure you can get out like this?" Wang Yu nodded. "Don't worry, I just woke up and my legs and feet are numb, so I can't stand steadily. The wounds on my body are not a problem." Lin Qin frowned. "You should rest for a few days. The scabs on your wounds haven't healed yet, so it's best not to go. If your wounds attract a large number of zombies, it will be more trouble than it's worth. The smell of blood will attract zombies as always, so it's better to avoid it if possible. It is better to have less trouble than more. What's more, there are not only zombies outside now, but also mutated plants." Wang Yu stared. "Don't worry, my wound is wrapped in gauze, and I've been lying in bed for a long time these days, so there's basically no smell. What's more, the gauze wrapped around it, coupled with the thick cotton clothing, makes it almost odorless. Xiaoli is mainly worried that she won't be able to lead you to that location, and I'm also worried. So, I'm going with you." Lin Qin didn't speak immediately, but looked at Wang Xiaoli beside him. Seeing that Wang Xiaoli had no objection, I guess the two of them had already reached an agreement. Lin Qin nodded. "Okay, since you have decided, let's get ready and set off when we wake up tomorrow." At dinner, the meal was normal. Wei Lan and Nan Wei cooked for a rare occasion and made some pretty good home-cooked dishes. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest and make preparations for setting off early the next morning. The next morning, everyone dressed neatly and set off. The sun was scorching, and it was difficult to walk on the soft snow. From time to time, I would get stuck in it, which required a lot of effort. When I was hungry at noon, I would find a place behind a slope sheltered from the wind, eat a few bites, and then continue on my way. Occasionally, corpses can be seen on the ground in the snow on the city streets. But without exception, the heads of these mutated zombies were all hollowed out. These crystal cores seemed to have been taken away. This means that, as he had guessed before, many people already know the secret of the crystal core. After this, more and more people will compete for the crystal cores. Fortunately, They don't need to participate in this crystal core chase. Just copy it casually, as much as you want. What's more, their number is many times greater than that of others. In the end times, strength is especially important. Chapter 2, 27 Departure. Everyone set out on the journey to the riverside. The whole world was covered in ice and snow, and everywhere you looked, it was all white. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Xin suddenly raised his hand and looked around vigilantly. Everyone followed Lin Xin and looked around vigilantly. However, they observed the spot vigilantly for about 10 minutes, and there seemed to be nothing strange. Nanwei approached Lin Xin and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Lin Xin's ears twitched slightly, and he responded in a low voice without turning his head. "There should be someone watching us nearby. Be careful and walk behind the building next to us." Nanwei was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. Everyone was not far away, so the people behind them could naturally hear it. But following Nanwei, one after another walked to the back. Lin Xin walked at the back with a frown on his face. The noise he just heard couldn't be fake, and the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake couldn't be fake either. In such a large area, there must be more than just Lin Xin and his group of survivors. Going around the back of the building, with the cover of the building, that feeling disappeared. However, this does not lower our vigilance. After walking for a while, Lin Xin found several zombies that seemed to have been killed not long ago. The footprints in the snow were also messy. After looking around, Lin Xin led the team to other directions, intending to take a detour. After all, we are only a little more than halfway through the journey, and we can't waste too much time here. Wang Yu followed Lin Xin and stood together all the way. After all, he was the only one who knew that place. Wang Yu will definitely be in control of the specific route direction, but how to go will mainly depend on Lin Xin. After all, Lin Xin's perception of danger is higher than others in the team. We walked for more than an hour. Lin Xin smashed the floor-to-ceiling glass with a fire axe, and the glass shattered immediately under the external force. Lin Xin and others went into the room through the hole in the window. It was icy and snowy outside, and there was no other place to hide except for the buildings exposed on the snow. If you want to be safer, you must hide in these buildings and find a relatively safe place where you can hide your body. Fortunately, behind the window, apart from the dirt and mess on the ground and some limbs and rotten flesh that had frozen into ice sculptures, there was nothing else and no trace of zombies. Being too quiet is not necessarily a good thing. Lin Xin was full of vigilance. This is a normal bedroom, living room, and the furniture inside is covered with frost. It is not comfortable to sit on it. Lin Xin walked all the way to the gate, grasped the door handle, and shook it twice before unlocking the door. After pushing open the door, you can see the staircase outside. Although the smell is not very good and there are scratches on the wall, there is nothing wrong with it. As for the zombies, I couldn't see anything either. There was nothing in the stairwell. Lin Xin frowned, closed the door again, and turned the locking button at the bottom. Although this thing can't resist mutants, it can resist one or two other survivors. Of course, it's hard to say whether it exists in this damn place. Nanwei and others scattered and checked every corner of the room. The room has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and there was nothing unusual when I came in. After inspection, the rooms were empty except for daily furniture and supplies. Suddenly, Wei Lan's voice rang out. "Come quickly." Several people scattered and other places quickly followed. The second bedroom was not big. Under the bed, on the inner side, near the window, an elderly couple who looked quite old were sitting on the ground with their backs against the bed. Their bodies were frozen into ice sculptures, and they had no signs of life. Judging from the rotting and swollen flesh under their frozen body, they had been dead for some time before the blizzard came. This kind of situation is nothing new. We have been looking for food in all the nearby communities, big and small, and we have not left out any building or room. We have seen this kind of situation many times. The one who spoke was Wang Yu, who was standing outside. His expression was indifferent. He took one look and then stepped back while speaking. You can tell at first glance that these people aren't the type to go out often. They even make such a fuss about someone dying in the room. I don't know how I survived before. In other words, how did they collect those supplies? Wang Yu shook his head, found a seat in the living room, dusted off the seat, and sat down. Even through the thick clothes, my butt wasn't very cold. On the contrary, the clothes that Lin Xin and the others gave were much warmer than those they had before. Wang Xiaoli followed out and sat next to Wang Yu. He reached out to take the bread that Wang Yu handed over, and the two of them started eating. Bread was the reward given by Lin Xin and others, but of course it was not just bread. These are just deposits. Once you successfully find a boat, you will receive a large amount of food as a reward. No one would have a problem with food at a time like this. They only needed the boat, and he and his sister would get enough food to sustain their lives, so why not? Of course, all the supplies consumed in the process of searching for the ship were the responsibility of Lin Qin and his team. Naturally, he and Wang Xiaoli would not be afraid to eat because of the food problem. Now that I can eat enough, of course I have to eat well. The two of them ate with big mouthfuls and finished one in a short while. Just when Wang Yu was about to eat the second meal, Lin Qin and his group returned to the living room one after another. Wei Lan looked at Wang Yu, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You just eat bread?" The soft bread was very dry in the temperature of nearly minus 50 degrees Celsius. Wang Yu didn't say anything, but just threw the remaining plastic bag of bread in his hand aside. When I was about to say something, the aroma of food suddenly came into the room. He sniffed hard, thinking it was an illusion. But the smell of the food was so delicious. I couldn't help but follow the aroma and turn around to see the dishes on the dining table. There are dishes in porcelain bowls. He looked at Wei Lan and saw that she was used to it and didn't seem surprised at all, but still a little bit unbelieving. These dishes were still steaming hot and served on porcelain plates. It looked like the dish had just been cooked in the restaurant's kitchen. How is this possible? He was with them the whole time. There is simply no time to do it. Even if there is time, where are the vegetables, the pot, and the oil? Come and eat while it's hot. It will probably get cold soon. The weather is cooling down quickly. Nan Wei moved all the chairs and brought some rice. Lin Qin and others didn't hesitate to sit down and start eating. Chapter 228, Training Zhang Shui. Today's meals include boiled fish, spicy chicken, and boiled pork slices. They are all relatively large portions and spicy. But in this weather, you should eat spicy food, which will make you feel warm all over. They were eating happily. Wang Yu swallowed his saliva and sat down in a daze. He was a little confused throughout the whole meal. It seemed unreal, and he didn't say a word. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 3 dishes. Everyone ate their fill, and there was some food left. Wang Yu was very full, and he looked at the leftovers in the bowl with a bit of regret. But he really couldn't eat anymore. If he burped, the food in his throat would come out. Looking at the leftovers at the bottom of the bowl, it hurts my heart. It would be nice if I could take all these dishes away. Everyone take your stuff and keep going. Wang Yu, which direction should we go next? Wang Yu, who was standing nearby, was stunned for a moment, then said, "It's still the same route as before, but we've already walked most of the way, so there shouldn't be any problems. By the way, pay attention to the nearby signboards, otherwise I might not be able to recognize them." Lin Qin nodded, and the team set off again. But just as they left, someone else entered the room they were in, looked at the table full of dishes, and started eating and drinking. Although it was someone else's leftovers, it tasted really good. What's more, food is scarce nowadays, so there's no need to be so particular. Lin Qin was walking in the snow, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed a sneaky person hiding behind a building on the side. Being targeted? After walking for such a long time, these people are still following me. No one else has such perseverance. I have to find an opportunity to deal with the tail behind me. The team continued to move forward. Wei Lan crossed his arms and slowly stood beside Lin Qin. He whispered, "We have to shake off the tail that's following us. It's been following us for a while. They just kept following me without any other behavior. I don't know what they were thinking." Lin Qin snorted coldly. "Keep going and look for an opportunity." Wei Lan curled her lips and continued walking forward. It was as if he had never said anything to Lin Qin. The team continued to move forward for about 10 minutes, and Lin Qin suddenly said, "Rest where you are. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui, you two should set up a fire and warm yourself." "Restoring here? Aren't you afraid of being targeted?" But whatever Lin Qin said was what they did. The two of them just followed his instructions. However, it is difficult to find dry branches to make a fire in the snow. So everyone just found a spot and sat on the ground. Wei Lan, on the other hand, used his speed to search for dead branches in the surrounding area. Unfortunately, the dead branches were extremely scarce, and it was uncertain whether they could start a fire. But it can last for 10 minutes or so. Of course, there is no shortage of these things. Just give them to Lin Qin. The fire soon lit up, and it was quite warm to sit around it. In the dark, these guys are being more careful. I just feel like something is not right. Have you noticed that tall woman over there? She seems to be much faster than the others next to her. Chun Yu curled his lips speechlessly and slapped the man next to him. "Stop talking nonsense. I think these people have absorbed the crystal core to gain strength, but we're the only ones who can't do it. Go back and call everyone over. These guys eat so well. I haven't tasted that food in a long time. Just eating some of their leftovers makes me feel endless aftertaste. What's more, they're vegetables and meat. I must ask these people where they get these vegetables from. Okay, Brother Shun. The man who spoke immediately ran away. Lifting a piece of white plastic sheet revealed the car in the snow. Get in the car, twist the accelerator, and leave here suddenly. Wang Yu frowned, not quite understanding how long he had walked and why he stopped again. The key is to just stop. These four people were actually sitting together, whispering something. Wang Xiaoli sat next to Wang Yu, resting her head on his shoulder, and said, "Brother, what do you think they're discussing? They want to avoid us." Wang Yu patted his shoulder, burped, and said, "Whatever we discuss has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our job as guides. When we get to the destination, we can take what we deserve." Wang Xiaoli nodded and looked around involuntarily to avoid being suddenly attacked by zombies. Zhang Shui looked a little embarrassed as she listened to Lin Qin's instructions. To be more precise, I was in trouble. I'm not sure about this. Among them, she has the worst control over her skills. Nan Wei pursed her lips, reached out and patted Zhang Shui on the shoulder, and said, "Come on, I believe in you." Wei Lan, who was standing by, received Zhang Shui's pleading gaze, shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I can't help you either." Zhang Shui pouted and said resignedly, "Okay, I'll try my best." Zhang Shui took a deep breath, then stood up, holding her stomach with her hands, her expression a little artificial. "I have a stomachache. Where's the toilet? I'll go find a place. You guys wait here for me." As she spoke, Zhang Shui bent over and walked forward, holding her stomach. After a while, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at Zhang Shui's back, Nan Wei was a little worried. Can she do it alone? Will she be in danger? Wei Lan was also a little worried, but she was much better than Nan Wei. She just looked at Lin Qin and said, "Zhang Shui lacks practical experience, but she still has the ability. There's no need to worry, but if the other party is the same, then we still have to be careful." How is the man in the dark? This is what Wei Lan is more curious about. Lin Qin looked at the two gossiping people and asked, "Are you free? Be prepared. It won't be peaceful in a while." Wei Lan and Nan Wei curled their lips and then dispersed. At this time, Zhang Shui successfully escaped from the other party's surveillance. After all, she was a woman and posed no threat. She also had a stomachache, so it was not worth it for the other party to follow her and monitor her. Following Lin Qin's instructions, she deliberately went around to the back and saw a sneaky man squatting in the depression in the corner of the wall, watching them. Zhang Shui stretched out her hand and rubbed her joints. Then he walked over quietly. Chun Yu looked at the few people talking and laughing and curled his lips. These people are really talking and laughing when they are about to die. They are really... There was a sound behind him. Chun Yu turned around suddenly and was greeted by a chaotic punch. He was beaten until his face was red and his nose was blue. He had no chance to fight back and was tied up with ropes. He moved his eyes and walked very quickly. Chapter 229 Tied Up. In Zhang Shui's eyes, it instantly turned into an afterimage, and the rope in her hand instantly tightened. Zhang Shui was caught off guard by the opponent and stumbled and fell to the ground. But her training in the past few days was not in vain. She immediately stabilized her body and maintained her balance, while freeing up one hand to condense a fireball and smash it on the running Chun Yu. The pain from the fireball burns was intense. Even if Chun Yu was very fast, he couldn't bear the constant attacks on his knees by such fireballs. Chun Yu fell directly to the ground. Zhang Shui took the opportunity to tie his feet as well, and then dragged him back with a rope. The ground was covered with snow, but it was still possible to drag a man weighing 100 to 200 pounds. The distance was not far, and they soon returned to where Lin Qin and the others were. Looking at the man on the ground, Lin Qin stood up from the snow and said, "Okay, leave the rest to Wei Lan. Nan Wei, Zhang Shui, let's go take a look around the area." Lin Qin looked around and left with Nan Wei. The tightly tied man looked at the beautiful Wei Lan standing in front of him with a look of horror. He didn't believe that these people would let a harmless-looking woman interrogate him. It must be something bad. "Beautiful sister, I'm just an ordinary person passing by. I'm not a threat. Please let me go." Wei Lan sneered and said nothing. Wei Lan took a fruit knife and cut the rope that bound Xun Yu. Xun Yu was stunned for a moment, thinking that she was going to use him as a scapegoat, but he didn't expect that she was actually preparing to let him go. His hands and feet were freed, and his restraints were removed. He smiled at Wei Lan. "Thank you, beautiful. You are so good-looking. Why are you following these people? Why not follow us? Our team has more than enough food and a base that is warm enough. Most importantly, we have a car. Look at this horrible weather. How many people have a car that can travel on the snow?" Shinyu said, looking at the man and woman on the other side. The two men didn't make any move and didn't even look at him. He only needs to pay attention to the woman in front of him. "But I have to say that you are very good at judging. Just follow me. My people are on their way. It seems that they should be almost there soon. Don't worry, I will let them let you go. Let me tell you, we have a large storage base, so there's no shortage of food. It's worth following us." Shinyu was still talking, not noticing the way Wei Lan clenched her fists. Before he could turn around, a plastic bag was put on his head, and then he was beaten up. He used the speed of his feet, thinking that since the previous one had fire, this one couldn't be fire as well. In short, he would do his best to find the right opportunity and run. Thinking of this, he leaped forward. And then, he was surprised to see that Wei Lan was still by his side, maintaining the same speed as him, or even a little faster than him. What's going on? Without waiting for him to think about it, he continued running with all his might. The clothes on my back were suddenly lifted up and then thrown back. He hit the snow, splashing a lot of snow. The most important thing is that next to his head, there's a pair of feet. Looking up, I saw a man. The man who just spoke and took the two women away. Looking around, it seems that this is the one who has the dominant power. He was gasping for breath and simply lay on the ground resigned to his fate. "You caught me, but didn't kill me or ask any questions. What do you want to know, but just beat me?" They must have wanted something after capturing him. Otherwise, they would have killed him directly. Lin Qin glanced at him, then said, "What are you doing with us?" This question feels like a knowing question. After all, there is nothing else except the purpose. Shinyu looked at Lin Qin, then at Wei Lan, who was standing next to him. He curled his lips and muttered quietly, "What else could it be? I haven't seen a living person for a long time. I finally saw a few of them. I must want to see if you have anything good other than what you have." Wei Lan stood behind him, looked up at Lin Qin, and said, "This kid has other companions. They have enough food and drink. Don't be fooled by him." Shinyu immediately retorted, Hey, don't talk nonsense. We are still short of food, otherwise how could we target you? But to be honest, I really don't have any bad intentions. We just want to take away all the edible things from you and leave the rest to your own devices." The more he spoke, the quieter Shun Yu's voice became. After that, even the sound disappeared. He almost forgot that he had told this cunning woman about the storage base. However, I don't know whether I believe it or not. Wei Lan frowned and said, "Tell me what the situation is at the storage base." Shinyu, "Well, it's just a place, just a name." Before Shun Yu could finish, there was a slight sound of an electric car in the distance. Four sleds drove quickly in the snow and surrounded Lin Qin and the others. Nan Wei and others stood where they were and quietly clenched their hands. As soon as Wang Yu realized that something was wrong, he pulled Wang Xiaoli and hid behind a slope in the snow to watch the situation. Once things get out of control, he will still have time to pull Wang Xiaoli and run away. The person in the back seat of the car held a gun and aimed it at Lin Qin and others. Without further ado, just start shooting. The bullet was fired at an extremely fast speed, leaving no time to react. But who is Lin Qin? These bullets can't stop him at all. All the bullets were suspended in the air, as if they had touched a wall of air and were stuck in the air. In an instant, Lin Qin sucked all the opponent's guns and threw them far away. Those who had lost their guns stared at Lin Qin in a daze. How come this man's abilities are so similar to their boss's? But their boss has no ability to resist Lin Qin at all. Without guns, these people's abilities posed no threat at all in the eyes of Lin Qin and his friends. Everyone used their own abilities to fight back, but compared to someone like Lin Qin who had absorbed a huge number of crystal cores, it was a piece of cake. He was easily controlled by people like Lin Qin. They squatted in the snow with their heads in their hands. Wei Lan looked at Lin Qin and asked, "How are you going to deal with these people? Keeping it would be a disaster for them. You never know when someone might stab you in the back." After thinking about it, I decided it would be safer to solve it. Lin Qin waved his hand and said, "Tie him up and hang him upstairs." Nan Wei frowned, not really understanding what Lin Qin meant. "Why hang him up? Why not just kill him?" Lin Qin said, "These people's guns don't have silencers. The noise is enough to alert the zombies on the street nearby, but we don't want the ones on this street." Chapter 230 Group Thoughts. There are definitely zombies, and they are widely and unevenly distributed. If these people can lure the zombies here, the rest of the journey will be much safer. Also, they have sleds. It can be considered as timely help. The journey to get your stuff won't take too long. The remaining few people were very fast and tied up these people quickly. Not far away, there was an abandoned building. It didn't take much time to climb up. Several people were hung outside, and the ropes were tied to the anti-theft fence inside the house. Most importantly, a mobile phone was tied next to them. The alarm on the phone was set, and it rang on time 10 minutes later. The volume had been turned up to the maximum, and it would take at least 2 or 3 minutes for them to come downstairs and get in the car, which meant they only had about 7 minutes to evacuate. A sled can seat 2 people, and of course 3 people can also squeeze in. But there is just enough space for 2 people, and there are many cars, so there is no need to squeeze together. 3 cars were driving fast in the snow, shuttling between buildings. All the zombies encountered by chance were dealt with. However, they all moved forward along the edge of the building. After all, there were large open areas outside, and they might encounter mutated plants. With the sled, the team's travel speed was much faster. The second half of the journey was relatively smooth. Following the location in Wang Yu's memory, the place where the boats were parked was covered with snow, and even the most obvious signs disappeared. The sled stopped where it was. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli ran wildly in the snow, feeling extremely anxious when they saw the empty snowfield. If this is gone, then their food will be gone. The 2 people kept searching along the surrounding buildings in the snow. After climbing over the steep snow slope, I finally saw the yacht, half of its shape hidden behind the building. The yacht is not very big. After all, it is very small compared to the office buildings on the riverside, especially since most of it was covered by heavy snow, with only the outline of the top layer visible. Lin Xin looked around and saw that the office building was a short distance away from the river, and there was a pedestrian walkway over there. The width is about 4 meters, and the yacht is parked on the riverbank 4 meters away. But this riverside doesn't look like a river no matter how you look at it. Lin Xin looked at the yacht submerged in the snow. The tip of the yacht emerged, and he looked around. He reached out and touched the iron sheet on the side of the yacht, peeling off the thick frost on it, and then looked at the number on the yacht. Turning around and looking at Wang Yu. Wang Yu received Lin Xin's gaze and suddenly said, "I have already taken you to find it. You should be able to do what you promised us before." To be honest, he was still a little worried. Lin Xin stretched out his hand, and Zhang Shui immediately came over with a school bag and handed it to Lin Xin. "Don't worry, I will do what I promised you." The school bag was stuffed full, and it took up quite a bit of weight when it was thrown to Wang Yu. Wang Yu took the heavy school bag, unzipped it, and took a look at the contents. After exchanging a glance with Wang Xiaoli, he was about to leave immediately. Lin Xin suddenly spoke up. "Wait, drive the sled away. Didn't you say there was a base in Luqing that we were going to as a gift?" Wang Yu was stunned, and he and Wang Xiaoli immediately got into the car and left. Nan Wei walked towards the wind and looked in the direction where Wang Yu and the others left. "Just let them go like that." Lin Xin didn't care. "We can't just kill everyone we meet. If they have no ill will towards us, there's no need to be so ruthless." Lin Xin thought about his previous life. Moreover, these 2 people will be useful later. After all, every member of the team must be carefully checked to see if they are trustworthy. For now, he is still satisfied with the performance of these 2 people. We can't always go on like this with just 4 of us. He had thought about the Luqing base that Wang Yu mentioned during this period, plus the storage base we encountered today. To be honest, there must be a lot of large and small groups around here. The fact that there are so few people here is a potential danger for them. If they were targeted by another large group, perhaps as few as 100 to 200 people, or as many as 500 to 600, no matter how powerful the 4 of them were, they would eventually become exhausted. It's always difficult to prevent. Therefore, Lin Xin gave some thought to the selection of team members. These 2 people are within his consideration. We still have to wait. Lin Xin took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on the cruise ship covered with snow. At this moment, Zhang Shui and Wei Lan were studying how to build a yacht. Lin Xin simply raised his hand and covered the iron sheet with the yacht number that he had just brushed off the frost on and copied the yacht. Fortunately, his copying ability can only copy single objects, and the snow covering the yacht cannot be copied. The copying did not take too long. After Lin Xin successfully completed the copying, he looked at Zhang Shui, Wei Lan, and the others and shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey, let's go." Zhang Shui frowned, not understanding what was going on. "No, we're here for the yacht, But we haven't even gotten this out yet. So how can we leave? Lin Qin did not answer, but took off the thick gloves on his hands and put them on again. I already have it, let's go. Nan Wei reached out and patted Zhang Shui, then put her arm around her shoulders and said, let's go. Zhang Shui sighed, but didn't say much. The four people got back on the sled and were about to return. Several mutant wolves appeared in their sight. The mutant wolf is quite large and very ferocious. But it's a bit strange that this wolf appears here. There is no mountain here, nor is it where wolves live. The only source of wolves is probably those zoos. Nan Wei hugged Lin Qin's waist and looked at the wolf pack in front of them. These mutant wolves should have escaped from a zoo. They have eaten a lot of zombie rotten flesh and have mutated a long time ago. It's not easy to deal with them. In particular, wolves are social animals. They only saw dozens of them. This number should be more than this. You should always be careful. Wei Lan looked at Nan Wei and said, mutated wolves are easy to deal with, as long as we don't encounter mutant plants. Those things are much more difficult to deal with than zombies and mutants. That's true. The vines, roots, and other things of the mutated plants are too difficult to deal with, while zombies and mutants are just the most common types. Of course, zombies are also divided into levels, and the higher the level, the more difficult it is to deal with. But relatively speaking, it's best to avoid encountering mutated plants. Lin Qin was disdainful of the mutant wolves in front of him that treated them as food. The sled didn't stop and rushed directly towards the mutant wolf. The mutant wolf didn't know how to dodge and rushed towards Lin Qin. Chapter 2:31 What the hell? But before he could even touch Lin Qin, he was knocked to death in midair. Wei Lan behind him was a little excited. This is a great opportunity. Xiao Xue, these mutant wolves are just right for you to practice with. Don't let me down. Wei Lan sat in the driver's seat, controlling the sled. He controlled the speed very well and was very stable. Zhang Shui looked at the back of Wei Lan's head in disbelief. It was really unbelievable that she was still thinking about exercising at this time. Wei Lan twisted the accelerator and said with a smile, hold on tight. The speed of the sled suddenly increased. While Zhang Shui was stabilizing her body, she also had to pay attention to the position of the mutant wolf and then deliver a precise attack. The bodies of the mutant wolves were quickly dealt with. The sled sped away. It disappeared in a short while. The body of the mutant wolf, left alone in the snow, was freezing bit by bit and was eventually buried in the ice and snow. The way back was faster and there were fewer zombies, but the sled got stuck in the snow. Wei Lan and Zhang Shui were also dragged in. The snow was soft, and the more we struggled, the deeper we sank. Wei Lan also ate several mouthfuls of snow, which made her shiver. He could only remind Zhang Shui loudly, don't move. The more you move, the deeper you'll fall. What should we do? Why can't we get up? Lin Qin and Nan Wei are ahead of us. They probably don't know that we have overturned. Zhang Shui and Wei Lan were thrown to different positions, so they could only shout to remind each other. They were also helpless about the current situation. Zhang Shui turned over carefully to avoid having her nostrils blocked by the snow and being unable to breathe. Most importantly, be careful not to sink. The snow was as high as a two-story building. If you really sank in it, you wouldn't be able to get out and would freeze to death. But going upside down is not an option now. There's nowhere to put my strength. It's so annoying. Wei Lan's situation was much better than Zhang Shui's. At least she could look at the sky by just raising her head. The down jacket on your body can increase friction with the snow so that you won't sink too deep, but as time goes by, the snow around the down will melt quickly, give off cold air, and turn into frost. Body temperature will also decrease over time. Wei Lan looked up at the hole above and could only see a small patch of sky. But now they had no place to exert their strength, so they could only stay stuck in the snow and look up at the blue sky and the bright sun. At this temperature, the snow will melt. Wei Lan raised his hand and pressed his intercom. There was a crackling sound of electricity coming from inside, and Wei Lan said helplessly, Lin Qin and Wei, we are trapped. Come and rescue us. Zhang Shui was lying in another pit, and her condition could not be seen. But they should be the same. After a while, Lin Qin's voice came from the intercom, with some disbelief in it. Trapped. Wei Lan nodded helplessly. Yes, we got stuck. The snow slope we drove on was too soft and couldn't bear the weight of the sled. We were thrown out again. Now we are stuck, and it's hard to get out by ourselves. There was no immediate response from Lin Qin. It was a long while before a sound came out, and he was trying to hold back his laughter. Got it. I'll be right here. Soon, the sound of a sleigh was heard, followed by Lin Qin's voice. Nanwei looked at the sled that was mostly stuck in the snow and looked inside. 2 sinking positions. She said, Xiao Xue Weilan? Iki Zishi. 2 voices rang out in unison. Lin Qin directly controlled the objects and lifted the 2 people out. As for Nanwei, she was of no use and was just making fun of the 2 people. You two, you dare to go to places you have never been to. Why don't you follow where Lin Qin and I are? After coming up, the 2 men patted the snow stuck on their bodies and sighed. Who knows? You can't walk around in a place where no one is walking. You two have to be careful. Weilan looked at Lin Qin and Nanwei and reminded them helplessly. Nanwei smiled and curled her lips. That's different. We can get out even if we fall into it. Zhang Shui stood aside and rolled her eyes. You are so good, and you dare to make fun of me. I will stuff the snow in your back and let you experience what it means to be chilled to the bone. As she spoke, Zhang Shui grabbed a handful of snow and tried to stuff into Nanwei's clothes. If this snow falls, it will be so sour and refreshing. Lin Qin got out the sled and looked at the 2 people playing and said, Okay, we have to go back before it gets dark. The sun is getting hotter these days, so we need to prepare early. The 2 people were fighting stopped laughing and got into their cars. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth. Lin Qin deliberately avoided the positions of those people who attracted zombies. After all, the zombies now had no appeal to them. There's such a loud noise over there, there must be a lot of zombies. This was actually an obstacle on their way back. They had to walk a little further on the detour, but since they could get back before it got dark, it didn't matter. But the sky darkened very quickly, and only the fiery sky was left on the horizon, which was getting dark. Lin Qin turned on the lights on the sled and drove slowly. Suddenly, a black round object similar to a fallen branch appeared in the snow ahead. Lin Qin slowed down the car. You know, a sled doesn't have wheels that you can just roll over. The positions of the front wheels on both sides of the sled are completely in line with the snow. Such a thick object will not run over it, but will only get stuck on it, and it will fly out as if it was hit. Lin Qin looked along the 2 ends of the branch and found that this thing was very long, like a roadblock, and it went straight across. In this weather, it's 2 stories high, and what is so long? The tree trunks were almost all buried in the snow, and only a very small number of trees with tall branches like the big willow had some tips poking out. But not that long. Suddenly, the thing twitched a few times in the snow, revealing patterns that looked like scales. Lin Qin immediately stepped on the brakes and didn't move forward any further. Weilan stopped behind Lin Qin. The 4 people looked at the thing on the ground, somewhat puzzled. The whole body looks like it has scales, but what kind of thing has scales and looks so weird? If it is a mutant, it will be difficult to deal with. Lin Qin changed direction and planned to go around it. We can't let this little thing delay their return. The sled changed direction and moved forward for a distance. In the distance, there seemed to be headlights reflecting back. But Lin Qin knew very well that there were no car lights of this color in this place. The light, with a faint green hue, floated in the air. Chapter 232. Beautiful flowers are poisonous. It's scary just looking at it. It makes me break out in cold sweats. Nanwei, who was behind him, leaned over to Lin Qin's ear and spoke softly. Lin Qin, I don't think this thing is right. Lin Qin didn't say anything, but just tilted his head and tried to adjust the direction of the sled lights, trying to see the specific appearance of the object in the reflective position. But this thing was backlit, and as it was getting darker, only its outline could be seen, like some kind of thick vine. As for the dark green reflective object hanging in the air, it looked like something was hovering on it. These 2 dark green reflective objects look like some kind of soft body movements. But it's freezing cold, so it shouldn't appear. Lin Qin took a deep breath, then turned the car around and planned to drive in the opposite direction. Suddenly, the green light disappeared. There were white flocks floating in the sky, just like snow, attracting the attention of Lin Qin and others. Zhang Shui looked up at the white flocks and asked, Is it snowing? Zhang Shui stretched out her palms, tried to catch the objects floating in the air and falling freely. The white flocks that fell into the palm of my hand looked like the fluff of some object and did not feel as cool as snowflakes. Not snow. Nanwei turned her head, pulled down her mask, and blew a breath towards the thing in Zhang Shui's palm. The white thing instantly floated into the air, flying farther and farther away. After finishing everything, Nanwei put on her mask again, covered her mouth and nose, and said, Be careful. These things are not snow. Nowadays, you have to be careful with everything. There's so many things floating around all of a sudden. Maybe it's really some mess. Wei Lan nodded, also agreeing with Nan Wei's words. Nan Wei is right. There are probably quite a few mutated species now. We really have to be careful with such long vines. Lin Qin, should we continue to take a detour? It got dark quickly, and it was now much darker than before. If we delay here, it will not be a good thing because it is dark at night, and our vision is obstructed. Moreover, there were too many flocks in the air, and they were all floating in their direction. It was not easy to hide from them. The only thing they could do was not to breathe them in. Suddenly, the thick object on the ground twitched violently, moving quickly in front of Lin Qin's eyes. Nan Wei clenched her palms nervously. Once danger came, she would use her abilities to avoid being threatened with her life. The same was true for Wei Lan and Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui was completely tense. The fireball in his hand grew bigger and bigger, and as the thing twitched, he threw it forward with force. The firelight cut a ray of light in the darkness, and the object was clearly seen. The thick vines spread far away, revealing a mutant plant that was almost as tall as a two-story building. In the very center of the plant, several large flowers are about to bloom, drooping on one side. Above the bud is something like a flower spike, and the white flocks in the air are floating out from these places. As time went by, the drooping buds began to bloom. The flowers are gorgeous and quite large. Zhang Shui exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good." Nan Wei Lan, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment and seemed to take a good sniff. It really is, it smells quite fragrant. This is a rare sight. It's been a long time since I've seen fresh flowers. Lin Qin frowned and looked around. He didn't care whether the flowers smelled good or not. He just looked at the surrounding environment and said, "Keep going forward, go around it, and don't disturb it." The vines of this mutated plant are too thick. Compared with the one they had met before, just by looking at the thickness and size of the vines, they could tell that it was not of the same level and size. If they were to deal with it, it would be hard to tell whether they could handle it judging by the thickness of the vines. However, they can deal with the enemy with their own strength. Since the mutated plants did not attack actively, they did not need to seek trouble for themselves. However, no one for the team responded. Nan Wei behind him suddenly got out of the car and walked straight past Lin Qin. Lin Qin withdrew his gaze and looked at Nan Wei's movements towards the mutated plant. "Nan Wei, what are you doing?" However, there was no response. Lin Qin couldn't help but reach out and pull Nan Wei's arm, and found that she was in an unconscious state, just walking forward in a daze. He paused and saw Zhang Shui also getting off the sled. His eyes were lifeless, exactly the same symptoms as Nan Wei's. He paused, and just as he was about to look back, he saw Wei Lan doing the same. It seems like being controlled. His eyes were dull, looking straight up in the air. Wait, half empty. Lin Qin turned around and saw that the flower bud, which had not yet bloomed, had opened a small gap and was facing their location. I don't know if it's the flower itself or the fragrance that seems to attract people's attention. Lin Qin looked at it and was in a trance for a moment. He suddenly came back to his senses and woke up. He patted his cheek. This flower has a bewitching and hallucinogenic effect. I think it should be the scent of flowers. Lin Qin quickly took out a KP95 mask. This thing should be able to prevent it for a while. Of course, a wet towel or something like that can have the same effect, but it's freezing cold out here, and the towel will freeze into ice in a short while. On the contrary, KP masks can be more convenient and quicker. In this moment of trance, the three people were gradually approaching the mutant plants. The thick vines twitched back, revealing their original appearance. Those were the thick and exposed rhizomes of the mutant plants. But underneath these rhizomes, there are many tiny vines extending out, and there's also a huge flower hidden behind the rhizomes. It's not exactly a flower, as it has two leaves closed together with teeth in the middle. At this time, the two leaves opened, and from a distance, it looked like a bloody mouth, waiting for prey to come at any time. The flowers behind the rhizome are more than twice as large as the flowers in midair. It can completely swallow up a person's height. Seeing Nan Wei walking into the pistol and being entangled and pulled by vines, Lin Qin walked over quickly. A machete appeared in his hand, and he chopped down at the plant. The vines wrapped around Nan Wei broke directly. It was surprisingly easy to cut. Yes, this mutant plant is different from the one we encountered before. His main attack is to control people and bring them into his hunting range on their own initiative. All the deceived prey have no attack power. Therefore, the function of the vine is just to wrap around and pull the prey together, and it does not need such great toughness. He pushed Nanwei to the side of the sled and shook her body. Wake up! Wake up! However, the controlled Nanwei couldn't hear what he said at all. Lin Xin turned his head and saw Zhang Shui had been entangled by the vines and was about to be sent into the big mouth. Chapter 233, I'm sorry. Lin Xin had no choice but to run over again and push Zhang Shui out. However, after taking just a few steps, before Lin Xin could secure her, Wei Lan was entangled by the vines again. Lin Xin had no choice but to run over again and pull Wei Lan back. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei moved closer again, and Lin Xin reached out and restrained them. Looking at the two people's empty faces, I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, don't blame me. As he finished speaking, Lin Xin patted the two people's cheeks, which were even a little red and swollen, but there was still no reaction. What the hell? There is no reaction when I hit it. Wei Lan got up from the ground and gradually approached the other end. After Lin Xin pushed Zhang Xuananwei back, he quickly grabbed Wei Lan's clothes and hugged her back, just a little bit. Wei Lan stepped in. Lin Xin let out a long breath, and when he came to his senses, he found that his palms were soft. He was anxious just now and held Wei Lan down. He pinched it subconsciously, but it didn't feel very good through the thick cotton clothes. But he didn't have much time to savor it, as the two people on the other side climbed up again. Then he hurried back and pushed Wei Lan back, and then went back to pull Nan Wei and Zhang Shui back. This happened back and forth several times, but the frequency of attraction of the three people gradually became synchronized. Lin Xin was always too busy to take care of too many things by himself and was simply helpless. Beating them didn't wake them up, and he even felt that he was being a little evil as he stripped the three of them naked and they didn't react much. He activated his abilities and formed a wall of air. The three men stood in front of the air wall, marking time on the spot. Lin Xin was looking at the three giant flowers that were blooming beautifully and charmingly, and fell into deep thought. It seems that if the three of them want to wake up, they have to deal with these three flowers first. But he didn't have the extra time to take care of the three of them. After thinking about it, Lin Xin searched in the space. He took out a long hemp rope. He tied the three people to the sled to prevent them from getting close to the mutant plants again when he was not paying attention. After dealing with it, Lin Xin looked at the flowers of the mutant plant and then shot at it directly. I wonder if these flowers will be easy to deal with. No one knows whether the bullet can penetrate or disable the person. However, after a shuttle was fired, the flowers of the mutant plants did not change at all. Lin Xin showed an expression of understanding. It was just as he thought. The vines of this mutant do not have much defensive capabilities. As its only source of weapons, it must have certain extraordinary qualities to ensure its survival. Otherwise, if he had met a few fools like him, he would have been dead long ago. Since bullets can't destroy flowers, we have to find another way. Lin Xin looked up at the mutated plants. It was too dark at this moment, and he couldn't see the details clearly. Fortunately, the headlights of the sled were bright enough that we were not completely in the dark. Lin Xin took a deep breath and took out the gasoline barrel. The mutant plants are actually plants, and, if I remember correctly, they are essentially afraid of fire. Since it cannot be attacked by external forces, the fire-fearing organism should be the same as the previous mutant. Lin Xin poured all the gasoline on the mutant plants. Then the fire was lit. The flames shot up along the roots of the plants. With the help of gasoline, the fire continued to grow bigger and bigger, and the flowers above wilted. Lin Xin brought another big bucket, used his ability to control objects to send it directly into the air, and poured it all over. He took out a windproof lighter, squinted his eyes, aimed at the three flowers above, and then threw it over. The windproof lighter landed accurately on the center of the flower and then fell down. But the flowers were stained with gasoline after all, and the fire started directly from the petals. At first, the mutant plant struggled a few times, but then the fire intensified. The pungent smell of gasoline washed away the faint fragrance of the flowers. After the mutated plants were completely engulfed by the fire, the barely perceptible fragrance also disappeared completely. The three women tied to the sled gradually stopped struggling and regained consciousness. Looking at the hemp ropes tied around their bodies, the three women were bewildered. Nanwei, what's going on? Zhang Shui, why did you tie us up so tightly? Wei Lan, what's going on? You are. Wei Lan looked at the blazing fire over there, bewildered. Seeing that they were awake, Lin Xin walked over with a dagger in his hand. While cutting the hemp rope, he said, "What else can I do? You have been bewitched by this flower. It's only because I didn't let you die at the hands of this flower." The three women stood up from the ground and simultaneously brushed off the ice and snow on their bodies. Looking at the mutated plants in the fire, there were no mutated plants and no signs of struggling or twisting in the surrounding snow. Was it solved so easily? So easy to deal with? No resistance. The mutated plant they encountered before had vines that were very long and grew in the deepest part of the snow. When attacked, it will resist violently and surge forward. Why is this not the same? Do you think all mutant plants are the same? All right, it's all right. Let's get out of here right away. If we delay for such a while, it will be dark soon. At this time, the only thing left in the sky was a hint of yellow sunset glow on the horizon. Large patches of dark clouds covered the entire earth, without a trace of light. Wei Lan nodded, and then said, "That's right, let's go back quickly. Zombies are more active at night, and have better hearing. If we encounter a few of them, we will be entangled and unable to go back for a while." Unlike Wei Lan, Zhang Shui and Nan Wei were rubbing their aching cheeks and grimacing in pain. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with my face, like I was hit by someone? And you? Zhang Shui rubbed her cheek and looked at Nan Wei, who was standing next to her. Nan Wei felt the same way, but her cheeks were numb and painful. She didn't know if she had lost consciousness because she was frozen stiff or because of the pain. Something always feels wrong. Just like you, half of my face looks swollen. This mutant plant probably won't slap me twice. Nan Wei frowned, muttering to herself, and looked at Lin Xin beside her. Lin Xin stood aside and coughed lightly, feeling a little guilty as Nan Wei stared at him. All right, everything is all right. Can you continue riding?" Wei Lan stood up and said, "Yes, let's go." Wei Lan got into the car, and Zhang Shui followed closely behind. Turning around, Wei Lan saw the wounds on the two people's faces and a small white bug on their faces. Wei Lan stretched out his hand and crushed them to death, then looked at the two people's faces and asked in confusion, "Your faces? Hey, who knows? Maybe he got whipped by the vines." Chapter 234 Inc. After waving their hands, neither of them was willing to discuss the matter any further. Lin Xin felt guilty, but there was nothing better to reduce the swelling. Normally, ice is needed to reduce swelling, but the temperature is low now, so there is no need for ice compress. So the only thing left is medicine, painkillers, and blood circulation and blood stasis medicine. It seems like there is. Everyone got in the car and drove away quickly. The white flocks floating in the wind were still swaying in the air. The sled suddenly accelerated, stirring up a lot of white flocks that fell on the snow. Looking closely, underneath these white flocks, there are densely packed insects with white claws wriggling in the wind. And one of the white flocks was floating on Wei Lan's hair with the wind. The white flocks stained the hair and immediately revealed their true appearance underneath the fur and got under Wei Lan's hair. They returned safely to the villa area without Wei Lan knowing anything about this. However, the temperature in the villa is very different from the temperature outside. In addition, the temperature has been rising steadily in the past few days, and the snow covering the villa has melted a lot. Especially the snow that fits closely to the villa. The gaps in the middle are even bigger. The way back can no longer be done by walking down from the roof normally, as the distance in between is quite long. Or dig out the snow to the first floor. Or you can climb up the stairs. Of course, Lin Xin didn't want to go through so much trouble, so each of them controlled one thing and went straight to the roof. As for the sleds, he simply covered them with a white cloth. Generally speaking, if you don't look carefully, you can't see them at all. Lin Xin first let Zhang Shui and Nan Wei go back, and then he followed Wei Lan up. He walked in front of Wei Lan, listening to Zhang Shui and Nan Wei changing their shoes while shivering and saying, "Although the temperature has warmed up, it's still a bit cold once you take off your cotton jacket." "Yes, but I have to find some medicine. My face hurts so much when I came in. I don't know what the hell it is. It's not possible for a mutant plant to confuse people's minds. Who knows? Let's go. We can apply medicine to each other, but we still have to rely on Wei Lan." Nan Wei lowered her head, changed her shoes, and continued to say to the person behind her, "Wei Lan, please help us find out which medicine can be used later. Don't forget it." "Okay, don't worry." Wei Lan followed behind Lin Xin and scratched his hair. Just now, her scalp felt a stinging pain, as if she had been bitten by something. It hurts a bit and it itches a bit. She reached out and scratched her scalp, and a burst of dandruff flew down. Hiss, it must have been too long since I washed my hair. Well, she has to wash it thoroughly later. It's really dry and cold outside. Her hair is covered with dandruff, which is so dirty. Wei Lan stretched his head out, grabbed his scalp with both hands, and then slapped it hard to knock out the dandruff. Then he closed the door and went downstairs. Suddenly, Wei Lan staggered and fell directly on the stairwell. It rolled over and over, just as she was about to bump into the living room on the third floor. Lin Xin turned around suddenly and froze her in midair at the moment when she was about to hit the stairs. This was quite a commotion. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui came hurriedly and saw the frozen image of Wei Lan. They rushed over and supported Wei Lan, and Lin Xin then released the force of the support. What's going on? Wei Lan had already fainted at this time, and there was not much blood on his face. Have no idea. The fainting was too sudden. After putting Wei Lan down steadily, the two women kept calling out to her, and Wei Lan seemed to have no reaction. Lin Xin looked up at Zhang Shui. They had been together from the beginning. Zhang Shui should know something about any unusual behavior of Wei Lan. Did Wei Lan do anything unusual on the way back? Zhang Shui thought about it carefully, then shook her head. No, we didn't talk much when we came back, and we drove very steadily. There was nothing unusual. Besides, you were here when I changed my shoes and came in. You even talked to me just now. Wait, there's something in her. As they were talking, Nan Wei suddenly spoke. She supported Wei Lan, and something seemed to be moving on the arm that she had just pressed. Nan Wei decisively rolled up her sleeves, revealing Wei Lan's fair skin. Looking at the insect with many claws exposed under the clothes where he pressed his arm, Zhang Shui pulled out a clean tissue, picked up the bug, and crushed it to death. This thing is the white flocks floating over there from the mutant plants. Zhang Shui recalled the fluff on the insect's body. It was exactly the same as the one she crushed to death. The difference was that underneath the fluff was a bug. It looks like a spider, but it's not. This thing has extremely long legs that are translucent white and a very small body and head. When its 8 legs are curled up, it looks like a tiny bead, like a dandelion. No wonder, if you don't pay attention, you wouldn't know this thing is a bug. So is Wei Lan bitten by this thing? It's actually a bug. What should we do? What's Wei Lan's condition now? How can we save him? Is he poisoned or something? This bug is too small. Wei Lan fainted for unknown reasons, so it's hard to be sure. Lin Xin felt a little heavy. Check to see if Wei Lan has any wounds. The two men nodded and began to check. They checked the limbs, legs, feet, and face, but no wound were found. Nan Wei eagerly undressed Wei Lan, revealing the tank top underneath. Just as she was about to lift up the tank top, she turned around and looked at Lin Xin, standing beside her. Lin Xin, why are you looking at me? Check it out. Do you want me to check it out myself? The two women pouted and said, why don't you avoid it? Lin Xin, looking at Wei Lan lying on the ground. Lin Xin wanted to say something, but didn't, and just turned his back. Hurry up, it's a life-threatening matter, and you two are taking so long. Lin Xin sighed and muttered softly. Sooner or later, they will all be your women. What the hell is avoiding it? But Lin Xin still held back. I found it. It's just below the back of the head. Lin Xin turned his head suddenly and saw that it was Wei Lan who was in a dishevel, with clothes that barely covered his chest. But the focus is not here at the moment. Instead, he squatted beside Wei Lan and looked at the wound that Nan Wei mentioned. The wound has become red and swollen, a big lump that has already festered. I've never seen a wound like this before. The pimples that ordinary people get are very small, not as big as this one. The most important thing is that the pus will heal quickly after being squeezed out. Chapter 235, I'm going to die, I don't have this thing. But that is a normal body secretion problem. This one was bitten by a poisonous insect. It's probably not as easy as squeezing such a big bag clean. It looks like I need a few shots of antibiotics or something. Of course, these are just Lin Xin's guesses. After all, he is not a doctor. If it is a cold or fever, he would know what to do, but he really doesn't know this. And Wei Lan, the only knowledgeable person in the team, is still unconscious. Do we have any medicine? What should we do? Clean the wound and disinfect it first. We should disinfect it. Don't we have iodine at home? It shouldn't hurt to use it to disinfect it. Both women seemed to lack confidence when speaking. After all, this is the first time I've seen this happen. Zhang Shui hurriedly took out the iodine and poured it on Wei Lan's wound, and a slight chill came from it. Wei Lan fawen un gon si li. Zhang Shui immediately said excitedly. There is movement. There is movement. Weilan, Weilan, can you hear us? If there is a response, then it should be fine. Weilan opened his eyes dazedly. She reached out to touch the back of her head, only to feel a sharp pain. I subconsciously took a breath. That was not all. The most important thing was that she felt weak all over. She moved her lips and tried to speak, but she couldn't utter a word. She had no strength at all. Don't move, don't move. Nanwei looked up at Lin Qin. What should we do? Lin Qin frowned. There's nothing we can do. Looks like we have to go to the hospital. None of his medicines can treat this. So far, he only knows one antibiotic, which is quite useful. Weilan narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded with all her strength to agree with Lin Qin's words. They really have no medicine to relieve the symptoms, so they can only try their luck in the hospital to see if there are any corresponding medicines. Of course, the premise is that the hospital pharmacy has hopefully not been looted. With Weilan's approval, Zhang Shui and Nan Wei naturally agreed to go to the hospital. Which hospital is closer here? Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin and asked. Although she had worked in an agency before and had properties all over the city, the houses here were not in her main area. She's only familiar with the neighborhood where she lives and the subways and buses she takes and the surrounding commercial streets. Nanwei looked up and said, I know. Go northeast, cross the pedestrian bridge, and keep going straight. There's a Class 3 hospital about 800 meters away. But as we go further over there, we'll pass by 2 medical clinics, one small hospital that provides both Chinese and Western medicine, and another small hospital that doesn't have much scale. But I haven't been there, so I don't know the structure of these 3 hospitals. Except for the Class 3 hospital, there are no other 2. I just pass by when I go out to play, and I have seen the posters and light signs outside, but I have never been in, so I don't know the specific situation. It's just a matter of luck. Pack up, we're ready to go. Lin Qin thought about it and gave the order directly. It is very dangerous if the wound infection and suppuration are not treated in time. You must find antibiotics and medicines, otherwise death is only a matter of time. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei nodded, then put their clothes back on. Wei Lan had no strength, so her clothes were put on her by 2 women. Before leaving, Lin Qin gave Wei Lan an anti-inflammatory pill. Whether it's useful or not, there's no harm in it. Lin Qin modified the sled, tied the wooden boards of the square box with 2 hemp ropes, pulled a board, and placed Wei Lan on it. Lin Qin drove a sled and squeezed along with Zhang Shui and Nan Wei. The situation in the hospital is probably not very good. No one can confirm whether there are other survivors in the hospital. After all, everyone knows the hospital's medicines. In the doomsday, in addition to scarce food, weapons and medicines are also extremely important. The overpass is quite a distance away from where Lin Qin is. The sled moved forward under Nan Wei's guidance. Soon, we arrive at the hospital gates smoothly. However, the situation in the hospital was not much better. Lin Qin Quan judged the location of the hospital entrance based on the 2 big words, output, on the top of the outpatient building. The sleigh stopped steadily, and the headlights shone straight into the hall through the glass window, illuminating the situation inside clearly. Of course, the subtle sound of the sled was very obvious in the dark. Just as he stopped, Lin Qin saw the swaying figures of zombies through the glass in the hospital yard. They gathered in front of the glass windows one by one, practicing the biting force of their jaws. Most of the zombies inside the hospital are of primary level. Because you're trapped inside, there is no source of food and you cannot upgrade. Most of them looked skinny and listless, so there is no threat. Lin Qin got out of the car and carried Wei Lan, who was lying on the wooden board, on his back. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei put on night vision goggles and took up guns. These low-level ordinary zombies do not pose much threat to them. Lin Qin had to carry Wei Lan on his back, which meant he had no time to deal with these zombies. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei are responsible for cleaning up the zombies wandering around the hospital. To kill these zombies, just hit their heads accurately. But the number of zombies here is not a small number. It will take some time to deal with so many zombies. The 2 of them worked hard and finally killed all the zombies on the outermost edge. Lin Qin carried Wei Lan on his back and walked inside. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei followed on both sides of the body, looking around. Generally speaking, most pharmacies are located on the 1st floor, and most people can get their medicine on the 1st floor after registering and paying. And their current location is on the 2nd floor. You have to find the stairs going down. The hall of the hospital was very large. Lin Qin looked around and finally found an escalator that could take him down. Carrying Wei Lan on his back, Lin Qin ran as fast as the wind. Wei Lan, lying on Lin Qin's back, felt Lin Qin's warm back and felt a little warmth in her heart. Lin Qin is a very reliable person. Looking for a pharmacy. The escalator had not been running for a long time, and Lin Qin quickly moved down to the first floor. Most of the zombies on the first floor were attracted upstairs by the noise while they were still on the second floor. But it is an outpatient department after all, and it is very large. Some zombies were trapped in other locations, but they were all blocked by Zhang Shui or Nanwei. The pharmacy is not easy to find. Walk down the escalator and turn right. There's a row of places for registration and payment. As for the pharmacy, it is usually not too far away and is on the first floor. The three people split up and searched, and soon, Zhang Shui's voice was heard. Here, Chapter 236 Female Doctor. Carrying Wei Lan on his back, Lin Qin hurried over. At a glance, one could see the blood splattered on the transparent glass of the pharmacy's medicine window, as well as the broken glass next to it. From the looks of it, it looked like it had been vandalized, and the amount of blood spurting out seemed to be quite large. However, it was impossible to tell how long the bloodstains were through the night vision goggles. Lin Qin could not help but free up one hand and shine the flashlight on the glass. The blood splattered on the glass was fresh, and it looked like it had only been there about an hour. The edge of the bloodstain was a little dark, but the middle of the mark was still faintly moist. Lin Qin calmed down and said, "Be careful. Something is not right." Zhang Shui and Nanwei nodded, then walked over one on the left and one on the right. The glass door of the pharmacy has been broken, so you can walk in directly without having to enter through the door next to it. Two people went in, one in front and one behind. The shelves in the pharmacy are very messy. It was staggering, as if it had been through a war. Of course, it was also possible that they had cleared out the medicines on the shelves in a hurry and had no time to take care of anything else. But none of this matters to them. Holding guns, the two men gradually approached the inside, very cautiously. Suddenly, there's a rolling sound in the corner, as if something was rolling on the ground. The two of them turned around at the same time and walked in the direction where the sound came from. 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps. Behind the tightly stacked shelves, there are several empty mineral water bottles. There were some useless papers stacked on the shelf, and a rustling sound was made by the wind that came from nowhere. The rolling sound was caused by one of the empty buckets being blown by the wind. There were 2 buckets full of water piled up in the corner, and there seemed to be many snack packaging bags in the corner. Zhang Shui suddenly frowned and took 2 steps forward. She seemed to have stepped on something, so she looked down and found a large black mass. She used her shoe to fiddle with it a few times, but it was very hard and couldn't be lifted. Nanwei continued to walk inside, and there seemed to be signs that someone had lived here for a long time. These rows of containers seemed to have been rearranged by someone, and there must be something in the middle. The further she went inside, the more nervous Nanwei became. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed out from behind a shelf, waving a scalpel in his hand, and stabbed Nanwei, who was caught off guard and had no time to react. Nanwei was startled, and her arm was directly scratched by the other party's scalpel. But Nanwei was no pushover either. While her arm was scratched, she gathered her strength and slapped the other person on the chest. The black shadow stepped back, hit the container behind him, and fell to the ground instantly. My whole body felt like it was electrocuted, and I kept shaking while lying on the ground. Zhang Shui looked up and followed. I saw someone, but she just took a look, then looked at Nanwei and said, "How is it? Are you okay?" Nanwei looked down at the wound on her arm. Fortunately, it was just a small wound. He shook his head. "I'm fine. But this one doesn't look like a zombie. It looks like a person." The other person's clothes were bloated, and his hair was dirty and messy and hung in front of his eyes, so he couldn't see his face at all. Lin Qin walked in carrying Wei Lan on his back. He placed Wei Lan on the small stool that was originally next to the medicine window, and then looked at the situation on Nanwei's side. On the ground was a survivor with long hair. The long hair was tangled into strands, looking even messier than dreadlocks. On top of that, it was covered in dirt and smelled terrible. Her hair was draped over her face, so it was impossible to tell her gender, whether she was a boy or a girl. Lin Qin looked her over and saw a hint of white collar showing under her tightly wrapped cotton jacket. He squatted down, and under the gaze of Nanwei and Zhang Shui, he unzipped the other person's cotton coat and then unzipped the zipper vest that was wrapped in 3 layers inside and outside. Zhang Zuan and Wei frowned and finally showed a white coat. Lin Xin pushed aside the pile of clothes and accurately saw the words Rinji Hospital written on the right chest of the white coat. The case was solved. This is a real doctor. Nanwei looked at Lin Xin, shrugged, and looked a little overwhelmed. She suddenly jumped out and attacked me, so I just used my ability. I didn't know she was a doctor. This woman is a living doctor who can save Wei Lan. I was shocked by her electricity. She lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. Just now, the energy storage should not be much. I didn't kill him, so he should still be saved. Lin Xin looked at the dirty woman, thought for a moment, and said, "Never mind for now. Let's try our best. Take care of the wound first. Don't attract mutants. Let's go to the lounge next door." As he spoke, Lin Xin looked around and finally landed on the small door at the back of the pharmacy. There's a lounge if you go out of the small door here. Generally speaking, lounges are small and open to the outside world. It's much cleaner than here. Nanwei looked at her arm and nodded to deal with it. Even though he was wearing a thick down jacket and his arms were cut, it was clear that the doctor had meant to kill him. She didn't want to keep herself alive. Zhang Shui walked in front, reached out, grasped the door handle, opened the small door, and walked in. Following closely behind was Lin Xin carrying Wei Lan, and then Nanwei. After everyone comes in, Zhang Shui closed the door completely and locked it. At the other end of the corridor, Nanwei turned the door lock, opened a small gap, and looked outside. It was pitch black without a trace of abnormality. She closed the door and locked it again, and only then had time to take in the situation. The lounge is a long corridor with a large door in the middle. Through the glass door above, you can see the archive room inside. And in this corridor, on the long table, there's a thermos cup. There's also a small bench, which looks like a place for temporary rest. There was an unconscious woman lying on the ground. Nanwei was wiping her wound with iodine, and Wei Lan was lying on the only chair. Lin Xin took out a few small stools from the space, and Zhang Shui and Nanwei also sat down. Nanwei put on a Band-Aid and sighed as she looked at her clothes that were torn and hairy. What should we do next? There's nothing in the pharmacy, and what should we do with the big bag behind Wei Lan? Yes, the hospital's medicines are all in the pharmacy. There's nothing here. I wonder if Wei Lan can't be treated. Lin Xin sat on a small stool and looked at the female doctor on the ground. We don't know, but this female doctor definitely knows. At this time, there is no other way but to wait. Nanwei looked apologetic, then looked at Wei Lan beside her and said, "I'm sorry, I really didn't know she was a doctor." Chapter 237. Whether or not he can wake up is unknown. I don't know if I can wake up. The passage was narrow, and 5 people squeezed and seemed very crowded. Nanwei sat on a small stool, feeling very heavy as she looked at Wei Lan sitting on the chair. Wei Lan was completely exhausted and just moved his head towards her. "It's not your fault. You can go to other departments to see if they have antibiotics or something. The pharmacy doesn't have them, but the inpatient department definitely has them. Besides, it is unknown whether this person can wake up. I think we can prepare for both situations. Patients in the inpatient department have all kinds of diseases, and the daily medication dosage is no less than that in the pharmacy. Moreover, when the mutation first started, the first to suffer were the outpatient emergency departments. On the contrary, the inpatient departments were safer than these two. Of course, it is not absolutely safe. But the current situation is that the pharmacy is out of medicine, so we have to find solutions from other places. The only thing she could think of was antibiotics. The inpatient department is undoubtedly the place with the highest drug consumption. What's more, so much time has passed now, and there must be quite a few survivors who broke into the hospital and took away the medicines during this period. For example, when they broke in, the clothes and equipment of several zombies had changed to varying degrees. Some were still wearing short-sleeve shirts, while others were wearing long-sleeve sweatshirts, and some even wore cotton jackets. This shows that there were quite a few survivors who entered the hospital at different times. However, those people who stayed behind and turned into zombies and were seen by them became food for the zombies in the hospital. As for the inpatient department, most survivors do not go there. The first thing that comes to mind is the medicine in the pharmacy, and all the medicines that come to me are from the outpatient building. A small number of them will go to the emergency department. Of course, seeing so many zombies, there shouldn't be a team that would seek death by going to the inpatient department. It is a place that is recognized to have many patients, many resident doctors, and many nurses. Just look at the outpatient department. There are about 100 or 200 zombies, not to mention the inpatient department. Lin Chi nodded. That's true. We can try the inpatient department. Xiaoxua, can you take care of Wei Lan by yourself? Even if the woman on the ground really woke up, it should not be a problem for Zhang Shui to deal with her. If she can't even deal with an ordinary person, all of Zhang Shui's training over this period would be in vain. Of course, whether he can wake up or not is unknown. Even the zombies can't withstand Nan Wei's special abilities. What's more, this is a living person. Now, we can only pray that Nan Wei's subconscious accumulation of strength is not great. Maybe there's a possibility of waking up. Zhang Shui nodded confidently. Of course. Although the small corridor here is small and a bit crowded, it is safe. The doors are all made of very heavy fireproof material. As long as there is no loud noise, it is safe here. If it wasn't for this sloppy woman who came to the pharmacy to open the room, she felt that it would take a lot of effort to break the door with external force. Of course, people who come here wouldn't think of going deeper. They would just take things from the pharmacy and leave. Every second you stay there, the danger increases. But before leaving, it is better to tie up the woman on the ground first. After finishing everything, Lin Xin and Nan Wei walked out together. In the registration hall, there were a lot of zombie corpses piled on the ground, and the smell was overwhelming. It was not a very pleasant one. The two people looked up at the sign above their heads on the first floor of the outpatient building, looking for the entrance to the inpatient department. Generally speaking, the inpatient department and the outpatient department are connected by a corridor or aisle. Just follow the signs overhead, and you will find the inpatient department. Soon the two men found the sign for the inpatient department and followed it, turning left and right in the hall. After walking through the long corridor, I finally saw the closed fire door at the other end. The door was closed tightly. Nan Wei tried to push it, but it didn't budge. Nan Wei squinted her eyes and looked inside through the gap in the door. It was empty, and there seemed to be an iron bar with something blocking the back. Nan Wei turned her head and looked at Lin Xin. It's sealed. What should I do? Lin Xin looked around and then looked at another entrance and exit of the inpatient department. The so-called entrance and exit was a window that was smashed by someone, and there was more than one. Apparently, the situation in the inpatient department isn't that good either. There must have been a panic inside before, and people must have been in fear. Otherwise, these people would not have smashed windows to survive. I think a lot of people must have jumped down before coming here. There were some tattered clothes hanging on some half-open windows. That way, the two men returned to the outpatient building and walked out. Walking through the snow, through the window, I just saw, look up. Many windows on the third and fourth floors were broken. Lin Xin carried Nan Wei in from the second floor and entered the ward. The ward was an ordinary ward with 3 beds and a curtain drawn. There was accumulated dust on the curtain and half of the snow blown in by the wind. Lifting aside the curtain, Lin Xin looked at the balled-up quilt on the bed, as well as the water cups and lunchboxes on the bedside table that he had not had time to take away. It seems that he was in a hurry when he escaped. The same was true for the 2 beds near the inside. The quilts on the beds had not been tidied up and made properly, and even the wash basin under the bed had not been tidied up. It was equally messy. But this is not their goal. In front of the door of Lin Xinlai's ward, there were a lot of chairs and benches piled up behind the door, as if to prevent the zombies outside from rushing into the ward. But after so long, these seats and benches piled up behind the door are of little use. He moved all these things down and put them aside. Then he put his hand on the door handle and glanced at Nan Wei beside him. The two looked at each other, and under Nan Wei's gaze, Lin Xin turned the door handle and opened the door. A stiff corpse fell directly into the ward as the door opened. The corpse's original appearance was no longer recognizable, with only the white nurse's uniform still visible. Lin Xin subconsciously waved his hand to dispel the dust flying between his nostrils. Then he looked out into the corridor. After finding the location of a nurse's station, Lin Xin walked out. There were a few empty beds at the side of the corridor, but you can see corpses on the ground in various strange postures, some lying, some crawling, some half-kneeling, etc. Some of these corpses were killed after being transformed into zombies, while others showed no signs of transformation, as if they had been killed by accident. Among them are doctors, nurses, and patients. The ground was in chaos, with rotten internal organs and intestines all over the floor. To be honest, it's quite disgusting. Even Lin Xin, who is always calm, frowned. Chapter 238, Beautiful Woman. Over time, these things have rotted beyond recognition. If it weren't for the sudden cold wave that came later, these things would have probably decomposed without any trace left. However, Just from the current situation, it is not difficult to see the tragic situation this place once was. The two men walked along the silent corridor, stepping over the bones of corpses on the ground. Some more doors were open, while others were tightly closed. Some of them had large holes caused by zombie attacks. Through the holes, one could clearly see the situation inside the ward, which was not much better than outside. Nanwei followed behind Lin Xin, looking at both sides of the corridor. From the time they entered here until now, apart from the zombies in the outpatient building, no living zombies have been found in the inpatient department. They don't know if they have all left. Without noticing, Nanwei kicked the skeleton, which was now only bones left, making a slight sound in the quiet corridor. The skeleton is a child's, not big, but very small, hidden underneath the adult's body. That's why she didn't pay attention and kicked it. The two people immediately looked around vigilantly. This noise will definitely attract zombies. But when he looked around, no zombies appeared. Nan Wei's frown deepened. It seems there are no zombies here. The inpatient department is large, but the one they entered didn't seem to have one. Lin Xin frowned. It won't go wrong to be more vigilant. Nan Wei nodded, then continued to follow Lin Xin and said softly, "It seems that these nurses and patients were attacked by the suddenly transformed zombies. It must have been very chaotic here before. In order to survive, these survivors killed a lot of zombies. Many of the wards here are open, and the glass on the windows shows signs of being smashed open or attacked. If a zombie is attracted by a person running below, it will jump down directly and pounce on the target. In this case, it is understandable that the inpatient department is empty. It's normal. With so many zombies, people's fear will be greatly magnified at this time. The smart ones closed the door of the ward, and the stupid ones who ran slowly became the zombies' food. One person spread it to two to four, and the speed of spread was very fast. Besides, hiding in the ward is not 100% safe. From these open and damaged ward doors, it is not difficult to see the situation at the time. Nan Wei pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at Lin Xin's figure walking in front of her, with a lucky smile on her face. Thanks to Lin Xin. In fact, she didn't suffer too much. When the zombie outbreak occurred, she was hiding at home, and other survivors broke into the house and killed her parents. She finally escaped and met Lin Xin. Because she had just been treated like that, she didn't trust anyone else. So her attitude towards Lin Xin was the same as that group of people. The desire to survive took advantage of Lin Xin. Fortunately, Lin Xin didn't care. This is the current situation. She finally had someone to rely on in the doomsday. In comparison, she is still lucky. Lin Xin looked up and saw the clock above the other end of the corridor. It should be here. Generally speaking, electronic clock displays are found near the nurse station. Lin Xin didn't know what the specific principle was, but now it has become a sign for him to find the nurse's station at a glance. The two of them quickened their pace. Behind the nurse's station, there's a door leading to an inner room. This was something Lin Xinka had never encountered before. However, everything on the nurse's station had been searched through, and there was not a single useful thing found. They are all common patient information, medication lists, etc. Of course, these things are useless in Lin Xin's eyes. On the trolleys commonly used by the nurses, there were no antibiotics they needed, except for some expired bags of injections and sterilized iodine cotton balls. Lin Xin reached out and flipped through it, then looked elsewhere. After Nan Wei entered the pharmacy, she began to rummage through the drawers. There was not a single useful medicine in Norda's pharmacy. There was not even a single pill in the packaging box. The two searched for a long time, but found nothing. Lin Xin sighed. It seems that they have all been taken away. There are papers scattered all over the floor. There are also the original packaging cartons of the medicines. Everything shows that this place has been robbed before. Yes, there are quite a few patients in the inpatient department. In all likelihood, the medicines were swept away by the patients who had originally lived here. It seems that this search was fruitless. As for other inpatient areas, they may not be able to be found. Nan Wei panted, holding the blood pressure measuring instrument, and said, "There are no medicines here. They have all been cleared out. We're late. It is not known when all these drugs were cleared out. Now there was none left. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. It's okay. Let's go to the next one." Even though they might not be able to find a hospital in the next inpatient ward, they still had to look for it. Of course, this is not entirely for Weilon. If we encounter such a situation again in the future, without antibiotics, even if God comes, we will all die. Look for it now. Maybe you can still find it. By the time we get to the end of the day, everyone will be bitten by poisonous insects, and antibiotics may not even be of any use. So, this time, as long as we can find and copy the antibiotics. Apart from these medical devices that cannot be moved, I will probably not come to the hospital again in the future. Nan Wei put down the blood pressure device and followed Lin Qin's steps. The two were walking in the long corridor. In the dark hallway ahead, a slight sound came from a ward, attracting the attention of the two. The door of the ward was open, and blackout curtains were drawn over the 3 beds inside. And the sound came from the innermost part. Lin Qin raised his hand to stop Nan Wei from following in. I walked over alone, looking at the vague silhouette behind the curtain. There is a high probability that there are zombies among them. However, as Lin Qin approached, the zombie did not react at all. With his back to Lin Qin, he huddled in a corner, shaking his shoulders. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at him more. Zombie? No, it's a female zombie. Her hair looked clean, a little frizzy, but her clothes were clean, and she was wearing a thick floral cotton jacket. Although the style is a bit old-fashioned, it is not difficult to see that it is a human who knows how to keep warm. Lin Qin opened the curtain, and there was no sound from the balls in the ropeway. If this were a zombie, it would be hard not to make any noise. Could it be a human? Lin Qin couldn't help but frown. He turned sideways and looked at the half of the other person's cheek that was exposed. High nose bridge and long eyelashes. Chapter 239 Sneaky. All of them are standard features of beauties. There has been no other aggressive behavior for such a long time. It seems that he has become a human being. It just doesn't look very smart. Lin Qin pulled at the hem of his clothes, coughed lightly, and said, "Beauty, it's okay now. There are no zombies here." However, there was no response. The other party was already shaking and didn't dare to look back. This reaction is not what a normal person would have. He stepped forward and patted her shoulder with his leather-gloved hand. Just as he opened his lips to say a few words of comfort, he saw the other person's half-turned face. She was so beautiful that Lin Qin felt as if his heart was shot. Wow, she's a beauty. Her style is completely different from Nan Wei and Wei Lan. She's a cute loli. It makes people have an impulsive desire to protect. In fact, Lin Qin did the same. Before he could marvel at the beauty's looks, the other half of her face revealed, and Lin Qin was so frightened that his heart choked. The other half of her face was covered in blood and flesh, with veins bulging and her eye sockets dark with some liquid flowing out, running down her cheeks onto the cotton coat on her chest. In her hand, her long nails were embedded in a piece of leg bone, and she was gnawing on it with relish. Well, he was wrong. This is not a beauty at all. It's just zombies, okay? But there seems to be something wrong with this zombie's ears. Such a loud noise, but I couldn't hear anything. If I hadn't patted her shoulder, she probably wouldn't have reacted or turned around. Faced with living flesh and blood food, the zombies naturally would not be gentle and directly attacked Lin Qin. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced directly at Lin Qin. Without even having time to react, Lin Qin was thrown to the ground. However, it was only knocked to the ground, and the zombie was directly suspended in the air. Lin Qin shot his head and threw it aside. Lin Qin got up from the ground, looked at the zombies, and said with some regret, "What a pity. Such a pretty face." Nan Wei rushed in upon hearing the noise and saw Lin Qin had already stood up. Next to him, there was a corpse lying. Is that the person who made the noise just now? Nan Wei opened her lips. Then Lin Qin's voice was heard. He is probably a deaf person. He has turned into a zombie, so he doesn't react much to the sound. He shifted his gaze from the body on the ground to the ID card in front of the bed. Deng Ping. The name is a bit ordinary. Cardiology. Is this the inpatient department of the Department of Cardiology? After taking 2 glances, Lin Qin withdrew his gaze. There's nothing here, let's go. Lin Qin reached out and brushed off the dust on his body, then walked towards the corridor outside the ward. Nan Wei didn't say much, but just looked at the corpse on the ground twice in confusion. This person seemed to have just been transformed, with half of his skin intact, and the other half already transformed into a zombie. However, this indirectly shows that there are other survivors here. At least there were still survivors here before they came. The corridor was pitch black. Following Lin Qin's steps, the two went up and down the stairs inside the inpatient department and searched all the nurse stations on dozens of floors. Still haven't found what I want. Nan Wei was already exhausted at this time. After all, an inpatient building could be as high as 10 to 20 stories, and the corridors were long. They didn't rest and turned the whole building upside down but found nothing. We can't go on like this. There are no medicines left in the inpatient department. They have all been taken away by these patients. We have to move somewhere else. Change place? Where can I go and continue looking in other hospitals? Lin Xin couldn't help but ponder deeply. Nan Wei behind him continued. Let's go to the next department's inpatient department. Maybe there will be one, but it's not certain. It's best to go to the emergency room if we can find one. Emergency room is actually a good suggestion. But the problem is that the snow is so heavy and the temperature is so low. The sign of the outpatient building was covered with snow, let alone the emergency room. The emergency department usually does not appear in the inpatient department. It might be possible to find one at the outpatient clinic. The inpatient departments are not far from each other and are all in the same area. The building behind this one is the inpatient department of another department. Lin Xin took note of Nan Wei's words, but the two of them were heading to the second inpatient department at this time. In the snow at night, any living creature appearing is very visible. What's more, they were wearing night vision goggles. Nan Wei noticed with her sharp eyes that there seemed to be two dark shadows sneaking into a building in the distance. The reason why it is called sneaky is because zombies will not do such things. Obviously, it was the other survivors. Of course, Nan Wei was not the only one who made the discovery. And Lin Xin. The two men were planning to go to the next inpatient building when they discovered other survivors. Rather than searching for what others have looted, it would be faster to just grab one and find out the whereabouts of the medicine. Let's go to the emergency room. The medicines there may be more likely to be available than in the inpatient department. The emergency room is not like the inpatient department, which has a large building and many wards. It's not easy to find them one by one, up and down several floors. What's more, they were thinking about the emergency room and just happened to see it. The two looked at each other and reached a consensus tacitly. Lin Xin subconsciously looked around to make sure there wouldn't be any other unexpected events nearby that would disrupt their plan, and then he followed. Following the position where the other party flipped in, Lin Xin walked in front, and Nan Wei walked at the back. The moment she climbed in, Nan Wei saw with her sharp eyes that under the thick snow, there was a corner of something that looked like a signboard. She paused, lowered her head, and looked carefully. From the direction of the font, it seemed to say emergency. But Nan Wei didn't think much about it, and followed in immediately. The inside of the building was somewhat similar to the outpatient clinic, but Nan Wei had no intention of observing the place, and just followed along. The stealthy figure in front stopped in front of a big door, then looked around, pushed open the security door, entered the corridor, and went upstairs. At the moment when the security door was about to close, Lin Xin put his hand on the gap, and then followed it gently. The two figures moved very quickly in the darkness, and the light of their flashlights swept up and down the corridor from time to time to prevent any accidents. Lin Xin leaned against the wall with his back to avoid a beam of light before he dared to move forward. Soon, the two people stopped at the 5th floor and exited the stairwell. Could it be that these two people are the ones on night watch in some survivor team? However, Lin Xin did not doubt anything else and quickly followed him in. However, just as Lin Xin loosened his hand, the other party's voice rang out, and at the same time, a flashlight shone towards the corridor behind him. Chapter 240 Acquaintance. Lin Xin hurriedly caught the security door that was about to close and hid inside. He pushed Nan Wei, who wanted to come out, back. A beam of light came from a security door that had just been closed tightly. Then there was a faint sound of talking. "Brother, did you hear any sound? It seems like there are some, but no zombies were found." "Sure, let's not talk nonsense." "Good." He scanned the entire corridor with the flashlight, and after making sure there were no problems, he retracted it. The conversation between the two people could be heard clearly in this empty hall. But Lin Xin, who was hiding behind the security door, frowned. This voice sounds a little familiar. He looked at Nan Wei beside him, and seeing that she also reacted, he understood. It seems that the two people acting suspiciously outside must have met before or had an encounter with each other. If it's someone you know, then things will be easier. If it is hostile, then you have to think twice. But whether it is an enemy or a friend cannot be determined by sound. Lin Xin listened to the noise outside, and when he heard no sound, he pushed open the security door and walked in. The space in the hall was very empty, and it was difficult to find the two people. Fortunately, when they were about to disappear, Lin Xin saw their backs and lights and locked their position in time. Two people followed quietly. Step over the dried corpse on the ground. Lin Xin walked in front, near the corner, Lin Xin stuck to the wall and carefully stuck his head out. A knife came straight at his head. The knife was suspended in midair, just a little bit away from slicing Lin Xin's head open. Seeing that the first attack failed, the opponent came from the side with a knife, trying to pierce Lin Xin's abdomen. Everything happened too fast. Nanwei sensed something was wrong and could only shout, "Be careful," and rush towards Lin Xin's position. But the opponent was faster and she had no time to resist. The knife did not penetrate into Lin Xin's abdomen, and it could not penetrate from a certain distance. The two people looked up, but could only see a face wrapped tightly and could not make out the features clearly. This outfit looks familiar. However, they didn't take it seriously at this time. After all, anyone who had the night vision capability was definitely not an ordinary person. There are only two people in front of me now, and there may be more people behind or in other buildings. In short, these two people cannot be kept, and we have to find a way to deal with them so as not to alert other people. Men can't do it, but women can definitely do it. The two men changed their target, planning to start with the woman, but they underestimated the other party. After Lin Xin saw who the two men were, he frowned and shouted, "Wang Yu, why are you here?" Wang Yu was also stunned. This sound. He looked at the mask and night vision goggles on Lin Xin's face. Putting aside the night vision goggles that cover the eyes, the mask that covers the face also looks familiar. "Lin Xin," he shouted uncertainly. Lin Xin held Nan Wei's hand, which was crackling with energy, and said, "It's me. Why are you here?" Wang Yu looked at Lin Xin and Nan Wei, somewhat unbelieving. Although this place is not very close to Lin Xin and his family's villa area, it is definitely not far away. It's nearby. If I had gotten the yacht I wanted, I would never have come to this place so soon. It's not that they shouldn't be here, but it's only been half a day. Didn't they want a yacht? Why did they come back so soon? Ordinary people can't tow that yacht. Could it be that he wanted to wait for the snow to melt before sailing the boat away? It's not impossible, but whatever it is, it has nothing to do with them. Lin Xin looked at them and asked, "What else can we do in the hospital? Why are you here?" Wang Yu showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "We just found that this hospital was very empty and planned to use it as our own shelter. I just came back and was looking for this place. I thought I encountered a zombie and heard some noise behind me, so I pulled a knife on you." Lin Xin raised an eyebrow and paused. "Here? Shelter? Are you serious? The hospital is not an absolutely safe place. What's more, there are corpses everywhere here. It's creepy to think about living among a pile of dead bodies. Isn't it scary?" Wang Yu nodded. "Yes, there are many rooms here. The brick walls and steel bars are quite strong. It's also a tall building. If there are other people with bad intentions, even if we hide, there will always be a place for us to hide. Don't worry too much about the corpses. Just clean them up. As for whether you are scared or not, what could be scarier than zombies these days? This place is much safer than the place we were before." He looked at Lin Xin. There were some things he wanted to say, but he didn't dare to say them. If you really want complete safety, don't you have a good candidate right now? But he did not dare to go any further. After all, it was extremely difficult for a strong man to save him when he met him. It's better to forget about making such excessive demands again. If they start to have any intentions towards the two siblings because of this, they will be finished if they kill them all. By the way, what medicine are you looking for? We have searched almost every corner of this hospital, but there is no medicine. If you are short of medicine, you may have to look for it somewhere else. The crystal cores he and Wang Xiaoli obtained were from here. Of course, the crystal cores in their hands were only a minority, and they did not take most of the crystal cores. Firstly, I didn't know the function of the crystal core at that time, and secondly, I just thought it was curious, so I picked up a few extra. After arriving at the hospital this time, the original plan was to go back and clean up the zombie corpses while finding the crystal cores one by one, then improve their own abilities. Unexpectedly, I met Lin Xin and others first, but the other party probably wouldn't believe what he said. In fact, Lin Xin believed it. He searched the inpatient department and the pharmacy thoroughly, but didn't see a single medicine. If Nanwei hadn't thought with him that emergency treatment might have medicine, they would never have come here. After the previous fruitless search, it is highly likely that this hospital does not have a medicine. Just when Lin Xin was about to say something, a voice came from the walkie-talkie in his pocket. "Zhang Shui. This woman is awake, but she's a little weird." Lin Xin frowned. "What's strange about that?" Zhang Shui glanced at the woman squatting in the corner and said, "Forget it. You two should come back soon." Lin Xin didn't hesitate and ran out with Nan Wei. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli looked at each other. Wang Xiaoli asked, "What should we do? Should we follow them?" Chapter 241. Crazy? Pretending. They look like they're in trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the hospital and saved us before. Should we also do our part? Wang Yu took a deep breath and swallowed. What can we do to help? Brother, it's possible to do your part. In fact, I've always had an idea, but I've been hesitant about whether to say it. They're so strong. If we follow them, we will not suffer any loss. On the contrary, we can get protection. What's more, Wei Lan was also a special police officer before. I feel at ease with her around. I just don't know how to start. If there's a place where we can be used this time, maybe we can join their team. Wang Yu knew very well that he could only survive by following a strong team, but since no one told him, he didn't dare to. I was afraid of ruining this seemingly harmonious situation. Wang Xiaoli didn't think so. She pulled Wang Yu and dragged him. Come on, brother, or you won't be able to keep up. Wang Yu was also dragged along reluctantly. They are not like Lin Xin and his friends, who have night vision goggles and can see clearly at night, even without flashlights. Following Lin Xin and the others all the way, shuttling back and forth in the outpatient clinic, we finally arrived outside the pharmacy. Watching Lin Xin and the others enter the pharmacy, Wang Yu hesitated for a moment and followed them in. The small space was instantly filled with a lot of people. What happens? Lin Xin looked at Zhang Shui and asked. Zhang Shui pointed at the woman in the corner and said, "She seems to have gone crazy." She didn't respond at all. After she woke up and saw us, she kept yelling and curled up in a corner, shaking all over. I don't know what I encountered. If you simply encountered zombies, you wouldn't be so scared. Therefore, this female doctor must have encountered something very stimulating, which is why she became so crazy. Now that the person has gone crazy, it seems that it is futile to ask her to cure diseases and save lives. Nan Wei looked at what was stuffed in the female doctor's mouth. This mouth. Zhang Shui seemed to have just remembered this and explained, "I was afraid that her screaming would attract zombies, so I sealed it up." There was a piece of thick cloth stuffed in the female doctor's mouth, and she didn't even know how to spit it out, even though she was going crazy. There is no sound, so there is no need to worry about attracting zombies because of the sound. Zhang Shui thought it was quite easy. By the way, how's your search for medicine going? When this was mentioned, Nan Wei sighed and shook her head. Don't mention it. There's nothing in this hospital. It's been completely plundered. Only the expired injections are left. Thinking back to the injection solution prepared in the inpatient department, Nan Wei sighed. I guess only the prepared injection solution is what no one wants. What about Wei Lan? If there's no other medicine, antibiotics will do. It can't be that there's nothing. The lump behind Wei Lan's neck has grown bigger again, and her forehead is a little hot now. I touched it and found she has a fever. She is unconscious now. The two men walked forward, and Lin Xin put his hand on her forehead to feel the temperature. I do have a fever. This temperature. Lin Xin pulled out a thermometer from his pocket. 39.8 degrees. This temperature is a bit too high. He took out the antipyretic medicine and ground the tablets into powder. Fence was unconscious at the moment and couldn't swallow the pills. So I had to grind it into powder and dissolve it in water for her to drink. As for how much you can drink, it all depends on your fate. But just force feed it in. At least we have to find a way to suppress her fever. As for the abscess at the back, there is no absolute certainty, and no one knows what will happen if it is squeezed. Everyone gathered in front of Wei Lan. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli stood on the outermost side, looking at the crazy woman in the corner with frowns. This woman doesn't look crazy. It seems like he is pretending. A truly crazy person is not as calm as she looks. What's more, he can survive for so long in the apocalypse. Wang Yu walked straight towards the woman in the corner and looked at the dirty little face hidden under the messy hair. Although he couldn't see her specific expression, he clearly noticed the woman's alert and defensive posture as he approached. Wang Yu squatted down and looked at the woman who was huddled together nervously, but her eyes were secretly looking at him. He couldn't help but curl his lips and sneer. There is indeed a problem. He stretched out his hand to touch the woman's hair that covered her face, but only after he pushed it aside could he clearly see the woman's expression. Lin Xin discovered it in time, looked at Wang Yu, and said, "What are you doing?" Wang Yu turned around calmly and said, "Nothing. Aren't you looking for medicine to save people? I know a place. Come out with me for a moment." Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and followed Wang Yu out. There was nothing in the pharmacy except empty shelves. But with a door between us, the sound insulation is okay. In addition, Wang Yu could lower his voice so it would not be heard. After the two of them stood still and made sure there were no zombies inside or outside the pharmacy, Lin Qin asked, "What do you want to say?" "That doctor must be pretending." Lin Qin frowned. "How do you know?" "When I approached her, she acted too calm. She would stare at me and watch my every move as if she was watching my movements to react. If an ordinary person was really crazy, she would not react like this. How could a truly crazy person still observe others?" Lin Qin thought silently. If that doctor was pretending, so what's her purpose in pretending? Escape? 2. After he is no longer of any use. No normal person would care about a crazy person who is so sloppy. It's useless. Most people won't care. Lin Qin chuckled. "Why are you so sure?" "I'm ashamed to say that my ex-girlfriend is a nurse in a mental hospital. I've seen some real patients and heard her talk about them. I just felt that her condition wasn't right, so I went to test it out. But I think you have to catch her in the act after she lets her guard down. If she knew that they had already suspected her, they would definitely not reveal anything." Lin Qin raised his eyes and said nothing. "Wait? That's impossible. In Weilan's situation, there is not much time to wait. Since you are pretending, you have to be able to pretend it." Back into the cubicle, everyone in the room looked over. "How's it going? Have you found the medicine?" This is a question that everyone is concerned about. Even the female doctor in the corner was waiting for the other party's results. Lin Qin looked around the room, then inadvertently glanced at the female doctor. Then he smiled and said, "Well, don't worry. In Weilan's situation, I'll give her medicine, but it's you guys. You haven't had a good meal all day. You've been running around outside with me and haven't even had a warm meal. Let's have something delicious for dinner. What do you want to eat? Fried chicken, hot pot, or stir fry?" Chapter 242, Joining the Team. The woman in the corner visibly shook her hands as she listened to Lin Qin's words. There is a reaction. Lin Qin smiled and looked at Nan Wei and Zhang Shui, who seemed to be in a low mood. "What's wrong? You never act like this when you see delicious food before." Zhang Shui leaned against the wall and said without much emotion, "Wei Lan is already like this. How can he still have the heart to eat?" Nan Wei stood aside, covered Wei Lan with a blanket, and said in a similarly unhappy tone, "Yes, Wei Lan. This incident happened simply too suddenly. There were so many white furry things over there. Why was Wei Lan the only one bitten? Who could be in a good mood like this?" Lin Qin chuckled. "Don't worry too much. I've already told you that I found it. Wei Lan just took some antipyretic medicine. It'll take some time before you can take any more medicine. It's just right to wait until everyone has finished dinner before giving Wei Lan the medicine." Zhang Shui sighed. "Even if we eat, the problem is that this place is so small, and there are so many of us that we can hardly turn around. So where is there room to eat?" These words were a little soft and were uttered in a mumble. But everyone heard it. Indeed, it is not very likely to have a meal here. It is too crowded. Lin Qin looked around in the small corridor. Then, "There's a door here. Wait a minute." As he spoke, Lin Qin turned a door in the middle of the corridor and twisted the door handle. The door opened easily. Inside is a not-so-big medicine storage room. There were quite a few cardboard boxes, but they were empty. Lin Qin picked up the empty cardboard boxes on the outside and made them into a simple tabletop. When eating, there must be something to place the dishes. The cardboard box is quite stable when it is turned upside down on the ground. The size of the place is also good. Here it is. Let's eat something hot. We can't eat hot pot here. He doesn't have a stove that comes with a small gas tank, but if he had one, he could eat it. Forget it. Some stir-fried dishes will be fine too. To say the least, he ordered a lot of food at the restaurant. It's not quite a full banquet, but the table formed by 4 or 5 cardboard boxes placed together is not very small. There are quite a lot of things placed on it. Wang Yu looked at the food on the cardboard box, feeling a little confused. When he was in the villa area before, he was somewhat impressed by Lin Qin's strength, but he did not reject it. But now, they had nothing on them except their backpacks, so where did all these delicious fish and meat on the ceramic plates come from? It's simply too outrageous and too fantastic. However, the dishes on this table were so fragrant that even though I found it incredible, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. It smells so good, even more delicious, more appetizing, and more delicious than the self-heating hot pot I had at Lin Qin before. As for Nan Wei and Zhang Shui, they're no longer surprised. Hey, isn't that right? Let's eat first. Let's eat together. Everyone had a bowl of steaming white rice, and the dishes on the cardboard boxes, they were so delicious. Wang Xiaoli was eating meat, her mouth full, and she couldn't help but smile and whispered, "It would be nice if I could stay with you guys forever." There's meat to eat every day, and you are full every day. Following such a powerful man, you don't have to worry about zombies. Days like this are so wonderful. Nanwei heard Wang Xiaoli's mumbling and turned her head to look at her. Wang Yu saw this and started to tremble as he was eating and explained hurriedly. Xiaoli was just joking. You don't have to take it to heart. We two siblings are very grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. The time we spend with you is when we eat the most and the best. I think it's normal for my sister to envy this kind of life, but you don't have to worry. We brothers and sisters know our own abilities and won't dream too much and cause trouble to you. Before he could finish his words, Lin Qin spoke. He actually had a lot of thoughts during this period. The friends of Nan Wei who he had taken in before, all of them eventually wanted to go to the official shelter and left without saying goodbye. Such thoughts have since been dispelled. However, as the mutation situation becomes more complicated, more and more teams are banding together. This thought came up again. From the current perspective, Wang Yu and his partner know when to advance and when to retreat, and they know their limits. Although I'm just a beginner, this is not a problem. It's only a matter of time to become stronger. He needs a team member who can completely obey his command. The two of them seem to be a good match. Since we're talking about this, I'd like to ask you two, are you interested in joining our team? Don't be too happy yet. If you join our team, you must obey my command and have absolute trust in other teammates. The two people who were hit were a little dizzy by this sudden good thing. When they reacted, both of them were so excited that they couldn't speak clearly. We can really do this. This news came a little suddenly. I'm a little flattered. Don't worry, we will definitely listen to you, as long as we don't sit there and feed the zombies. Lin Qin smiled helplessly and said nothing. On the other hand, Nan Wei and Zhang Shui on the side went from being stunned at first to gladly accepting it later. Lin Qin must have his reasons for the decision he made. When the snow melts, there will be more and more teams fighting for territory. This is not a good thing. One more person means more strength, which is always more convenient than the four of them. It seemed like there was no extra space in the villa for the two of them. But I believe Lin Qin must have his way. Nan Wei shook her head and said helplessly, "Why would we let you feed zombies for no reason? It won't bring us any benefits. But since you have joined the team, we are a team now. As a team, the most taboo thing is suspicion and guarding. You have to trust your teammates wholeheartedly. Do you understand?" Wang Yu nodded hurriedly. Yes. Nan Wei. But if you join the team, you must be prepared to be trained by us. Your abilities are still too weak. Of course, I'm not the one who's going to train you. She'll be the one who'll come when Wei Lan wakes up. Nan Wei said this, looking at Wei Lan, who was sleeping on the ground covered with cardboard, with a worried look on her face. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli had no complaints. In the end times, they were worried that there was no one to guide them, so they had to rely on their own experience to fight the zombies. If someone can give you some pointers, it will definitely be better than doing it all by yourself. Okay, no problem. The two of them were in a better mood for eating at this time. The woman outside could hear clearly the conversation inside the house. The aroma in the air made her stomach growl. The fingernails hidden under the clothes were clasping her palms tightly, but it still couldn't hide her temptation for food. He sniffed the fragrance in the air and swallowed his cracked lips. Chapter 243, How Can I Trust You? It's edible. It's still delicious. It smells so good. It smells so good. She inhaled the fragrance in the air deeply, but did not dare to move at all. Even though she was very hungry, she was still trying hard to resist. But the aroma of food filled the air, and it was just too tempting. She slowly crawled over and stuck her head out from the edge of the doorframe. A room full of people squatted on a simple table made of cardboard boxes, with dozens of pots of food placed on it. Eat with gusto. She pinched the back of her hand, trying to sober herself up. Lin Qin noticed a piece of clothing sticking out from the edge of the doorframe, and then raised his eyebrows. He put down his bowl and pulled off the roasted chicken leg in the middle of the table. He deliberately raised it in the air and said, "This roast chicken has 4 legs. I'll eat the big one first. I have to say, this roast chicken tastes really good. It leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, and the surface is crispy. It is exactly the same as when it was just out of the oven. It smells so good, please try it." Nan Wei looked at Lin Qin's slightly exaggerated expression and blinked in confusion. The same was true for Zhang Shui standing next to her. Why do I have such a weird feeling? Wang Yu, on the other hand, seemed to have realized something. He cooperated with Lin Qin to tear off a small chicken drumstick and said, "You know what? This roasted chicken is really delicious. Sister, eat more. I just ate it. It was really delicious. I feel like I haven't eaten something this delicious in a long time. Wang Xiaoli looked at the other people at the table. The roast chicken only had 4 legs, and they ate it. Zhang Zuin and Wei and the others may not be enough. Well, eating this. She looked at the chicken leg and really wanted to eat it, but she had to consider other people. Before she could finish her thought, Lin Qin spoke. Eat more. There's plenty of roast chicken. Wang Xiaoli's originally worried expression changed immediately. She ate the roast chicken, the crispy skin, and the fragrant meat. I couldn't help but say, wow, it's really delicious, brother. You should try it too. There was a bite left by Wang Xiaoli on the chicken leg, but no other part of the chicken was scratched. Delicious food is meant to be shared, and they wouldn't be so ignorant as to eat a second one. Wang Yu chuckled and patted Wang Xiaoli's head. Eat it. Nanwei smiled and looked at Wang Xiaoli and said, it's so delicious I want to try it too. Xiaoxua, do you want to eat it? Zhang Shui shook her head. You eat it, I won't eat it. Hey, I want to eat this instead of roast chicken. As she spoke, Zhang Shui picked up the lamb skewers on the table and took a bite, her mouth full of juice. It smells exactly like the food just grilled on the charcoal stove. It's so delicious. It makes me feel like I'm back to the old days when I was having a barbecue with my friends. Lin Qin couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the corner of the man's clothes outside the door becoming more and more exposed. There was a triumphant smile in his eyes. Just when a few people were eating happily, the woman hiding outside the door could no longer bear the intense hunger and rushed over. She squatted on the ground, grabbed the food on the plate with her hands, and stuffed it into her mouth desperately. Eat all the vegetables and meat on the table. Eat, eat, eat. This was the only thought in Tang Kursen's mind. As for the other people at the table, except Lin Qin and Wang Yu who knew about the situation, the others stared with wide eyes and disbelief at this sudden change. After realizing what was happening, several people frowned and remained silent. This woman is like a starving ghost. She swept away all the food on the table in an instant. Regardless of whether his hands are dirty or not, he just grabs the food and stuffs it into his mouth. There's not even any chewing action, just swallowing. Nanwei looked at Lin Qin, who was standing aside with no expression on his face, and she probably guessed something in her heart. Zhang Shui did not speak rashly and also glanced at Lin Qin. Seeing that he was as calm as before, she thought it was probably nothing serious and soon felt relieved. When the woman had almost finished eating, Lin Qin took out a flashlight and pointed the light directly at her. For a woman who had not seen such strong light for a long time, the light of the flashlight was particularly dazzling. Then, Lin Qin suddenly spoke. This, female doctor, are you not pretending anymore? The woman who was eating desperately paused, and her face hidden under her dirty hair was startled. After a long while, she finally spoke. You knew I was pretending? She looked up, but her eyes, hidden behind her black hair, were not clear. The light in the room was not very bright. The only brightest light was the flashlight shining directly into her eyes. Such light made it difficult for her to see the surroundings. But she could feel the strong gaze coming from the man facing her. Lin Qin turned off the flashlight, and the room returned to normal. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Why are you pretending to be crazy? We have no ill intentions. Tang Kursen sneered, with a hint of giving up everything. Who knows whether you are good or bad people? I've been hiding in this hospital for too long. Even my colleagues are willing to push their friends who they have worked with for more than 10 years into zombies to gain safety in order to survive. We also encountered many people who broke into the hospital, and even the patients who lived in the hospital, who were like crazy, killing people and stealing things. Tell me, what's the difference between you and strangers to me? Why should I be honest with you? Lin Qin thought about it and agreed. There really isn't anything wrong with it. We are not interested in this kind of thing, but you're the only doctor we can find now. We have searched all over this hospital, but have not found any useful medicine. You've also seen our friend. I hope you can help us treat her. Tang Kursen lowered her head, but did not put down the food in her hand. When she heard Lin Qin's voice, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why are you laughing? Lin Qin asked in a low voice. Tang Kursen snorted coldly and said, You think too simply. As long as you're scratched or bitten by a zombie, even if the wound is small, it is impossible to recover. No medicine can help. You guys can only wait for your friend to slowly turn into a zombie. Lin Qin frowned and said, Who told you that our friend was bitten by a zombie? Tang Kursen frowned. Didn't he get bitten by a zombie? Of course not. She was bitten by an insect and developed a large abscess. The abscess is now almost as big as a fist. She has a high fever and won't go away. We are not doctors and don't know how to treat her. She said antibiotics would work, so we came looking for them. But there was nothing. Tang Kursin sneered. Of course you can't find it. All the medicines in the hospital have been looted by those evil people. How could they let you find some medicine? They would like to turn over even the ants on the ground and take them away from you. Chapter 244 Conditions. Lin Xin looked at Tang Kursin. Judging from her tone, there should still be some medicine in the hospital. But where is the medicine? I'm afraid she is the only one who knows. For what you said, you have it. Tang Kursin didn't say anything, but just tore off Yuji's chicken leg and started eating it. Lin Xin lowered his head and understood. Whatever you want, as long as it can save our teammates and there's medicine to treat them, and it is within my ability, you can have whatever you want, even including food. Seeing how hungry she is, I guess food is more precious to her than weapons. For this kind of people, food is essential to making a deal. He didn't believe that Tang Kursin was unwilling. If they don't want to, then there definitely aren't enough of them. Tang Kursin looked at Lin Xin. Anything is fine? Lin Xin nodded. Of course, anything is fine. I need food and water, warm clothes, and weapons. Is that all I need? Ordinary people can't come up with these things. Even if someone is not an ordinary person and has the ability to produce these things, he or she may not give up these supplies for the sake of a teammate. This is human nature. This is especially true in this situation where everyone is in danger. Lin Xin didn't hesitate and agreed directly. Okay, but the prerequisite is that you help me heal my team members. Tang Kursin finally raised her head and looked at Lin Xin straight in the eye. Pay the deposit first. Otherwise, how can I know whether what you said is true or false? Lin Xin shrugged his shoulders and said, Okay, are these enough? In a flash, a lot of food was piled up next to Lin Xin. He looked at Tang Kursin with a straight gaze. Tang Kursin's eyes fell on the food beside her, and she immediately stood up and walked over. I started to look through them one by one. It's really food. Really give it all to her? Tang Kursin didn't believe it. If I save people, it won't be easy for you to kill me, and I can't take these things with me. Nan Wei frowned and thought, this female doctor really has a lot of things to do. However, Zhang Shui's temper flared up again. He slammed the cardboard box and said, What do you mean, doctor? If we want to kill you, do we need to waste time talking to you? If we really wanted to kill you, we would have killed you right away when we first came in and found you. Why would we waste time with you? I told you that you don't want to be treated with respect. As she spoke, Zhang Shui rolled up her sleeves, but her clothes were too thick and she couldn't pull them up at all. Listen carefully, I'm only going to say this once. We're not interested in assassinating you. It would be easy to kill you. We came here to save our friends, nothing else. You were just a doctor we found on the way when we were looking for medicine. If you were not a doctor and you were still useful, we would not have brought you in. When you tried to kill us with a knife, we could have just killed you. Do you understand? Lin Xin did not stop Zhang Shui from speaking, and that was indeed the case. Tang Kursin frowned. Her attitude was not good even though there were many things going on. But after hearing what Zhang Shui said, she dispelled many of her doubts. After thinking it over, she said, Wait for me here. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Kursin left. Lin Xin and others were still sitting in the same place, waiting. The room was very quiet. Nan Wei couldn't help but ask, Will she come back? Lin Xin did not answer immediately. Instead, he ate a bite of peanuts. Zhang Shui immediately said, If she doesn't come back, don't let me touch her. I'll do it to her every time I touch her. Lin Xin was a little helpless. Okay, I believe this doctor is a smart man. Don't think too much about it. Are you all full? There's still so much food on the table. Zhang Shui pouted inside. What to eat? Her hands are so black, and she grabbed so much from the plate. Who knows if there are any bacteria or anything? But you can eat this, Xiaoli. This skewer is delicious. You can try it too. Zhang Shui took all the skewers on the table, distributed them to Wang Xiaoli and her brother, and then handed a few skewers to Nan Wei. He ate with gusto. Although it was less than 10 minutes, it seemed very long at this moment, even a little tormenting. Finally, Tang Kursin appeared again. On her back, she carried a first aid kit. At this point, Lin Xin also revealed a relatively comfortable smile. Make room for me. I need enough light. Someone, help me turn him over to lie on his side. As soon as Tang Kursin finished speaking, Someone stepped forward and gathered all the flashlights together. Then someone helped to lay Wei Lan on his side. The lump on the back of my neck is really big. She took out the scalpel, disinfected it with iodine, and then cut the skin. There's no anesthesia nowadays, so it will definitely hurt. The unconscious Fence frowned subconsciously because of the pain in the back of his neck. Cut the swollen mass and drain all the pus out. Iodine was poured directly on the back of her neck, and then medical sterile cotton was used with tweezers to apply it cleanly. The operation took some time, and then the wound was bandaged before the operation ended. She took out the medicine from the medicine box, mixed it, introduced it into the syringe, and then injected it into Wei Lan's subcutaneous tissue. After taking care of everything, she said expressionlessly, "I have already prepared the wound and the medicine for her. As long as it doesn't get inflamed, there will be no problem. If you get inflamed, remember to take anti-inflammatory medicine. This wound cannot come into contact with water. Just be careful." It is said that Tang Kurson wiped the instruments with iodine to disinfect them. Nowadays, there is no other way to disinfect. It's much better than not disinfecting at all. She put away her medical kit and made way. In an instant, everyone crowded forward to observe Wei Lan's situation. Tang Kurson was stunned for a moment. These people were different from the previous waves of survivors she had met. They seemed to be very concerned about the safety of their companions. Tang Kurson couldn't help feeling a little envious. But having accomplished the great deed, she walked to the dining table, took off the rubber gloves on her hands, and continued to eat. This table of delicious food cannot be wasted. As time went by, Wei Lan gradually woke up, not knowing whether it was the antipyretic medicine he had taken earlier or the effect of treating the abscess. "I woke up. I finally woke up. Finally woke up. Wei Lan, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Do you feel better anywhere?" "Yes. If you feel any other discomfort, tell me now. If there is anything wrong, we can continue the diagnosis." A bunch of people gathered around and talked at once. The noise made Wei Lan feel a little dizzy. Chapter 245. 2 new members added to the team. Nanwei was somewhat helpless and said, Okay, Wei Lan just woke up. Stop talking nonsense. Give her some space. By the way, I haven't had dinner yet. Are you hungry?" Wei Lan's head was still a little dizzy. When she heard Nanwei's question, she shook her head. "That's right. I probably don't have much appetite after just waking up, so it's okay to wait a little longer." Lin Xin said, "Don't worry. Are you full? Why don't you continue eating? You're blocking the air here." Zhang Xuesong opened the hand that was holding Wei Lan. "That's right. You should get some sleep and rest first. Just remember to tell me if you're hungry later." Having said that, Zhang Shui went back to the cardboard box and sat on the ground. As for eating, she didn't know how to eat. Tang Kurson sat opposite her, eating by herself. She stopped eating only when she was full. She grabbed the water on the table and drank it all up. Zhang Shui was stunned by what she saw. This way of eating is amazing. However, Zhang Shui only thought so in her heart and did not say it out loud. The others seemed to think similarly to what she thought. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. The only sound in the room was the sound of Tang Kurson eating. Lin Xin stood aside and took out his cell phone. It was almost 10 o'clock, which was a bit late. It was pitch black outside, and the zombies had excellent hearing at night, but Lin Xin didn't want to spend the night here. It was freezing. Tang Kurson looked at the phone in Lin Xin's hand that was still working properly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But she quickly lowered her head and did not show this emotion. As time went by, Wei Lan almost recovered. After regaining some strength, Lin Xin said directly, "Okay, let's go back. Wang Yu, do you still have a car you and Xiaoli had?" When Wang Yu saw Lin Xin calling him, he quickly replied, Yes. We hit it." Lin Xin nodded. "It's fine if you have it. Follow us back," Lin Xin said, looking at the lying Wei Lan. "How are you? Do you still have strength?" Wei Lan tried to stand up. His strength had recovered a little, and he could walk, but a little slowly. Nan Wei followed her, supporting Wei Lan, and Zhang Shui was on the other side. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli followed behind Lin Xin and were responsible for covering the rear. After all, the slightest movement at night will be magnified infinitely. No one knows where the zombies will come from. The huge team left the pharmacy as grandly as when they came. In a flash, all that was left was a table full of dishes that had been cleared out and still had a lot of food left. Including this small space, it feels a lot more spacious. Tang Kurson looked at the other person who left without even hesitating. There were also food and clothes on the ground that he had promised to give to Lin Xin to treat him. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When there was no one in sight, she picked up the things on the ground, put them on her back, and followed. The weather outside was very cold. Tang Kursin, who had not been out for a long time, looked at the white scene around her in the moonlight and was a little stunned. Then she wrapped her clothes tightly around her and followed the messy footprints on the ground. Lin Xin got on the sled, with Wei Lan following behind. Wei Lan, who had regained some strength, had no problem hugging Lin Xin while riding in the car. And Zhang Shui brought Nanwei with her. As for Wang Yu, he naturally brought his sister with him. With all the people gathered, Lin Xin started the car and left quickly. At night, several zombies heard the noise of a sled truck, crawled out from the thick snow, and chased after the sound. But Lin Xin and his men were extremely fast and left the zombies far behind. When we returned to the villa, Wei Lan had already gone back to her room to rest. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli previously occupied Wei Lan's storage room. Now that Wei Lan had gone back to rest, there was no extra room for the two of them to rest. Wang Yu simply spread his bedding on the floor of the living room and huddled in the living room with Wang Xiaoli. Although this living room is not warmer than the house, it is definitely much warmer than outside. Wang Yu is very satisfied with this. From now on, he and Xiaoli will have a stable home. Just thinking about it made him feel more at ease. The floor was ready and a little dirty, so Nanwei brought over a few clean quilts and said, "I'm sorry, I never thought there would be so many people at home, so I have to inconvenience you today." Lin Xin was worried that you would be cold, so he asked me to bring you some blankets and clean clothes. By the way, if you want to take a shower, there is hot water in the bathroom on the first floor. You can take a shower directly. Lin Xin will arrange new accommodation for you tomorrow, don't worry. After finishing her instructions, Nanwei returned to her room. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli, who were sleeping on the floor in the living room, were overwhelmed by the huge surprise when they saw the clean quilts and clothes, as well as the hot bath. The two of them went to the bathroom downstairs, where there were 2 large buckets of hot water, which they used directly. This water is enough for them to take a bath and scrub their dirty hair at the same time. The two of them washed themselves clean and changed into the clean clothes that Nanwei brought. Lying on the laid-out floor, there was only a nightlight left in the living room. Wang Yu couldn't help but envy and said, "That's great. We don't have to hide from place to place anymore." "Yes, brother. Thanks to Sister Nanwei and the others. Otherwise, we would have to hide everywhere. We must do our job well. Don't worry." Early the next morning, before it got fully light, Lin Xin walked on the snow and came to the villa behind. As soon as I went out, the cold outside seemed to turn into a warm current, and I felt unexpectedly okay. Is this warming up? Lin Xin couldn't help but look around. The snow layer that was higher than the second floor yesterday had now dropped below the junction of the top of the first floor and the edge of the second floor. After 2 days of warming, I think the windows on the first floor will be open. The cold current in the air is no longer as cold as before, like a knife scraping on the face. It's actually a lot gentler. I believe it won't be long before the snow completely melts away. As for the perceived temperature, it is still cold. Compared with before, it is much better. Lin Xin walked on the snow, humming as he headed towards the building behind. In the villa at the back, Lin Xin remembered that there was a woman living here before. Her name was Sha. She had cleaned up all the corpses inside before, including the rotten flesh, corpses, and so on of the zombies. None of these things existed. Apart from the dust and dirt from not having been lived in for a long time, there was no other problem. After a little cleaning, it can be lived in. Moreover, the rooms in this villa have not been renovated and there are many rooms. Chapter 246, Future Thoughts, Encountering Robbery on the Road. In the future, as the team grows in size, this villa area can be completely cordoned off to form a unique base. Originally, the only advantage of the villa area was that it covered a large area and had few buildings. It would be a good idea to turn this place into a base and reinforce the surrounding walls. You won't have to worry about being targeted by others anymore. Moreover, all the original green areas in the middle can be renovated, used to grow fruits and vegetables. Otherwise, you will be doing nothing all day long. You should try other fun things. The more I think about it, the more feasible it seems. But this idea will have to wait. After the snow melts, it is still unknown whether it will cause floods. After observing the basic conditions in the room, Lin Xin installed an air conditioner in the room to solve the heating problem. As for things like generators, we'll have to wait. After everything in the villa is packed up, the solar panels will be installed. It has been a long time since the snow fell, and the sun has been shining brightly recently. Solar panels are very useful. But this time, Lin Xin planned to place it on the roof of the villa. Thinking of this, Lin Xin climbed out and closed the window. In just a short while, the sun had climbed above the clouds and was now shining brightly. A cool breeze blew across my face, bringing warmth. Everything around me was white, and there was no sign of a zombie. What a harmonious scene. Lin Xin stood in the snow, looking into the distance and taking a deep breath of fresh air. Then, ahem, there's nothing fresh about the air. It's filled with the rotting smell of zombies. Lin Xin patted his chest and planned to return to their villa. It's better not to wait for the air outside. It's better to go back and breathe the air that has been purified by the air purifier at home. Lin Xin stepped on the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Suddenly, he paused. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a set of messy footprints. Is there anyone coming around here? But this footprint doesn't look like that of a person. It's very small with holes all over it. It seems to be a cat, but it doesn't seem to be one. So far, he has never encountered a cat. I think when facing zombies, cats are creatures that make quite loud noises, so they won't survive if they encounter zombies. These footprints in the snow are somewhat different from the plum blossom prints. There's a vertical mark at the back that looks like a toe. Human footprints don't look like this. Lin Xin immediately looked around, but there was no movement. Following the footprints in the snow, he couldn't help but walk forward. These footprints were not covered by snow. Some were deep, and the clear lines on the soles of the shoes were visible. It looks like the shoe prints have been there for some time. The compacted footprints turned into frost. Lin Xin frowned and took out his cell phone. The monitoring showed no abnormalities. No one passed by, let alone any mutant creatures. So how did this footprint form? Lin Xin couldn't help but feel confused, but also full of vigilance. He followed the footprints and came to the east gate of the villa. Because the snow melted too quickly, the tops of the trees that were there earlier have now been exposed, and are now about the same height as the weeds that were previously as tall as a thigh. Coupled with the sudden drop in extreme temperatures, the green leaves on the treetops still remain on the treetops. It's just frozen solid. Tibetans should be unable to hide. As for the mutants, from what he has seen so far, those mutants should not be so small. But these messy footprints lead in this direction. Thinking of this, Lin Xin couldn't help but look into the distance, looking one by one, but there was nothing. Shaking his head, Lin Xin returned the same way. It seems that we need to add a gate and a fence here. Oh, by the way, we also need to install a surveillance camera. Otherwise, there's still too many blind spots in monitoring. As soon as Lin Xin left, several survivors lay in the snow and the weeds behind him, not daring to move. In front of them, a rabbit was eating something on the snow, motionless. One of the men in the team slowly reached out his hand and aimed the slingshot at the rabbit. The whole person didn't dare to breathe. The rabbit over there didn't move at all. The bullet hole shot out, but it didn't kill anyone. The rabbit was startled and ran wildly in the snow. The people in ambush had no time to feel regretful and quickly followed. Hurry up, don't let the rabbit run away. How stupid. Are you trying to piss me off to death? 3 people appeared among the weeds and trees, chasing a rabbit. The 3 of them were on patrol out of the base. When they saw a rabbit, they wanted to catch it to satisfy their craving. Of course, it's only allowed outside, and I won't bring it back. Unexpectedly, the rabbit was not hit and ran away. Following the direction the rabbit escaped, the 3 people moved forward. Suddenly, I saw a woman in the snow. The 3 men were shocked. Lu Haoqing, what's going on? Why is there a woman here? Zhang, why think so much? Look, there's a big bag of food next to this woman. It's probably food. Hian, is there any need to look? The thing she is holding is from the big bag. Lu Haoqing stretched his neck and looked around. Damn, it's a chicken drumstick. The chicken leg in Tang Kursen's hand was torn off the table last night. After being frozen hard overnight, she took some paper to wrap it on the surface and kept it in her arms for a long time. When I pinched it now, it still had some residual warmth and was a lot softer. It's ready to eat. Before he could eat the chicken leg, he heard footsteps behind him. Tang Kursen's heart paused, and she quietly took out the scalpel with her other hand while turning her head to look. 3 men stood behind her, surrounded her, and took away the only chicken leg in her hand. The other person picked up the big bag next to her. Tang Kursen panicked for a moment and wanted to snatch her bag back. However, the man looked at her impatiently, and the other one stretched out his hand to block her way. This, Ian looked Tang Kursen up and down. Her hair was tangled and greasy, but her clothes looked new. Beautiful girl, I can't even say it. It's more like calling him a beggar. Before he could finish, Zhang, who was holding a bag at the back, was stunned when he saw the food in the bag. Oh, that's quite a lot to eat. As he said this, he handed the bag to the other two people. The two people looked at the things in the bag. First they were shocked, then they were ecstatic. These foods can be hidden, and you can cook for yourself when you're hungry. There's no need to take it back and share it with other people in the base. Today's harvest is not bad. Even though we don't have a rabbit, we still have a chicken leg. There's still so much food. Chapter 247 Rescued. The bag was not small. It was the kind of snakeskin woven bag that was often used when moving house in the past. You can pack a lot in one go and carry it on your back. It's just that if you put too many things in it, the rope will feel a bit tight. Tang Kurson could only watch helplessly as the other party snatched her bag and rummaged through the food inside, with an expression as if he had gotten a bargain and looked very excited. These three men had guns hanging on their waists, and like the survivors who had previously broken into the hospital, they did not look like good people. Even if you do nothing, you may not end up well. She looked at the other person's ugly face, and her whole attention seemed to be on the food. I couldn't help but tighten the scalpel in my hand. Zhang chuckled, his tone full of the excitement of discovering a treasure. I never thought this stinking beggar had so much food. Oh, there's also red wine. Although wine is not a luxury item, it is indeed rare after such a long time. Tang Kurson lowered her eyes in shock as she watched those men take out an unopened bottle of red wine from their bag. This bag was given to her by Lin Qin yesterday, and she actually didn't look through the contents carefully. After walking all night, when she felt hungry, she would take out a few things from her bag to fill her stomach. She didn't open the box to look at what was inside. Unexpectedly, Lin Qin actually gave her a bottle of red wine. Wine, no matter what kind of wine it is, the base is always good stuff. Drinking too much will make you drunk, and when necessary, it can also numb yourself from facing the chaos in today's world. The three men took out the wine. In the current low temperature, the red wine had frozen into ice cubes, so it was impossible to drink it directly. It seems that the only thing I can do is to make a fire and warm up the wine. Seeing the three men almost forgetting themselves, Tang Kurson couldn't help but emphasize, "These are my things." He handed the red wine to Liu Haoqing, who was standing next to him, without even raising his head. Then he reached into his bag and took out some snacks to satisfy his craving. Spicy fish, boneless lemon chicken feet, konjac shreds. Wow, there are quite a lot of snacks. In the past, they would not have thought of eating these things. But nowadays, my mouth has been tasteless for so long. These little snacks are just the right way to satisfy your craving. He threw the fish to his other two companions, and then opened one for himself. It's quite spicy and strong. He looked at Tang Kurson with a disdainful expression. "Yours?" "Brothers, this woman said it's hers." As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of laughter. "We brothers are respecting you. We didn't want to kill you because you have such a frail body. But this is yours. It's really hilarious. You don't even know your own worth. I'm lucky enough to keep you alive. Oh, why waste time talking to her? Just kill her." Liu Haoqing picked up his bag, turned around, and left. Tang Kurson wanted to chase after him, but Zhang, who was stopping her, reached out and grabbed her hair. With his other hand, he pulled out the gun from his waist. The hair is sticky and dirty. Even in extremely cold weather, it is still very oily and dirty. Zhang regretted it after he grabbed her hair. The mud in his hair was enough to stain his gloves. Most importantly, it stinks. Tang Kurson noticed the other party's intention, and taking advantage of the second of disdain in the other party, she looked fierce and made herself stand more firmly. He held the scalpel tightly in his hand, swung his arm, and then inserted it forcefully into the man's carotid artery. The man seemed unprepared for the woman's resistance, and his eyes widened for a moment. Tang Kurson didn't give the other party any time to react. She covered the man's mouth tightly with one hand to prevent him from making any sound to attract the two men to leave. The other party has guns, so we can't attract their attention. Hearing the shouts of the two men in the distance, Tang Kurson grasped the scalpel and stabbed hard into his neck. After the man gradually became motionless, she pulled out the scalpel and blood spurted out violently. Without paying attention to any of this, she picked up the gun that the man had dropped in the snow. Then he aimed at the two receding figures. It's my first time using a gun, so I'm still a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the man also wanted to kill her, so his gun was loaded. Tang Kurson fired and aimed, but the recoil of the gun caused her to deviate from the position where she wanted to shoot. She only hit the man's arm. The other man reacted hastily and hid behind a small pile of snow when she fired the second shot. The two people disappeared from Tang Kursen's sight. Even though her vision was blind, she still fired several shots into the snow pile. No one must be left alive. However, the other party was two men. For Tang Kursen, the probability of counterattack is not high. The bullets in the pistol were soon used up, and the two men who were hiding looked ferocious. He shot directly at Tang Kursen. They pretended to tease and torture Tang Kursen. The bullet hit her leg, preventing her from running. Break her bones, strip her clothes. A double blow, both physical and psychological. The loud gunshot immediately attracted Lin Qin's attention. As soon as he stopped returning to the villa area, he trotted in the direction where the gunshots came from. As soon as he turned around the snow pile, Lin Qin saw the clearing not far ahead. The two men stripped the woman's clothes, pressed her down on the snow, and took off their pants. There was also a man's body lying next to it. Just looking at such a scene, one can't help but imagine a robbery, murder, and rape of a woman. However, such things happen from time to time in the end times and are not uncommon. These two people pose no threat to me. Lin Qin planned to leave. A woman's scream was heard from the other side. Listening to the voice, it seems familiar. Lin Qin couldn't help but turn his head to look, observing with a frown. Soon he discovered that this was the female doctor who saved Wei Lan last night. Didn't she stay in a hospital? How come she is here? But no matter what, he just saved Wei Lan last night, so he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Lin Qin immediately opened fire and killed the two men who were committing violence. In the snow, Tang Kursen's bones were broken and she could not move. Her clothes were stripped off, leaving only her underwear to cover her body. It's especially cold in this icy and snowy place. She could only scream helplessly, try to attract the nearby zombies, and die with them. A cold wind blew and she began to shiver in fear. She let the other person's hands wander all over her body and was unable to resist. Suddenly, the body fell beside him. Tang Kursen's hands were shaking, and she turned her head to look in the direction where the gunshots came from. A man's figure gradually appeared in the field of vision. It was the man from last night. Chapter 248, Picking Up Treasure. Lin Qin ran over and first took out a clean long cotton jacket and covered the woman with it. Under Tang Kursen's gaze, he reached out and pulled off the mask covering his face, revealing his own face. "It's me, why are you here?" The hospital is still some distance away from here. When they left last night, this woman did not follow them out. Besides, hadn't she been in the hospital for quite a long time? Why would she come out and be willing to leave her old base? However, Lin Qin didn't have time to think about it. Looking at the bloodstains on the snow, he was still concerned. After all, he was the one who saved them. Injured, Tang Kursen's lips were trembling. She was already numb from the cold from being naked and exposed to the air. All the bones in my body were broken, and I couldn't move at all. Hearing Lin Qin's words, she shook her head. Lin Qin wanted to help her up, but Tang Kursen said hurriedly, "Don't, they broke all my bones. I can't move. If the broken bones move, it will make the injury more serious." "So, wait a moment." Lin Qin frowned. He didn't expect it to be so serious. He is not a doctor, so he definitely cannot provide treatment. Unexpectedly, Tang Kursen stretched out her hand tremblingly from under her thick cotton-padded jacket, first pressed it on her waist, and then sat up by herself, leaning on her broken legs. I don't know what I did, but the bruises on my legs disappeared instantly. Then Lin Qin witnessed a medical miracle. She stood up. "Aren't the bones broken? How can you stand up now?" And it is obvious that this female doctor absorbed the crystal core and awakened her medical abilities. Lin Qin couldn't help but feel excited. Broken bones could heal. If he were to recruit him, wouldn't the team have an all-purpose doctor? It was this female doctor's attitude yesterday that was a bit clear. It might be a bit difficult to recruit. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at Tang Kursen, his eyes naked. At this time, Tang Kursen did not notice Lin Qin's abnormality. Her attention was entirely on herself at this moment. Although her bones had recovered, she was stripped naked and shivering like a dog. She pulled her clothes tighter and felt her back numb from the cold. In the distance, the roars of zombies came, one louder than the other, and they were running towards us at a rapid speed. The smell of blood in the air made them very anxious. Tang Kursen looked at the zombies in horror, not caring about the cold at this moment. She turned her cotton jacket around in front of Lin Qin, put on again, and hurriedly fastened the chain of the jacket. Then he pulled Lin Qin and ran wildly. Let your bare feet walk on the snow. The snow was cold, and her feet were in great pain from the freezing cold. There is no time to care about these at this moment. Hurry up, hurry up. These zombies are not easy to deal with. There's so much blood and corpses here, there must be a lot of them coming. Not to mention the mutant ones. There's so many zombies, and no one knows where they're hiding. No matter where you come from, you can't waste too much time here. Lin Xin raised his gun and killed the zombies coming from a distance. As for those mutated zombies, no matter how many tricks he has or how strong his abilities are, Lin Xin used his abilities to take them all down. The snow was littered with zombie corpses. While I was killing the zombies just now, I seemed to see a few zombies wearing white coats. Looking back, Lin Xin saw Tang Kurson shivering from the cold and couldn't help but take out his cotton pants and snow boots. You should change first. Although the weather is warmed up, it's still very cold. Tang Kurson didn't say anything, but just curled up her body and reached out to take the thick clothes that Lin Xin handed over. She was not a pretentious person, so she immediately put on thick cotton pants, patted the soles of her feet, and then put on snow boots. After finishing everything, she looked up at Lin Xin's back as he observed his surroundings, as if he wanted to leave. He immediately followed behind Lin Xin, not too far away. Lin Xin took a few steps, looked at the corpses of the zombies, and searched inside. He remembered that when he was killing zombies just now, he saw white coats on several zombies. They should all be doctors. Maybe there's something useful here. Walking through the pile of zombies, Lin Xin found a doctor who had turned into a zombie. He rummaged through the other person's clothes and found 2 boxes of cold medicine. Lin Xin couldn't help but shook his head. He had plenty of cold medicine at home, and there was no need for it. Moreover, the box of cold medicine in the clothes was wrinkled and discolored. A few pins were found in the pockets of the other corpses, but nothing else. It seems that even doctors cannot carry medicines with them. Speaking of this, it seems like he didn't look at the female doctor's medicine box yesterday. Forget it, just consider it as returning it. Lin Xin sighed and walked through the corpses. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around and saw the female doctor following him. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, wondering, "You are?" Tang Kurson looked at Lin Xin, rubbed her hands, and seemed a little conflicted, then shook her head. Seeing her shy expression, Lin Xin thought it was because he looked at her. Forget it. He withdrew his endless daydreaming thoughts and continued to leave. He had to think carefully about his wording and how to start the conversation in order to win this female doctor into their team. After walking a few steps, Tang Kurson caught up with him again and called out to Lin Xin. "Wait a minute." Lin Xin turned around. Tang Kurson frowned, hesitated for a while, and finally said, I want to join you." When she saw Lin Xin and the others' attitude towards their teammates yesterday, she felt it was hypocritical at first and deliberately asked for food, clothes, etc. But I didn't expect that Lin Xin still gave it to me. He didn't even say goodbye when he left, and left so cleanly and neatly. She saw the concern expressed by her teammates after they woke up. It's inevitable to have some feelings. In addition, after today's incident, I met Lin Xin. She thought that maybe it would be a good idea to join this team. At least, they really care about each other. Unlike other teams, it's a survival of the fittest. Lin Xin was a little surprised. He was so arrogant and cold last night. I feel like everyone is not a good person. Why did you change your mind today? But this is not a bad thing for Lin Xin. He was just thinking about how to get people into the team. After all, her ability to heal broken bones is amazing. Lin Xin coughed lightly and pretended to be reserved. "Well, I have to go back and ask the other team members for their opinions. How about you come back with me first?" Tang Kurson thought about it carefully. Yes, it is normal to do so. After all, his teammates are also part of the team. Chapter 249 Special Abilities. Tang Kurson joins the team. Just as Lin Xin said, if he really wanted to kill me, he could have done it last night, and there would be no need to save me today. So there's nothing wrong with going back with him. Tang Kurson nodded, and then said, "Well, wait a moment. I need to take the food." "Food? What food?" Lin Xin was puzzled, but he could only see Tang Kurson running wildly in the snow. Not long after, she came over carrying a large woven bag. Lin Xin suddenly realized, for Tang Kurson, these foods are extremely precious and cannot be thrown away. Even though Lin Xin was very generous, he had to eat as much food as possible and not throw away any of it. Lin Xin did not offer to help take it. And just like that, the two of them returned to the villa area one after the other. There were quite a few houses in the villa area. He took Tang Kursin and walked for a distance inside and stopped in front of a fully armed villa. Looking at the villa, which was made of iron sheets all around, Tang Kursin suppressed the shock in her heart and followed him in. They entered the villa through the door on the top of the third floor. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Qin took out a few pairs of clean slippers from under the neatly arranged shoe cabinet. These are all new and no one has ever worn them. When we go downstairs, we always take off our outdoor shoes and put on these clean slippers. Oh, right, these hangers, one for each person. Whenever you come back from going out, take off your cotton jacket and trousers and hang them here. Then change into clean, thick pajamas and go downstairs. Tang Kursin took off her snow boots and put on clean slippers, but she couldn't take off her cotton jacket. There's nothing inside her. Lin Qin did not force her to drag him and walked with her all the way. The house was warm, and I walked up the stairs to the third floor. Tang Kursin saw the lit floor lamp and various fitness equipment inside. She pursed her lips and continued to follow Lin Qin downstairs. She saw the 4 rooms on the second floor and the bed on the floor in the corridor in silence. The environment here is much better. She finally understood why Lin Qin said to take off his cotton padded down jacket. There's plenty of heating in here, so there's no need to wear such a heavy coat. Moreover, the closed iron sheet does not allow any light to penetrate into the room, and the room is only brightened by the light from the floor lamp. But these were enough to shock Tang Kursin. You know, the water and electricity have been cut off for a long time. Although this heavy snow solved the drinking water problem for most people, as the temperature rises and the snow melts, water shortage will become a serious problem again. Moreover, the electricity, the living environment, and the supplies for these people. Each of them made Tang Kursin feel incredible. Perhaps deciding to join Lin Qin's team was her best decision. Following Lin Qin all the way to the living room on the first floor, the aroma of rice filled my nostrils. Then I saw the happy scene in the house. Various breakfasts were placed on the dining table. In the kitchen, some people were busy cooking, some were busy washing dishes, and some were carrying the dishes and placing them on the dining table. Seeing Lin Qin coming back, Zhang Shui, who was holding the dishes, smiled so much that her eyes almost popped out of her ears. I'm back. Sister Nanwei and I had a good rest today. These dishes were made by Wang Yu and Xiaoli. How do you like them? It's a rare occasion that she doesn't have to work, so Zhang Shui is smiling happily. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Tang Kursin standing behind Lin Qin, and her smile froze. She is the female doctor from yesterday? Lin Qin looked at the lively atmosphere in the room and clapped his hands, saying, "Stop for a moment. The man next to me is a doctor whom everyone met last night. What do you all think of her joining our team?" There was a lack of doctors in the team, and he himself was a half-knowledgeable person who knew nothing, so he could treat simple colds and fevers without any problem. But if you get infected, in this team, Wei Lan is the one with the most medical knowledge, but she only knows a little more than them, just superficially. A real doctor still needs to be like. Lin Qin looked at Tang Kursin. What's her name? Tang Kursin didn't shy away and said directly, "My name is Tang Kursin, and I'm the surgeon at the hospital you went to yesterday." Zhang Shui didn't say anything to the doctor who joined in. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli have only joined not long ago, so they have even less say. But the fact that Lin Qin was able to bring it back showed that he had made up his mind. Nanwei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Welcome to join us. We don't have any big rules in our team. Once you join, you are one." Nanwei stood up from the sofa and walked over. "Express your welcome." Seeing this, Zhang Shui also nodded and said, "Welcome. But aren't you hot? The air conditioning here is very strong, so thick." Tang Kursin smiled awkwardly. "Hot, of course she is hot." But she didn't take off any clothes inside. Lin Qin raised his hand and scratched his hair. "That Nanwei. Take her to pick out some clothes to change into." Nanwei raised her eyebrows, then nodded and said, "Dr. Tang, please come with me. Wait for the 2 people to return to the second floor." Zhang Shui couldn't help but whispered, "Why did you bring her back? She was so high and mighty yesterday." Lin Qin, however, said as if he had seen a treasure, "You don't understand this, right? This Dr. Tang has special abilities." Zhang Shui curled her lips. "Are there not enough people with special abilities in this room? Why are you so strange?" I want to listen to your nonsense. I'm going to go find Sister Wei Lan to have dinner." Lin Qin was speechless. "Hey, little girl, you don't know what's good." Zhang Shui walked to the small room in the corner and called Wei Lan out. There was still gauze wrapped around the back of Wei Lan's neck. After taking antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, he had already recovered a lot. As soon as I sat down, Nanwei and Tang Kursin came down from downstairs. Lin Xin introduced her again. This is Tang Kursin, Dr. Tang. Wei Lan, she was the one who gave you antibiotics yesterday. The others in the room nodded, and Lin Xin continued. But this time the problem lies with Tang Kursin herself. Dr. Tang, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Your bones are all broken. How come they're healed, and you can't even tell that they were broken? He remembered that when he first went there, her legs were broken and her skin was swollen and bruised. The hand just flicked lightly. Hey, that's good. No bruises at all. Of course, he suspected that Tang Kursin should have also absorbed the crystal core and awakened her medical abilities. But even though he knew this kind of thing, he still had to let the other team members in the room know about it. Chapitre 250, Instant Healing, au somme. Although Tang Kursin was a little hesitant as she sat in her seat, she did not want to hide anything. After all, she used this ability in front of Lin Xin and joined the team herself. It would be bad if there was any deception. It's better to be honest. It's not something shameful. In fact, it was only after I absorbed the crystal core that I discovered that I have this ability. As long as you are injured, I can heal the wound and restore you to your original state. But I want to make one thing clear. This is limited to external injuries. I can't treat diseases that occur in organs. Besides, if you get bit by a zombie, I can't cure the zombie virus. So far, she has not tried this ability. As for what will happen in the future, she couldn't predict it. I only know that it is effective in recovering from injuries. Even so, such words were enough to make the other people in the room drop their jaws. Why didn't they awaken such an awesome ability? Zhang Shui was even more envious and jealous. If she had awakened this special power, would she still have to be repeatedly tortured by Wei Lan and Sister Nanwei every day just to build up her physical fitness? Envy, very envy, very envy. Fortunately, such people are in their team. Wei Lan was the first to congratulate. Congratulations on acquiring such a powerful ability. From now on, we'll have to trouble you to heal any injuries in our team. Zhang Shui was excited and changed her previous attitude. Yes, Sister Tang, you are the core of our team. Tang Kursin was about to open her mouth to make a subtle rebuttal when Wang Xiaoli's voice couldn't help but rang out. It would have been great if I had met you earlier. My brother was seriously injured before. If I had met you earlier, my brother wouldn't have stayed in bed for so long. Nanwei shook her head helplessly. All right, all of you are talking at once. Why don't you give Dr. Tang a chance to speak? Tang Kursin smiled shyly. It's not as good as you say. Lin Xin said bluntly. Why not? It's good. You know, having a person who can heal wounds instantly in the team can be of great help. If there is damage due to collisions between bases, Tang Kursin's skills can serve as an infinite nurse. Definitely strong. Besides, this is just Tang Kursin's special ability. Her personal medical knowledge and skills are not a problem. The house is well stocked with medicines, except for those prescription drugs. But you can't be complacent just because of this ability. Dr. Tang's ability can't protect himself. Medical skills are only useful for wounds. If you encounter other survivors, you can only rely on your own strength to save your life. Regarding this point, it is obvious that Tang Kursin has no ability to protect herself. Tang Kursin also nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is her disadvantage. So after seeing the unity in Lin Xin's team during the homework, she began to think about joining his team. In fact, Lin Xin and his team are indeed strong enough. Zhang Shui's eyes lit up. So, Sister Tang will be tortured by Sister Wei Lan along with me. Tang Kursin was puzzled. What is Chao Mo? Zhang Shui said with disdain. It's just to train your physical fitness and learn fighting skills to save your life at critical moments. Tang Kursin raised her eyebrows. Judging from her expression, it doesn't seem that simple. Lin Xin reached out and took the steamed bun on the table and said, Don't listen to her. She is using her awakened abilities like a ghost. If she doesn't exercise her physical fitness, she won't have the ability to survive at all. By the way, let me introduce you to it. The one who doesn't want to exercise is Zhang Shui. She's the youngest here, and she's my good brother's sister. The person you treated yesterday was Wei Lan. She used to be a special police officer, so her fighting skills and personal abilities are impeccable. As for the one who brought you up there, Nanwei, these two are brother and sister, and they have just joined. The brother is Wang Yu, and the sister is Wang Xiaoli. As Lin Xin introduced, Tang Kursin nodded. But our villa has too few rooms, not enough for everyone. I went out for a walk this morning and found the villa at the back is relatively clean. We can clean it up and let people live there. I'll install air conditioners for you guys when the time comes. Just build an aisle on the rooftops of the two villas. It's convenient for everyone to move back and forth. But since that's the case, let me also talk about the specific division in the future. After we have cleaned up the villas at the back and wait until the snow has melted, we will start installing fences as quickly as possible to completely separate the villa area from the outside world and create a safe place. At that time, everyone will take turns to guard the gate to prevent sneak attacks from other survivors and mutant zombies. Also, everyone is aware of the current situation. We definitely won't keep idle people. As for what is considered an idle person, there's no need for Lin Qin to say more. Lin Qin made this decision after careful consideration. After all, the villa does not keep idle people and absorbs fresh blood. A large part of it is also to prepare for the emergence of large bases targeting them in the future. Compared to being outside, trembling in fear, hungry, and cold. Might as well do housework. Wei Lan listened to Lin Qin's introduction and couldn't help but say, I think we should not clean up the villa at the back for now. We cleaned up the gym on the 3rd floor. That room is big enough for people to live in. And your pharmacy. I think we should just move the medicine shelf inside to your room. If you need any medicine in the future, we can just ask you for it directly. The space freed up isn't small. You can put a few more single beds there. Of course, bunk beds are also fine. Xiaoli and Dr. Tang will sleep in one room, and Wang Yu will sleep in a separate room. Since Lin Qin had the idea of attracting talents, the beds in the house had to be in place. It's a bit unsettling to have a separate space for myself, not under my supervision. A single bed is not as good as a bunk bed, as it can make full use of the space. If more and more people join the team in the future, we need a place to live. Of course, these are things to come later, and not everyone can join their team. She remembered that there seemed to be a room in their villa that had a bunk bed made entirely of wood. Although it was lost later, according to Lin Qin's habit, he should have it. Lin Qin raised his eyes and looked at Wei Lan. After the two looked at each other, Lin Qin smiled. Okay, let's do as Wei Lan said. He does have bunk beds. Thanks to his copying ability, he has gotten into the habit of copying everything he touches and then throwing them all into the storage space to prevent him from having to take them out for use in the future. Chapter 251, just treat me as an ordinary person. However, the two rooms on the 3rd floor of the villa are all used to place fitness equipment, and the hall in the middle is very large. I had originally planned to have Zhang Shui exercise there, but now it seems I have to move to the living room on the 1st floor. However, not all of these construction equipment were left behind. Just keep the treadmill and take out the rest from your own space when you need them. Wei Lan looked at Tang Kurson again. By the way, Dr. Tang, we have hot water here for bathing. Do you want to take a bath? Can I take a shower? Tang Kurson's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I really haven't taken a shower or washed my hair for a long time, and I stink all over. How about I go first? Wei Lan couldn't help but smile. It's nothing. It's in the bathroom. Eat first, and it won't be too late to wash after dinner. It's just that I guess you can't keep your hair even if you wash it. It's so tangled, I guess I'll have to cut it all off. Tang Kurson was a little embarrassed. It's okay. Short hair is not a problem. It looks more refreshing. She was more worried about her stinking body than her short hair. For something as important as eating, it was a bit, but seeing how tolerant others are towards me. Tang Kurson couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in her heart. But after eating a few bites, she hurriedly put down her bowl and chopsticks and went straight into the bathroom to wash up. Wei Lan looked puzzled. Lin Qin shook his head in amusement. Don't worry about it. Let's eat. It is impossible to guess what a girl is thinking, and there is no need to guess. Apart from the image problem, there are hardly any other problems. The team had just been integrated, and they were not very familiar with each other. There was not much topic at the dinner table, and they ate very quickly and in silence. After the meal, Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli took the initiative to clean up the mess and take care of all the housework. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui are named Qi Yu and need to go to Tang Kurson for medical treatment. As for what the disease was, Lin Qin had no time to ask. As for Wei Lan, the big lump on the back of his neck had shrunk a lot, his strength had recovered, and his fever had subsided. Naturally, I followed him and asked for a follow-up visit. Of course, he also said he would help Dr. Tang cut his hair. Only Lin Qin went upstairs alone to tidy up the two rooms. The Wang siblings spent the night in the corridor last night, so they had to clean up quickly today. Those construction equipment are very easy to clean up. Anyway, they can all be stored in the space, and there is no need to move them around one by one. After a while, both rooms were vacated, and the upper and lower bunks. The child's bed, with bunk beds, was used when we first rented the villa for the full-time care. It actually came in handy right now. Lin Xin looked at the size of the room carefully and tried to put in as many beds as possible. After the layout of the third floor was completed, Lin Xin went to the pharmacy on the second floor, with the same operation and the same layout. He piled all 4 thick quilts needed for the bed on the empty bedboard, and they solved the subsequent bedding problem themselves. And the sheets and quilt covers. There aren't that many styles, just the ones I own. The whole villa has a unified uniform. A humidifier is placed in the corner to prevent the room from being too dry when the air conditioner is turned on. As for the rest, let them clean up themselves. The 2 girls were in one room, and Wang Yu just stayed in one room by himself. After finishing everything, Lin Xin went to Nan Wei's room. The girls in the room were chatting and laughing, and they all gathered in front of Tang Kurson. Even Wang Xiaoli, who usually doesn't talk much, was there. When she saw Lin Xin coming, Nan Wei giggled. Lin Xin, you've come the right time. Let Dr. Tang take a look at you. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, feeling something was wrong. What are you looking at? Nan Wei didn't say much, but just asked Zhang Shui, Xiaoli, and Wei Lan to go together. Tang Kurson and the confused Lin Xin were the only ones left in the room. What did Nan Wei tell you? Lin Xin frowned, feeling an urge to leave the room. No matter how you look at it, it's not a good thing. Tang Kurson couldn't help but giggle. Nothing. Just take off your clothes first and lie down on the bed. Lin Xin, seriously? Take off your clothes. It's nothing. Why did you take off your clothes? Could it be that Nan Wei sympathized with the fact that he couldn't do anything during this period of time? So she found someone for him? Lin Xin couldn't help but look up and down at Tang Kurson's busy back. I have to say that Tang Kurson's looks are above average, and she's a doctor, so she's pretty to behold. Lin Xin's heart couldn't help but feel ripples. He quickly took off his clothes, lay on the bed, and began to daydream. Tang Kurson rummaged through her own medicine box and turned around to look at Lin Xin lying flat on his back. She was startled at first, and then her face turned red with embarrassment. Then he averted his eyes suddenly. Where are your clothes? Lin Xin looked innocent. Didn't you ask me to take off my clothes? Tang Kurson was at a loss. The thing in her hand didn't move. She couldn't help mumbling and stuttering. I didn't ask you to take off all your clothes. Nan Wei and the others said that your waist was sore, so they asked me to give you 2 injections to relieve it. I'm letting you take off your clothes now. Lin Xin. Feelings. He had the wrong idea. But don't panic. Lin Xin coughed lightly first, then said, It's okay, just ignore him, give me acupuncture in the waist. Besides, I'm a patient. Isn't it said that in the eyes of doctors, there is no distinction between men and women? We are all just patients. Just treat me as a patient. Tang Kurson was a little dazed. Indeed, those who study medicine have seen at least 10 to 20 male genitals, if not many. These don't even include what we see on the operating table. Why does she? It seems that I have been away from the hospital for too long. Tang Kurson calmed herself down and forced herself to stay calm. The acupuncture needles in my hand began to be inserted into fixed acupuncture points. 1, 2, 3. So much. Lin Xin couldn't help but widen his eyes, and had reason to suspect that Dr. Tang was abusing his power for personal gain. But as time went by, Tang Kurson's cheeks became redder and redder. Lin Xin was also quite embarrassed. It's just a normal reaction. It's just awkward. Tang Kurson's hand began to tremble slightly as she gave the acupuncture. She looked at a certain place on Lin Xin and couldn't help but said silently, So big. Lin Xin swallowed a little, feeling a little uncomfortable, and even regretted taking off all his clothes. Tang Kurson coaxed him and said, You carry your back to her. Lin Xin was puzzled. Seeing Tang Kurson's serious expression, he still did as she asked. Chapter 252, Bold and Active. He lay on the bed and couldn't see Tang Kurson's face. Lin Xin couldn't help but ask, Come to think of it, isn't Dr. Tang a Western doctor? How come he also knows things like acupuncture? Tang Kurson said, I learned it from my grandfather before, but Chinese medicine is too difficult, and I only know the basics. After my grandfather passed away, our family encountered some. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Xin looked at Tang Kurson's appearance, and then said nothing more. Apparently, this is Dr. Tang's sore spot. The whole acupuncture process was very quick. Lin Xin lay on the bed and dared not move. Gradually, he actually fell asleep. I don't know how long it had been, but I felt so hot all over, as if I was being roasted on a fire. And then I suddenly woke up. Lin Xin reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the thick quilt covering his body, he could not help but remain speechless. No wonder it's like roasting it over a fire. With such a thick cover, how could it not be hot? Is Tang Kursin taking revenge on him for taking off his clothes? Lin Xin lifted the quilt and touched his sweaty hands, his expression slightly disgusted. This room belongs to Nanwei, and the quilt here also belongs to Nanwei. It wasn't that she intentionally covered him with another thick quilt. It was the same one Nanwei usually covered herself with. To say that it was a deliberate prank is not very realistic. Moreover, I was naked and fell asleep, so there was a chance that I would catch a cold if I didn't cover myself with a blanket. Is there something about acupuncture? For example, you can't get cold, so you have to cover yourself with a blanket. Well, that must be it. Forget it. Since she still has some conscience and covers herself with a blanket, I won't bother with her. I'm covered in sweat. I need to take a good shower. Lin Xin got off the bed and couldn't help but stretch his body. You know what? He's quite good at it. His waist was overworked some time ago, and although he hasn't used it for a long time, it still hurts a lot. I didn't expect that acupuncture would have such an immediate effect. He felt that he could fight for a few hundred more rounds. Lin Xin took out his pajamas and put them on, then prepared to walk out of the room. Nan Wei pushed open the door, holding Huanqi's clothes. Seeing Lin Xin changed into new pajamas, he looked him up and down. Dr. Tang came out in a hurry, his little face still red. As a woman, she felt that things were not simple. After a little questioning, she only found out that Lin Xin had fallen asleep. Afterwards, when she opened the door, she saw Lin Xin sleeping soundly under the quilt. It doesn't seem like there is any behavior that goes beyond the rules. I'm looking at it now, and I've put on new pajamas. Nanwei couldn't help but look at him more closely. Lin Xin looked at Nanwei, but didn't notice anything unusual about her. Now that you're here, I slept well. Let's ask Dr. Tang to give you guys acupuncture later. Lin Xin moved his neck and felt relaxed all over. Nanwei reached out and locked the door to the room, then slid her hand under Lin Xin's pajamas. You are. Lin Xin was puzzled. Unexpectedly, Nanwei behaved out of character. She pulled her hand out and unbuttoned Lin Xin's pajamas one by one. She moved closer step by step and pushed him toward the big bed behind her. What do you think? Nanwei's eyes were very alluring, perhaps because of a sense of crisis, or perhaps something else. After unbuttoning Lin Xin's pajamas, she unbuttoned her own. No, you're not on your period. What are you afraid of? It's almost gone. Lin Xin, what stimulated this? But if it's served to your door, there's no reason not to eat it. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Lin Xin turned over and was about to have a good fight, but Nanwei did not give him the chance and took the initiative. She flipped her hands over and took out some lingerie from somewhere and put them on. The black silk leggings made Lin Xin's blood boil. This thing is not his. What did Nanwei have this thing? Could it be that she picked it up herself from the lingerie store in the mall that she went to before? Lin Xin's mind was full of random thoughts. When did Nanwei become so bold and proactive? After the battle, Lin Xin felt extremely satisfied both physically and mentally. He put on his clothes and walked out of Nanwei's room. There were not many people on the second floor, and all the laughter and joy came from the first floor. However, the sound is not loud enough to be heard outside and attract mutant zombies. Listening carefully, they were discussing what to eat in the evening to celebrate Weilan's improvement and the joining of Dr. Tang. Lin Xin couldn't help but straighten his back. The fact that I'm living such a good life is all thanks to him. As I walked up the stairs and turned around, I saw Tang Kursin coming down from upstairs. Lin Xin paused. Dr. Tang. When Tang Kursin saw Lin Xin, she didn't know what she was thinking and her face turned red. Ah, Lung Qin. Lin Xin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How long had you been standing here? Then Tang Kursin explained. I see they all call you Lin Xin, you don't mind, do you? All in all, she is indeed older than Lin Xin. She just heard. For a moment, Tang Kursin's face turned even redder. Lin Xin straightened his clothes and said, It's okay, just call me whatever you want. Is the room ready? Tang Kursin nodded. Well, it's ready. Xiaoli and I have decided to live on the second floor. Lin Xin nodded, didn't say anything more, turned around and went to the first floor. The dining table on the first floor was filled with ingredients for lunch. Everyone was busy with their own work and chatting while they were working. Seeing Lin Xin coming down, Zhang Shui asked, "Brother, do you have any beef?" Sister Wei Lan wants to eat beef brisket stewed with potatoes. Yes, but he also has a lot of ready-made dishes. There's no need to make such a big fuss about cooking. Unexpectedly, before Lin Xin could finish his words, Wei Lan on the side started laughing and scolding. "You want to eat it yourself? Why are you pushing it on me? There are many people at home, so you should cook in the future. Otherwise, if you take a few people out, it will always be bad if there's no food at home." After explaining Zhang Shui's words, Wei Lan also explained why everyone was cooking. Although these words were rather obscure, Lin Xin still understood them. As the number of people increases, there will definitely be a few people going out with him and a few staying at home to guard the house. There has to be some food in the house. Moreover, with such a large family, the times of going to bed and getting up are different every day. I can't just do nothing and wait for Lin Xin to wake up before serving food to others. Fortunately, there is enough rice and flour. The meat and vegetables for each day are kept in the refrigerator, but they need to be replenished in time after eating. As for other foods, if they can be stored naturally, they should be stored naturally. There are a lot of things, so this is not a big deal. Wei Lan looked behind Lin Xin and said, "Where's Nan Wei? She went upstairs to look for you. Why hasn't she come down yet?" Chapter 252, the effect is immediate. He lay on the bed and couldn't see Tang Kursen's face. Lin Xin couldn't help but ask, "Come to think of it, isn't Dr. Tang a Western doctor? How come he also knows things like acupuncture?" Tang Kursen said, "I learned it from my grandfather before, but Chinese medicine is too difficult, and I only know the basics. After my grandfather passed away, our family encountered some—" "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." Lin Xin looked at Tang Kursen's appearance, and then said nothing more. Apparently, this is Dr. Tang's sore spot. The whole acupuncture process was very quick. Lin Xin lay on the bed and dared not move at will. Gradually, he actually fell asleep. I don't know how long it had been, but I felt so hot all over, as if I was being roasted on a fire. And then I suddenly woke up. Lin Xin reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the thick quilt covering his body, he could not help but remain speechless. No wonder it's like roasting it over a fire. With such a thick cover, how could it not be hot? Is Tang Kursen taking revenge on him for taking off his clothes? Lin Xin lifted the quilt and touched his sweaty hands, his expression showing a little disgust. This room belongs to Nan Wei, and the quilt here also belongs to Nan Wei. It wasn't that she intentionally covered him with another thick quilt. It was the same one Nan Wei usually covered herself with. To say that it was a deliberate prank is not very realistic. Moreover, I was naked and fell asleep, so there was a chance that I would catch a cold if I didn't cover myself with a blanket. Is there something about acupuncture? For example, you can't get cold, so you have to cover yourself with a blanket. Well, that must be it. Forget it. Since she still has some conscience and covers herself with a blanket, I won't bother with her. I'm covered in sweat. I need to take a good shower. Lin Xin got off the bed and couldn't help but stretch his body. You know what? He's quite good at it. His waist was overworked some time ago, and although he hasn't used it for a long time, it still hurts a lot. I didn't expect that acupuncture would have such an immediate effect. He felt that he could fight for a few hundred more rounds. Lin Xin took out his pajamas and put them on, then prepared to walk out of the room. Nan Wei pushed open the door, holding Huanqi's clothes. Seeing Lin Xin changed into new pajamas, he looked him up and down. Dr. Tang came out in a hurry, his little face still red. As a woman, she felt that things were not simple. After a little questioning, she only found out that Lin Xin had fallen asleep. Afterwards, when she opened the door, she saw Lin Xin sleeping soundly under the quilt. It doesn't seem like there is any behavior that goes beyond the rules. I'm looking at it now, and I put on new pajamas. Nan Wei couldn't help but look at him more closely. Lin Xin looked at Nan Wei, but didn't notice anything unusual about her. Now that you're here, I slept well. Let's ask Dr. Tang to give you guys acupuncture later. Lin Xin moved his neck and felt relaxed all over. Nan Wei reached out and locked the door to the room, then slid her hand under Lin Xin's pajamas. You are. Lin Xin was puzzled. Unexpectedly, Nan Wei behaved out of character. She pulled her hand out and unbuttoned Lin Xin's pajamas one by one. She moved closer step by step and pushed him towards the big bed behind her. What do you think? Nan Wei's eyes were very alluring, perhaps because of a sense of crisis, or perhaps something else. After unbuttoning Lin Xin's pajamas, she unbuttoned her own. No, You're not on your period. What are you afraid of? It's almost gone. Lin Qin, what inspired him to fight so hard? But if it's served to your door, there's no reason not to eat it. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Lin Qin turned over and was about to have a good fight, but Nanwei did not give him the chance and took the initiative. She flipped her hands over and took out some lingerie from somewhere and put them on. The black silk leggings made Lin Qin's blood boil. This thing is not his. Why did Nanwei have this thing? Could it be that she picked it up herself from the lingerie store in the mall that she went to before? Lin Qin was thinking wildly, and he felt a chill down his spine. Lin Qin just felt refreshed all the way to the top of his head, trembling all over. When did Nanwei become so bold and proactive? After the battle, Lin Qin felt extremely satisfied both physically and mentally. He put on his clothes and walked out of Nanwei's room. There were not many people on the second floor, and all the laughter and joy came from the first floor. However, the sound is not loud enough to be heard outside and attract mutant zombies. Listening carefully, they were discussing what to eat in the evening to celebrate Wei Lan's recovery and the joining of Dr. Tang. Lin Qin couldn't help but straighten his back. The fact that I'm living such a good life is all thanks to him. As I walked up the stairs and turned around, I saw Tang Kursin coming down from upstairs. Lin Qin paused. Dr. Tang. When Tang Kursin saw Lin Qin, she didn't know what she was thinking and her face turned red. Lin Qin. Lin Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How long had you been standing here? Then Tang Kursin explained, I see they all call you Lin Qin, you don't mind, do you? All in all, she is indeed older than Lin Qin. She just heard. For a moment, Tang Kursin's face turned even redder. Lin Qin straightened his clothes and said, It's okay, just call me whatever you want. Is the room ready? Tang Kursin nodded. Well, it's ready. Xiaoli and I have decided to live on the second floor. Lin Qin nodded, didn't say anything more, turned around and went to the first floor. The dining table on the first floor was filled with ingredients for lunch. Everyone was busy with their own work and chatting while they were working. Seeing Lin Qin coming down, Zhang Shui asked, Brother, do you have any beef? Sister Wei Lan wants to eat beef brisket stewed with potatoes. Yes, but he also has a lot of ready-made dishes. There's no need to make such a big fuss about cooking. Unexpectedly, before Lin Qin could finish his words, Wei Lan on the side started laughing and scolding. You want to eat it yourself? Why are you pushing it on me? There are many people at home, so you should cook in the future. Otherwise, if you take a few people out, it will always be bad if there's no food at home. After explaining Zhang Shui's words, Wei Lan also explained why everyone was cooking. Although these words were rather obscure, Lin Qin still understood them. As the number of people increases, there will definitely be a few people going out with him and a few staying at home to guard the house. There has to be some food in the house. Moreover, with such a large family, the times of going to bed and getting up are different every day. I can't just do nothing and wait for Lin Qin to wake up before serving food to others. Fortunately, there is enough rice and flour. The meat and vegetables for each day are kept in the refrigerator, but they need to be replenished in time after eating. As for other foods, if they can be stored naturally, they should be stored naturally. There are a lot of things, so this is not a big deal. Wei Lan looked behind Lin Qin and said, Where's Nanwei? She went upstairs to look for you. Why hasn't she come down yet? Chapter 254, Sanitary Napkins. Oh, her stomach feels a little uncomfortable, so I let her rest for a while. In response, Lin Qin lied without blushing or breathing hard, and no one noticed anything unusual. However, Tang Kursin, who was following behind him, was paused. This Lin Qin is really... Wei Lan didn't say much, just nodded, and then continued to work. It's almost noon, and there's still a large group of people who want to eat. Seeing this, Tang Kursin immediately followed and said, I'll be busy with you guys. The room fell silent again. Everyone was busy. Looking at everyone's backs, Lin Qin nodded with satisfaction. In the past, it was always run by 3 women, but now there are even more people. Lin Qin was very satisfied with this. He could not help but lie comfortably on the sofa, checking the surveillance video on his mobile phone. There was nothing unusual in the surveillance cameras outside the house. He exited the monitoring page again and scrolled through other videos that had already been stored. Life is very leisurely. Now the team is officially on the right track. I believe that it won't be long before they will have a base of their own on this land. After watching the video, Lin Qin opened the standalone game he had downloaded earlier. After a while, Wei Lan came over with freshly washed grapes. Seeing that Lin Xin was playing games, Wei Lan didn't want to disturb him. He picked up a grape and stuffed it directly into Lin Xin's mouth, saying, "This grape is so sweet, try it." Lin Xin subconsciously opened his mouth and bit off the grape with Wei Lan's fingertips. The warm lips touched Wei Lan's wet and slightly cold hands, causing a tingling sensation. Wei Lan pulled his hand back in panic. "You eat first, I'll send some to them." Lin Xin did not notice anything unusual and said without even looking up, "There are plenty at home, no need to send. You were injured quite a bit yesterday. You should take some vitamin C supplements." Wei Lan nodded. Lin Xin suddenly turned off his phone and raised his head as if something happened. "I almost forgot if I hadn't mentioned it. Your ability is different from others. It's not aggressive. So I thought about it and decided to absorb more crystal cores to see if I could bring out other advantages in terms of speed. Come with me," Lin Xin said as he stood up from the sofa. The storage room on the first floor had long been converted into Wei Lan's bedroom. Wei Lan followed Lin Xin in and closed the bedroom door at Lin Xin's signal. With a wave of his hand, a basket of crystal cores appeared on the ground, filled to the brim. "There's zombies and mutated plants." Lin Xin looked at these crystal cores and couldn't help but said, "You have to absorb all of these crystal cores. Although there are both mutant plants and zombies, we don't know if they will have different effects. If you find a way to improve it, it should be enough for you to reach level 6. Wei Lan's only ability is speed, which may indeed give her a great advantage in escaping. There is no other way at the moment. One can only hope to enhance her speed based on her own ability and let her use it to the fullest." Wei Lan looked at the full frame and didn't know what to say. There's just too much of this stuff. If you want to absorb it, it will take a whole night. Lin Xin seemed to see through Wei Lan's thoughts and said awkwardly, "These are not for you to use now. You will absorb them slowly in the evening." Wei Lan then let out a long sigh. It really scared her. Seeing Wei Lan's expression, Lin Xin raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was the first time he saw Wei Lan's expression change so drastically. "What's wrong? What are you worried about?" Wei Lan shook her head. No, I just feel like it can't be absorbed that quickly. It's a lot of work." Lin Xin couldn't help but chuckle. Of course it's not small. There are at least hundreds or even thousands of them in here. But I'm not asking you to absorb it all at once. There is actually another thing I asked you to come in for. The team has absorbed several new members. Regarding the matter of zombie crystal cores, how do you think we should distribute them? The new team members are still in the initial stage of building trust. If Lin Xin can produce these crystal cores infinitely, the team members will not feel that it is difficult to obtain these things. I don't know if it will have any impact on the team's unity. Wei Lan was sitting on the side, and after listening to Lin Xin's words, he couldn't help but say, "Why don't you take everyone out in batches to kill zombies during this period of time? Crystal cores, dig them one by one, sort them out afterwards, and share them equally among everyone. Then, you look at everyone's reactions and performances. If there is no big problem, then we don't need to hide it." Wei Lan's idea was relatively simple. As long as Lin Xin was strong enough and had enough deterrent power, no one would disobey him. Of course, before that, we must be on guard against others. We still need to be cautious. However, how to implement it specifically is certainly not something that can be accomplished by just touching her upper and lower lips. It must be Lin Xin's own decision. Lin Xin didn't say anything, but gradually some thoughts came to his mind about this matter. Lin Xin wanted to say something when there was a knock on the door. Then Zhang Shui's voice was heard. "Lin Xin, Sister Wei Lan." "It's inside, just come in." Lin Xin glanced at Wei Lan, and the bedroom door was pushed open. Zhang Shui looked at the crystal cores displayed on the table without much reaction, just stammering a little. Seeing her like this, Lin Xin felt a little disgusted. "Just say what you want to say. Don't look so constipated." Zhang Shui coughed lightly, then said, "Well, I heard from Sister Nan Wei that you have that, so I came to ask you for it." "That?" Lin Xin was puzzled. "Which one?" Zhang Shui was a little embarrassed to speak, and she looked at Wei Lan beside her secretly. Then she made up her mind and closed her eyes. "Sister Nan Wei said you have sanitary napkins for girls during their menstrual period. I came to ask you for it. You should have said it earlier. This thing is not something shameful." Lin Xin directly took out a lot of things from the space, including all kinds of styles. "Take it. Come back to me if you need anything else." After taking the thing, Zhang Shui quickly put it in her arms, then ran out with a blushing head. The two people in the room laughed. Lin Xin had this thing thanks to the large supermarket he had visited before. He spent 4 or 5 hours going through the stalls and copying everything. Among them, Naturally, one of the women's products is... Of course, he didn't originally make this thing for others, and he didn't anticipate the current situation. At the time, I just thought that it was better at absorbing water and would be good to put in shoes. Unexpectedly, it is used in this place now. But it looks like Zhang Shui won't be able to go out with them in the afternoon. Chapter 255, What Are You Afraid of? Lin Xin looked at it carefully and found that he actually had matching bullets for this model. He returned the gun to Wang Xiaoli, then went back into the villa. When he came out, he had 3 black school bags in his hands. Each person has a school bag, and it is quite heavy to carry in the hands. I happen to have bullets for your gun. Since you have joined this team, I will give you a big gift package from now on as the first gift for joining the team. Of course, this is only for now. If you follow me in the future, you will definitely have meat to eat. The 3 of them were confused and lowered their heads to open the school bags in their hands. In the school bag were pistol bullets, several grenades, and even a crossbow, and the arrows needed to load it. Before the 3 men could come to their senses, Lin Xin continued, "This pistol is only for your self-defense. It may save your life at a critical moment, but be careful. The sound of a pistol is quite loud. Once fired, it will inevitably alert the zombies nearby. You should be aware of this. In addition, you can hang it on your waist or anywhere else. Remember, don't let it go off accidentally. Also, we have this thing called a crossbow in our team. It's silent, but the downside is that it can hold fewer arrows, so it's not suitable for a head-on confrontation with zombies. It's more suitable for an ambush, of course, so you guys take it first. You will have rifles too, but not today. When the time comes, I'll let Wei Lan teach you how to shoot. For Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli who have already used guns, there is no need to learn how to do it, but for Tang Kursen, she has to. The 3 of them were already overwhelmed with joy at this time, and they believed whatever Lin Xin said. In their eyes, Lin Xin is like a god. They live so well and eat so well, and now they can even take out weapons at will. How can it not be divine? Lin Xin couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, now open the second layer of the backpack. There's a walkie-talkie and headphones inside. After plugging in the headphones, the sound will not be played outside, and it will not affect our communication or the zombies. The channel has been adjusted. Our current channel is 8. At that time, any problems can be communicated with each other on the intercom. The 3 of them were confused, and at Lin Xin's instruction, they opened the zipper of the second layer. In addition to the walkie-talkie, there are also some food and water for replenishing energy when going out. A watch, windproof glasses, a mask, gloves. Then Lin Xin continued. The situation when you go out is complicated. No one knows what you will encounter. Timely communication is very important. Also, there isn't much water and food in the bag. They are only for emergency use. The main purpose of this bag is to help you carry your weapons and equipment. The windproof glasses are used because we have close contact with zombies to prevent the liquid from their bodies from getting into our eyes and spreading the virus. The masks have the same function. As for the leather gloves inside, you don't have to wear them if you don't mind the cold hands. It's so cold today that the water would have already frozen into ice, so you don't have to bring anything you don't want to bring. It all depends on your own opinion. Okay, have you checked your things? Lin Xin deliberately paused for a moment and watched everyone's reactions. The 3 people all had different reactions. Although none of them were obviously excited, their expressions showed their surprise, confusion, and then admiration. All right, before setting off, check that the intercom channels are communicating normally and that the times on your watches are consistent. A small team of 6 went out together for the first time and checked the timetable together. Communication is normal. Normal time. Set off. Lin Xin took the lead and walked out of the villa, then lifted the sled under the white cloth. Wei Lan, you drive with Dr. Tang. Wang Yu, you stay with your sister. After giving the instructions, Lin Xin got in the car and started off. Lin Xin's sled was not driving very fast. The high temperature in recent days caused the snow to melt faster, and some parts of the snow became soft and collapsed. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he drove the car carefully. The 2 teams behind had a considerable distance between each person, forming a convoy. I discussed this with Wei Lan earlier. If we want to test everyone's abilities, we must go to the area where the zombies are concentrated. The concentrated areas are mostly in downtown areas with dense populations. So this time our destination is the commercial district in the downtown area. Think about it. On weekdays, apart from large-scale transportation such as buses and subways, the office buildings and commercial streets have the most people. When a zombie apocalypse occurs, Naturally, more people means more zombies. The only difference is that they didn't go inside, but stayed on the periphery to avoid being surrounded by zombies. Of course, there's one more point. There must be more than one team of survivors targeting the zombie gathering place. There will be other teams as well. Lin Sheen slowed down the car. While driving the sled, he held a telescope in one hand and carefully observed the situation around him. In the vast snow, there was no trace of zombies anywhere except the grass tips on tall buildings. However, the front is fast. He put away the telescope, and the sled moved forward at a constant speed as it passed through the snow between two tall buildings. Not far ahead, several modified sleds were coming towards us. Everyone in the team became alert instantly. Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but whispered, "Brother Lin, there is a car." Lin Sheen showed no expression, but still replied, "Be quiet, don't panic. We have a lot of people, and we have guns in our pockets, so what are you afraid of? Hold steady." The words sounded comforting, but it immediately calmed down Wang Xiaoli, who had been panicking. She grabbed Wang Yu's clothes, suppressed the panic on her face, nodded, and tried her best to look normal. Lin Sheen and Wang Yu's motorcade was walking in the front, so naturally Lin Sheen could hear what she said. Compared to these three newcomers, the old guys like Lin Sheen are much more stable. After all, there must be more than just a few survivors, and it is normal to meet other survivors. What's more, this is a downtown area with the most zombies. For some teams that want to obtain a large number of crystal cores, coming here is the fastest and safest way. Of course, touching is not uncommon. If you're a lone wolf, then if you meet such a group of survivors, you must indeed avoid them and be on your guard. But since everyone belongs to a strong team, there is naturally no question of who is afraid of whom. The purpose of this trip was not for Lin Sheen to compete with them, nor to covet their crystal cores. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. Not to mention, Lin Sheen was not afraid of them. However, Wei Lan and Tang Kersen were walking at the end of the team, and the two girls needed some attention. Chapter 256, Other Agenda. Lin Sheen pressed the switch of his headset and said, "Wei Lan, there are other teams ahead. Be careful." Receive. At this time, the oncoming modified car team had the same idea as Lin Sheen and his team, except Lin Sheen and his team's car has not been modified and still retains its original appearance. At a glance, you can see two men on the first two sleds. The modified sleigh is equipped with a windshield, and it looks like a three-wheeled vehicle for the elderly. The man sitting in the driver's seat inside the sled said, "Brother, there's a team of sleds coming up ahead. Do you want to—" The words that followed had a prolonged ending and were not spoken clearly. But the meaning of the words is self-evident. When the eldest brother heard this, his eyes fell on the sleigh coming in front of him, and he looked at it carefully. Don't be impatient. Wait and see. Although the other party's car was not modified, those who are able to drive a sled today are not ordinary people. Look at the second man driving the car with something wrapped in cloth on his back. It's obvious at first glance that it's some important weapon. What if these few people are just leading the way, and there are many convoys following behind them? There's so many people in cars here. Aren't they looking for death? Okay, I'll listen to Brother Wang. Their convoy was transporting crystal cores, and at this time, they only sought stability, not risk. If the other party has more people, it would be a small matter if these crystal cores were snatched away. At most, I would be scolded by Sister Qian. But if I lose my life, it would be a loss. In just a few tens of seconds, the convoy was already within reach. Lin Sheen discovered that the other team's convoy had a total of 4 modified sleds, which were rare to find in this area that was neither north nor south. Especially this car, they have modified. Lin Sheen couldn't help but take a few more glances. The sled itself is like a motorcycle without the wheels. These people welded steel sheets around the sled and laid transparent acrylic to isolate it from wind and snow. It reminded him of the old cars he used to see often. The seats inside were also changed to 3 seats. Oh, it's worth mentioning that it's a 3-wheeled one. It looks exactly like the Japanese's Baga vehicle. The two cars passed each other steadily and peacefully. When they saw that there were no other convoys behind, someone spoke up. "Brother, there seem to be a lot of women in this convoy. It looks like there are only 3 of them in the car and no other cars. Look, the 2 cars that just passed by were filled with women, and the 2 cars in front were filled with men and girls behind them. Who do you think is the most awesome one here? Or maybe some wealthy and powerful woman is keeping 2 gigolos. Or it could be that the 2 men were having fun and hugging these women. But no matter which one it is, it's a bit too high profile. Nothing like them, just rough guys. It's been so long since the apocalypse, and there's not even a woman. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Look at all the people there, so delicate and tender. I just saw that those women are all pretty good looking with very long legs. Brother, how about we? The man driving the car smiled with some ill intent. The eldest brother paused, and his heart began to itch. The other side had only 3 sleds and only 6 people at most. There were 3 brothers sitting in their car, which added up to 12 people, which was double the number of people. However, transporting the crystal core is their most important task. If this delays the delivery of the crystal core, Brother Wong was a little hesitant. Another man in the car who had never spoken said, "Brother, what are you afraid of? There are only 6 of them, and we have so many brothers. Besides, after you catch the fish, you get to enjoy it first, and the younger brothers will follow you and have a taste of the meat. It's been so long, everyone has been feeling exhausted and just worried about having no place to vent. Besides, it won't delay our transportation of the crystal core. If the brothers don't tell us, Sister Chien won't know. Even if we bring these girls back, Sister Chien might even praise us. Those bastards in the nightclub, just like this. They're so arrogant on weekdays, but what they play with is what their brothers have left." The man in the driver's seat echoed, "Yeah, big brother, if you don't make a decision, those people will really go away." The eldest brother's defenses became increasingly lax. On weekdays, those people order them around like crazy, but they have no way of saying anything about their grievances. If I can be looked at with new eyes this time, the days ahead may be a little easier, and I can feel secretly happy at the same time. The main thing is that these women look a lot more refined than those spoiled girls in the nightclub. Although they are Sister Chien's subordinates, it is too expensive for them to vent their anger on a daily basis. I've been holding it in for so long. Moreover, these ones are obviously virgins, and they're much more attractive than the girls at Sister Chien's place. What's more, who wouldn't want to enjoy it without exchanging materials? The more I think about it, the more itchy my heart becomes. It was as if I saw myself fighting for 300 rounds. The eldest brother couldn't resist the temptation and gave the order on the spot. Fuck him. As the eldest brother spoke, the sled suddenly changed direction on the snow and stepped on the accelerator. The man sitting in the back climbed out from the roof of the car, gestured to the confused brothers in the back, and they turned their cars around and followed. Looking at the sled getting closer and closer, Brother Wong couldn't help but licking his interfering lips. Tell the brothers to stop and surround them first, and don't let even a fly escape. There were 2 cars in front, so we first forced them to slow down, and then we surrounded them from all sides and forced them to stop. Don't worry, big brother. Make sure these girls don't get away. The speed of the sled suddenly increased, and everyone chased after it in a race against time. Wei Lan was at the end of the team, so he naturally saw more clearly than Lin Qin and the others. All the cars that had just passed by them turned back the same way and kept getting closer to them. These people's cars are modified, which makes them very recognizable and eye-catching. Wei Lan couldn't help but frown, feeling that something was not right. She controlled the direction of the sled with one hand and held the earphone with the other hand and said, "It doesn't feel good. The other car is chasing us." Lin Qin looked back through the rearview mirror, his eyes gradually narrowed. "Don't panic, be careful. If they're coming for us, then don't be polite. Wei Lan, Wang Yu, bring your car over here. Everyone cheer up." They were heading in opposite directions, and these people would not turn back for no reason. Unless they have other intentions. Chapter 257 Cut him. At present, there is no other team on this road except them. But Lin Qin is not afraid of trouble. No. After Wei Lan finished speaking, he couldn't help but speed up and move closer to Lin Qin. At the same time, she said to Tang Kursin behind her, "Hold on tight." Tang Kursin, who was sitting in the back, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She silently clutched Wei Lan's clothes while looking at the situation in the rearview mirror. The men's car was getting closer. Soon, Wei Lan and Wang Yu's cars were driving almost side by side with Lin Qin's. Wang Yu said nervously, "I think this is not a good idea. The enemy has 4 vehicles, all of which have been modified and have hard shells. If we gather together, it will be easy for them to force us to stop. Besides, our cars can't compete head-on with them. The other party is made of iron, and they are made of flesh." Wei Lan curled her lips and said, "This is exactly the effect I want. Are you scared?" Lin Qin's ability can cover them all, just like an invisible glass cover that others can't see or touch. Only by gathering together can we be truly safe. Wang Yu pursed his lips, somewhat puzzled. But looking at Wei Lan and Lin Qin, he gradually felt at ease. Who said I was scared? Brother Lin, we will do whatever you say. Lin Qin chuckled. You don't need to do anything, just lean behind me. I'll tell you if there are any changes. Good. Wang Yu sped up and followed behind Lin Qin. The other car was going very fast, and it seemed that the generator had been modified. The speed was faster than theirs. One of the cars ran directly in front of them and then slowed down. That's not all. 2 sleds came from the side, one on the left and one on the right, driving side by side with them, not to mention the one behind them. They were blocked. On the right side of the sled, the man leaned sideways, aimed his gun at Lin Qin, who was in the front, with a ferocious expression on his face, threatening Lin Qin and the others to stop the car. After all, their cars are filled with crystal cores, which cannot withstand collisions. If they are damaged, the repair cost will be quite high. I won't do this unless I have to. Lin Qin just took a glance and then sneered. Then the other car's front end tilted as if it had touched something and crashed straight into the wall of the building. Completely finished. Lin Qin and his crew continued to drive forward without slowing down. Seeing this, the sled in front deliberately slowed down in an attempt to force Lin Qin to stop. However, Lin Qin stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. The rear end of the other car was lifted up, then turned over, rolled twice on the snow, and crashed into another building next to it. Wang Yu and others were stunned. Wei Lan felt refreshed and said, How is it? Wang Yu, who had been trying to hold it in for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word, finally said one word. Powerful. At this moment, my brother was seeing stars as he fell into the overturned car. The man in the driving seat was equally upset and couldn't help but curse. Damn, they're too fierce. How is it possible that a car as big as ours dares to confront us head-on without any damage? Brother, are you okay? It's okay. Grab your weapons and beat him up for me. Okay, now that the ones that are in the way have been dealt with, let's start dealing with the remaining 2. Lin Qin spoke, and the sled slowed down. Wei Lan led the 3 newcomers and said, Don't be afraid, just kill them. I'll be in the back to help you solve the difficult problems. Wei Lan opened his school bag, took out a gun from it, loaded it, and aimed. The shot hit the man who climbed out from under the overturned sled and tried to shoot them. Seeing this, the others picked up the bows and crossbows that Lin Qin gave them today and began to aim. Although I envy the Wailing gun, the crossbow makes no sound and will not attract nearby zombies. If I use a pistol, all the zombies will be attracted. They are not fools, so they naturally made the decision after considering many factors. Before the few people could completely climb out, they took advantage of their bows and crossbows to deal with them first. The people who were originally attacking the 2 sleds on the left and rear had to stop the vehicles hastily when they saw them stop, hid behind them, and started firing. Tang Kursen has been able to stay in the hospital for so long, which shows that she has some skills. Before the enemy's bullets reached him, he had already found a place to hide and could even shoot a few sneak attacks from time to time. As for Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli, they were exploited by their father, and when they went out to take risks, they naturally had great ability to face danger. The 2 sides started a gunfight across the sled. Lin Qin stopped aside and watched, observing the battle situation over there. I saw several of them crawling out from under the overturned car and then rushing towards Lin Qin and the others. Damn it, their car overturned and a few brothers were fighting fiercely over there, and these 2 were standing here so leisurely. He finally understood that the boss of these people was this extremely leisurely man. Beat him for me. At the eldest brother's command, everyone pointed towards Lin Qin. Lin Qin could only shake his head at this. You are really looking for death. Before Lin Qin could make a move, Nan Wei and Wei Lan had already noticed this side. Rushed straight over. Before anyone got close, several vanguards who were rushing in the front were killed on the spot with shots in the head. Blood and brains splattered everywhere, and he fell straight to the ground. One of them found the right time and aimed at Tang Kursen in the team, dragging with a smirk on his face. This woman was separated from the rest of the team, as they had come here just for the women. It was very chaotic outside at the moment. If she could take this woman away first, she could enjoy herself. Just thinking about it makes my whole body itchy. Tang Kursen didn't notice anything unusual and kept hiding in the dark, shooting arrows at the other side from time to time. By the time she reacted, the man had already dragged her away. She screamed in fear and swung the scalpel tightly at the man. But the man was so strong that no matter how she struggled, it was useless. By the time Lin Qin noticed it, He could only swing the knife in his hand, with a trace of supernatural power attached to it, and fly out. He simply dragged the man holding Tang Kursen's arm and cut it off completely, leaving the other stunned. Although they hang out in nightclubs all year round, they have seen all kinds of bloody scenes. But I have never seen a knife that can fly so far, and the whole arm can be seen falling down. The most important thing is that he couldn't tell whether Lin Qin used his supernatural powers. This is the scariest part. The eldest brother paused and looked at Lin Qin with a scrutinizing look. It seems like they hit a wall this time. He raised his hand and gave orders to the remaining brothers. Withdraw. Chapter 258. Look what I found. The current situation is gradually becoming unfavorable for them. The three opponents who just attacked looked easy to bully and did not pose any threat. But I didn't expect that the three behind him were ready to fight against 100 people. Especially this man. Although we have offended the wrong people this time, and the strength gap between the enemy and us is huge, we should stop now while there is still room for maneuver. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. These women's plan failed, but the car crystal core must be taken away. Lin Qin looked at the other person and couldn't help but sneer at the fact that he was still thinking about running away. These people really underestimated them. Although his special ability is to control objects, he can condense something like an air wall to seal off the surroundings. It was like a wall rising from the ground, leaving them with nowhere to escape. The two who were escaping directly hit Lin Qin's air wall and bounced back. The eldest brother in the lead looked at the empty air in front of him in surprise and tried to reach out and touch it. However, he didn't even have time to touch them, and the two teammates who were knocked away were killed by a woman. He didn't even have time to be shocked. The other people around him were also trapped here. They didn't even have time to react and were all shot dead. As he started to panic, a bullet hit him in the chest. He stared as the stinging pain came over him. You guys, the words that were not spoken will never be spoken again. He fell straight down. Lin Qin turned around, walked towards the sled in the corner, and started observing. You know what? Although the appearance of this modified car looks very funny, it actually saves it from wind and sun. I don't know who changed it. Lin Qin walked to the relatively intact car in the corner, reached out, and touched it to copy it. They seemed to be bounced back by something just now. Tang Kursen seemed to still be immersed in the fear just now, and she had no confidence when speaking. It seems to be, but it also seems not to be. I don't know if I'm dazzled. I saw those people trying to run, but then being bounced back by something and unable to escape at all. Then, we saw Nanwei, Wei Lan, and others shooting unilaterally. He didn't even give the other person a chance to speak. No one heard Tang Kursen's murmurs. Nanwei put away her gun and looked at Wei Lan. You will be busy in the future. To be honest, among these three newcomers, only the Wang siblings are brave enough and show no mercy to their enemies. Although his dodging skills were clumsy, they were still acceptable. There were some minor scratches on his body, but with Wei Lan's protection, it was nothing serious. But Dr. Tang, should we say that she is weak or that she has been hiding for too long? In any case, she is the weakest among the three. In the initial confrontation, she and Lin Qin did not take action. They wanted to see how likely these three people were to win against these 12 people, and to also see what their abilities were. As for the subsequent attack, one reason was that Tang Kursen was caught by the other party. As the nanny of the team, I naturally cannot let her suffer any loss. The second reason was that these people suddenly became angry and opened fire. Based on the safety of the team, Lin Qin took action. The opponent also saw their strength and wanted to retreat. Since you took the initiative to provoke me, how could I let you go? Wei Lan shrugged. She has met many people like this. Isn't Zhang Shui a good example? However, she felt that as long as she worked hard, it was possible to grind an iron rod into a needle. She just needed to practice more. Lin Qin clapped his hands and said, check these cars to see if there is anything useful. Search them and take them away. These people would not suddenly evacuate for no reason. They must have some concerns. And these sleds certainly wouldn't be modified into this shape for no reason. However, since it has the ability to modify it, I believe this place is a large base of considerable scale. Everyone came back to their senses and started to get busy. The other side had 4 cars in total, each of which could accommodate 3 people. There was nothing else in the car except the guns and ammunition they carried with them. Oh yeah, some food. But it wasn't much, and I even found half a Snickers bar that I hadn't finished. The 3 men happily picked up the guns from these people, each carrying 4 guns on his back. They were so happy. Nanwei and Wei Lan found a lot of crystal cores in the car that the eldest brother of these people was sitting in. Lin Xin took a quick look and found that there were at least 100 pills in the bag. There are only 12 people in this group, but they were able to obtain so many crystal cores. It seems that the strength behind it should not be underestimated. Wei Lan looked at the crystal core and raised his head to look at Lin Xin. Although there is no shortage of crystal cores, things that are taken for free must be taken away. Otherwise, it would just be a bargain for others. These were just the rewards for their first team outing today. Afterwards, go back and distribute them one by one. Nanwei nodded, dragged the package containing the crystal core out from under the car, and then handed it to Wei Lan behind her. Wei Lan reached out to take it and handed it directly to Lin Xin, who was behind him, before giving up. Naturally, all the crystal cores were placed in Lin Xin's space, so he didn't have to carry such a heavy weight. Lin Xin was also happy to do so. The two looked up and saw Wang Yu, Wang Xiaoli, and Tang Qian frantically confiscating each other's guns, looking very happy. Having a gun is certainly better than having nothing at all. Seeing how happy they were, Lin Xin just let them go. Nanwei, who was about to crawl out, found a wallet in the corner. The wallet is of a unique style from a certain LU brand, which was considered a luxury brand in the past. I couldn't tell this man was actually a rich man who used LU before. After brushing off the dust, Nanwei stepped out of the car and opened her wallet. There wasn't much in the wallet except for a few disgusting bills that were not even suitable for wiping butts, and 2 photos. Looking at the material, it looks like a Polaroid camera. One of them appears to be a family photo, and another is a photo of a man and a woman. I don't know the man, but the woman. Nanwei's expression suddenly became serious, and then she came to Lin Xin and said, "Guess what I saw?" In his hand, he held a wallet and a small photo. What else could it be? Lin Xin couldn't help but laugh and said, "You have it all in your hands. What else can you have besides photos? But none of this is of any use." Nanwei continued, "You will know once you take a look." She turned the photo over, facing the side with the picture towards Lin Xin, and handed it to him. Lin Xin was puzzled and reached out to take it. Wei Lan on the side was also very curious and stretched his neck to look. After seeing the person in the photo, clearly, Lin Xin paused. Chapter 259, Looking for Clues. Zhang Qian. The people in the photo are none other than Zhang Qian and Zhang Shui. Lin Xin didn't expect to find Zhang Qian's things here. There are also photos of the 2 of them. Nanwei continued, "Although I don't know this man, but look at the person next to him. Isn't that Xiao Xue? I remember Xiao Xue said before that she had a brother who got lost. This thing is here. Does it mean that they know where brother Xiao Xue is, or that brother Xiao Xue has had some connection with him?" Wei Lan was also surprised. How come these people have brother Xiao Xue's wallet? Wallets are very private, especially when they contain family photos. Lin Xin frowned. "Where did you find it?" Nanwei pointed to the upside-down car behind her and said, "It's inside the car. It must have fallen out of someone's pocket when the car flipped over. I just happened to pull it out when I was dragging the crystal core. It was such a conspicuous brand logo, so I just took it out." Lin Xin paused. He had seen Zhang Qian's wallet several times. He said it was a birthday gift from his sister, and he usually carried it with him. But after all, this is the technological age, and a mobile phone can solve all your daily expenses. So I always carry this wallet with me and never take it out. How could it be in someone else's place? Lin Xin had a bad idea in his heart. There are 2 possibilities. Either Zhang Qian gave this thing to someone else on his own initiative, or it was stolen. If it is offered as a gift, the photo will definitely be taken down. So, there is only one possibility. And this possibility is a bit bad. Looking at Lin Xin's expression, Nanwei hurriedly said a few words to comfort him. "Don't take it so seriously. What if Xiao Xue's brother joins this team? Although this thing is not worth much now, it's still a face-saving gift. It's not impossible for him to join the team as a small bribe. As long as one is human, he or she will have vanity. This thing has no value, and you won't get anything even if you give it away, but it can still satisfy your vanity. The seriousness of this statement is even greater. But we should always think positively. Zhang Qian didn't die and joined the other team, so what happened to them just now? Could it be that Zhang Qian was in the first car that overturned? That's a big deal." Lin Xin stood up and walked toward the first car that had already overturned and crashed into the wall. Wei Lan and Nanwei hurriedly followed. If it's what they think, I killed my good brother of many years. Lin Xin didn't dare to think further. Soon, they came to the first overturned car. Checked it carefully. Everyone in the car ran out, and no one was crushed to death inside. There were people around the car who were shot and hit by arrows. Most of them were killed in one shot, and their faces were very unfamiliar and unrecognizable. The same is true for corpses elsewhere. Lin Xin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Not bad, not bad. It was really scary. Since no one is here, there is no problem at the moment. But the photo came out too suddenly, and they had no other clues, which was equivalent to cutting off all news. It is simply impossible to know where people are. Wei Lan stood to one side and said, "Do you want to tell Xiao Xue?" Nan Wei shook her head. "We don't know anything right now. If I tell Xiao Xue now, she will definitely be so imaginative and impatient that she will want to come out. It would be better to wait until we all find out the exact information before telling her." Lin Xin nodded. Nan Wei is right. Let's wait a little longer. If I tell her now, it will only make her worry. But judging from the information we have so far, there's still those two possibilities. Either Zhang Xian was killed by these people and the things on his body were picked up by them, or he and these people were in the same team and knew each other, so they had this thing. As for the photo, I can't think of any explanation now. Either that or Zhang Xian is also looking for us. These people are most likely part of their team that is transporting crystal cores. They spent a lot of time out there, so they might run into us, making it easier for them to identify us. But no one would take on such a thing for no reason, and these people didn't want to help him find it. So what do we do now? Lin Xin sighed and then shook his head. Whether Zhang Xian is here or not, we could just go directly to the enemy's base, but we don't know where these people are going. So we can only think of ways to look for more clues among these existing ones. At this time, Wang Yu, Wang Xiaoli, and Tang Kersen also came over, listened to Lin Xin's voice, and started searching spontaneously. The clothes on these corpses should be turned over and searched. But still nothing was gained. Do you have any clues? Wang Xiaoli asked Tang Kersen. Tang Kersen shook her head. Nan Wei looked at Wang Yu and got a negative response. He looked at Wei Lan, and before he could say anything, Wei Lan also shook his head. Really, there are no clues at all. Lin Xin sighed. He should have left someone to catch his breath. It won't be like it is now, where we have nothing and know nothing. After pondering for a while, Lin Xin looked at the cars and said, "Let's get in." These cars are coming from the front. With so many crystal cores, we estimate that where they're coming from is our destination. There might be new discoveries there. Yes. We can also find zombie corpses along the way in time. After all, there are only so many zombies over there, and they can have so many crystal cores. Get in the car. At the command, everyone got on the car. After driving for a distance, the car finally arrived at the entrance of the bustling commercial area. But before they went in, they saw corpses piled on the ground. Some looked like they had been dead for a while others looked like they had only been dead for a few days. Among these piles of zombies, there were a few zombies wandering around aimlessly, squatting beside the piles of corpses, chewing something. These zombies have evolved a little, but not too much. I don't know if it was because it didn't catch the good opportunity of a late mutation, but this commercial street was completely transformed into zombies as early as when the first batch of zombies attacked. The number of living people is even smaller. Without the flesh and blood of living people, natural evolution would be very slow. These zombies still retain their basic human appearance and are still wearing the clothes they wore in life, as well as jewelry and bags. Some wore long skirts, some wore short-sleeve shirts and shorts, and some of the hot girls wore clothes that could only simply cover their bodies. After being exposed to wind and sun, these simple clothes had long been tattered and revealed their breasts. However, when it comes to these zombies, no one cares whether their clothes are well-worn. But at first glance, most of the zombies here are women. Chapter 260, let's talk it out. Yes, most women like shopping, but most men don't have that much free time. It is normal for the ratio of men to women to be different. There weren't many zombies wandering around here, so Lin Xin and the others were able to deal with them easily. It will be cleaned up in a short while. Lin Xin looked at the numerous corpses and found a few that were a little different. When they came, several zombies were hiding in one place. When they saw them, they swarmed over. There seemed to be fresh blood and flesh left in their mouths. Relying on the locations in his memory, Lin Xin found several corpses that looked relatively fresh among a pile of long-dead bodies. It's just that their surfaces showed signs of being eaten to varying degrees. But it's harmless. Judging from the facial tissues and clothes that were still preserved, these people had probably been dead for less than 2 or 3 hours. Judging from the time, it is highly likely that they were with those people just now. Of course, it may not be. It is not impossible that he was robbed and killed by those people just now. Nanwei looked at these fresh corpses and said, "These people are also miserable." Weilon stood aside and said, "It's really tragic. Either they were with the people who got the items just now and were abandoned by their companions because they didn't have time to run away. Or there were two groups of people and were killed by the people who just got the items and took away the crystal core. There are many such cases." Nanwei looked at Weilon. Although she agreed with what she said, no matter which one it was all for survival. He was so frightened during his lifetime that he didn't even have a complete body after his death. It won't be long before it turns into a corpse. Well, while the three people were talking, the hand with a broken fingertip on the ground moved. Then, the corpse lying on the ground suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes and pounced on Nanwei, who was closest to him. Weilon reacted quickly, grabbing Nanwei with one hand and pulling out the knife from his waist with the other hand, chopping it cleanly into the zombie's head. "What are you staring at? He's turned into a corpse. The others will probably do the same." Weilon dealt with a zombie, but at the same time he did not forget to become aggressive towards Nanwei. Just as she was telling Nanwei to do something, several other corpses suddenly turned into zombies, but they were all dealt with by Nanwei one by one. Nanwei drew back her knife, wiped the blade on the snow, and then said, "I'm not in a daze. No one knows how fast she will turn into a corpse." She was talking when someone suddenly noticed that she turned into a corpse. "You're still talking about me. It's still up to me." Weilon shook her head helplessly. Okay, thanks to you." Nanwei and Weilon were still arguing with each other, while Tang Kursin and others on the other side had already started to get busy. With so many zombie corpses, even if those people dug out the crystal cores, there might be some left behind. Moreover, mutated zombies are very conspicuous, and there is no need to waste time searching for them one by one among these ordinary zombies. Before, they were alone and did not dare to fight against hordes of zombies. Even if they wanted the crystal cores, they would just pick them up quietly. But things are different now. There's so many here, we need to dig more. For a time, two strange painting styles were formed. Tang Kursin and her friends frantically shuttled through the pile of corpses, looking for mutants, and then dug and dug. It's true, they actually found a few crystal cores that hadn't been dug out. Lin Xin thought it was easier. The new team member has an extraordinary eye for insight. It made him feel less worried. But we still can't forget the purpose of this trip. Lin Xin looked around carefully and then set his sights on the corpses that had just turned into zombies. He had nothing on him to prove his identity, and his relationship with that group of people was unknown. There was nothing dropped on the ground, and there were no other survivors around. Lin Xin suddenly stopped. Other survivors. He raised his head suddenly and looked somewhere. This is the entrance to the commercial street, and there are many high-rise buildings and shopping malls on both sides of the street. And just now, inside that building, there was someone who was watching them all the time. When Lin Xin looked over, the other party nervously avoided it, but Lin Xin still saw the shaking curtains. Someone. He immediately called everyone and ran towards the location where the survivors were found. Although the others didn't know what Lin Xin meant, they followed him anyway. In apartment buildings like this, the windows are all made of glass. Although they're not easy to break, they cannot withstand too much impact. It will be opened if you hit it a few more times. But Lin Xin had a hammer and a fire axe, so he could smash it with a hard hit. It doesn't take much effort at all. But as he got closer, Lin Xin discovered that the window was already broken, and the curtains were fluttering slightly in the wind. Lin Xin couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Could it be that I saw it wrong? And it was a big prize monster? The window had a hole in it, and the curtains were light, so it was possible that they would sway in the wind. Just as Lin Xin sighed and was about to go back, he saw a shoe print on the thin snow piled up in the corner of the room. He immediately looked towards the only door in the room. Originally, this should be someone else's bedroom, and the other side of the door is the corridor leading to the outside. Unexpectedly, this place has now become a place open to the outside world. After kicking the door open, there was a long corridor inside. In the corridor, the man's figure had not completely disappeared. Lin Xin followed immediately. A group of people followed behind him. Seeing that the man was about to disappear, Nanwei first threw out a bolt of lightning, knocking the man down, and then Weilon used her speed ability to instantly come in front of the man and dragged him back. Nanwei's electric shock was controlled for a while, so she wasn't fatal. However, for a human, The tingling and numbness from such a strong force was like all the strength was drained from the body, and she instantly collapsed to the ground. When he came to his senses, he saw a large crowd of people surrounding him. I was so frightened that I couldn't even speak clearly. "Big brother, let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. I don't have anything on me except these tattered jackets. I don't have anything useful. My life is worth nothing, and it's not even as important as the bullets of you brothers. In fact, it is true. Bullets are so precious. A life that no one wants, a waste of a bullet. If you have this much energy, you might as well fight zombies." Lin Xin glanced at him and sneered in his heart. He didn't expect that he was quite sensible. But he is still useful, but this is not the time to kill people. No matter whether he was part of that group of people who didn't have time to leave, or he had nothing to do with them. He has been there for quite some time, so he must know something. Chapter 261, You Are Cheating. You've been looking there for so long. Have you seen a convoy passing by here? 4 cars, not a small number of people. Lin Xin's description is more intuitive, and you will definitely remember it if you have seen it. After all, that car is quite rare. The man looked at the people in the room, swallowed, and was a little nervous, but he still thought about it carefully and then said, "Yes, I have seen it, but—" Lin Xin said coldly, "But what?" The man was startled by Lin Xin's voice and then hurriedly said, No, don't get me wrong. I'm not familiar with them. You believe me. I live here originally. I was going to go out and look for something today when there was no one around, but a fight suddenly broke out on the street. It was really chaotic. If there are guns and artillery shells, I will definitely hide. Other places are not safe, so I stayed here and didn't dare to walk around. Those guys drove 4 cars. I watched them kill the zombies, then got in the cars and left. I went down and picked up some leaks. Just when I came back, I heard the movement of another car. I thought they were back, so I thought I could pick up some more leaks if I hid. And then you came." The more he spoke, the quieter the man's voice became. It was really that Lin Xin's gaze was too oppressive, and he could hardly bear it. He quietly moved his head, looked around, and took in everything here. There are 7 people surrounding me, and most of them are women. In such a team, there are only 2 men. Forget it. Stop thinking about it. Even if there are only 2 men and the rest are women, it has nothing to do with him. Just based on the guns hanging on their waists and backs, he could no longer imagine anything. He is not Superman, and the other party must be no simple person to be walking outside. He still had to cooperate obediently. Of course, if the other party did anything wrong, he would always keep a close eye on them to prevent any accidents and protect himself in time. Lin Xin kept looking at the other person, watching his expressions and movements. After a while, it seemed that this person was not lying, but it's not completely trustworthy. The other people in the room couldn't help but look at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know whether to believe him or not. Seeing that the people in front of him didn't seem to believe him, the man said again, "I really don't know those people. I came here for that thing." The man paused and continued, "It's the crystal core. If you want it, just take it." Just now, a woman in this team electrocuted him. This means that they have also awakened their abilities, and they should be aware of the existence of the crystal core. Naturally, he didn't need to hide the secret of the crystal core. After the man finished speaking, he took out a cloth bag hidden under his cotton-padded jacket. The bag was filled with a lot of crystal cores. The look of someone giving up something with great reluctance made Lin Xin's eyes twitch. This amount of crystal cores is not as good as what they just took from the convoy. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. The crystal core does not have much appeal to them, but it can be seen that this convoy has nothing to do with him. This way the clue is gone. Nowadays, it is different from the past. It is very difficult to find out what you want to know. The only clue is the people in the convoy just now. But everyone was dead. Not even a single person was left alive, and the only clue was the wallet and the photos inside it. This is difficult. It seems that the search for Zhang Qian will probably end here. Lin Xin thought for a moment, then looked at the others present and said directly, "Don't tell Xiao Xue about the discovery of Xiao Xue's brother's photo today when you go back. Now the clues are gone and there is no news. It's useless to tell her, and it will only make her worry. Maybe Zhang Qian had died in danger." The others nodded. Nan Wei stood to one side, frowning. "We won't tell her, but she will know it sooner or later. Besides, the clues are gone now. I guess I won't be able to find them again in the future. I don't know what's going on." Wei Lan reached out and patted Nan Wei, then said, "Don't worry about this. I won't tell Xiao Xue." But after so long, Xiao Xue should have been prepared. His brother should have already. Wei Lan didn't say anything else. Seeing that no one cared about his things, the man on the ground silently pulled them back and hid them under his clothes. But from what Lin Xin said, it seemed that they were looking for that group of people just now in order to find someone related to Xiao Xue. To this extent, they should be relatives. As long as he is not an enemy and does not affect him, it will be fine. But he looked at the others, his big eyes rolling around. I couldn't help but have a bad idea. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are looking for those convoys just to find people?" Nanwei glanced at him and said, "What else do you think?" Now there are no clues, and the person is gone too. I am really convinced. I don't know what will happen next. Before Nanwei could finish her mumbling, a man's voice was heard. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I'll just tell you." Everyone's eyes immediately turned over. It's true that those people are killing zombies here, but they have a base here. There are some people living in there. They don't kill zombies here every day, but every now and then. I was their guide before, so I don't know what they did afterwards, but I know about the base. Lin Xin couldn't help but feel a little happy. "That's great, brother. If you can take us to find that place, I can give you twice as much crystal core as I just took out as a reward, but you have to take us to find this place." The man patted his chest and said with assurance, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. Just follow me." He got up from the ground and then dusted himself off. While several people were not paying attention, he exerted all his strength and continued to run wildly. Nanwei was stunned when she saw this. It was obvious that this guy wanted to run away. Should she pursue him or not? Nanwei couldn't help but look at Lin Xin beside her. Lin Xin did not move, but the man moved very quickly in the long corridor, and Lin Xin could not help but shook his head. You couldn't escape the first time you ran, so how could you really think you could escape the second time? It was a loud bang. Under the gazes of everyone, the man's body hit a wall of air, then bounced back. He turned around with stars in his eyes and pointed at Lin Xin and the others. "You are cheating." Chapter 262, The Nightclub. The blow was so severe that stars appeared in front of his eyes and the whole world went dark. After lying on the ground for a long time to relax, I finally returned to normal. He thought that while these people were unable to react, he might be able to escape with his own abilities, but he didn't expect that someone among them had awakened this ability. At this moment, he didn't think he had really hit the wall. This time it's really over. His head was dizzy and he stood there in panic. Before he could even see the location of Lin Xin and the others, he hurriedly stretched out his hand, covered his head with one hand, and raised his other hand, speaking in a panic and anxious tone. Wait, don't move. I know I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I won't run away again. Please spare my life." Seriously, Wang Yangxi get. The previous wave of people was already difficult to deal with, and now another wave has come, making it even more difficult to deal with. I originally thought he could run away, but now he is jumping around in other people's minefields again and again, and his life is about to end. Lin Xin walked over slowly and looked at the man with black eyes who was hit. He turned his back to them and begged for mercy against a wall. He was speechless. "Why are you running around?" The first time, he was running wildly in front and was shocked by Nanwei's electric shock. Is this because there is not enough electricity? Want to experience it a few more times? The voice came from behind him. Wang Yang turned his head dizzily and could only see a few dark figures. "Brother, there's so many of you. I am scared. It's not a good thing to meet someone like you now. There's so many of you, and you are surrounding me. What if you eat me alive? I just want to live well and not worry about anything." Lin Xin, are they that scary? It seems like nothing has been done. Lin Xin thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was indeed not very friendly. He was the one who noticed something was wrong when they first met, and when he chased after her, the man ran away. In order to keep him, Nanwei knocked him out with a stun gun and brought him over, surrounded by a circle of people. Just imagine the role reversal. It does seem a bit scary. Lin Xin was speechless, but he didn't have too many other thoughts. Okay, no one wants to eat you alive. If they really want to do something to you, would they still trade the crystal core with you? Tell us what you know, and you won't have anything to do with that station if we take you there. Otherwise, don't blame us. As soon as he finished speaking, several lightning flashed between Nanwei, who was standing next to him. They're only interested in this thing and nothing else. People like him can't arouse their interest at the moment. Moreover, subjectively, he did not take any initiative to harm them. He just wanted to escape. Wang Yangbao said. The lightning flashing at Nanwei's fingertips startled him and made him suddenly sober up. Nanwei's electric shock made him feel numb from head to toes, and he really didn't want to experience that feeling a second time. Don't worry, I won't run away again. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over everyone in the room. Although he saw that Nanwei was the only one who had awakened her ability, they could get more crystal cores than him just to trade for his information. This is enough to prove that no one in this room is simple. If you want to run, you have to be stronger than others. The problem is, no matter how powerful you are, you can't beat the crowd. As the saying goes, things never happen 3 times. This has happened to him twice. If it happens again, he will definitely die. So Wang Yang is very honest and well-behaved. But there's one thing I think I still have to say. Wang Yang looked at the people in the room and thought, there is no one in that station anymore. They don't come here often on weekdays, only twice a week. Who would set up camp here with so many zombies? They must come only when they have a need. They always come to their base for a long time and leave for a long time, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, you said before that you only come out to pick up bargains after they leave, but now it sounds like you know them quite well. Are you sure you're not with them? Lin Xin half knelt down, touching the gun in his hand as he spoke. Although it wasn't too much, Wang Yang felt the oppression. I didn't think. I was the one who saved them when they were surrounded by zombies. They did try to recruit me afterwards, but the problem is that I didn't join them, so I'm not one of them, right? Although there is no one in the station and nothing is left, I know where they came from. Wang Yang said. Looking at Lin Xin's frown, he immediately said in a panic, this time it's real. It's not fake. In order to win me over, they said they had an industry somewhere, saying it was the best nightclub here, where you can get plenty of food and drink, and there are many big guys in it. The leaders seem to be some Sister Qian. Nowadays, everyone knows what a nightclub is. The problem is that if you don't tell me the name of the nightclub, but the name of the mother inside, who would know? The key point is that Lin Xin himself doesn't know much about nightclubs, and nightclub is a general term, not a specific nightclub in a certain place. Who would know where that place is? Lin Xin frowned and said nothing. Wang Yang's mind raced, trying to recall the address from his previous memory. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of anything, so he couldn't help but say, anyway, those people said that they used to be the top nightclub in this area, and ordinary people couldn't get in. If you wanted to get in before, you had to get a card, and it cost a certain amount. I can't remember, but it just cost money. As he spoke, Wang Yang looked towards Lin Xin. He could see that everyone in the room was listening to the man in front of him. An upscale nightclub. This doesn't happen much here, but the problem is that he doesn't go there, so he doesn't understand. Lin Xin couldn't help but look at Wei Lan beside him. As a special police officer, you should be familiar with the surrounding facilities. This nightclub. Wei Lan received Lin Xin's gaze and was stunned for a moment before saying, don't look at me. I don't know either. But there are probably only a few high-end ones here, so it shouldn't be difficult to find them. Lin Xin and the others all looked towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang was stunned. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't know where it is. I don't know anything. Stop looking at me. That place should not be far from here, otherwise they wouldn't come here to look for the crystal core and take it away. Chapter 263, Met a Good Person. After all, the journey is long, and no one knows what accidents may happen along the way. Only if it is closer, there will be fewer changes in the middle. As for this area, there seemed to be one before, but it was in a very remote location. Such high-end nightclubs are not located in downtown areas. After all, it is inconvenient to travel around. It would be a disaster if another person with H comes along. After a brief silence, Wang Yu on the side suddenly said, what you're talking about, isn't it magnificent and magnificent? There are only 2 nightclubs around here. One is Inghui. It's small and not really a nightclub. It's more like a KTV with some stuff. The other one is magnificent and has a membership system. Ordinary people can't get in, and the higher-ups won't check if the people inside have some other backgrounds. If you're around here, I know these 2. After saying this, Wang Yu looked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang frowned and thought for a while, then nodded frantically. Yes, that's the Splendid. I thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a name. Which nightclub is called this? Lin Xin looked at Wang Yu. How far is it from here? Is it far? Is it close? It's okay. It's not too far. If you have a car, it's pretty fast. It's just a little further than we came here. Wang Yu carefully calculated the distance, and then said to the others. He calculated the time, and found that the distance there was about half the distance they took to get to the commercial street. Nanwei looked at Lin Xin, somewhat delighted. That's great, I thought the clue was gone, but now it seems that we can follow this line. Wei Lan looked at Lin Xin seriously. If Jinbi Huing is nearby, you can definitely go over and take a look. You might be able to learn more about Brother Xiaoxue's situation. Lin Xin thought for a moment, then said, the situation is still unclear and it's too late. If we go there, we might waste a lot of time. But you can take a look at the location first, and then continue with the specific actions tomorrow. Wang Yu, how much do you know about Jinbi Huing? Why don't you tell us everything? Wei Lan looked over and said, yes, it's always good to know more. As far as I know, a nightclub of this level is not that simple. The forces behind it are very complicated. Wang Yu walked forward, then squatted in front of Lin Xin and said, this is so magnificent. It has been open for at least 10 or 20 years. I remember seeing them open when I was a child. They're not simple here. The selection standards for employees are very high. In the past, there have been reports of their evil deeds, such as forcing women and beating people. But in the end, nothing happened and they were all suppressed. And every time they came to search and confiscate, they just dealt with it perfunctorily, and things returned to normal within a few days. Although the zombie outbreak is rapid, based on Jinbi Huang's situation, I think their power is much better than we thought. Most importantly, the forces behind them should have a lot of sources of weapons. I'm not worried about the rest. The main reason is that he has a lot of thugs there, and they are more skilled in using weapons than we are. I think what Brother Lin said is right. If we want to go, we can't go blindly. We have to be well prepared first. The people in the room paused, then nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Xin smiled slightly, then looked at his team members and said, we can't make a wasted trip today. I originally wanted to bring you here to clean up the zombies, but I didn't expect to encounter something like this. But this matter does not affect our purpose. It looks like we need to move to another location. Let's go kill the zombies first. When it's around 3 o'clock, we'll gather together to scout out the location and then go home to discuss. As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, Wang Yang's voice rang out. Wait, big brother, I'll go with you guys. I promise not to cause any more trouble. I'll just follow you guys and pick up any leftovers. Before he could finish his words, Nan Wei's voice rang out. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to steal things from us? Pick up bargains. Are you crazy or are we stupid? Sharing supplies is something that no normal person would do. Wang Yang didn't care. He looked at Lin Xin and said, but didn't you say before that if I gave you information about that group of people, you would give me the crystal core? You didn't give me the crystal core, and you didn't allow me to take advantage of it. The first half of the sentence was spoken quite loudly, while the second half was almost a whisper. Lin Xin listened to his mumbling and was speechless. It really fell into the eyes of the crystal core. Lin Xin looked over, and Wang Yang curled his lips. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. These ancestors should leave as soon as possible. Look at his big mouth. He actually dares to ask for things. It's good enough that you're still alive. Although Lin Xin shook his head, he still threw a bag of things over and asked a few questions. Is this building safe? After all, they were only on this floor and didn't go deeper or to other floors. After talking for so long, not a single zombie appeared. If it is safe here, we can come upstairs, which can serve as a platform for Wei Lan to train new people. We don't have to worry too much about the zombie invasion. Wang Yang looked confused and spoke hesitantly. It should be safe. The security door there is locked, and the stairs are inaccessible. I've lived here for a while and have not been attacked by zombies. I don't know whether there is any specific one. Lin Xin paused and had to give up his idea. I originally wanted to use the platform here, but now it seems I have to give up. Then he left with his people. Wang Yang looked at the small bag thrown to him, was stunned for a moment, and then touched it. It's quite hard inside, like there's something there. While opening it, he observed the movements of Nan Wei and others. But he found that there was a pile of crystal cores in the bag. He looked at the things in the bag in shock, and then looked at Lin Xin and others whose backs had long disappeared. Oh my goodness, I met a good person. Lin Xin didn't know what Wang Yang was thinking. I just thought that he might be useful in the future regarding the nightclub. Lin Xin and others came outside again, and gradually a lot of zombies appeared on the streets. Lin Xin looked around and said, this is it. Wei Lan, you can help them get familiar with the tools first. Chapter 264, Just Survival. As the only complete newcomer, Tang Kurson looked at the crossbow in her hand and fell into deep thought. When you pull the trigger of the crossbow and shoot the crossbow arrow, there's not much sound, almost silently. So for beginners who don't want to attract zombies, it is indeed possible. Besides, this is the only use of this thing. What other uses can it have? Tang Kurson was puzzled. Wei Lan chuckled, then walked to the window and looked down. This location is not very good. After all, if the zombies find it, they can enter and exit freely. But at the moment, it is indeed the only possible place. However, this thing did not require Wei Lan's instruction. When he set up the crossbow and aimed outside, he understood its function after studying it a little. With Wei Lan's guidance and teaching, he quickly mastered it. However, there were not many zombies on the streets, and the few wandering zombies were quickly killed. Wei Lan fired a shot towards the open space. The sound was deafening, and the lingering sound was lingering. After a while, you can hear the roars and the rushing sounds of the zombies. The figures of zombies gradually appeared in the field of vision. The group continued to practice with bows and crossbows until they had dealt with this wave of zombies. Wei Lan fired again, but this time their weapons changed from crossbows to rifles. Wei Lan put away his pistol, then looked at the three people and said, "The bows and crossbows should be almost ready. Take out your guns. This gun has recoil. When you first use it, your arms and shoulders will be shaken and a little numb, but you'll get used to it slowly. But remember one thing, no matter how strong the recoil is, the muzzle of the gun must be facing outward. You can't point your guns at the teammates inside, understand?" Tang Kurson looked at the gun in her hand, still unable to believe that she got the gun so easily. I wonder how she survived before. Although their colleagues in the hospital automatically formed a team at the beginning, and although every day was thrilling, they all survived together. But as it became increasingly difficult to find food, the team became divided, with some heading for the temporary shelter and others thinking it was safest to stay. And then, the team fell apart. If he stayed, he couldn't survive the zombies' attack, and if he left, his life or death was uncertain. During this time, the human nature she witnessed was very different from the people in front of her. During the time when I was alone, I still relied on the fast food products I bought before, which I managed to bring back with great difficulty. I eat little every day, dare not make any sound, dare not speak, and dare not see people. All of his former colleagues have turned into zombies. Tang Kurson looked at the gun in her hand and came back to her senses from her memories. Wei Lan stood beside her and said gently, "Don't be afraid. This gun is silenced and won't attract too many zombies. Just deal with the zombies attracted in front. The main purpose is not the crystal core, but to let you practice how to kill these zombies. If you use the gun well, there will be no problem." Tang Kurson took a deep breath and nodded after Wei Lan's instructions. This was indeed the first time she had touched a gun. Before, when they were in the hospital, colleagues found 2 pistols on the policemen who had turned into zombies. Naturally, these guns would not fall into the hands of their women. Now, when I touch this gun, I always feel it is a little unrealistic. Following Wei Lan's instructions, Tang Kurson successfully fired the gun. This was not the first time that Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli had touched a gun, so naturally they were more familiar with guns than Tang Kurson. The recoil of the gun was indeed quite strong, and it made her shoulders numb. But it feels kind of good. Watching the zombies outside falling one by one, she actually felt a comfort she had never felt before. He didn't even come to his senses until all the bullets in the magazine were used up. After some cleaning, Lin Xin and his team obtained several hundred crystal cores. The corpses of these zombies piled up more on the original pile of corpses. However, it does not prevent them from looting the crystal cores from these corpses. Soon, the search was completed. Lin Xin led the team to hide in the inner room, which was the place discovered by Wang Xiaoli. It was a normal door that could block the view from outside and would not be discovered like transparent glass. There was some bedding and other things inside, and it looked like someone had lived here before. But there should be no one there. Lin Xin couldn't help but walk to the window and look down at the situation outside. There aren't that many zombies around here, but it's normal to have thousands or even tens of thousands. The number of crystal cores collected was only over 100. Lin Xin distributed these crystal cores to other people. You should absorb these crystal cores. They will be helpful to your superpowers. Wang Xiaoli and Wang Yu looked at each other, smiled at each other, and accepted it with full of information. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, was a little at a loss. She had never been treated like this before. Take it quickly. These are what you deserve. Oh, let's absorb it here first. The zombies outside are gathering together again, and we can't get out for a while. When you have absorbed it, we will go together. Tang Kurson nodded, then found a corner and began to absorb with peace of mind. Lin Xin and the others were standing in the office, which was a very empty space. Wei Lan, Nan Wei, and the others surrounded Lin Xin and stood at the gate to prevent any accidents. After all, there are quite a lot of zombies in this area. It was crowded before, and is still crowded now. Nanwei looked through the glass window at the corpse in the distance and unexpectedly discovered a sneaky figure. After she saw it clearly, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. You really are not afraid of death. What? Weilon didn't hear clearly and couldn't help but ask another question. Nanwei continued to look outside and snorted, the guy I met before who wanted to escape. Now he's picking up something from below. There were quite a few corpses that they had missed in the pile, so they could pick up a lot of them now. But it's bold enough. There are still quite a few zombies attracted here and surrounding nearby. Some of them are still eating their own kind. Just in such an environment, they dared to go there. Lin Xin and Wei Lan looked at it and finally understood what the other party meant by picking up a bargain. It really was a bargain. Bold but careful. Bold but careful? Lin Xin doesn't think so. He looked at Wang Yang's back and unexpectedly thought of his past self. Wasn't he the same in his previous life? There's no such thing as being brave or careful. It's all for the sake of survival. Lin Xin didn't say much and looked at the three people behind him. During this time, the crystal core has absorbed a lot, and it won't take long to absorb all of it. Okay, stop looking. It has nothing to do with us. Chapter 265. Need help? There are quite a lot of zombies, covering most of the area. Wang Yang, who had picked up a bargain, did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He cut open the nearest zombie and picked up the crystal core inside, without paying any attention to the zombie behind him, who had discovered him and was holding a piece of meat. By the time he noticed, the zombies were already very close. He was so scared that he ran away immediately. His special ability is related to speed, so he can run among the zombies with ease. He ran all the way and hid. While running, he said, "Damn, did those people just walk so fast? Where did you run to?" He is a human being who always gets tired. His physical strength cannot keep up, and his supernatural powers are of little use. So, I get tired very quickly. His ability can only be instant. Hiding in the corridor, panting, Wang Yang leaned against the wall and gasped. This body is really not good. Behind him, the roar of zombies was heard. Several zombies actually chased in. Depend on. Have to keep running. Wang Yang took a step forward and walked through the long corridor. This is an office building. In addition to the elevator hall, there are many offices on both sides of the building, but most of them have transparent glass doors and are not safe. Wang Yang's target is not these unsafe offices. The zombies were chasing him, and he planned to go back to the office where he had been hiding. It can block the view from outside and is not like transparent glass. I don't know whose office it was before, but it doesn't matter. What's important is the solid wooden door, which is much safer than transparent glass. Soon, he was moving through the office building and coming to the room he had been avoiding. However, the door was locked from the inside. My goodness, he was in a hurry to go out today and seemed to have not locked the door. The key point is that several zombies are in the corridor outside right now, and he doesn't dare to knock on the door loudly. Lin Xin listened to the noise outside and walked to the door with a frown. Other survivors? Or zombies? Lin Xin took out the gun from his body and then listened carefully to the movement outside. There was no roar of zombies, but someone was cursing under his breath. After much thought, it seems that only one person fits the bill. Lin Xin opened the door a crack and saw Wang Yang bending down and carefully studying the keyhole in the door. The door opened from the inside. Wang Yang was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up and saw Lin Xin and others in the house. How'd they find this place? My brain was stunned for a moment, but the footsteps of the zombies outside were getting closer and closer. Without time to think, Wang Yang squeezed in and closed the door tightly. Then he said, "There's zombies following us outside, hush." Just as he finished speaking, intermittent footsteps were heard outside, followed by a few slight roars. Lin Xin and others looked at each other, but did not speak. Judging from the movement, the number is not large. Lin Xin looked at Nanwei and Wei Lan. The two men looked at each other, then took out their guns tacitly, opened the door, and shot at the zombies in the corridor. The zombie's body was beaten into a sieve, and before he could make a move to pounce on him, it fell to the ground and died without any sound. After putting away the gun, Nanwei went out to check the situation outside. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, she came back. Wang Yang let out a long sigh before he dared to breathe loudly. "Phew, I was really scared. Fortunately, you guys are here." Lin Xin leaned aside, looked at him, and said, "Did you always hide like this before? Being discovered and chased by zombies. Can you be safe hiding here?" "I just ran such a short distance. and I'm already out of breath like this. How did he survive before? Wang Yang waved his hand and said, "Hey, I'm used to it. It'll be fine if I hide and don't make any noise. But thank you for today. I've been running for several times, and my energy has been almost exhausted." He rested at the door for a while, then walked in, lifted the bedding in the corner that Lin Xin and the others disliked, and found a bottle of unfinished mineral water from it. He gulped it down, and after a while calming down, he continued, "By the way, do you need help? I can take you to that nightclub." Lin Xin raised his eyes and stopped what he was doing. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Yang said nonchalantly, "Don't look at me like that. I've told you this clue. It's real, not fake. Originally, I thought I wouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. But you guys are different from the others. Of course, I don't just want to be your helper. I also have my own selfish motives." Lin Xin didn't say anything, but Wei Lan next to him spoke. "Do you have any selfish motives?" When this matter was mentioned, Wang Yang's expression gradually froze, and he fell into deep thought. As if thinking about something, he said, "I had a girlfriend before, and we got engaged at the beginning of the year. I used to work there, and we thought we would go back after earning some money, quit our job, and go home to get married. Guess what? 2 days before the wedding, I found out that she was having an affair with a man. Their conversations were extremely explicit, and there were even photos of them in bed. I was so angry that I went to argue with the man, but I got beaten. I called off the engagement afterwards, but the betrothal money was withheld. I was thinking of going to her workplace to make a scene and get the money back, but the zombies broke out. At first, the phone was still accessible, but after the water and power were cut off, it was impossible to contact anyone. I wanted to go there to find her and teach that couple a lesson, but there were too many zombies. I couldn't do that. It's been so long, and I don't know whether he is dead or alive. But since you guys are going too, why not take me with you? I want to go and see if she's dead or alive. If they're alive, I will kill them myself. If they're dead, I will also kill this pair of bastards myself." Lin Xin pursed his lips. They could even encounter such a thing as a cheating woman. But it's hard to say whether it's true or not. After all, he looked pretty calm, not very angry. Nan Wei and Wei Lan are all women, and they have a strong ability to empathize. One can't help but feel a little sad about what happened to Wang Yang. Wei Lan wanted to say something, but the words of comfort left his lips and turned into questions. "You said you were cheated on, but I can't see any anger on your face. Are you sure you didn't make up this story?" Wang Yang didn't look up, but just chuckled. "If only it were a story. But it's up to you guys, I'm just asking. After so long, a lot of grudges have been dispersed into fear and trepidation. However, if he knew that the couple had a miserable end, he wouldn't mind joining in the fun." Chapter 266, Winning Over the People. Of course, if it involves risk, he feels it is unnecessary. It has been so long since the end of the world, and the original anger is long gone. However, seeing their miserable plight with one's own eyes still makes one feel happy. These guys are stronger than he thought. At least he knew it when he watched them in the dark forcing the 3 companions in the corner who were still absorbing crystal cores to undergo training, attracting more than 100 zombies at a time and teaching them how to use guns. Fortunately, I never had any ill will towards them before, and I didn't do anything out of line. At this moment, he is in his own nest, and he is still alive and well. All of this was gained by having no ill intentions before. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. Others didn't dare to say anything more. It is obvious that among these people, only Lin Xin has the final say in decision-making power. But Wang Yang was not too unhappy. After all, they're not familiar with each other. Seeing that Lin Xin didn't reply, he didn't say anything more. He walked straight to the corner and sat cross-legged on the bedding. It was icy and snowy outside. The ground was very cold, and it was freezing cold. Although the quilt is not clean, it is warm. The room was silent, with only the roar of the zombies outside as the only sound. Soon, the 3 human crystal cores were absorbed. Tang Kursin opened her eyes and looked down at the palm of her hand. After absorbing the crystal core, she could feel a lot more strength in her body. Much more than before. But why does the atmosphere feel wrong? But before she could think more, Lin Xin came over. "Tell me what you know about nightclubs." Wang Yang. "What do you mean? Call me?" He pointed at himself, looking confused. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, and Wang Yang immediately understood and walked over, saying excitedly, "I've only been to this nightclub a few times, but they have a whole building full of them." "Wait a moment. I'll give you a rough outline of what's going on over there. The main entrance of their building is next to Changye Road, but they have a back door that you have to go through the parking lot. I'll give you a rough outline of each floor. But there may be some differences. When I went to see her before, she took me on a simple tour. Look from here. As he spoke, Wang Yang patted the floor randomly. There was a lot of dust on the ground, and a simple drawing can still show some outlines through the dust. As Wang Yang outlined the general layout, Lin Xin and his companions listened very carefully. I have a basic understanding of nightclubs. Lin Xin hesitated for a long time and decided to explore the route first. And at this time in the nightclub, experiencing a life of decadence and extravagance. Gorgeous lights, swaying dance floor, scantily clad beauties. It forms a sharp contrast with the outside world. There are the most private rooms in the nightclub, not to mention the sound insulation. All the men and women gathered in these boxes, enjoying the unique excitement. At this time, in one of the private rooms, the lights were dim and Li Lan was lying on the sofa, her face flushed and she was panting. Before she could rest and catch her breath, another man covered her and she fell into joy again. And on the other side of the sofa, there are 5 more men like this. I don't know how long this activity lasted, but it finally ended with the last man. At this time, the 6 men in the box gathered and sat around the sofa. After being liberated physically and mentally, he smoked the cigarettes he paid a high price for with a happy face. Inside the box, the smell was pungent, mixed with the pungent smell of tobacco. One of the men was smoking and smiling, as if he was showing off. How about it? I'd say this girl has pretty good skills. I spent a lot of money to bring you guys here today to enjoy yourself. Don't go back on your word as we agreed before. Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 people immediately became servile. Brother Yang is indeed Brother Yang. He even has such a channel. But I have to say, the technique is really good. We brothers haven't had such a good time in a long time. Another man immediately followed. Brother Yang, come in here, it should take a lot of that. He didn't say it explicitly, but stretched out his hand and rubbed 3 fingers together. The meaning is self-evident. Lin Yang smiled knowingly and waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, it's no big deal. If you want it again next time, come find me and I'll bring you in again. I'll tell you a secret. I know Sister Qian, so I can give you a discount. This girl doesn't want money. The 5 men's eyes lit up at once. Is this true? Brother Yang, you are so amazing. The men in the room became more and more yearning as they listened, and their eyes looked at Lin Yang with more admiration. Brother Yang, we brothers will all follow you from now on, so please don't look down on us brothers. That's right. Our Brother Yang's ability is obvious to all. Lin Yang chuckled, enjoying the compliments from the others. Li Lan sat up on the sofa and looked at Lin Yang, who was smoking in the darkness, a face full of anger. Not caring about her naked body, she walked straight in front of Lin Yang and raised her hand to slap him. However, as soon as the raised hand fell, Lin Yang grabbed the wrist. Lin Yang's gaze was cold, no longer as gentle and affectionate as before. He firmly grasped Li Lan's wrist, pulled her into his arms, leaned over and whispered in her ear, I advise you to think about it carefully. Even if I don't bring anyone here, isn't this the only value you have here? Instead of serving those strangers, why don't you help me win over their hearts? I could take better care of you. Otherwise, do you still want to listen to Sister Qian and serve those old men? If you want to survive here, you can only rely on this. As Lin Yang spoke, his fingers slid from Li Lan's chin along her neck to her collarbone and finally landed on her chest. Lin Yang now only has threats and exploits to use against her. What can I say about this place? He was a frequent visitor here before. When the end of the world came, he and his brothers were having fun here. At the beginning, the nightclub just closed its doors to customers, which was quite normal. But as chaos broke out outside, the nightclub exposed the dark forces behind them. Naturally, these people can only rely on nightclubs and do things for them. In the area around here, all the forces, big and small, know the situation here. By paying a certain amount of crystal cores, a man's nature can be released. Of course, in this tense and exciting moment, when one doesn't know whether one will still be alive tomorrow, there are naturally people willing to pay for it. This is also an important source of support for the nightclub. As for Li Lan, she was originally an employee here, but it was a serious job before and now. Chapter 267, Find a Nightclub. This is the only purpose of women here. In short, no matter who you serve, as long as you can help them win people's hearts and expand your own power, why not? And it's a win-win situation. Believe her, She doesn't want to fall into the hands of those old men. Lilan was frightened. She looked straight at Lin Yang and dared not say another word. She just felt very regretful now, regretting that she had thought he was sincere to her. I regret thinking I could fly to the top of the tree. She regretted even more that she had not listened to her parents' advice and had insisted on breaking off the engagement and following the man in front of her. There was still a smile on Lin Yang's lips, but the smile did not reach his eyes. The other 5 men in the room saw what was happening and smiled to themselves, then picked up their clothes from the floor and put them on, saying a few words while leaving. "Brother Yang, we brothers won't bother you anymore. We'll come find you later." After the door of the box was closed, there were only 2 of them left inside. Lin Yang's lips, which were still curled up, relaxed instantly. At the same time, he pushed Lilan away from his arms. Lilan fell directly on the sofa, lowered her head, and took a deep breath. There was no point in regretting now. She had to look forward. At present, it is indeed as Lin Yang said. If a woman wants to survive here, she can only obey Sister Qian's orders. And those so-called upper-class people, the old men who provide weapons here, have to come. In addition, other survivors from outside are also welcome here. Just give the crystal core. In a disguised sense, nightclubs are still popular in the end times. Relying on the services here, Sister Qian has gained a lot of benefits and resources for survival. Instead of hanging out with a bunch of unfamiliar people, for now, she can only hold on to Lin Yang. After all, we are acquaintances, and Lin Yang's personal strength is very strong. He awakened his superpowers. "Lin Yang, I hope you won't bring so many people here next time. I do not feel well." Lin Yang sneered and ignored her. At this time, Lin Xin, who was still some distance away from the nightclub, leaned against the window and took out a telescope to check the situation in the nightclub in the distance. Downstairs from their building, zombies gathered and lingered for a long time. As luck would have it, when they were about to reach the nightclub, they were attacked by a group of zombies. There were quite a lot of them, and several people wasted a lot of time before they managed to fight their way out. The sled had already been buried by the zombies during the killing process. After dealing with numerous zombies, no one knew where the sled was. The rest of the way can only be walked. As a result, mutants appeared on the streets. After finally defeating the mutant, Wang Yang and the team was injured. The smell of blood would attract a large number of zombies. After some consideration, Lin Xin and others went straight into the building. After Tang Kursin finished treating Wang Yang's wounds, she walked beside Lin Xin. Lin Xin was looking at the situation outside through a telescope at this time. On the opposite side, the nightclub sign is hung high, very conspicuous. But around the nightclub, there is a sturdy iron net that extends to a certain range to protect the area around the nightclub. The iron net was very high, and there was a half-built wall inside with bricks and cement scattered around. From the outside, the snow area around the nightclub was cleared very cleanly. A lot of snow on the iron net side was also cleared. Looking at the cleanup like this, it is not hard to see that there is quite a bit of manpower here. Moreover, they have the strength and ability to get the things needed to build the wall. Someone is building the wall in this nightclub. Yes, compared to this iron net, bricks and cement are the safest things. But these are half-built things. The construction of a wall that surrounds the entire building here is a huge undertaking. From the outside, the magnificent door was locked, and one could not see what was going on inside, so it was difficult to judge what was going on inside. However, there were quite a few zombies surrounding those iron nets. It'll be difficult to get in right away. After all, if you want to go in, you will definitely alert the zombies. And I don't know where the other party's people are hiding and patrolling the surroundings. It would be bad if they were ambushed. Lin Xin put down the telescope and looked at the ocean. The outside of this nightclub looks like this. Does anyone normally go in there? Not to mention the erected wall and the iron net, the circle of zombies outside is also a big problem. Wang Yang looked up and observed the distance, then said, "There must be a passage here." Generally speaking, when a team like this encounters zombies, they will definitely deal with them first. After all, zombies are a lot more troublesome. Wang Yang's eyes wandered around, and then he saw something hanging at the other end of the iron net, and suddenly he realized something. Oh, look at that. There's a piece of bloody rotten meat on the iron mesh. I guess these people should throw the bloody rotten meat to the other side, first to attract the zombies' attention before going in and out. Lin Xin also noticed it. I originally wanted to come here to explore the way, but now it seems that exploring the way is probably unnecessary, as I can't get in and can't see anything. The team had just been chased by zombies and now needed to recuperate. They would probably have to stay for a while. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Wang Yu walked beside Lin Qin and whispered, should we go in now? Isn't the purpose of their coming here just for Xiao Xue's brother? The place is empty and the plan discussed before cannot be implemented. Just go back like this? Or wait? No hurry. You guys take a rest first. Check this place later to make sure there are no potential threats. Remember to lock the staircase doors leading upstairs and downstairs. Tonight, everyone has to stay here first. From the current perspective, this place has some background. It looks like I'll have to camp here tonight and observe a little. Of course, this observation is not the same as that observation. However, it must be said that the glass windows of these buildings are all broken, so it is easy to enter. Zombies are no exception. After resting for a while, Lin Qin walked at the front of the team and led everyone to find the stairs leading upstairs. The situation in the elevator hall was not very good. The ground was covered with pieces of meat that had turned black and shriveled, and it looked like they had been there for some time. The elevator door was not in good condition either, with signs of being impacted. Lin Qin pushed open the door to the corridor. The light was not very good, but he could see the structure inside clearly. The ground was messy and a rotten smell filled the air. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual. The corridor was very quiet. Everyone went up the stairs and reached the third floor. There was a layer of dirt on the small, transparent glass of the corridor door, making it blurry. Chapter 268 People in the Golden Glory. Lin Qin looked inside through the small glass window and then pushed open the door. The iron plate at the joint of the gate was covered with spots of rust. With a slight push, a squeaking sound was heard. The third floor was extremely empty, which amplified the tiny sound infinitely, making it particularly clear and harsh. But the third floor is very spacious. Walking out of the elevator hall, there's a passage leading to the east and west sides. On one side is a hall with many chairs and benches. It looks like it was used as a place for employees to rest and meet guests. However, the tables, chairs, and benches that should have been neatly arranged were now tilted all over the place, and the inside was a mess. In front of the transparent door, there are some chairs and benches piled together in an attempt to block the door. Unfortunately, half of the transparent glass door was broken, and the tables, chairs, and benches piled together inside had all collapsed and scattered all over the floor. It seems that things were not peaceful before. On the other side of the passage, there is something like a bookcase, and at the bottom is a square for people to rest. But who would rest here in this place? In front of the bookcase, there's a not too wide corridor leading to both sides. However, the glass door was always open and there was no damage. I guess it's the office area. This place looks cleaner than the reception area opposite. There were some subtle drag marks on the ground, but they had dried up over time. However, if you want to see the direction of the nightclub for observation, you can only walk toward the office area. The bookcase runs along the corridor, dividing this half of the office area into a U shape. Lin Qin raised his hand, and the team automatically divided into two teams. One team went to the reception room for a careful inspection, while the other team entered the office area on that side. But they had just stepped in and walked along the circular corridor. Looking through the small offices inside, Lin Qin discovered that there were several zombies trapped in some of the offices. In the corner, there were still a few zombie corpses lying there. After dealing with these zombies, Lin Qin led the team further forward. I don't know if it's because of the long time or what, but there are no other threats here except for a few idle zombies locked in the office. Perhaps the zombies had already rushed out at that moment. The team reunited, and everyone stood at the elevator hall entrance. There is not much threat here. It's very clean. Lin Qin raised his hand and sealed the door at the staircase with an iron rod, then said, "Let's take a short break here first and be more vigilant at night." There are quite a lot of zombies here along the way. Although we don't know how many zombies there are here, there's still dozens of zombies clinging to the iron nets around the magnificent area. It won't be wrong to be careful. Maybe the slightest disturbance could alert a large number of zombies. Everyone in the team had no objection, and the noise they made while walking became much quieter. Everyone gathered together, took a few crooked chairs and benches, and put them together to form a large tabletop. He also wiped the dusty bench clean with his clothes before handing it to Lin Qin. Lin Qin was not a person who was so particular, but since everyone in the team did the same, Lin Qin sat down too. But it is true that we have been busy for so long that no one has even had time to drink water. Weilan took out a thermos cup from her backpack and said, "It's getting hotter outside. I don't know if there will be any problems later." Lin Qin looked at the magnificent sight in the distance and just shook his head slightly. No matter what happens, as long as we prepare early, there will be no problem for us. Wei Lan smiled gently when he heard this. Yes, Lin Xin is so capable. There shouldn't be any big problems if he is fully prepared. According to his personality, he must have thought about the future and prepared every step well. Drink some water. You've been busy for so long. Wei Lan handed the water cup that came with the thermos to Lin Xin, then took out a disposable paper cup from her school bag and called other teammates. It's cold, drink something hot. Although the weather is warming up now, the snow outside is melting quickly day by day. But it's still very cold in this place without the sun. After working for a long time, everyone was already feeling thirsty, but due to other issues, they didn't dare to say much. At this moment, Wei Lan served water, hot water. I couldn't help but feel grateful. It's really like following Lin Xin. Even the water I drink can be hot. Wang Yang came up to Lin Xin with a cup of water. Looking in the direction of the golden and magnificent scene, he was a little dazed. But he quickly came back to his senses, looked at Lin Xin, and said, "To be honest, I've always been curious. You came to the nightclub to ask for someone. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed up by the people in the nightclub? Besides, it's just one person's life. There's no need to sacrifice your own life for his sake." In his opinion, other people's lives are not important at all here, and are not more precious than his own life. Coming to compete with other people's nightclubs for one person is a bit. After all, the nightclub should be quite powerful. Although he didn't know the details, he could get some information from their previous intermittent conversations. They have a guy who seems to be in the hands of this nightclub. Lin Xin withdrew his gaze from the direction of the nightclub and fell on Wang Yang beside him. Then he said, "Who told you that I was going to compete with the nightclub? They came to look for someone. It's not like I really want to compete with the people in the nightclub. Moreover, finding someone doesn't necessarily mean fighting with them." Lin Xin paused. Two figures appeared on the street below my vision. The men were fully armed, holding guns in their hands, and walked out of the gate accompanied by two men. At the windows of the second and third floors, there were two Gatling guns, rocket launchers, and other heavy weapons. The man below, holding a piece of bloody rotten meat in his hand, walked to the other side of the iron net, placed the rotten meat on top, and then suddenly pulled the string in his hand, and the rotten meat was thrown out along a parabola, and no one knew where it flew to. Then behind the man, 6 men and 1 woman came out. He was dressed differently from the first 2 men who came out. It looks a little more broken. The 6 men didn't say anything. They just took their weapons back from the 2 men. After getting dressed, the remaining man touched the woman's face and kissed her. After her hands and feet were frozen, the woman was hugged by one of the men and followed the woman out. They followed the wall inside the iron net, went around the wall, and disappeared from Lin Xin's sight. Chapter 269, Dog Man and Woman. However, it is worth mentioning that the weapons they carry are also different from those of the people in this magnificent place. Lin Xin saw that after the group of people left, the 2 men who came out went back inside and closed the door. And the woman came back not long after, pushed open the door, and walked in. Just when Lin Xin was thinking about the situation of these people, Lin Xin keenly discovered that the man next to him had something wrong with his aura. "What's wrong with you?" The man's eyes were fixed straight ahead, seemingly focused on the woman. "Woman, could it be the fiancé he mentioned who ran away with another man?" Looking at what happened just now, being kissed and touched by so many men, it's hard not to think too much. "You know that woman, right?" Sure enough, these words made the man retract his gaze and look at Lin Xin. Wang Yang was stunned at first, then he started laughing. He tilted his head back and drank the hot water in his hand, which made him grimace in pain. "That's right, but you're only half right. I didn't think this couple could survive until now. I didn't expect that this shameless woman could easily navigate among a group of men just to survive." Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and indeed didn't think about it. Except for that woman, the lover who had cheated on her was actually one of those 6 people. This is too much information all at once. However, these 6 men who came out of there will not leave a single person alive this time. "Wei Lan, bring these people over here." Lin Xin looked at the direction below, where there was no figure anymore, and said to Wei Lan beside him. Wei Lan was holding the water and paying close attention to the splendor. Naturally, I understood what Lin Xin meant. She nodded and left with the others, leaving only Dr. Tang. Looking at the people leaving, Wang Yang couldn't help but frowning. Just these few people went to capture 6 grown men. Can you really catch it? Especially, there are 3 women and only 1 man. The other party doesn't talk about the difference between men and women. There are at least 6 people. Are you so confident in your teammates? Lin Xin chuckled. Just wait patiently. But there's nothing we can do about that woman. She didn't come out and is still inside. Speaking of that woman, Wang Yang couldn't help but sneer. I've endured it for so long. Who cares about it these few days? But it looks like she's not having a good time in there either. Seeing her so miserable, I feel really happy. Lin Xin did not respond. Just continue to wait with peace of mind. As for Wei Lan and the others, Lin Xin believed that he could definitely bring all of them back. There was a table next to Lin Xin. Lin Xin placed a bag of oranges on the table, then found a chair with a backrest and sat on it. While peeling the oranges in his hand, he threw a few to Tang Kursin. Wang Yang, who was standing aside, swallowed his saliva and dared not move. Those who can afford to eat oranges these days. Wang Yang shook his head and silently moved the bench to the side, trying to create some distance. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Xin took out an orange from the bag and threw it over. Eat first. It will probably take a while. It would take about 10 minutes just to walk there, let alone bring the person back. Wang Yang peeled the orange with trembling hands and then ate it. It is juicy, sweet, and sour. He actually wanted to cry for a moment. What a loser. Having said that, he continued to eat the second clove. Tang Kursin, who was sitting in the back, was not as cautious as Wang Yang, but she was also very happy about the oranges given by Lin Xin. This is something that is hard to come by. Therefore, Tang Kursin enjoyed the meal very much. In less than half an hour, Wei Lan and others came back with others. The 6 men had their hands tied and their mouths taped to prevent them from making any noise and attracting zombies, and they were tied to a hemp rope. Following Wei Lan, he walked into the building, crossed the corridor, went up to the 3rd floor, and entered where Lin Xin and the others were. Lin Yang moved his hands, but the hemp rope was too tight, and he couldn't move at all. I can only let Wei Lan and the others bring me here. There were 3 other figures in the unfamiliar environment. The woman who was eating oranges in the corner glanced over curiously when she saw them. There were also 2 men sitting by the innermost window. One of the men looked familiar and turned his head when he heard the noise behind him. The other man was eating an orange without looking back. Lin Yang's gaze moved from the back of Lin Xin's head to the other side, and through the transparent glass window, he saw the nightclub not far away. From here, you can see what's happening in front of the nightclub. Lin Yang's brain couldn't help but turn, and he roughly guessed what was going on. These people most likely have a feud with the people in the nightclub. They just happened to be coming out of a nightclub, so that they were naturally seen and caught. As long as you behave yourself, there won't be too much trouble. After all, the festival is not theirs. Lin Yang stood at the door without moving, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. Nan Wei behind him raised her foot and kicked him in the butt. Wei Lan said, "Have you brought these people back? They are quite difficult to catch. Dr. Tang, Xiaoli is a little injured, and you may need to take a look." Tang Kursin nodded, then looked at Wang Xiaoli, who was walking over, and moved closer. Wei Lan and Nan Wei walked beside Lin Xin and said, "Everyone is here. We deliberately avoided the nightclub and followed him for a while before we took action. I was afraid that they would scream and attract zombies, so I sealed their mouths." Lin Xin turned around and saw that the 6 men were tied up without a single intact spot on their bodies, with the tape on their mouths tied around their heads. Lin Xin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at Wei Lan beside him. Where did the tape come from? He remembered that he didn't seem to have given them tape. Wei Lan looked at Nan Wei beside him, and Nan Wei scratched her head a little embarrassedly. "I took it. It was at home before, and I thought it might be useful, so I put it in my bag. And in fact, this comes in handy." Wang Yang beside him looked at Lin Yang, weighed the orange peel in his hand twice, stood up and walked in front of Lin Yang. "Boy, do you remember me?" Lin Yang raised his head and looked at Wang Yang seriously. Somewhat familiar, but no impression. He shook his head, unable to make any sound. Wang Yang was not surprised. On the day they first met, he was pinned down in an alley and beaten up. It was normal that he didn't even see what he looked like. However, today it has fallen into my hands in disguise. Wang Yang took the orange peel and pressed it hard. The juice from the orange peel flew around and fell into Lin Yang's eyes, causing a stinging pain. Chapter 270. Think slowly. "It's okay, we'll think about it slowly." He smiled at Lin Yang. In Lin Yang's eyes, it was like a death warrant, and so on. Maybe he had offended them before, so he was pulled here. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, Lin Yang's brain was spinning wildly. "I just can't figure out who this person is." He whimpered anxiously but couldn't utter a word. "Take this damn tape off my head. I beg for mercy." "Boss, I really don't remember when I offended you. No matter what, I was wrong." Woo woo woo. Lin Yang's eyes were at a loss, looking at the ocean in front of him, which was full of sincere begging for mercy. "Now I can't say a word. I can only express myself through my eyes." Wang Yang looked at Lin Yang and really had no impression of him at all. Lin Xin looked at this scene and glanced at Wei Lan. Wei Lan immediately understood and walked over to untie Lin Yang's rope, while the others were still tied up, with tape still on their mouths. When Lin Yang was free, the first thing he did was to hug the thigh of the man in front of him. Who cares? Since he has the right to speak, it means he has a certain say. I can make some decisions. If he had offended him before, he would have been shameless enough to beg for mercy. As a man, he would definitely be willing to do so. "Brother, this is unfair. Look, I don't have anything on me, and it's not worth your effort. I don't even know if I've offended you in any way before. But I must have done something wrong. I am blind and ignorant, so I offended you. Please have mercy on me and don't bother with me. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Please give me a chance to live." Lin Yang spoke from the bottom of his heart. He hugged Wang Yang's thighs and cried out his true feelings with tears and snot. Wang Yang's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help feeling a little happy. Judging from his expression, he definitely didn't recognize me. When he reveals his identity later, will he still be able to hold his legs and beg for mercy like he is now? Lin Yang didn't know Wang Yang's identity at this time, so he walked forward. He didn't dare to move closer to Lin Xin. The only one who was closer was the man in front of him. They are in a critical situation, and the lives of these brothers are in the hands of others. As long as they can survive, who cares about face? "Brother, I don't know how I have offended you all. Please give me a little reminder. I know the reason in my heart." Lin Yang's words contained some flattery and cautious probing. After all, he was arrested for no apparent reason, so even if he pleaded guilty, he had to know what the charge was. Of course, his voice wasn't very loud. Wang Yang tilted his head to glance at Lin Xin and saw that he had no intention of speaking, nor did he intend to stop him. He couldn't help but make some guesses in his mind, but when he met Lin Xin's smiling eyes, Wang Yang understood everything at once. "This is just a way to vent your anger." He looked at Lin Yang and kicked him on the waist. He said with great relief, "Don't know where you have offended me? Then think about it carefully." Wang Yang is very strong, and this kick was the result of a long-standing grudge. Lin Yang was kicked to the ground, and he crawled over using both hands, grabbing Wang Yang's thigh again, extremely anxious. His brain was working frantically, constantly wondering who the man in front of him was. When did he ever offend him? How did you offend me? Judging for what he said, the offense is quite serious. He thought over and over again about all the people he had offended during the apocalypse, but still couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, his thoughts paused, and he thought of someone. Then he shook his head again. Impossible. That was before the apocalypse. It's been so long now. The coward must have turned into a zombie or become food for the zombies. How could he still be jumping around here? Absolutely not. He raised his head cautiously, looked at Wang Yang's increasingly familiar face, and shook his head again. No way, it couldn't possibly be him. But Wang Yang's face gradually overlapped with the person he was thinking of. He was so shocked that he collapsed backwards. When Wang Yang saw him like this, he knew that he recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this expression. "Why don't you beg for mercy? Weren't you crying and shouting happily just now?" Lin Yang looked at Wang Yang, and at this moment he was in a state of relative shock. In his opinion, it was impossible for such a cowardly man to survive for so long in the apocalypse. Especially, it seems that he is living better than him. There are even fruits to eat. But no matter what he thought, no matter how incredible it seemed, the man in front of him was indeed standing in front of him. And he actually hugged his thighs and begged for mercy. For a moment, he had a feeling that things were changing. Thinking back to the beginning, although Wang Yang did not hold onto his thighs and beg for mercy, he was still pinned to the ground and beaten violently by him. And now, he was holding onto his thigh, trying to get a chance of survival. Lin Yang felt something in his throat. He wanted to speak, but the words on his lips weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Yang looked at him and pulled the corners of his lips with some difficulty. "What are you going to do with me?" At the beginning, he brought people to beat him up, but he didn't think of leaving him a chance to survive. Now that I'm in his hands, how could he let me go so easily? He finally understood what was going on. Wang Yang tilted his head, how to deal with it. I can't punish you yet, but seeing you kneeling in front of me, hugging me, and begging for mercy, it feels pretty good. Weren't you very proud at first? I never thought that one day you would kneel before me and beg for mercy." As he spoke, Wang Yang clenched his fist and swung it towards Lin Yang's face. Whether in the past or now, he hates this face. But looking at how he was doing, it didn't seem that great. He punched and kicked Lin Yang for a long time and felt very relieved. He stopped when Lin Yang was lying on the ground, unable to move, and turned back with a sense of relief. It's impossible to punish him, but it's possible to beat him up to vent your anger. However, he is very grateful to Lin Xin for giving him the opportunity to show off. "I'm done." After Wang Yang finished speaking, he was still panting and walked to the corner and continued to do it silently. Lin Yang, who was lying on the ground, heard Wang Yang's words and moved his gaze with difficulty to look in the direction of Lin Xin. What? What else? The other people in the corner had already stopped daring to make a sound. As early as when Wang Yang confronted Lin Yang and found that the two did not get along, they all chose to protect themselves, and now it is even less likely for them to jump out and say more. Chapter 271. Have you seen this person? The only value of these people to Lin Xin is that they are related to the situation in the nightclub. As long as you're not dead and can speak, that's enough. "You came out of a magnificent place," Lin Xin asked while sitting on a chair. Lin Yang, lying on the ground, was in so much pain that he couldn't answer immediately. The other men in the corner seemed to smell hope of survival. One by one, they began to pupate madly. They pointed at themselves, but because their mouths were wrapped in tape, they could only sob. Lin Xin raised his hand, and Wang Yu, who was standing closest to one of the men, immediately pulled down the tape on a man's mouth. The man grimaced in pain, but he simply ignored the pain and spoke. Yes. We all came out of it, so feel free to ask any questions you have." He could see that they had arrested them just because they came out from inside. As long as you tell them everything they want to know, you might be able to save your life. Lin Xin finally looked over and found that this man was quite sensible. "May I have your name?" The man's heart tightened, and he said tremblingly, "My name is Chun Bo." Lin Xin nodded. "Tell me about the situation in this nightclub." Chun Bo. Situation, what to say? But people want to know. Chun Bo's brain worked rapidly, and then he said, "The basic situation of this magnificent building is that this building is all their property, and the scale inside is very large. The first floor is their reception hall, and the second floor and above are their real industries. To be precise, they integrate various entertainment industries, such as KTV, bars, restaurants, steam baths, swimming pools, accommodation, etc. So it has a very large number of personnel." The more Lin Xin listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. Wang Yang had told him all this before. Was this guy so enthusiastic just to tell him these known things? Chun Bo looked at Lin Xin's furrowed brows, terrified, his mind going blank. But when he thought about the environment he was in and the situation he was facing, he changed the subject, although he was about to continue the introduction. Since the other party didn't want to hear this, and they captured them just for this place, they must be asking for something. He guessed that there were only two types in total. Either they have a grudge against nightclubs, or they just want to know how to get in and find women. Chun Bo's eyes swept over the other women in the room, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. You know, these people come here to release stress. As for Lin Xin, there are so many women following him, each with their own merits, so there's no need for him to go in and seek pleasure. So there's only one situation. It's not difficult to get into this nightclub. Just go straight there. If someone inside finds you, they will ask you the purpose of your visit. If you pay a certain amount of crystal cores, you can enter. Lin Xin paused, somewhat unsure. Is it so easy to get in? Aren't they afraid that the people who come here might want to annex them? Lin Xin had just come up with the idea when Chun Bo continued. Their weapons are very sophisticated. We will confiscate them once they enter. People who come here are here to relax, so they naturally don't care about the confiscated weapons. Anyway, the weapons will be returned to you after you leave, so no one cares about this at all. But you can't just walk in without any hesitation. Everyone who wants to go and has to pay 30 crystal cores before they can get in. If you try to force your way in, the machine guns at the door will shoot you without mercy and make a hole out of you. I don't know exactly how many people are inside, but based on what I've seen, there must be at least 100 people. By the way, we all call her Sister Chien, but don't go in casually from the 10th floor up. The guards are the most strict. I heard that it is where their supplies are stored and where all kinds of high-level people gather. Of course, you can choose to live inside, but it's more limited and crowded. For an ordinary person, a room costs 300 crystal cores a month. Of course, if you calculate by bed, it will cost about 100 crystal cores a month. This is just the cost of accommodation. If you want to eat, drink, and have fun in the room, you'll have to spend extra money. Anyway, we are here for only one purpose. Shinbo said this in a low voice. They can't afford to live here. This time, it was Lin Yang who treated them, and he didn't spend a single crystal core. For people like them, they would naturally use the crystal cores they obtained on themselves to improve their strength. Lin Qin had a general understanding of the nightclub. If we look at this consumption method of converting crystal cores into money, the daily crystal core income of such a large nightclub is estimated to be quite a lot. All these people have improved their strength, and some of them go out to kill zombies and carry back crystal cores. Some people stay at home and run this kind of business, which can be regarded as a source of 2 crystal cores. Sister Qian, who is behind this nightclub, can do business in the apocalypse. This kind of person is absolutely amazing. But if this is the case, you really have to be careful in nightclubs. The income source of these people's crystal cores is so high, which means that the abilities of each person in it are not simple. If everyone awakens their superpowers, it would be quite troublesome to deal with them. And whether Zhang Qian is here or not, we will have to wait until we go in to find out. After thinking for a while, Lin Qin took out a photo and said, "Have you seen this man in there?" Shinbo carefully looked at the person in the photo, but had no impression of him. Moreover, he only spent this much money and was caught right after he came out. I don't even know who the employees are. Besides, if this man was also here for pleasure, how could he possibly know him? Shinbo shook his head. I don't know him. I've never seen him. This is the first time for a few of us to come here. Brother Yang is very familiar with the opposite side, so why not ask? He didn't finish his words, but Lin Qin understood. He looked at Lin Yang, who had fainted in the corner, and then at Tang Kursin. Dr. Tang, please take a look and wake him up. Tang Kursin nodded, then walked over and checked Lin Yang's condition first, then said, "They are just flesh wounds, nothing serious." "No, I'm just pretending." As the saying goes, you can't wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Lin Yang is pretending to be dead, and there is no way she can help him. Lin Qin sneered. "It seems that you haven't fought enough. Continue." As Lin Qin finished speaking, Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, knelt on the ground with a quick movement, and begged, No. I will tell you everything you want to ask. If he gets beaten again, he really won't be able to bear it." Lin Qin handed over the photo and asked, "Have you seen this person?" Lin Yang looked at it carefully with his swollen face. Chapter 272, What is the Corpse Fighting Arena? The person in this photo looks familiar. Lin Yang paused and thought seriously for a while. I remember now, there's a new man in this arena, and he looks like this. It seems that he offended someone and was thrown in there. It is doubtful whether he can survive. Corpse Fighting Arena? Where's that place? Seeing that Lin Qin and the others didn't quite understand, Lin Yang continued to speak honestly. His life is now in the hands of others, so he has to be honest if he wants to stay alive. It would be better for him to put away those complicated things. Especially Wang Yang was watching closely from the side. The corpse fighting arena is similar to an underground fighting arena. As the name suggests, zombies captured from outside fight with humans. The winner will receive a reward, and the loser will naturally become food for the zombies. Lin Qin frowned tightly. As for zombie mutants, can a nightclub like this trap the mutants? Are you sure you won't play with fire and get burned? Lin Qin remained skeptical about the matter. Lin Yang continued, Oh, the use of superpowers is not allowed inside, and the zombies captured will not have very advanced mutants. Everyone just wants to have fun. People go to this kind of underground arena just for the excitement. Lin Qin didn't want to know so much, but since he had met Zhang Qian, he had to find a way to get in. Lin Qin frowned and looked at Lin Yang with a more threatening look. You look carefully. Are you sure it's him? Lin Yang swallowed his saliva. How could he possibly lie to them at this time? Sure. Although the hair and clothes are a little different, the face is still quite recognizable. When he came, I can't quite remember, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I remember Li Lan mentioned it to me at the time, so I took another look. And I remember there seemed to be this competition tonight. Very good, just make sure it's him. How do I get into this nightclub? Lin Qin lowered his head, fiddling with his fingertips, and asked casually. Lin Yang's eyes rolled around, and he probably understood what Lin Qin meant. He wanted to find this man. Want to get into a nightclub. That's great. Now the opportunity has come. I can take you in, but can you leave me a chance to survive? He has always been like this, be able to bend and stretch. But he doesn't want to die. Lin Xin raised his eyes and said, that depends on your performance. Lin Yang immediately nodded and bowed, knelt on the ground, and climbed forward to Lin Xin's side, knocking his head repeatedly. Don't worry, I will definitely take you in. Just leave me with your life. The other 5 people in the corner began to sob. They also want to survive, super desperately. Okay, tell me how to get in. Lin Yang continued. I could just take you in. I'm familiar with the gatekeepers. They're all my brothers from before. But you have to listen to me. Don't walk around or do anything after you go in. Lin Xin thought for a moment and nodded. Anyway, let's go in first. Lin Yang looked at the people in the room and then said, every person who enters here needs 30 crystal cores. You have so many people. Are the crystal cores enough? Except for his 5 brothers, the rest of the people in this room were all the men of the man in front of him. If each person has 30 crystal cores, and he has 8 people, that means there are 240 crystal cores. Plus him, that means there are 270 crystal cores. Moreover, with his 5 brothers, if they go in, this large group of people will need at least 400 or 500 crystal cores. These are not your concerns. Just take us in and keep your mouth shut. Lin Yang nodded frantically and then said, I know. That's right. Can I let these brothers go first? They don't pose any threat. And I don't know. After Lin Xin and the others left, he, who had survived, had to rely on these brothers to make a fortune. It's good to be able to let go naturally. He knows our plan. Let him go. Are you kidding me again? Lin Xin's tone was so cold that Lin Yang couldn't help but shudder. He immediately said, No, that's not what I meant. Lin Yang wanted to continue explaining, but Wang Yang, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but snorted coldly. This time, he shook even more happily. It's over. This stingy man will definitely take the opportunity to take revenge on him. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Such a coward, but I was cheated on by him. Okay, let's talk about it after you successfully lead us to find the person I want. Lin Xin waved his hand, and Lin Yang didn't dare to say anything more. After Lin Xin gathered his people together, he looked at everyone in the room. Nan Wei sat aside, looking at the people in another space, and said slowly, since everything has happened at the same time, do we still need to go back and plan? Or just go in today? Wei Lan's expression was fine. He didn't think there was anything wrong. I also think what Nan Wei said is right. It's always good to go back and plan carefully so that everything is ready. But now the opportunity is right in front of us. We might as well go in directly. Wang Yu at the side also nodded. I think that's true. If we miss it today, we can come back tomorrow. We don't know if there will be another performance of fighting corpses. Since there is one today, let's go today. This opportunity is rare. Lin Xin listened to everyone's glances and comments and made a decision in his heart. In fact, he thought so too. But before making a decision, I also want to hear what my teammates think. If everyone thinks it is feasible, then it is feasible. But those 5 men cannot be brought in. Too many people will make it hard to control, and they will be discovered. That makes sense? Let's tie it here first. It was Wang Xiaoli who spoke. Seeing that everyone in the room was contributing their opinions, she couldn't help but contribute her own as well. But Lin Xin and others frowned. Obviously, her suggestion was not a good one. No, someone has to watch. We can't send all of our people in. We need to leave a few people outside so that we can coordinate with the outside forces in case of emergencies. Wei Lan looked up at Lin Xin and saw Lin Xin nodded. Indeed, Wei Lan, this is the safest method. But the people who go in must have good abilities. It will definitely not be peaceful in there. Wei Lan's ability is beyond doubt, and there is no need to say much about Nan Wei. But the situation inside is more complicated, and no one knows what the water will encounter. If the people outside don't have their own people, they can't necessarily be relied upon. After thinking it over, Nan Wei decided to take a few people with her and stay outside. There is no need to worry about Nan Wei's ability to act if a situation arises. Chapter 273, Villain Quarrel. At least there won't be any problem in terms of internal and external cooperation. Moreover, there are mostly women in their team. Several men taking so many women to a nightclub to find women and watch corpse fighting performances. It doesn't look like they are here to have fun. Overall, we still need to be low-key. As for Nan Wei and Wei Lan, Lin Xin was more inclined to let Wei Lan follow him in. The situation inside is complicated, and Wei Lan is experienced and can make a good judgment. Although Nan Wei has high personal abilities, he has never experienced such a scene and is bound to overlook some details. After thinking it over carefully, Lin Xin decided to take Wei Lan, Wang Yu, and Wang Yang into the nightclub. As for Tang Kurson and Wang Xiaoli, it would be better for them to follow Nan Wei outside to provide support. Wang Yang naturally wanted to go in as well. After all, there was another person inside, and he wanted to go and take a look. What he specifically thinks is not within Lin Xin's consideration. After deciding on the members, Lin Xin asked Tang Kurson to clean the bruises on Lin Yang's face. He couldn't go back with an injured face. Lin Yang walked tremblingly in front of Lin Xin. There was no need to go through the door of the nightclub. Anyone he met on the street could tell that he was not happy. In response, Wang Yang walked forward, stretched out his hand, and held Lin Yang's shoulder like a good friend. With a mouthful of big white teeth, he looked very friendly. "Don't be nervous. We didn't do anything to you. Why are you shaking like this?" Lin Yang felt very uncomfortable when his shoulder was patted, and it even made him feel worse. He looked at the road in front of him, with corpses lying on both sides for a long time, and his heart became heavier and heavier. If he really took the nightclub, would these people really spare his life? That's not necessarily true. He and Wang Yang have such a deep grudge. How could he let me go? What they're saying now are all false. They're saying this just to get into the nightclub. And what is Wang Yang's purpose? Just to find him in Lilan? Lin Yang's mind seemed to suddenly figure something out. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. He wanted to find both him and Lilan, and then deal with them. Yes, if it were him, he would definitely find that couple and get to know them personally. The more I think about it, the more this seems possible. Lin Yang's body gradually stopped shaking, and he didn't dare to shake. I began to think about how to escape and save my life. After entering the nightclub, these people still needed him for a short time and would not let him die. Then his timing should be to shout and kill the guards of the nightclub when he meets them. The more I think about it, the more I think this method is reliable. But he couldn't let other people see it. Wang Yang stood aside and continued, "Take me to find Lilan after we go in. Didn't she always follow you before? Why didn't she come out with you? You guys live in there." Wang Yang didn't dare to say anything, but just clenched his fist silently. He knew it. He knew that his target was him and Lilan. As long as you bring them in, your life will be gone. However, Lin Yang just curled the corners of his mouth and did not dare to make his expression too ugly. But it would have been better if he hadn't pulled the corners of his mouth. It looked ugly, as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. Wang Yang let go of his hand and sneered at Lin Yang's back. Soon, under the leadership of Lin Yang, the team came to a place that looked like an underground passage. But Lin Xin looked around. Isn't this the entrance to the underground garage? However, the entrance and exit of the underground garage is not as big as before. The entrance nowadays is relatively small and can only accommodate one person. There are signs of new walls around it. There's also something like a stone blocking the entrance. Lin Yang walked into the passage and pushed away the blocking stones with some effort. After everyone had entered, he blocked the entrance with the stones again. Lin Xin reached out and knocked on it, then raised his eyebrows. It's a stone. To be more precise, it should be something mixed with cement and bricks. A bit substantial. However, after the stones were closed, the slope of the basement instantly fell into darkness. Lin Yang fumbled on the wall for a while. The darkness suddenly became bright. Turning back, I saw that everyone brought by Lin Xin was holding a flashlight in their hands. As for Wang Yang, he had nothing just like him. Lin Yang, who had originally planned to continue groping for the candle and lighter he had left here, now silently withdrew his hand. Wang Yang is really lucky to have found such strong teammates. Look, everyone has a flashlight. But I have to say, this Ocean doesn't look that good. He has no status in the team. Otherwise, why doesn't he have a flashlight when everyone else has one? It seems that she is just a small fry in this team. No status. In that case, then as long as he holds Lin Xin's thigh tightly, he will most likely be fine. But with a flashlight, the subsequent road walking was much easier. The passage was dark, the air had not circulated for a long time, and the smell was very strong. However, this strong smell is much better than the rotting smell of zombies. Lin Xin looked around. This was a standard underground parking structure. It wasn't particularly large, but it had 2 floors. It is a bit low and is divided into 2 areas, A and B. Following Lin Yang's guidance, we turned left and right in the passage and came to Area B. There are also words written on the wall about the magnificent entrance. Climbing up the stairs, you will soon reach the ground. Lin Xin looked around. This is the corner where Lin Yang and his team disappeared. But didn't Lin Yang and the others come out from here? Lin Xin just frowned but didn't say much. Soon, a small door appeared in his sight. Lin Yang stood at the door and pressed a button on it. After a while, the person inside opened the small door. The other party was fully armed. He first looked at Lin Yang, then looked at the few people following him. Brother Lin, you are hiring someone again. Lin Yang stood where he was and did not move forward as familiarly as usual. He stood there, his hands clenched at his sides, a conflict in his mind. The villain on one side told him to shout for help and kill the people behind him. The other villain told him to go in first, as he might endanger his life here, and then find a chance to inform the police after entering. The two villains were arguing desperately, and Lin Yang stood there hesitating to move forward. The guard noticed something was wrong with Lin Yang, and looked at the new face brought by Lin Xin, and couldn't help but become a little more alert. Chapter 274, A Man of Distinction. Every time Lin Yang came here in the past, he was very familiar with them and would give a few people extra crystal cores. Although the crystal cores Lin Yang gave were not many, compared to what the guards received every month, it was still an additional source, and was very helpful for improving their own strength. Lin Xin's gaze moved from a guard to the back of Lin Yang's head, his face still nonchalant. Lin Yang opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but his mouth couldn't move at all, and no sound came out. What's going on? He was horrified. The first thing I thought of was the people behind me. Lin Xin took a step forward, and Lin Yang felt the hardness behind him, the gun. The next moment, his mouth was able to move. Lin Xin gave him another choice. Either he tells it now and gets beaten to death, or he takes them in obediently. Lin Yang couldn't help swallowing. The guard also walked in front of them, clenched the gun in his hand, and aimed. Lin Yang raised his hand suddenly, and then said, Hey, brother, I was just in a daze. Why did you pick up the gun? Lin Yang took a step forward very experiencedly, stopped the guard, stuffed something into his mouth, and said, Just now I suddenly remembered that I forgot to bring something. There is still a bet for the zombie show tonight, and I didn't bring enough crystal cores. I was stunned for a moment. The guard at the gate looked at Lin Yang, and seeing that his expression did not seem fake, he could not help but say, If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have almost forgotten about it. I thought you were being coerced when you suddenly went into a daze. You scared me. Lin Yang smiled and waved his hand. How can that be possible? I didn't bring enough of this stuff, and I was hoping to make a little more money back from the bets tonight. By the way, let me introduce you guys. These guys are my friends. I just happened to meet them, so I brought them here to meet them. After saying that, Lin Xin deliberately leaned close to the guard and whispered, There are not many people on my team. It will take some effort to recruit a few people to join. This is forced by the situation. Who doesn't want to find a few more people to join now? To win over teammates, we still need your help. The guard waited for a moment, then smiled. That's right, go in. But don't forget to remind you, Sister Qian is very angry right now, so don't get into trouble. Lin Yang paused, then immediately smiled and said, I know. Thanks for reminding me, brother. Another guard added, Don't forget the rules. Lin Yang let a few people in and nodded repeatedly. How can I not know the rules? Don't worry, I will not embarrass you guys. As he said that, Lin Yang placed his gun in a locker nearby. The same is true for Lin Xin and others. After putting away all the weapons on him, Lin Yang led a few people through the long corridor and continued walking inside. However, Lin Yang couldn't help but have some evil thoughts. All these weapons have been taken away. Lin Xin and his gang don't have any weapons. If he ran away at this time, the timing would not be just right. Lin Yang walked in front, his head lowered, with emotions churning in his mind. He quietly looked at the other people around him and saw that they were all looking around, and no one seemed to be paying attention to him. His heart paused, and then he suddenly ran wildly. Wang Yang was stunned and chased after him fiercely, but Lin Yang stopped suddenly after running only a few steps and was unable to move. Wang Yang turned around and saw Lin Xin and others walking slowly without a trace of nervousness. Aren't they afraid that Lin Yang will run away? You, Wang Yang started to speak, but before he could finish, Wang Yu stopped him. Shoo, keep your voice down. We have our own ideas. Don't worry too much. Wang Yang, what's the point of paying attention? What's the point of paying attention when the person has run away? Lin Xin didn't say anything, just looked around. A standard KTV box in this corridor. There are only 2 or 3 patrol officers at a time, not many. It takes about 5 minutes to walk one. As for Lin Yang, the feeling of having his mouth sealed returned again, but this time he couldn't move. Even he understood it. The other party's awakened ability turned out to be this. If he wanted to run, he couldn't run away at all. Lin Yang's heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely nervous. After a while, Lin Xin came over. He patted Lin Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "We are walking a little slowly." Lin Yang had a sad face at this time, looking at Lin Xin with regret. But Lin Xin seemed to be unaware and continued smiling. In Lin Yang's eyes, it was as if he was sentenced to death. However, after Lin Xin finished speaking, Lin Yang was able to move. Wang Yang, who was standing aside, looked at the back of Lin Xin's head and twitched his lips when he heard what Lin Xin said. What did he just say? Are they moving too slowly? Look at what you were saying. Lin Yang looked at Lin Xin, then walked obediently in front and led the way. He is now in a state where no one can help him, whether he cries out to heaven or earth. Especially since he just died a good death. It's over. If it's useless now, you'll have no chance of survival. Wei Lan was walking beside Lin Xin. Seeing this, he couldn't help but whisper, "This kid is determined to escape. Keeping him here is a potential danger to us." Lin Xin walked and said, "There is danger. I just gave him a warning. We are going to the corpse arena, and we need him." Wei Lan nodded and said nothing more. There were people patrolling in the corridor from time to time, but other than that, it was very quiet. Are there no people in these boxes? After the approaching team disappeared, Lin Xin looked at the door of the box beside him and wanted to reach out and push it open. Lin Yang grabbed Lin Xin's hand and pulled him forward, whispering, "There are surveillance cameras here. Be more careful, and don't open the door of this box randomly. Don't be fooled by the quietness of the corridor. The private rooms are all very soundproof, so there won't be any major problems here." Of course, all those who had turned into zombies were dead. But compared to other places, the sound insulation here is inherently unique. Naturally, it also presents the benefit of sound insulation. Lin Xin did not force it open. Is the soundproofing here so good? Lin Xin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Following Lin Yang through the corridor, he looked around at the environment and memorized the route. Soon, Lin Yang stood in front of the door of a private room, looked around, then knocked on the door, reached out, and pushed it open and walked in. The room was dimly lit and smelled bad. The woman sat on the sofa with her back to them, putting on her clothes as if no one was around. There was a noise behind them, and the woman said, "Lin Yang, I have helped you enough today. Can you please not bring anyone else here?" Every time Lin Yang came, he brought men with him to have fun, and she had long been numb to it. Naturally speaking, he also speaks calmly. Chapter 275, Dispersed Observation. Lin Yang ignored Li Lan's words. After Lin Xin and everyone else came in, he put one hand on the door of the box, looked at the situation in the corridor outside, and then closed the door of the box. Li Lan frowned, looking a little unhappy. I turned around suddenly and saw a room full of men. I couldn't help feeling sad again. She had served 6 people earlier, and before she had time to catch her breath and rest, 4 more men came. What did Lin Yang think of her? Li Lan was shaking with anger and walked briskly in front of Lin Yang. He raised his hand and hit him. "Lin Yang, you're going too far." Lin Yang was slapped for no reason. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely slap back, but now he was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He knelt on the ground with a plop, stretched out his hand to pull Lin Xin's trouser leg and said, I have brought you in, please give me a life. I was confused just now. I was too scared, so I wanted to run, but I didn't intend to expose you. I was confused just now. I was confused. The corpse fighting will not start until later. You still have an hour to prepare. I can help you. I can. Lin Yang raised his hand and slapped his cheek. The sound was very loud. Wang Yang, who was standing at the end of the team, saw this and shook his head in disgust. His eyes then fell on Li Lan. Wang Yang's impression of Li Lan still remains on the day when Li Lan dumped him. Li Lan is now much thinner than before and does not look very energetic. It seems that life with Lin Yang is not easy. Wang Yang's gaze moved away from the woman and then looked at the layout of the room. The box was just an ordinary one with a sofa for guests, but it looked like the sofa had become a woman's bed, because there were several beddings piled up in the corners of the sofa. There were also some clothes piled up randomly. This looked like her bedroom. Li Lan stood there in a daze, looking at Lin Yang's abnormal behavior. Then he quietly looked at Lin Xin and the others. Who are these people? Why is Lin Yang so afraid of them? Lilan is not a woman who knows nothing. After so long, she naturally knows the twists and turns of the matter. And right now, the backgrounds of these people may be even more powerful than Lin Yang. She paused, thinking of winning over these men. Perhaps she could get rid of the useless Lin Yang and leave this place. In the past, she thought that as long as Lin Yang was around, her life would be easier no matter how she lived. At least she wouldn't have to rush around like other women here. With Lin Yang, her life would be much better here, and one day Lin Yang would be able to take her away. And now, if there is someone more capable than Lin Yang, maybe there's no need to wait. However, in her blurry vision, she seemed to see Wang Yang. No, it's not possible. Wang Yang should have died long ago. There are so many zombies, and he has no special abilities. How could he still be alive? Lilan comforted herself, and then adjusted her mood. Now that these people broke in by force, she shouldn't be so calm. Who are you and why are you here? Lilan looked at them, feeling a little unsure. Lin Xin looked around and frowned with some disgust. But he said nothing, took 2 steps forward, revealing the ocean behind him. I think you have something to talk about. Wang Yang, she is the person you are looking for. Lin Xin's words made the woman freeze. She looked at Wang Yang, who was walking out from behind her, her face pale. Wang Yu followed Lin Xin's instructions and walked inside, carrying Lin Yang from the ground. Lin Xin still had a lot to ask him, so naturally he had to bring him over. As for the affairs between Li Lan and Wang Yang, they don't want to interfere. Wang Yang was not in Lin Xin's plan for the rest of the journey, so naturally only Lin Xin and his people would go to the corpse fighting arena. However, they have to find out the situation here. There is still an hour before the corpse fighting begins. During this time, they can go out and play to get to know the place better. Of course, playing around is fake, but feeling out the route is real. What if I could meet Zhang Qian somewhere? However, as Lin Xin walked through the stairwells and corridors on each floor, he saw that almost all the people there were men and women wearing thick clothes and holding weapons. Anyone who comes in here should have their weapons put away. Therefore, these people moving around in the corridors should be the original guards here. But that doesn't mean this place has the most survivors. There are also quite a few people who come here for entertainment. How come he hasn't seen anyone? With doubt, Lin Xin's eyes fell on Lin Yang, who is the guide on the side. He is a familiar face here, and having him lead the way saves us a lot of trouble. But what followed was Lin Xin's doubt. Logically speaking, Lin Yang shouldn't be so bold as to deceive them. And along the way, no one came to question him. As a younger brother, Lin Yang was very smart. When he saw Lin Xin frowning, he knew that things were not simple. He said very cleverly, "These are the guards here. They patrol about every 5 to 10 minutes. Brother, do you have any questions or want to ask me something?" After hearing this, Lin Xin turned his attention to Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt a chill down his spine when he was stared at. He forced out an ugly smile and said, "Brother, please stop looking at me like that." Looking at Lin Yang's expression, Lin Xin then asked, "Where are all the people?" Of course, this person is not one of the guards here. Lin Yang led Lin Xin, explaining as they walked and observed the surroundings. Today is the day of the corpse fight. Most of the survivors are probably in their rooms, applauding with their female companions. About half an hour before the fight starts, these people will come out one after another to the corpse fight arena. I forgot to tell you, this floor is full of people who come here for fun, so naturally there's no one outside. But you can go to the bar or the casino. That's where the most people are, and it's more intuitive. Is there a casino here? Although Lin Xin was puzzled, he didn't say much. But what kind of gambling is going on in the casinos here? Lin Xin tried to imagine that all kinds of food, water, and even crystal cores had become chips and were placed on the table. Why does this painting style have a weird feeling? Shaking his head, Lin Xin dispelled these abnormal thoughts in his mind. I'll take you to the first floor first. We'll go get Li Lan's badge so we can walk freely here. Chapter 276, The Guard in a Hurry. Having a badge means you have an identity, which allows you to enter the corpse fighting arena. Lin Xin nodded and followed Lin Yang. It is safe to keep people like Lin Yang by your side, and keep an eye on them at all times. As we walked forward, we encountered some people patrolling here, and their attire was exactly the same as the ones we met before. Lin Xin went to the first floor. In sharp contrast to here, the hall on the first floor was crowded with people. Everyone was well-armed and looked around vigilantly. It's hard to tell whether these people are together from their clothes, as they are wearing cotton-padded jackets and down coats of all colors and styles. I guess the only thing they have in common is the weapons they carry. On one side of the lobby on the first floor, it is a bit like a hotel front desk. It is a long and large table, and there are many people queuing here. There are 6 or 7 people queuing in front of almost every workstation. In the open space at the back, people were gathered in groups of 2 or 3, and it seemed that people from various groups were waiting on the side. Lin Yang took him to the hall and then called a man over. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation. Lin Yang pointed at Lin Xin, then took the two of them to the front of the team. After paying a lot of crystal cores, they took a few wooden signs. The word Lan is engraved on it. Lin Xin looked behind his back and didn't find anything unusual. Isn't this brand just an ordinary brand? After taking the things, Lin Yang pulled Lin Xin away from the team on this floor and whispered, "You have to keep this thing safe. If you lose it, you won't be able to enter the corpse fighting arena. Look at those queues. They're all going to the corpse fighting arena for fun. Some of these people are from large groups nearby, some are individuals, and some are lone wolves. However, the survivors who have survived to this day are all capable. Don't make enemies here. Once you leave the door here, it will be easy for these people to ambush you. After all, the people here are not good people. For example, if you like a woman, you have to get her except for this door. If they take a fancy to your equipment, they will kill you first and then steal your supplies. This might be a great place to build a strong team, but it's also a place where people can easily target you. The best way is to keep your wealth hidden. Of course, this wealth is not that wealth." Lin Xin didn't say anything, but he took note of this point in his mind. Following Lin Yang, they moved through the crowd in the lobby on the first floor. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd on the side. There were several curses. Lin Xin looked over and saw 2 men pushing and shouting at each other. "You walk without eyes, and even your mouth is dumb and can't speak. What are you doing? Just ask if you have eyes when you walk. I just stepped on your foot. Why are you being so hypocritical? What did you say? Say it again. Why is it that a grown man is so hypocritical? Try to say it again." The two of them pushed each other, and their respective team members quickly surrounded them, and a battle was about to break out. "Let's go." Several men with weapons walked over from the outskirts of the crowd. He forcefully inserted himself into the center of the argument and started shouting, "What are you doing? Don't you know where this is?" Lin Xin was pushed by the crowd and gradually came to the periphery. Lin Yang pulled Lin Xin and whispered, "See, no one here has a good temper. Be careful." Lin Yang took a deep breath and was about to leave. Lin Xin turned his gaze towards the weapons of the people at the center of the quarrel. The weapons of these people in the lobby on the first floor are more powerful. The weapons are different from those on the third floor. But looking at what is happening right now, I guess the first thing is to prevent zombies, and the second is probably these survivors. Lin Xin came to the second floor and was about to follow Lin Yang to the third floor, but he turned around and went out of the stairwell on the second floor. He remembered that when he looked through the telescope at the building opposite, he saw machine guns near the windows on the second and third floors. He didn't see on the third floor, but maybe on the second floor. After turning a corner and identifying the direction, Lin Xin walked through the long corridor and swaggered forward. Not long after, he saw the machine gun he had seen before at the end of the corridor. To be honest, he was very excited about this machine gun and always wanted to touch it. But the problem is that the machine gun is positioned with 4 people guarding it. There's nothing you can do about this kind of thing. Lin Xin shook his head, feeling it was a great pity. Lin Yang behind him chased after him, his heart pounding uncontrollably. His life is in Lin Xin's hands, and he can't run away if anything happens. The people here all saw that they were familiar with each other and were together. According to their suspicious nature and the principle of preferring to kill the innocent rather than let the guilty go, he could not escape. "What are you doing? You don't want to live, but I do. Don't get close to these guards. Don't go over there. These people can shoot at will." Lin Xin raised his eyebrows. "So much authority?" Lin Yang looked back and said, "Of course, that's a machine gun, a machine gun. What if you plan to use a machine gun? Of course people will be alert." Lin Yang didn't say anything else, just... The rooms upstairs did not have much appeal to Lin Xin. The corpse fighting arena is in the basement, so it is impossible to run upstairs when escaping. Therefore, just take a look at the guard situation on the first, second, and third floors and provide support as quickly as possible. Only Lin Yang followed Lin Xin around 3 floors and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Are there usually so few guards on the second and third floors? Except for the first floor, where there are many people, on the second and third floors, apart from the long corridors, there are very few guards with guns to be seen. Lin Yang paused, looked around, and frowned slightly. Could it be that they were all called away by Sister Qian? Lin Yang muttered this in a low voice, and Lin Qin heard it. In other words, there are relatively few guards today. What about those guards who did not show up? Combined with the conversation between the guard and Lin Yang that Lin Qin heard when he entered the door before. That's Sister Qian. It seems like something happened. Suddenly, some men with weapons hurriedly ran down the corridor in the distance, and Lin Qin frowned slightly. These people were in a hurry. It didn't look like they were doing anything simple. It seemed like they were in a hurry to run somewhere. Where exactly are you going? Lin Yang pulled Lin Qin's clothes, avoiding the hurried guards, and carefully considered for a while by the wall. Look at the direction. It's going to the stairwell. People go in and out through the stairwell here, and I don't know whether it's going up or down. This normally doesn't happen unless Sister Qian is transferred. Sister Qian was transferred? Oh, as long as their purpose is different from his, the reduction in guards is a good thing. Chapter 277. Reunion. Something went wrong. Is this corpse fighting arena upstairs or downstairs? Lin Yang looked around, terrified. After confirming that there was no one around, he whispered, "H. Keep your voice down. The corpse fighting arena is underground. It has the best sound insulation and is the most convenient to build. That's why there's a corpse fighting arena there. When building things like reinforced concrete, you don't have to worry about zombies, and it's much easier and more convenient." Lin Qin wanted to ask more, but while he was talking, they had already reached the stairwell and were about to go to the third floor when another team hurriedly entered the stairwell and headed downstairs. Lin Qin stood nearby and did not ask any more questions. If it's just a basement, then isn't that the basement that Lin Yang led them to? With doubt in his mind, Lin Qin stretched his head and glanced at the team. It seems that something big happened here. But this is also a good thing. It is beneficial to their actions. Lin Qin looked up and walked in front. Go back first. There's still some time before the show starts, so it's better to go back first. If something really happened, it would be hard to say. It would be better to go back early so that I can meet with others and review each other's information so as to better deal with it. As he walked, Lin Qin quietly took out the walkie-talkie and contacted several other people. All the weapons they brought with them were taken away, and these walkie-talkies and pistols were distributed by Lin Qin later. It's hidden inside the clothes, and you can't see it unless you look carefully. Of course, these headphones are wired, and it would be too obvious if Lin Qin wore them. Therefore, Lin Qin did not wear the headphone wires on his ears, but hid them inside his clothes. Wei Lan, Wang Yu, see you in Li Lan's room. Not caring whether the other party heard him or not, as several guards came towards him, Lin Qin calmly stuffed the earphones into his clothes. Lin Qin and Lin Yang were walking on the stairs when a group of people hurried up behind them. It seemed that they were coming down from the upper floors. Lin Qin and the other person could only walk along the stairs. Back in a box, Wang Yang and Li Lan were on each side, and the two didn't say much. Seeing Lin Yang coming, Wang Yang looked even more unhappy. But he was very smart. Of course, this kind of personal grudge should be dealt with when Lin Qin and others are not around. But we can't ruin Lin Qin's good deeds now. It's okay to be patient. Not long after, Wei Lan and Wang Yu also rushed back. Because of intelligence issues, the people in this room cannot listen. Wei Lan and Wang Yu looked at each other and said nothing tacitly. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows, looked at the three people sitting in the back, then looked at Wang Yu and nodded slightly. Wang Yu followed Lin Qin's instructions and knocked Li Lan and Lin Yang unconscious while they were not paying attention. Wang Yang was stunned for a moment, looking at the other people in the room, and was about to say something. He caught Lin Qin's gaze, paused, and stopped talking. Wang Yu knocked him out, and then came to Lin Qin. The three people came together and discussed the information they had obtained with each other. Wang Yu said, "The security of this nightclub is also very strict. The higher you go, the higher the floor. You can't go up without a corresponding sign, unless it is a place for eating, drinking, and entertainment. These places of entertainment don't require signs. Anyone can enter, but from the 7th floor upwards, ordinary people can't enter. You need a sign." But I hid in the cleaning car and went up. I found the armory on the top floor, but it was locked and I couldn't see what was inside. But there's a helicopter on the roof, and I noticed that many guards hurried downstairs. I didn't know what happened. Helicopter? I never thought that this nightclub could have a helicopter. However, if the armory is on the top floor, it would not be very convenient for these people to carry anything. By the time they transport the weapons downstairs, I'm afraid it will be out of order downstairs. Waylon infiltrated the enemy's team, disguised himself as a guard in a nightclub, and found a way to enter the corpse fighting arena. Of course, it was not an easy journey for her. Waylon immediately took a sip of water and then said, "I guess we can't enter the zombie arena today. Several zombies inside have mutated, and all the doors that were locked to the zombies have been opened. I heard from a few people who had gathered together that the zombies mutated after eating their own kind. They had previously controlled the zombies and prevented them from eating or allowed them to eat very little, but they never mutated. Today was special. So those people Wang you mentioned who hurried downstairs should have gone to the corpse fighting field. Many guards were there. I mixed into their team and followed them in. The situation inside was not optimistic. They were only supported by that big iron door. Besides, there are quite a few zombies imprisoned in there, and some have even escaped. I don't know where they are hiding. As for the place where they said they were holding people, I looked for it. But before I could go over and check it out carefully, I was attacked by zombies and dragged away by a group of guards. There's really no way to carefully examine what's going on inside. But I think the few people who escaped will probably regroup and go down later. We can just take advantage of this opportunity to go down together and look for someone. But the scene down, there was chaos. It is indeed a good opportunity to take advantage of the chaos now. But the problem is that the situation of the zombies is complicated, and Lin Xin does not dare to take risks with the people in the team. Wang Yu, go get a few sets of their clothes first. Lin Xin discovered that all the people who went down were wearing gas masks, and each of them had a gun hanging on their shoulder as they went down. It's a pity that he doesn't have a gas mask. Wang Yu nodded, but then shook his head. These people don't have any specific clothes. What clothes should I wear? There's no point. Lin Xin was stunned. Look at me, I said it wrong. Those who went down were wearing gas masks. I guess they were afraid that the zombies that escaped might be infected with the zombie virus, so they wore these. All I need is a gas mask. Waylon, do you still have your gas mask? Waylon reached out and took out the gas mask from behind him. The gas mask is very large and can cover half of the face when worn. You can't see it at all if you don't look carefully. Lin Xin took it and then gave the mask to Waylon. Okay, everything is ready, let's go. Lin Xin stood up, lowered his head, and took out a few school bags, saying, "There are guns and bullets in here, take them. Put on your mask and just follow Waylon." Only Waylon knows where the prisoners are located here, so naturally, after entering, you have to follow Waylon the whole time. Chapter 278, Entering the Corpse Arena. Wang Yu nodded, and then said, "What should we do with these 3 people? No one usually comes into the box, so it's safe for them. However, the zombie situation outside is complicated, so this safety won't last long. What's more, there is Wang Yang. Wang Yang will not let these 2 people go." After Lin Xin finished speaking, he took the lead and walked ahead. Wang Yu thought so too. Wang Yang had a bad relationship with these 2 people. He had not taken any further action before because of their relationship. Once they left, he didn't know how Wang Yang would deal with them. After opening the door of the box, Lin Xin heard screams coming from outside and couldn't help but pause. What's going on? The zombies escaped? The 3 of them looked at each other, then hurried towards the stairs. The closer you get to the stairs, the more you can hear the overwhelming screams coming from the first floor. There were many people running up the stairs in a hurry. Lin Xin and others turned sideways to avoid being accidentally injured. Waylon grabbed a woman at random, but the woman was only concerned about escaping and struggled hard to break free from Waylon's hand. That's not all. Seeing that she couldn't break free from Waylon, she just took action, took off her clothes, and ran away. Waylon! What the hell? She let go and aimed at a man in the crowd. Handsome, what happened down there? When the man saw Waylon's appearance, the corners of his mouth raised at first, and he was infatuated with her for a moment. Soon, he regained his senses and said, "Beauty, don't go down there. It's a mess down there. Someone's been bitten by a zombie. Let's run quickly." After he finished speaking, he continued to run upwards along the flow of people. Lin Xin naturally heard what they said. It seems that the zombies in the fighting arena have escaped. It's not safe here. Lin Xin and others went downstairs with difficulty, passed through the crowd, and finally stood at the stairs on the first floor. Lin Xin saw a man being knocked to the ground by a zombie and bitten directly on the throat. Blood was spurting all around, and the zombie that was biting people was wearing a thick cotton jacket. It was obvious that it had been bitten by other zombies and had just been transformed. The zombies looked like they had been hungry for a long time and were biting desperately. A woman ran past him, and the zombie immediately gave up its target, chased after the woman, and started biting her. The weapons in these people's hands were all taken away, and the men and women who activated their abilities only cared about their own safety and would not help other survivors who were trapped in the fear of zombies. A woman was thrown to the ground and backed away with her hands on the floor. The zombie pounced, and the woman hurriedly stretched out her hand to fight against the zombie. She looked at Lin Xin and others, waiting for help with hope in her eyes. Of course, Lin Xin was not surprised either. He is beyond help. Lin Xin turned around and asked, "Where do I go to the corpse fighting arena?" "Come with me." Wei Lan walked in front, and Lin Xin and Wang Yu followed. The woman became food for the zombies and soon died. The fallen corpse suddenly opened its eyes and then joined the hunting team in a strange posture. Lin Xin shot every zombie he met in the head. Success came to the basement. This place looked somewhat familiar from the previous time they came here, but under Wei Lan's guidance, it gradually became unfamiliar. As they approached the fighting arena, they could see destroyed buildings and body parts on the ground along the way. This mutant has great destructive power, and we don't know what abilities it has acquired. Wei Lan, Wang Yu, be careful and stay safe. The basement was pitch black, and the light bulb cords hanging from the wall seemed to have been broken due to the fight, and some of the light bulbs were directly broken. Only a few lights were still on occasionally. The long corridor was very quiet. There were bloodstains all over the ground, and long drag marks were very obvious. This is not a good sign. Lin Xin couldn't help but give orders. Wei Lan and Wang Yu nodded and looked around carefully. If you're not careful, in such an environment, a zombie may jump out at any time. You have to be careful. In the dark passage, there was no trace of a living zombie, let alone the guards who had been guarding here before. There is no one, or rather, no living person has been seen yet. As we went deeper, we saw a lot of corpses lying on the ground. There were also several zombies that had just been transformed into zombies wandering around. Some of them were even gnawing on flesh and blood in big mouthfuls. The scene was very bloody and cruel. However, these zombies are not mutants. It looks like the original guards in the nightclub were transformed into zombies after being attacked by mutants. The killing power is not great, and it is very easy for Lin Xin and his team to deal with it. Lin Xin and others continued to move forward. Suddenly, they heard the roar of zombies, curses, and gunshots from several men in the corridor behind them. Faintly, I could still hear shouting from the other side. "Hurry up quickly. Seal this place off. Don't let the mutants inside escape." Wang Yu turned around and looked at the corridor behind him and couldn't help but said, "What should I do? They're going to seal this place off." Wei Lan's eyes swept across Lin Xin and landed on Wang Yu. She chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I haven't been around for nothing all these years. If I can't bring you guys out, then it wouldn't be in vain." Wei Lan looked upward. In the dim light, the long square ventilation ducts above were particularly obvious. Given the thickness of this pipe, an adult can still crawl slightly inside it. However, in order to reassure Wang Yu, Wei Lan still explained, "There's a ventilation duct here. We can leave here through the ventilation duct. At worst, we have bombs, so blowing up the wall is no problem. Besides, we have a treasure chest, so we can rest assured." Lin Xin found Wei Lan's teasing a little funny. After hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. It was his first time to follow Lin Xin on a mission, so it was normal for him to have some concerns. However, after Wei Lan said this, and having seen Lin Xin's abilities, his worries naturally disappeared by a large margin. Wei Lan looked at the passage ahead. The corpse fighting arena was just ahead. She looked at Wang Yu with some worry. After all, he didn't have much experience here, so he couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him to make him more vigilant. But after the door is closed, it's hard to say what's going on here. We don't know if the mutants will get out. So, Wang Yu, you have to be careful. Wang Yu nodded and continued to move forward with the team. "Don't worry, I will pay attention." Although he absorbed the crystal core, he did not feel any abnormality in his body. Perhaps he was not as lucky as others and did not awaken any abilities. Compared with Wei Lan and the others, he might be a little weaker. Chapter 279, Wang Yu awakens his abilities. But no matter how weak we are, we must not fall behind. It would never go wrong to be cautious, and his sister was waiting for him outside. There are 2 gates to the zombie fighting arena, one leading to the audience seats, and the other leading to the back where the zombies and participating contestants are imprisoned. At this time, the large iron doors on both sides had disappeared. On the other side, there was a faint light in the corridor behind the gate leading to the detention center. I don't know if there are still people in here. Lin Xin looked at the light in the passage and turned his eyes to Wei Lan. Is this it? He had never been here before, so he didn't know which passage the prisoners were in, and there were only two of them. Wei Lan nodded, and then said, I wonder if there's anything here. Variant. After all, the mutants mutated from here. Not to mention the humans who are imprisoned to fight zombies. Even the primary zombies are not something to be easily dealt with. Lin Xin's eyes were on the connection between the door and the door frame, where there were traces of being kicked away with great force. Of course, there's also the abnormally bent door frame, and along the bottom of the door frame, there are several mutilated human corpses. The marks on the broken limbs on the corpse were not normal, as if they had been bitten off alive by something. The exposed bones are uneven. This kind of strength is not something that ordinary people can do. These corpses didn't even have time to transform, and their heads were eaten away without a trace. The helmets scattered on the ground were tightly pressed against the wall, and one of them was stepped on and smashed to pieces. Lin Xin stepped forward, picked up the relatively intact safety helmet over there, and fiddled with it. The top switch controller on the hat is just below the headlight, and it can be used normally with a slight flick. Lin Xin closed his eyes due to the sudden light, and then quickly turned off the light. There was a double image in front of his eyes for a moment. It was pitch black, and Lin Xin couldn't help shaking his head. It took a while to get back to normal. The light on this hat is quite bright, but this style of hat with a headlamp looks quite useful. You can free your hands, and it's quite clean. Probably it hasn't been used many times. Look at that one in the corner. It's been trampled to pieces. Lin Xin copied it and handed the other two hats to Wei Lan and Wang Yu respectively. Put on. There's probably no light in there, so it's better to have this. There's a light on the hat, which lights up as your field of vision turns when you wear it on your head. You don't have to hold it with your hands, which is much more convenient. With your hands freed, you can hold the gun more firmly and deal with zombies more easily. The two men did not suspect anything and quickly put on their hats and turned on their headlights. The passage leading inside was dark. The three of them looked at each other, and their mood couldn't help but become a little heavy. Lin Xin rushed in first, pointing his headlight at the aisle ahead. After passing through the corridor, Lin Xin and his friends arrived at a relatively spacious place. The two sides here are very similar to the layout of prison cells in TV dramas. But at this moment, the large iron doors of most of the rooms are open. Some are inhabited by people or zombies, while others are empty and show no signs of life. There was a pool of sticky liquid on some of the iron doors. Wei Lan went straight to the point, and the three of them split up to search. Inside the first closed gate, several zombies banged on the large iron door that blocked their way. The second iron door had been knocked open. The third one was empty. I went to several places in a row, but still couldn't find the person I was looking for. Could it be possible that he escaped? Many of the doors of the cells here are open. Maybe it's normal to escape. Suddenly, there were several noises coming from the corner. Then Wang Yu's anxious voice was heard. Everyone be careful. They're mutants, ah? Lin Xin quickly rushed to the direction where the sound came from and met Wei Lan halfway. When they arrived, there was only a pool of blood and a suspicious sticky liquid on the ground, and no sign of Wang Yu. Wang Yu is not in good condition. Wei Lan looked around. The blood-spattered defense line and the solidified state did not look like they had just been spilled. Instead, it looked like they had been there for some time. It should not be Wang Yu's, but Wang Yu's scream did happen in reality. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard behind him. Lin Xin turned his head sharply and chased after it. Here, two people were running wildly, one in front and one behind, and when they caught up, they saw Wang Yu holding a gun and shooting wildly at the mutant. A mutant that still had a humanoid shape was waving its squid-like tentacles in the passage. What's important is that the tentacles of this mutant are different from those of previous zombies. Its tentacles can stretch very long, hundreds of times longer than their bodies. Seeing that Wang Yu was no match for his opponent and was about to be swept away by the tentacles, Lin Xin immediately opened fire and joined the battle. With the addition of two people, the zombie speed was obviously not as fast as before, and they gradually fell behind. With Lin Xin's shot in the head, the tentacle monster was solved. At this moment, Wang Yu couldn't tell whether he was scared or tired, and he was gasping for breath. After Lin Xin dealt with the mutant, he walked forward, dug out its crystal core, and then looked at Wang Yu. Hey, you've come back to your senses. All the zombies have been dealt with, but he is still standing there in a daze, gasping for breath. Wang Yu then slowly raised his head, looking as if he was frightened. Lin Qin shook his head helplessly. How did you escape from him just now? If I'm not mistaken, his scream should be caused by him being entangled and dragged away by the tentacles. Since he was dragged away, how could he possibly escape? Wang Yu seemed to have triggered some key words and immediately looked straight at Lin Qin. He looked surprised and happy. Just now, I seem to have awakened my abilities. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows in surprise. No one had ever awakened an ability with such a long reaction time. But it's okay as long as you wake up. Wei Lan asked, Congratulations, but what ability is it? Wang Yu blinked and said, Looks like a strong man. When he was just rolled up, he thought he was going to die. As a result, while struggling, he managed to break open a pipe with just a little effort. Not bad. You can cooperate with me with this ability in the future. One is fast, and the other is strong, so they can definitely cooperate with each other. But why does he look so unhappy? Lin Qin couldn't help but praise him. You sound pretty impressive, like the Hulk. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. At first he felt that he was awakened, and he was happy but also worried. After all, the strong man didn't sound like it would be of much use. But when Lin Qin described it this way, the image of the Green Giant's heroic and heroic strength suddenly appeared in his mind, and his great strength could create miracles. Wait, great strength brings about miracles. But Wang Yu was still much happier in his heart. Chapter 2, 80 Tentacle Monster. The description is not bad either. If used properly, it should be a good ability. Lin Qin looked around. They had searched everywhere, but couldn't find anyone. He must have run away. After all, several doors were opened. Forget it, let's find a way out first. It's probably a mess up there, not much better than here. Good. The three people planned to return the same way and see if there was any way to open the closed door. After all, instead of climbing the ventilation duct, it is better to see how much possibility there is to go out through the main door first. Soon, they walked out of the passage, but met several people who had transformed into zombies. These zombies look and dress like the guards. Some were zombies that walked down from the audience seats. These were probably the audience that intended to come and watch the zombie fight, but they were unlucky. These zombies did not have much killing power, and Lin Qin and his companions could easily deal with them. The door was locked from the outside, and gunshots and chaotic sounds could be heard from outside through the crack in the door. Lin Qin couldn't help but reach out and knock on the door. Listening to the material of the door, a crisp sound came, and Lin Qin couldn't help but look at the entire door. Such a big steel plate should be quite thick. Explode? It seems it is easy to be buried if you're not careful. Wei Lan stepped forward and also observed the gate. The gate is made of steel plates, and it should be chained from the outside. It's difficult for us to get out without cutting tools. It looks like we can only climb the ventilation duct. I didn't want to climb it first, but now I have to climb even if I don't want to. The three people didn't say anything and followed Wei Lan tacitly to a ventilation duct. After removing the seal on the pipe, Wei Lan went up first, followed by Wang Yu, and then Lin Qin. They curled up their bodies and crawled slowly in the narrow tube. I don't know how long they walked, but under the leadership of Wei Lan, they stopped moving forward. Three people lay in the ventilation duct, looking through the iron net at the tragic scene in the lobby on the first floor below. There were bloodstains and piles of corpses everywhere, some human and some zombie. In addition to blood, the ground was also scattered with various white brain matter, internal organs, etc. Very disgusting. But Lin Qin and the others had already gotten used to it, and they still couldn't help but sigh when they saw such a scene. In a corner among these corpses, several zombies gathered in front of a door, banging on it desperately. Gunshots were heard from other floors from time to time. As you can imagine, this sudden situation left the entire building somewhat distracted. Just as Lin Qin and his companions were looking at the situation below and were in a dilemma, a large number of people suddenly rushed out of the stairwell. He frantically killed the zombies on the first floor and at the same time shouted, "Damn, these people in the nightclub are too disloyal." They actually closed the fire gates at the entrance of the corridor above the fourth floor. "Brothers, take our weapons and rush out to kill these garbage zombies." Upon hearing this, Lin Qin looked carefully. These people did have a lot of guns and ammunition in their hands and were very excited. The zombies wandering in the hall were ordinary and did not have much killing power. They were quickly dealt with under the indignation of these people. However, some zombies that have already transformed and mutated are a bit troublesome to deal with. These people do not just rely on the guns in their hands. Those who are capable use their abilities, and those who are not capable use guns. Finally, we got rid of all the zombies that were chasing us in the hall and stairwell. The crowd stepped on the corpses on the ground and rushed to the gate. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a mutant crawled in from the broken glass. He started spitting at everyone. Anyone who comes into contact with the zombie's saliva will feel extreme pain and die within a short while. Lin Xin looked at it carefully and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was careful. Isn't the zombies' saliva the unknown liquid they saw when they were looking for people down there? It turns out that this is the zombie's weapon. Judging from its lethality, it is very similar to corrosive liquid. The two are comparable. Only, where do we go now? Weilon gestured towards Lin Xin. In this situation, she didn't dare to speak. Lin Xin also gestured and pointed to the door below where the zombies had just gathered. Walk. If I don't leave, am I going to be discovered by the zombies? Their purpose is to find someone, not to fight. Weilon nodded and continued to crawl forward. There must be other survivors hiding in the gate where those zombies gathered just now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many zombies surrounding them. Maybe there will be someone they are looking for in there. But this time, their movements were much smaller, and naturally their movements were much slower. I don't know how long I climbed before I heard Nan Wei's voice on the intercom. The noise in the nightclub attracted a lot of zombies nearby, and Nan Wei and the others naturally heard the gunshots coming from inside. After waiting for a long time, I couldn't help but feel worried. Lin Xin looked at the battle below and said to the zombies who had no time to care about them, "It's okay, don't worry." Nan Wei and the others were also tactful and didn't say much. The slightest movement may attract the zombies' attention, so just reply that it's okay. Soon, Lin Xin and his friends crawled to the room where the zombies gathered. The ventilation duct is hidden inside the wall, with only one outlet visible below. Through the air outlet, I could see 5 men hiding inside, but unfortunately, I didn't recognize any of them. There were no faces they were familiar with. Weilon shook her head at Lin Xin, then looked at the direction the ventilation duct led to and fell into deep thought. If I'm not mistaken, this ventilation duct extends to the back of the service desk in the lobby. But isn't there a wall behind it? Why are there ventilation ducts? If it is the exhaust position, there is no light. Logically, there should be light, but the ventilation duct stretched straight forward with no sign of the outside world. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the other side of the ventilation duct. Lin Xin looked at Weilon, gestured to her, and continued moving forward. Weilon continued to crawl forward towards the ventilation duct. The 3 men were very careful and finally climbed to their position when suddenly a vibration was heard from below. Someone seemed to be thrown up by great force and hit the wall directly. Several men are attacked by a mutant that appears to be a tentacle zombie, but it is somewhat different from the tentacle mutant. Lin Xin wanted to see more clearly, but the mutant moved its body away, making it impossible to see clearly. Behind the man who was thrown away was a big door. Lin Xin looked carefully and found that there was an air outlet on the side of the ventilation duct. Chapter 2, 81 Zombies in the Pipeline. Looking inside with his head down, he saw a room similar to a lounge with several women hiding inside. The women were trembling with fear at the noise outside. Everyone huddled behind the tables and chairs in the corner, looking at the only door vigilantly. Sitting at the desk was a relatively calm woman. Compared to those frightened women, she was much calmer. The woman sat calmly in her office chair, seemingly waiting for the outcome in the corridor. The 3 men are fighting a desperate battle with the zombies, and it is difficult to determine the winner in a short time. However, looking at the man who was thrown out, Lin Xin felt that they were already at a disadvantage. It's just a matter of time. But this style of painting is too different from what is inside this door. However, the ventilation duct did not end, which meant that there should be a lot of space ahead. I didn't expect that there are so many office areas behind the service desk in the lobby on the first floor. Wang Yu moved his seat along Wei Lan's to make way for Lin Xin, so that he could observe the situation below more conveniently. The fallen man got up from the ground, rushed over quickly, and started fighting with the zombies. The appearance of the mutant gradually appeared in Lin Xin's sight. All I saw was a non-humanoid monster with several tentacles growing behind it. A weapon will be launched from the tip of these tentacles. It looks similar to the weapons in human guns. It's just that this thing of theirs can be fired indefinitely, so it will never run out. While he was lost in thought, a kernel hit the ventilation duct where Lin Xin and the others were hiding. It penetrated through the thin wooden plaster and dried directly into the iron sheet of the ventilation duct. The three people looked at the traces of the potholes and were speechless. It seemed that the three men with superpowers had been directly knocked out by this mutant. Something spurted out from the tips of his 4 tentacles and hit the 3 men. At first they could still resist a little, but soon they died. If it is this kind of mutant, it is indeed normal for the nightclub to suddenly become what it is today. After the zombies dealt with the 3 men, they dragged their bodies, hid in a corner, and started eating. In the quiet corridor, the crunching sound of bones being chewed can be heard. Very obvious. Lin Qin couldn't help but hiss. This zombie was too perverted. The sight scared her so much that she gasped. This zombie actually knew to eat in a safe environment, considering that other zombies only eat on the spot. This zombie's intelligence should be higher than other mutants. Lin Qin couldn't help but turn his head to look at the women in the room. No one dared to make a sound, especially when there was no movement outside. They became even more worried. I was very scared that the zombies would break in here the next moment. But the corridor was quiet, and Lin Qin really wanted to tell them that the zombies were eating and not to worry. But he didn't get a chance to say it. The situation in the hall is probably also very tense, no better than here. But they didn't know these 3 men. Lin Qin frowned and didn't know where to look for them. At this moment, the mutant in the corner suddenly became alert, and then Lin Qin saw it rush out and roar towards the other end of the corridor. Is someone coming? Lin Qin couldn't see the situation over there. He could only judge by listening to the sounds and the situation of the mutants. Soon, a fight broke out outside. After a while, the mutant was kicked into the air and fell heavily to the ground and slid for a while. Lin Qin frowned and gestured to Wei Lan. They didn't find the person they were looking for here, and the incident happened very suddenly, so the best thing to do was to leave. Now that someone has attracted this perverted version of a mutant, there is no need to worry that one of their buildings will attract the mutant's attention. The team crawled through Chi AI, and Lin Qin took the opportunity to look down. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the ventilation duct behind them, accompanied by the roar of zombies. As the last one left, Lin Qin naturally turned around, and his heartbeat quickened as he looked at the dark passage. This noise doesn't sound good. The rustling noise grew louder and louder, and soon the source of the culprit was spotted. A bloody hand appeared at the corner of the dark pipe. Then a zombie came out from nowhere. Now he was following closely behind them. Lin Qin is a good guy. That's impossible. When they came, they didn't see any dead bodies or zombies inside. How did this thing get in? The man's mouth was full of sticky liquid, which he bit up and down, while he used his hands and feet to desperately squeeze it towards them. His hands were covered in blood, and there was a bite mark on his arm. Lin Qin seemed to have suddenly thought of something. In his memory, the ventilation ducts they had come through were actually interconnected. Although they did not encounter any zombies along the route they chose, there was no guarantee that people from other places might have hidden here like them in order to avoid the zombies. But my arm was bitten by a zombie, and hiding here would be of no use. Mutation is only a matter of time. So soon, he, who had mutated into a zombie, heard a slight movement in the pipe and was attracted here. If the zombies hadn't made such loud noises crawling, Lin Qin wouldn't have noticed it at all. I guess he won't realize the problem until the smell is wrong or his feet are scratched. When the zombies saw their target, they were so excited that they ran forward desperately. Lin Qin raised his gun and shot the man in the head in this small space. But the zombies' movements were too loud, which directly attracted the attention of the zombies below. The zombie that was dealt with stepped on the air outlet of the ventilation duct, and one of its arms fell off. The mutant didn't suspect anything and pulled it down with all his strength, not caring whether he could pull it down or not. Lin Qin and his companions crawled faster in an instant. But it attracts not only zombies, but also the vigilant survivors below. The direction of the guns changed from aiming all of the zombies to partially aiming at the pipe where Lin Qin and the others were. If there's zombies in the pipe, no one knows from which corner they will suddenly appear. Bullets hit the ventilation duct one after another. Lin Qin used his ability to block the bullets so as not to injure them. But the opponent's purpose was not to injure them, but to knock down the ventilation ducts. Zombies naturally need to see the head of the person they are hit and die before they can feel at ease. With a great force and bullets, the ventilation duct where Lin Qin and the others were located could no longer support their weight and fell directly to the ground. The bullets hit them directly as they landed. Chapter 282 Copy Machine Gun. Fortunately, Lin Xin used his ability in time to form an air wall, so as to avoid having the three of them beaten into sieves. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what it would feel like to have so many bullets hitting my body. While Lin Xin was blocking the bullets, he was watching the objects that attracted the zombies' attention. There are several survivors. Their abilities seem to... Lin Xin glanced at one of the men and chopped the zombie's head open with his bare hands. Could this person also be a strongman? But the skull is hard, and even a strong man would be injured. In this way, if there is any small wound on the hand, it will be GG immediately. Lin Xin's gaze shifted from the zombies to the ruthless man. The man happened to have his back to him at the moment and had dealt with several other zombies that had come running over. The gray paper tentacle monster, under the dense barrage of bullets, actually climbed up the wall and kept shooting at the people with guns. Several survivors seemed to be much more experienced than those outside. They hid behind the wall and avoided the attacks of the mutants. Lin Xin and the others had already gotten up from the ground by this time, and the men who were shooting at them did not shoot at them after being interrupted by the mutants. This gave Lin Xin and the others a chance to catch their breath. Wei Lan shouted, "Don't shoot, we are normal people." Regardless of whether the other party heard it or not, they pulled Lin Xin and Wang Yu and followed the people who were avoiding the gray-white mutants to hide behind the wall. They successfully joined the other team. Seeing that they were not injured and were intact, those people did not say much. "Stay away and don't get in the way," one of the men said coldly. Lin Xin and the others can hide if they want, but the key is just not to get in the way. Lin Xin and a few others silently moved away. They could accept such impolite remarks. After all, to live. Lin Xin and the others looked at each other, moved their steps, and planned to go out from the other side first. Before leaving, Lin Xin couldn't help but look around at this group of people. It was clear that their clothes were not good. The big cotton jacket wrapped tightly around his body seemed to have been taken off someone else's body and didn't fit him at all. Could these people be the ones imprisoned inside? In this way, maybe you can ask what you want to know. Lin Xin opened his mouth and moved closer. But the men were busy fighting the gray zombies and had no time to pay attention to him. When Lin Xin was talking to them, the mutant zombie spit out a core and shot it directly at him. The man pushed him and cursed. "Go, go, go. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Lin Xin, 6. However, considering that 2 of their teammates had died, Lin Xin endured it. Lin Xin looked around, trying to find someone to talk to. But a man hiding across the corridor suddenly changed direction and rolled on the ground while his teammates were attracting the mutant's attention. The mutant aimed at his core and nailed it directly into the ground, leaving a mark. Lin Xin looked at the place where the man had just been. The protruding concrete wall was directly attacked by the core, revealing the innermost bricks. If he continues to attack like this, the man will be shot by the mutant's core. He is brave and resourceful and is a good candidate. If I remember correctly, this man is the ruthless guy who chopped zombies with his bare hands. After this person comes over, he should take a rest for a while, right? Wouldn't that give me a chance to ask? Lin Xin aimed his eyes at him, intending to ask if he was the person imprisoned in the corpse fighting field and whether he knew Zhang Qian. Unexpectedly, the man who came over squatted behind the wall and patted the shoulders of the 2 people who were fighting the zombies. Shall he find a way to retreat? This mutant is different from the ones we encountered before. Bullets can't penetrate his body at all. If we continue to waste time like this, we will die too. Li Sheng and Wang Hao can't die in vain, and neither can we. The man's voice was steady and powerful, and it just sounded familiar. Lin Xin frowned, trying to see the face clearly. But the man turned around before him, looked at Lin Xin and the others, frowned but said nothing, and just passed by them. Lin Xin paused, feeling a little disappointed. I almost thought it was Zhang Qian, but it turned out not to be. Wei Lan reached out from behind and grabbed his arm. "What are you doing?" "We are leaving now. Do you want to stay and deal with this zombie?" The key point is that this zombie situation is more difficult to deal with than those they have encountered before. The man didn't look back and followed a few people directly to the dark passage on the other side. Lin Xin came to his senses and followed immediately. Follow them. It will definitely be safe. These people must be familiar with the structure here. Although Wei Lan was confused for a moment, he felt that this was a reliable option at the moment. They caught up with each other, and the mutant followed closely behind, chasing them nonstop. Following a few people, I turned left and right in the corridor and soon arrived at a staircase. After everyone came in, 2 men were responsible for closing the door. "Keep mutants out. They panted. "This door won't hold us back for long. We have to get rid of him quickly. I don't know if that kid named Zhang is ready. Stop talking and go." The three men continued to climb the internet, and there were a few noises outside the door, and then there was silence. Then, Lin Xin and the others heard a woman scream in the distance. Oh no, those women were hiding in the room before. But at this time, there is no time to care about those people. It is actually a benefit to stop pursuing, as you'll have a chance to ask. Following a few men, they ran up 2 floors. There are no fewer zombies here than on the first floor. The corridors were littered with fallen bodies, both human and zombie. We have everything. Guns were scattered all over the ground. The 3 men picked up the guns on the ground at random and threw away the guns that had few bullets in their hands. When they encountered zombies rushing towards them, Lin Xin and his team didn't even need to take any action, as they were directly dealt with by these people. They ran all the way to the end of the corridor, and Lin Xin looked at the machine gun that was originally guarded by someone at the window. At this moment, the man using the machine gun had died next to the machine gun. The machine gun fell to the ground nearby. Lin Xin approached casually and reached out to touch it. This machine gun, if copied, would be of great help to them. As for the bullets used in the machine gun, Lin Xin looked down. Next to the fallen machine gun, a long chain of bullets was pressed under a corpse. Lin Xin didn't need to pull out the bullet chain, he just needed to touch it. So he squatted down, frowned, and started to copy the leaked bullet. Chapter 283 is looking for you. The corpses on the ground are really disgusting. After picking and choosing for a while, he touched the bullet that was not stained with blood. Unexpectedly, the zombies on the ground suddenly rushed towards Lin Xin like crazy. Lin Xin was not afraid of this kind of zombie. He lifted it up and wanted to deal with it. But in a flash, gunshots were heard suddenly from the other end of the corridor. Then a man appeared. He stood against the light, holding a gun and aiming at the zombie's forehead. The zombie fell to the ground, his head blown off. The team turned around and looked in the direction of the gunshot. Survivor? But the 3 men were not worried at all and waved their hands high. Lin Xin saw the man put down the gun in his hand and whispered, "Here, it's safe here." The 3 men trotted over. At the same time, he kept saying, "Zhang Qian, you kid, you didn't kill all these corpses by yourself, did you? Why are you here? Aren't you here?" Zhang Qian sighed. "It's hard to explain. The door over there can't be opened. I can only find another way. Where's the rope you were looking for?" "Don't mention it. They're all zombies, and we encountered a mutant we haven't seen before. Li Sheng and Wang Hao have already." As they were talking, the team had already gathered together. Mentioning the 2 sacrificed teammates, the team inevitably felt a little heavy. But now is not the time to be sad. There's zombies fighting with other people on other floors, so there's no time to care about them. Naturally, we should take this opportunity to leave this damn place as soon as possible. As they were talking, several zombies were attracted by their conversation and came running down the stairs, but they were shot dead before they could get close. Zhang Qian was a little anxious and pulled the 3 people and said, "Go in first, don't stand at the door. It's much safer to talk inside." Standing at the door and talking, no one knew whether zombies would be attracted again, let alone whether the ones that came would be the newly transformed zombies that were easy to deal with. Lin Xin looked at the man, whose appearance he could not see clearly in the dark at first, and then gradually approached Zhang Qian, whose half-profile was revealed as the light faded. He paused in his heart. "You know what? This guy looks a bit like him. I just don't know if it's him. It's hard to tell based on just half of the face." Moreover, he wrapped himself so tightly that the cotton jacket looked particularly bulky on him. Even the strands of hair on his head were so long that they covered his eyebrows and eyes. Hearing the familiar name, Wei Lan and Wang Yu subconsciously looked at Lin Xin. Lin Xin didn't seem to be very excited. Is it just a homonym or a homophone? If not, why would they waste their time following these people? However, the 2 men did not make any unnecessary movements and followed Lin Xin into the house with the team. As everyone entered the house, the door closed. The man whose voice had almost made Lin Xin make a mistake spoke. "We looked for the rope, but we didn't get it back. We encountered a mutant on the road. It was gray and white, and it was almost impossible to tell that it was human. The tops of its tentacles could form something to attack us. It was extremely powerful, and bullets couldn't penetrate its skin. Attacking its head could buy us some time." The man squatted on the ground, his eyes calm. "This is not easy to deal with. This is the 3rd floor, and it's not safe outside. We can only climb down through the window using the rope." His awakened abilities weren't of any help at all. The man paused and turned to look at Lin Xin and the other two who were sizing him up. These three people met them halfway and followed them all the way to avoid the mutant. Without saying too much, it could be considered that we share weal and woe. If there is anything useful, you should at least contribute a little. Do you have any ropes or something? Take them out, and let's use them together to find a way to get out of here. As the man finished speaking, Zhang Qian began to pay attention to the three people in the crowd. Just now, he was only paying attention to the zombies outside, and whether his team had brought back the rope and had no time to care about anyone else. When I looked closely, I found that Lu Ning and his friends had actually brought back a woman. Is she the woman from the nightclub? Lu Ning actually dared to provoke people in the nightclub. Just when he was about to curse, he saw Lin Xin standing behind the woman with only a little space left. When Lu Ning asked this question, the woman took a step forward, revealing Lin Xin's entire face behind her. Zhang Qian's pupils shrank slightly, and he rushed forward. Lin Xin. For a moment, Zhang Qian doubted whether he was dreaming. Lin Xin looked at the bloated man with dirty hair and covered eyebrows. She came over excitedly and held his hand. Lin Xin. Zhang Qian. Lin Xin said uncertainly. Zhang Qian nodded excitedly, brushed his hair away, revealing his haggard face, and said, "That's great. I thought we would never see each other again in this life." Zhang Qian sniffed, reached out, and patted Lin Xin on the shoulder, and started to scold with a smile. "You are lucky to be alive now, kid." Lin Xin also chuckled, looked him up and down, and said, "Only ghosts can recognize you when you look like this." "How is it?" "It's all right. It's not that Lin Xin doesn't want to recognize him. It's just that the changes from before are too great to be distinguished. Although there were some incidents, the results are all good, so it's all good." Lu Ning couldn't help feeling puzzled as he saw Zhang Qian becoming more familiar with him. "Zhang Qian, what does this mean?" Zhang Qian came back to his senses, put his arm around Lin Xin's shoulders, and said, "My brother. By the way, these are the other cellmates I met while I was imprisoned here. If it weren't for their care, I would have given up here a long time ago. This is Lu Ning. This is Su Jiang, Wang Yu. My good brother, Lin Xin." Lu Ning's expression relaxed, and he stretched out his hand to Lin Xin and said, "I see. Then we are really destined to be together. But it's not easy for you to bring your girlfriend with you. There's zombies everywhere, and it's not easy to walk on the third floor now. We are probably going to be trapped here." "Gunfin Weilan." Lin Xin chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm here." Lin Xin hadn't finished speaking yet. There was a sudden noise in the corridor outside. Then there were knocks on the only door. Just as a few people were stunned, a tentacle went straight through the door and hit Su Jiang's abdomen. Before Lin Xin and the others could come to their senses, the tentacles suddenly carried Su Jiang back. More tentacles penetrated the wooden door, gradually revealing the mutant's figure. Su Jiang, spitting blood from his mouth, fell beside the door frame, his eyes wide open. Before everyone could even react, the tentacles directly broke a hole in the wooden door, and the head of the mutant that had been thrown away earlier appeared from the hole. Chapter 284. Injured and Unhelpful. The tentacles attacked again, leaving no time for anyone to react. Lin Xin directly erected an air wall to block the tentacles from swinging over. But it's hard to say about the other person. A shield appeared from nowhere and blocked the attack of the mutant's tentacles. The tentacle failed to succeed and seemed to be angry and humiliated. It kept spitting out cores from the end of the tentacle to attack everyone. Wang Yu looked at the window behind him. He could feel that the shield supported by his ability was gradually weakening under the attack. "No, if this continues, we will all die. His abilities are not as good as those of the mutants. We have to find a way to leave here quickly." Lu Ning's eyes fell on Lin Xin and others nearby, confirming whether they were safe. It turned out that these people also awakened their abilities. Lin Xin's palms were facing outwards, as if there was an invisible shield that could actually resist the attacks of the mutants. "This is good. He was just worried about their safety." Lu Ning's voice shouted, "Zhang Qian, find a way to leave here quickly. Twist the curtains and other things at the back windows into hemp ropes. Anyone who can get down should get down quickly. Wang Yu's shield won't hold out for long. Doesn't your friend have any solution? Think about it quickly." As he spoke, Wang Yu's shield could no longer withstand the mutant's attack and instantly disintegrated. The core that was exuded penetrated the shield directly and hit two people one after another. Wang Yu's arm was injured, but he quickly catalyzed another shield to continue blocking the zombies' attacks. Seeing that their abilities were not enough to resist the mutant's attack, Lin Qin frowned and said, "Come here. If you continue like this, you won't be able to withstand his attack." These people's abilities are not as strong as he thought. When faced with this kind of zombie attack again, I could only hold on for a few minutes. Lin Qin could clearly feel Wang Yu's difficulty. If this continues, the shield will be destroyed by the mutant core attack, and the lives of both of them will be over. As Lin Qin finished speaking, two people slowly moved towards Lin Qin. The mutant roared at the door, and more tentacles stretched out from the hole in front of the door, continuing to attack indiscriminately. Lu Ning, who was hiding behind Wang Yu, picked up the gun on the ground and attacked the mutant's head desperately. After hearing Lu Ning's words, Zhang Qian looked at Lin Qin, who was standing in front of him. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past, so naturally there's no time to ask questions. He patted Lin Qin's shoulder with one hand and asked anxiously, "Didn't you have a solution just now? What was it?" "This is a mutant. Judging from the situation, we can't defeat it with just a few people. We should leave first." Lin Qin did not speak, but Wei Lan, who was hiding behind Lin Qin, spoke to Wang Yu, "Don't worry. Lin Qin is observing the weakness of this mutant." Zhang Qian was stunned. It was already such a late hour, and he was not running away, but was still observing the situation of the zombies. But he suddenly remembered something and said anxiously, "The head of the mutant is very fragile. Lu Ning said so." He still remembered that when they first met, Lu Ning said that he had encountered a mutant with tough skin that could not be hit by ordinary bullets, but its head was its fatal weakness. Just as Wei Lan finished speaking and Zhang Qian was stunned, Wang Yu's shield was pierced and cracked again. The two people were directly blown away by the attack of the core. Wang Yu covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground and remained motionless. As for Lu Ning, when he was about to fly out, Wei Lan's steps suddenly quickened, and he rushed out of Lin Qin's encirclement and dragged him back. But even so, Lu Ning's internal injuries were not light. He looked at Wang Yu, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and was extremely anxious. At the same time, they also found traces of Wang Yu being hit by zombies. Even if he wasn't thrown out, Wang Yu wouldn't be able to save him. Without Wang Yu and the others, the zombies' attention was attracted by Lin Qin and the others. A large number of attacks all fell on Lin Qin's air wall. Following the information provided by Zhang Qian, Lin Qin tried to attack the zombie's head through the wooden door based on his sense. I found that it was just as Zhang Qian said. The zombie's head was very precious. After a while, no head appeared from the hole in the wooden door. However, after Lin Qin's attack on the wooden door, everything on it was broken and fell down, revealing the mutant behind it. This zombie is very careful with his head. He can quickly pull back the tentacles he extends to block his head to protect it from being hit by bullets. After observing for a while, Lin Qin discovered the differences of the zombies. Although this zombie has hard skin and can't be hurt by bullets, his head is very fragile, just like other zombies. Just as Zhang Qian said, knowing the zombie's weaknesses, Lin Qin naturally showed no mercy when he attacked. On the one hand, he used the power of space to compress the air around the zombies to form a sealed space, making the mutants unable to move and reducing their movement space. On the other hand, he picked up the gun in his hand and concentrated his attack on his head. As the zombie's head exploded and the liquid inside sprayed into the air, the zombie was completely dead. And all this happened very quickly. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Qin with surprise at this moment. It hadn't been long since they separated, and when they met again, Lin Qin had become so much stronger. It's really unbelievable. Lu Ning was still in shock as he watched Lin Qin easily deal with the zombies. Then he seemed to realize something and looked at Wang Yu, who would never have a chance to wake up. If he had been able to do it earlier, would Wang Yu have saved his life? Before Lu Ning could have such thoughts growing wildly in his heart, Wang Yu's body suddenly struggled, crawled up from the ground in a strange posture, then opened his mouth and roared, rushing towards Lu Ning, who was nearest to him. At first, Lu Ning stood there in a daze, as if he couldn't imagine the change in his friend. As Wang Yu gradually approached, he pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger. Wang Yu was shot right between the eyebrows and fell to the ground without a sound. At this moment, Lu Ning couldn't even tell whether he was happy or sad. He reached out and touched the place where he had just been scratched, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. This zombie is a mutant, and if it transforms, the process won't take long. He could clearly feel his breathing becoming a little rapid, and the veins on his arms gradually bulged. Even my eyes began to become dim and weak. He wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a word. It was Zhang Qian who first noticed Lu Ning's abnormality. Chapter 285. Don't pick up this broken gun. He wanted to go forward, but Wang Yu blocked his way. Don't go over there, he's going to mutate. What? Zhang Qian was stunned at first, and then he saw the marks on Lu Ning's arm. He stood there, watching Lu Ning's complete transformation in a few moments. The moment his transformation was complete, he pulled the trigger. Seeing this, Wang Yu, who was standing by, looked over in surprise. Is it that simple and neat? Zhang Qian frowned, took out a knife from his waist with ease, then walked to the side of the mutant, pried open its head, and took out the crystal core inside. At the same time, he walked away and said, "Don't look at me with such confusion. He has mutated, so he can't stay." We saw this kind of situation every day when we were imprisoned in the corpse fighting field. To put it bluntly, we were just teaming up to escape from here. Before this, we were all enemies in the corpse fighting arena. Besides, he has mutated now, so he can't be kept. I understand this principle and can tell the difference clearly. Lin Xin couldn't help but sigh when he heard him speak so nonchalantly. If he guessed correctly, the situation in the corpse fighting arena was the same as that of an underground black boxer. They are all competitors, not friends. Wang Yu stammered, but didn't you say before that you were able to survive in there thanks to their care? Is he thinking too naively? Didn't he say that himself? Zhang Qian seemed to be amused by Wang Yu when he heard this. You believe what I said. What is the zombie fighting ground? Although everyone is fighting zombies, there is also competition among us. The more you win, the greater the benefits you will get, and the better your living conditions will be. We just work together to escape from here. We don't have any friends. When I met you, I was still worried that they might have other plans for you. At the time, I couldn't just tear off the paper, so I had to say something nicer. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. Well, he was overthinking it. Lin Xin chuckled. He is the same as before, he just likes to talk nonsense. When he introduced me to her, he pulled me and reminded me. If we didn't have this tacit understanding, I might not have known the twists and turns involved. Wei Lan stood aside with his arms folded across his chest, curling his lips at this. Men, every word is true. Zhang Qian chuckled, then became serious. But there is a problem before us now. It is definitely impossible to take the stairs from here. There's zombies everywhere outside. I guess quite a few of them will come here after hearing the noise. The gun he just pulled the trigger of had no silencer, and the noise was loud. It was only a matter of time before the zombies swarmed in. I estimate that it won't be long before they are all surrounded here. Hurry up and pick up the useful things on the ground. They will come in handy later. By the way, don't go upstairs anymore. The staircases on the 5th and 4th floors have been completely blocked off by the iron gates pulled down by those people. There's no way out there. We only have two choices, jump out of the window or fight our way out. Lin Xin, what do you think? In his opinion, Lin Xin is so capable that he should have his own ideas. It must be better than his. Lin Xin picked up the gun on the ground and threw it to Zhang Qian. Are you scared? Zhang Qian took the gun and paused before saying, I'm not afraid of that, but I think there will be quite a lot of zombies. It's a little difficult to rush out. By the way, can the ability you just used withstand the siege of these zombies? If possible, they could just stick together and use Lin Xin's ability to walk out in a swagger. Just thinking about it, he felt that the ability that Lin Xin awakened was really awesome. Okay, what are you thinking about? Let's get out of here right away. Lin Xin shook his head helplessly. Zhang Qian chuckled, picked up the guns on the ground, and stuffed one into each of them, saying, Tell me, why are you here? Lin Xin said unhappily, I saw your photo and came here eagerly, but I didn't tell Xiaoxue, otherwise she would be worried to death. Don't pick up this broken gun. Take this. As he spoke, Lin Xin threw away the gun in Zhang Qian's hand and handed him a brand new gun. This gun has a silencer, a scope, and plenty of bullets. Along with the gun, a black school bag was thrown over. Zhang Qian reached out to take it, and it was not light at all. He unzipped his school bag, looked at the bullets and grenades inside, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Lin Xin, tell me the truth. Did you rob someone's armory? With so many guns and so many bullets, no one would believe that they were not robbed. Lin Xin laughed. Yes, that's right, I robbed it. Hurry up, let's go. Wei Lan, you stay behind. Wang Yu and Zhang Qian, you guys go after me. After giving the order, Lin Xin led everyone out. When the sound of gunfire attracted people, they gathered in the corridor and slowly piled up here. Dense swarms of zombies rushed out of the corridor and headed towards the corridor where Lin Xin and the others were. Lin Xin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Damn, the number of zombies we encounter today is the largest ever. I feel like I'm going to have trypophobia. It's mainly the staircase exit, which is just that big. In addition, it was dark outside, not to mention the light in the corridor. The only outlines that could be seen were densely packed with zombies. These zombies were scrambling to rush out, forming a huge group that surged out like a tide. Those hundreds or thousands of them in the past occupied a wide range of space, but none of them were as spectacular as the ones in front of us. There weren't many zombies behind, so Wei Lan dealt with them easily. But there are a lot of zombies ahead. After a while, a small hill was formed. This number is incredible. If you want to get past the corpses, you have to climb over the hill of corpses. Then he walked down the corridor, stepping on the pile of corpses. For this, I might as well climb through the window. With so many corpses stained with the blood of zombies, if anything touches a sharp bone or scratches the skin a little, there's a possibility of infection. Immediately, Lin Xin and others changed their route. At the same time, Lin Xin took out the intercom and said, "Nanwei, get ready to pick us up." The right wall of the nightclub. Regardless of whether the other party heard him or not, Lin Xin trotted all the way to the window at the end of the corridor. Lin Xin tied one end of the rope to the open door frame, extended it all the way to the nearest room, and tied it to the leg of the sofa. After making sure it was very secure, Lin Xin first tied something similar to a safety buckle around everyone's waist, and then supported Wei Lan to the window. Chapter 286, there are also strong men among the zombies. Wei Lan's movements were very quick. He simply pulled a rope and slid down. When it was Zhang Qian's turn, he looked at the knots on the hemp rope and suddenly felt at a loss. If you hold the hemp rope with your hand and go down, the weight of your body and the friction of the rope will make your hand sore. Lin Xin couldn't help but kick him and handed him a glove. "What are you thinking about? Put this on. And remember to buckle the safety rope on your body to the knot of the hemp rope. It's fine for emergencies, but you can't count on it to hold your weight. But don't worry, Wei Lan will meet you down there." Zhang Qian was not vague either and followed Wei Lan's lead. The rope had no foothold at high altitude, and one had to rely entirely on the strength of one's hands to pull the rope all the way down, and the descent was very clumsy. Lin Xin stretched his head to take a look and could not help but say, "Put your feet on the wall, pull the rope tight, and pull it down little by little. Remember to hook the buttons on your waist onto the knots at the back one by one." This was the first time Zhang Qian did this. He listened to Lin Xin's words and kept adjusting himself. Soon, he found the right method and went down much faster. After confirming that there was no problem, Lin Xin turned around and looked at the situation at the other end of the corridor. The mountain of corpses blocked the way of most zombies. Only a few zombies were still climbing unremittingly and leaping over from the gap at the top. However, the ones that jumped over did not pose much threat. Lin Xin solves whatever problems he can. But soon, the mutant figure crawled out from the pile of corpses. 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of numbers. The mutant roared at Lin Xin and raised its tentacles at its sides, forming a core that continuously attacked the transparent wall. The other mutant, carrying corrosive liquid, desperately hit Lin Xin's wall. Are there so many variants here? Lin Xin couldn't help but wonder. At the same time, he took out the intercom and said, "Nanwei, be prepared for the response. We're going to do something big this time." The meaning of this statement is very clear. Something tricky is about to happen. Nanwei was organizing everyone. When Lin Xin's voice came from the intercom again, Nanwei also realized something. "Okay, I get it. We are already on our way there." This pass does not mean going to where Lin Xin and the others are. Instead, he was in an excellent position to first help Lin Xin and the others deal with the pursuers behind them, and then take Lin Xin away. After responding, Nanwei said to Tang Kurson, "The situation is not good. We need to find a location that is closer so that we can pick up Lin Xin and the others." After Lin Xin got the reply from Nanwei and the others, he said to Wang Yu, "Go, be careful." Wang Yu didn't need to say much about Lin Xin's order, and just went down. Following the posture that Lin Xin had just taught me, it went smoothly all the way. After landing, the three people dealt with several zombies that ran out from the surrounding area. Lin Xin looked at the other three mutants and did not go down immediately. Following the same control as before, he compressed the mutant space and wrapped the air wall around the zombies, making them unable to move. I just observed that the corrosive liquid of this mutant doesn't seem to have much effect on his air wall. He didn't know if it was because he absorbed too many crystal cores, which made these have little effect on him, or for some other reason. But now he doesn't have sulfuric acid, so the corrosive liquid of this mutant can be used instead of sulfuric acid. Thinking of this, Lin Xin looked at the mutants who were compressed by the air wall and unable to move, and the mutants who were struggling hard. Fix their heads and then aim for the skull. This method is quite convenient and fast, but its disadvantage is that it cannot cover all variants at once. At present, he can only freeze the 3 mutants in this way. But it is enough. After returning, I will absorb more crystal cores and practice more. This way, I can protect myself and deal with the zombies. After dealing with the 3 mutants, Lin Xin stepped forward and dug out the crystal cores of these mutants, then slid down from the windowsill. After landing, Lin Xin identified the direction. The way they came was the one Wang Yang led them along. They were not familiar with the other locations, so they left in the same direction. There was quite a bit of noise in the nightclub, and a lot of zombies were attracted to the periphery of the iron nets. Of course, there are also quite a few zombies running out from inside. All of them are wandering in the iron net. All the zombies they encountered along the way were dealt with by Lin Xin and his team, but there were still a lot of zombies scattered around. In front of the underground garage leading to the outside world that they had originally entered, there were many zombie corpses piled on the ground. Most of them were newly converted zombies, and there were also some corpses of living people. Of course, the most obvious ones were the corpses of several mutants. Even though the sky was gray, Lin Xin could still see clearly. Several zombies squatted in front of the junked vehicle at the entrance of the garage, grabbing the body parts and internal organs on the ground and gnawing on them without caring about their image. Lin Xin and the others squatted cautiously behind the car, observing the situation in the garage. Since there are mutant corpses outside, there must be some inside as well. If they returned along the same route, the road would be familiar to them, but full of threats. Looking at the few zombies still gnawing at their food, the situation isn't optimistic. Apparently, there are people who share the same idea as them. Try to leave the nightclub from here. But there are too many mutants and zombies, so naturally. While Lin Xin was thinking, a mutant crawled out of the garage, picked up the half-bloody corpse on the ground, and began to eat it. Wow, another mutant I haven't seen before. The mutant was huge, and from a distance, it looked like a bus crawling out of an underground garage. Saying that it looks like a bus is just a description of its size. In fact, this mutant is like a fat man who has taken a pill to make himself bigger. He controlled his tongue, picked up the raw meat on the ground, and started to eat it. This was the first time Lin Xin had seen a creature of this size. Wei Lan was a little worried. Such a huge mutant would be difficult to deal with. Suddenly, someone escaped from the side door not far away, and the zombies in the house followed closely behind them, making quite a noise. It immediately attracted the mutant's attention, and the mutant went crazy instantly. At the same time, a few sounds similar to baby laughter came out of his mouth. Unlike other zombies that made roars, he actually laughed. The mutant picked up the scrapped cars scattered at the entrance of the garage with his bare hands and laughed at the few survivors who ran out without realizing the danger. But the laughter sounds much more scary and frightening. Chapter 287, Bazooka. The scrap car was like a toy, which he lifted up easily and smashed directly onto the place where several survivors were. One after another. Even Lin Xin felt that he might not be able to handle this kind of force. Moreover, this mutant seems to have eyesight. The night fell completely dark. Lin Xin quietly put on night vision goggles and could clearly see a lot of blood flowing out from under the scrap car. The mutant slowly moved closer, then moved the junked car with his bare hands, revealing the survivor who was crushed to death underneath. Then he rolled up his tongue and started chewing the bones with a crunching sound. Visible to the naked eye, the mutant seems to be a little bigger. Lin Xin distributed the night vision goggles. This mutant gave Lin Xin a sense of danger. The best solution is to leave here quickly while it is dark and the mutants are attracted by other people. Everyone put on the night vision goggles. After seeing the terrifying power of the mutants, they naturally did not dare to waste too much time here. Lin Xin led the others back the same way, but this time they went to the side wall. There's a wall here blocking the view, so the mutants shouldn't come over. Moreover, he was currently interested in the survivors who had been smashed to death by him. As long as there wasn't too much noise, it wouldn't attract their attention. However, the soundproofing equipment of this nightclub is really good. They can't hear the noise inside. Only through the occasional open doors or broken windows could one hear slight movements from inside. I don't know how those people on the 5th floor and above will deal with this sudden change. There are many zombies trapped in the circle outside the iron net, including mutants of various levels. Lin Xin surrounded several people in his air wall to prevent the zombies outside the iron net from rushing over and biting them. Everyone be careful. There are mutants among these zombies. Everyone, don't stay too far away from me. Weilan, when Wang Yu cuts the iron net later, remember to deal with the zombies rushing towards you from the surrounding area first. Weilan nodded. This is indeed the way to deal with it. Several of them were standing in front of the iron net, where a number of zombies had gathered and were struggling and shaking the net desperately. Whenever there were gaps in the iron netting that Wang Yu cut, as more and more zombies gathered outside, before they could finish cutting, the zombies would break through the iron netting and pounce on them. Pistols and rifles are naturally unusable. The silencer can only be used in times of chaos or at long distances to avoid attracting too many zombies. But there's so many zombies at this time, and there's a mutant behind them that seems to have vision, so naturally we have to be cautious. Weilan took out the crossbow from the side of the backpack and loaded it with all the arrows. They began to attack the zombies gathered around the iron net. Before they entered the nightclub, all the backpacks were handed over to Lin Xin. No one knew that Lin Xin actually had a hidden space that could store a lot of things. When faced with the guard seizure, only Lin Xin handed over a bag of useless things. After coming out, the backpack was naturally returned to Wei Lan and Wang Yu. However, there was nothing useful in the backpack, so it didn't matter whether they took it or not. Zhang Qian stood aside. His abilities couldn't help them much, but they could still deal with the zombies. He activated his skill and blew the nearest zombie away. Then he happily dealt with the increasing number of zombies. Wei Lan was standing aside with a crossbow in his hand, and couldn't help but show an admiring look when he saw that the number of zombies he could deal with had instantly been reduced by more than half. Lin Xin's brother has good awakened abilities and seems to be a very reliable man. The iron net was very strong. Wang Yu was about to use his ability to forcefully knock the iron net open, but was stopped by Lin Xin. It is indeed very fast to knock it open, but the problem is that doing so will make a noise, which will naturally attract the attention of the mutants. Now, they have to deal with it carefully and naturally cannot make a big noise. Lin Xin took out the pliers and handed them to Wang Yu. Wang Yu is very strong. The pliers are heavy, and the iron net itself is difficult to cut. If Lin Xin were to cut it, it would indeed take some effort. But Wang Yu is very strong, so this small problem was not a problem at all in his hands. He just squeezed it easily, and the iron net broke directly. He quickly cut along the edge of the iron net. After a while, all of them were cut off. A gap was directly exposed in front of Lin Xin and others. With the cooperation of Zhang Qian and Wei Lan, the zombies around the iron net were either killed or blown away. Now no zombies near the gap could get close. It seems that they will be able to pass through the iron net smoothly soon. At this moment in the dark night sky, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky from the top of the nightclub. The headlights shot straight up into the sky and soon turned and aimed at the zombies below. Then, the headlights lit up one after another, illuminating the roads around the nightclub as bright as day. Even Lin Xin and others were enveloped in this beam of light. The situation on the rooftop was still as dark as before, and Lin Xin couldn't see clearly what was going on there. I'm just a little confused about the nightclub's sudden operation. Zhang Qian, who was standing by, suddenly changed his expression and said, "Not good. Run quickly." What? Before Lin Xin's brain could react, he had already started running forward on one leg, following Zhang Qian. Wei Lan and Wang Yu followed. Zhang Qian said as he ran, "This situation has happened once before. They want to disinfect zombies on a large scale and attack indiscriminately. So you can't stay in that beam." A moment later, deafening gunshots rang out behind me like firecrackers. There are even grenades. Bang, bang, bang. Fire was flying everywhere, and even from a distance Lin Xin could still smell the smell of gunpowder between his nostrils. None of the zombies around them were paying attention to them at this time. Attracted by the noise, everyone rushed to the nightclub. The firepower in the nightclub was not low. Lin Xin looked through the night vision goggles and saw flames on almost every floor. Under such powerful firepower from the opponent, most of the zombies were quickly wiped out. Even the mutant that Lin Xin had seen before, which was as big as a bus, was turned into a pool of broken meat and disappeared without a trace under the precise attack of the rocket launcher. Damn, they actually have rocket launchers. There are so many weapons in this small nightclub. It's incredible. Zhang Qian stood aside, watching the battle over there, and couldn't help but say, of course they have a lot of weapons. They killed the arsenal before, and seize an arsenal point. Chapter 288. Reunion. How could the number of weapons be so small? Lin Xin paused, but couldn't help but marvel in his heart. An arsenal. Everyone knows the location of the armory, and they're still trying their best to copy the weapons that others don't want. The contrast is truly tragic. As if knowing what Lin Xin was thinking, Zhang Qian turned his head and said, "Don't think about it. He has some connections with the higher-ups. Moreover, this virus is indiscriminate. The armory's defense is weak, and coupled with the internal personnel issues, it's of course easy. But to be honest, this arsenal was just passed around, and the more it was passed around, the more powerful it became. Who knows where these weapons were obtained? But let's not think about it. The weapons here are all on the top floor. You can't get in at ordinary times, and it's even harder to get in during such an extraordinary time. But I think it's good now. At least I'm still alive and can save my life." Lin Xin shook his head. "You are too easily satisfied. In the end times, you have to be able to protect yourself and plan ahead. What if someone wants to take you down? Rather than being someone else's prisoner, it's better to stand up and become a local tyrant." Zhang Qian was amused by Lin Xin. "Okay, let's go. The rocket launcher is so powerful that no one knows how many rounds it will hit. It would be very troublesome if we bombed their area." Lin Xin didn't say much and led his team further and further away in the firelight. The quiet streets are filled with zombies. Most of the zombies went to the nightclub where the explosion came from. Lin Xin and his companions hid themselves and did not make too much noise, so they basically did not attract the attention of these zombies. But Lin Xin finally understood why the surrounding buildings here were in such a mess. Turning left and right along the road, Lin Xin and others entered a street that was eerily quiet. There were corpses of freshly killed zombies on the ground, as well as some minced meat residues of mutants. Even on the white snow, there were some green vines, and the air was filled with a burning smell. As Lin Xin and others approached, Nan Wei, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly came out. This action startled Zhang Qian so much that he raised his gun and aimed. Lin Xin hurriedly stopped them and said, "We are one family, don't shoot." Zhang Qian looked at Lin Xin, then put away his gun. Nan Wei rushed into Lin Xin's arms, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. And all the girls hiding in the dark also walked out. I was so scared. There was such a loud noise over there. I thought you were going to. There was a hint of fear in Nan Wei's voice. But I felt relieved to see Lin Xin and the others return safely. Wang Xiaoli, needless to say, checked her brother from head to toe, and after confirming that there were no injuries, she also breathed a sigh of relief. As for Tang Kursin, the street was dark, and Lin Xin and the others could not be seen clearly in such light. Through the fire in the distance, she could barely see a trace of their outline. However, she did not smell blood, so she should not have been seriously injured. Tang Kursin stood at the end of the line, looking out of place. It was only the second day since she joined the team, and the relationships between the members were not very familiar. She actually felt a little uncomfortable with the excessive concern. However, she felt inexplicably relieved that Lin Xin was able to return safely. After a brief greeting, Lin Xin led everyone back to their office building for security inspection. The office building is not far away, but the problem is that on the way back, you might have a head-on collision with these zombies, which will attract a lot of zombies. But there is no other way at the moment. We can only take it one step at a time. Lin Xin bent over and walked lightly to the electric box on the street. Not far behind him, the team leaning against the wall of the shops along the street was nervously waiting for Lin Xin's instructions. Attracted by the flames and explosions in the distance, several zombies moved faster and faster and ran directly past where Lin Xin was hiding. These zombies came from different places and formed groups of 3 or 4. After a wave passes, there will be a short gap for them to use. Lin Xin waved his hand, and Nan Wei and the others bent over and quickly followed. It's not that Lin Xin and the others are afraid of zombies, but this place is too close to the nightclub. Lin Xin estimated that all the zombies within a few miles were attracted here, and the number was undoubtedly huge. It's true that they are the ones who are tired when fighting with zombies. After all, there are more people than them, and there are just a few of them. They can't just go without food or water and fight the zombies to the death. Fortunately, under the leadership of Lin Qin, the team successfully touched the window in front of the office building. They climbed in through the broken window, found the stairwells with ease, and quickly returned to the floor they had checked to be safe. Soon, they locked and closed the safety door of the stairwell to prevent any dirty things from coming out of the stairwell. After finishing everything, Lin Qin and his team entered the innermost office and stopped. Lin Qin placed the flashlight on a desk, pointing it at the ceiling above his head. In this way, one flashlight can provide a relatively even brightness throughout the office. It is not the case that the area where the light passes is bright and the back is dark. Arriving here means they are temporarily safe. But the flames in the distance continued, and the deafening explosions continued. I don't know how long it will last. Lin Qin pulled down all the blinds facing the office building, but even so, he was unable to completely block the light from leaking out. He took out a thick quilt from the space and placed it on the shutter frame, completely blocking out the light from inside and outside before he stopped. The team fell silent, and Lin Qin continued. I guess we won't be able to return tonight. There's zombies everywhere outside. We can only wait until tomorrow. Nanwei, take Xiaoli with you and go block the gate. It can also provide some cover in case we are careless or some zombies come in from nowhere. Kuxian, please help my brother take a look at his injuries. As he spoke, Lin Qin pulled Zhang Qian out. He actually didn't suffer any injuries during the nightclub riot, but he had suffered a lot of injuries before that. For example, the long scar on the lower side of his ear and his exposed frostbitten hands. Although Zhang Qian didn't say it, Lin Qin could see it. Zhang Qian frowned and wanted to refuse, but Tang Kersen walked over, grabbed his hand, and began to examine him carefully. She is the doctor in this team, and her only use is to treat diseases. If Lin Qin says to see, she will see. If Lin Qin says to treat, she will treat. Chapter 289 Repair. Everyone found a place to sit down, not caring about the dust on the desks and chairs that had not been cleaned for a long time, and just sat down on them. Zhang Qian couldn't resist, so he had to sit obediently in the office chair and looked at Lin Qin Dao. Are these your teammates? This brother of his is pretty awesome. All of them are women. Lin Qin nodded and said, let me introduce you. The doctor who treated your injury is from our team. You can go to her for any illness, big or small. That's Nanwei over there, and the one moving the chairs with her is Wang Xiaoli. Oh yes, she's Wang Yu's sister. As he spoke, Lin Qin patted Wang Yu who was sitting next to him. Every time Lin Qin mentioned a person's name, that person would nod and greet him, making it easier for Zhang Qian to recognize people. Zhang Qian wrote them down one by one and then introduced himself. My beautiful sisters, my name is Zhang Qian, and I'm Lin Qin's good brother. Zhang Qian flipped his hair, thinking he looked handsome. Wang Xiaoli, who had just finished piling up, happened to see this scene and looked a little disgusted. We all know. We found a photo of you and Xiaoxue earlier. We all know you. Zhang Qian looked up at Lin Qin and raised his eyebrows. Speaking of this, I wanted to ask you for a long time, where is my sister? If the situation had not been special, he would have definitely asked on the spot. There's so many women around Lin Qin, but his sister is nowhere to be seen. He had clearly asked Lin Qin to take good care of his sister on the phone. Lin Qin sat on a chair nearby and said slowly, don't worry, everything is fine. It's too dangerous outside. I asked her to stay at home. When the day breaks tomorrow and we can walk on the road, we will go back together and you will be able to see her then. But now, you have to listen to me. Zhang Qian was speechless, but he didn't say much. Tang Kersen finished the diagnosis. He doesn't have any serious injuries. They're just scars from previous injuries. Just remove the scars. But I can treat chilblains on my hands, but they also require medicine, such as chilblain cream. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows, then raised his palm. Then use frostbite cream, enough. Just kidding, his previous search of the pharmacy was not in vain. Tang Kersen took the frostbite cream that Lin Qin handed over and applied it. Finally, Lin Qin also took out a urea hand cream. Keep this in your bag. Maybe it will come in handy. Apart from anything else, urea hand cream is very effective in treating frostbite and frostbite cracks. It may even be more effective than frostbite cream. Tang Kersen accepted all of them. After solving Zhang Qian's problem, Lin Qin took out hot water and food. If you want to know where the hot water comes from, of course it comes from the tea bottle. Of course, it was prepared long before we set off, and the tea in it was still hot. Zhang Qian took the hot tea handed to him by Lin Qin, took a sip, and his whole body felt warm. This feeling is so comfortable. To be honest, the nightclub is indoors and the temperature is much warmer than outside. The shoes on his feet were taken off a dead person's body. They didn't fit him well and were not very warm. After following Lin Xin for so long, my feet were actually numb from the cold. This mouthful of hot water was like a magic weapon to warm him up. But where did Lin Xin take these things from? He didn't seem to see any backpack or anything like that. Oh yes, there's indeed such a thing as a backpack. But there shouldn't be so many things in there, right? The key point is that this hot water can't fill the tea bottle, right? While Zhang Qian was puzzled, Nan Wei and the others began to put the office desks and chairs together. Forming a large tabletop, they cleaned up all the waste on the table skillfully and neatly. Then he watched Lin Xin bring out a few dishes and hot white rice on the table. The whole room was filled with fragrance, and he was drooling with greed. Everyone in the room sat down as usual, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and started eating. Nan Wei even invited them warmly. Hurry up and sit down. Lin Xin still has a lot of chopsticks. Eat while it's hot, otherwise it will get cold in a while. Zhang Qian, who had not eaten for a long time, was confused and shocked, but seeing Lin Xin and others eating with relish, he did not hesitate and started eating with big mouthfuls. After eating and drinking, Lin Xin arranged for everyone to take turns to keep watch. I fell asleep little by little listening to the explosions outside. The explosions continued until 4 in the morning, when the suppressive fire stopped. While everyone was sleeping, Lin Xin appeared in the corner, looking in the direction of the nightclub and lost in thought. He wanted to sneak in and copy all those cannons, rocket launchers, and so on. After all, with such a good opportunity right in front of us, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. It's just too troublesome to get in. Everyone in the team was resting, and his decision would likely put himself in a dangerous situation. So, Lin Xin came here alone. Using his spatial ability, Lin Xin crossed the darkness and quietly approached the nightclub. He hid in the corner of the nightclub and looked up at the headlights above. The fire had stopped completely at this time, and the people inside seemed to be carrying out large-scale disinfection below the 4th floor. Sticking to the wall, Lin Xin could hear the people inside, who seemed to be in a state of confusion. He used his ability of space to lift himself in midair. From a distance, he looked like he was flying in midair. I went to the window on the 4th floor and tried to see what was going on inside. Just next to the glass, a man was suddenly bitten by a zombie, and he knocked open the window next to Lin Xin and fell down. Fortunately, I dodged in time. The window was smashed. Lin Xin looked inside. When he was sure that there was no one around, he flew up and grabbed the edge of the window. Jump down. He stood by the window, looking at the door in front of the nightclub's box, then disguised his clothes and pushed open the door of the box. As soon as he walked out, a man was thrown away by the mutant and fell directly towards Lin Xin. The man saw Lin Xin and hurriedly shouted, "Brother, pick me up!" There are piles of corpses on the other side of the corridor. If you're thrown into the pile of corpses, you will inevitably be contaminated by the blood of zombies. If it gets into your eyes or is absorbed through your skin, it could be fatal. Lin Xin originally wanted to hide, but when he thought about his purpose, he did not hide. He let the man hit him, reached out to pull him, changed the direction of his attack, somersaulted backwards with him, and rolled into the box. Lin Xin closed the door of the box. He tilted his head and asked anxiously, "Brother, are you okay?" The man didn't think there was anything wrong and quickly got up from the ground, saying, "Thanks, brother, but this mutant is not easy to deal with. The door of the box can't withstand the mutant's attack." Chapter 290, Escape. The man was obviously a little flustered and looked at the door of the box vigilantly. He wanted to tell Lin Xin to cooperate with him in escaping, but when he turned his head, he noticed that the gun in Lin Xin's hand had disappeared. He couldn't help but look annoyed for a moment, and then he started cursing. "Shit, where's your gun?" If you fight zombies without a gun, you can only wait for death. Lin Xin blinked and said innocently, "I was knocked off when I was trying to pick you up." The situation was so complicated at the time that the man would not have noticed that he had nothing on him. The man frowned and said in a bad tone, "It's over now." After mumbling a little, the man looked at Lin Xin and looked him up and down. "Are you a guest here, or—" Lin Xin paused. Was he suspicious of himself? If he said he was a guest here, he wouldn't be able to follow them. If he said he was one of the security staff here, it seemed that he didn't have any strong information to support his claim. Lin Xin thought for a moment and said, I am. However, before he could finish, the sound of zombies crashing into each other was heard outside the door. The man stood up, cursing, "Fuck, I'm gonna kill it today. But it's okay. Follow me later. I'll fire to attract the mutants. You try to escape from the door first, and then go back upstairs with me to find Sister Chien. The mutants downstairs are not in a good condition. Ordinary guards can't deal with them at all. To them, they are simply meat shields." Although Lin Xin didn't know what the other party meant, he was very clear about the two words, Sister Chien. They're also ordinary guards. Does this mean ordinary people who don't have the ability to awaken? In the end times, there are survivors with awakened abilities, and naturally, there are also ordinary people who have not awakened. Such people can often only rely on these guns and artillery shells to strengthen themselves. In other words, the first batch of guards who came down to disinfect the zombies were all ordinary people. But most importantly, being able to go upstairs. Lin Shi nodded and said, "Brother, I'll listen to you." As the words fell, the mutants outside followed. The tentacles smashed the door of the box into holes. Seeing that he was about to collapse, the man opened fire at the door. The bullet hit the door panel and then shot into the zombie at the door. As for whether you could defeat the zombies behind the door, it all depends on luck. The gate was covered with bullet holes that let in light, as well as holes smashed through by mutants. Under the man's crazy attack, all the bullets in the magazine were used up. The mutant who had been blocking the door for a long time and refused to leave was successfully eliminated by intensive bullet fire. The man gasped with lingering fear and then opened the shaky door. Lin Xin hid behind the wall beside the door. It would be terrible if the door was opened and there were still a lot of zombies outside. He still has to think about how to get away with it. At the gate, the body of zombie was lying beside the door and fell directly to the ground inside the house as the door opened. The zombie still retained its human appearance, with long tentacles hanging from its mouth on the ground, dripping with blood. It was obvious that he was completely dead. The man kicked it, then looked at the corridor full of zombies and said, "Damn it, we're finally done. Walk." The man walked with difficulty in the corridor filled with corpses, picking up the guns that had fallen on the ground. Lin Xin followed him and helped pick up a lot of them. The two of them soon arrived at the stairwell. In the stairwell, there were people cleaning up the zombies' bodies. The cleaning is almost done now. Seeing this, the man got angry. "Zhang Heqiang, your special ability team came down a long time ago. Why didn't you come in to help me? Do you know how many of my brothers died? You are just relying on your past grudge against me, so you don't come to our team to help us." "Zhang Heqiang, you are awesome. You are really brave. There are 4 floors, and the number of people in each team is different. At times like this, people are in chaos. But they persisted in the end, and he was the only one left. I originally wanted to go up and ask Sister Chien to assign people from the special power group to come down to help on the 3rd floor downstairs. What's the result? This Zhang Haqiang, relying on his grudge against me, actually helped to deal with the zombies on the 3rd floor downstairs and didn't even come to the 4th floor where he was. The more the man thought about it, the angrier he became. The man named Zhang Haqiang said arrogantly, "Yes, I did it on purpose. He-sun, I'm a person who holds grudges. This is just a small lesson. At worst, you can tell Sister Chien about this and see if she will help you or me." Zhang Heqiang curled his lips into a smile and looked at He-sun with a mocking look in his eyes. They didn't get along. How can I express my suffering in words? He and Zhang Heqiang, as long as the 4 of them are together, they should all know whose side it is more profitable to stand on. People who don't have awakened abilities cannot be treated truly fairly and justly with those who have gained abilities. No matter how many complaints He-sun had, or how unwilling he was to accept it, there was nothing he could do. He gritted his teeth, looked at Zhang Heqiang's arrogant look, and nodded repeatedly in anger. "Okay, then we'll see. I've made note of this." He-sun flicked his sleeves, looked at the crowded corridor, squeezed through the crowd angrily, and walked up the stairs to the 5th floor. Lin Xin looked at everyone and followed silently. This is the 5th floor. After reaching the 5th floor, just find any reason to follow He-sun upstairs. Zhang Heqiang thought Lin Xin was He-sun's little follower, so he grabbed Lin Xin's clothes with a look of wanting a beating, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Find someone else to follow you as soon as possible. There's no future in following this person. Oh, and don't forget to remind him to return all the guns taken by his dead team members to the armory." Lin Xin. Zhang Heqiang loosened his hand, and Lin Xin squeezed through the crowd and ran forward, soon catching up with He-sun. Zhang Heqiang didn't take He-sun seriously at all. He told his men, "Hurry up, dig out all the crystal cores that have them, and throw out all the ones that don't have them and burn them together." However, He followed at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Soon, they climbed to the 20th floor, but the people on the 20th floor were different from those on the floor below. There are people guarding the door, and everyone who comes in must be searched and have their ID badge checked. Lin Qin did not have an identity badge. After looking at what He-sun took out, he leaned against the wall and didn't want to go in for a while. He-sun turned around and looked at Lin Qin without saying anything. It seems to be saying, "Come on, it's your turn." 3 pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time, and Lin Qin didn't know what to do for a moment. He held his stomach and suddenly looked painful. "My stomach hurts. You go first. I'll go to the bathroom." Chapter 291, Take It All. As he spoke, Lin Qin handed all the guns to He-sun and then ran to the other end of the corridor. Above the corridors of the nightclub are signs indicating the directions of public toilets, elevator halls, etc. It was after Lin Qin saw this sign that he began to pretend to have a stomachache. "If we don't slip away now, we'll be caught if we can't produce anything." He-sun recalled being hit by Lin Qin when he caught him. That blow was not light. Shaking his head, He-sun walked along the corridor holding the gun. Lin Qin hid in the bathroom. After confirming that there was no one in the bathroom, he went to the opening of the ventilation duct in front of the bathroom, removed it, and then climbed up. After going up, he closed the iron net at the mouth of the pipe and then crawled along the direction of the pipe. In order not to make too much noise in the ventilation duct, Lin Qin mobilized all his body's abilities and spread his abilities between himself and the ventilation duct. When he crawled with his hands and feet, he would not make any noise due to the weight of his body. In this way, he was lying on the air wall condensed by his own supernatural power, and there was no sound at all. We crawled quite fast along the way. Every few meters, you will come across a vent. Through this vent, Lin Qin can determine where he is currently. Soon, he saw He-sun's figure, and through the gap in the open door, Lin Qin saw that there were people guarding inside. Lin Qin did not move and waited for He-sun to come out of the room again. Only then did Lin Qin move. Lin Qin moved cautiously along the ventilation duct. He looked down and saw 2 people sitting behind a desk near the door. There are 2 air outlets for the ventilation duct here. The closest one is the one in front of the gate, and the farther one is at the back. But if the iron net at the opening of the ventilation duct falls down, it will make a sound. Even if he wanted to go down, he had to find a way to deal with the 2 people on the desk, even if it means knocking someone unconscious. Lin Qin did not act rashly. The team outside may come in at any time. After all, the corridors below the 4th floor were filled with zombies, and there were quite a few teams sent out. Each team needs to fill out a form and sort out the guns when returning them at the end of the battle. If this continues, it won't be long before other teams come over to return the items. The 2 people in front of the desk looked very relaxed. Lin Qin could still see wolfberries soaked in the thermos cup on the table. It can be seen that there are many people who want to curry favor with these 2 people. However, Lin Qin could not judge the strength of their abilities based on visual judgment alone. If we attract people from outside, it will be much more troublesome to escape. Lin Qin observed for a moment, then frowned. He decided to go all out and took advantage of the fact that there were not so many teams coming to return their guns. After copying the place, he jumped out of the window and left. I could take advantage of the daybreak to rush back and get far away from here. The 2 men sitting at the desk had not slept all night and were so sleepy that they were yawning at each other and did not seem to be in a very good mood. Lin Qin carefully controlled his special ability and looked at the 2 men's necks very intently. As long as he controls his special powers, accurately strangles the 2 men's necks and kills them with 1 blow, Lin Qin can get down without being discovered. But the person who can stay and watch over the armory is definitely not an ordinary person. If Lin Qin wants to kill the enemy with 1 blow, he must be extremely vigilant. Lin Qin controlled his supernatural power, covered the throats of the 2 people, and then twisted them violently. The 2 men woke up suddenly and subconsciously resisted Lin Qin's attempt to twist their necks. Lin Qin was stunned for a moment when he saw that the other party was not immediately cut off by his neck and was able to resist. But their abilities were not as good as Lin Qin's. They only lasted for a few seconds, but could no longer withstand Lin Qin's strength and broke their necks. The other man's face turned red as he looked at the movement coming from the ventilation duct. Looking at the figure jumping down, he moved his hands, trying to make a noise to attract the people standing guard outside. But Lin Qin would not give him the chance. He increased the control of his supernatural powers and forced it to break. The man was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After Lin Xin landed and stood firmly, he looked at the two people lying on the table and took a deep breath. Apart from anything else, it was already quite impressive that these two people could hold on for a few seconds. Unfortunately, Lin Xin retracted his thoughts and turned to look at the armory. To put it bluntly, there are indeed a lot of weapons in the armory, all packed in large boxes. Lin Xin has to open them to see what is inside. Opening the nearest one, there was a Gatling gun inside, and Lin Xin raised his eyebrows. Open another one, and you'll find a few bazookas inside. Continue to open the next one, a box of grenades, a box of mines, all kinds of guns, all kinds of bullets, and all kinds of stun bombs. And another one. Hiss, what is this? Lin Xin looked at one of the boxes among the many boxes. Judging from the appearance, it should be a missile mounted on a helicopter or something. It is much longer than the bazooka, but unfortunately there are only 3 of them. There were a lot of weed-like things underneath the 3 missiles covering them. Pushing aside the weeds, Lin Xin carefully looked at the number of things inside. 3. If this thing was what he thought it was, from an armed helicopter. It's just too precious. Since we have this thing, there should also be armed helicopters. The helicopter on the roof that Wang Yang mentioned before. Could it be an armed helicopter? This thing is very different from an ordinary helicopter. Even the one that Lin Xin copied in the shelter before was not an armed helicopter. There were still quite a few wooden boxes left, piled up here, almost blocking all the passages. Regardless of anything, Lin Xin copied all these things. It actually takes a lot of time to copy so many things. But after copying 2 boxes, Lin Xin paused. Why does he have to copy them one by one? Putting them all into his own space would save more time than copying them. Rather than leaving these weapons behind to strengthen the team and then become his enemies in the future, it would be better for him to take them all and strengthen himself. He might as well solve it now and in one go. Take it all. This way, there might be one less hostile team in the future. Lin Xin put all the things in the box in front into the space, and soon the place was empty. There was a wooden box left in the corner. It was not big, but surprisingly small. Chapter 292, Return Home. Opening the last wooden box, Lin Xin found something like a laser sight inside. As the noise came from outside, Lin Xin didn't even have time to check. He directly put it into his own space, quickly went to the edge of the window, and flipped out. As Lin Xin was descending, the person outside the house opened the door and walked in. His eyes casually glanced at the 2 people lying on the table. The man observed the neatly arranged wooden boxes in the room, then walked to the window, closed the open window, and spoke at the same time. You two, why are you leaving the door open? Don't you know what happened outside today? If Sister Chia knew about this, you two would be in big trouble. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. However, there was no response at all. The man reached out and pushed. The man, who was lying on the edge of the table, slid straight to the ground. He was stunned. His eyes looked at the other man who was also lying beside him, and then looked at the wooden box. In the gaps between the wooden boxes, there were weeds that were used to cover the weapons. At this moment, half of it was exposed outside. You can imagine what the situation is like here. He immediately realized that something was wrong and rushed out shouting. Lin Xin successfully stood on the ground, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to what was happening inside. At this moment, he was rushing to the place where the team was resting. However, the loss of weapons will probably keep them busy for a while. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the weather was still gray and there was no light at all. Lin Xin would naturally not be stupid enough to turn on his flashlight and travel through the dark. After all, that would only make you a target for everyone. Of course, Lin Xin didn't think he could run faster than a missile. With the help of night vision goggles, he walked very steadily. The speed along the way was quite moderate and it didn't take too long. But with the help of night vision goggles, Lin Xin could see the potholes on the road and the piles of corpses. The surroundings were in a mess. Standing by the window and looking outside, I saw a building that was half collapsed by the bombing, a road full of potholes, and even a lot of zombie limbs and remains piled on the ground. Of course, the zombies in the outer circle were all shattered by the bombing, but the corpses of the zombies in the innermost circle could still be vaguely seen. Under the cover of night, Lin Xin could vaguely see the people who were clearing the zombies at the outermost circle, digging out crystal cores one by one. The number of mutants is not too large, but it is necessary to find the mutants among the zombies. With zombies covering such a large area, the number of crystal cores would probably not be too small, but if there were too many, it would probably be just average. However, Lin Xin was not interested in competing with them for these crystal cores. The best thing to do was to leave here as soon as possible. Back in a room, the team members were still fast asleep. Nanwei, who was on night shift, looked at Lin Qin, who looked exhausted and did not ask anything. After getting up, he walked to the side, turned over, and fell asleep. She only has 2 hours of sleep now, so she needs to make up for it early. Time passed quickly, and the sky was already foggy and bright. With the loud bang of the building collapsing with only half of the corridor left, everyone was gradually awakened. The team made a brief adjustment and then started their return journey. 3 sleds drove side by side through the ruins of the city. As the sky brightened and the first rays of morning glow appeared, everyone put away their night vision goggles. Lin Qin looked at the endless snow, the towering buildings on both sides of the road, and the big trees that were almost completely exposed. The snow melted a lot again. It seems that with the current thickness, if the temperature remains at this level for 3 days, it will all melt and the original ground will be exposed. The sled moves quickly in the snow, and the person sitting in the back seat will deal with any zombies encountered along the way. It went quite smoothly. However, it is worth mentioning that on the way out, we did not encounter any other survivors. After rushing for nearly 35 minutes, Lin Qin and his team finally got back. From a distance, the outlines of the villa area's walls were all revealed. Lin Qin opened the gate of the villa area. As the sled continued to go deeper, he closed the gate of the villa area before driving the sled away. Zhang Qian sat in the back seat of the car, looking at the villa area, and asked, "Have you been living here all this time?" The villa area looks really good, big, and the entry and exit here are very strict. The personnel control is definitely much less than that in ordinary communities. Even if a zombie outbreak occurs, there are actually not many people here. Of course, the villa area is a villa after all. Ordinary people around Weilon definitely cannot climb up, and no one will climb up. After all, there's an electric fence around it. But the same cannot be said for zombies. Lin Qin was driving seriously and laughed when he heard Zhang Qian's words. Of course, where else can we live? But I changed this part a little bit. You'll see it in a moment. Zhang Qian was intrigued by Lin Qin's words. As the sled got closer and closer to home, a villa appeared in the distance that looked somewhat out of place with the other villas. The thick layer of snow around the villa was piled on both sides of the wall. 2 snow piles, half a person's height, were formed. The most important thing was that 2 snowmen stood on the left and right sides of the snow pile, right below it like door gods. Lin Qin stopped the sled and walked over to take a look. The snow in the yard has been completely cleared, revealing the concrete floor. There is still some broken snow remaining on the surface of the ground. As the sun comes out, the broken snow is melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon a small water stain formed in the yard. However, looking at the snow in the yard being cleaned up, and then looking at the high circle of snow piled up outside the villa wall. When did Zhang Shui become so diligent? It's a bit unbelievable, especially since she was the only one left in the villa. According to common sense, if she was targeted by other survivors at this time, she would not be able to live in peace. She even had the guts to clear all the thick snow in the yard, and even had time to build 2 snowmen. Lin Qin parked the sleigh and unlocked it using his fingerprint. Everyone stood behind Lin Qin, waiting to enter the room. In the past, the snow was so thick that it almost submerged the villa. So every time they went out, they entered from the roof and went down. And now, they walked swaggeringly through the gate of the courtyard and came to the door of the first floor of the villa. It was cold outside, and the surface of the fingerprint recognition was covered with a layer of misty frost. Lin Qin rubbed the surface with his fingertips, followed by a dripping sound. The door lock was opened. When I opened the door, the warm air from inside the house hit me. As Lin Qin and others entered, Zhang Shui came over with a gun. Chapter 293, I was sold. Fortunately, Lin Qin reacted quickly and immediately used his ability to resist. The bullet fell to the ground. Lin Qin looked up at Zhang Shui, who stood up suddenly. "This is how you welcome us." Zhang Shui breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said, "I was scared to death. I thought you were survivors nearby," and came to pry open the door. "When I was clearing snow last night, 2 survivors asked for help, and then they ran away. I was worried that you might force your way in. Luckily, it's you guys. I put all the hangers by the door. Just hang your clothes on them." Nanwei took off her heavy down jacket and hung it on the hanger at the door. She listened to Zhang Shui's nagging and said, "I've never seen you so diligent. You clean the place very well." Zhang Shui waved her hand quickly and sighed. I didn't dare to sleep last night. I kept dozing off when I was idle, so I cleaned up the room. Having something to do will keep you from feeling sleepy. Otherwise, if someone really launches a sneak attack, who knows what will happen? Lin Xin and the others are not at home, so it would always be better to be careful. Nan Wei chuckled, patted Zhang Shui's shoulder meaningfully, then walked towards the living room without saying anything. Zhang Shui was completely confused. Seeing that Wei Lan did the same thing and even patted her on the shoulder, she had more question marks on her head. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli didn't do anything. They changed their clothes and followed him in. There was a large group of people blocking the entrance, but they all dispersed in an instant. Zhang Qian took a step forward and saw that Zhang Shui was living well and her temperament was no different from before. Such a grown man suddenly felt a lump in his throat and started crying with tears in his eyes. Zhang Shui originally wanted to push away the man in front of her who was suddenly so close to her. In her opinion, this man should be one of the team members that Lin Xin brought back from this trip to win over. After all, although his clothes were still intact, his long hair was extremely dirty and even hung down in front of his eyes, covering most of his face. Even the beard on his face has grown a lot. He was suddenly so close to her, even pulling her shoulders, which was too intimate. She was even a little defensive. There must be something wrong with a stranger being so close to her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian cried and said, "Xiao Xue, I am your brother." Zhang Shui was stunned when she heard this, and looked at the man in front of her seriously. Under the face, covered by hair, there were still vague outlines in my memory. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. I looked at it carefully for a while, and then widened my eyes in disbelief. With trembling lips, he said, "Brother." Zhang Shui still felt full of uncertainty when she called him brother. After all, the fact that Zhang Qian suddenly stood in front of her was simply too unbelievable. But soon, the brother and sister hugged each other and cried bitterly. "Wow, I thought I would never see you again, brother. I called you frantically, but no one answered." Zhang Qian held Zhang Shui tightly in his arms, with both tears and smiles on his face. "It's all my fault. My phone was out of battery, and the signal was too weak. I was hiding from zombies and found many phones, but they were all out of battery. The ones that had battery couldn't make calls at all. It's all my brother's fault. No, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have lied to my brother that I was doing an internship out of town instead of coming here to be a salesperson. This is not your fault. It's all my fault." The two siblings cried out of breath and cried again, hugging each other and crying bitterly. There were a lot of people who just came in, and Zhang Qian was standing at the end of the line. In addition, everyone was crowded at the door, so Zhang Shui didn't notice Zhang Qian behind the crowd for a while. After they recognized each other, the only sounds in the room were their crying and shouting. Lin Xin shook his head helplessly. It can be said that I am really lucky to be able to find Zhang Qian. You know, after the zombie outbreak, the whole world fell into chaos, and countless separations and deaths occurred every day. In such a chaotic world, once we are separated, it is unknown whether we can meet again in this life. The probability is that they will be separated forever. The two siblings hugged each other and cried bitterly, but the crying soon ended. Zhang Shui was still sniffling beside them, which made Zhang Qian feel distressed. He only has this one sister, so he has to treat her with great care. Zhang Shui wiped her tears and sniffed. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Qian's clothes and said, "Brother, thanks to Lin Xin, I am still alive under his leadership. Otherwise, I might have died a long time ago." Zhang Qian looked up and touched the top of Zhang Shui's head. Brother knows. They had talked on the phone before, and when he learned that Zhang Shui was actually at Lin Xin's place, he was surprised and happy. He was surprised that his sister was here and he couldn't get to her in time. He was happy that he met Lin Xin, his good brother, and could entrust his care to him. But no matter which one it is, brother Lin Xin really takes good care of his sister. There shouldn't be so many twists and turns between brothers. After a brief reminiscence, Zhang Qian, under the guidance of Zhang Shui, took a hot bath, cut his hair, and shaved his beard. It was simply the most enjoyable day he had ever had since he started wandering around. On the other side, after a short rest, the people started preparing breakfast. In fact, everyone in the villa prefers to cook their own dishes rather than eating ready-made dishes. On the one hand, it is a way to enrich and kill time, and on the other hand, it would be better if so many people act together. Could it be that the whole family is waiting for Lin Xin to feed them every day? In the future, as more people join, the team will expand bigger and bigger. That will be great. After taking a shower and getting ready, Zhang Qian couldn't wait to pull Lin Qin over to chat. When the two chatted, Lin Qin learned that Zhang Qian had traveled to many places during this period and suffered a lot in order to survive. He almost became a lost cause for the other survivors, but because of his handsome appearance, he was sold to a nightclub in exchange for a lot of food. Lin Qin was still a little surprised by this. You said you were sold to a nightclub? Just because of his skin? As expected, handsome men are always in high demand no matter what time it is. Zhang Qian's private life was already chaotic before, and women were like clothes to him. Lin Qin even remembers the time when a zombie outbreak first occurred. This kid Zhang Qian has been hanging out with a beautiful neighbor next door and is spending all day in the arms of her. Being sold to a nightclub should not be such a difficult thing for him to accept. After all, he should be more comfortable hanging out in such places. Chapter 294, The Nightclub Has a Warehouse. Let's not talk about this kind of thing. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Lin Qi nodded and continued, What I heard is that you offended Sister Qian inside, so you went to the corpse fighting field. Lin Qi didn't say much after this and stopped there. After all, there is probably only one possibility that could offend Sister Qian, and that is Zhang Qian refusing to obey. Zhang Qian sighed and then said, That Sister Qian is already an old woman in her 40s or 50s, and she still wants to seduce me. What is she thinking? Although I, Zhang Qian, love to play, I will never play something as old as this. But it's not an offense. Although I was sent to the corpse fighting arena, I would still be asked every now and then if I obeyed. Of course I hesitated. When you go to the zombie arena, you'll be facing zombies. The food and accommodation are also very poor. But with that old woman, the food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation are very good. Lin Qin curled his lips. Then why don't you agree? Or in the corpse fighting field? Don't mention it. I just want to see you alive, but I don't want to be ruined by that old woman. But let's not talk about mine for now. What did you do last night? When talking about this, Zhang Qian's face became a little excited. In the early morning, although he was not on guard, he still watched when Lin Qin went out. During this period, his sleep was always light, and he would be awakened by the slightest noise. Even after reuniting with my friends, the alarm bell still remained tense. He was out, and he knew it. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. You know, Zhang Qian laughed at himself. I haven't learned any other skills during this period, but I still have some vigilance to save my life. I will wake up at the slightest movement, but I still can't compare with you. By the way, what is your awakened ability now? It seems that if you raise your hand, these zombies can't get close to you. Lin Qin lowered his head and picked up the unopened bottle of mineral water on the table. The bottle of mineral water was suspended in the air. Lin Qin moved his hands and slowly put it down. Zhang Qian couldn't help but sigh. This seems to be the ability to control objects. Control things? Lin Qin didn't think so. As the crystal core absorbed more and more, Lin Qin discovered that his abilities seemed to have a wider range. However, it is not impossible to understand it as controlling objects. Zhang Qian lowered his head, eager to show his abilities to Lin Qin. Mine is not as good as yours. I can turn myself into a little bronze man. The zombies can't bite me, but I can't stand the zombies trapping me in piles. I have never used this ability in front of anyone. I don't think I can help you much. Lin Qin shook his head. You don't need to help me with this anymore. I need you to help me build a complete shelter. We will use this villa area as our base and find a way to build all the surrounding walls. It would be great if we could find a designer in the construction industry or a worker who can build it. Please help me think about whether there is any way to do it without using these common knowledge or to find talents in this field. Lin Qin had never done this kind of work before, so for him, it was easy to build one that was not too high. No need to worry about it collapsing. However, if you want to build a stable and tall wall that can withstand the attacks of zombies, you will need people who are familiar with the construction industry. There are all kinds of things including steel bars, cement, etc. But this is time-consuming and laborious. Even if a professional team is set up, it will take several months. But if we don't rely on such professional personnel, the construction will be a shoddy project. Lin Qin didn't want to waste time and effort only to get nothing in the end. Zhang Qian thought for a while and said, When I was wandering before, I did see several trucks of bricks, cement, and steel bars in one place, but it was too chaotic at the time. I even crawled into the cracks between the bricks on the roof of the truck and stayed there for a few nights. I just don't know if they're there now. In addition to this, there's a large warehouse nearby. I saw someone taking out a lot of things from it before. I guess there should be a lot of goods in the warehouse. I took some food in there before, and the food piled up into a small mountain. There were more and more zombies in the back, and I couldn't get in anymore. I haven't seen what's in stock, but if you want steel and cement, you might as well stop by and take a look. Besides, I see that your team has quite a few people, and they're all beautiful women. The supplies there will last for a long time. Lin Qin paused. He really has a need for these steel bars and cement. But if there are more supplies, it is worth a try. Only, how do you know so much? It was relatively easy to get supplies at the beginning, but the problem was that there were too many zombies and it was impossible to get in, and Zhang Qian knew this. Zhang Qian shook his head. Because that's where I was arrested. But the nightclub seems to be very concerned about the supplies there. We have sent people there several times before, but the zombie situation there is too complicated, so we returned empty-handed. I only learned about this situation from chatting with other people who came back. Too complicated? Lin Qin's eyes flickered. Zhang Qian did not notice anything unusual. He pondered for a moment before continuing. Yes, it is indeed complicated. The main reason is that ordinary swords and guns are useless against the zombies there. If swords and guns are useless against zombies, a zombie instantly popped into Lin Qin's mind. When he sneaked in at the early morning, he encountered a zombie that was not affected by knives and guns. But it's not that scary. It can be solved by hitting the head. Could be that those zombies in the warehouse can't even be hit in the head? What kind of terrifying zombie would have to be that you can't even hit its head? Lin Qin thought about it again and again. But before he could say anything, Zhang Qian continued, I'm just telling you that there might be something there, but I'm not asking you to lose your life. Don't try to show off. Let's go after the snow melts in a few days. Driving on the current road is not so easy. Even if you really have the fate to go in, you may not be able to bring it out. You have to know that the snow covering the road now is very thick, and no other vehicles can drive on it except sleds. If you really drive those cars, you can't get on the snow at all. Zhang Qian is right. If you really want to go, you can only wait. After a few days, when all the snow melts, cars on the road will be able to drive normally. Lin Qin nodded to this. There was a knock on the door, followed by Zhang Shui's voice. Chapter 295, Laser Gun, Explosive Bow. Brother, I have cleaned up your room. I will take you to see it. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Qin, raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder, then walked out. Lin Qin was the only one left in the room again, and he stood there thinking for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and shook his head. Forget it. Don't think too much. Just take a look at what's there. We just had a great harvest. Lin Qin was in a very good mood. He lifted the quilt on the bed, then sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and entered the inner vision of the space. In the past, whenever he wanted something, he would just silently think about it and take it out, but he had never looked inward into the space. After coming in, Lin Qin could see that the space was very wide and large. Everything is placed in the optimal way by the system. Lin Qin passed the food area and came to the edge. He looked at his brother's piled wooden boxes and took out the items inside one by one. Soon his room was filled. Lin Qin looked at the two wooden boxes in the corner. In one of the boxes was a submachine gun with a unique shape. The gun is not big, not as big as a rifle, not as small as a pistol. Relatively small. Lin Qin studied it for a long time, but didn't look at the place where the ammunition was loaded. But I saw a charging depression. However, after studying it for a while, I still couldn't figure it out. Lin Qin put her aside first, then opened the second box. Inside the box is a bow. To be exact, it is a genuine bow. It looks quite similar to the bow that Nan Wei used directly. The difference is that the texture of this bow looks better and lighter. Next to the bow, there are 3 arrows. The arrow is also different from the regular ones. Immediately behind the arrowhead, the arrow shaft is a bit thick and the tail feathers are blue. It looks easier to identify. To the naked eye, apart from this difference, no other differences can be seen. Lin Qin studied it seriously, but he didn't know why those people treasured it so much. These 2 boxes are hidden at the back, with a separate table for them. I didn't expect that it would be a good deal for me and fall into my own hands. After dinner, he would go out and study the functions of these 2 things. Otherwise, you won't even know what the thing is used for when you hold it in your hand. Soon, there was a knock on the door and Wei Lan's voice was heard. The meal is ready. Come out and eat. Lin Qin put the submachine gun and bow and arrow into the space, and the other things remained where they were without moving. Then he opened the door and walked out. After Wei Lan called Lin Qin, He went inside and knocked on the door of the room where Zhang Qian and the others were. The breakfast was not too rich, just some heated buns and some white porridge. Everything seems to be the same as usual. There are many people sitting around the dining table. Lin Xin had something on his mind, so he picked up a bun and walked out. He walked around the outside of the villa and then came to the surface of Lanxiang Lake. The surface of the lake is covered with thick ice. Even though the temperature has risen during this period and most of the snow has completely melted, the ice surface is still of a certain thickness. The view from Lanxiang Lake is quite broad. Due to the sudden drop in temperature before, the leaves of the trees here were completely frozen with a thick layer of ice and snow. With the thawing during this period, all the trees and grass are now bare, looking completely dead. Lin Xin, wearing windproof gloves, walked to a bench beside a path by the lake. He waved his hand to wipe away the not much water on it, and then sat on it. He took out a submachine gun, looked at its structure carefully, aimed at the lake, and pulled the trigger. But the submachine gun didn't react at all. There was a look of doubt on Lin Xin's face, and he was even a little puzzled. He took out the bow and arrow again. It was hard to tell the difference between this thing and ordinary bows and arrows. The bow was equipped with 3 arrows, and Lin Xin specially copied the arrows. He picked up one of them and demonstrated how to draw the bow normally. To be honest, this bow is not that difficult to use, it's even a little easy. Lin Xin raised it and pulled it open, then aimed at the lake. The arrow drew an arc in the air and then fell on the ice at a rapid speed. With a bang, the moment the arrow landed, there was a huge explosion. Lin Xin subconsciously bent down and dodged, while not forgetting to look at the situation in the distance. The power of the explosion was not as strong as that of a grenade, but it was no worse than that of a grenade. A hole was directly blown out on the ice surface. Lin Xin subconsciously weighed the bow in his hand and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This thing, an explosive bow. Damn it, there really is such a thing. What about the submachine gun? Lin Xin couldn't wait to take out the submachine gun that he had not yet developed. The unique thing about this gun is that it has no magazine. There's a hole above the trigger, which seems to be used to store something. Lin Xin studied it seriously and let his imagination run wild. After all, we already have the explosive bow, so what else can't we have? After studying for a while, the roar of zombies was heard in the distance. Several zombies came over from the dense forest of dead trees, attracted by the sound. Moving slowly, the zombies are buried deep underground, and their bodies are covered with frozen gray-white crystals. Lin Xin didn't have much feeling towards them. He picked up the pistol and aimed directly. It was convenient and quick. After Lin Xin dealt with these troublesome zombies, he lowered his head and prepared to continue his research. What is the hole on this submachine gun used for? Lin Xin withdrew his gaze from the zombie's body and suddenly paused. The size of this hole seems to be the size of a zombie's crystal core. Lin Xin paused, then took out the crystal core with some disbelief. The crystal core is still too big and can't be put in at all. And inside the hole, there is a lens similar to a convex mirror. Forget it. It looks like he can't develop this gun. Just as Lin Xin sighed, took out the wooden box from the space, and was about to put the gun back. Lin Xin looked at the cylindrical body of a black rider under the grass that was placed under the gun. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, took it out quickly, and then compared it. You're right, it's just right. Lin Xin held the gun and aimed at the lake in the distance. Then a zombie poked its head out from the weeds by the lake. Lin Xin curled his lips and turned the gun around. He is getting impatient now. Want to know what this thing does? As Lin Xin pulled the trigger, a laser beam instantly shot out from the muzzle. It went straight through the zombie's head, cutting it in half. Lin Xin even suspected that there was a burnt smell in the air. This gun is actually a laser gun. Damn it. Who is this nightclub owner that has such awesome weapons? Chapter 296, Warehouse. At this moment, Lin Xin was extremely glad that he had emptied the opponent's arsenal. Although he had most of the weapons, they were not of much use to him. But these 2 special weapons alone are enough to counteract all weapons. With these 2 things, Lin Xin couldn't believe how powerful their team would become. Of course, people in the nightclub hide these 2 things so tightly and never use them. With a little guess, you can understand why. But Lin Xin wouldn't. However, since it can be found in nightclubs, it means that this thing is definitely not only available in nightclubs, there must be other channels. Didn't Zhang Qian say that when he was sold to the nightclub, he was sold there near a warehouse? Since the nightclub often sends people there, there must be some precious things there. Otherwise, People in nightclubs wouldn't always go there. There must be something worth their risk. For example, those crystal cores. Crystal cores can enhance the strength of a team, so the nightclub will try every means to obtain more crystal cores. The outgoing teams, plus the nature of the nightclub itself, are both sources of crystal cores. However, such a powerful nightclub actually suffered such a disaster because of the mutation of the zombies it kept in captivity. Lin Xin shook his head and then went back the way he came. The explosion outside naturally attracted everyone in the house. No one knew where the explosion came from or what happened. But judging from the sound, the location isn't far away. Lin Xin came back from outside and just entered the house. He saw everyone in the house sitting at the dining table. The atmosphere was very quiet, and there was even an inexplicable sense of depression. "What are you doing?" Lin Xin couldn't help but ask. Nan Wei sighed and said nothing. Tang Kerson looked around and then said, "There was an explosion outside just now." Everyone felt that the sound was very close. We didn't know what was going on, so we were a little worried. Having seen the big guns in the nightclub, they actually weren't too confident about the guns in their hands. Although Wei Lan didn't think so, facing a powerful enemy, all kinds of strong teams began to emerge one by one. What they're facing is like an ant meeting an elephant, and they are the ants. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows. It turned out that these people were worried about this. It's a pity that he was the one who caused the noise just now. "Don't worry, the explosion just now was caused by me. It has nothing to do with other people." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked at Lin Xin. Lin Xin did it. Could it be that he encountered zombies again? Lin Xin chuckled. "Don't look at me like that. Everyone should take a rest for the next few days. When the snow melts, we will go somewhere else." Lin Xin waved and walked towards the stairs. He paused and then continued. "Relaxation is normal relaxation. You can play games or exercise. It doesn't matter. Just relax. Don't be tense all day. Failure at the critical moment." Lin Xin did not say the second half of the sentence. As for games, there are no online games now. At most, you can play standalone games on your mobile phone. For example, Happy Candy Crush, Mahjong, Landlords, etc. The people in the room looked at each other, wondering if their team was so lazy. Lin Xin did not go out for the next few days. But those who have just joined the villa, such as Wang Xiaoli and Wang Yu, have spontaneously cleaned up the area around the villa. Although he only had a short rest for 2 days, the villa was much cleaner. In an instant, Lin Xin seemed to have returned to the time before the apocalypse. He was walking on the asphalt road in the community. The flower beds on both sides of the road were covered with a thin layer of snow. All the greenery in the flower beds was left with only bare branches. Looking around, Wang Yu was holding a large homemade broom in his hand, sweeping the puddles and fallen leaves on the road. After a while, all of them were swept to the edges on both sides of the road. "You know what? It looks clean and tidy." Lin Xin stood on the balcony and looked outside, watching their actions, then retracted his gaze. There are no zombies, so there's no need for him. Fortunately, the noise made by the cleaning action was not loud, and most of the zombies nearby were killed by Lin Xin. Of course, there are also some zombies buried deep under the snow pile who may come out when the cold winter comes. However, there's no need to worry about this. 3 days later, Lin Xin and his companions were ready to go. Lin Xin's off-road vehicle could not accommodate all the people, so this time, Lin Xin chose a small bus with 12 seats, which could accommodate everyone without having to split into several waves. Zhang Qian drove the car and soon arrived at his destination. But they did not stop directly at the destination, but left some distance. One reason is to prevent getting too close and being attracted by all the zombies in the warehouse. After all, Zhang Qian said that those zombies were very strange. It is best to be cautious. Secondly, they needed to find a temporary base. It's not safe to stay on the bus. Any movement will attract zombies, but there seemed to be no other safe place to hide. It would be better to wait in the car than to enter the new room. Lin Xin sat in the back, opened the car window, and looked outside with a telescope. The warehouse is not small in size. It looks like a large warehouse concentration area with many independent warehouse areas. There are quite a few trucks parked outside, which appear to be special vehicles for transporting goods to these warehouses. Lin Xin didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, some large supermarkets had their own warehouses for receiving goods and storing things. And this is a warehouse concentration area, so naturally, materials from many industries should be stored here. Most of the supplies in the nightclub probably come from here. It is enough to support the food, drink, and daily expenses of the nightclub staff. No wonder it is so rich there. He actually started a business. However, I don't know if the weapons in the nightclub can also be obtained here. Which one is the warehouse of the nightclub? But it's hard to confirm. Now we can only rely on Zhang Qian. Lin Qin retracted his telescope. Through the telescope, he could only see that there was nothing in front of the warehouse's unified entrance and exit gate. The parked trucks blocked the innermost road, and I couldn't see what I wanted to see. However, the door of this warehouse was open, which meant that more than just the nightclub team had come to collect supplies. The employees in the warehouse also need these supplies to survive. By this calculation, it is unknown whether there is still anything inside. Chapter 297, Drone Exploration. But since I'm here, I definitely can't go back empty-handed. Moreover, Lin Qin also wanted to know whether the two weapons in the nightclub were obtained from here. Lin Qin turned around, took out an unmanned aerial vehicle, and started operating it. As the drone took off, Lin Qin saw the images transmitted back by the drone on the display screen next to the controller in his hand. As the drone entered the sky above the warehouse, Lin Qin saw from the images transmitted back that there were zombies roaming back and forth in the park. Apart from the zombies wandering around the periphery, the other zombies in the park crawled out from the corners one by one because of the buzzing sound of the drones. Some of them even climbed to the top of the warehouse from some unknown angle, trying to pounce on the drone in midair. Lin Qin had no choice but to raise the drone a little higher, thus avoiding the commotion of the zombies below. But at the same time, Lin Qin discovered the situation in the park. Most of the warehouse doors were open, and there were quite a few zombies in the park, still wearing their security uniforms. In addition, Lin Qin saw that the center of the park seemed to have suffered some kind of attack. All the warehouses in the middle collapsed, and there were even signs of burning on the scene. As the drone moved forward, Lin Qin saw the wreckage of the plane remaining in the big pit. This is an oversized aircraft, and judging from the only preserved appearance, it is a large transport plane. The nose and tail of the plane had been completely broken into two halves. The wings were sunk deep into the ground, and the nose of the plane was smashing straight into the warehouse. And under the collapsed iron sheets of the fuselage, some wooden boxes can be vaguely seen. The style of the wooden box is similar to the wooden boxes containing weapons in nightclubs, such as the first one. Lin Qin's brain worked rapidly, and after a moment, he seemed to understand. This large transport plane seemed to have crashed due to something. It was supposed to be transporting military supplies, various materials, and weapons. However, it crashed due to an accident, and the supplies inside were scattered everywhere, but not all were destroyed or burned. And these things were discovered by people in the nightclub. But without transportation, the amount of goods transported back and forth is very limited. Over time, this place was gradually occupied by mutants with powerful abilities, and they only moved 2 boxes of 2 super weapons, laser guns and explosive bows. That's why he was so unwilling to give up later and came over from time to time, trying to continue moving the materials that had not been moved. But the things inside made them dare not act rashly. What on earth is this thing? Even people in nightclubs have to be careful when dealing with it. Lin Qin maneuvered the drone and tried to fly it close to the ground. In this way, he could clearly see the specific situation around the wreckage of the plane. Maybe you can even see the true appearance of the thing inside. The slight noise of the drone attracted the zombies nearby. They ran out from the darkness one by one and gathered under the drone. Some stretched out their hands, some jumped, some waved their tentacles, and some rolled up. But as the drone approached the wreckage of the plane, the number of zombies around it also decreased sharply. They seemed to be afraid of things near the wreckage of the plane and only dared to wander around the periphery. This also made Lin Qin curious about what it was. Without the interference of zombies, Lin Qin lowered the drone a little again. After observing very carefully, suddenly, the drone seemed to be covered by something. The picture transmitted back turned black, and then the signal was lost and the drone was scrapped. Lin Qin's heart paused, and he began to have doubts about the unknown things. The main thing is that he didn't even meet that thing, but he gave him a warning first. He didn't even know what it looked like. However, Lin Qin didn't feel bad that the drone was destroyed because he had a lot of them anyway. Even so, I couldn't see clearly what it was. But it's always like this where there are treasures. This place can produce laser guns and explosive bows, and there should be bigger ones. It's not without reason that people in nightclubs always miss this place. This trip is a must. He took out another drone and flew it to the location where the previous drone was lost. The surroundings were empty, except for the wreckage of the crashed plane and Lin Chin's crashed drone. There were no other obvious external injuries on the drone, and it seemed like it had suddenly lost its signal and crashed. Could it be that there is something interfering with the magnetic field in this place? Looking around, it was extremely quiet, as if nothing had happened. It's so weird. Lin Chin aimed the drone's image in 4 directions. Apart from the collapse caused by a normal crash and the remaining traces of scorching from the explosion, this area was relatively normal. Lin Chin controlled the drone and continued flying. According to the images transmitted by the drone at the time, if it did not crash due to signal loss, then there must be something, and this thing should be behind the drone's perspective. Lin Chin changed direction and aimed at the back of the drone, which was the other half of the warehouse. The plane crashed and crushed 2 large warehouses. The nose of the plane rushed directly into the warehouse opposite, causing half of the warehouse door to collapse. Although the other half collapsed, it was supported on the nose of the aircraft, forming an inverted triangle. Lin Chin controlled the drone and walked inside, where he found a zombie trapped under a steel plate. The steel plate was not light in weight, and the zombie was crushed and unable to move. When it saw the drone, it was attracted and opened its bloodshot eyes to look over. But he was pinned down and seemed quite calm. I was just curious about the drone and kept staring at it. Lin Chin saw that he was not struggling too much and was not too excited, and he looked very thin. It's just a zombie that poses no threat. After looking around, the drone's image began to become a little mottled, as if it had been disturbed. The situation seemed similar to what happened just now, but the difference was that after withdrawing from the cave, the picture was restored directly. Lin Chin thought about it, but didn't find any other situation here. Lin Chin mobilized the second drone back. These zombies wandering around the periphery are not very threatening, but their number is a big problem, and it takes a lot of time to get in. However, none of these zombies are the ones Zhang Qian described. Forget it, if Zhang Qian said there is, then there must be. I just don't know where it is hidden. It seems that they need to wait until they go in to know what it is. Specific methods require specific responses. Lin Chin took out a laser gun from the space, then stood up and distributed one to each person. Chapter 298, Transport Plane Wreckage. This thing can save your life at a critical moment. Although everyone in the car has a backpack, any unexpected situation can be solved by the laser gun. This is a laser gun. Hold it. Remember, don't point it at your teammates and don't point at yourself. Be especially careful of accidental discharge. If there is any accidental fire, it will be fine if nothing happens, but if it happens, the consequences are obvious. Everyone nodded, and Lin Chin took out the blasting tool and handed it to Wei Lan. Although Nan Wei may be more suitable for the bow, Nan Wei has already awakened the ability of lightning, so she has a skill to rely on even without the explosive bow. As for Wei Lan, what she awakened was her movement speed, which was equivalent to losing the ability to actively attack. The explosive bow was the icing on the cake for her. As for Zhang Shui, Lin Chin gave both things to her. First, Lin Chin did not intend to let her go in with the team, and second, if she stayed here, she needed something to keep her company. Giving her these 2 things can make her safer. The preparations before the battle were almost complete. Lin Chin called on everyone to get off the car and leave, heading towards the target location. However, the roar of zombies suddenly came from the other side. Several mutants ran out of the warehouse, tore off the pieces of meat next to the truck, and started to eat them. Lin Chin took out a telescope and looked over. It seems that this meat is also human flesh, but it is not fresh because it has been there for a long time. But for zombies, it is the best food. However, these mutants are not humans transformed into zombies. Rather, it's the animals that turn into zombies. But animals are not like animals, and humans are not like humans. It's more like a combination of humans and animals. For example, one of the creatures looked like a dog. After eating the meat on the ground, its height instantly grew larger and became as tall as a human. Its fur turned blood red, and its muscular body could be clearly seen on its limbs. But the mutated creature does not look like a dog, because its jumping ability is so amazing that it is more like a rabbit than a dog. Just by looking at them, Lin Chin felt that these mutants were somewhat difficult to deal with. Before Lin Chin could sigh, a half-human, half-zombie mutant crawled out from the ground. Behind him, his broken waist dragged on the ground, rubbing against the ground all the way, and roared at the zombies in the distance. Of course, there's not only this kind of zombie. Behind these zombies, Lin Xin also noticed several zombies with green eyes. Their skin is somewhat dark blue, and on the surface they are not much different from ordinary zombies. But Lin Xin knew that the appearance of this zombie was very different from those ordinary zombies. They seemed to be threatened and rushed out from the back one after another. It felt like there was something in the warehouse that frightened them. Zombies are actually able to sense danger. Lin Xin's brows frowned subconsciously. It seems that the most important thing next is to be careful with the things inside that scare these zombies. But I have to say that the zombies in this warehouse are really varied. But if you want to get in, you have to deal with those who escape first. Wei Lan, move faster and see if you can attract those zombies over here. As long as we can attract these zombies wandering around the periphery and deal with them, a lot of trouble will be reduced. Especially the one in the warehouse. Wei Lan nodded, and without saying a word, he used his special abilities and rushed to the edge of the warehouse door. She didn't need to enter the warehouse at all. She just needed to stay outside. These zombies would come running over as if they saw delicious food and smelled the scent, automatically following Wei Lan. Of course, Wei Lan did not make no sound at all. After all, the most important thing for zombies is their perception of sound. Of course, higher-level zombies can track prey through vision. And obviously, the zombies on the outermost periphery are not yet. The zombies became extremely excited and rushed to follow Wei Lan. Wei Lan did not hesitate. He stood at the gate and looked at the situation inside. However, his view was blocked by the fleet of trucks parked in front of the warehouse. He found that he could not see anything inside. I had originally thought of using these zombies to find out what was going on inside, but now it seems I have to give up. Seeing that all the zombies wandering outside were attracted by her, Wei Lan turned around and started running back. The zombies quickly gathered and followed. Soon, they arrived at the route where Lin Xin and his men were lying in ambush. Everyone took their laser guns and aimed at the zombies' heads. Laser guns are extremely fast and efficient. They are much easier and quicker to use against zombies than rifles. Most importantly, the laser gun has extremely small errors. Even if you don't kill the zombie in front, the laser will continue to penetrate the one in front and attack the one behind. The scene once turned into a one-sided massacre. Wherever the zombies passed, their heads were torn apart and fell to the ground one by one. Soon the ground was filled with zombie corpses. Even so, the power brought by the laser gun is huge, but the sound is very small, almost non-existent. The zombies that Wei Lan attracted were quickly dealt with by them. The air was filled with the stench of decay, mixed with the smell of burning. Lin Xin returned to the car and handed the drone to Zhang Shui. Xiao Xue, you stay in the car and use the drone to help me survey the surrounding areas. If you find anything unusual, just inform us directly through the intercom. Remember, the drone cannot fly too low. You need to overlook everything around us. In this way, if any problem arises, it is easy to get information from the images transmitted back from Zhang Shui's drone to find out whether it is dangerous in time. Zhang Shui nodded and took the controller handed over by Lin Xin. After Lin Xin finished giving the instructions, he got out of the car and led everyone into the park. The roads in the park are well connected, but after all, it is a park with concentrated warehouses, so the road in the middle is relatively wide, and the warehouses are on both sides of the road. There are many trucks carrying goods parked on the wide road in the middle. As the team approached, Lin Xin could see some remnants of cardboard boxes in the back cargo boxes of the trucks. Before this, it should have been filled with goods. But as time went on, the survivors came here to look for supplies and took away the supplies. The trucks on the outermost perimeter were the first to be emptied. Lin Xin did not need to go to other warehouses. Instead, he led the team deep into the location of the transport plane wreckage that he saw in the drone. Chapter 299, The Spitting Zombie. Wherever they went along the way, the zombies that ran out from those horns and bumps were dealt with by other members of the team with laser guns. These zombies are not as difficult to deal with, as Zhang Qian said. The people in the nightclub must have framed him on purpose. Lin Xin thought so in his mind and asked directly, Zhang Qian, the people in the nightclub are not trying to frame you, are they? The zombies here don't look difficult to deal with at all. Zhang Qian's mouth twitched. To be honest, he feels the same way now. But it shouldn't be. If it's a frame, why do those who go out every time not dare to go in? Zhang Qian paused, then said, It's better to be careful. The zombies we just attracted should be the simplest ones. The big boss hasn't come out yet. What's the hurry? Lin Xin chuckled and continued walking inside. Okay, be careful and observe your surroundings carefully. The team walked forward for a distance, and Wang Yu, who was at the end, felt the strong wind behind him. He pulled Wang Xiaoli to the side and saw a large puddle of water on the ground where they were originally standing. He suddenly looked up in the direction where the water ball came from and saw the blue-skinned zombies standing behind the truck behind them with their mouths open and spitting. Saliva. Wang Yu was shocked. Zombies can actually spit. Before Wang Yu could stand firm, the zombies continued to brew. Wang Yu's action attracted Lin Qin's attention. The team stopped moving forward and turned around to look. Several zombies stood on top of the truck and continued to spit at Lin Qin and others. The other members of the team also followed Lin Qin's gaze and discovered this situation. Because they dodged in time, no one was injured. The saliva that fell to the ground was bubbling. It looked like if it touched the skin, the injury would be serious. Just as everyone dodged, similar zombies appeared from other corners. He began to spit continuously, and Lin Qin and others were forced to hide and go directly into the warehouse next to them. Damn, the saliva keeps spitting. How can this zombie still spit? Of course, spitting is just an adjective. The ability of these zombies should be the mucus secreted from their mouths. After they land on the ground, they will burst into bubbles like water balls. As for what would happen if it actually got on a person's body, no one knows. Lin Qin held a laser gun and aimed it at the head of a blue zombie when he was ready to attack. Fortunately, the laser gun is still quite lethal to zombies. It works. These zombies are dealt with very quickly. Lin Qin and others held laser guns and accurately attacked the zombies that appeared from time to time. But they couldn't resist the zombies hiding in some horns and bumps and suddenly popped out to attack them. Lin Qin frowned and took out the intercom and said, "Zhang Shui, help me report the location of these blue zombies." Zhang Shui received Lin Qin's instructions and immediately raised the drone in the air to observe the surrounding situation. Then he said, "Opposite your warehouse, there are about 10 more in the back of the truck and a few more behind the truck. Oh, and there are 3 more on the roof of the warehouse opposite. On the half where you're hiding, there are 2 more in the truck parked by the door. No, there are quite a few of them around your warehouse. From a rough estimate, there should be about 40 to 50 of them. That's all I can see here, but they're all gathered outside your barn." "Okay, got it." Observe the surroundings and communicate immediately. Lin Qin turned around and said, "Listen, everyone, don't be too far away from me. Stay within 5 meters of me. After we get out, kill the zombies according to the location Xiaoxua pointed out." Everyone held their laser guns and nodded. Lin Qin walked out first and mobilized his special powers to cover the team members in his air wall. Even if these zombies spit, the spit would not reach them at all. All the team members were waiting for Lin Qin's instructions. Zhang Shui was also not vague, because through the images transmitted back by the drone, Zhang Shui discovered that after these zombies threw those attacking spheres, there would be a few seconds of transfer time. In other words, they can use this gap of time to deal with these zombies. Zhang Shui immediately reported her discovery through the intercom. "Lin Qin, brother, I found that after each attack of these zombies, there will be a gap of time, about 3 to 5 seconds. You can use this gap of time to get rid of them." With an order, Lin Qin removed the defensive air wall and attacked the zombies around him. Attack. The teammates reacted quickly and launched an attack, following Lin Qin's instructions. In an instant, these zombies hiding in the dark were dealt with by Lin Qin and others. Lin Qin looked around and then said, "Xiaoxua, is there anything else here?" Zhang Shui turned the drone around, looked around, and then said no. Lin Qin nodded, then led the team deeper. We didn't encounter any other zombies on the rest of the journey, and it was very smooth. Soon, they came near the crash plane. Lin Qin looked at the debris of the collapsed warehouse and the wreckage of the plane. Wooden boxes scattered around. Most of the wooden boxes were opened with nothing inside, probably because they had been taken away. However, there's still some that are well preserved. Lin Qin immediately mobilized the team members and said, "Look around here and see if you can find anything useful." After Lin Qin finished speaking, he came to Zhang Qian's side again and asked, "Which warehouse do you think the nightclub will be?" Zhang Qian raised his head and looked at Lin Qin. Their eyes met and he said, "It should be nearby. Should we split up? Each person has a warehouse, so it shouldn't be difficult to find it." Lin Qin paused and thought so too. Then he waved and shouted, "Follow Zhang Qian to find other warehouses. If there are any problems, please inform each other at any time. Don't act rashly. Let him search the plane wreckage one by one." Everyone in the team chose a warehouse and started searching. Lin Qin, on the other hand, went to the tail of the crashed plane wreckage. The cabin at the rear of the aircraft is relatively well preserved. This is for transportation only, so there are no seats. Lin Xin stepped on it, looked at the wooden box piled with dust in the corner of the airport, reached out to brush off the dust, and then opened it. There were some rusty guns in the wooden box, and some were wet. He opened 2 more doors, but they were all empty. Lin Xin searched the cabin, but found nothing. Finally, he walked towards the position of other teammates. Chapter 300, Hit Again. As for the position of the nose of the plane, Lin Xin had no intention of going over there. Firstly, there was only the nose of the plane there, there was nothing to look for, and there was no way to hide anything. Moreover, in the images transmitted back by the drone, he did see the zombie that was trapped underneath the steel plate. There is nothing else, and that zombie looked very ordinary. It would be better to go over and see what the warehouses collected by each team member are like. Lin Xin's team members have searched several warehouses and found food that was about to be shipped to supermarkets. After putting together all the things, there are already 2 large boxes. Lin Xin took out a cart from the space and handed it to Wang Xiaoli and Tang Kursen. The 2 women were responsible for collecting and taking the goods back when the cargo was full. Others were responsible for continuing the search for supplies. Lin Xin walked towards a brand new warehouse, the door of which was a simple latch. The latch, which had not been opened for a long time, was covered in rust. Lin Xin pulled it out and pushed the door open. What greeted me was the smell of the dusty warehouse, which filled my nostrils. Lin Xin waved his hand and looked around the warehouse. There were many cardboard boxes in this warehouse. Lin Xin opened one of them at random and found that it was full of various paper towel products. From the looks of it, it looks more like a transit station for a certain brand of tissue paper. Because Lin Xin also found some express delivery labels on the floor of the warehouse. The addresses written on the express delivery slips from various places that have not yet been sent are already blurred, but a few blurry words can be seen, some from Shandong and some from Fujian. Lin Xin took a look and then looked away, continuing to walk inside with his eyes following the cardboard boxes placed here. It looks like there's toilet paper all over here, but few people probably need toilet paper. Lin Xin had copied quite a few things in his own space, which was enough for use. There's no need to move everything here. Apart from the piles of cardboard boxes filled with toilet paper, there was nothing else here. Suddenly, Wang Yu's anxious voice came from the intercom. Lin Xin, I don't know what happened to Zhang Qian. He suddenly lost control. Come here quickly. What? Out of control? How is it possible? Lin Xin turned on the intercom as he walked and asked, Where are you? After a while, Wang Yu's voice came. After you come out of the warehouse, go forward and get close to the wreckage of the plane. Come on, Wei Lan can't control it anymore. By the way, don't smell the flowers here, or you'll get into trouble. Lin Xin's pace changed from jogging to running, and he didn't even hear the sound of Wang Xiaoli and Tang Kursen pushing their bikes over to say hello. The 3 of them ran quickly and soon arrived at the warehouse that Wang Yu mentioned. There was not enough light in the warehouse, and it was even filled with a damp smell. A huge piranha plant was entrenched in the warehouse, and the entire inner wall of the warehouse was covered with its vines. The display is very dark and damp. There are also many animal carcasses left on the ground in front of the warehouse. Judging from the shape of the skeleton, it is not difficult to determine that some of them are human corpses. 3 carnivorous plants were right behind Wang Yu at this moment, swaying their leaves and opening their mouths wide. Behind the layers of vines and green leaves, a gorgeous flower is swaying in the wind. This mutant plant relies on the fragrance of the last flower to hypnotize people's minds and evolve by preying on them. Zhang Qian was bewitched by the fragrance of the flowers and walked towards the open mouth of the carnivorous plant completely out of control. Wang Yu held Zhang Qian and Wei Lan tightly and moved from the inside of the warehouse to the door of the warehouse. If Wang Yu had not awakened a power-type ability, he probably wouldn't have been able to stop the 2 people in front of him. By activating his strength-based abilities, Wang Yu was able to capture 2 people easily and lead them out of the warehouse. But Wang Yu's supernatural power had just been awakened after all, so the power was not great and the time of use was very short. You can't hold on for long at all. So he would use it from time to time and then quickly contact Lin Xin for help. Fortunately, they were not far away, and Lin Xin came over very quickly. Lin Xin looked around and observed while holding his breath. Bewitched by the fragrance of flowers, the person concerned will not have his own consciousness and will feel as if he is being controlled. Lin Xin still remembered that they had encountered such a mutated plant once before, but the difference was that the mutated plant they encountered last time did not look like a carnivorous plant. The one in front of me is either as powerful as the one I met before, or it is inferior to the previous one. No matter which of the two mutant plants has a higher level, they must be dealt with now. The fragrance of flowers has a psychedelic effect, so you must first deal with the psychedelic flower behind the piranha plant. As for why Wang Yu was not drugged, Lin Xin could not explain it. Maybe he discovered the problem with the fragrance of the flowers, and it is also possible that he held his breath. Lin Xin did not hesitate. He took out the laser gun and shot down the fragrant flower at the back. Without the support of floral scent, the psychedelic effect is gradually diminishing. The carnivorous plants seemed to go crazy because of Lin Xin's attack. The vines that filled the entire warehouse began to move quickly, and a lot of carnivorous plants began to grow from these vines. As the vines moved, the carnivorous plant was quickly approaching Lin Xin and others. The vines in the warehouse wrapped around Lin Xin and the others, trying to block their retreat and trap them in a space encircled by the vines to facilitate eating. In the open piranha plant, there are still some undigested tissues of some creatures left. Facing these vines, Lin Xin directly aimed the laser gun at the vines. Under the effect of the laser gun, the vines will retract a little bit every time they are attacked. Over time, the retracted distance became larger and larger, and a gap appeared. Some vines even try to wrap around people's feet and drag them back. But unfortunately, having a laser gun in everyone's hand is no joke. As they walked, Lin Xin asked Wang Yu, "How are they doing? Are they back to normal?" Currently, the only 3 people in the attack output position are Lin Xin, Wang Xiaoli, and Tang Kursin. They formed a triangle, surrounding Wang Yu, Zhang Qian, and Wei Lan in the middle, and dealt with the vines attacking from all directions. Zhang Qian and Wei Lan were still under the influence of the floral scent, and had not yet fully woken up. Wang Yu lowered his head and looked at the 2 people's blank gazes, frowning. "It's better than before, it should be soon." "So long?" Lin Xin frowned subconsciously, and at this moment, he could only think of a way to find a way out. Chapter 3:01 Found. Lin Xin took 2 laser guns and directly cut the vines blocking the road into 2, revealing the road behind. "You guys go out first, leave this mutant plant to me." He then said to Tang Kursin, who was beside him, "Dr. Tang, go check on them." Tang Kursin nodded, then rushed out with the escort, and then hurriedly came to Wang Yu to check on the 2 people. Lin Xin stayed within the circle of vines. There was only 1 piece of food left, and the mutant plant twisted faster. The vine that was split in 2 by the laser gun quickly grew again and soon filled the gap. These mutated plants are not actually very threatening. They're just quite difficult to deal with. The main thing is that they can proliferate wirelessly. Even if the vines of a plant are broken, they can still grow again. This is the most difficult part. The vines can move, and at a fairly fast speed. If you get entangled, more vines will come and entangle you so that you can't move. This is the most annoying thing about mutant plants. As for the piranha plant, it is relatively easy to deal with. It will not actively attack. It relies on the vines to digest the food and then provide nutrients. The more you eat, the more nutrients you get, the higher the level of the mutated plants will be, and the more difficult they will be to deal with. But it is obvious that the one in front of us is at a medium level. Both Zhang Qian and Wei Lan fell into the trap and were surrounded, constantly being hypnotized by the fragrance of the flowers. Wang Yu's breath-holding time is limited, and it is impossible for him to hold his breath for a long time, even including Lin Xin himself. As long as you inhale it, there's a possibility of being infected. Instead of this, it would be better to let them go out first and let Dr. Tang take a good look. Lin Xin can just stay and deal with this mutated plant by himself. Lin Xin curled his lips, wondering how to quickly get rid of this mutant. At this time, the piranha plant opened its big mouth and rushed towards Lin Xin. Lin Xin frowned. The flowers of the piranha plant should be the same as vines. If you break one, it will grow again. But no one knows what it's like without trying it. Lin Xin picked up the gun and aimed at the center of the carnivorous plant and the receptacle root underneath the center. The piranha plant was knocked down, but not long after, another piranha plant popped up at the other end of the vine. Lin Xin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was just as he thought. Even if a flower is destroyed, a second one will grow again. So, what about the flower that was emitting fragrance before? Lin Xin paused and looked carefully through the gaps in the vines again. At the other end of the green vine leaves, a red flower was faintly visible. Lin Qin took the laser gun and attacked the location of the rhizome frantically. Time and again, the vines of the mutant plant quickly retracted, frantically protecting their roots. Lin Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What a good guy. He actually knows how to protect himself. But it's better this way, as he doesn't have to worry about getting tangled up in these vines. Lin Qin retreated away from the control range of the fragrance while continuing to attack. The vines retracted, and he rolled himself into a huge cocoon. Lin Qin took a look and then threw the gasoline barrel directly in. He then left the warehouse and shot when he was far away. The fire spread instantly, and in a short while, all the mutated plants were burned to ashes. At this time, Wei Lan and Zhang Qian had already woken up. At this moment, he was lying on the ground and touching his head. This headache. Wei Lan couldn't help but take a breath. Zhang Qian's situation was not good either. He rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. Wei Lan also sighed. I'm speechless. I got hit by the same trick twice. Tang Kersen took back the needle and said slowly, Okay, you two just inhaled too much fragrance and got confused. Just be more careful next time. What happened? Compared to Wei Lan's self-awareness, Zhang Qian had no idea what was going on. At this moment, I just felt a headache as if I had been slapped in the face. Tang Kersen stood up, looked at him, and said, It's nothing. You were just confused by the mutant plants, but it's okay. The fire in the warehouse was very big, and Lin Qin came over to look at them and had the leisure to chat. Okay, it's okay. The mutant plants in here have been dealt with. There is still a large part of the warehouse that has not been searched. Be careful next time. There must be more than one thing lurking here. Don't worry. We will definitely be careful. The main thing is that no one knows that this mutant plant actually relies on the fragrance of the flower to confuse people. It has no ability to resist at all. Zhang Qian recalled the situation at that time. When the three of them entered the warehouse at first, they didn't find anything unusual. The main thing was that there were green leaves visible through the gap in the door of the warehouse. It didn't matter which warehouse he was searching, so he just pushed open the door of this warehouse. When I went in, I found a warehouse full of vines. There are also some ugly flowers. I smelled a fragrance at that time, and then I didn't remember anything. Wei Lan reacted and hurriedly covered her nose, and told Wang Yu, who was standing beside her, about it. But she didn't say it clearly that she had also been infected. Fortunately, Wang Yu did not. Otherwise, all three of them would have died in the belly of the piranha plant today. Thinking of this, Wei Lan reached out and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. Wang Yu, this time it's all thanks to you, otherwise we would have to feed the human flower. For the first time, Wang Yu felt that he was somewhat useful. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. Then he said, No. If you hadn't discovered the problem with the flower fragrance, I would have been fooled too. Wang Xiaoli stood aside and breathed a sigh of relief. We are all family. No need to thank each other. But this place doesn't look as safe as it seems, so be careful. Don't go too far away. Xiaoli is right. It's better for us not to go too far away from home. Wei Lan agreed very much. Nan Wei hurried over at this time and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the people standing outside. I heard your call for help over the intercom, and I rushed over as fast as I could. Luckily, you're all fine now. Xiao Xue on the intercom was so worried. Lin Qin listened to Nan Wei's words. Then he paid attention to the call from Xiao Xue on the intercom. After quickly responding to Zhang Xue, Lin Qin said to Nan Wei, Don't worry, everything is fine. What we encountered this time is similar to the mutant plant we encountered last time. Wei Lan was caught without paying attention. Nan Wei nodded. It's okay as long as you're fine. By the way, I found something in a warehouse that looks very similar to the box you mentioned. Zhang Qian looked up. Is this true? Nan Wei frowned and said, I'm not sure about this either. It just looks very similar. There are quite a few boxes inside. Chapter 3:02 There's an ambush. Lin Qin took a step forward and walked over. Come on, take us over there. Nan Wei nodded. Come with me. Nan Wei walked in front, leading the way, with a large group of people following behind her. The place they were going to was opposite the wreckage where the plane crashed, which was the other half that Lin Qin and his friends had not visited before. Nan Wei saw that everyone chose the half closer to the gate, and no one went to the other half farther away, so she went there alone. Compared to the half near the gate, that side appears to be more sparsely populated, and there are quite a few damaged houses. It seemed that when the plane crashed, it came from there to here, gliding all the way and finally landed in this center area. Walking around the wreckage of the large plane, Everyone avoided the wreckage of the plane, and soon they arrived at the place Nanwei said. Nanwei stood in front of the warehouse door, raised her head, pointed at the top of the warehouse, and said, "Hey, this is it." The door of the warehouse was open, and the situation inside the warehouse could be clearly seen. There were quite a few wooden boxes neatly arranged inside, piled up in the corner. Lin Xin walked in first, opened the lids of the top few wooden boxes, and started checking. It's a gun. It was the same type of gun that was in the nightclub. Lin Xin's eyes fell from the gun to the outside of the wooden box. They were exactly the same. Apparently, this is where the weapons for the gang in the nightclub came from. This warehouse is large and well-lit. The main thing is that there are several big holes on the top of the warehouse, so how can the lighting be bad? Although there's a big hole above the armory, the wooden boxes stacked below are not below the big hole. Lin Xin looked at the things in the top few boxes, then reached out and patted the boxes. Okay, it's all here. After the others came in, they opened the wooden boxes one by one and looked at the weapons inside with excited expressions. Among these weapons, in addition to handheld weapons, there are also some that can be used for ambushes. This nightclub is too rich with weapons like this. That's right, but why do they only take away a part of it and leave so much here? Who knows, but it looks like these weapons are ours. Everyone was talking at once, looking very excited. Wang Yu waved directly at Wang Xiaoli. "Sister, where's the cart you used just now? Push it over here, let's move." "Ah, I was running too fast just now and dropped it on the road. I'll go get it now." "Okay, be careful and come back quickly." Zhang Xian played with the gun in the box and said with a smile, "Look, I told you it must be there." The people in this nightclub would definitely not lie to him. You know, he is quite accurate in getting information. Lin Xin looked at the big hole above and said, Yes, but there seem to be a few boxes on the top of the warehouse." Nan Wei was standing nearby and heard Lin Xin's words. "Yes, it should have fallen when the plane crashed, but there was no place to climb up, so it was placed up there. I think this should be enough for us." Lin Xin nodded. The number was indeed enough. Plus, he had the ability to copy them, so it was even easier. The purpose of this trip is simply because of the rarity of weapons such as laser guns. Fortunately, other weapons were indeed found. Lin Xin hurriedly called Wang Xiaoli. "No need, I can do it. There's no need to take a risk and go out to get this unimportant cart. However, if they were to return now, they would have to walk a long way, so it would be better for Zhang Shui to take a detour and come to the back door of this half of the warehouse park." After saying that, Lin Xin took out the walkie-talkie again and gave instructions to Zhang Shui, who was on the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Xiao Shui, drive the car to the back door of the warehouse. It's close to the back door here, so be careful." There was a tearing sound from the intercom, and Zhang Shui's reply was heard. Wang Xiaoli had already arrived at the warehouse door. When she heard Lin Xin's voice, she nodded and walked back from outside the warehouse. Everything is normal. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoli stopped walking into the warehouse. She looked down at her abdomen with a puzzled look on her face. She seemed to feel something was wrong with her just now, as if something passed through her abdomen. Wang Yu looked at Wang Xiaoli standing at the door of the warehouse and couldn't help but said, "Xiaoli, what are you doing? Come in quickly." Wang Xiaoli blinked, lowered her head, and reached out to touch the part of her body that was feeling the pain. Blood. Wang Xiaoli's eyes widened instantly, and the pain in her abdomen instantly swept through her brain, making her unable to move. She looked at Wang Yu, and, after realizing what was going on, she covered her abdomen and said, "Brother, I seem to have been shot." As soon as these words fell, Wang Xiaoli's hands began to tremble, and she began to panic uncontrollably. How could this happen? How could this happen? There's obviously no one here. Wang Xiaoli's tears could not stop flowing. Her body gradually became limp, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard it wrong. "What? I think I was shot." Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but say it again. Wang Xiaoli said this very unconfidently. She felt that she had been shot for no reason. But the pain in my body was not fake, and I didn't know what to do. Wang Yu rushed over immediately and wanted to drag Wang Xiaoli back to the warehouse. If you get shot, it means there are other survivors nearby. If you can fire one shot, you can fire a second shot. No matter which one it is, the right thing to do is to pull the person back first. Such movement attracted other people. They walked over to the wooden box and looked at Wang Xiaoli. As Wang Yu rushed over, another bullet was fired from outside. The bullet hit Wang Xiaoli's thigh. The blood spurted out directly. Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but yelled. Wang Yu raised his hands to protect his head, and his face was splashed with blood. His body's instinct made him continue to rush forward. But another bullet came, hitting the ground in front of him, splashing up dust. Zhang Qian pulled him back, then activated his ability, turned his whole body into bronze, and walked over. After being turned into bronze, Zhang Qian's whole body became very hard and could withstand bullet attacks. To be precise, it can ignore bullets. He picked up Wang Xiaoli from the ground and went into the warehouse. Tang Kersin immediately knelt aside, undressed Wang Xiaoli, and checked her injuries. Lin Qin, on the other hand, looked in the direction where the gunshots came from. Their visibility here wasn't very good, and they couldn't see anything outside except warehouse trucks. Chapter 303, Caution. The bullet was equipped with a silencer, so the distance was definitely not nearby and the exact location could not be determined. But one thing is certain, it is definitely a sniper rifle. Tang Kersin was checking Wang Xiaoli's injuries in the back and said in a very serious voice, "It's a single shot, a penetrating wound, and the internal organs are not damaged at first glance, but it would be better if there were instruments. The bullet is stuck in the wound on the leg. We need to take it out. I need tweezers, a scalpel, iodine gauze, sterile cotton." Tang Kersin quickly assessed Wang Xiaoli's situation and calmly stated what she needed. Wang Yu's nervous brain lost its judgment, and whatever Tang Kersin said came true. Okay, I'll find it. Now Tang Kersin is the only doctor, and Wang Yu can listen to everything she needs. Lin Qin calmly took out the intercom and said, "Xiao Xue, control the drone and get out of this big hole on the top of the warehouse to find the location of the sniper rifle. Remember, be careful. The sniper rifle is in the dark, so it's very easy to shoot you down." Zhang Xue's voice came from the intercom. "Okay, I'll try my best." Lin Qin put down the intercom, walked to Tang Kersin's side, and took out all the things she needed, saying, "Make some space. Don't crowd around here. Wei Lan, determine the enemy's position and communicate with Xiao Xue to find out their location. Nanwei, you go with Zhang Qian and guard the surroundings first." Lin Qin gave instructions in an orderly manner and then came to the innermost part of the warehouse. Then take out the hammer. Knocked on the wall. After knocking for a long time, the bricks and tiles on the wall showed signs of movement. With Lin Qin's perseverance, he finally made a small hole. As long as the wall is broken open, it will not be difficult for the hole to become bigger and bigger. The opening was soon made. Lin Qin looked at Tang Kersin and the others, took out the intercom, and said, "Xiao Xue, what's going on?" "On the roof of the building opposite, but he ran away. He hit one of the turbines of my drone, and it can't fly anymore." "Okay, I understand." After hastily ending the conversation, Lin Qin seemed to be lost in thought. If he remembered correctly, the building opposite was a 10-story building, and the distance is not close. After all, most of the buildings near this park are just residential areas of about 7 floors or similar warehouse areas. Further inside are normal streets and busy roads in normal communities. This person must know what's inside, otherwise he wouldn't have fired a shot at such a long distance to alert them. Unable to move the contents. Perhaps there should be a group of them nearby? The sniper in the distance is most likely observing and keeping watch. But no matter which situation it is, we have to be careful at this time. At this time, Tang Kersin had treated Wang Xiaoli's penetrating abdominal wound. Use iodine to clean and disinfect, and use gauze cotton balls to wipe the spurted blood. If her internal organs were damaged, Wang Xiaoli's bleeding would not be stopped, and her consciousness would not be so clear. After Tang Kersin finished the treatment, she used her ability to heal Wang Xiaoli's abdominal wound. The only thing left was the wound on his leg. The abdomen was a penetrating wound, but the bullet did not remain inside. So it is relatively simple to deal with, but the wound on the thigh is not. The bullet is still stuck in the flesh. If you want to remove the bullet, you have to perform surgery first. Without anesthesia, most people would not be able to endure the pain of surgery. But there is no other way at the moment. Tang Kersin looked at Wang Yu. Hold her down and don't let her bite her tongue. Next, I'm going to cut your skin and take out the bullet. This process will be painful. You have to bear it. Do you understand? Although Wang Xiaoli was very scared, she still nodded. She pulled the collar of her cotton jacket and stuffed it into her mouth. Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but scream out in pain as the piercing pain came over her. Her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, but she bit her cotton coat tightly, determined to endure the pain. Fortunately, the bullet was not stuck very deep in the leg, and Tang Kursin was very fast, so the pain did not last long. The removed bullet was discarded aside. After cleaning, disinfecting, and scrubbing, Tang Kursin used her ability to heal Wang Xiaoli's wound. After the wound heals, it feels exactly the same as if there was no injury at all, and you can walk directly on the ground. But the clothes stained with blood remained the same. Wang Yu wiped the cold sweat off Wang Xiaoli's forehead and said, it's okay, it's fine now. Wang Xiaoli nodded. Her face was pale, and she was very weak because of the pain. However, after Tang Kursin healed her wound, she no longer felt any pain. Well, luckily there is no damage inside. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. You can move around normally now. Wang Xiaoli looked at Tang Kursin, still feeling a little scared. But with the help of Wang Yu, she tried to stand up. Fortunately, Tang Kursin's healing ability is excellent. Apart from the extreme pain when the bullet was removed, there were no other problems. Does it really not hurt anymore? Wang Xiaoli touched her belly and stepped on her legs. A face full of joy. Seeing that everyone was fine, Lin Xin spoke up. We can't go through the warehouse gate if we go this way. I guess there are other people blocking the way. Let's go this way and meet up with Xiaoxue first. Good. The team rushed out of the hole that Lin Xin had created. Behind the warehouse, there are some small warehouses, which are not as big as these large warehouses. A lot of yellow weeds also grew. Before the cold wave hit, these green weeds grew vigorously in the small gaps between the road signs that had not been taken care of for a long time. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, all the weeds turned yellow and were frozen. At this time, the ice and snow have faded, the temperature is warming up, and these weeds are naturally exposed to the air. Lin Xin led his team, trampling the weeds flat with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and continued walking deeper into the ground. Gradually, a lot of cotton-like catkins appeared among the weeds. The catkins are attached to the surface of these weeds and will float in the wind when the wind blows. Most of the time, they are attached to these weeds. With the experience from last time, Lin Xin was much more cautious this time. Don't underestimate these cattail flowers. They might be some inconspicuous mutated insects that are good at camouflage, just like last time. After all, they met Tang Kursin last time because they were tricked. This time, it's the same. Lin Xin raised his hand and stopped the team from moving forward. Chapter 304. Get your spirits up. He lowered his head cautiously, carefully identifying whether what he encountered this time was the same thing as last time. However, the cattail flowers did not move. Upon closer inspection, they were not those tiny whitish spiders. Out of caution, Lin Xin decided to lead the team to a place where there were fewer reeds and avoid them as much as possible. Fortunately, the weather today is pretty good. The wind is very calm, and there is almost no wind. If they are careful, there shouldn't be any problems after they avoid it. The teammates followed Lin Xin's steps, taking every step very carefully. The further we walked, the more reeds there were among the weeds, and the more reed flowers there were. At this time, several men at the other end were squatting at the back door of the park, looking forward to it nervously. They were distributed, and each person was in a different position. Some people were responsible for observing the surroundings, some were responsible for standing guard, and some were sitting on the side of the road, leisurely waiting for news. A teammate's voice came from the intercom. I shot someone from their team. You should be heading towards your location now. The other party has a drone and has discovered my location. I'm on my way to relocate now. See you at the old place. The man who received the message had a long scar on his face. He quickly responded with the intercom, got it, be careful. He is the only one in the team who can snipe, so his accuracy is naturally impeccable. Since he said he hit it, it must have hit it. The scarred man turned around and hurriedly walked from behind the walls on both sides of the back door to the side of the man sitting on the flower bed by the roadside. He whispered, Brother, Xiao Qian said he hit the enemy and is on his way here. What do you think we should do? Wait a moment, or should we? The man sitting on the roadside flower bed, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was smoking a cigarette while listening to the report from his subordinates. They had been eyeing this place for a long time, but due to the mutated plant, the piranha plant, and the zombie that was crushed under the nose of the plane, they had not been able to go in and take out the weapons. Even the guys from the nightclub who had been eyeing it couldn't take it away. They had been guarding for so long, yet a group of people they had never seen before were allowed in. After entering, we also discovered the location of the weapons. If these people took away their weapons right under their noses, they would become mere decorations. That is definitely not possible. However, they were able to escape unscathed even after being entangled by the mutated plants, which shows that they have some skills. It is possible that we let them bring the things out, and then the team can intercept them halfway. So, they set up residence. But if we want to force these people to come from their predetermined route, we can snipe them at the front gate and force them to go through the back door. This is how the current situation came about. The man took a final, deep puff of his cigarette, then pressed the butt to the ground to put out the fire. He stuffed the half-smoked cigarette into his pocket. Then he said, "Let the brothers cheer up and take back all the weapons in their hands. Kill the men directly and keep the women alive. Be careful, don't damage your weapons." Scarface nodded, then hesitantly asked, "Brother, what if they didn't bring them out?" Hearing this, the man with glasses sneered, "If you didn't bring him out, then don't bring him out. Kill him first, and then think of a way to lure a bunch of idiots over to serve as human shields. The trouble that happened to those bastards in the nightclub gives us an opportunity." Scarface nodded. "Okay, I'll give the order." The location of the back door is very hidden. Although there's a main road here, there are no other buildings on both sides of the road except the warehouses in the park. This is a wasteland surrounded by a brick and tile wall, and the wasteland is inside. This piece of land had been purchased by a developer before, and its specific purpose is unclear, but the zombies broke out just as the foundation of the wasteland was dug. Naturally, this place has turned into a wasteland in front of us. There was a gap in the wall surrounding the wasteland, and the weeds were so tall and yellow that it was impossible to see clearly inside. But there were many reeds in it. The excavated foundation formed a river over a long period of time. Originally, the land here was a barren river, and many reeds naturally grew in it. When the breeze blows, a lot of reed catkins float in the air. But no one cared about this thing. Soon, the figures of Lin Sheen and others appeared in the eyes of the scarred man. Everyone hid instantly, concealing their figures. The big iron door at the back door is covered with rust. This door is the kind that revolves, and you have to walk along it to get out. It is somewhat similar to the revolving door at the hotel entrance, yet also somewhat different. The difference is, one is automatic and advanced, the other is cheap. The people in the dark were waiting anxiously. It had been so long. Why hadn't these people come out yet? I raised my head and peeked through the gap, and saw that the other person was walking slower than a turtle. What's going on with these people? Of course, no matter how anxious you are, you can only continue to wait. I don't know how long I waited, but finally, Lin Sheen and others came to the door. Pushing open the rusty revolving door, Lin Sheen and others walked out one by one. The back door is next to the main road, and there are many reed flowers floating on the street. It seems that there are much more of them than inside. Fortunately, everyone in the team has been wearing masks and windproof goggles. The catkins don't come into contact with their skin. After everyone came out, all the people in the dark came out and surrounded Lin Sheen and the others. The man with glasses walked out from the back of the team and frowned when he saw Lin Sheen and the others had empty hands. No boxes to move? How is that possible? After seeing the weapons inside, even if it's not a lot, at least they can move 1 or 2 boxes. Although he thought so in his heart, the man with glasses didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, and immediately his younger brothers came forward and forcibly took away Lin Sheen and the others' guns. The man with glasses fixed his eyes on the guns in Lin Sheen and the others' hands. This gun looks smaller and not as good as theirs, but what they brought out should be a good thing. As for the explosive bow on Wei Lan, the man with glasses didn't know the value of the bow. He thought the bow was not as good as the guns they had, so he naturally didn't want it. But he did not give it to Lin Sheen and then threw it on the side of the road. Naturally, the loser cannot have weapons in his hands. The man with the scar collected all the guns together and handed them to the man with glasses. The man with glasses looked at the gun and then waved his hand. Some of the younger brothers surrounding them loaded their guns at the same time, while others pulled the women like Nanwei and Wei Lan aside to separate them from the men like Lin Sheen. Chapter 305 is over. Lin Sheen had no expression on his face. Just as the other party was about to pull the trigger, he said, "Wei Lan." Wei Lan received the order, mobilized all his abilities, and moved instantly. Take away the guns from all those surrounding them. She was so fast that in the other party's eyes, there was only a shadow. They didn't even have the chance to resist, as Wei Lan stripped them of all their weapons. Wei Lan threw all the confiscated guns aside, then looked at Lin Sheen and asked, "What are you going to do with these people?" "See if I can ask you something useful. These people should be very familiar with this place, and might be able to ask for some more useful information." Wei Lan nodded, but did not kill him. The few people who reacted looked at their empty hands and the guns discarded at the other party's feet, and they were all panicked. They stepped back and gathered around the man with glasses, looking at Lin Xin and his gang vigilantly. Brother, these people have awakened the ability of speed. What are you afraid of? Don't you have awakened your abilities? If you have awakened your abilities, what are you afraid of? Use your abilities to beat him up. The man with glasses narrowed his eyes slightly, extremely angry. These people are really cowardly. They just confiscated the guns and used their awakened abilities. Don't you have them too? Were you all standing there like idiots? All of a sudden, various supernatural powers were used. Lin Xin frowned and directly used his spatial skills. Control these people and prevent them from moving. The man with glasses immediately started drinking loudly. What ability did you use on us? Lin Xin walked forward, but Zhang Qian beside him suddenly stood up. Wait a minute, let me do it. Lin Xin paused, turned around, and looked at Zhang Qian, who was somewhat excited, and raised his eyebrows. He is a little unusually excited. Unexpectedly, when a man with glasses looked at Zhang Qian, his eyes suddenly widened. It's you. Lin Xin couldn't help but let out a roar. There was an expression of watching a show on his face. Zhang Qian chuckled, walked up to the man with the glasses, and patted his face. Little guy, it's me. How about it? You didn't expect that I could run away from the nightclub, did you? What do you want to do? The man with glasses frowned, and he was now completely wary of Zhang Qian, because this person definitely has no good intentions. When they caught him, they abused him and finally sold him to a nightclub. Now, I'm in his hands again. It's really a changing world. He even felt that Zhang Qian might use all those tricks on him. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. The other people in the team looked at Zhang Qian with burning eyes. All of them looked at me with gossipy eyes. Of course, this is because the area is very safe and there are no zombies around. Only the people in the team have the leisure to read gossip. Wei Lan crossed her arms across her chest and couldn't help nudging Nan Wei with her elbow, whispering, "It feels like something interesting is about to happen." Nan Wei chuckled, but still restrained her expression a little, and said softly, "Go. Do you special police also like gossip so much?" Wei Lan chuckled and didn't say much. But the man with glasses and pointed ears suddenly seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Sister SWAT, you are a SWAT officer. There are people here who are forcibly robbing men and forcing decent women and men. Don't you want to do anything about it? Wei Lan raised an eyebrow, looked around, then shrugged. Where? Wei Lan sighed, and then pretended to look around. It's already this time. It's no longer a society ruled by law. Do you still expect them to use the legal system to suppress others? They don't even look at themselves. They were the first to break the law. The man with glasses couldn't move at all. He felt hopeless when he saw Wei Lan ignoring him. He had no choice but to give up and looked at Zhang Qian and said, "To be honest, although we were wrong to sell you to the nightclub, we didn't treat you too badly in other ways, right?" Speaking of this, the man with glasses thought of all the scenes of them dragging Zhang Qian, kicking him, pushing him. All right, there's no running away. Lin Xin was casual and not in a hurry. Since Zhang Qian had a grudge against this person, it was only natural for him to hand the person over to him so that he could vent his anger. Lin Xin began to look around. Then he pointed in a direction and said, "We'll wait for you in the car at the intersection ahead. You can take care of it yourself." Zhang Qian nodded and looked in the direction Lin Xin pointed. There, Zhang Shui was driving a minibus over. Because the road was difficult to travel on, there was a stone pier blocking the road at the intersection of the two roads, so we couldn't get in. The minibus did not drive directly over, but stopped at the intersection. Lin Xin and his friends need to walk there. Lin Xin left first. Anyone who wanted to watch the show could stay, and anyone who didn't want to could just sit in the car and rest and wait. Of course, it's not a good idea to join in on this kind of thing. Everyone followed Lin Xin consciously. Seeing this, the man with glasses kept moaning, but everyone paid attention to him. Halfway through the walk, Lin Xin turned back to look at Zhang Qian and kindly reminded him, "Why don't you get a rope and tie him up? Now he has the power to suppress it, but if he turns back, it will be gone. Once he lets go, these people will definitely run away." Zhang Qian shook his head. "As long as we catch the man with glasses, the others will be easy to deal with." Lin Xin shrugged his shoulders and left. Suddenly, one of the men who was frozen in Lin Xin's sight suddenly covered his throat, looking like he was about to suffocate. Zhang Qian frowned, looked at the man and said, "Hey, I haven't done anything yet. Why are you pretending?" But the man ignored him. His face turned red and the veins on his neck popped out. Before Zhang Qian could say anything else, the same situation occurred to another man. Zhang Qian was stunned. It doesn't look like it's fake. What's going on? At this time, because Lin Xin was farther away from him, his ability to control was naturally weakened a lot. The man with glasses struggled a little and broke free. Lin Xin's ability collapsed in an instant, and several men fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. The man with glasses, the man with the scar, and several others quickly surrounded the two teammates who were having an attack. Xiao Si, what's going on? I don't know, it just became like this all of a sudden. What about Xiao Wu? How is he? It's the same as Xiao Si's situation. Take off your clothes, quickly, and see what's going on. Zhang Qian stood aside with his brows knitted together. The man with glasses pulled open the man's collar and saw a bug-like thing crawling out from under the skin of his neck, into his chest, and then into his stomach. Chapter 306, Mutation. Scarface was very frightened when he saw this. Oh no, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu got caught. These fungal spores attach to the reed flowers and float in the wind, entering the nasal cavity and trachea through the respiratory tract, and then drilling into the skin. That's it. The scarred man began to whisper, a face full of panic. The man with glasses also showed a look of horror when he saw this. In this brief gap, another person covered his throat as if he couldn't breathe. Zhang Qian stood aside, not knowing what to say for a moment. Judging from the expressions and actions of these people, these fungal spores seemed to be quite scary. There was quite a bit of commotion here. Lin Xin put one foot on the steps of the minibus and the other on the side of the road, looking up into the distance. Zhang Qian hurried over and met Lin Xin. Lin Xin raised his chin. What happened? Zhang Qian frowned and shook his head. I don't know. These people were talking about fungal spores, or something like it attached to the reeds and got sucked in. It looked a bit scary. The neck was badly swollen. It looked like there were bugs crawling under the surface of the skin. Lin Xin frowned. This thing sounds a little scary. But is this the case with these people? Lin Xin looked up at the others and said, check to see if there is any reed fluff on your body. This reed flower is not safe. The people in the car began to check his body from head to toe. Fortunately, they were extra careful along the way and the items were wrapped very tightly. It was not contaminated by these fungal spores. But the teammates like the man with glasses and scar are not so good. There were not many people in the team to begin with, and now most of them began to show the same symptoms. There was pain mixed with suffocation. Lin Xin and the others were not close to him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xin couldn't help but look at Zhang Qian beside him and said, are you not going to deal with him? He is the one who should be cleaned up, and he's also the one who shouldn't be cleaned up. I don't know what I thought he did. Zhang Qian waved his hand and said, look at them. Do you still need me to deal with them? He didn't even need to take any action. They had already lost a lot of people. Although Zhang Qian also wanted to solve the problem himself, he valued his life more than this. What's more, these people probably won't live long. Let's go. Zhang Qian shrugged and patted Lin Xin. Now he has found friends and a sister, and he is living a comfortable life. These guys had something to clean up, so it didn't matter to him. Can't take risks anyway. The things have been found, so there's no need to stay here any longer, but he is still quite curious about the fungal spores mentioned by these people. But they also know that curiosity kills the cat. Since Zhang Qian doesn't want to solve it, then forget it. Lin Xin turned around and nodded at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui started the car and walked away shakily. I learned how to drive the car on the spot. Although it is not very stable, it can still be driven safely. The people in the car were not standing steadily due to the sudden shaking of the car, and everyone fell into the seats. Nanwei couldn't help but yell, Xiaoshu, you be steady. Wei Lan firmly grasped the back of the seat, patted his forehead, and said, Xiaoshu, drive steadily and follow my usual instructions. Zhang Shui held the steering wheel tightly, listening to the voices coming from behind, and couldn't help but said speechlessly, Sisters, I only learned the theory before, but never put into practice. Don't worry, I've studied the entire route we just took. There won't be any problems, just sit tight. As Zhang Shui spoke, her hands continued to move. The car turned sharply to the right. The entire car almost drifted. Everyone in the car. Zhang Qian held the chair tightly, then walked to Zhang Shui's side and began to give orders. Okay, wake up. Come down and I'll drive. Although Zhang Shui was reluctant, she didn't say much. After switching the driving seat with Zhang Qian, the car gradually started to run smoothly. Stay away from here. Lin Xin sat behind Zhang Qian and looked at the road ahead. Let's not go back yet. Let's see if there are any bricks or tiles needed for construction here. Now that the snow has melted, it's time to replan and build the villa area. Zhang Qian nodded and continued driving. At this time, the man with glasses and the man with scar quickly left here after failing to save their teammates. Instead of trying to save teammates who can no longer be saved, it is better to save your own life and go back to rebuild the team. The two looked at each other and decisively left. However, as their strength was exhausted, the two chose a relatively stable place inside a building to stay, turned on the water melted from the snow, and drank it. However, just after resting for a while, the two of them encountered the same situation as their teammates. A feeling of suffocation came over me, and I could clearly feel something moving under my skin and then breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. The man with glasses and the man with scar suddenly opened their eyes, mechanically got up from the ground, and then wandered around. It is not easy to find things that are specific to buildings in the city. Even when Lin Xin was transforming her before, there were many things she didn't have. For example, things like steel bars. After all, it is to defend against zombies, so the outer wall must be strong. But it is not easy to find these things now. Zhang Qian had seen this kind of thing before, and this kind of thing should not be taken away by others. After all, it is useless to others. The car quickly shuttled through the roads in the city, and soon came to a deserted street. This place is remote. There are few cars parked on the roadside, and the weeds are extremely lush. But in such a place, Lin Xin saw several trucks transporting bricks, tiles, sand and gravel, as well as steel bars and cement. However, in a place like this, there's several zombies everywhere. Lin Xin took a look and found that the zombies were wearing the uniform of the construction site, so they should be the employees of this place. They wore helmets and held different weapons in their hands, wandering around those gravel trucks. The roar of Lin Xin and others' car attracted them. Lin Xin raised his hand, and the others in the car walked out. They don't need to take action to deal with zombies of this level. Just let Wang Xiaoli and the others handle it. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the zombies here are a little different from other zombies. However, the three men didn't say much, they just held their guns. It is not suitable to shoot zombies inside the minibus. If they stand inside the bus, it will easily attract zombies. So the three of them got out of the car and walked forward. Chapter 307 Zombies That Throw Stones. Wang Xiaoli looked at the zombies around her and saw that there were about 100 of them. Judging from this, there should be quite a few zombies that were not on the periphery. Wang Xiaoli clenched the gun in her hand and then looked at Tang Kursin, who was obviously lacking in confidence. She put her hand on Tang Kursin's shoulder and comforted her. These zombies are all ordinary zombies. As long as we don't encounter the mutated ones, we don't have to be afraid. We just need to aim with our guns. Even if there are large mutants, Lin Xin and the others are here and won't let anything happen to us. By the way, remember to take the lead. In Wang Xiaoli's opinion, these ordinary zombies do not really require everyone to make a big fuss. These ordinary zombies could serve as a training ground for the three of them who did not have enough experience. This way, I will have some experience in dealing with zombies in the future. What's more, it's impossible for Lin Xin and the others to let them encounter any danger without helping them. So there is nothing to be afraid of. Just let these zombies practice. But compared to her, Tang Kursin should be a little scared. After all, she and her brother were quite capable of dealing with zombies. Tang Kursin calmed down a bit and nodded. She has indeed never had a head-on confrontation with zombies. I've been hiding for so long, relying on my own shelter and the food I have received to survive, with one meal a day going hungry and the other a full meal. Wang Xiaoli was right. These were ordinary zombies. The biggest mutation was only about level 2 to 3. At most, they were stronger or had tentacles in their mouths. There's no need to worry too much about this kind of zombie, as long as you don't get close to them. The gun in her hand can protect her completely, as long as she shoots accurately. There is no need to worry too much. After all, this place is remote and the possibility of zombies mutating is very low. As long as she aims at the zombies. Tang Kursin took a deep breath and then followed Wang Xiaoli forward. But with the experience of the first time, it was still easy to deal with the second time. The zombies chased after them in large numbers. Wang Xiaoli and Wang Yu seemed very comfortable with the situation, and it seemed very easy for them to deal with the zombies. Tang Kursin looked at her gun, then raised it and aimed at the zombies. He will be killed sooner or later anyway. Xiaoli is right. While they're still ordinary zombies, We should kill a few more and gain some experience. In the future, there might be all kinds of mutants, which will definitely not be as easy to deal with as these ordinary zombies. Without saying too much, at least you have to be able to protect yourself. The zombies rushed over very fast, but their bullets were even faster. It all depends on the accuracy of Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli. Tang Kerson's accuracy was a little worse, but in comparison, she had improved a lot compared to the previous few days. Soon, more than half of the 100 or so zombies were eliminated. As for the remaining part, some were behind the truck and were blocked by the truck, and the bullets did not hit them. But the remaining ones should not pose much threat to them. After all, they're just ordinary zombies. However, Tang Kerson's thinking was too simple. The zombies, who were partially blocked by the truck, picked up stones and bricks on the ground and threw them directly over. They throw money at them like it's free. The other people who stayed in the car were stunned when they saw the weapons in the hands of the zombies. Zhang Qian sat in the driver's seat, looking at the zombies holding the toys in their hands, and touched his smooth chin. Is this zombie a spirit? It even knows how to pick up stones and throw them at people. Good man, Lin Xin, how come these zombies still know how to use weapons? These bricks and other materials are made directly from local materials, and there are quite a lot of them on the ground. Zhang Shui was sitting next to Zhang Qian. Seeing this, she couldn't help but ask, will something go wrong if this continues? If these stones and bricks hit your body, you will definitely bump into them and bleed. It hurts so much. Nanwei shook her head. No, everyone, cheer up. If anything goes wrong, we have to go and help. Wei Lan frowned. She had never seen such zombies before. Lin Xin sat up straight, staring at the situation over there. These are all his teammates, especially Tang Kerson. Nothing can happen to her. After all, the whole team relies on her, the only doctor, to treat illnesses. Zhang Qian sat up straight and continued to stare at that place and asked, Lin Xin, could this zombie have intelligence? Otherwise, look at what they've been smashed into. If this continues, all of them will probably be disfigured. Their faces are so fragile that they can be broken with a touch. TSK, what a pity. Zhang Qian's teasing voice came, and Lin Xin couldn't help but frowned. Stop talking nonsense. These zombies may have some intelligence, but if they don't have any other abilities, it shouldn't be a big deal. But you still have to be careful. I'm going to get to things, and then we'll leave. We can't stay any longer. Of course, these words were purely meant to shut Zhang Qian up. At this time, Lin Xin was just watching the three people's movements, silently thinking that he would have to train them well after returning. Especially Tang Kerson. The other people in the car nodded. Zhang Qian frowned and couldn't help but ask, wait a minute, how are you going to move it by yourself? Lin Xin opened the car door and left without looking back. The other people in the car were busy with their own things, and no one responded to Zhang Qian's doubts. Zhang Qian, what's going on? Why don't you pay any attention to him? Zhang Qian turned around and looked at his sister. Zhang Shui avoided his gaze and looked elsewhere outside the car window. Zhang Qian couldn't help but said, Sister, my dear sister, why are you hiding from your brother? Zhang Shui curled her lips, turned around and said innocently, no, brother, don't worry about it. We will definitely have it later. If you have the time, why don't you try to keep an eye on Dr. Tang and the others? We may need to take action later. Zhang Qian. At this time, Lin Xin had already approached the sand and gravel trucks. Lin Xin copied everything inside, and even copied some other things. Zombies gathered in droves, and most of them were attracted by Tang Kerson and the other two. Lin Xin didn't encounter any zombies. Fortunately, there are quite a few things parked here, so Lin Xin doesn't need to search for them one by one, he can just copy them directly. After the copying was completed, Lin Xin looked at Wang Yu, Wang Xiaoli, and Tang Qian. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli have pretty good personal abilities, and they can deal with the zombies' stone-throwing behavior with ease. But it is inevitable to be hit by stones and have some minor bumps. Tang Kerson's dodging was a little worse than the other two, but it is some progress. Suddenly, a zombie picked up a piece of broken steel bar on the ground and rushed straight towards Tang Kerson's storefront. Chapter 308. Make plans early. Lin Xin frowned and activated his ability. Tang Kerson was unable to dodge the steel bar that suddenly flew towards her and could only watch it hit her storefront. Suddenly, the steel bar in front of her seemed to touch something and bounced out with a bang. She raised her head in surprise and looked at the air in front of her. As if she had figured something out, she turned her head and saw Lin Xin not far away. She stood up from the ground and used her gun to deal with the zombie that looked like the steel bar she threw at her. The zombies were quickly dealt with, but the three people all suffered injuries to varying degrees. However, these injuries were not caused by being scratched and bitten by zombies, but by being scratched by rocks and steel bars when the zombies impacted the pit. But it's not serious. It's just a minor flesh wound, and Dr. Tang can heal it back to normal with just a little work. However, Lin Qin, standing in the distance, actually discovered a mutant. This mutant looks very similar to the white one in the nightclub. The tips of the tentacles behind it can condense into a core, which is aggressive. The mutant just roared towards Wang Xiaoli and the others. Then the condensed core attacked directly. But this time, Lin Qin didn't have to take any action and the mutant was solved. The three people were indeed panicked after seeing the mutant, but it was only for a moment, and they all thought of the laser gun that Lin Qin gave them. To deal with this mutant, the laser gun is undoubtedly the best choice. In fact, it is true that even if the mutants want to block it, they are powerless to resist the laser gun. He was killed instantly in no time. Seeing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was the laser gun given by Lin Qin. They didn't dare to use it carelessly before. After all, this thing was too precious. The appearance of mutants is so scary that the use of laser guns is naturally imminent. Fortunately, the danger was resolved. Wang Xiaoli walked to the mutant's side and then dug out the crystal core inside the mutant. Tang Kursin came to Lin Qin's side and hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "Thank you for what you did just now. The steel bar is very thick. Although it is not big, it is not light in weight." The blow that hit her definitely had some weight. But she didn't expect that Lin Qin actually paid attention to her safety and helped her block the fatal blow in time. Lin Qin didn't react much. After seeing Wang Xiaoli had already taken the crystal core and walked back, he walked towards a minibus. "It's okay. We are all teammates. You're the only doctor in our team. We must not let anything happen to you." Dan Gesin Baoset. She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed because Lin Qin didn't just save her, but because she was the only doctor in the team. But she didn't take the loss to heart. Just looking at Lin Qin's back, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Apart from anything else, Lin Qin at least treats his teammates and friends well. At least if I follow him, I don't have to worry so much about hunger, fullness, cold, and warmth, let alone other problems. Tang Kursin felt relieved and felt that killing zombies was not so scary after all. It felt like someone was supporting her from behind. But since the crystal core has been taken, there is naturally no need to stay here. Tang Kursin let out a long sigh, looked at Lin Qin's back, and then followed him. Back in the car, Wang Xiaoli handed the crystal core she had just obtained to Lin Qin. "This is the crystal core of the mutant just now." Lin Qin looked at the crystal core in Wang Xiaoli's hand, then shook his head. "Take this crystal core. When we get back, I'll give some to each of you so that you can improve your abilities." One crystal core can't improve it much. Wang Xiaoli paused for a moment and then didn't say anything more. He just went back to Wang Yu happily and sat down next to him. Lin Qin is different from others. He really cares about everyone. Although this is just a crystal core, it is more than just a crystal core. It's enough to make Wang Xiaoli happy. The other people in the car had no complaints. For them, crystal cores are not scarce. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Qin, raised his eyebrows, started the car, and drove away from here and returned to the villa. Everyone sat casually in the house to rest. Although a day outside was not very physically demanding, it was definitely not easy. Before going upstairs, Lin Qin paused. He took out a lot of crystal cores from the space and distributed them one by one before leaving. They can absorb these crystal cores whenever they want, and Lin Qin is not in a hurry. However, according to usual practice, these crystal cores should be absorbed at night. Zhang Qian followed behind and said as he walked, "You have quite a lot of crystal cores. Do you often go out hunting zombies?" Zhang Qian had doubts from the beginning. It was the first time he saw a team distribute crystal cores according to the bags they were in. In addition, he has joined the team for 2 or 3 days, and he has never seen them go out to hunt zombies. This time I went out just to look for things from the nightclub and to find some building materials. There's only one crystal core at most. Lin Qin walked and asked, "Why are you so envious?" "Don't worry, you have a share too." Zhang Qian frowned and said, "No, I'm just asking out of curiosity." "You can't ask this yet." Lin Qin chuckled and snorted coldly. "I don't know you yet, but I'll know what you mean once you lift your butt. Okay, let's talk about how to transform it first." Zhang Qian muttered silently and walked in resignedly. Regarding the renovation of the villa, of course, it is not just this one that is being renovated. There will be more and more people in the future, so the entire villa area will be within their consideration. Naturally, we need to discuss the preliminary plan. However, at present, the specific implementation plan for these things has finally been decided to start preparations tomorrow. It just requires the use of everyone in the team. After the two finished their discussion, they walked out of the room with a relaxed look. When I came out again, I saw Nan Wei had cut a big watermelon and placed it on the dining table. The team members were eating a piece each and were very happy. To be honest, I haven't eaten watermelon for a long time. Although there is no shortage of fruits at home, I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot about the fruits at home. Looking at the team members eating happily, Lin Qin shook his head helplessly. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up as he looked at the 3 pieces of watermelon on the plate on the dining table. He couldn't help but quickly walk forward and picked up 2 of the pieces. He stuffed one piece into Lin Qin's mouth and couldn't wait to take a big bite of the other one. The watermelon juice overflowed, and he sucked the juice on his hands while speaking incoherently. Chapter 309, A Bunch of Annoying People. Where did you get the watermelon? It's not easy to eat watermelon these days. Lin Qin, try it. Eating these things slowly is disrespectful to the watermelon. As Zhang Qian spoke, he handed the other intact watermelon in his hand to Lin Qin, while also asking Lin Qin questions. Lin Qin reached out to take it and took a bite. You know what, this watermelon is so crispy and sweet. But why haven't I discovered it before? It seems like good things taste better when eaten by many people. Lin Qin was eating watermelon and was about to sit down on the sofa. Zhang Qian followed him while eating. The other people who were eating watermelons saw Lin Qin coming out and nodded and greeted him. Tang Kurson picked up a plate of watermelon cut by Wei Lan and walked over following Zhang Qian's words. He looked at Lin Qin, then retracted his eyes and looked at Zhang Qian beside him again, responding with a smile. Thanks to Brother Lin, we have something to eat. By the way, you guys eat more. Wei Lan still has a lot. I'll give them all to you. We have almost finished eating. Following Tang Kurson's gaze, Wei Lan was still cutting the other half of the watermelon. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, was holding a plate of watermelon and looking at Lin Qin with eyes full of admiration. Zhang Qian tilted his head and looked at Lin Qin. What Dr. Tang said was all about Lin Qin. Could it be that this woman has some feelings towards Lin Qin? Zhang Qian was startled and then looked like he was going to watch a show. Lin Qin raised the piece of watermelon in his hand that he had not finished eating and said, "That's enough for me. You should give it to others." Tang Kurson paused, then looked at Zhang Qian beside her, hesitating for a long time before saying, "Okay." She held the watermelon, then walked to the coffee table in front of the sofa and placed the watermelon plate on it. The other people looked at the watermelons on the tray on the coffee table, wanted to take them, but not daring to. Look at Lin Qin cautiously. Zhang Qian finished eating the watermelon in his hand, then walked over and took a piece of watermelon from the tray on the coffee table. I ate while looking at these people. Hey, you don't have to look at him. Eat quickly. Come on, eat. Zhang Qian took out 2 pieces of watermelon from the tray and gave them to the 2 people closest to him. Eat. No one will say anything to you. After saying this, Zhang Qian looked at their happy expressions and started eating the watermelon. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Qin. Lin Qin shook his head helplessly, but didn't say much. The watermelon is indeed average. The main problem is that I always have to run to the toilet after eating too much. It's better to eat more peaches, grapes, oranges, and the like. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Qin, put his butt towards him, and sat down next to Lin Qin. Lin Qin looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. What are you doing? This nasty expression looks like it's not going to be a good thing. Zhang Qian nudged Lin Qin with his elbow, then whispered, "This Dr. Tang doesn't like you, does she?" When she came back from outside, she looked at you differently. Lin Qin frowned. Don't talk nonsense. She must have been scared. I saved her again. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows. You really don't have any feelings for her? This girl is quite pretty. If you don't like them, why do you keep so many women here? You are such a bad person. Why are you talking so much? Are you free? Since you're so free, then go and clean up the other villas and move out. Zhang Qian curled his lips, stingy. Zhang Qian took another bite, and after watching Tang Kurson return, he looked at Lin Qin with disgust. TSK, to be honest, I wanted to ask you this for a long time. You're much more capable now than I was before. The women in this room are so lucky. Lin Qin, do you want this good fortune? Zhang Qian immediately stood up and said as he walked away, "No, I'm not worthy of it." His voice was loud when he said this, and everyone heard it. Some of them didn't understand what Zhang Qian meant by this sudden remark, but everyone was eating at the moment and soon forgot about this little episode. After eating the watermelon, Zhang Qian dressed neatly and walked out of the villa. Lin Xin was right. They couldn't always stay in one place. All the villa buildings in the entire villa area could be utilized. He chose another villa next door, but found that it had been cleaned and was relatively clean. The villa has enough rooms, and they are big enough. It was always a little inconvenient for him to take care of the little girl in Lin Xin's villa. This room is pretty good too. Big and spacious. Come to think of a way to get a generator. But for this matter, we can only wait for Lin Xin. That guy has decorated his villa so nicely, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to get a generator or something. What's more, the distance between the two villas is not too far. If you have anything, just shout. He didn't want to sleep in the same room with that kid Lin Xin, even with other people. Otherwise, how can he display his attributes? Zhang Qian hissed. Then I started to get busy. Suddenly, there were several noises coming from the distance. Zhang Qian paused, then walked out. Through the wall of the villa, he could see a woman appearing in the distance on the road. Behind her, several zombies followed closely. It is not difficult to see that the zombies' limbs are not intact and look like they have been chopped off. But the woman running in the front seemed to be exhausted and might fall to the ground at any time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xin was looking at a group of people sitting on the sofa, eating happily. On the table were a number of snacks that Nanwei and the others had brought out. They sat slumped one by one and dared not make too much noise even when trying to eat. Lin Xin couldn't help but cough lightly. Wang Yi took some fruit snacks and put them in his pocket, then got up and went back to his room. Suddenly, only Lin Xin and a group of women were left in the living room. Looking at Wang Yu's running back, Lin Xin couldn't help scratching the back of his head. Is he so uncomfortable here? Lin Xin was a little confused. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. Lin Xin took a look and found that it was detection information from the surveillance cameras installed around the villa. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows. Anyone? Lu Yin was panting, her body covered with wounds from avoiding zombies, pursuers, and collisions. Her special powers had been exhausted after killing most of the zombies. Even his original physical strength has been almost consumed. If this continues, her life will be over. Although the zombies chasing behind her were not many in number and were mostly old, weak, and sick, they were still able to run and kept chasing her relentlessly, following the scent of her blood. What a bunch of troublemakers. Chapter 310 finally found. Lu Yin looked around, then dived into a small alley, climbed over the wall, hid in a roadside shop, anxiously looking for a place to hide. These zombies all had broken legs or arms, so they weren't chasing very fast. Most of the bloodstains on her body had dried up, but the faint smell of blood was still tempting to the zombies. Even if she hides in a shop along the street, she has to find something else with a scent to cover up the smell of blood on her body. The shelves and cabinets in the shop were all tilted, and Lu Yin walked inside through the gaps between the shelves. This shop is a fast convenience store, but all the items inside have been looted long ago, leaving nothing behind. Lu Yin couldn't help but exhale a breath of hot air to loosen her hands that were frozen stiff. Then he crawled in through the gap between the shelves. Usually there is a small room in this kind of convenience store. For now, I can only hide in the small room and see if there is any gain. After walking through the shelves, Lu Yin heard the sound of zombies banging on the door behind her. The glass of this small convenience store can't withstand being smashed by zombies. Lu Yin quickened her pace and finally found the secret door along the wall. She gripped the door handle and twisted it desperately to open it. Fortunately, the lock was not locked, and Lu Yin opened it easily. But the female corpse in the room made Lu Yin alert. Fortunately, it's not a zombie. This made her relax her guard a little. This small room is not big and has a small window facing outside. There's a fan above it, which feels similar to a ventilator. But there was such a small opening that she couldn't get out even if she wanted to. This vent is too small. Lu Yin looked at the corpse on the ground. The temperature was high before, and the surface of the corpse had already rotted. Later, due to the sudden drop in cold air, the corpse was frozen hard, and maggots and other things floated on the surface of the corpse. So it looks very visually impactful. But she couldn't care less about anything now. Even though the stench of corpses was everywhere, it was just right for her at the moment. This stench can cover up the smell of blood on her body. No matter how sensitive the zombies' outside sense of smell are, They cannot smell her scent. Lu Yin leaned against the door, trying to calm her breathing. The zombies outside the house broke the glass and then came in. Look around the house. Lu Yin was so nervous that she dared not move, but just quietly clenched the gun in her hand. As if she realized something, she frowned, put the gun on her waist, and then clenched the dagger. She didn't bring many bullets when she escaped, and the magazine had long been used up. Now, these zombies can only be dealt with by relying on the gun in hand. Soon, the noise outside gradually died down. I didn't know if the zombies had left after finding nothing. But Lu Yin did not go out immediately, but continued to wait. Time passed by minute, and it was quiet outside. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the small window of the ventilation fan. Lu Yin looked over nervously and saw some noise coming from the other end of the ventilation fan. A sharp, bloody claw suddenly stretched out and scratched around under the ventilator. Lu Yin clenched her palms and waited nervously. There is only one entrance here, and there is a small fan at the entrance. The size of this vent looks like it would be impossible to get in. So small. Just wait a little longer until her strength recovers a little, and she should be able to use her special powers. Her overdrawn physical strength meant that she couldn't test out her abilities at all. I think there shouldn't be any problem. This small window should be enough to support it. As Lu Yin was thinking this, suddenly, the zombie's head popped out from the ventilator. He broke the ventilator and then kept digging at the wall with his hands. Lu Yin felt a little disappointed, but she still stayed close to the door to carefully observe the situation outside. If the zombies are all in the vents, then this door can be opened. But if it is just a feint to the east and attack in the west, then it is hard to say. Suddenly, the zombie's claws trembled and then disappeared. The slight noise coming from outside could not make out the specific situation. The zombies are gone? Lu Yin licked her interfering lips, then stood up, walked to the body, moved the bench up, and placed it under the ventilation fan. She stepped on the bench and carefully stretched her head to look. The corpses of several zombies were exposed on the ground. Judging from the broken limbs, they should be the ones chasing her. But the bodies of these zombies were lying on the ground with a bullet wound right between their eyebrows. Obviously, someone had shot them. People. Lu Yin couldn't help but become more alert. She looked around carefully through the window, trying to find someone who killed the zombies. But when he looked around, there was no one in sight except for the wet footprints on the ground leading into the distance. Lu Yin couldn't help but look away. Whatever the situation, this person helped her deal with the zombies that were chasing her. She was safe now. All she had to do was take care of her clothes and wash them clean. Thinking of this, Lu Yin opened the door a little and walked out. There was not a single zombie in the convenience store, and Lu Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She rummaged through the messy convenience store floor. Then he found a pack of dusty gauze and tissues in the corner. Lu Yin picked it up and blew away the dust. Although the surface is a bit dirty, it is usable. She had to go find some snow that had not completely melted and use it to turn it into clean water to wash the dry blood on her body. I also need to see if I can get some clean clothes to wear from some corpses. Thinking of this, Lu Yin also walked out. There was a cold wind blowing on the street outside. Lu Yin looked at the shops and started looking for something. Suddenly, there were several noises behind her, and Lu Yin hid immediately. But then I saw a man walking out from the alley behind. She was stunned. Isn't this man the one who took Zhang Qian away that night? As long as you follow him, you will definitely find Zhang Qian. Even if Zhang Qian really cannot be found, or even if Zhang Qian died at his hands, she could still get rid of this man. But I finally found it, and all my hard work for so many days was worth it. Now, she has to restore her physical strength and superpowers first. As for this man, he must have the ability and means to survive until now. She couldn't be sure what his special abilities were, so she naturally couldn't act rashly. Following him not too far away, Lu Yin saw him enter the villa area opposite. It looks like someone lives here. Lu Yin glanced at him lightly, then turned and left. She is a self-aware person, and now is not the right time to deal with him. She has to figure out first. Hiding in the corner, Lu Yin waited until her strength was almost restored before she walked out and climbed into the houses. Chapter 3, 11 The days are long. She just couldn't believe that there wasn't even any clothes in these houses. It was certain that there was no food or water, but she didn't believe that all the clothes had been looted. I don't know if it's an illusion, but most of the zombies around here are ordinary and not very dangerous at all. As for the high-level ones, they were most likely killed by the person just now. With such strength, it is not clear whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for him to take Zhang Qian away. Lu Yin let out a long sigh, cleared the thoughts in her mind, and then began to search. There's indeed no food in this building, which is even cleaner than her face. But when it comes to clothes, she still found a few pieces that looked thicker. By pulling aside the heavy curtains, she could look directly through the window at what was happening in the villa area opposite. This is a good place. You can observe the situation over there. The room can be lived in if it is tidied up. Thinking of this, Lu Yin took action. Suddenly, she paused. There were quite a few spider webs hanging on the windows of the building next door. When a gust of wind blew, there seemed to be traces of spiders. If you look closely, it's a spider. Each one is bigger than a chicken. Oh shit. Lu Yin immediately closed the window tightly. At the same time, the curtains were drawn. This spider is quite large, and you can tell at first glance that it is not an ordinary spider. It looked like she had to stay away from this building. Change position. Thinking of this, Lu Yin walked out of the building again and stopped after walking several buildings away. Generally speaking, this mutant spider has territorial divisions. However, apart from the many spider webs hanging on the surface of the building, nothing else has been found yet. It shouldn't be a big threat. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to deal with such a large mutant. The man who took Zhang Qin away would definitely take action. As long as we can keep these, there shouldn't be any big problems. But even so, she can't take it lightly. Thinking of this, Lu Yin pushed open a large iron door under a building, and then looked around vigilantly. The smell in the building is not very pleasant. It has a stale smell. There were a lot of dried, oxidized brown bloodstains on the wall, but it was still relatively clean. After all, when she was in the nightclub, it wasn't as clean as here. After going up the stairs, Lu Yin came to the third floor, randomly selected a bank account on either side, and then pulled out a bank card. Lu Yin was very comfortable with this way of opening the door. The card was inserted through the crack in the door, one hand held the door handle outside the door, and then it was swiped down forcefully back and forth several times, followed by a click of the door lock. Lu Yin put away the bank card and then opened the door. For this kind of door, a bank card can unlock it. Lu Yin pushed the door open and walked in. The house was in relatively good condition and had not been ransacked. It also looks cleaner. But the room was very cold, and people were shivering with cold. After locking the door, Lu Yin entered the house and took a look around. The house was safe, there was no corpse, no blood, but the furniture in the house was intact. It seems that the person who was in the house before was not here, so this situation occurred. But no one was looting the supplies, so this was a good deal for her. After confirming it was safe, Lu Yin sat on the sofa in the living room. The room was relatively clean, but now she couldn't care less about unclean things. I opened the refrigerator in the room, and there were exactly 2 bottles of mineral water inside. However, the date on the bottle showed it was already a month past its expiration date. I don't know if there will be any problem with the water here. But there is no choice now. Lu Yin took out 2 bottles of mineral water, and then took out the gauze she found at the convenience store. She went into the bedroom, took off her clothes, and then began to clean the blood off her body with gauze soaked in water. The dry and sticky blood on the skin can be wiped clean with a slightly wet compress. Restraining the chill, Lu Yin wiped the blood off her body, and then took out all the men's clothes from the closet. I can't be too picky now. As long as it's warm and clean and wearable, it's fine. As for the dirty clothes that have been taken off, you can't keep them. You have to throw it farther away or burn it. Thinking of this, she took out everything that was originally in the pockets of her cotton jacket. She was in a hurry when she came out, so she only brought a few things with her and filled all 4 pockets. She searched the room and found a porcelain basin with peonies. She threw the clothes into it and then lit it with a lighter. The fire was so big that the cotton jacket caught fire, and the smell in the whole room was not very pleasant. But she has a rare moment of free time now, sitting on the bed, eating a Snickers bar. The temperature in the brazier quickly rose, and the room was no longer so cold. She also threw in the gauze, soaked with blood. I fell asleep while sitting like that. When I woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Lu Yin touched her head. She must have been too tired and sleepy yesterday, and she had overexerted herself. After relaxing for a while, she fell asleep. I fell asleep and have been sleeping till now. Lu Yin let out a long sigh and sighed as she looked at the intact bedroom door. Fortunately, there are not many zombies here, so she slept so soundly and nothing happened. Lu Yin stood up and touched her belly. I haven't eaten for 2 meals, and my stomach is growling with hunger. Lu Yin lowered her head and raised her hand. A vine rose from her hand and directly wrapped around the bench on the ground. Yes, after my physical strength recovered, my supernatural powers also recover a lot. After cleaning up, Lu Yin went out. There are actually not many shops along the street near the villa, and even if there are, they're all empty. If you want to find food, you have to find another way to get it. You don't have to think too much about supermarkets and convenience stores, as they were probably gone when the epidemic first broke out. Lu Yin suppressed her hunger and looked back in the direction of the villa, then leave in the opposite direction. But after taking 2 steps, his feet paused. Lu Yin raised her head and looked towards the corner. Camera, is that the person? Forget it. Never mind. I'll leave first. Lu Yin continued to move forward and walked in another direction. She remembered that when she was being chased by zombies yesterday, she seemed to see a park. Generally speaking, if a park has not been taken care of for a long time, there will be some wild vegetables, or some hidden in the alleys. But I don't think there will be a severe cold wave. Of course, there's no way to take all these into consideration. You have to find out after trying it. Suddenly, there were several noises at the fork in the road, and Lu Yin subconsciously hid. After hiding my body, the sound of conversation in the distance gradually sounded. Why did you let the 3 of us come to this place in such a cold weather? Didn't the boss know that this place belongs to that person? How dare you let us come? Chapter 312, The Grand Convoy. Who knows? They just don't dare to come. Anyway, stop talking nonsense. Let's grab our things and leave quickly. The last time I passed by, there were still a lot of express deliveries in that post station. We just came here today, and I don't know if they're still there. If there is, open them all and take a look. It's impossible that there is nothing to eat. If there is anything useful, take it away as well. There is not much food left in the team now. We have to find a way to go out and find something to eat. You see, the snow outside is almost melting now. We have to take the things away quickly while other teams are searching those warehouses. By the way, be careful and avoid those surveillance cameras. I almost forgot. The 3 voices mixed together, and Lu Yin couldn't help but look confused. Why avoid surveillance? Is it because of that man in the monitoring room? Or something else? Even though Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, she still couldn't figure out why. But the other party did remind her. Express delivery station. Nowadays, the only place that still has things available is probably the express delivery station. There are many goods placed at the post station, including all kinds of things. Maybe there will be some useful things, just as these people said. Even a small post office with only 4 communities can handle hundreds of express deliveries. There can't be no food at all. Lu Yin understood and followed the 3 men. The express delivery station was not far away. Not long after walking, he saw a tattered sign of the express delivery station hanging on the door in a small alley. It looks like this is it. Lu Yin controlled her vines and tied up the 3 unaware men in front of her tightly. At the same time, he controlled a vine to tighten the necks of the 3 people. Quick, accurate, and ruthless. Before the 3 people struggled to break free and use their superpowers, kill them directly. Lu Yin looked around and made sure it was safe before walking in. At the same time, closed the door tightly. The express delivery station's facade is not big, and there are quite a few shelves inside. There are a lot of express deliveries on every shelf. Of course, there are some numbers written on it. There's a note on each shelf, which looks like a pickup code. But these have no effect on her. Lu Yin immediately picked up the parcels on the shelf and began to unpack them one by one. Those that are packed in a single bag are easy to open, but those in cardboard boxes require a little more force. But it didn't pose any problem for Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin spent an hour just dismantling the express delivery door. But she learned to be smart and only opened those that were packed in cardboard boxes or bags that looked larger. This time she actually opened a lot of snacks. What about potato chips and instant noodles? These things have a long shelf life and are still edible even after so long. He ate while sitting cross-legged while still opening the express delivery. You know, a little bit of food is very precious to her, not to mention that she has been hungry for a long time. Time is tight, so you have to eat quickly. But my luck was really good this time. The 3 people I met actually discovered this place and found these food. Lu Yin found another large urea bag in the corner. Stuff everything edible and usable into it. As for the big things, such as electrical appliances, mattresses, quilts, etc., she couldn't carry them for a while, so she had to come back again. It just so happens that there aren't many zombies here, much fewer than in the nightclub. This way, she is much safer here. The urea bag was soon filled to the brim. Lu Yin lifted it and found it was quite heavy. But she can. Pulling the urea bag, Lu Yin dragged it out. Suddenly, there was a roar of a car outside, and then Lu Yin saw a convoy of cars driving outside through the crack in the door. There were 3 vehicles in the convoy, and the last vehicle was a small pickup truck. There were quite a few people standing behind the pickup truck, each carrying a variety of guns. The most important thing is that Lu Yin looked at the opponent's rocket launcher. This team looks so strong. I don't know what this huge convoy is going to do. The convoy was moving quite fast and soon left in front of her. Looking at the direction we are heading, it seems to be a villa area. Could it be that someone is targeting the people in the villa area and attacking them? Lu Yin paused and couldn't help feeling a little happy. In this way, she could rush in and rescue Zhang Qian during the chaos. Lu Yin carried the urea bag on her shoulder and walked out. She had to send these things back and put them away first. After all, the food was hard to come by. But we definitely can't take the main road anymore, so let's take the small road. Lu Yin came to the gate of the community, walked in through the gap, and walked towards the target location. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Lu Yin couldn't help but quicken her pace. Is this team so efficient? They didn't even have any plan. They just started fighting. Lu Yin climbed up the stairs and put the food into the house. At the same time, he opened the curtains a little and looked out. The rocket launcher landed accurately outside the villa, and the mushroom cloud produced by the explosion covered the entire top of the villa building in black explosion smoke. Seeing this, Lu Yin's heart couldn't help but tremble. This team is ruthless enough. I don't know where it came from, but this car is pretty good. If she could steal one, she would not have to travel long distances and get exhausted again. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. It's not easy to find a loophole now. If you're not careful, you may lose your life here. The unilateral bombing downstairs was still going on, and Lu Yin couldn't see the specific situation of the villa clearly. But with such a bombing, it should have been razed to the ground, right? As Lu Yin was thinking this, a mutant spider suddenly jumped out from outside several buildings and jumped into the crowd below. The spider silk covered many people, one by one. The people covered by the spider silk could not break free for a while. Many people were knocked flying. The bombing was temporarily stopped, and all aimed at the mutant spiders. Lu Yin's position was not high, but at least it was the position with the best view. You can clearly see the battle situation below. The sudden appearance of this mutant spider directly interrupted the opponent's attack, and as a result, there was no movement in the villa. After thinking about it, Lu Yin ran downstairs and walked towards a small space. At this time, the convoy below, Su Xiang held a gun and dealt with the spider that suddenly jumped out. He cursed, "Damn it, I've been watching for so long, but I haven't seen any mutant spiders here. Team 2, cheer up. Cut this mutant spider for me." Chapter 313, Attacking Lin Qin, The Intelligence is Wrong. Team 1 and Team 3, keep charging into the villa and kill him. During the cold winter, they discovered the abnormality in the villa, but the situation was bad at the time. There were blizzards and cold winds, and mutants and mutated plants and animals were everywhere outside, which was not suitable for them to attack. Several times their people passed by here and smelled the aroma of food wafting from far away. But near the villa, there was a mutant plant. The team situation was not good at the time, so they just endured and did not move. But they still couldn't stop coming here every now and then to watch from afar and observe the specific conditions of the villa. I endured for a long time and observed for a long time. No one in this villa has ever gone out, but the smell of food always wafts out from time to time. It can be seen from this that there are sufficient supplies in the villa, enough for these people to survive even if they do not go out. But due to the problem of strength, I waited so long and finally got the opportunity. Unexpectedly, there was a mutant spider guarding here. Su Xiang was unwilling to accept this, but the team still had strength. People who are stuck in a spider web cannot break free for a long time because the web is too sticky. Seeing this, Su Xiang directed his fire ability directly at the trapped teammates. All the spider silk was burned. After breaking free, the teammates patted the fire on their bodies. What was burned was not just the spider silk, but also the clothes on their bodies. If they were allowed to continue their fire, they would be burned to death. Seeing this, Su Xiang said with a look of disgust, "Wang Qin, what are you standing there for? Put out the fire quickly." A woman was sitting in the co-pilot seat of the convoy, looking at the chaotic situation outside, seeming a little out of place. Su Xiang's tone was not very good, and his voice was very loud. Of course I heard it. Seeing this, she opened the passenger door and got out. An iron chain hung from her feet to the ground, and her hands were tied with hemp ropes. But even so, this still does not hinder her from using her abilities. Wang Qin was startled and looked at the team members beside him. The fire on their bodies was getting bigger and bigger. Wang Xiang stood aside, watching the team members frantically putting out the fire on their bodies, while Wang Qin was still in a daze. I couldn't help but get furious. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Wang Qin was startled and began to use his supernatural powers in panic. Her ability is water, which is not very offensive. But for their team, they are the key protected objects necessary for survival. After all, she can bring clean water to the team and supply the daily water consumption of the entire team. Therefore, she was not killed directly by this team like the others. Instead, they were locked up and had to use their supernatural powers to provide them with daily water. And now, she has become a firefighting tool. Seeing that the fire on his teammate was put out, Su Xiang took a step forward with disgust and pushed Wang Qin away. Get out of the way and stay somewhere out of the way. Wang Qin fell to the ground, but she didn't say a word. He just obediently got up from the ground and climbed back into the car. The only place where it's not a nuisance is in the car. However, when she opened the car door, she saw that these people were busy attacking the mutant spiders and the villa, and no one paid any attention to her. She carefully picked up the rusty blade next to the car tire and quietly began to cut the hemp rope in her hand. Since no one is paying attention, escaping should be no problem. Thinking of this, she didn't close the car door, but crouched down and quietly moved away from here. The fire on the team members was put out. Su Xiang's voice also rang out. Don't just stand there, tie it up first, and don't let it move. Everyone else, use all the attacks you can. The supernatural atmosphere is defensive and offensive, just like his fire is offensive. Everyone's awakened abilities are different, so the team is naturally different as well. After Su Xiang spoke, the other people who had successfully emerged from the spiderweb began to use their special abilities to attack the mutant spider. Those who have vines use them to trap the mutant spider's 8 legs, and those who have fire directly spray fire to roast the mutant spider. But the mutant spider is huge in size and very strong. After a short stalemate, they were directly knocked away. Some people crashed into the big trees on the roadside, some crashed into their parked cars, and some crashed into the walls of shops along the street. Everyone was injured to some extent, but it is obvious that if this mutant spider is not dealt with quickly, subsequent problems will only become more difficult to deal with. Especially those people in the villa, they can't wait. They couldn't give them too much time, and there was no way they could stop attacking. Suddenly, an arrow streaked through the sky and landed directly next to the team's vehicle. The moment they landed, all the pickup trucks carrying the team members exploded. Su Xiang turned around, but could only raise his hands to protect his head and look for a safe cover to hide. The other team members who were lucky enough also hid, while those who were unlucky were naturally killed on the spot. Su Xiang looked at the raging fire on the truck and started cursing angrily. Fuck, why did it explode for no reason? Another team member who was also hiding nearby protected his head with one hand and said, Brother Su, something is shooting out of the villa. What? Su Xiang was shocked. He quickly raised his head and looked through the gap. The exterior of the villa did not look very good, but overall it was not what he had imagined. As he looked over, Su Xiang happened to see a woman standing on the roof of a villa, holding a bow and arrow, shooting towards them. Before he could laugh at the inferior weapons used by the other side, the arrow landed on the location where his other attacking brothers were and exploded again. His eyes widened in shock. Damn, the information is wrong. They observed the villa for almost a month. Although at first it was because other team members passed by and smelled the aroma of hot pot that they noticed the villa. But after observing for so long, I found that the women in this villa are all powerless. Even though they later found the dead bodies of several psychics nearby, they were not linked to these women. After all, there were signs of mutant plants or other mutant activities around the places where those people died. In addition, based on observations over the past month, these women rarely go out. Even when he went out, he would make snowmen and shovel snow. He did carry a pistol with him, but pistols posed no threat to them at all. If it weren't for the mutant vine nearby, they wouldn't have kept waiting. A few days ago, I suddenly heard that the mutant plan had been dealt with by the people in Shangyang. Only then did they plan to take over the villa. Who would have thought that these women are not vegetarians? The weapon is so powerful. Chapter 314 Counterattack. In the villa, Although Lin Qin discovered these people in time, he also took defensive measures and covered the entire villa with his air wall. However, it could not withstand the opponent's continuous bombardment and was affected to some extent. For example, the chandelier in the room was shaken off. The decorations in the house fell and broke, etc. After absorbing the crystal core, his control over his abilities became much more precise, and the range of his skills also expanded significantly. This is also the first time that the entire villa is enveloped in its own air wall for protection. The effect is actually quite good. After all, his abilities are not limited to this. If you think about it carefully, his ability is actually more like being able to attack and defend. Seeing that the enemy's bombardment was about to end, mutant spiders ran out from the opposite building, disrupting the rhythm of their attack on the villa. Those who tried to climb over the iron net were almost all electrocuted when they touched the electric net. Those who were not electrocuted were also trying their best to rush in. The smart ones have already thought about finding the main entrance of the villa, while the stupid ones are still looking at the electric fence on the wall at a loss. Lin Qin just chuckled at this. Wei Lan looked at these people, raised his head, and said to Lin Qin, "Leave the one holding the rocket launcher to me, and you guys deal with the others." After Wei Lan said this, Nan Wei also stood up. "Of course, I'll take care of these minions by the wall, but that mutant spider." Zhang Shui raised her hand and said, "Of course, leave it to me. Her fire is actually quite suitable for dealing with mutant spiders." Of course, the mutant spiders are now targeting those people, so there is no need to rush to deal with them for the time being. Lin Qin looked up. There was no need to say more about how these three men could deal with the people below. But Zhang Shui was still a little worried, and couldn't help but tell her, "Xiao Xue, don't worry about this mutant spider for now. Let cause damage to the opposing team first. Wang Yu, Zhang Xian, Xiao Li, and Dr. Tang, you split into two teams, one for the East Gate and one for the West Gate. Is that okay?" Zhang Xian held a laser gun and said confidently, "What problem can there be? If there's a problem with the person, there will be no problem with the laser gun." Wang Yu was more stable and nodded, "No problem." After the people were divided, everyone started to disperse and headed for their respective destinations. If they encountered enemies rushing towards them along the way, they would directly use laser guns to deal with them. Wei Lan took the explosive bow and aimed at those people in the convoy who were killing mutant spiders. After passing over them, it aimed at the rocket launcher on the back of the pickup truck. Then he shot it. The moment it landed, the power of the explosive bow exploded instantly. Nan Wei was not willing to be outdone. She aimed at those who were restraining the mutant spiders and shot them out. The people standing in the circle of the mutant spiders were also thrown to the ground by this sudden counterattack. Some people died on the spot, while others were thrown out by the powerful impact of the explosion, fell to the ground, and vomited blood. Su Xiang's skill is fire, but he can't withstand the power of the explosive bow. The dust stirred up by the explosion hit him. When he turned his head, he saw that the pickup truck carrying the rocket launcher exploded again in the flames after the explosion. The entire pickup truck was lifted off the ground for a moment due to the power of the explosion and was burning with raging flames. Su Xiang's face did not look very good, because in addition to the rocket launcher being blown up by the other party, he also saw the woman who was captured halfway, running away. The passenger door was not closed, and the woman had long disappeared. But now he had no time to be angry, because he saw the woman standing on the roof. "I feel so much regret in my heart." Wei Lan was holding the explosive bow, with Nan Wei standing next to him. Zhang Shui was at the back and came over belatedly and said, "Move aside, this thing is too heavy." The two turned around and saw Zhang Shui running out with a laser cannon. After placing the position, Zhang Shui breathed, "I'm so tired. Let them bombard me. Come on, enjoy the bombardment too." Zhang Shui aimed at the one fighting the mutant spider below. Nan Wei chuckled, "I was wondering why you asked me to come up first, and you came up with this thing." "That's not necessary. Lin Qin asked me to wait, but I don't want to wait." As Zhang Shui spoke, her hands kept moving. After aiming at the opponent, she pressed the charge button and fired directly. The power of the laser cannon is greater than that of the explosive bow, and the light is very dazzling when it lands. But those hiding behind the cover cannot withstand the attack of the laser cannon at all. The mutant spider was torn into pieces and fell to the ground under the attack of the laser cannon. After seeing the power of the laser cannon, Zhang Shui continued to attack without hesitation. The people gathered below fled in all directions, but they could not withstand the attack of the laser cannon. Su Xiang ran as fast as he could, not caring about the other team members. Life is the most important thing. The flames of the explosion lit up behind him, growing larger and larger, and the air waves it created were filled with heat. Zhang Shui's unilateral massacre was very easy. The two teams of Zhang Xian and Wang Yu were naturally very relaxed as well. Wang Yu naturally followed his sister, and Zhang Xian teamed up with Tang Kursin. When heading to the west gate, Zhang Xian reminded them, "If you are afraid, just stand a little further back and face the enemy." Tang Kursin snorted coldly, took out a laser gun from her pocket, and said, "Just take care of yourself." Zhang Xian was retorted, but didn't say much. The attacking team was not that strong at all. They had laser guns in their hands, and the other side also had supernatural defense. But it didn't take long at all before they were all resolved. Zhang Xian kicked the body of the last person and confirmed that there was no breath. Then he said to Tang Kursin beside him, "Check it out. If there is no one alive, we will go back." He just prepared the things needed to reinforce the wall today. Before they could rest for a while, another team appeared and attacked them, especially the villa that he had cleaned up yesterday and today, which was directly destroyed. "I'm really holding my breath right now." Tang Kursin checked them all and then said, "Let's go, they're all dead." Zhang Qian checked all of them and found no survivors. He nodded, then pulled out the earphone of the intercom and said, "I have dealt with it here and am ready to go back." Lin Xin, who received the message, nodded and said, "Okay, check if there is anything missing. Go to the place where they parked and have a look." Zhang Qian nodded, and then went with Tang Kursin to where the convoy was parked. At this time, Lin Xin was sitting in the villa, coordinating the overall situation through the images transmitted back from the surveillance camera. "Wang Yu, how are you doing? A man just ran into the grove in front of you. Go and take a look." The intercom buzzed a few times, and then Wang Yu's voice came, "Receive." Chapter 3:15. Sorry. Lin Xin looked at the calmness in the surveillance video, and after his teammates gradually appeared, he walked out of the basement. He also wanted to go out and take a look to make sure there was nothing he had missed. Wei Lan and the other two on the rooftop had completed their mission and were now standing in one position, observing their surroundings. They heard everything Lin Xin said on the intercom. They also stopped attacking. Cleaning up the battlefield does not exist for them. They just need to look for any fish that have escaped. After all, this group of people suddenly attacked us. It must have been planned in advance. Lin Xin climbed up the tree beside the wall, then jumped onto the lawn outside. Zhang Qian has also come over. The bodies on the ground looked all kinds of different, but everyone was used to this situation. But there were no survivors. Zhang Qian turned over a man's body, confirmed his death, looked up at Lin Xin, not far away, and asked, "Did you offend these people? Otherwise, how could he suddenly kill us in broad daylight?" "Not prepared at all." Lin Xin frowned, lowered his head, and looked around on the ground, saying, "How should I know? I have offended so many people." It would take him a lot of imagination to figure out when he was targeted and offended. Lin Xin was also confused. In fact, they are quite honest and have never taken the initiative to provoke others. Oh yes, if there is, it's only this time in the nightclub. But the weapons of these people are nothing like those of the gang in the nightclub. It is impossible that it was brought by the nightclub. After all, they ran away in time. Even if it's a nightclub, it's impossible for only these few people to come. I just don't know when I offended him. While Lin Xin was thinking this, Tang Kursin on the other side found a man who was still breathing behind the half-open door of the car. The man's face was covered in blood, his arms seemed to be broken, and a lot of blood was spilled under his body. The door pressed down on him with some weight. Tang Kursin looked up and shouted in the direction of Lin Xin, "There is still a living person here." Lin Xin and Zhang Qian, who were originally checking to see if there was anything missed, came over instantly. Lin Xin walked and said, "This is unfortunate. What I thought came true. I can just ask which team is targeting us." Lin Xin opened the car door that was pressing on the other person, dragged the man up from the ground, and leaned his back against the bodies of the other people behind him. Then he tilted his head and looked around. "Dr. Tang, can this person still speak?" Tang Kursin squatted on one side, observed for a while, and said, "It's just a broken arm, and it was affected by the explosion. At most, it's a shock injury. There is no danger to his life. But there is no instrument to check. I'm just saying this. The internal organs may also be injured. She only had some skin injuries from a preliminary observation, but the details would have to be checked with instruments to know." Lin Xin nodded, as long as he was still alive. But the man seemed to have not recovered yet. His eyes were slightly narrowed in a daze, only slightly open. Zhang Qian half knelt, looked at the man's eyes that had just opened a crack, reached out and patted his cheek, saying, "Wake up. Who asked you to come? Which team are you from?" Feeling the pain in his body, the man frowned, twitched his lips, and said with some difficulty, "You?" Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows and listened attentively. After a while of calming down, the man said, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you." Zhang Qian lowered his eyes, then said with a playful smile, "We won't kill you if you say so. Look, there's a doctor from our team over here. She's very skilled. What you said will be useful to us. How about I ask her to save you and bandage you?" Su Xiang raised his head, and his eyes fell on Tang Kursin, who was standing beside him. He heard what she just said, so it must be a doctor. But the possibility of saving him is not high. However, his arm was broken, and it was excruciatingly painful. The half-car door that hit him was also a big blow, and his whole body was in pain. Even though he had recovered some strength now, he was still unable to withstand the two opponents. "I want to live, but I don't know how." Zhang Qian acted like a kidnapper and said all the nice things. Su Xiang was very nervous. After all, he didn't think he could survive. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "I don't believe you. I want him." In his opinion, Lin Xin was the man who kept his word. After all, he was the last one to come out of the house, and just now he was the one giving instructions to others and mobilizing other team members. Zhang Qian shrugged his shoulders and said with a sullen expression, "Okay." Lin Xin paused, then tilted his head and said, "Forget it. I'll just kill one after another." After Lin Xin finished speaking, he turned and left. He has little patience. Seeing this, Su Xiang was so frightened that he became much more alert. "Brother, I'll tell you. We actually didn't plan to do it first. Some of our brothers accidentally passed by here and found the body. Since then, we can always smell the fragrance of food here. You know, it was difficult to go out during the heavy snowstorm, and food was in short supply. We can smell even the slightest fragrance. In addition, several of our brothers have picked up the instant noodles you didn't finish in the snow. We have been watching you for a long time. We rushed here today, as soon as the snow completely melted. Are you sure there is nothing else? How many of you are there? Are you all coming over?" "Us." Su Xiang looked at the woman who was lowering her head and not paying attention to him. At the same time, he observed that Lin Xin and the others were not looking at him, as if they were not afraid of his current situation. Su Xiang looked at Lin Xin, who was listening attentively. Then he stood up and held Tang Kursin under his blade. Lin Xin was shocked by this sudden change, her eyes fixed on his injured arm. Even though they were all broken, they could still hold people hostage. Seeing Lin Xin's movements, Su Xiang, who was holding Tang Kursin hostage, said to Lin Xin in panic, "Don't move. This is the only doctor in your team. I think you don't want anything to happen to her, right?" Su Xiang's injured arm was in excruciating pain at this moment. He didn't know whether the bone was fractured or broken, and he had no time to care. After all, this is a matter of life and death. "Don't come over here, everyone. Step back, step back." However, before he could say a word, Tang Kursin stabbed him in the chest with a scalpel. Su Xiang loosened his grip and looked at Zi's chest, as if he wanted to avoid being treated like this by a woman. No matter how shocked he was, he fell to the ground. Lin Xin and Zhang Qian looked at Tang Kursin, speechless for a moment. After all, this is so unlike her. Tang Kursin had a blank expression on her face, but as if she was still frightened, she turned around, pulled back her scalpel, wiped the blood off it, and turned back with an apologetic look on her face. Chapter 316 is a mute. "I'm sorry, I killed the last survivor." Lin Xin was stunned for a second, then said, "It's okay, one more or one less doesn't matter anyway. Keep looking." Zhang Qian frowned, looking uncertain. Dr. Tang used to have such trembling hands that he didn't even dare to shoot. These hands can really both kill and save lives. Tang Kursin nodded and followed. Zhang Qian was left alone, looking at the corpse on the ground and shaking his head. "What bad luck. I could have lived 2 more minutes. Forget it. I can only look for more." Zhang Qian sighed and then walked in another direction. At this time, Lu Yin, who had been hiding in the dark and observing for a long time, was hiding in a small woods near Lanxiang Lake, waiting for an opportunity to sneak into the villa area. But I met a woman. The woman tripped over a dead branch and fell directly in front of her hiding place. The two people looked at each other. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment and immediately took out the knife hidden in her hand. Just as I was about to solve the problem, I saw a man following me from behind and heard a cursing voice. But the woman turned around and hugged the man's legs to block his steps. This way, the woman hiding here won't be discovered. You won't have the same experience as her. The man showed no mercy and kicked the woman directly. He bent down, grabbed her hair, and dragged her backwards. You dare to run, bitch. Another man followed with a gun. Brother Jia, the other brothers are dead. What should we do? That guy's searching this way. So forget about this woman. It's not easy to run with her. The man named Jiaga looked over there and continued, what do you know? We suffered such a huge loss this time. We must bring this woman back. Her abilities are urgently needed for us, and we can explain it to her when we return. I just can't believe this woman can run so fast despite being in this condition. I should have broken her legs earlier and see how she can run. The other man looked into the distance, then fixed his gaze on Wang Qin and said, Brother Jia, this woman won't end up well after she returns, so why don't we first? The man raised his eyebrows obscenely. Jiaga slapped him directly. Do you really want to die here? You're still thinking about those dirty things at this time. Take her and go quickly. The man rubbed his head, which was hurt by the slap, and said in a low voice, No, this is not. It's nothing, just go. Even if you really want to, you have to wait until it's safe. Jiaga raised his head and looked into the distance through the dense forest of weeds with only bare stems left. Wang Yu's figure had already crossed the road from the villa and walked to the side. If you keep talking too much, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Thinking of this, he grabbed the woman's hair and continued to move away from here. Wang Qin was treated roughly, but his eyes were looking at where Lu Yin was hiding. She opened her lips, wanting to speak, but no words came out. She could only sob helplessly. Jiaga noticed Wang Qin's crying and said, Shut her mouth. A mute wants to cry and attract others. What is she thinking? Seeing the turn, the younger brother nodded, took out a dirty sock from his pocket, and stuffed it into the woman's mouth before stopping. Seeing this, Lu Yin gripped the knife tightly in her hand, wanting to rush out. Wang Qin's crying was also stopped, and the possibility of being rescued was not high at all. But Lu Yin recalled that the woman's action just now was to avoid being discovered by these people. She took the knife and then controlled her vines to sweep towards the man. By the time the two men realized something was wrong, the vines had already wrapped around their feet, quickly climbed up their bodies, and controlled their hands. There was no strength in his hands, and the weapon fell to the ground. The vines continued upwards, wrapping around their throats and enveloping their heads, wrapped their whole body tightly, making them unable to move or even shrink rapidly. Wang Qin was so scared that he looked at the vines on the ground and crawled backwards on the concrete floor with his feet, trying to get away from the attack of the vines. Are there mutant plants here too? Wang Qin looked at the vines nervously, but found that these vines only attacked the two men next to her. They were rolled up in an instant, and only after they died did the vines disperse and disappear into the weeds ahead. Wang Qin stared at the scene blankly, and then she saw the woman who had just been hiding in the bushes stood up and walked towards her. Lu Yin picked up the guns that the two men dropped on the ground, and then looked Wang Qin up and down. There was a chain tied around the woman's feet. This chain looks... How come there is something that only death row inmates in prison are worthy of wearing? It's the kind of... If you've watched TV dramas, you'll notice that some death row inmates and serious criminals have their hands and feet cuffed during the trial. This woman is that kind. But her innocent face was covered with dust, and her expression was cautious and careful. Lu Yan's mind was confused for a moment. This woman is either very good at disguising herself, or she's a complete newbie who knows nothing. However, the other party even remembered to take her with him when he escaped, so I think her role must be very important. Regardless of whether she is truly innocent or just pretending to be innocent, anyone who wears chains on his feet must be a ruthless person. But they can't make any noise now. The people in the villa are still searching ahead. There is no time to delay in sneaking into the villa area. Thinking of this, Lu Yin stood in front of her and opened the chains on her feet. The iron chain on her feet would make a metallic clanking sound when she walked, which would attract people's attention. She held the chain, looked at her, and said, I won't kill you, but you take this chain and go. Just make some noise while walking to attract those two people away. She didn't believe that after being lured away, the east gate would be unguarded and she wouldn't be able to sneak in. Wang Qin saw her open the iron chain on her feet and listened to her words. It turned out that she just asked her to help divert the attention of those two people. But after leaving, she couldn't survive alone. She looked at Lu Yin, then shook her head and stretched out her hand to gesture. Lu Yin couldn't understand what she was gesturing, but she remembered what the man said about this woman being a mute. Could it be that he is deaf? Lu Yin couldn't help but frown. Wang Qin raised her hand and pointed at Lu Yin, with one hand flat and the palm facing up, and the index and middle fingers of the other hand intertwined. Lu Yin guessed. "You want to come with me?" Wang Qin nodded, but Lu Yin said coldly, "I'm sorry, I can't take care of myself right now, so I can't take you with me." Chapter 3:17 Ex-Girlfriend. Since you don't want to help me lure people away with the chain, just go ahead and don't follow me. Having said that, Lu Yin turned and left. She wanted to avoid Wang Yu and his team by going in the opposite direction of their search. Wang Qin looked at the direction Lu Yin left, pursed her lips, and followed. Wang Yu looked at the withered weeds and trees and wanted to continue moving forward, but he saw two dead bodies. At this moment, Lin Qin's voice suddenly came from the intercom. "How is it? Any problem?" "Dead." "Okay, there's nothing left here. Let's go back." "Good." Wang Yu took one last look around, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he turned around and said to Wang Xiaoli, "Let's go back first. They killed a lot of people today, and all kinds of zombies will appear here later. So go back as soon as possible to avoid any trouble." Wang Xiaoli nodded and followed Wang Yu towards the east gate of the villa. Lin Qin and his team were located relatively far back, so there was a time difference between the two sides. Lu Yin, who was hiding, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Yu and the others leaving. Fortunately, no one was discovered. Lu Yin and Wang Qin stared at each other. Is this guy obsessed with her? Just when Lu Yin wanted to scare her, Lin Qin's figure appeared on the road at the east gate of the villa. And behind him followed Zhang Qian. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and then she lurked closer. While using his vine ability to trap Lin Qin, he ran towards Zhang Qian. When Lin Qin noticed the vines, he grabbed Tang Kursin. As Lin Qin pulled her, Tang Kursin suddenly fell into his arms. Before she could see clearly what was happening, the waving vines were cut off in midair by Lin Qin. The fallen vines landed at their feet, but still rushed over madly. It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be any mutated plants here. Thinking of this, Lin Qin pulled Tang Kursin behind him and said, "Zhang Qian, come here." However, no one paid any attention to him. Lin Qin couldn't help but turn his head to look. Zhang Qian's situation was much better than his. A woman throws herself into his arms. What the hell? Lu Yin rushed out and wanted to kidnap Zhang Qian, but Zhang Qian didn't want to leave, so Lu Yin pulled him away. These two people still have time to talk? Zhang Qian naturally recognized Lu Yin. Only, great, I thought you were dead. What are you talking about? Are you cursing him to death? But Zhang Qian didn't expect to meet her here. Why are you here? Lu Yin pulled him, looking anxious. There's no time to explain. Just follow me first. Hey, wait a minute. I'm Fina. Lu Yin was confused. He had been kidnapped, so how could he be all right? The two were still talking, and at this time, Lin Qin had already strangled all of Lu Yan's vines and attacked the woman in front of Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian naturally watched, grabbed Lu Yan's shoulders with both hands, and rolled on the ground to avoid Lin Qin's attack. Before he even stood up, he spoke in a panic. Wait a minute, Lin Qin, we're just acquaintances, don't fight. Lin Qin frowned and stopped. Zhang Qian got up from the ground, straightened his clothes, and said, we are all family members. Lin Qin looked at him, then moved from Zhang Qian to Lu Yan. One of us. Who on earth could he have in a nightclub? Explain it carefully. Zhang Qian sighed and said as he walked, I saved that person. What Zhang Qian said was a bit vague, but Lin Qin didn't think so. He squinted his eyes and stared at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so he approached Lin Qin and whispered, Ahem, my ex-girlfriend. The sound was almost squeezed out from between teeth. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and understood. After all, Zhang Qian had a lot of romantic debts. I don't know whether it is good or bad to be remembered by my ex-girlfriend at this time. However, Zhang Qian coughed lightly and said to Lu Yan, I left in a hurry before and didn't have time to tell you. This is my good buddy. He wasn't taken away by some bad guy. You don't have to be so cruel to him. Lu Yan looked at Lin Qin with an embarrassed expression on her face. She had only seen Zhang Qian being taken away from a distance in the nightclub before and thought he was being held hostage. So after she finally escaped, she followed the marks on the ground all the way. When she was tired, she found a safe place nearby to rest and hid from zombies whenever she could. So she spent a lot of time on the road. looking for traces in the snow, but only found halfway. When she wanted to continue following the traces on the ground, the traces had disappeared and she was attacked by zombies again. She was chased here after dodging and killing zombies along the way. Who knew that by some strange coincidence, I would actually find their location? Of course, she also admitted that she had always thought that Lin Qin was a bad guy. After all, there must be some use in capturing Zhang Qian. Either kill him or make him do hard labor. She wanted to sneak into the villa area to confirm whether Zhang Qian was still alive, or she would rescue him, and if he died, she would take revenge. Of course, if what happened today had happened earlier, she would not have sought revenge even if she knew Zhang Qian was dead. After all, Lin Qin's team is very strong. Lin Qin sighed helplessly, turned around, and waved his hand. Handle it yourself. Don't stay outside for too long. The smell of blood is strong here. It won't be long before the zombie mutants come over. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Qin's back, his face full of confusion. He raised his hand and put it down again, and quickly looked at Tang Kursin, who was watching the show on the side. Tang Kursin smiled at the woman, then waved her hand and left with Lin Qin. As someone who has experienced this kind of emotional matter, don't interfere too much. Zhang Qian had no choice but to turn around and say, "You've heard it too. It's not safe outside. Let's go in first." Lu Yin frowned slightly, then said, "Okay, but wait a moment." She raised her hand, and a woman walked out from the dry grass beside the road. Zhang Qian took a deep breath. "Your sister?" Lu Yin shook her head and said nothing. Zhang Qian sighed, but didn't say much. "Okay, follow me. There is not much difference between having one more woman or one less woman now." Zhang Qian walked in front to lead the way, followed by two women. He fastened the iron chain on the gate of the villa, and then brought two people into the villa. The people in the room were adjusting their clothes and leaning against different positions with their weapons. When Zhang Qian pushed the door open, everyone's eyes turned to him. Chapter 318 finally met the real person. Lu Yan's heart tightened, and she looked at everyone present. However, almost all the people I saw were women. Lu Yan's brows tightened slightly. This team seems to be different from the others. Even if Zhang Qian is included, there are only 3 men, and the rest are all women. Lu Yan looked at the back of Zhang Qian's head. I felt a little angry. This bastard, can't he change his amorous habits? Zhang Qian didn't notice Lu Yan's gaze. He was just facing the gazes of everyone in the room, and he didn't know what to do. The main thing is that I don't know how to start. Lin Qin walked straight to the corner and looked at him as if he was watching a show. Zhang Qian wanted to run, but he couldn't. After all, the 2 women following behind him were too eye-catching. The other people in the room naturally remained suspicious of the 2 women who followed Zhang Qian in. One reason was that they had just experienced a great war and all the enemies were defeated by them. But I didn't see a woman. And behind Zhang Qian, there were actually 2 women following him. If they were from the enemy team, it would not be good for them if Zhang Qian brought them in. We always have to be cautious. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Qian said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is my friend, not the ones who came today. Don't make a mistake. It's not good if everyone misunderstands." Even after Zhang Qian explained, everyone still looked at them in silence. Zhang Qian felt very uncomfortable with the feeling of being the center of attention, but there was nothing he could do. He could only swallow, clear his throat, and said again, Lu Yin, you and your sister, forget it. You two sit down for a while. Explanation is definitely useless. It's better to go directly to Lin Qin." He raised his head, looked directly at Lin Qin, frowned, and said, "Lin Qin, this?" Lin Qin sensed Zhang Qian's helplessness, and then said, "I won't get involved in your affairs, but I still think you need to deal with your messy relationships. Otherwise, one day our team will be targeted, and no one will figure out for a long time whether it is because of your past romantic debt or not." Lin Qin's words were very straightforward, and he told everyone directly what kind of relationship this woman had with Zhang Qian. For a moment, everyone's gossip hearts were ignited. The gloomy atmosphere from before disappeared in an instant. Lu Yan also generously admitted, "Yes, I am his ex-girlfriend. It was not easy to find him this time, so I will not leave easily. I see you have a lot of villas outside. I'll choose one to live in later. But don't worry, I won't have any unrealistic ideas about you. My goal has always been clear, and that's him." Everyone, wow, a definitely gossipy look. But they're not the ones who keep their word. They're just there to watch the show. This Zhang Qian was Lin Qin's friend and had only been in the team for a few days. He has an ex-girlfriend so soon, and it seems that Lin Qin also knows such a person. If you think about it carefully, this woman most likely started chasing me from the nightclub. It is rare to have such perseverance and infatuation. There was inquiry and gossip-seeking curiosity in their eyes, but everything had to wait for Lin Qin's decision. Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't want everyone to know about their relationship, this matter could not be kept secret after all, especially since Lu Yin came to the door. Drive her away. Zhang Qian couldn't do it. Of course, I don't want to. Lin Qin naturally knew it. Looking at his expression and the fact that when he met someone, he could have just chased him away, but he just brought him in, it was enough to prove that he was still worried. However, since they wanted to choose a villa nearby to live in, it didn't have much impact on Lin Qin. There are many villas here. You could choose anyone you like. Just don't interfere with each other. But if you encounter an enemy, I hope you will stay with us. Lu Yin raised her eyebrows. That's natural. Lin Qin patted Zhang Qian on the shoulder, gave him a look, and continued. However, you should stay here for now. I guess the mutants are all here outside. Nanwei, Wei Lan, take them to their rooms to find some clothes to change into. Nanwei and Wei Lan stood up and nodded. Lu Yin was still very alert. Seeing this, she just looked at Zhang Qian with a cold face and said, "No need. This is also good. But can you help this girl of mine take a look at her injuries? She has a problem with her throat and can't speak, but I save her from those people. If you mind, just pretend I didn't say anything." She had heard them call someone Dr. Tang before. Lin Qin paused and looked at Wang Qin, who was standing stiffly on the side. He had seen this woman before. It was the woman hiding in the passenger seat of Su Xiang's car. It's just that when she came out to put out the fire, he was attracted by her abilities and was impressed. Lin Qin's eyes subconsciously looked at her hands and feet. He remembered that her hands and feet were tied up with hemp ropes and iron chains. Now that the chain is gone, it must have been Lu Yin who helped open it. But her skills are indeed quite special, abilities he has never seen before. Lin Qin thought for a moment, then turned around and looked at Tang Kersen. Tang Kersen stood up and walked over, asked Wang Qin to sit down on the sofa, and began to check carefully. Lu Yan's eyes turned, and then she walked out from beside Zhang Qian. She stood in front of Lin Qin, stretched out her hand, and said, "Hello, my name is Lu Yin." Lin Qin. Lin Qin didn't extend his hand, but just nodded. When Lu Yin heard the name, she was stunned. "You are Lin Qin." Lin Qin was the name she had heard the most before. Zhang Qian always mentioned his good brother, so naturally she heard it the most. But at that time, she had not had the chance to get to know Lin Qin before she separated from Zhang Qian. Of course, if it weren't for this meeting, Lu Yin felt that she would never meet Zhang Qian again in her life. In her heart, Zhang Qian will even be on the blacklist for life. But Zhang Qian saved himself. Lu Yin, has always been so free and easy, never owing anyone anything. The only thing he is always confused about is Zhang Qian. Now is not the time to get emotional. Fortunately, Zhang Qian is a good person except for being a jerk in love. Lin Qin paused, not knowing what was going on. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my name? After Lu Yin was stunned, she came to her senses. Oh, nothing. I just heard him mention you often before, and he always said he would take me to meet you, but in the end, I never met you. Chapter 319, As Many Girlfriends as Clothes. I just didn't expect to see you like this. Lu Yin didn't know what she was thinking and chuckled. Then he walked to Wang Qin's side and watched Tang Kersen and the others treat their wounds. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at Zhang Qian over there. This man actually mentioned him. No wonder Lu Yin was brought here. The guess in his mind was verified, and Lin Qin looked at Zhang Qian with a hint of expression. Zhang Qian came over with a nervous look on his face, looked at him and asked, "What did she say to you?" Lin Qin shook his head and said nothing. Zhang Qian looked at Lu Yin and then at Lin Qin. After a while of thinking, he turned and looked at Lin Qin with a frown. "You just let her choose a villa here to live in. Where's your previous persistence and integrity? Didn't you say that people who want to join your team must be carefully screened?" Lin Qin patted his shoulder and whispered, "Everyone knows what's going on in your mind. Come on, stop pretending. When you're free, take her out to choose a place. Aren't you planning to move out these days? I think you two are a good match. You can live in a separate building. Besides, with you watching over me, I feel relieved. She shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. By the way, the villa you cleaned this morning has collapsed and is no longer habitable. How about considering another one?" The other Lin Qin refers to the one across from them. However, Lin Qin cannot choose which building to live in. After Lin Qin turned around to take a look at Lu Yan's situation, He returned to the room and changed his clothes. When he went out, his pants were stained with blood from the ground. So, this pair of pants is a no-no. After Lin Xin changed, he threw his pants into the laundry basket and lit a fire to burn them. Then Lin Xin walked down. The atmosphere on the first floor was much better than when he left. The teammates were very accepting of Lu Yan's arrival. Lin Xin probably did it because of the relationship between her and Zhang Qian and because of gossip. However, after Lin Xin came down, he got good news. Wang Qin's throat is unable to make any sound due to inflammation. As long as she goes to the hospital and uses instruments to check the specific situation, she can hopefully recover to normal with the corresponding medication and treatment. But Wang Qin only wanted to follow Lu Yan. Lin Xin didn't care about this. Lu Yan watched Lin Xin coming down, and her attitude now changed from before. She looked at Lin Xin and smiled. We are planning to go out now to the building next door. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was someone else's territory. She just borrowed it to choose a location. No matter what, she had to ask the other party for their opinion. Lin Xin had no objection to this. After all, there is nothing else to offer except an uninhabited villa. What's more, with an extra bond, if there are any problems in the future, everyone can stand on the same front. Lin Xin was not worried about this. But wait a little longer. There are still a lot of zombies outside. If we go out now, we will inevitably encounter a bloody storm. There were screams of loss coming from outside the villa, and the smell of blood attracted the zombies. They would definitely not be able to get out for a while. As the villa area has not been strengthened, it is not a wise choice to move out of this villa. Lu Yan frowned and listened carefully to the noise outside. She didn't know if it was because the villa's soundproofing was too good or what, but she didn't hear any sound outside. Hence the confusion. After dealing with Wang Qin, Tang Kersin came over from the back and said, "Our villa is soundproof, so you can't hear the noise outside. So if we talk inside, as long as we don't speak loudly on purpose, it won't attract zombies. But our soundproofing isn't that great. If there's an explosion or something, we can still hear it." Lu Yan is relatively trusting of Tang Kersin. Sometimes the friendship between girls is very pure. But a girl like Lu Yan is not so easy to trust others. But she nodded in understanding what Tang Kersin said. Is that so? Fine then. I'll wait. Lu Yan nodded and looked around helplessly. It was much warmer inside the villa than outside, and the women inside were dressed very cleanly and warmly. Some people even have the scent of laundry detergent on them. Compared to her, I feel a bit smelly. Lu Yan couldn't help but feel a little sensitive. It is hard for Zhang Qian not to have other thoughts when faced with so many clean women. But apart from that relationship, she had no right to preach, despise, or even feel jealous. Lu Yan couldn't help but sigh and said, "Forget it." It was because they had been separated for such a long time that Zhang Qian was willing to come and save her. It's nothing more than repaying the favor. From then on, she and Zhang Qian were just ordinary friends. Lu Yan couldn't help but relax and looked at Lin Xin. He has lived here alone with all the women in this room, and his material conditions are so good. He must be the freest man in the doomsday. But looking at the state of these women, it seems that they are doing it voluntarily. Time passed quickly, and Lin Xin saw from the surveillance footage that the zombies outside had eaten and drunk their fill and then scattered away. Lu Yan and Wang Qin left without looking back. In the lobby on the first floor of the villa, Zhang Qian looked at Lu Yan's back with a complicated expression, as if he was reluctant to leave. Lin Xin crossed his arms across his chest, tilted his head, and leaned his body to look out along Zhang Qian's line of sight. His tone was full of teasing. "Hey, how about going out and seeing him off?" Zhang Qian suddenly came back to his senses and said with a slightly unnatural expression, "Tiske, is this the kind of person I am? Haven't you heard that a good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has left? Okay, I'm going to go out and make plans." The burden of planning the villa area fell entirely on Zhang Qian. But for something like this, just having the concept, but not being able to do it will be a big problem. Thinking about the pile of sand, soil, steel bars, and drill bits, Zhang Qian was in trouble. This was even more troublesome for him than meeting Lu Yan. Zhang Qian took a few steps forward, then stopped and turned back. Lin Xin wanted to close the door, but paused when he saw his action. "I wonder what this kid was up to again." Zhang Qian whispered, "Well, I just remembered that Lu Yan majored in architecture in college." "Lin Xin, there's such a good thing. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Everyone has left." Zhang Qian was speechless. "I have so many girlfriends that they're like clothes. How can I remember? every one of them so clearly. I just remembered that if we want to plan the villa area, I think we can find Lu Yin. Chapter 320, I'll leave it to you. She is now on the same page with us, so strengthening the villa area will also be good for her. Besides, if you want to go out and find someone else now, you won't be able to find anyone in this field. What Zhang Qian said is true. Originally, Lin Xin didn't care because of Zhang Qian. One more person's business. But now if Lu Yin can take the role, and it is her expertise, Lin Xin thinks he can give it a try. After all, compared to others, Lu Yin's words handed over to Zhang Qian were a good choice. Lin Xin couldn't help but nodded and let out a sigh. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Lu Yin is relying on you. Zhang Qian was shocked. No, shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by you, the boss? You two have a relationship like this. If you go and ask them, they might agree right away. But if I ask them, the meaning will be different. I'm thinking of building our wall higher, at least as high as a 2-story building. Then put a circle of weapons on the top, such as fully automatic laser guns, which automatically aim at the enemy and shoot at the enemy. If there's a zombie attack, such as a zombie tide or something, we can kill them all. Zhang Qian. 6, you're dreaming here. It's also fully automatic. Okay, stop imagining it. I don't know whether they will agree or not. Besides, even if she can, it's such a large project that most people can't do it. I think your requirements are not too high. For the people in our villa, it takes 10 days or half a month to build a wall. Of course, this is considered fast. Lin Xin chuckled, and I took it seriously. But if Lu Yin is good at this, it will definitely be okay. You can convince yourself. Anyway, I have everything. I'll leave this to you. Zhang Qian. This boss is a great boss. For Lin Xin, it is natural that a good brother should be entrusted with important tasks. Patting Zhang Qian on the shoulder, Lin Xin turned back to the room and said as he walked, "Don't forget to close the door." Zhang Qian. After Lin Xin came back, some of the other women came down from the second floor, and some came out of the bathroom. Looking at Lin Xin, who had returned, everyone dared to discuss. Zhang Shui. Do we really want to keep Lu Yin? Yeah, if she really followed us all the way here because of that time in the nightclub, then her tracking skills are definitely top-notch. It's hard to be sure. It's not someone from the nightclub who disguised himself to infiltrate our organization. Nanwei stood in front of the dining table, holding a handful of leeks in her hand, and said as she took off the dead leaves. Tang Kursin sat at the table, Lu Yan's every move echoing in her mind, and then said, "I think it's okay." Zhang Shui continued, "But how could one person chase us all the way here on foot? Didn't you leave in the early morning when it was still light?" And Xiaoli also said that in order to avoid being noticed, all the lights of the sled were turned off. Not only was Lu Yin able to catch up with you, but she also wanted to save my brother. Why did she want to save my brother? Did she think that my brother was being held hostage by us? But when my brother came back, didn't he volunteer to follow you? A normal person shouldn't feel like he's being held hostage. Nanwei frowned. Everything else is fine. I'm just worried that she might have been sent by the nightclub. Wang Xiaoli looked at everyone's confusion and couldn't help but interject. I think that since Brother Zhang knows her, he shouldn't be lying. After all, it is not true that she pretended to be Zhang Qian's ex-girlfriend. Wang Xiaoli's words stunned the others who were still in doubt. Nanwei paused and also expressed her doubts about this, because what she said was indeed right. Wei Lan, on the other hand, looked up at Zhang Shui and saw that she was really confused, so she said, "Xiao Shui, this is something that you, who are not in a relationship, cannot feel. Although there is little true love in the end times, this love is not something that only arises after the end times." Didn't Zhang Qian say that he saved Lu Yin when he was escaping? Although they entered the nightclub in different ways, Lu Yin and Zhang Qian met again. When faced with adversity, people tend to grasp at what they think are straws. To Zhang Qian, perhaps nothing else matters to Lu Yin, but it is that grass. Tang Kursin stopped everyone from talking, thought about it carefully, and then said, "I think Lu Yin just wants to confirm Zhang Qian's situation. If we're really bad guys, maybe she will save us. But if we are together with Zhang Qian, then she doesn't have to keep Zhang Qian's rescue in mind." But judging from the situation at the time, I think Lu Yin decided to stay because we have so many women here and the environment is not bad. I don't think that I stayed here because of Zhang Qian. It's hard to say. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, feeling that Tang Kursin's words really hit the point. But there is nothing to say now, so let's wait and see. After a long time, you will always know what it is like. At this time, Zhang Shui looked confused. Wait, what does this have to do with whether or not I'm in a relationship? Who hasn't been in love? Wei Lan couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Zhang Shui, who was eager to explain. No, that's not what I meant. Okay. Now that it's a done deal, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, help us remove the dead leaves from the chives, and eat fried chives and eggs to nourish your body in the evening. Zhang Shui blinked and picked up a leek, not quite understanding what she was saying. Can fried leeks and eggs nourish the body? You don't understand this, of course. By the way, why do we have to do more at night? Aren't Lu Yin and Zhang Qian? Wei Lan, who said this, looked at Lin Qin. What if Zhang Qian brings people here at night? We must be prepared. Lin Qin was sitting on the sofa, peeling an orange. Seeing the gaze falling on him, he said nonchalantly, just prepare, as usual, and wait for news from Zhang Qian. Nanwei looked at Wei Lan and heard the implicit meaning in Lin Qin's words. What's going on between Zhang Qian and Lu Yan? Lin Qin looked up. Lu Yan's university majored in architecture, which is very helpful for our recent plan to reinforce the wall. It just so happens that the reinforced half of the wall can come in handy. That short section of the wall was neither long nor high, and it was particularly eye-catching standing aside. Wei Lan can feel it more intuitively than others. After thinking for a moment, she said, if she has experience, then it's possible, but her relationship with Zhang Qian, will it work? Everyone is staying here, so what's wrong with that? Whether it works or not depends on Zhang Qian. Chapter 321, Drinking and Missing Things. Nan Wei sighed, and it was towards Lu Yan. Meeting Zhang Qian, I don't know whether it is bad luck or not. After a short rest, the people in the house started to get busy with their own things. One by one, they started working along the original wall of the villa area. Until night fell, Lin Qin and others waited and waited, but only Zhang Qian came. Everyone in the room looked over there in unison. Lin Qin looked behind him and then raised his eyebrows. Didn't you follow me? Nanwei gossip failed. Wei Lan raised an eyebrow. Almost exactly. Wang Xiaoli said silently. I guess Sister Lu Yin doesn't want to come. Tang Kersin suddenly said, useless man. Zhang Qian. What's going on? What's going on? Are all of them talking so harshly? Although Zhang Qian wanted to resist, he could only hang his head in dejection when he saw the look in Lin Qin's eyes. She's not coming. She said she just settled down and didn't have much on her, so she wouldn't come to eat with everyone. She said she would treat everyone when there's a chance in the future. But she did let me bring this. Zhang Qian took out a bottle of red wine. The wine was not that good. It was a low-quality wine that could be bought for less than 100 yuan in the past. But now that supplies are scarce, it could be considered a very good thing. Lin Qin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Zhang Qian couldn't handle the other person and Lu Yin wouldn't come at all. Although this bottle of red wine was not particularly precious or rare to them, it was enough to show Lu Yan's intention. Zhang Qian pouted. She said this thing is for you. Thank you for letting her stay. But she said this is the most precious thing to her right now. You may not think highly of it, but you should still give it to her as a token of your appreciation. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. Apart from anything else, Lu Yin was quite good at using connections. As for the red wine, Lin Qin naturally took it with peace of mind. But I'll get something tomorrow. You can bring it to Lu Yin and tell her it's from me. But how's that going? Zhang Qian stood aside and said with a pout, not very good. She looked at what you guys were busy with today and didn't say anything. Lin Qin nodded and then said, okay, remember to say that I gave you those things tomorrow. If it is said that it was given by Zhang Qian, whether people accept it or not is another matter. Therefore, it is more reliable to give it yourself. I just hope that Lu Yin can ignore what happened in Zhang Qian's past and do her part. However, even if Lu Yin hadn't come, the dinner would still be sumptuous and everyone would enjoy it very much. Lin Qin opened the bottle of wine given by Lu Yin. Perhaps because of the wine, even Wang Xiaoli, who usually spoke little, couldn't help but talk a little more. After a lively meal, the others who were not able to hold their liquor left the table on their own accord. Lin Qin and Zhang Qian at the table had already replaced red wine with white wine and started drinking it. Very addicted. Yes, during this rare reunion time, it is natural for us to have a good chat. Zhang Qian couldn't help but pour a glass of wine. After filling it up, he patted Lin Qin on the shoulder. Lin Qin, the world has completely changed now. From now on, it will be just you and your brother who will depend on each other. Who said it wasn't? Zhang Qian drank a glass of wine and said, the world is so difficult now. I don't know how long I can live or when it will end. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhang Qian recalled his previous experiences. He was sold into a nightclub and saw firsthand how those people survived. All the women are under the charge of Sister Qian. Those who have some abilities should live a better life, while those who have no abilities have to rely entirely on their flesh. For example, the supplies we get after each reception are just some food to maintain our daily well-being. These things, according to a normal person's appetite, would only make us 70% full at most. Some guests may be generous enough to give a little extra, but this opportunity is rare. A portion of the food distributed daily will be taken by the group leader. There is even less left in hand, and the men have it even harder. Zhang Xian seemed to look back at the days he had spent during that period and compared them with the days he had spent after meeting Lin Qin. I have to say, he was very grateful for Lin Qin's foresight. If it weren't for the food he had before, he wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but say, "Speaking of this, it's all thanks to the goods you sent to my house at that time. Come to think of it, you have so many supplies. How much did you buy in the beginning? There are so many delicious foods." On the plate on the table, there is a dish of braised beef in soy sauce. This thing also comes in ready-made form, vacuum-packed. Lin Qin had only said before that he wanted to open a small store, but he didn't say that he wanted to open a large supermarket like Walmart or Carrefour. Would he pile all these goods? Even if we don't talk about this thing, let's just talk about this dish of fried leeks and eggs. These leeks must have a place to be grown. He lived here for 2 or 3 days, but didn't see any place to grow crops. But where did you plant this leek to make it grow? Do you have any seeds? Give me some. I'll give some to someone. As he spoke, Zhang Qian burped. I drank too much, and I'm a little confused now. Lin Qin's alcohol tolerance was much better than Zhang Qian's, but he was not so greedy that he drank so much. Therefore, he is much more sober than Zhang Qian. Originally, the atmosphere at the dinner table was quite normal, but Zhang Qian was probably a little sad after drinking, which led to the atmosphere becoming unbearable for others to leave tactfully. Looking at Zhang Qian's appearance, Lin Qin couldn't help but shook his head. Even after drinking so much, he still wanted to ask him for chive seeds. Lin Qin really didn't know what to say, but the next moment, Zhang Qian slammed the table and sat up suddenly again. Enough of talking, drink. Lin Qin, okay, come and drink. Lin Qin patted Zhang Qian on the shoulder and said with some sadness, "Let's not talk about anything else. We are all brothers." Zhang Qian nodded and raised his glass. Zhang Qian lay on the dining table with a wine glass in his hand. Lin Qin stood up and walked towards the bathroom with a slightly floating walk. "I drank too much alcohol. I need to drink some water." The bathroom door was not locked, so Lin Qin pushed it open. Wei Lan took off half of her clothes and stood in the dim light, looking at Lin Qin, who suddenly came in with a confused look. Didn't she lock the door? Wei Lan's brain couldn't help but freeze for a while, but his hands didn't stop moving, and he held the clothes that he hadn't completely taken off in front of himself. Lin Qin's gaze paused and fell on Wei Lan's half-undressed sling. Chapter 322, Almost Discovered. The suspenders fit tightly against her body, outlining her curvaceous figure. The sleeves were so long that she was only wearing a pair of panties on her thighs. Lin Qin couldn't help swallowing, seeming to have forgotten how wrong the scene was at this moment. Under Lin Qin's direct gaze, Wei Lan's face gradually turned red. "Lin Qin, you go out first." Although he was drunk, Lin Qin had come to his senses. Before leaving, he suddenly raised his hand, patted Wei Lan's butt, and made a comment. "Not bad, very chewy. Wei Lan." Lin Qin turned around and walked out. Wei Lan was in the bathroom, feeling a little shy. Gasping for breath, she quickly closed the bathroom door and carefully checked to make sure it was locked before she breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the bathroom floor and reached out to pat her hot and red cheeks. Wei Lan, didn't you check before you came in?" Oh, she was really scared. Wei Lan washed his body roughly and then walked out in a hurry. Lin Qin stood at the door and waited for Wei Lan to come out before going in to take care of himself. Wei Lan, who was standing in the living room, turned around to look at the closed bathroom door and patted her chest. Fortunately, nothing happened. It's just a little episode. Lin Qin didn't seem to have any problems. "Huh, Wei Lan, Wei Lan, you have to check it carefully next time." Holding the clothes, Wei Lan calmed herself down and planned to return to her little room. Suddenly, Nan Wei's voice came from behind her, which frightened her so much that her heart stopped and she turned around to look. Nan Wei was standing at the stairs, looking at her with surprise. Wei Lan, come here quickly. Let's sleep together tonight. I have a lot to talk to you about." Wei Lan had a confused look on his face and couldn't help feeling uneasy. What to talk about? What's there to talk about? Could it be that she saw her and Lin Qin? Pop. Wei Lan slapped himself on the face to wake himself up, then licked his lips with a serious face. Nanwei changed her posture and looked at her strange behavior. What are you doing? Wei Lan was embarrassed for a moment, then said, Nothing. What are you going to say? Hey, come up with me first. Nanwei took a few steps forward, took Wei Lan's hand, and walked upstairs. As they walked, she said, There are two grown men drinking and they don't know when to stop. They make too much noise. You will probably be disturbed if you sleep downstairs. It's a good opportunity for us to sleep together tonight. Men make a lot of noise when they drink and talk. Every time her dad drinks at the dinner table or hangs out with friends, he makes a lot of noise when he's drunk. Wei Lan slept alone downstairs. To be honest, she was a little worried that she would be affected and would not be able to sleep well. Wei Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't what she thought. Fortunately, Nanwei didn't see it. Following Nanwei all the way up to the second floor, after entering the room, Wei Lan found a seat and sat down. Nanwei came to the window, secretly opened a crack, and looked across. Nanwei pulled Wei Lan to stand in front of the window, and through a tiny gap in the thick floor-length curtains, they looked at the faint light from the villa next door. All the windows outside their villa were sealed with iron sheets, so if they wanted to see what was happening outside clearly, they had to open the iron sheets. But this still did not prevent them from seeing the faint light next door through the gap. The temperature at night was very low, and they could feel the coldness hitting their bodies even when the door was open a little. There was no generator in that villa, and it wasn't as warm as theirs. We don't even know whether we have the bedding we need for daily life. Nanwei sighed. Wei Lan, we too were the first to join Lin Qin's team. Look at the villa across the street. Look at Lu Yan. Do you feel touched? Wei Lan looked at Nanwei's profile, then moved to the villa opposite and nodded. Yeah, I feel a little touched. Wei Lan's contacts are different from Nanwei's. To be exact, Wei Lan wasn't really interested in her experience. He just felt a little regretful. But Nanwei is different. She seems to be able to empathize with others. When Lin Qin went back upstairs, the conversation between the few of them downstairs was enough to make Nanwei feel distressed. So, Nanwei had so much to say when she looked at the faint light. Nanwei sighed and said, Do you think we should send some blankets or something over there? She doesn't have a generator, so the room must be very cold. Besides, the cotton-padded jacket she was wearing today was leaking. It didn't keep her warm at all. She refused to change her clothes, even when asked to. When it comes to this, Wei Lan also agrees. After hesitating for a while, she said, How about we send some clean quilts and warm clothes over tomorrow? We are all neighbors now, so we will take care of each other in the future. And maybe if we take a little more care of her, Lu Yin can help us deal with the fence issue. Wei Lan thought Nanwei's idea was a good one. Compared to men's caring greetings, direct communication between women is the most reliable way to narrow the distance. Agree. Nanwei was stunned and turned around to look at Wei Lan's concerned expression. Then he chuckled. We are much better off than she was. There wasn't much impact at all. Wei Lan also felt that this was correct, but she didn't quite understand what Nanwei meant. If they just want to send clothes or something, they can send it now or tomorrow. Even if they want to take care of them in the future, they can do so at any time. Or was it that Nanwei was thinking about herself because of Lu Yan's experience? Thinking of this, Wei Lan also said, Nanwei, are you thinking about something because of Lu Yan? Don't worry, we are all here for you. Nothing will happen to you. We are all here. Nanwei nodded, closed the window, drew the curtains, came to her senses, and took Wei Lan's hand. I know, I just felt a little emotional and thought about my past. Although my experience is different from Lu Yan's, I still remember clearly when a group of people broke into my house, ate our remaining food, killed my father, and humiliated my mother. I managed to survive and am still alive today. Those people once thought of humiliating me until I was worthless and then using me as food. You know what, Wei Lan? I never thought I would have such an experience. So after I learned about Lu Yan's experience today, I have been suppressing it in my heart. You know that feeling that's like Wei Lan reached out and hugged Nanwei, comforting her. I know, it's okay, it's all over. Chapter 323, I'm not here to ask for punishment. Lu Yan is in our villa area right next door now, so it will be easy for us to take care of her in the future. Don't worry. Wei Lan comforted her. Nanwei continued. Fortunately, I met Lin Qin. Wei Lan agreed to this. Isn't it because of Lin Qin's care that these people are able to live such a comfortable life? What's more, Lin Qin is handsome, a good person, and very capable. You won't have to worry about food and drink if you follow him, and there is almost nothing to complain about. He is a very good man, at least much better than those others. However, every woman would like such an excellent and powerful man. Nanwei has known him for such a long time, so it's normal for there to be some things going on. What's more, didn't she accidentally catch the two of them doing that before? Although this matter was not exposed openly, she knew about it. Thinking of the embarrassing situation at that time, Weilon couldn't help but feel a little unnatural. Nanwei didn't seem to notice this phenomenon and just talked to herself. Weilon just agreed from the side, his mind in a mess. Lin Qin is indeed a rare person. We are really lucky to have met him. So you don't have to worry about these things. Lin Qin can help you solve them. He is so powerful. Having said this, Weilon blinked. Lin Qin's strength lies not only in his abilities, but also in his strong masculine charm when he is with Nanwei. Speaking of Lin Qin, Weilon's expression became much more relaxed, even with some comfort. Nanwei nodded, and then said, Weilon, do you admire Lin Qin very much? Weilon thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. Lin Qin is so strong. Of course I admire him. So what do you think of Lin Qin? Of course it's good. He's very strong, and we all rely on him. But even if he is strong, I don't think I'm bad either. If it comes to personal quality and strength, Weilon feels that if she is second, no one will compete with her. After all, she admitted that she was indeed a little bit worse than Lin Qin, but in some aspects, she was not worse than Lin Qin and was even better. Weilon is still very confident in this aspect. She raised her chin, feeling a little proud and very confident in herself. Nanwei couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. Based on her observations during this period, she naturally believed in Weilon's abilities. But as more and more women joined the team, there were some problems that she couldn't ignore even if she wanted to. She secretly leaned close to Weilon's ear and whispered, Weilon, tell me the truth. Are you attracted to Lin Qin? Weilon was stunned, frightened by Nanwei's sudden response. No, I didn't do anything. Why did you suddenly say that? Weilon responded to Nanwei with a stutter. As he spoke, he recalled his actions during this period to see if there was anything that might have caused misunderstanding. But after thinking about it, she shouldn't have done anything out of line. Why did Nanwei ask this? Nanwei held Weilon's hand and sat on the edge of the bed. From her expression, I couldn't tell that there was anything wrong. Don't rush to explain. I'm just asking. During this period of time, I noticed that Lin Qin seemed to be interested in you. Weilon frowned, then thought for a moment and said, Nanwei, I don't mean to snatch it from you. Before Weilon finished her words, Nanwei grabbed her hand, interrupted her, and continued. I know, I didn't say you snatched it from me. It's normal for you to like Lin Qin. To be frank, I think Xiaoli and Dr. Tang are both interested in Lin Qin. Lin Qin is so outstanding, it's normal for you to like him. To be honest, if you don't like him and have no opinion about him, then there is a problem. I didn't ask you to come here today to discuss whether to rob or not. Weilon was silent, looking at Nanwei, unable to figure out what she meant for a moment. There are 18 twists and turns in the story. Help, who can guess what this means? However, Weilon was not the kind of person who would shirk responsibility. Since Nanwei said so, she admitted it openly. After all, Nanwei had spoken frankly, so there was no need for her to hide anything. Since you asked, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, I do admire Lin Qin, and I have some thoughts in that regard, but I know your relationship, so I'm very clear about my position and have not done anything out of line. I think you two probably have your own considerations for not saying it, but I, Weilon, am not the kind of person who would do anything small. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. Weilon thought that Nanwei might be worried that he would snatch Lin Qin away. That's why I am so worried about gains and losses, and I took this opportunity to say these words to myself. In fact, he was just afraid that Lin Qin's heart would be snatched away by someone else when he was surrounded by so many women. There is no need to say much about Xiaoxue. She is Zhang Qian's sister and has nothing to do with Lin Qin, let alone anything that happened. As for Wang Xiaoli, she actually felt that it was just admiration and worship for a strong man. With her brother around, naturally there would be nothing wrong. It's Dr. Tang. Indeed, Dr. Tang's recent behavior towards Lin Qin seemed a little different, but for a man like Lin Qin, it was only a matter of time before he would be liked by women. Women will admire strong men. This is normal. Nan Wei hesitated for a while and couldn't help but said, "Actually, I'm not here to accuse you of anything. I I just want to ask what you think of Lin Xin. If Lin Xin, you could do it too. That's what I mean. Do you understand?" Nan Wei seemed to be hesitant to speak, and her words were intermittent. It seems a little difficult to talk about. Wei Lan didn't understand Nan Wei's meaning at first, and sat on the edge of the bed with a frown on his face. Could it be that she is worried that she will be poached by Lu Yin or someone else? If that's the case, then no. Since coming here, she has regarded it as her second home. After all, I can't go back to the team, and everything offline is unknown and uncertain. Lin Xin and the others made her feel at home, and she never went hungry or cold. In her opinion, they have long been a family, working hard for a common goal. Of course, apart from some minor incidents occasionally, there are no other problems. She took the initiative to choose the storage room downstairs, just because she wanted to guard the gate of the villa here. If there was any noise outside, she would be the first to notice it with her alertness to avoid any problems for everyone. Of course, it's not just for this. Chapter 324 Dreaming. What's more, it's more comfortable to sleep here alone. The room is small, no need to squeeze together. She is not very good at interacting with people. What Nan Wei was worried about did not exist at all. She patted Nan Wei's shoulder and said solemnly, "Don't worry, we will always be together, and I won't go anywhere. I don't know what happened between you and Lin Xin." Before Wei Lan finished speaking, Nan Wei's expression of embarrassment instantly turned into a helpless and disappointed look. "Hey, figure out on your own. I'm going to take a shower first." With that said, Nan Wei walked out with some clothes to change into. He didn't even glance at Wei Lan. Wei Lan was left alone, sitting by the bed, disheveled in the wind, trying to figure out what she meant. Just as Nan Wei packed up her toiletries, she heard the slight sound of a door closing, and Wei Lan paused. He turned his head suddenly and looked back. Could that be what she meant? Wei Lan's mind suddenly became a mess with all sorts of random thoughts. With her thoughts racing, she hurriedly grabbed her clothes and ran downstairs, intending to go back to her room to calm down. Lin Xin, who was drunk downstairs, supported Zhang Qian, and the two of them started to blame each other. Zhang Qian was drunk, and his speech was a little unclear. He wanted to walk outside. As he spoke, he waved his hands. "No, I can't drink anymore. I have to go." "Where are you going?" "Your room is upstairs." Lin Xin held his arm and looked much more sober than Zhang Qian. "Speak clearly and logically." Zhang Qian, on the other hand, seemed to be really drunk and couldn't even speak clearly. No, where should I go?" Zhang Qian waved his hand, then put a slap on Lin Xin's shoulder, stunned for a moment, and asked himself. Then he laughed again. "I'm going to find Lu Yin. I can't drink anymore. I feel dizzy. I have to go back to sleep." Lin Xin was speechless. "Go find Lu Yin. She can kick you out." "Okay, go upstairs. Lu Yin is waiting for you in the room." "Upstairs, then I'm leaving. We'll drink some other time. I really can't do it today." With drunken eyes, Zhang Qian changed direction and staggered towards the stairs. Lin Xin shook his head helplessly at Zhang Qian's words. This is the first time I've seen him like this. However, no matter how dissolute a man is, there's always a woman in his heart. Lin Xin couldn't help but sigh a few words. Apparently, it has to be a woman. However, thanks to the enlightenment given to him by Zhang Qian, he also enjoyed the sweetness of a gentle hometown. While helping Zhang Qian up the stairs, Wei Lan came towards them and ran down from the second floor in a panic. Seeing Lin Xin on the stairs, her heart trembled, and she was so panicked that she forgot that she was still on the stairs and fell down directly. Lin Xin was quick-witted and grabbed Wei Lan's hand and lifted it up with force. Wei Lan's falling movement was pulled back manually, and before Wei Lan could react, he fell directly into Lin Xin's arms. On the waist is Lin Xin's arm. Wei Lan looked at Lin Xin's chin, and her mind couldn't help but think of Nan Wei's words. For a moment, she forgot to react. Her heart was pounding and her face turned red. The lighting on the stairs is average, and you can only see the stairs clearly. Therefore, Lin Xin did not notice anything wrong with Wei Lan's expression. The hand that was around Wei Lan's waist couldn't help but move. To be honest, Wei Lan has managed her body very well. Her belly is very flat without a trace of fat. He subconsciously pinched it and found it felt great. The wings of my nose were also filled with the faint fragrance of her bath. I almost forgot that she had just taken a shower. But why are you so anxious in the middle of the night? What bad things have you done? Wei Lan reacted, stood up and said, "No, no, just now. Nanwei asked me to go upstairs to sleep with her, but I thought about it and decided not to. I'm more used to sleeping alone, so I came downstairs." After she finished speaking, Wei Lan tried to move her body, wanting to keep a little distance from Lin Qin. Unexpectedly, Lin Qin held her so tightly that she couldn't break free. Wei Lan didn't dare to look up and meet Lin Qin's eyes. He just looked at Lin Qin's Adam's apple and said, "Look at Zhang Qian. He is so drunk. Can he go back alone?" Speaking of Zhang Qian, Lin Qin snorted, "It's normal. He used to go home and cover himself with a blanket when he was drunk. Don't worry." Suddenly, Tang Kersin, who was walking down with a cup of water, looked at the two people standing on the stairs hugging each other, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Well, if I remember correctly, the one who is more ambiguous with Lin Qin should be Nanwei. Why has it become Wei Lan now? Although the light was dim, she would never mistake someone. What should I do? Will she be kicked out if she sees this unknown scene? No, she had to leave quietly before they discovered her. But, Dr. Tang, Wei Lan's voice sounded from behind. Tang Kersin gave up the idea of leaving quietly. She turned around with the water cup in her hand and looked at Lin Qin and Wei Lan. "Well, I was just thirsty, so I thought I'd go downstairs and get some water. Just happened to be passing by. I saw nothing." As she spoke, Tang Kersin laughed dryly. At the same time, he raised the water cup in his hand, indicating that he really just came out to get some water to drink. After saying that, she turned around suddenly and ran to the third floor. Back in her room, Tang Kersin slammed the door shut and gasped. Fortunately, she slipped away very quickly. It also shows the attitude, so there shouldn't be any problem. Well, clever. Wang Xiaoli, who was lying on the bed playing with her phone, looked at Tang Kersin and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? You look like you've seen a ghost." Tang Kersin looked at her and then shook her head. "I didn't see a ghost, but it was a little scarier than seeing a ghost." Wei Lan wanted to die. What is going on? Just after being hinted by Nanwei, he turned around and met Lin Qin. They were also seen hugging each other by others. Fortunately, Dr. Tang came and called her, and Lin Qin then released his arms around her waist. Wei Lan looked at Lin Qin, wanting to curse but unable to. Finally, he went back to his room angrily. Lin Qin was completely confused, not understanding why he got angry for no reason. It seems like he didn't do anything. She was about to fall, so he reached out and grabbed her. It wasn't too much, was it? What's more, there's nothing wrong with hugging someone's waist. Haven't you touched it before? Forget it. Let's go back to sleep. Lin Qin returned to his room in the dark, took off his clothes, and lay down in bed. As the alcohol took effect, sleepiness quickly came over me. In the dim light, a pair of cold and moist little hands clung to his body, wandering around and gradually going deeper. Chapter 325, Dream or Reality. I can't tell the difference. Lin Qin had a dream. The woman in the dream blew into his ears, held him in her mouth, and hugged him. Wave after wave of pleasure swept through Lin Qin's body, and even his bones felt numb. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. He grabbed the rebellious little hand, raised his head, and looked at the woman who was attached to him. My mind is a little clearer. Nanwei, don't talk. The woman blocked his mouth, and waves of tingling and numbness swept over him. In a state of confusion, he heard Nanwei ask him, "Lin Qin, if you like other women, will you treat me badly?" Lin Qin's mind was already a mess. When he heard this, he immediately said, "How is that possible? I must still like you the most." As for the memories that followed, Lin Qin had forgotten them when he woke up early in the morning. All I know is that this is a very good erotic dream. Nanwei returned to her room from Lin Qin's room in the middle of the night. Lin Qin's words last night explained everything, and Nanwei couldn't help but sigh. Men all have the same virtue, but just hearing his words is enough. Anyway, she has let it go a long time ago and doesn't worry about these things anymore. But seeing Lin Qin looking refreshed early in the morning, he was still a little angry. But for Lin Qin, he slept very well last night. So much so that while he felt refreshed early in the morning, his eyes were full of passion when he looked at Nanwei. Yes, the feeling last night was amazing. Of course, this is a later story. Wei Lan returned to her room and tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The words that Nanwei said in her mind, and the images of Lin Qin, intertwined and kept appearing in her mind. In particular, she seemed to hear some suppressed breathing. This caused all sorts of pornographic images to keep appearing in her mind. The effect was no less than when she first discovered Lin Qin and Nan Wei in the bathroom. For a moment, her heart beat faster and she became irritable to the point of being unable to sleep all night. Of course, Lin Qin and Nan Wei, the two culprits, were enjoying a sweet and gentle life at the moment and could not understand Wei Lan's pain at all. Wei Lan was furious. Fuck, I'm so pissed. Early in the morning, Nan Wei and others got up and went downstairs to start preparing breakfast. Lin Qin and Zhang Qian were still sleeping soundly in different rooms. When Lin Qin got up, the pain from the hangover was pounding wildly in his brain. I won't drink like this again next time. It gives me a headache. Lin Qin sighed, then looked around the room. Everything I felt last night was so real, it didn't seem fake. But when he looked around, he was the only one in the room. Could it be that I haven't had this kind of need for a long time, and I've started dreaming? Lin Qin climbed out of bed, then dressed neatly and went downstairs. Everyone has been very busy with work recently. Those who didn't drink got up early in the morning and have almost finished their meal by now, so they're almost done with work. Some of them were even busy outside. Wei Lan looked at Lin Qin, rubbing his head as he walked down the stairs, paused slightly while biting the bun, and then silently changed direction. Deeply traumatized by a sleepless night, she overslept this morning. But she still can't stand Lin Qin and Nan Wei. I always feel like something is weird. Lin Qin brushed his teeth and washed his face, picked up the hot buns and said, "Where are the others? Why can't I see them?" Wei Lan held the bun in one hand and the spoon in the bowl in the other and said vaguely, "Everyone is busy outside." Lin Qin nodded and glanced at the time on his phone. It's already 10:40. It's almost time for lunch. Lin Qin couldn't help but pat his forehead. Drinking really messes things up. However, Lin Qin was still very relieved that everyone had gone out and was busy. Not only early, but also very conscious. The breakfast table is reserved for everyone to have a portion to prevent them from having no food to eat when they wake up. There was also a bowl of white porridge next to it, which looked like it was prepared for Zhang Qian. But no one knows when Zhang Qian will sleep. Lin Qin asked casually while eating a bun, "By the way, did you absorb all the crystal cores yesterday? How is it? Did your abilities improve?" Wei Lan paused, then stopped being shy. When it comes to serious matters, she is still very frank. "I have absorbed it. I haven't tried my ability yet, but I feel like my speed should be able to last longer. I feel like the strength in my body is more than double what it used to be." Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. "Then it seems that the effect is quite good. I wonder what Nan Wei and the others' abilities are like." Lin Qin thought so, and then took a sip of rice porridge. As for the situation of other people, Wei Lan didn't know. This is something that can only be asked to the person involved. But her abilities have improved, and the others should have made significant progress as well. They have been out and about for over an hour. They should be back soon. There are a lot of them, and some of them would come back around 11 o'clock every day and be busy cooking. If we ask together at the same time, we will know what everyone's situation is like. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian staggered down from upstairs. He looked like he hadn't woken up yet and hadn't slept well. He held his head, sat at the dining table, closed his eyes, and said, "Good morning, beautiful Wei Lan." "Good morning, Lin Qin." Without even raising his eyes, Lin Qin said directly, "If you get up later, you can have lunch with breakfast." Zhang Qian waved his hand. "Oh, don't mention it. I haven't slept well at this hour." Zhang Qian reached out, took a bun, and started eating. Lin Qin frowned and said, "You can eat after you brush your teeth." Zhang Qian sighed, but did not want to argue, and said calmly, I did it in your room. I'm starving, let me eat first. I didn't say anything nonsense yesterday." Zhang Qian opened his eyes and ate the buns. At the same time, he also did not forget whether Lin Qin himself said anything he shouldn't have said or did anything he shouldn't have done yesterday. Lin Qin thought that someone got drunk last night and wanted to go out to find Lu Yin and told him a lot of things about Lu Yin. Then he shook his head. "No, that's good. You still went back to your room by yourself." Zhang Qian let out a long sigh. "That's good enough if there's nothing." He thought he had done something out of the ordinary. "It's all my fault for drinking too much." Wei Lan sat aside and glanced at Lin Qin quietly, who lied without blushing or breathing heavily. Yesterday, Zhang Qian clearly. Why did he say no? But Wei Lan was just confused for a moment and didn't say it directly. Lin Qin should have his own considerations. In fact, there was nothing to look at. It was just to save his face. This is also the tacit understanding between the two of them. Chapter 326, just for fun. Lin Xin stuffed the bun in his hand into his mouth and took another one from the plate on the table. I'll go out and take a look. You two can eat slowly. It was still very cold outside, so Lin Xin put on a long cotton jacket and a pair of thick cotton trousers and went out. The others were digging holes closely at a certain distance from the wall. Lin Xin stood not far away and watched everyone busy at work. They were quite efficient this morning, much faster than he imagined. The busy people looked up and saw Lin Xin and nodded and greeted him. As for Tang Kursin, she wanted to shrink herself completely so that Lin Xin wouldn't be able to see her because she had witnessed what happened between Lin Xin and Wei Lan yesterday. However, Lin Xin squatted aside and called out the name directly. Dr. Tang, have all the crystal cores been absorbed? Tang Kursin hissed with her back to Lin Xin, then turned around and looked at Lin Xin unnaturally and said, I absorbed it all last night. So what? We've all made progress, right? Not that. If you absorb all these crystal cores and still don't make any progress, then you're doomed. But it must be said that Lin Xin is very generous in this regard. Tang Kursin continued, I feel that my ability is much faster than before, but the feeling is not too great. If any one of you is injured, come and find me to try. As soon as these words came out, the others shook their heads. Wang Xiaoli said with a smile, Dr. Tang, please stop joking. Who wants to get hurt every day? What would happen if they got injured every day and had to see Dr. Tang every day? Tang Kursin couldn't help but smile when she heard what Wang Xiaoli said. Indeed, no one would want to get hurt. But her abilities have definitely improved, it feels like that. But Tang Kursin looked at Wang Xiaoli and asked, Sister Xiaoli, how is yours? Has it become stronger? Wang Xiao still held the hoe in his hand, listened to Tang Kursin's question, and thought for a moment. Do you think this counts? The vines on Wang Xiaoli's hands began to spread, but the original thickness of the vines was only as thick as fingers. After the upgrade, the thickness of the vines was twice as thick as before, almost as thick as half a palm. There is progress, but the length cannot be confirmed. After all, Wang Xiaoli had never tried this before. But since the thickness has changed, the length range should also change. To this, Lin Qi nodded in agreement. Not bad, much better than before. At this rate, the vine will probably be as thick as the mutant plant before. The mutated plant that Lin Xin was referring to was naturally the first one they encountered before. That mutant plant was as tall as a 2- or 3-story building, not to mention the thickness of its vines. It has a wide and thick range, and its attack capability is also considerable. It is not impossible for Wang Xiaoli to reach that level. She just needs to absorb more crystal cores. As for Nanwei, Lin Xin looked over. Nanwei ignored him ever since he came over. Looks like he's angry. Lin Xin couldn't help but frown. He didn't seem to have done anything excessive to make him angry. But the others were busy, so Lin Xin walked to Nanwei's side and took the hoe from her hand. Are you okay? Why do you look unhappy? Did the upgrade go wrong? Nanwei didn't say anything. She just looked up and said calmly, No, I'm fine. The crystal core has been absorbed, but I haven't tried it yet. But I don't think it should be very good. There has never been any problem with your crystal core. Lin Xin looked at Nanwei and couldn't help frowning. This little girl is definitely angry. Could it be that what happened last night wasn't a dream but real, but I didn't remember it at all, so I'm angry? Lin Xin reached out and held Nanwei's hand. Okay, don't be angry, let's go back first. Lin Xin's hands were very strong, and he pulled Nanwei up from the bottom of the pit. Although Nanwei had complaints, she still walked out obediently. With such close contact, Nanwei couldn't help but look at other people, as if she was afraid of being seen by others. In the past, Lin Xin had never shown any affection towards her in front of others. Is it not worried now? Lin Xin took Nanwei's hand openly and followed Nanwei's gaze to look at the other people who were still busy. Nanwei pulled her hand back and lowered her head, saying, No, it would be bad if they saw it. However, Lin Xin still held Nanwei's hand tightly, not letting her break free. It's okay, let's go. Lin Xin walked in front, holding Nanwei's hand all the way. Nanwei looked at Lin Xin's profile, and the resentment in her heart gradually disappeared. Lin Xin held her hand and walked into the villa while saying, There were a lot of people here just now, so we can talk now. It's nothing, actually. I just didn't sleep well last night. Nanwei lowered her head and sighed. I really didn't sleep well. He is so annoying. Is it really because you didn't sleep well? Real. Besides, Nanwei looked up at Lin Xin and whispered in his ear, You were too exhausted last night. Lin Xin was startled and looked at Nan Wei. It really was her last night. It was all my fault for drinking too much and being so confused that I thought I was dreaming. However, Lin Xin was deeply impressed by last night's experience, so he put his arm around Nan Wei's waist. Come to my room tonight. Nan Wei was startled. She looked at Wei Lan, who came out of the villa, and gently pushed Lin Xin and said, "Stop making trouble." Then she looked at Wei Lan and greeted him. "You were no longer in the room when I came back from the internet yesterday. Why did you leave so suddenly?" Wei Lan looked at Lin Xin, then retracted her gaze and said to Nan Wei in a panic, "Nothing. I saw that Lin Xin and the others had just finished eating and drinking, so I went back. It just so happens that you can't bother me." Nan Wei nodded with some regret. "Okay, I wanted to come down to find you, but I didn't go in when I saw that the lights in your room were off. Oh, there's one more thing." Nan Wei seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She pulled Wei Lan aside and said away from Lin Xin, "Just listen to what I said yesterday. Don't think too badly of me. This is also, well, never mind, as long as you understand. It's getting late now. Let's go back first." Wei Lan pulled Nan Wei, hooked her arm around Nan Wei's shoulders, and whispered in her ear, "Tell me, are you teasing me on purpose?" "I was thinking about it all night last night, and I was upset." As he said this, Wei Lan tickled Nan Wei's armpit. Nan Wei couldn't help laughing wildly while hiding. No, I really didn't." Okay, how about you not say this anymore?" Chapter 327, Lu Yan's Advice. The two of them walked into the villa, talking and laughing, saying something that Lin Xin couldn't understand. Lin Xin looked at them in confusion. However, Lin Xin did not say much, just thinking that they had a good relationship, and it was a secret between girls. "I had been thinking of accompanying Nan Wei back and being affectionate with her for a while, but it seems that I can't be affectionate with her anymore." He turned around and looked at the other people who were still busy, and now they finished their work one by one. When Wang Yu passed by Lin Xin, he asked, "It's almost noon. Don't you want to go back with me?" "No, you guys go back first." Lin Xin shook his head. Wang Yu nodded and left with the others, chatting and laughing. Lin Xin, on the other hand, stood where he was and walked towards the earth pit they had dug along the wall after they left. The earth pit was very deep in order to make it more stable when building the foundation. Lin Xin looked at the cement, sand, gravel, and bricks behind him. "The quantity is naturally quite large, but I don't know when it will be completed." Lin Xin couldn't help feeling a little confused and also a little worried about what would happen to the snow after it melted. He stood at the edge of the pit, lost in thought, when he heard Lu Yan's voice behind him. "You guys are moving pretty fast. At this rate, it will take about 10 days to build a wall. Of course, just building it higher does not mean reaching the height they want." Lin Xin turned around and saw Lu Yan holding a pheasant in one hand and looking at him with her other hand on her waist. At first glance, this sounds like the truth, but if you listen carefully, it seems to have a bad meaning. What does it mean to build a wall in 10 days? There are at least quite a few of them, and it's just a wall. If they speed up and work all day without a break, it should be quick. Lin Xin had not come into contact with the speed of construction workers, so he didn't know the difficulty of the construction, the operating speed, and how long it would take. But there was always a hint of irony in what Lu Yan said. "What's the meaning?" Lin Xin asked immediately. After all, they are professionals. Lu Yan raised her eyebrows and glanced at their progress in the morning. The progress was naturally faster than she expected. But with just these few people, if they want to build a tower to that height, they'll have to wait and see, maybe even until next year. Zhang Qian came to me yesterday and told me what they meant. It is indeed necessary to build such a high wall. Once the wall is built, their lives will be much more secure within the wall, and the world outside the wall can be isolated. In fact, she quite agreed with it. After all, many forces do this. This is true even for official refugee bases. It's just that their financial and material resources are much greater than theirs. By building these, you basically don't have to worry about invasion from outsiders, but at the same time, you will become a thorn in the eyes of others because you are too conspicuous. The strength of Lin Xin and his team must be enough to deal with the jealousy of other teams and withstand their attacks. After a pause, Lu Yan continued, "My suggestion is to build a fence of the same height first. It is much safer than the original iron fence you have. The original fence of the villa area is this kind of iron fence built for aesthetics. There are several circles of electric nets wrapped around the top. Although the power grid has been replaced once, you can still see from above that the new power grid has more than the original one." What Lu Yan said was true. Even a wall of the same height was much better than the original one in the villa area. As for the height, you can slowly increase it in the future. Thank you very much. Lin Xin looked at Lu Yan and curled his lips to thank her. A smile appeared on Lu Yan's tense face, but she quickly put it away. No need to thank me. Living here and building this wall is also good for me. I have to say something. Okay, I'll go back first. See you next time. Lu Yan was holding the pheasant, and her expression suddenly changed, as if she had seen something, and she hurried back to the villa. Lin Xin's gaze couldn't help but fall from behind Lu Yan to Zhang Qian, who was walking towards him with a showy look on his face not far away. What is this guy planning to do next? Zhang Qian came to Lin Xin in a coquettish manner and looked at Lu Yan's departing back seemingly casually. Hey, what did you two talk about? I'm so far away, but I saw her laughing while she was talking to you. Lin Xin shook his head helplessly, then retracted his gaze and continued to work on his hands. He just gave some suggestions about the wall. As for the rest, how would I know? We were chatting happily, but suddenly he changed his face and left. I don't know if it's because I saw you. I'm not saying anything, but I came here for you in the first place. So why am I avoiding you like the plague now? Tell me, did you do anything to that person yesterday? Logically speaking, such differential treatment should not happen to Zhang Qian. Just look at what happened before. When she thought Zhang Qian was a hostage, she was so worried and desperate to rescue him. The contrast with the present is really too great. Zhang Qian licked his lips and said with some excitement, What can I do? What else can I do with her? Women are fickle. Thinking back to how he was treated yesterday, Zhang Qian couldn't help shaking his head. He was a treasure the last second, but now he is just a useless weed. Lin Xin continued, If you don't care about others, don't always act like a coquettish person and affect them. We are all friends now. We live in the same community, and we see each other every day. Don't go too far. Zhang Qian pursed his lips and stretched out his hand to help Lin Xin with the work. He said as he worked, I know, but I am really wronged. I really didn't do anything. Don't worry. I will explain it to her clearly. Just as Lin Xin said, people living under the same roof naturally cannot have a strained relationship. If you have made any mistake, admit it first. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I made a mistake before. Lin Xin waved the hoe and said nothing. There was only a brief silence before he asked, Did you see the pheasant in Lu Yan's hand? Zhang Qian paused, then looked up at Lu Yan's figure in the distance in confusion. She was indeed holding something in her hand. Is it a pheasant? Are there still pheasants these days? The two of them moved in unison, had the same thoughts, and looked up at Lu Yan's figure as she disappeared at the door of the villa. Lin Xin's eyes naturally fell on the pheasant in her hand, and he looked at it several times. To be honest, are there still animals like pheasants these days? Lin Xin doubted for a moment, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Pheasants can indeed fly up briefly, so it is possible that one or two of them survive. Chapter 328, Where did the pheasant come from? It's such a cold day, all species should be extinct. Could it be that this thing knows how to hide? With such doubts, Lin Xin's brain kept turning. But he didn't ask right away. Just followed Zhang Qian's questioning. Zhang Qian's face also became much more serious. It seems I have never seen it before. Where did she go so early in the morning? Even Zhang Qian had been away for a long time and had never seen so many teams before, so Lin Xin remained silent. Forget it. They don't lack it anyway. It's just a little bit confusing. Could this pheasant be another mutant species? What if it is a mutant species? Can it be eaten? Lin Xin didn't figure it out, so he just gave up and continued digging along the pit that everyone had dug. Only Zhang Qian didn't understand, so he threw down his hoe and said, No, I have to go ask. What if this thing is inedible? She will turn into a zombie or a mutant. No, I have to go check it out. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he walked towards Lu Yan's villa seriously. Lin Xin couldn't call him back. I had no choice but to follow him. Fortunately, Zhang Qian did not do anything too outrageous. He just knocked on the door of the villa quite hard. Lu Yan, come out here, I have something to tell you. Lin Xin stood aside and finally understood why Lu Yan didn't want to see Zhang Qian. Lin Xin pushed him away, stood aside, and said, Just shut up. Lu Yan, I'm Lin Xin. Sorry, I want to ask you something. As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, Lu Yan's response came from inside the room. The door is not locked. Just come in. The gate to the villa's courtyard is made of iron and can be opened with a gentle push. Lin Xin and Zhang Qian looked at each other and then followed him in. Lu Yan was sitting in the yard with a bucket of water beside her and Wang Qin standing next to her. At this moment, she was using her powers to fill the bucket with water. However, Wang Qin's special ability did not last long, and the amount of water she could produce was also very limited. At most half a bucket of water. Lu Yin turned her head and asked, "Captain Lin, is there anything wrong?" Lin Qin paused, then raised his eyebrows. Why did the address change all of a sudden? Now it has become Captain Lin. To be concise and to the point, the captain is named Lin. Okay, but now it's not about the name, but Lin Qin's eyes fell on her movements of preparing to kill a chicken, with a large kitchen knife placed next to her. It is not difficult to see that this kitchen knife is used to kill chickens. Lin Qin's eyes fell on the pheasant. Judging from the size of its fur, it was a normal pheasant. There were no traces of mutant animals. Nothing, I just came to take a look. I just saw you carrying a pheasant back, so I wanted to ask you what happened. Look at the weather, there's no way it can be alive. I'm afraid you've got a mutant that we can't eat. Lu Yin raised her eyebrows and picked up the pheasant. You're talking about this. It's not a mutant. It's frozen to death. It's turned into an ice sculpture on the tree. I brought it back. The pheasant was in good condition. She didn't find any wounds on its body. Judging from its frozen body, it must have been frozen into an ice sculpture after the sudden drop in temperature. So, there's no problem in eating it, but it takes some effort to thaw it. Lu Yin grabbed the pheasant's claws with one hand and smashed the pheasant onto the concrete floor with the other. Bang, bang, bang. The voice is clear. Lin Qin understood, and then said, "That's fine. I'm afraid you. Well, we'll leave first." After Lin Qin finished speaking, he turned and left. After confirming that there was no problem, he had no problem. Since there was no need to pay attention to Lu Yin and he didn't want to eat her pheasant, he naturally had to leave here quickly. As for Zhang Qian, he did not ask about it. Anyway, the legs are on his body, so he can do whatever he wants. Just remember to work in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Lin Qin walked out of the villa. As soon as I went out, I met Nin Wei walking towards me with bowls and chopsticks. "Hey, why are you here? What are you doing?" Lin Qin looked at the dishes and chopsticks in Nan Wei's hands, puzzled. "Ah, these are the leftover steamed buns and rice porridge from this morning. We can't let them go to waste. I thought of sending some to Lu Yin." Nan Wei felt a little uncomfortable because she had secretly taken Lin Qin's food and given it to others. No matter what, we have to talk to Lin Qin about this matter and get his opinion. But she took it directly now without saying this to Lin Qin. Now that she happened to be met, Nan Wei felt a little nervous. In particular, she actually took not only the porridge and buns, but also a portion of the 6 kilograms of beef for lunch today. Lin Qin didn't think there was anything wrong, just this remaining. It was obvious that the buns and porridge were still hot and didn't look like leftovers. But Lin Qin didn't care. "Okay, send it over. Next time, you can see if you can invite Lu Yin to have dinner together." Nan Wei raised her head suddenly and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I told you that you wouldn't mind." This morning, when Lu Yin left the house, she even said hello to us and told us how to work and where to start. I figured I had to thank them anyway. And I also secretly took some of the beef and cabbage stew made by Wei Lan. "Okay, I can smell the beef soup a long time ago. Send it over." Lin Qin waved his hand. Nan Wei's expression suddenly became much happier. He walked towards Lu Yin's villa happily. Lin Qin stood outside, looking at her back, thinking about Nan Wei's words. Unexpectedly, Lu Yin still gave them some guidance. It would have been better if she could say more, telling them how to do it quickly or where something is. Of course, this idea is just a thought. Lin Qin turned around and continued walking out. He has to work harder. At this time, Nan Wei came out with Zhang Qian after delivering the food. Looking at Zhang Qian standing aside, Nan Wei couldn't help but say, "You'd better not hang around Lu Yin so often in the future. You have no feelings for Lu Yin, so there's no need to always come here to seek a sense of presence. Actually, what I want to say is that Lu Yin will be a member of our team in the future. If you keep doing this, it will not be good for everyone." Zhang Qian, who said he was thinking about existence. Did he find it? No. Nan Wei looked at Zhang Qian and then sighed. "I think you can go and talk to Lu Yin about this. And you should also think it through yourself. Your current relationship is too awkward." After leaving these words, Nan Wei left. Zhang Qian was not actually a bad person. He was just dissolute by nature. I don't know if what Xiao Xue said is useful. You can ask Xiao Xue to keep an eye on him. Thinking of this, Nan Wei walked back resolutely. As for Zhang Qian, he thought for a while and seemed to have discovered some of his own problems. He always runs to Lu Yin, spreading his feathers like a peacock. Chapter 329 Transfer. Although what he said was not very pleasant to the ear, it did sound a bit annoying. Could it be that I've been so tense for too long in the apocalypse that after seeing Lu Yin, I want to go back to her? Zhang Qian couldn't figure it out, so he staggered towards where Lin Qin was. Forget it. I won't think about it. What Nan Wei said is indeed right. Since we are teammates, we can't always have this kind of relationship. If Lu Yin doesn't want to see him, then he should hang out less. In the next few days, he could go out and wander around to see if he could find anything good. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. The night was silent. Several women groping in the dark were walking quietly on the street. They were dressed in ordinary clothes and hid in an unfinished building. After climbing up 5 floors, they stood in the empty hall, looked around, and quietly threw a stone in. A faint light suddenly appeared in the unfinished building that was originally empty and deserted, and several women appeared at the same time. They were all dirty, and their faces were not very clean either. With the weak light, they moved closer to the 2 women who came in the dark. Wan Chang, why are only the 2 of you back? One of the women looked at the 2 women standing in front of them and asked in confusion. Wan Chang was carrying a sack on her back. As she listened to the woman's questions, she lowered her head, her eyes reddened, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. In an instant, all the women fell silent. Wan Chang didn't say anything, but his meaning was already very clear. There were 5 people when they went out, but when they came back, there were only 2 left. The other woman standing next to Wan Chang put the sack on her body at her feet, sat down on the ground with some exhaustion, and said, Xiao Lu, Fong Ping, and Lu Mei are all gone, and the 2 of us almost couldn't come back. The people there are too strong. We had a hard time finding these things, but all 3 of them are dead. Wang Chang and I ran as fast as we could and managed to save our lives, but those people were still chasing us. We both didn't know if they were still behind us, so we waited until dark before we dared to come back. The woman who was speaking was called Zhang Bei. She was the youngest woman here. I have never seen such a grand scene before. I was so frightened that I lost my soul. If Wang Chang hadn't been there, she would probably have died at the hands of a zombie or at the hands of that gang of people. Huang Jiao, Su Si, go check if there's anyone following us. As usual, if there's any problem, meow. The 2 women who were called out walked out of the darkness and went down the stairs. I was very convinced by her instructions. The woman standing in front of Wang Chang and Zhang Bei and asking questions was called Su Jing, the leader of this group of people. They were workers who had followed Su Jing out to find jobs in big cities. There was a boss nearby who said he was recruiting female workers, so they followed him. Who would have thought that we would encounter a zombie disaster just after we finished working on the construction site and hadn't yet become fully familiar with the environment? All the workers turned into zombies. These women soldiers managed to escape with great difficulty and hid in this unfinished building to survive. Over time, everyone relied on secret codes to distinguish between enemies and friends. Su Jing led them out of the zombie circle and is alive now, so she is naturally their leader. And they respected and trusted her very much. Although the team situation was not very good, it is worth mentioning that fortunately they brought their weapons with them when they came out. There is no need to worry about eating utensils. You 2 come here first. Wang Yu, come and take a look at their wounds. Lu Ku, take the things and share them with everyone. Su Jing gave the instructions in an orderly manner while looking into the distance. An unfinished building is an unfinished building after all. It is very quiet here, and any movement can be heard very clearly. I don't know if there are any problems between Huang Jiao and Su Si. Thinking of this, Su Jing couldn't help but become a lot more nervous. Wang Yu checked for a while and found that both of them had superficial injuries on their bodies. Most of them were scratched by some splinters or sharp stones while hiding, but they were not serious. The most serious thing was probably the highly tense state they were in when they were hiding all the way to avoid the enemy's pursuit. Now that I'm home and I relax, I can no longer hold on and I collapse. The 2 people lay in the corner to rest and eat the food that was distributed. Not long after, Huang Jiao and Su Si came back. Su Jing took a step forward and asked seriously, "How is it?" Huang Jiao shook her head. "No suspicious persons have been found yet. Maybe they didn't chase us." Su Jing didn't answer immediately, but still had a serious face. "You 2 should go eat something first." She looked at the dark, empty space under the unfinished building and fell silent. Nothing should be taken lightly. Since they encountered that powerful team, they also stole their supplies. You will definitely be targeted with hatred. The world today is not the world of the past. They have to be extra careful. I don't know how long I can stay here. Su Jing closed her eyes and carefully felt the situation around her. Luca behind him took the food he had finally obtained and said, "Sister Jing, eat something." Su Jing looked at the hard potato in Luca's hand and reached out to take it. Today, the situation in the team is precarious. The amount of food available is decreasing day by day, and we have to find a way to stop consuming it like this. The potatoes were icy cold and not very easy to swallow. But this is still one of the few foods. Wait until everyone has finished eating. Su Jing looked at everyone and asked, "Are you all full? How is your physical strength recovering?" This question was mainly directed at Wang Chong and Zhang Beibei. After all, they had been running around outside for a whole day and had only rested for 10 minutes when they came back. If you ask me if I'm full, then of course I am not. It's only about 50% full. As for physical strength, it is definitely better than before, but not much. Wang Chong licked off some of the mashed potatoes on her fingers, wiped them on her body, and said, "Sister Jing, just tell me what you want to say." The other women also looked over. "Pack your things quickly. We are moving." Su Jing didn't waste any words and told everyone directly. Everyone was startled and looked up suddenly. "Sister Jing, what do you mean? Could it be that those people really followed us?" Zhang Beibei couldn't believe it. They were obviously so careful. But since Sister Jing has spoken, it's most likely true. Chapter 3:30 You'll know after trying. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the others suddenly came to their senses and started to pack up their things. Since Sister Jing said so, there must be a reason for it. The team always relied on Sister Jing, so we were able to turn danger into safety many times. They have great trust in Su Jing's judgment. However, they didn't have much supplies to begin with, so they packed them up very quickly. Apart from the small sack that Wang Chong and Zhang Beibei had managed to carry back, the rest were some bedding, pots and pans, and the like. They quickly packed up and followed Su Jing out of the unfinished building. It was extremely quiet at night, and the road was not easy to walk on. Fortunately, the moonlight above was enough to barely make out a hint of the outline. After Su Jing arranged everything for these women, she returned alone in the night. Inside the unfinished building, there were two men standing with flashlights in their hands. They were standing at the stairs and looking around. Suddenly, one of the men's flashlight shone on the extinguished charcoal fire on the branches, and the remaining sparks were still steaming. "Don't look for them, they're gone." A male voice suddenly sounded in the unfinished building. The other man was looking at the other side, then suddenly retracted his gaze, stood beside the man, and looked in the direction of the man's flashlight. Judging from the smoke coming from the wood, they probably didn't walk for long. "Maybe I can catch up." "What are you standing there for?" "Chase after him." "Do you know which direction they went?" "Just chase them." The man turned around and tapped the forehead of the man next to him lightly with the hand holding the flashlight. There was a hint of silence in his tone. "Forget it. Let's go back first. They're just a group of women. They shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. When we go back, just tell them that Sanner and the others were attacked by zombies." "But what about the bodies of the three women?" The man who spoke touched his head, which was hurt by the blow, and asked in a low voice. The man turned around and walked down the stairs, saying, "Kill it tomorrow and feed it to the monsters in the cellar. The next wave of zombies is coming soon. It's better not to cause trouble recently. Let them strengthen the supervision of supplies and be careful of others coming again. By the way, when we get back, ask Xiao Wu and the others to quickly transport back the items in the warehouse we found earlier. If we don't transport them back, we don't know when it will be. Once the zombie tide begins, we will not be able to go out for a long time. Such a large group of people must be prepared." But Brother Wang, Brother Su Xiang and his friends drove out yesterday and haven't come back all night. Now, there's only one car left. If we want to transport supplies, we will probably have to make several more trips. Brother Wang paused as he walked down the stairs and turned to look at the man following him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Li Tong, have I been too lenient with you recently? You didn't tell me this earlier." Li Tong hurriedly shook his head. "No, brother, listen to me. It's really not like that. It was Brother Su Xiang. He said he had told you, so I didn't ask them and just let them go." Brother Wang turned around and continued walking down. "If this happens again, you'll be fed to those monsters in the cellar." "Su Xiang went out yesterday. Why hasn't he come back today? Have you contacted him?" Li Tong continued to follow. "I tried to contact him, but it seems that I am out of range and can't get in touch with him. No one responded. I'm a little worried. It's been almost 2 days, and he hasn't come back yet. Maybe something happened." Oh, what could possibly happen? He should have taken a weapon with him when he left. Based on his understanding of Su Xiang, there is no way he would go out empty-handed. Sure enough, Li Tong nodded. When we went out yesterday, Brother Su Xiang took away the rocket launcher, drove away 3 cars, and took more than a dozen brothers away. Brother Wang sneered. He brought people and weapons with him. He has thought it through very thoroughly. Let him be. Come find me when he comes back. By the way, send someone to keep an eye on this place. There aren't many safe places to hide now. The good positions are basically occupied by other teams. Generally speaking, we will not take the initiative to compete with other teams for a position. What's more, these women can't compete with him. Otherwise, they would not have chosen this remote place as their base. These women will be back in a few days. It's not impossible to catch in one go when the time comes. Li Tong nodded and followed behind him. Not long after they left, Su Jing, who was hiding in the abandoned garbage dump of an unfinished building, stood up from the ground. Xiaola and the others were not dead. After thinking for a while, Su Jing turned around and walked into the darkness. After a while, they came to the place where she had placed the women hiding. When everyone saw her coming back, they all came over. Sister Jing, where have you been? Su Jing shook her head, looked them in the eyes, and said, Xiao Lu and the others are not dead yet. These beasts want to use their lives to feed monsters. What did you say, monster? Su Jing was silent. Zhang Beibei at the side asked hurriedly, what kind of monster is that? Sister Jing, why don't we go and rescue them? They were captured by those people just to get supplies for everyone. And Sister Lu Mei was shot at the time. She couldn't run away, so she rushed out for me and delayed those who were chasing after her. They are still alive. Let's go save them, seriously. Su Jing didn't say anything, but just looked at the other people. Lu Ke frowned and said, we can't save them, Beibei. You are still young and may not understand some of the truths, but we who are still alive here cannot take risks for the 3 of them. But they were arrested because they were looking for supplies for us. Sister Coco, what you said is not right. Lu Ke took a deep breath and said, I know that from this perspective I am not qualified to say such things, but I do not advocate letting those who are still alive here take risks for the sake of these 3 people. Su Jing didn't comment, but just looked at the others. The team was silent for a moment, and Su Si said, Sister Jing, I think what Lu Ke said makes sense. Xiaola and the others should be rescued, but we can't risk everyone's lives. What do other people think? I didn't even try to save him. How could I know that I couldn't save him? It would harm everyone. Xiaola and Fong Ping are still alive. What would you think if one day you were captured by someone and no one came to rescue you? I think we could decide based on the situation. If we really can't save him in the end, we will definitely take care of ourselves. But what if we can? We haven't tried to know. Chapter 331, I can't compare with you. Everyone talked about it, and soon reached a consensus. Su Jing looked at everyone and finally made the decision. Okay, let's listen to everyone. Let's wait and see first. Don't alert the enemy, and then decide whether to rescue them based on the information everyone has collected. But tonight, I'll have to ask everyone to sleep here first. The night watch will continue as normal, with everyone taking turns. Su Jing gave the order, and everyone else nodded and began to take turns sleeping. At this time in the villa, after dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. After all, I've been working hard all day and don't have the energy to work anymore. There was no one in the living room on the first floor. Lin Xin walked down from the second floor, opened the refrigerator, took out a bucket of ice cream, and started eating. It's so uncomfortable to work in this air-conditioned room. After eating the ice cream, Lin Xin curled up on the sofa, took out some crystal cores, and began to absorb them. Recently, his teammates have been absorbing crystal cores much faster than him, so he has to catch up as soon as possible. When he had absorbed half of it, Lin Xin couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. I ate too much salt at night, and the air conditioning made the air quite dry, so I was very thirsty. Wei Lan opened the bathroom door and saw Lin Xin sleeping on the sofa in the living room with an empty ice cream cup on the coffee table in front of him. She placed her changed clothes on a bench nearby and then walked over in her nightgown, planning to take a blanket and cover him. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold if you sleep like this. But when she got closer, she realized that he was not asleep at all, but was clearly lying on the sofa, absorbing the crystal core. But seeing that he was sweating profusely, Wei Lan turned around, poured a glass of water, and walked back again. After Lin Xin absorbed a crystal core, he opened his tightly closed eyes. Then he saw Wei Lan standing in front of him, looking at him. Seeing that he woke up, she placed the water she had just poured in front of him. Drink more water. Your mouth is all chapped, and you're sweating. Wei Lan placed a glass of water in front of Lin Qin. After seeing him slowly open his eyes, she picked it up from the coffee table and put it in his hand. Lin Qin let out a long breath, swallowed his lips, and reached out to take the cup of water handed to him by Wei Lan. When exchanging water cups, it is inevitable that hands touch each other. Wei Lan's palms were icy cold, which surprised Lin Qin for a moment. He turned his palm over, held Wei Lan's small hand, and couldn't help but sighed. "Why are your hands so cold?" He turned on the air conditioner in his room, and it was too hot and dry. If he turned it off, it was too cold. Wei Lan's hands were icy cold, as if he had just come back from outside. When Lin Qin suddenly held her hand, Wei Lan's heart started beating wildly, and she felt a little nervous. However, she did not withdraw her hand, but just looked at Lin Qin and said, "Girls, this is what cold body is like. Hands and feet are cold. Why, are you hot?" Wei Lan was not wearing many clothes, perhaps because everyone was tired today and went back to their rooms early after dinner. Wei Lan had been busy all afternoon and was full of sweat, so she took a shower. Who would have thought that when she came out of the shower again, Lin Qin was still sitting on the sofa in the living room, and naturally she couldn't change her nightgown. The nightgown is made of lace and is a little bit transparent. Even through the gap, you can see the color and lace of the underwear under the nightgown. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at her chest, his gaze gradually becoming hot. To be honest, Nan Wei's actions last night made him extremely angry. But everyone was busy today, and Lin Qin himself had not found any free time to try again with Nan Wei, so it was delayed over time. Nan Wei had been busy all day and was so tired that she fell asleep on the bed. In this villa, he and Wei Lan are probably the only ones who haven't slept yet. This nameless evil fire that had been eager to try seemed to be able to only be directed at Wei Lan. It's just that Wei Lan. Lin Qin was unsure of her attitude. This handshake is the first step of the test. Lin Qin chuckled and drank all the water in the cup that Wei Lan handed over. He looked at Wei Lan and nodded. "It's hot. Not only hot, but also thirsty." Wei Lan's heart tightened, but he remained calm and said, "I'll go get you another glass of ice water, but you should go to bed early because tomorrow is another early day." Wei Lan stood up, walked to the refrigerator, took out the ice water from the refrigerator, and handed it to Lin Qin. Lin Qin, on the other hand, was looking at the nightgown on Wei Lan. To be honest, he was the one who brought these pajamas and nightgowns back and distributed them one by one. When I distributed them, I didn't notice that these clothes would have this effect when worn. Look at the hem of the skirt, covering just below the thighs, and it's made of lace. It sways as you walk. Lin Qin couldn't help but feel his eyes burning with anger. Wei Lan turned around and saw Lin Qin's eyes fixed on her legs. She couldn't help but look down. To be honest, she is not short, and her long and straight legs really look good. Lin Qin stared at it. It was a good thing for her, but it was not. After all, I have been with Lin Qin for so long, so if he wants to do something, I naturally can't refuse him harshly. What's more, Lin Qin is indeed handsome and strong, and I admire him very much, so it's not impossible for something to happen. But when she thought about what Nan Wei had specifically said to her, she always felt very guilty. But Lin Qin's gaze still satisfied Wei Lan's great inner desire. She deliberately walked slowly, even straightening her back and raising her buttocks. It looks like the convex parts are convex, and the concave parts are concave. Exquisite and graceful. Sure enough, Lin Qin's throat rolled. She handed the bottle of water over. Lin Qin reached out to take it, tilted his head back, and started drinking. To be honest, Wei Lan is so attractive. After handing over the water, Wei Lan turned around and went back to her room. Just before entering the door, Lin Qin followed. He held her door with one hand and placed the other on her shoulder before following her in. Wei Lan couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Lin Qin first looked at Wei Lan's room and then said, "This room is a little small." The bed was probably barely big enough for the two of them. Wei Lan felt a little disappointed. He thought Lin Qin was going to do something to him, but this was the result. She pursed her lips and said, "Oh, yes, it's a little small compared to yours, but it's just right for me living alone." Her room is located in a remote area and is small, so people don't often come to visit her room, so it is very quiet. Wei Lan turned around and said as he made the bed, "Do you have anything to tell me? If not, I'm going to sleep." Chapter 332, Young Body is Good. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows, looking at Wei Lan bending over, with her thighs faintly visible, and couldn't help but step forward and put his arms around Wei Lan's waist. pressing it hard against himself, fitting the two bodies together. Wei Lan froze for a moment at Lin Qin's sudden move. To be honest, she just made the bed deliberately to hide her restless heart, and she didn't think that Lin Qin's self-control was so poor. Lin Qin's behavior was somewhat ambiguous. Wei Lan's heart couldn't help but pound. Feeling Lin Qin's hand on her back, Wei Lan's inner desire was gradually aroused. But she still had a glimmer of clarity. Lin Qin did this because he wanted that. She felt a little shy for a moment. Lin Qin hugged Wei Lan's waist and saw that her body was stiff, but she had no other reaction. From the looks of it, she didn't seem to mind his touch. Lin Qin couldn't help but stretch out his hand and slowly slide it onto Wei Lan's thigh. Wei Lan was so nervous that she reached out and grabbed Lin Qin's clothes on his chest. "Don't," she spoke softly, but almost bit off her tongue. Is this her voice? It sounds soft and appealing, as if it is trying to attract people to do something quickly. Lin Qin turned off the lights in the room, put his arms around Wei Lan's waist, and pressed her down. Wei Lan didn't think Lin Qin was as simple and direct. Wei Lan's mind went blank, and she let Lin Qin's hands wreak havoc on her body. The night was deep and quiet. Wei Lan's room was extremely hot. There was a constant creaking and shaking sound coming from the single bed. From the bedside, then to the windowsill, and finally to the only door in the room. The noise stopped in the second half of the night. Wei Lan was very shy facing Lin Qin at this moment. She quietly opened the door and walked into the bathroom. Fortunately, everyone was busy and exhausted during the day, so even in the second half of the night, no one was awakened by her noise. Lin Qin followed and closed the bathroom door. After a while, some ambiguous noises were heard from inside. Soon the air was filled with steam, and a pair of small hands pressed down on the bathroom door, unable to support themselves. The next morning, Lin Qin woke up early. Wei Lan, lying naked in his arms, was still sleeping. Lin Qin quietly stood up, looked at Wei Lan's blushing face, raised his hand to turn her over, and then approached her. Although Wei Lan seems very cold and aloof on weekdays, she is also in her 30s. Of course, she is not as old as those young and beautiful girls in the villa, but she has more tricks. Moreover, in this respect, she is very different from her usual self. She is a completely different person. Wei Lan felt sore all over, having been woken up by Lin Qin's torture. Before she could say anything, she was submerged in another wave. "Lin Qin, are you a wolf who has never eaten meat?" Of course, Wei Lan didn't ask this question out loud. There was just a knock on the door outside. "It's Nan Wei." Wei Lan's breath choked, and for a moment he dared not make any sound. "Wei Lan, are you awake?" Nan Wei stood outside the door and waited for a while, but didn't hear any movement from inside, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Did I hear it wrong? She had clearly just gone out after hearing some noise coming from inside, so why was there suddenly no noise again? With puzzled thoughts in mind, Nan Wei turned around and left. Forget it. Let her sleep a little longer. Nan Wei rubbed her neck as she walked to the kitchen and poured the rice porridge into the rice cooker. Today, let her cook for everyone. When there was no more noise outside the door, Wei Lan raised her hand and knocked on Lin Qin and whispered, "It's all your fault. Now it's over. Nan Wei is outside. How can I get out?" Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and said with a wicked smile, "What happened to Nan Wei outside? It didn't have any impact." "Wei Lan, this has no impact?" Half an hour later, Lin Qin got up, dressed neatly, and sat beside the bed. Wei Lan, wearing her nightgown, eavesdropped at the door for a long time and finally found an opportunity. She opened the door a crack like a thief with a guilty conscience. After confirming that Nan Wei had gone back upstairs, she quickly waved her hand and said to Lin Qin, "Hurry up and leave. Leave quickly while Nan Wei is back." Lin Qin had no choice but to walk out obediently. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, the door behind him slammed shut. Lin Qin was left alone, looking at the gate with a frown on his face. This woman is really the one who takes advantage of everything and then turns against her and refuses to admit her mistakes. It's a pity that he worked so hard yesterday. Lin Qin went to the bathroom and brushed his teeth and washed his face. When Nan Wei came down from upstairs, she was a little surprised to see Lin Qin brushing his teeth and washing his face. When did Lin Qin get up so early? Of course, she was only confused for a moment and then started to busy herself with her own things. Wei Lan waited alone in the house for half an hour, then specially picked out a high-neck sweater and long pants before going out. Nan Wei was already busy, and when she saw her, she smiled. "Wake up. I heard some noise in your room this morning and thought you woke up, so I knocked on your door. I didn't think you were woken by me. There was more apology in these words. After all, she really thought that Wei Lan had woken up and would knock on the door. Now I just hope it's not the best. Wei Lan was a little embarrassed and smiled softly. No. I was sleeping very soundly. I guess I accidentally touched something. That's fine. I'm gonna make some chicken soup today. Can you help me get the chicken out of the freezer? Everyone was so tired yesterday. Let's make some chicken soup today to replenish our energy. Wei Lan. Phew. Luckily, it wasn't what she thought. Wei Lan walked to the side of the refrigerator and took out half an old hen. Nan Wei then put the chicken into hot water that had been boiled long ago to thaw it. Wei Lan stood at the back, watching the busy Nan Wei. I felt very conflicted for a moment. When she was getting dressed, she saw the ambiguous marks left all over her body and felt a little dazed for a moment. If Lin Xin hadn't been making trouble with her so early in the morning and felt the pain in her body, she would have thought she was dreaming again. After all, she had seen what happened between Lin Xin and Nan Wei many times. My heart is always pounding. In addition, this time, what happened in the bathroom was confirmed on her body, and the feeling was so great that even she couldn't help but sigh. No wonder those female stars all love to look for young and handsome men. It's true that a young body is good. Wei Lan couldn't help but sigh, and said to Nan Wei in his heart, I'm sorry. She had previously thought that Nan Wei's voice and that shouting made her doubt whether it was necessary for her to be like that. Now it seems that she had wronged Nan Wei. Lin Xin's skills are worth it. But Wei Lan's age is there after all, and one can only hope that Nan Wei doesn't mind. She's just getting carried away. What happened between me and Lin Xin will never happen again. Chapter 333, Earth Elementalist. As time went by, everyone got up one after another. Nan Wei brought out the stewed chicken soup and placed it on the dining table. Zhang Shui came down and looked at the big pot of chicken soup, feeling very excited. Wow, such a rich meal, so early in the morning. In the past few days, for the sake of convenience, everyone has been eating steamed buns, white porridge, and pickles. This chicken soup is the first time in recent times that it has been so rich. Nan Wei was holding the other bowls and chuckled at Zhang Shui's voice. You're saying this as if your sister Wei Lan didn't make delicious food for you before. That's not true, Sister Wei Lan. That's not what I meant. Zhang Shui quickly explained. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Nan Wei and pouted. Sister Nan Wei, you were setting a trap for me again. As more and more people came, the atmosphere in the living room gradually became lively. Wei Lan also forgot about her worries and couldn't help but said, Nan Wei is right. You've been dissatisfied with the breakfast I prepared for you these days. You just kept it to yourself and said it today. Zhang Shui refused to admit it. How is that possible? Look at you, Sister Nan Wei. It's all your fault. I've become the target of public criticism so early in the morning. I told you not to talk nonsense. Come over here and help me get the dishes and chopsticks. Nan Wei laughed. Zhang Shui immediately stepped forward and started working together. Wang Yu and Zhang Qian, who live on the third floor, walked down slowly. Smelling the delicious chicken soup wafting from the living room, Zhang Qian's stomach started growling. Wow, what good thing happened to Xiao Wei'er that she made such a rich feast? On the dining table, in addition to the chicken soup placed in the middle, there are also some stir-fried vegetables and shredded potatoes. This may not seem like a lot, but the quantity is large. There's enough food for everyone in this house. Of course, there's also a bottle of chopped pepper sauce next to it. Nan Wei raised her eyes and said, Why do everyone think I have done something good? Can it be to reward everyone? Everyone was very busy yesterday, so of course we need to catch up. The chicken soup was scooped into the bowl. Nan Wei said as she served. Wei Lan, who was standing by, was stunned and looked at Lin Xin quietly. Seeing that he looked normal, as if he didn't understand the meaning of Nan Wei's words, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Apparently, she misunderstood again. I always feel that this supplement has two meanings. Nan Wei filled everyone's 3 bowls with chicken soup and then started serving food. Come and eat soon. Drink some soup first to warm yourself up. I checked the thermometer this morning and the temperature outside dropped by 2 degrees. I need to wear more clothes today. Everyone was busy. Those who had brushed their teeth and washed their faces sat down and started to eat. Those who haven't done that can continue brushing their teeth and washing their faces. Lin Xin started eating first. Looking at the few red dates still floating in the bowl, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The chicken soup with red dates is sweet and fresh and tastes pretty good. Plus, We had more food today than usual, so everyone had a good appetite today. Before long, the whole pot of chicken soup was finished, and not even a bone was left. Lin Xin raised his hand and touched his stomach. Let's pack up and get back to work. When you are well-fed and well-drinking, you will naturally feel more motivated. Everyone got busy. After all, it was physical work, and soon everyone was exhausted and sweating all over. Lin Xin looked at everyone moving bricks and mixing cement and sand. I couldn't help but raise my hand to wipe the sweat from my forehead. It's so fucking tiring. It would be great if there was some supernatural power that could dig these foundations with just a wave of the hand. Adding bricks inside is much easier than laying the foundation. It's a pity that there is no one in his team who has awakened this ability yet. Zhang Qian clapped his hands and took off the coarse cloth gloves he was wearing. I think this is not a solution. The players are exhausted every day. We have to think of a solution or hire more people. This is not a solution after all. If other teams target them, they won't be able to gain any advantage if they fight them with such overdrawn physical strength. Lin Xin knew it too. But if we don't strengthen it quickly, there will be more problems. Well, it's impossible for a production team to fall from the sky automatically. As Lin Xin finished speaking, there was a sudden rumbling sound outside the villa. Zhang Qian turned around and looked in the direction where the sound came from. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on with such a big commotion?" Lin Xin frowned. "I don't know, it looks like this is a serious commotion." The two looked into the distance, and the rumbling sound in the sky became louder and louder. You can even see a huge mound of earth appearing in front of you among the tall buildings in the distance. "Oh my God, what is this thing?" The two were startled. Lin Xin frowned and patted Zhang Qian on the side. "You watch here. If there's any problem, contact us. If you can't contact us, you lead everyone to deal with it." "Nanwei, forget it, Xiaoli, come with me. Nanwei's menstrual period is about to start these few days, and she doesn't know when it will come. To be on the safe side, it is better to go out less. If you happen to be on your period outside, the smell of blood won't be able to get close to you." Wang Xiaoli pointed at herself and then put the tools in her hand aside. "Okay, I'll leave them to you." Lin Xin turned around, looked at Wang Xiaoli, and said, "Come with me. Let's go out for a while." Wang Xiaoli nodded, then followed Lin Xin away. Before leaving, she turned around and greeted Wang Yu. Lin Xin arrived at the gate of the villa area, opened the car, and got into the driver's seat. Wang Xiaoli hurriedly followed behind and got on the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, Wang Xiaoli asked with some confusion, "Brother Lin, where are we going?" Seeing that he looked solemn and in a hurry, could it be related to the rumbling movement just now? While driving, Lin Xin said, "We need to go out and see what the unusual movement was. Sit tight, the car should be going very fast." Wang Xiaoli nodded and silently tightened her seatbelt. Lin Xin drove very fast and soon arrived next to a large mound of earth. Lin Xin parked the car aside, and then he and Wang Xiaoli got out of the car together. Between the tall buildings in the distance, there was a huge balloon-like object looming in the middle. Lin Xin moved forward. "Look at this balloon-like thing." It turned out to be soil. Wang Xiaoli opened her lips and sighed at the scene in front of her. "Oh my God, why is the ground bulging out of nowhere?" She raised her head and looked upwards. The bulging earth wall was as high as 3 stories. Lin Xin stood nearby, listening to the noise coming from inside. His eyes tightened, and he pulled Wang Xiaoli's hand back a little distance. Chapter 334, Save Her. The two people had just stood firm, and before Wang Xiaoli could open her mouth to ask what happened, the ball of earth in the distance suddenly exploded with a bang. The surrounding earth walls began to break and collapse. After a while, the person inside the earth ball was revealed. There were 2 groups of people standing inside the earth ball. One side is a man, and the other side is a woman. Among the women, 3 seemed to be seriously injured and unconscious, and the others did not look well either. The woman standing in front of the group had blood on the corners of her mouth. The man opposite was laughing. "Your earth escape is not that great. It's so weak that it can only help you hold on for a short while. I advise you to surrender like those women behind you. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with following us. Our team is so strong, and we just need a group of women." Su Jing raised her hand, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and sneered. "Dream on. Let me pass and become fodder for that monster of yours." "Huang Jiao, take Xiaola and the others and leave quickly." The woman named Huang Jiao looked worried. "No, I can't leave you here alone." Su Jing turned around and said, What's the point of talking? If you stay here, you'll die. Don't you see? We're no match for them. They just want to capture us and feed us to the zombies imprisoned in the dungeon. Take them with you. I will make a tunnel for you, according to the previous practices." As Su Jing spoke, she suddenly activated her supernatural powers. A spike suddenly rose from the ground, trapping the opposing men inside, forming a half-enclosed circle. At the same time, a tunnel appeared behind them. Huang Jiao and others quickly disappeared from sight, and the traces on the ground disappeared in an instant. Lin Xin and Zhang Xiaoli are not far away. You can clearly see their situation. Looking at the earth spikes, earth escapes, etc. that were changing randomly on the ground. Lin Xin could not help but be stunned. Isn't this a good seedling that is ready-made? It seems that this woman has awakened earth-related abilities and can control the changes in the soil. If they bring him back to the villa and make him their own, then when building the wall, the foundation and other things can be completed in minutes, and they won't have to work so hard for so long. As Lin Xin thought about this, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the woman. Wang Xiaoli watched for a while and said silently beside Lin Xin, "This woman can't beat the man on the opposite side. Earth and water are mutually exclusive. Even if the ability is awakened, there are still some advantages of mutual exclusiveness." But the noise just now seemed to have come from this woman. "What do you think of this woman?" Lin Xin asked suddenly. Wang Xiaoli was stunned and couldn't help but think more. "This woman, what about her?" "Ah, Brother Lin, you might be thinking." Lin Xin didn't wait for Wang Xiaoli's response. He looked down and saw the girl looking at him in surprise. With just a little thought, Lin Xin immediately knew what she was thinking. "What are you thinking, little girl?" "I'm asking you what you think of her earth-related ability. Our villa area is about to build a wall, and we've been digging the foundation for the past few days. Since this woman has the ability of earth, can't we just wave our hands and lay the foundation without using a hoe?" After Lin Xin said this, Wang Xiaoli's brain suddenly came back to her senses. "Yes, we haven't encountered one with this earth-related ability for a long time. It would be great if he could join us." After all, in just a few days, they had only dug half of one of the 4 walls. It will take even longer to dig the foundation behind this. Not only is it tiring, it's also time-consuming. "I think it's great. Why don't we save her? Look, those men don't look like good people. If we keep waiting, this sister will be gone." Su Jing's condition was not very good. The other side had more people and more power, so she couldn't hold on for long. "If you don't take action now, you will most likely be captured by the other party." Wang Xiaoli was a little anxious. Lin Xin was not in a hurry. "Don't worry. Wait and see. I'm a little curious about what kind of monster that person was talking about. What kind of monsters can there be these days? Besides zombies, mutants, and mutated plants, what other monsters are there?" Of course, Lin Xin was not in a hurry, but Wang Xiaoli was extremely anxious. If this continues, the sister will be seriously injured. Unable to hold back, Wang Xiaoli said, "Brother Lin, if you don't take action, then I will." As she spoke, Wang Xiaoli activated her special abilities. The vines gathered into a shield, blocking Su Jing in front of her and avoiding her vital points. People on both sides were stunned by the scene before them. Su Jing looked at this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The men on the other side became alert instantly when they saw the vines suddenly appearing. "Who is it? This vine is definitely not a mutant plant. Is there anyone nearby?" "There!" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. Someone discovered that there was a thin vine attached to one corner of the vine shield. "Drag to the corner over there." Lin Xin held his forehead and reached out to pull Wang Xiaoli behind him. "Wait for me in the car." Wang Xiaoli frowned. "Oh, okay, be careful." Wang Xiaoli ran back quickly, opened the door of the car, sat in the passenger seat, and waited anxiously. After seeing her leave, Lin Xin walked out from the darkness. As he walked, he said, "Don't do it, don't do it. I was just passing by. I'm telling you guys, why are you guys bullying a little girl? She has no weapons or supplies on her. Even if you kill her, what good will you gain? You'll just waste a bullet." The man looked at Lin Xin, somewhat cautious at first. His clothes were clean, he looked energetic, and even his hair seemed to have been just trimmed. The contrast with them is still very obvious. This person is most likely a member of a strong and powerful team. They couldn't help but look around carefully. "What happens between us has nothing to do with you. I advise you to leave quickly." Lin Xin curled his lips, pointed at Su Jing on the ground, and said, "Sorry, I want this person." Lin Xin walked quickly to Su Jing, half-squatted, and asked her, "Are you okay? Can you walk? Su Jing not dead? She had simply exhausted her special powers to activate those skills, which led to her physical overdraft. Now, she's like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the other party. Chapter 335. Control water or ice. However, Lin Qin's sudden appearance surprised her a little. Where did this young man come from? Isn't he afraid of death? Obviously, the men on the other side shared the same idea as Su Jing. They were a little apprehensive at first, but after looking around, they found that he was the only one there. Even if he joined a strong team, no one would know if one person died. The world outside is so big, and there are so many zombies. Who knows it was them who did it? Without saying a word, the leading man activated his skills and attacked Lin Qin. In Lin Qin's eyes, his water-based abilities condensed into ice blades and attacked him. Lin Qin raised his hand to block. I couldn't help but feel some emotion. This person's water-based ability has improved so quickly that he can now condense water droplets into ice blades to attack people. However, this attacking ability is still not worth mentioning in front of Lin Qin. The surrounding air surged and turned into a solid object that condensed in front of Lin Qin, blocking the attack of the ice blade for him. Lin Qin supported Su Jing and turned to leave. No matter how the people behind him attacked, they couldn't get through. Seeing that people were getting further and further away, the leading man couldn't help but start cursing. Fuck, what the hell? The younger brother standing behind the man couldn't help but hold him back and said, Li Jun, don't be impulsive. This person's ability is superior to ours. We cannot confront him head-on. In his opinion, he was very merciful by not killing them. To be exact, you have been let off. Now that this person is gone, we could just find someone else to raise him. There's no need to risk his life. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Rin Jie, take care of yourself. Li Jun looked at Rin Jie, who was blocking him with a vicious look. Rin Jie frowned and slowly let go of the hand that was holding him. This person's ability is superior to ours. Even if we have more people, we will definitely be at a disadvantage if we fight head-on. Now that he has rescued people, he will definitely go to a safe place. Generally speaking, it will be his own hiding place or the team's base. As long as we find this place, we can destroy them in one fell swoop. Won't there be more bodies for the things in the cellar? What Rin Jie said made some sense, and Li Jun's emotions gradually calmed down. Lin Qin didn't know why they didn't chase after him after his air wall dissipated, but he couldn't care less about that at this moment. He helped Su Jing to the car. Wang Xiaoli, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately opened the passenger door and got out. How are you? Are you okay? Lin Qin looked at her unhappily and said, What can happen to me? But you, next time you meddle in other people's business, disobey orders, and act rashly, don't come out with me. Wang Xiaoli looked apologetic and said embarrassedly, No, I just saw that you didn't save her. That person has condensed the ice blade. If it hits her body, she will die. It is said that 80 to 90% of the human body is water. Since that person can condense ice into blades, he should be able to control the human body. Just think about it. If the blood is frozen and can't flow, then wouldn't that mean death? And we really need this sister. Listening to the two of them talking to each other, Su Jing was confused. Wait, can't you two leave here first and discuss this? The other party is right behind us. Is it really okay to discuss this here? Lin Qin paused and took a deep breath. Then he opened the driver's seat and walked up. Wang Xiaoli helped Su Jing sit in the back seat. The car started and sped away quickly. Su Jing sat in the car, looked at them, and said, Thank you for what you did just now. But it shouldn't be that easy for you to save me. Wang Xiaoli grinned sweetly. What are you talking about, sister? We do have a purpose for saving you. But don't worry, sister. We just wanted to join our team. Su Jing was silent. Then he said, I have several sisters, so Wang Xiaoli did not give her a chance to refuse and continued. I know. It's okay. You can bring your sisters to join our team. To be honest, she only had one thought in her mind right now. We must trick her into joining their team. Otherwise, she would have to continue waving her small hoe and digging the hole hard. Just thinking about it. Wang Xiaoli shook her head unconsciously. No, this is too scary. Su Jing frowned and looked at the two people. It was obvious that he took action after seeing her abilities. But my own strength is not very good. Although the mound of earth looked very large from the outside, it was the result of her using all her strength to trap the people inside. In fact, her ability is not very high. Moreover, they are so anxious and eager. That team wouldn't be another pit of fire or something like that. Su Jing's brain was working rapidly. No matter how she looked at it, these two people seemed like kidnappers. Su Jing is already in her 30s or 40s and has seen all kinds of people. This is the first time I've encountered someone who is so eager to take the initiative. Su Jing didn't say anything, but just looked at them warily. Wang Xiaoli saw that her trick didn't work, so she stared at Lin Xin through the rearview mirror of the car. Wang Xiaoli reached out and scratched her hair and fell silent. Lin Xin was driving at a very fast speed. But Su Jing looked at the scenery outside the car window and said, "My dear brother, just leave me here." After such a short while, she had almost rested enough. For example, walking or something like that is no problem. Lin Xin slowed down the car, but did not stop. He turned the steering wheel, held the steering wheel with one hand, and leaned against the window with the other hand and said, "Are you sure you want to get off here?" On the side of the street where the car turned, some zombies were swaying scatteredly on the roadside, gnawing on the corpses on the ground. The sound of the car passing by attracted the attention of the zombies. They chased after us with rotten flesh hanging from their hands and mouths. Approaching their car, Su Jing's face turned pale. If he got off the bus at this place, he would be dead. She immediately shook her head and said, "No, just keep going." Su Jing was such a shrewd person that she naturally saw through Lin Xin's little trick. But this trick really works on her. Lin Xin stepped on the accelerator and the car roared forward. Su Jing sat in the back seat, looking at the two people in deep thought. If he was a bad guy, there would be no need to do this. She had just used up all her abilities, and to them, she was just an ordinary woman. So there is no need to treat it like this. Chapter 336, The Ability to Control Zombies, is amazing. After thinking about it, it seemed that they were the only ones who treated her differently from those people. Yep, she was just about to speak, intending to test the truth. Unexpectedly, the little girl next to him suddenly spoke. "Sister, everyone in our team is very nice. If you go there, you will definitely be willing to stay. I've told you the truth. Our team is nearby. We were all busy. Your move just now shook the earth, and no one knew what happened. So Brother Lin and I came out to see what was going on. That's why we ran into you fighting with those guys. But aren't you all women? Why did those people treat you like this? And what about these monsters you mentioned?" Wang Xiaoli blinked her big eyes and looked at Su Jing. The little girl is pretty and cute. What he said was quite honest, not to mention that he saved himself. Su Jing couldn't help but sigh. It's a long story. Our friend was discovered by them when he went out to look for supplies. They wanted to use my friend's flesh and blood to feed the monsters they kept in captivity. We had all given up hope, but suddenly we learned that those friends were still alive, so we all wanted to go and see if we could rescue them. After all, we had been through life and death together for so many years. The person was rescued, but it's just like what you see. They're so numerous and powerful that we are cornered. Oh, right. That monster is actually a zombie that they have raised themselves. Their purpose is to use them to attack some small bases and seize their survival supplies. We are all women. We have no place to live. We have no food to eat. And in their eyes, we are of no use or attack value. The only value is probably to feed those zombies. Wang Xiaoli seemed to have refreshed her cognition. Is it still possible to raise zombies these days? Can zombies understand human language and follow instructions? She looked up and made eye contact with Lin Xin. Then he said, "Aren't these zombies thoughtless? How can they be used by them?" Su Jing couldn't help but laugh. "You are so naive. Of course zombies don't have thoughts. It's just that they release the zombies and use them to attack the enemy. When the enemy is defeated, they rush in and kill the zombies along with them. As for zombies, there are more than enough of them. Once this batch is gone, we can just replace it with the next batch, and that's it. What's more, when they can't find the enemy base, they can easily find it using zombies. But it seems that there are people in their team who can control zombies. However, I haven't paid attention to verify this, so I don't know. Wang Xiaoli, can still be done like this? It would be amazing if you could control zombies. This ability is like being able to walk sideways at the end of the world." Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but look at Lin Xin again with an expression of admiration. However, Lin Xin's face was serious. Just now, he noticed a crow flying behind his car. He deliberately turned a corner and took a detour. The crow was still following them, chasing them closely. Following Su Jing's words, Lin Xin's thoughts began to expand. Could it be that this crow is controlled by those people? Deliberate tracking? Lin Xin frowned and couldn't help but become more cautious. He drove the car, turning left and right on the street. Wang Xiaoli noticed that the way back had changed and couldn't help but feel confused. Of course, she was just confused but didn't ask directly. The car was running rampant on the street, and Lin Xin finally didn't see the zombie crow through the rearview mirror. I thought I was overthinking it, but when I looked up, I saw a zombie crow landing on the roof of a junk car in front of the car, staring at them without blinking. Lin Xin started the car and continued to drive away. He turned sharply at the intersection, then turned off the engine and hid in a pile of old cars. At the same time, he said, "Don't make any noise." Wang Xiaoli didn't understand why, but she did as she was told. After a while, the zombie crows flew forward, but soon flew back again, circling above their heads. Lin Xin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Xiaoli stretched out her neck and whispered, "What's wrong?" Even though she was stupid, she knew that there must be something wrong with Lin Xin driving like that. But when she looked around, there was nothing else. If I have to name one thing that was abnormal, it would probably be the crow. The crow had been following them since they left. But it's not like I haven't encountered zombie crows before. Zhang Xiaoli didn't take it to heart. Lin Xin started the car again. This time, he did not take a detour, but drove towards the villa area. As the car started, the crow flew into the air again. Lin Xin said, "Xiaoli, do you see the crow behind? Kill it." Lin Xin's words made the other two people in the car turn around and look. Wang Xiaoli rolled down the car window. Behind their car, a zombie crow followed slowly. As long as their car turns around, the zombie crows will follow. Even if they get rid of the crows and change the road, the zombie crows will still appear in their field of vision again. No matter how slow Wang Xiaoli was, she knew what it meant. She pulled out her laser gun, leaned her head out of the car window, and aimed at the crow. Although her accuracy is not as good as Sister Wei Lan's, it is still easy for her to hit 1 out of 5 shots. I fired 3 shots and finally hit one. The zombie crow made a cawing sound, and its head was burned and pierced, falling from midair. Wang Xiaoli retracted her head and put away the laser gun. He turned his head and said, "Why does this crow always follow us? I've been annoyed by it for a long time." Lin Xin was driving the car and said, nonchalantly, "It's probably the kind of zombie that is controlled. After all, zombie crows are also a type of zombie. As the level increases, the number of types that can be controlled will increase accordingly. This is not a difficult task. However, judging from this mutated crow, its level should not be high. Didn't you just say that there's someone in the other team who can control zombies? Zombie Crow is probably one of them. The people in this team are really weird. Some people raise zombies, and some people control zombies." TSK. Su Jing couldn't help but be shocked. She just thought that the zombies seemed too obedient and guessed that someone could control the zombies. Chapter 337. Enemy. Unexpectedly, actually knew, but then she smiled relievedly. Fortunately, she was not their enemy, and they were quite interested in her. Maybe it would be a good idea for her to join the team. At least those sisters have someone to protect them. However, Su Jing still had some doubts and concerns. Wang Xiaoli nodded, not knowing what Su Jing beside her was thinking, and just spoke righteously. "It seems that they're targeting us. We had just dealt with this crow now, but the range is limited. It will come to us sooner or later." Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but have more doubts. Lin Xin didn't care. "What are you afraid of? We still have Sister Jing." The fact that she was able to rescue those friends means that Sister Jing has touched upon the other party's base. The reason I knew her name was Sister Jing was because those women called her Sister Jing when they were worried about her before leaving. Lin Xin heard it. Su Jing couldn't help but smile awkwardly, but then her face changed drastically and she became worried. "Oh no, they can control zombie crows to follow us. Then my friends can do the same. We are doomed." Su Jing realized it later and was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps without her knowing, other zombies had already been controlled to follow her. Her good sisters. The more Su Jing thought about it, the paler her face became. Lin Xin didn't wait for her to finish her words, turned the car around and asked, "Where did you send them?" Su Jing frowned and said, "My ability can't last too long. The tunnel is very short and won't be too long. It should still be around there, although they will stay away and leave. But they can't stop the other party from controlling the zombies to chase them." Su Jing raised his head suddenly. "Little brother, thank you for saving me. But please let me go. I want to save my people. I'll take you there. If you walk back from here, you probably won't make it in time." Su Jing took a deep look at Lin Xin, then shook hands with Wang Xiaoli beside her and said, Thank you. The car was driving fast. Led by Su Jing, they arrived near the end of the tunnel. There were several pools of blood on the ground at this time, and they looked very fresh, as if they had been left there not long ago. Su Jing's heart trembled, and she walked forward following the bloodstains on the ground. The further they walked, the more bloodstains they saw on the ground. In the middle of the stone pillars in the parking lot, Su Jing saw Lu Mei's body. The cotton jacket she was wearing was already soaked with blood. Her eyes were slightly opened, staring blankly ahead. Su Jing picked her up with a look of disbelief on her face. She wanted to touch Lu Mei's face, but stopped in midair, looking at Lu Mei without daring to touch her. Before Su Jing could get overwhelmed with emotion, she tilted her gaze and looked at the body lying on the other side. Su Jing endured the discomfort, slid forward from her knees on the ground, and crawled over desperately. Then he saw Fong Ping lying on the ground with a scratch on her neck and blood all over her body. Su Jing was trembling all over. She turned the person's front side open and looked at Fong Ping's appearance. Started crying. Wang Xiaoli stood aside and looked at Lin Qin in surprise. They were still alive and well when they left, but it has only been a short time, and they have become like this. Lin Qin first looked around. There were rocks that had rolled down beside their bodies in the parking lot, and deep scratches on their cotton jackets. This doesn't look like something a human would do. Lin Qin asked suddenly, "Do you have a gun?" Wang Xiaoli didn't have a school bag on her, so Lin Qin couldn't tell whether she had a gun or not. If she didn't have it, he'd better give it to her now so that they wouldn't be caught off guard by what might happen next. Wang Xiaoli looked around, listened to Lin Qin's words, and then nodded. "Yes, it's inside my clothes." Inside her cotton-padded jacket, there was a large pocket that she had specially sewn. The size of the laser gun was just right to fit inside. Of course, she had sewed this pocket specifically for stuffing the laser gun in it. Lin Qin nodded. As long as the things were there, it would be fine. Go forward, but be careful. This place doesn't look normal. Wang Xiaoli nodded. She thinks so too. She took out the laser gun and then walked forward behind Su Jing. Su Jing placed the two bodies together and then reached out to close their eyes, which were not closed. Suddenly, a scream was heard from inside the parking lot. Su Jing identified it carefully, then immediately stood up and shouted, "Wang Yu, it's Wang Yu." Su Jing immediately got up from the ground, staggered to her feet, and chased after him. Lin Qin and Wang Xiaoli followed. Soon, they saw a mutant holding a stone and throwing it towards Wang Yu. Su Jing made a prompt decision, raised his earth shield to block Wang Yu in front of him, and stop the stone from falling down. But her ability was not high at this time. The condensed earth escape was very small and could not resist the falling stone at all. Lin Qin instantly raised his hand to help hold up the stone, and at the same time condensed an air blade and hit the mutant. The mutant couldn't help but fall back. Lin Qin discovered that the mutant's original appearance could not be seen clearly. There were several circles of white cloth wrapped all over its body, and it looked a bit like a mummy. But after being repelled, the mutant immediately rushed towards Lin Qin. Lin Qin frowned, aimed at the mutant's head, and directly cut off his head. The mutant paused, then fell down. Why does this mutant seem less flexible? Lin Qin suppressed his thoughts. Su Jing hurriedly cast a look of gratitude towards Lin Qin, then rushed over and helped Wang Yu up. Wang Yu couldn't help coughing up blood and fell to the ground. After being helped up by Su Jing, she opened her lips and said, "Sister Jing." Su Jing nodded and said, it's me. I'm here." Wang Yu couldn't help but cough up blood again, and his speech became unclear. "Bei Bei and the others are inside. Go quickly." Su Jing nodded frantically, then turned around and looked at Lin Qin and the others. Wang Xiaoli stepped forward and took Wang Yu from Su Jing's hand. Su Jing couldn't help but look at him with gratitude and hurriedly chased after him. Wang Xiaoli, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. She was shocked when Su Jing mentioned Wang Yu just now. She didn't expect it was you. This rain is not in that house. She helped Wang Yu up and walked behind Su Jing. There were more zombies inside, and some people were standing on the roof of the truck, kicking the zombies as they attacked. Some people climbed up the trees, while others fought with the zombies below. Some people lay on the roof of the bus, not daring to make a sound. Seeing this scene, Su Jing wanted to use her skills, but her abilities had long been exhausted, and the small mound of earth that had just condensed was already her limit. Chapitre 338, Qui Ying Intention. Just when she didn't know what to do, Lin Qin took action. The zombies wandering here are ordinary zombies and do not pose much threat. Judging from the clothes on the corpse, it's probably a newly transformed zombie. It is most likely controlled by those people. But for Lin Qin, all these are just a matter of moving his fingers. The zombies were quickly dealt with, and everyone looked at Su Jing at the door. They were extremely surprised and immediately ran over from various places. As for the stranger Lin Qin, they didn't take him seriously. Instead, he pulled Su Jing and turned to leave. "This is not the place to talk, let's go. I don't know why those guys chased us here. These zombies are controlled by them." The girl holding Su Jing's hand talked as they walked. From her expression, it can be seen that she is facing a great enemy. Wang Xiaoli also came over with Wang Yu on her side. The woman saw Wang Yu's face full of surprise. "Wang Yu, I thought you. I'm glad you're back. Let's go." Lin Qin frowned. They didn't see each other when they came in. If you control zombies, they shouldn't be too far away. Unexpectedly, these people didn't even have time to explain further and just wanted to leave. Lin Qin frowned. "No words. But I followed the direction a few people were going and walked forward." But before everyone had taken a few steps, bullets blazed in from the only exit. Lin Qin suddenly stepped forward, and a condensed air wall blocked everyone. All the bullets were blocked. Before anyone else could react, Lin Qin had already figured out where they were hiding from the direction the bullets were coming from. Lin Qin returned the blocked bullet intact. After a while, several men who were hiding everywhere were shot and fell to the ground. The other women looked at Lin Qin with incredible expressions, but they were quick to accept it. Pulling Su Jing, he asked, "Sister Jing, who are these two?" Su Jing raised her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, and then said, "Oh, these two saved me and followed me to find you. They were the ones who saved you just now." Wang Yu was supported by Wang Xiaoli and raised his head and said, "Yes, they saved me. But let's get out of here quickly. This is not the place to reminisce." I was still thinking about saying something, but everyone left in a hurry. As soon as he walked out of the exit, the people surrounding him outside opened fire in unison. Lin Qin frowned and worked together with Wang Xiaoli to deal with the people outside. Lin Qin even discovered the man who controlled the zombies. The other side found that bullets could not defeat Lin Qin, so they began to use their abilities one by one. Some people used the wind blade, some used the ice blade, and some even controlled the zombie crows in the sky to attack Lin Qin and the others. Wang Xiaoli mobilized her vines and protected everyone in her circle. Her vines intertwined into a sphere enveloping the women. The sphere is not big, but it is big enough to cover everyone. She rushed out and dealt with the other personnel with a laser gun. A laser gun is a laser gun after all. Even if those people dodged the attack and hid behind cover, they were still no match for the laser gun's attack. In an instant, the battle situation turned upside down. Li Jun's face was not very good. The people he brought with him were unable to resist the man opposite. He couldn't help but rush forward and attack Lin Qin with his ice blade. He even tried to mobilize the blood in Lin Qin's body to freeze him. However, he has not yet reached such a skill level. The plan to mobilize the water in Lin Qin's blood to condense it into ice blades failed. However, Lin Qin sensed the other party's intention and immediately aimed at him. Although his abilities appear to be controlled, they actually have a wide range. Let him try out the latest skill that he just upgraded after absorbing the crystal core yesterday. Wind blade. Of course, calling it a wind blade was just what Lin Qin thought. After all, he still didn't understand what his ability was. After all, he can condense things in the air. Air is also gas, so it's not an exaggeration to call it wind, right? Of course, you could also call it an air blade, but it just feels weird. The condensed wind blade attacked directly. The man tried to block hastily, but was no match for Lin Qin and was knocked to the ground. But Lin Qin would not let him go, and he condensed the wind blade again to attack him. Rin Jie controlled the zombies to urgently block in front of him, avoiding Lin Qin's fatal blow. Li Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes as he looked at Lin Qin. "Kill him, don't let him live. Tell the others to go back quickly and request support. Bring us all the bazookas and rocket launchers." Li Jun patted Rin Jie's body and couldn't help but pat his chest. The fall really broke him. But I didn't expect that these women would be protected by such a powerful man. I was so careless. When they came, they just thought they were some incompetent women, and when they chased them out, they originally wanted to have some fun. After all, he was happy to see a group of women frightened. So he didn't bring many people with him, let alone many weapons. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, touched his cheek, and then spat. There was some blood in the saliva and a broken tooth. Li Jun couldn't help but get furious. He wants all these people to die and be torn into pieces. Even though Ren Jie and he have an average relationship, they're still a team and partners after all. Seeing him like this, she couldn't help but nod and then activated her own skills. The zombie crows that were originally attacking the women suddenly turned into attackers and surrounded Lin Qin. Don't underestimate these zombie crows. Their claws are extremely sharp and can easily scratch the fragile skin and flesh of humans. Not to mention their sharp beaks, especially such a large number. Lin Qin looked up and saw that the number of these zombie crows was not small. The person who could control the zombies must have absolutely incredible abilities, especially that person looking at him with gritted teeth. He also threatened to kill himself. Wow, that's pretty awesome. However, since they had the intention to kill, Lin Qin naturally could not let them go. He immediately activated his own space, controlled the movements of those people, and froze them. Shoot at the same time. In an instant, the somewhat tense situation collapsed. The zombie crows flying in the sky lost their controllers and began to attack in all directions. Wang Xiaoli looked at Lin Qin and said anxiously, "What should we do? These zombie crows are too scattered." Chapter 339, Recruiting into the Team. As she was speaking, several zombie crows swooped down, staring at Wang Xiaoli and attacking her. Lin Qin activated his ability to cover him and Wang Xiaoli. The zombie crow flew in midair, unable to move forward at all. Soon, the crows changed their target, rushed towards those who were attacking Lin Qin and others. Lin Qin sneered. Without someone to control them, these zombie crows attacked them instead. A large number of zombie crows chased the men who wanted to escape. Their flesh and blood were blurred, and a few crows even picked up bloody scalps and flew into the air. Various screams intertwined together. Lin Qin took Wang Xiaoli and quietly approached the vines. Wang Xiaoli retracted the vines and then covered all the other women in Lin Qin's space. Lin Qin looked at the crows flying outside and retreated to the back with the women. Then he hid in a bus. After the screams outside died down, the crows that were flying in the sky instantly landed and began to eat the flesh. Lin Qin quietly raised his head in the bus, holding the seat with one hand and looking outside. The ground was full of crows. It looks like I won't be able to leave for a while. We have to wait until the crows have had their fill and fly away. Everyone was lying inside the bus, hiding under the seats, and no one dared to say a word. It was quiet. After about half an hour, the crows began to scatter. Only then did Lin Qin and others dare to stand up from the bus. Looking at the endgame in front of me, Su Jing couldn't help but say, "These crows are really..." It was much more powerful than she had imagined. I originally thought that crows were such small creatures that they were not worth mentioning at all, but I didn't expect that the scene before me would be so shocking. Wang Yu, who was standing by, came over with a bruised face and said, "Sister Jing, thanks to the two of them for saving us." Hearing Wang Yu's reminder, Su Jing looked at Lin Qin. The other women also looked over there in unison. Su Jing said, "This time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out." When talking about this, Su Jing still feels scared. After all, today is the biggest crisis we have encountered so far. If Lin Qin hadn't saved them, the outcome would have been predictable. Didn't Lin Qin take a fancy to her Earth-related abilities? This is not a secret to her, nor is it something she is embarrassed to show off. Since others have helped you so much, there is no need for Su Jing to disagree. What's more, he is really strong. Maybe following him would be much easier than making a living alone with my sisters. However, Lu Mei and Fong Ping lost their lives in vain. I made up my mind. I'm willing to join your team, but I hope my sisters can join with me. Lin Qin smiled lightly, then said, "Of course." Hearing this, Su Jing couldn't help but smile with relief. Lin Qin walked to the driver's seat of the bus, where the bus keys were. Apart from the fact that the paint had turned white due to exposure to the sun and the body of the bus looked a little old, the oil in the tank was still in good condition. He tried it, and it started. The women huddled together, supporting each other as they looked at the tragic scene on the ground in the distance. As the bus started moving, the distance got closer and closer, and I could see more clearly. The bus drove straight past the tragic scenes and headed towards the villa area. The girls were silent, and as time went by, the atmosphere gradually became much better. After a while, they saw the car passing through some deserted streets and stopped at the gate of a villa area. The gate to the villa area looked a bit shabby, but there was a chain lock wrapped around the big iron gate. Then, a man came out from behind and opened the door to the villa area. Lin Xin started the car and drove in. Su Jing looked around the villa area. Besides looking desolate, several villas were damaged to varying degrees, but the others were still intact and did not affect living. Most importantly, she saw a woman. The side near the wall was originally planted with various plants. Not far from the grass and trees, several women were wielding hoes and digging holes. Looking around, except for two men, there were only women. Su Jing moved her eyes imperceptibly and looked at the back of Lin Xin, who was driving. However, since she has decided to join their team, Su Jing will not go back on her word. There is just a hint of doubt. Why are there so many women in this place? Before Su Jing could even begin to wonder, Lin Xin stopped the car and turned off the engine. Then she and the girl next to her got out of the car. "Brother, we are back." The first thing Wang Xiaoli did after getting off the bus was to look for her brother. The other's eyes were obviously fixed on the strange woman in the car. But there are still these two major buses. How come he went out and didn't come back for an hour? And it would have been fine, but he actually took a bus to drive back. There were quite a few women in the car. Of course, the women vary in age. Zhang Qian came closer, frowned, and whispered, "Who is this guy? How come he brought back so many women after going out?" Lin Xin rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "It's very useful." Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows and looked Su Jing up and down. "Is this woman of great use?" He looks about the same age as his aunt. "What use can a woman of this age have?" Zhang Qian expressed his doubt. The other people had the same idea, except that this was brought back by Lin Xin, and they trusted Lin Xin. They also felt that the people Lin Xin brought back were always of great use. Everyone stood aside and looked at Lin Xin, waiting for Lin Xin's explanation. After Su Jing and the others all got out of the car, Lin Xin said, "When I went out to check the situation just now, I happened to see them being bullied by a group of people, so I rescued them. This is Sister Jing. She's their leader. Sister Jing's ability is Earth-related. She can help us solve the problem of laying the foundation. We won't have to work so hard to dig the foundation in the future." An Earth-type mutant. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over there. Zhang Qian showed a look of understanding. "No wonder. It's because I'm impressed by his abilities. Now is the time to use people, so I brought them back. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Nanwei, Weilan, Xiao Shui, Tang Kuexin, Wang Yu, Zhang Qian. By the way, Wang Qin and Lu Yan also live in this villa." Everyone was still a little reserved. After all, they had just met. Su Jing looked at everyone, nodded and said, "Hello, we are all doing rough work, so we will help each other in the future. My name is Su Jing, and I'm their big sister. The girls behind me are all sisters who have worked hard with me for a long time." Chapter 340 True Nature. Wang Yiya, Xuzi, Wang Qiyang, Bai Bai, Liu Kai, Wang Yu, and Xiaoid. Your brother Lin has already told me that we can leave this wall to us. Before this, the sisters had come here to look for work at the construction site. We are familiar with this kind of work. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows and immediately smiled. "Welcome to your intervention, Sister Jing. You're truly a blessing to everyone. We're still discussing how to do these things today. After all, we have never come into contact with them before. It's great that you guys have joined us." Su Jing looked at the hand Zhang Qian extended to her in her excessive enthusiasm, and she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in her heart. Lin Xin stood aside and patted his hands. "Stop being so careless." Zhang Qian curled his lips and said nothing. Nanwei stepped forward and said, "Sister Jing, don't mind it. He's just like that. You should take a rest. You all must be very tired." Su Jing smiled slightly and then said, "Sisters are still considerate. I won't be polite to you. It's really tiring. But since there are so many of us, we won't squeeze in with you. Lin Xin already told us on the way here, so let's just pick a villa and stay there." Nanwei looked at Lin Xin and then nodded. It just so happened that their villa could no longer accommodate so many people. It would be better if they chose a building next door. Su Jing and a few others randomly chose a villa and moved in. The inside was not cleaned, and there were traces of dust everywhere. But for them, this place is already good enough. So no one is picky at all. After they left, Wei Lan leaned on his hoe and asked, "Are these people reliable?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over at once. Lin Xin shook his head. "I don't know, but when I asked you to join, did you think I was reliable?" This rhetorical question caused no one to speak for a moment. Zhang Shui looked at them and said, "Looking at their condition, they must be injured. How about asking Dr. Tang to take a look? Tang Kurson is the only doctor in their team. It's always okay to see what the situation is and deal with it 1 or 2 times. But Wang Yu asked with some concern, they don't have any signs of being bitten or scratched by zombies, right? Where did you rescue them? They were wearing large cotton-padded jackets that were covered in blood and had tattered scratches. It was impossible to see if there were any wounds on the body or any signs of being scratched or bitten by zombies. If so, a corpse will transform into a corpse, causing unnecessary trouble. Wang Yu's consideration is not unreasonable. Zhang Shui continued, that's perfect. Dr. Tang can go over and treat the wound. He can also check if it was caused by a zombie bite or scratch, right? I think if it wasn't so bad for us, it would just be a relief that we don't have to dig foundations and build walls every day. Zhang Qian glanced at her and said, you are hopeless. Zhang Shui stuck out her tongue at Zhang Qian. Nanwei turned around and said, Shaoli, Dr. Tang, come with me to take a look. If there is any need, they can take care of it at any time. And Wei Lan, go home and see what to eat for lunch. After Nan Wei finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xin again and said unhappily, you haven't come back yet, so no one has the heart to work. We've been worried about you for a long time and haven't even eaten. Okay, let's all go back. After Nan Wei finished speaking, she took the two of them into the villa chosen by Su Jing and the others. After Su Jing and others entered the villa, they did not dislike the environment inside the villa. Each of them had their minds tense, but after arriving here, their emotions relaxed one by one, and they all sat down. They have slept in many places, so who would mind such a small thing? When Nanwei and the others came in, they saw people walking around casually. When Su Jing saw them, she immediately came over and asked, why are you here? Oh, everyone is tired and tense, so just lie down. Don't mind it. Nanwei shook her head. It's okay. I see that one of you is injured, and we happen to have a doctor, so we came over to take a look. Xian, show it to everyone. Tang Kurson nodded, then began to examine everyone's bodies and treat their wounds. Su Jing followed behind and looked at her sisters with wounds all over their bodies, and couldn't help but reveal a distressed expression. Huang Jiao's back was covered in blood. There are even some sand and gravel particles stuck on it. The tight-fitting autumn clothes stick tightly to it. As Tang Kurson moved, new pain came over her. She couldn't help but sweat all over her forehead. How could you bear to say it now? Huang Jiao said, Sister Jing, these are just minor injuries. Fang Ping knew she was going to die, so she wanted to take someone with her and push me away. Compared to her, this injury is nothing. Tang Kurson frowned and peeled off the clothes. She found that the clothes were solidified on the surface. If she peeled off the whole piece, it would be like peeling off the skin again. The pain is not light. She unscrewed all the caps of the iodine from the medicine box, then asked Huang Jiao to lie on the ground and pour the iodine all over her back to soak it. I don't know if this action can peel off the clothes stuck on it. The principle is actually equivalent to soaking dry clothes, and they will automatically become soft. So it will be easier to peel off, and it won't be too painful. Su Jing stood aside and watched Tang Kurson pour a whole bottle of iodine on Huang Jiao's back, and silently remembered this favor in her heart. You know, medical supplies are also extremely precious. She didn't even hesitate and gave them to Huang Jiao directly. Su Jing was very touched. While waiting, Tang Kurson helped other people treat their wounds. The wounds on their bodies did not show any signs of being scratched or bitten by zombies. Most of them were caused by friction from collisions with other objects during the fight. As long as they're not zombies, there's no problem. Su Jing stood aside, watching the three busy people, and took out the braised chicken leg that he had treasured for a long time from his pocket. It's the kind of packaged braised chicken legs that have a long shelf life. Sister, there's nothing good on me. You treat us like this. Take this braised chicken leg. Tang Kurson was stunned, looking at the braised chicken drumstick in Su Jing's hand, and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, No, since you have joined our team, we are all family. We are family, and we should help you if you are injured. Huang Jiao was lying in the cotton-padded jacket pile. When she had time, she said, Dr. Tang, take it quickly. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. Others echoed, Yes, take it quickly. Don't dislike us. Chapter 341 Baked Potatoes. Tang Kurson looked at everyone's speeches and couldn't help but said embarrassedly, Okay, then I'll accept it. Oh, that's it. Thanks to Tang Kurson's treatment, everyone felt closer. Suddenly everyone started talking more. Susie started to curse. These bastards have caused us so much trouble. Next time I come across their lair, I will definitely destroy it. Wang Chang, who was standing by, had her palms wrapped in gauze and couldn't help but say, "Be calm. We can go there when we have the ability. We can't afford to offend them now. But everyone should not go out recently. Be careful of those people who come and cause unnecessary trouble." Got it. Wang Chang, who was standing by, was furious. But even if we don't go out, those people seem to be able to find us. I don't think so. Didn't he deal with the man who controlled the zombies today? There shouldn't be anything that can catch up with us now. Su Jing pondered for a moment and said casually, "Regardless of whether they can find us or the person who controls the zombies, everyone should be careful and hide today. As for the person who controlled the zombies, he should be dead. But this also taught us a lesson. There are always people who are better than you. As long as we don't run into those people, there will be no problem." As Su Jing finished speaking, everyone nodded. As for who those people are, it is unknown. Su Jing did not tell Nan Wei and the others. But seeing how excited they were, Tang Kersin still reminded them, "You're all injured, so stay calm." Huang Jiao, look at your back." Having said that, Tang Kersin moved over and checked her back. The clothes on the back are much better than before. If you lift them up slightly, they're not so tightly connected, and the pain level is acceptable. After dealing with their situation, Tang Kersin and the others stood up. Nan Wei looked at the dust in the room and couldn't help but said, "You should take a rest for a few days and heal your injuries first." With a slight smile, Nan Wei led her people out. Su Jing hurriedly followed, and after sending them away, she turned around and looked at the sisters in the room and couldn't help but burst into tears. After all, they had just joined here and were still a little reserved for a moment. After the people left, the sisters in the room began to feel depressed. Looking at Su Jing's appearance, the other sisters couldn't help but feel sad. "Sister Jing, please stop crying. If you keep crying, no one will be able to hold it back." Zhang Beibei was the youngest, sobbing and speaking incoherently. Everyone in the room was in a very sad mood, and hearing her words didn't make them feel much better. After all, they had just lost 2 friends. Su Jing sniffed and tried hard to control her emotions. Zhang Beibei was right. If she cried, all the girls in the room would cry. She suppressed her emotions and gave the order. "This villa has a big room, enough for everyone to stay in. But Xiaola, Luku, if you're not seriously injured, come with me to pack up. We can stay here tonight. Wang Chang, please stay and see if you can start a fire and heat up the frozen potatoes to distribute to everyone." Wang Chang nodded. Su Jing added, "After everyone's injuries have healed, we will go to the cafeteria and bring back all the supplies." Before, they felt that there were too many zombies in the cafeteria, so they rarely went there. If given the opportunity, they will look for food elsewhere where they can find food. I would avoid going to the cafeteria if I could. After all, there are workers from 4 construction sites near the cafeteria, so you can imagine the number of zombies. It is not easy to get food from the cafeteria. Of course, we should be thankful that most of their construction sites are in remote locations. Most people wouldn't think about this, so they're the only ones who keep thinking about the food in the cafeteria. Wait until everyone's wounds have healed and they can move freely. She must ask Brother Lin to borrow a car and go back to bring all the things back at once. It's better than everyone living on potatoes now. "Sister Jing, there's that zombie in the cafeteria. Even if we can get there successfully, we may not be able to move all of them away. Besides, there's so many zombies there, it's a bit difficult." Susie sat on the bench and couldn't help but worry. The cafeteria is not scary. What is scary is the mutant in the cafeteria. Su Jing pursed her lips and said, "I can't care about that right now. We're discussing it now." Good. At this time, everyone was busy in the villa. The new members do not affect everyone. Everything is the same as before. However, with the addition of new members, the lunch meals are much larger than before. Nan Wei, Tang Kersin, and the others came back and saw everyone busy in the house. Lin Qin drank some water and saw them coming back. "How are you? Is there any problem?" Tang Kersin shook her head and said, "No problem, but they gave me a bag of chicken legs." Tang Kersin took out the chicken leg from her palm. Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaimed, "He's still a country bumpkin. When she was little, Xiao Xua loved to eat this thing and always pestered me for it." Zhang Shui, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile awkwardly when she saw this and said, "Brother, didn't you also love eating when you were a child? Why are you only talking about me?" Seeing this, Tang Kersin handed the chicken leg to Zhang Shui. "If Xiao Xua likes to eat it, Let Xiaoxiu eat it. Lin Qin chuckled. There's no place on their bodies to put food. It looks like this is the only food they have. Come to think of it, he had seen the potatoes in the small cloth bag, and it seemed that there were only a few of them, and they were very small. Xiaoli, please bring them some food later. Lin Qin put the water aside, then followed Wang Xiaoli's instructions. Wang Xiaoli nodded, and then started to get busy in the restaurant. Soon the aroma of rice filled the air. Everyone in the villa had been waiting for a long time, rubbing their rumbling stomachs. Xiaoli also took the meal to the villa next door. Su Jing and others built a fire with dead branches in the yard. After the sparks died out, they threw in the frozen potatoes that had been cooked previously. Luca fiddled with a pile of sparks, smelled the aroma wafting outside, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his belly. Just as she was still thinking about and envying others, Wang Xiaoli's voice came from outside the door. Then she saw the food box in Wang Xiaoli's hand. Wang Xiaoli smiled and said, "You all came too hastily today, and we don't have enough time to prepare. Just eat something at noon, and then prepare well in the evening." Chapter 342, Sending Charcoal in the Snow. Luca reached out to take it, but at the same time shouted to the people in the yard. "Sister Jing, Xiaoli is here." Su Jing ran out of the house in a hurry, her hands covered with dust as she packed things. Seeing Wang Xiaoli standing at the door, he hurriedly rubbed his palms and backs of his hands on the surface of his clothes again and again. "Oh my God, you are too polite. You're giving us gifts. We haven't done anything yet. It's too embarrassing to give us anything." Wang Xiaoli shook her head and said, "It's not a problem. I'll need to trouble you later. After all, it's about the wall, which is physical work, and they all rely on it." Wang Xiaoli looked around and then looked inside through the door behind Sister Jing. Those who can move and those who are not affected are busy cleaning the villa. I don't know what the purpose of the fire, made of branches in the yard is. It's for keeping warm, but it's in the open-air yard, so it shouldn't be used for keeping warm. But if you want to burn something, there doesn't seem to be any pots, pans, or utensils. However, there seems to be something inside the inextinguishable carbon ash. The surface was stained with black charcoal residue, and it was hard to tell what it was. Seeing Wang Xiaoli looking towards the fire, Su Jing couldn't help but bend down and use a branch to dig out the egg. Then she picked up the black egg and handed it to Wang Xiaoli. "This is a baked potato. It's a little hard from the freezing, so I thought I'd warm it up in the charcoal ash. Would you like to try it? It may not taste great, but it's a rare, filling food. Oh, by the way, we'll have some sweet potatoes in a few days. I'll bring them back and give them to you." The surface of the potato was a little hot. After all, it had just been turned out from the inside. Su Jing blew on it considerately to lower the residual temperature on the surface before handing it to Wang Xiaoli. Before Wang Xiaoli could say anything, a potato appeared in her arms, and she looked like she didn't know what to say. Finally, he accepted it while looking at Su Jing's expectant eyes. However, Wang Xiaoli still gave instructions. "As for this fire, you still have to pay more attention in the future. The rising smoke will be seen by other survivors, marking our location along the way. Although we are not worried about this, we still want to tell you about it. After all, if you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. No one knows which survivors will find the rising chimney. Whether the other party will have bad intentions towards them will cause them to have more disputes and tribulations." Su Jing tilted her head to look at the fire, then understood and said, "Don't worry, we will make a smoke-free passage next time. But since I'm busy cleaning up today, I thought I'd just make a little fire and heat up these potatoes. I'm sure it won't be like this next time, don't worry." Wang Xiaoli waved her hands repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. I was just reminding you." Su Jing chuckled. I know you have no ill intentions. You are right, little sister. That's the truth. We all lived in unfinished buildings before, and we learned how to make fires by ourselves. It's mainly because the conditions are too good today, and everyone is busy. That's a good reminder." Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw that she was not unhappy. She thought they would think she was meddling in other people's business. Su Jing and his friends are not unreasonable people. Besides, what Wang Xiaoli said makes sense. In addition, they are now rescued by Lin Qin, so they feel a little restrained as if they're living under someone else's roof. Wang Xiaoli chuckled. "Okay, I'll leave first then." Su Jing chuckled. "Okay, then everyone will be welcome." Su Jing took the lunchbox from Lu Ku, looked at Wang Xiaoli, and smiled. Wang Xiaoli waved her hand, exchanged a few simple greetings, then turned around and went to the villa next door to deliver the food. After all, with the addition of new members, we can't just ignore Lu Yin. What's more, Lu Yin helped a lot today. The little girl next to her helped to mobilize a lot of water and mix cement mortar. At this time, in the villa, Su Jing looked at the food sent by Lin Qin and sighed again. I have to say, Brother Lin is so generous in this regard. They even sent someone to deliver food specially. There were 3 full bowls of food in the food box on the dining table. Although the dishes are simple home-cooked meals, being able to eat these dishes nowadays means you are considered wealthy. How could they possibly give you this? The other sisters looked at the dishes and drooled with greed. There's nothing I can do. It's been a long time since I've eaten this kind of salty dish. I took a deep breath, and all kinds of fragrance filled my nostrils. Sister, it seems we have met a good person this time. Zhang Beibei lay in a corner of the dining table, looking at the food inside, and couldn't help speaking. The others were all startled, and then looked at Su Jing. Su Jing smiled and said, he's a good man. Isn't he just a good person? Which good person is willing to give you these things? This is not what they encountered. Okay, since he's so good to us, we can't just live here for free. In the afternoon, everyone should have a full meal and rest. Those who can move and work normally, come with me and build the wall quickly. Su Jing gave an order. The others nodded. The food in the lunch boxes was brought out one by one, and surprisingly, there were meat dishes. Su Jing and others were immediately moved. At this moment, all the women in the room were won over. After lunch, Su Jing brought a few sisters who were not seriously injured to the door of Lin Qin's villa. Looking at the tightly closed door of the villa, Su Jing began to hesitate. Would she disturb others if she came here so suddenly? Would it be a bit intrusive? Just as Su Jing was hesitating, Tang Kursin, who walked out of the gate, saw them. Sister Jing, what are you doing? When Su Jing saw someone coming out, she hurriedly said, I saw you were all inside, so I didn't dare to call you. I thought you were worried about the wall, so we could start working this afternoon, so I came to tell you. Tang Kursin was stunned for a moment, then said, don't be so anxious, you can actually take a break. Su Jing waved her hands repeatedly. Don't worry, don't worry. We are all used to it, don't worry. I came here just to say thank you to Brother Lin for the meal he brought over. Everyone is finished eating. Please tell Dr. Tang to pass on the message. We'll get back to work now. As she finished speaking, Su Jing waved her hand and walked back with her sisters. The little bit of energy that was used up when rescuing people in the morning has been restored a lot, not to mention that turning over the soil to lay a foundation does not consume much energy. Chapter 343. Lu Yin, who is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. After having a full meal and resting for such a long time, she felt much more relaxed all over her body, and her strength naturally recovered a lot. Tang Kursin looked at their backs as they left, then shook her head and went back into the house. She walked in front of Lin Qin and couldn't help but say, the people you brought back have to go to work. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. Zulfast? I don't know. They came to tell you, but asked me to pass it on. They said they wanted to thank you for the meal. After Tang Kursin finished speaking, she turned around and went out with her small first aid kit. Lin Qin did not say anything, but came to the French window on the second floor, opened the iron window, used to seal the outside window, and looked out. Su Jing and her colleagues spent the entire afternoon very busy and fulfilling. Lin Qin stood in front of the window and opened the iron window to see their current progress. Looking at the half-person-high wall that had been built, Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. Look at this, what efficiency is. Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh again. They dug for 2 days and barely managed to dig out one side of the foundation. Now, with only a few people, the bricks and tiles were piled so high. But it is much more efficient than them. Nan Wei, who was standing next to Lin Qin, raised her eyebrows. Although she agreed, she couldn't help but not understand. Pointing to the sunken bricks, he said, although I want to praise it, what are the spaces in the middle used for? Lin Qin shook his head. You are ignorant. Those are used to pour cement into the underground steel bars. Nan Wei raised her eyebrows and then said nothing more. However, people like Su Jing are really good at hands-on work. In just a short period of time, they're much more efficient than those who know nothing and are just figuring things out. However, there were steel bars placed in the foundation, and the weight of the steel bars was somewhat too heavy and strenuous for these women to lift. Lin Qin couldn't help but turn his head and look at Zhang Qian beside him. Zhang Qian understood with just one look. He was speechless and said, Okay, you're the only one who has too many things to do. Zhang Qian turned around and dragged someone with him, Wang Yu, down with him. As he walked, he said, "Let's go to work." The others were stunned for a moment, and then followed. They started working together. Lu Yin was in the villa, standing upstairs and looking at the people busy outside. On her dining table was the food that Wang Xiaoli had sent. It is said that it was sent by Zhang Qian. Of course, she didn't want it at first, but Wang Qin looked very greedy. No matter how much she didn't want it, she still wanted it. But looking at the food inside, she certainly knew that these things did not belong to Zhang Qian, but the one called Lin Qin. Wang Qin ate happily, and she really had no capital to be stubborn, so she finally started eating. What's more, Tang Kersen came on time every day to treat Wang Qin's throat. For this reason, Lin Qin's team is very nice to teammates or allies. After Tang Kersen treated Wang Qin's throat, she put all the things into the medicine box. When I turned around, I saw Lu Yin standing in front of the window looking out, and I couldn't help laughing. Everyone is busy building the wall. Why don't you go and take a look? Lu Yin came back to her senses and shook her head. No, Wang Qin can go. I have to go out this afternoon. You can come with me. After I leave, close the door. These days, Lin Qin and the others brought her meals every day, which made her lose her fighting spirit, and she didn't want to go out much. If the things she found in the previous express delivery station were not of good quality and she couldn't get all of them at once, she would definitely not go out every day. Not that. If she didn't want to go, then she didn't have to go. She wouldn't force her. Just as she lowered her head to clean up, she heard Lu Yin say, "Xiao Xue will be guarding the gate this afternoon. If you want to go out, just ask her to open it for you." "Oh, it's the east gate." Lu Yin nodded. Tang Kersen also finished packing and left the villa directly. These days, after treatment, Wang Qin's throat can make some humming sounds. Of course, recovery is not that fast. She walked in front of Lu Yin, saying something and making gestures with her hands. Lu Yin had never learned sign language, so Wang Qin naturally didn't know it either. Just judging from her body language, I could tell what Wang Qin meant. "I won't go. Just help me bring the blueprints to them." Wang Qin gestured and made some sounds. Lu Yin walked to the corner and gave Wang Qin the drawings that she had completed at midnight yesterday. After Wang Qin took the things, he left the room. Everyone was busy outside. Wang Qin handed the drawings to Zhang Qian, who was moving bricks. Wang Qin couldn't speak, but the drawings in his hand were very clear. Zhang Qian temporarily put the work in his hands aside, then reached out to take it. "What is this for me?" Looking at Wang Qin nodding, Zhang Qian was puzzled. The drawing contains various line sizes, distance positions, and other numerical markings. Zhang Qian couldn't understand it just by looking at it. Su Jing happened to look up and saw the blueprint in Zhang Qian's hand. She said, "This is a construction blueprint. We usually use it when we build something. Besides, most people can't understand what this blueprint is for. Only the small foreman on the construction site can understand it." Zhang Qian, "Blueprint? Why did Lu Yin give him this?" "Sister Jing, take a look at what this blueprint is used for." Zhang Qian unfolded the drawing and moved towards Wang Jing. Wang Jing turned his head and looked at the contents on the drawing. Then she paused and turned over the remaining drawings in Zhang Qian's hand. After a while, she said, "This is a good thing. It looks like a blueprint for building a wall. On the blueprint, some offensive equipment is hidden inside the wall. To be more precise, she made some presets. The places left in these presets can be used to install offensive equipment, such as cannons or something like that." Although Zhang Qian didn't understand, it sounded very impressive to him. "So it's amazing?" Su Jing said, "It's not that amazing. After all, they're all dead things, but it is really extraordinary that someone can come up with such a design. Is there anyone in your team who understands architecture?" Zhang Qian blinked and thought of Lu Yin. After Su Jing finished reading it, she returned the drawing to Zhang Qian and said, "You'd better keep it and don't lose it." Zhang Qian was silent for a moment, then looked at the villa where Lu Yin was. He handed the drawings to Su Jing, randomly said, "This blueprint is the design of our wall. Since you can understand it, Sister Jing, then I will leave it to you to build the wall according to the design on the blueprint." Su Jing's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Zhang Qian, I didn't mean to pour cold water on you." Chapter 344, It feels really good to tie up the boss. The length and width on the blueprint are much wider than the foundation you have laid now. The construction materials alone will cost a lot of money. You have these piles of stuff now. I'm not trying to discourage you. It's just that they're not enough. They're not even enough to form a wall. There's a lot of open space in this villa area, but it is almost completely occupied by these piles of things. As for the side areas, she didn't see any piles of bricks and cement. Therefore, such engineering materials are simply not enough. Zhang Qian nodded and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, but don't worry about these things. I will make sure you have whatever you want. But those mechanical machines are probably gone. For example, there are no cutting machines or bending machines specifically used for cutting steel bars. But for the people in this room who have awakened superpowers, this should not be a big deal." Su Jing looked at Zhang Qian and saw that he did not seem to be lying, so she couldn't help but reach out to take the drawings and relaxed. "Okay, then I'll follow the blueprint, but you have to solve these things as soon as possible." Zhang Qian nodded. "Don't worry, I will." Su Jing took the blueprint and walked back, stared at it for a while, then called everyone together and started to replan. Fortunately, the foundation they laid did not conflict with the progress on the blueprint, so there was no need to tear it down and start over. Zhang Qian stood there, then went back to the villa to find Lin Qin and told him about the drawings given by Lu Yan. Lin Qin looked at Zhang Qian in surprise and couldn't help but teasing him. "It seems like Lu Yan still has feelings for you. But it's best to give the drawings to Sister Jing. Only she can understand them. But I didn't think of Lu Yan and Sister Jing. One can make drawings, and the other can read drawings. They are a very complementary team. It's just right that you're here. Help me move all these things away." "Where are you moving?" When I turned around, I saw Lin Qin took out 2 bottles of mineral water. Zhang Qian frowned. "I'm really convinced. Just go ahead and grab me as much as you can." Lin Qin couldn't help but laugh. "What are you talking about? Aren't good brothers meant to work?" Yes, you're right, okay." There are 12 bottles in a can of mineral water, and the outside is sealed with super thick plastic. There are notches at both ends where you can put your fingers in to lift the water. Lin Qin and Zhang Qian each moved one down. "Put the mineral water somewhere where it won't get in the way. It's convenient to hold the water here when you're thirsty, and even if you're not thirsty, it won't be a problem to put it here." Everyone looked at the water that Lin Qin brought over, but no one stepped forward. After all, everyone is busy and no one has time to relax. Su Jing nodded, and once again marveled at the generosity of Lin Qin and his team. However, everyone was busy working at the moment and did not pay attention to the issue of drinking water. Only after dark did everyone have some free time. They drank the water one by one. Su Jing watched as her sisters each took a bottle and gulped it down. He couldn't help but secretly check the expressions of Lin Qin and others. After seeing that there was nothing unusual about them, he took out a few unopened bottles of water and handed them to Lin Qin and others. Come on, everyone must be exhausted. Look, we had already agreed to let us do this ourselves. Why are you still coming out to help us?" Lin Qin took it and drank it. "Don't worry about it. After all, it belongs to everyone. Once it's built, it will be good for everyone. There's no question of whether to help or not. We still have to count on you, Sister Jing." After Lin Qin finished speaking, he handed the remaining unopened bottles in his hand to the other people behind him. Su Jing looked at them and couldn't help but sigh. Look how close their relationship is. You can drink a bottle of water together. Yes, this water is very precious. What's more, it's mineral water. Su Jing then walked to Su Si and took the half bottle of water that was left in her bottle. At the same time, he whispered, "1 bottle of water is enough for 2 people. Don't waste it. Look, everyone drinks 1 bottle. It's such a waste for you to drink 1 each." Su Si felt a little aggrieved and whispered, "Sister, we are all thirsty after working. Although we can't finish a bottle, Huang Jiao and the others at home are still lying down and haven't had any water for a whole day. We have to bring some for them. It's not like I'm the only one drinking this." Although Su Jing and the others' voices were not loud, Lin Qin still heard them. He picked up 2 more bottles of water from the ground and handed them to Su Si. "Sister Jing, there's plenty of water. Don't worry about not having enough to drink. Take it back and give it to the others to drink as well." Su Si had 2 unopened bottles of water in his arms. He looked up at Lin Qin and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Qin is not as old as Su Jing. Although he may not be older than her, it is not wrong to call him brother. After all, he is strong and deserves to be called brother. Lin Qin couldn't help but smile. "Well, have I called you this one after another without any repetition? Okay, everyone is tired. Let's go back and rest. By the way, Sister Jing, although you just joined the team today, there are only a limited amount of things in that villa. I put a lot of things in the living room on the 1st floor. You can distribute them when you go back." Su Jing was surprised for a moment, and when she wanted to say something, Lin Qin raised his hand, simply greeted her, and left. As for what it is, Su Jing doesn't know now. After they went back with the other little sisters. Just look at the objects placed on the sofa in the living room. Some thick sheets, quilt covers, and some new cotton-padded clothes and shoes. There are even a few fire pits. Looking at these things, Su Jing finally understood what Lin Qin meant when he said that the conditions and supplies in the villa were limited, and he took some things for them. Su Si behind him couldn't help but rush over and touch the clean quilt. Oh my God, this quilt is still new. Sister Cece, look at this. There are new clothes and new cotton shoes. Zhang Beibei rushed to the new clothes and couldn't let them go. Su Xiaola, who was walking at the back, couldn't help but move closer to the stove and said with her hand towards it, Sister Jing, we still have a stove. We don't have to suffer from the cold anymore. Even Wang Yu, who usually doesn't talk much, opened his mouth. Sister Jing, this is the first time I feel the feeling of being rich and powerful. Wang Chong at the side couldn't help but laugh and said, I said it wrong. It should be called tying up the boss. It feels really good. Su Jing looked at the scene in front of her and felt very warm in her heart. Lin Qin treated everyone as his own, and people couldn't help but respect him even more in their hearts. Come on, clean up the unfinished work during the day, and then everyone can come back to pick up their things later. Chapter 345 Lost Contact. Following Su Jing's words, everyone started to get busy. The villa is very large, and it takes a lot of effort to clean it. In the main villa where Lin Qin and the others were, everyone was slumped on the sofa, and no one spoke. Zhang Shui came back with the key in hand to eat. When she entered the room, she saw everyone looking like this. She raised her eyebrows and asked, What's wrong with you? Did my brother and the others abuse you? Wang Xiaoli, who was lying on the sofa, looked at the ceiling above her head and muttered to herself, Almost. Zhang Shui was bewildered and looked at Zhang Qian, who was also lying there, with a puzzled look on her face. What are they doing that makes them all look like this? Aren't there new team members joining today? Aren't they also responsible for the wall? How come they all look like they have done a lot of work? After all, Zhang Shui is Zhang Qian's sister, and Zhang Qian and Lin Qin are good brothers. Rounding it off, it actually means that Zhang Shui is also Lin Qin's sister. Naturally, her daily work was not heavy. For example, she watched the gate for the whole afternoon. Naturally very relaxing. But no one would blame her. After all, she was the little princess besides Lin Qin and Zhang Qian. Nan Wei walked out of the kitchen, looked at Zhang Shui, and said, Everyone went to help in the afternoon. They're all very tired. No one wants to move now. Zhang Shui nodded in understanding and then rolled up her sleeves. How about this? You're all so tired. I'll make dinner. Nan Wei was startled and hurriedly grabbed Zhang Shui. Don't worry. Lin Qin still has a lot of instant food products. Whoever is hungry can eat some later. Zhang Shui felt a little regretful, but still nodded. Seeing this, Nan Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone had dinner casually. Whoever wanted to eat could take whatever they wanted. Lin Qin was not strict with everyone in this regard. After dinner, the busy crowd had nothing to think about. After simply washing up, they returned to their rooms and started working again. Lin Qin stood in the living room on the second floor, looking at the faint lights in the two buildings next door, thinking that he would have to arrange for a generator for them tomorrow. As for Lu Yin, the fact that she was able to take out the drawing she had drawn today meant that she was already considered a member of the villa complex. On this point, Lin Qin would not be too harsh on her. As for Lu Yin, it seems that she will not be far from joining the team completely. The next morning, when Lin Qin got up and washed up, Su Jing was already sitting at the dining table and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Qin coming down to wash up, Su Jing came up to Lin Qin and said, Little brother Lin, I will call you Brother Lin from now on, don't mind. We will definitely follow you from now on. But I want to take half a day off in the afternoon and take a few of my sisters out to get some supplies back. We can't eat your food, use your things, and drink your water every day. We have nothing. There were quite a few supplies in the big cafeteria at the construction site before, but because there were mutants guarding it, we were never able to take away a large amount of supplies there. Well, I want to take half a day off today just to get the supplies back from there. And I might have to borrow a pickup truck from you. On the day the doomsday broke out, the canteen had just purchased a batch of supplies. In addition, the canteen also received supplies that day, and there were many private cars and tricycles setting up stalls on both sides of the road in front of the staff dormitory, forming a small commercial street, so the quantity of supplies was not too small. Lin Qin peeled the egg and took a bite. It was a bit salty, and he frowned. Where can I find supplies now? This is a real doubt. Generally speaking, as long as there is a convenience store or something, basically everything that can be emptied has been emptied long ago. After all, those survivors wandering outside are not vegetarians either. Whatever is edible, not a single hair will be left for you. However, Su Jing suddenly said today that there were still a large amount of supplies on the construction site where they had been before. It sounds a bit mysterious. Su Jing nodded. Yes, that's why I came to ask for half a day off and pick up your car. The purpose of borrowing a car is to transport goods. If I move it by myself, firstly, the distance is too far, and secondly, I can't carry so many things. Lin Xin wiped his mouth and said, sure, if you want to go out next time, just tell me. No need to ask for leave and do this. We are still very democratic. I can lend you my pickup truck, but you guys are all women, so why don't I let one of you go with you? If there's anything heavy, he can help carry it. Su Jing said gratefully, thank you so much, Brother Lin. Don't worry, we will. Lin Xin raised his hand to stop Su Jing from saying the next thing. Sister Jing, you don't have to be so polite. You said a lot of polite words in the past 2 days. Just in time, Wang Yu is here too. Lin Xin looked up and waved, calling Wang Yu over. In the afternoon, go with Sister Jing and the others to move some supplies. If you have a big item, please help me. Wang Yu nodded, then went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After Su Jing explained her purpose, she left the villa directly. The sisters outside have been busy for a long time. Lin Xin looked at Su Jing's back, then looked up at Wei Lan and Nan Wei, who were busy in the kitchen. This tea egg is too salty. You can put less salt next time. Wei Lan paused while scooping tea eggs out of the rice cooker, turned around and looked at Lin Xin and said, really? I didn't put that much salt. Lin Xin handed the egg white to Wei Lan. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Wei Lan put down the work in his hands, walked to Lin Xin, and ate the egg white that he had taken a bite of. Wei Lan. Okay, but just eat it. It's all done. Wei Lan said awkwardly. After all, it was my first time making it, and I was following the few steps I remembered. Nan Wei shook her head helplessly. Wei Lan, don't worry about him. He is just picky. It's good enough if he can eat anything. Why is he so picky? Lin Xin chuckled and fed the remaining egg white to Nan Wei. If you don't believe me, try it and see if it tastes good. Don't touch me. Don't you dare tease me next time. Oh no, I won't dare to do it again next time. In the afternoon, Wang Yu went out with Su Jing and others. Lin Xin and others were left busy with the renovation of the wall. However, as time went by, Wang Yu and the others still did not return. Lin Xin couldn't help but become a little worried and try to contact using the walkie-talkie. But due to the long distance, Wang Yu could not be reached via the intercom. According to the time Su Jing said, it would take about 40 minutes for the pickup truck to drive there, so even if she had 2 hours, it would be enough time for the round trip. Chapter 346, Under Siege. If it's not very smooth to get the supplies, it shouldn't be a big problem as it takes 3 hours in total. It's been 4 hours, and time is running out, but he still hasn't come back. Could it be that there was some problem? The intercom couldn't get through, which meant that Wang Yu and the others were not nearby. So much time has passed, and they are not nearby. So the only possibility is that they encountered something along the way, which prevented them from returning when they should have. The time was already 4:30. In 2 hours, it would be completely dark. At night, all actions will be restricted. Zhang Qian stood to one side, looking at the empty road, and said worriedly, is Su Jing not coming back? Tang Kersen, who was standing by, held Wang Xiaoli, who was extremely worried, and glanced at Zhang Qian. How was it possible? Huang Jiao and Wang Chong were both at home. If she wanted to run away now, she wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to save them before, resulting in her coming back injured. Lin Xin, did you encounter any unexpected incident on the road? Lin Xin frowned, thought seriously for a long time, looked up at Zhang Qian and said, you stay at home. I'll take a few people to take a look. Kuxian, please go to the villa and ask Wang Jiao and Wang Chong if they know where the construction site is. I'll drive all the way over to take a look. Good. At this time, still 8 kilometers away from the villa area, Wang Yu and his team's pickup truck was knocked over, rolling along the road, and finally slid onto the roadside railing before stopping. Wang Yu and others climbed out of the car with difficulty, but were surrounded by dozens of cars that suddenly appeared. But Wang Yu had no time to respond to such a sudden change. He raised his hand to cover his forehead, turned around with pain all over, and looked in the direction of the pickup truck. The car body had turned upside down, with impact marks of varying degrees at the front and rear. The team members sitting in the passenger seat in the rear were injured to varying degrees, but they all climbed out of the car. Fortunately, there were no casualties. But it was a car accident, and it rolled on the ground for a few more rounds and slid all the way to a stop. The injuries on the players' bodies were not easy to deal with either. Wang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, none of the team members were in any serious trouble. He turned around and only then had time to take in the sudden incident before him. There were all kinds of cars surrounding them, with quite a few people sitting inside. After seeing them overturn the car, they surrounded them. I think the collision must have happened because these cars suddenly jumped out from the darkness. The other person got out of the car, waved his hand, and said nothing. Dense bullets were fired directly at everyone. Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, then reacted quickly and pulled the women closest to him to hide behind the car. Bullets hit the car mercilessly. Wang Yu and others hid behind the car, but could only briefly avoid this unilateral suppression. Su Jing panted and slapped the road beneath his feet. The next second, several spikes suddenly appeared on the flat asphalt road. A ground spike is a sharp, hard mound of earth that suddenly pops out like a thorn and grows from the ground, up to 2 meters high. Su Jing's ability is limited, and she can only summon 3 ground spikes. It did ease the fire a little. Taking advantage of this gap, Wang Yu took out several grenades from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. It is not as fast for one person to deal with so many people as for everyone to work together to find an opportunity. Wang Yu even taught everyone how to use the grenades that were distributed. Pull out the safety pin, find the enemy's position, and throw it directly at them. The successive explosions also caused heavy damage to the people who trapped them. But after all, the enemy had a lot of people, and Wang Yu had very limited grenades, and he soon ran out of ammunition. The enemy's firepower was concentrated on the car's fuel tank at this time, and oil and water flowed out of the tank and covered the ground. Wang Yu saw this and said, "Oh no, they're going to blow up the car." Everyone who reacted hurriedly stood up and ran back. Su Jing nervously activated his ability and suddenly erected an earth wall to isolate the impact of the explosion. However, her ability could only mitigate a little of the impact, but could not completely withstand the power of the explosion. The people on the opposite side were not fools either. When Wang Yu and the others threw the grenades, everyone moved back a little. Not many people were affected. Wang Yu took the laser gun and started fighting hard. Other psychics are also using their abilities. Wang Yu looked at the back of the team and saw a man looking at them calmly. He said to Su Jing, "Sister Jing, use Earth Escape to send me to a higher place. I want to kill their leader." Su Jing nodded, then controlled the Earth Escape technique to send Wang Yu to a higher place. Wang Yu aimed at the enemy leader and shot directly. However, the laser was aimed at the opponent, but he dodged it. The traces left by the laser gun penetrated directly through the thick iron door. The man couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I became interested in what Wang Yu was holding. Catch him alive. At the command, the attacking men changed their attack method. As time went by, Wang Yu and others were surrounded by the enemy. At the same time, the enemy's vines found flaws and tied them up together. They stood back to back, and even though they were covered in wounds, they looked at the men surrounding them with firm eyes. There were dozens of corpses lying on the ground around them, but even so, the enemy still outnumbered them. In this battle, Wang Yu and his team were at a disadvantage. They just stood back to back, staring at each other with sharp eyes. The people who surrounded them were frightened for a moment and dared not advance or retreat. The crowd surged, and behind them, a man gradually walked out. The man had a beard and a rather sturdy build. He stood at the front of the crowd with a gun in his hand. Looking at Wang Yu, the only man in the team, he asked, "You are the only one who wants to protect them? I almost fell into your trap." Although the man stood in front of his team, he did not approach Wang Yu and his team. Even though so many of them besieged them just now, more than 10 of their own people were still killed by them. For example, the gun in this man's hand, ignoring all obstacles that could be avoided, he wanted it very much. And the woman over there who looks older is also very skilled in using Earth-related abilities. If her level wasn't too low, I believe she wouldn't be able to defeat them today. Chapter 347, Delaying Time. As for the women behind them, although their levels were not outstanding in ability, there were enough people to deal with them. In terms of strength, these people are really terrifying. But there are more of them. If it comes to human wave tactics, there's no need to worry because they have so many people. After a little play and exertion, these people's physical strength will be almost exhausted. The man raised his hand and ordered the people behind him, "You guys go and give me his gun." The men behind him looked at each other, then pretended to be brave and walked forward. Wang Yu still wanted to resist, but they were tightly entangled by vines and could not move at all. The gun that fell at his feet was picked up smoothly. The man looked at it adoringly. This gun is a good thing. What was shot out was not a bullet, but a laser, able to penetrate iron sheet. That is a treasure that can beat the guns in their hands. I just didn't expect that when I was intercepting some supplies, I would actually intercept such a treasure. But he pointed the gun at Wang Yu and said, "Bring me all these guns or I will show no mercy." Since they have a laser gun, it means they have a lot more. How could one laser gun possibly satisfy their appetite? Of course, the more the better. The reason he left him alive was to find out the whereabouts of the laser gun. Wang Yu spat at him. The man subconsciously covered himself for a moment, then became furious, raised his gun, and was about to aim at Wang Yu and pull the trigger. Su Jing, who had already noticed that something was wrong, used all his strength to summon his earth-related abilities, attempting to deliver a fatal blow when the enemy was off guard. But the man was extremely fast and actually dodged Su Jing's attack. "You stinky bitch, you actually attacked me." The man was furious and pulled out a gun from his waist, aiming at Su Jing's leg. With a gunshot, Su Jing was shot in the leg. The others heard the gunshots and shouted, "Jingjia, Jingjia." The man continued to aim, looking at Wang Yu, who seemed very tough, and said, "From now on, if you don't hand over all these guns, I will kill one every minute." Wang Yu did not say anything, but Zhang Beibei on the side shouted angrily, "Aren't you afraid that the people in our base will come and retaliate and kill you?" The man seemed amused by Zhang Beibei's words and burst into laughter. "I don't care what base you are from. No one will know if I kill you. Besides, the people in your base can't receive information, so how does he know that I killed him?" The man didn't know whether he should lament the girl's naivety or stupidity. How could such a huge base go to war with other bases just for a few marginal personnel? They are not important people. After all, it is very easy for a few people to die in today's society. This little girl actually still has the wishful thinking that the base will go to war just for a few of them. You know, the next step in the fight is going to be a competition between bases. Those larger bases that have the ability to maintain supplies will not compete with others for supplies, but they will not give up supplies in vain. What's more, they chose this road deliberately to block them. Zhang Beibei's face turned pale, and there was an obvious trace of panic on her face. But she quickly restrained her expression. After all, her back was facing the other person, so even if she was panicking, the other person would not be able to notice it in time. As long as she can adjust her thoughts within 1 or 2 seconds, there will be no problem. Zhang Beibei couldn't help but sneer. "Who said we didn't know? Go look in his school bag and see if there's a walkie-talkie. We have already informed the base of our situation, and the people in the base are already on the way to provide support. Besides, since you have a base in this area, you should also know which bases are stronger and should not be provoked, right?" Of course, Zhang Beibei was deliberately trying to scare the other party. After all, it was nothing to provoke just an ordinary person. The base would not waste its resources for a marginalized person who had nothing to do with it. But if there are some small leaders in a base, then he will have to think carefully. Of course, she is not, but Wang Yu is. I don't know if this method is useful or not, and whether it can work. The man was stunned for a moment. Although he was targeting these women, if he provoked the other party's core figures, a big fight would be inevitable. If it was an ordinary little guy, he could just say, "Your people should kill theirs too, so that they can offset each other and no one will take advantage of anyone." But if it is their core, it is hard to say. But don't these women have any base to rely on? What did you join the base? Songshan couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. People nearby reported that they saw the group of women who killed their zombie controller yesterday in this area. You know, a person who can control zombies will have a bright future as long as he absorbs crystal cores and grows stronger. There was only one such person in their team. But yesterday, he was killed by these girls. Naturally, the uncle could tolerate what the aunt could not. After he got the news about these women's activities in this area, he immediately ran over with a small group of people. Fortunately, despite some twists and turns, everything went smoothly. Just listening to her words, Songshan couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons in his mind. But he had already done so many things. He had beaten those who needed to be beaten and robbed those who needed to be robbed. As for the people, they were basically half dead and injured. In addition, he was interested in the gun in the man's hand, and his interrogation method was also extreme. Even if I have offended someone I shouldn't have, now it has come to this. At worst, the feud will continue. They're not the kind of people who are afraid of trouble. It's not impossible to wipe out all traces here and put the blame on the zombies. As for the intercom, is this thing real or not? You will know after you take a look. Song Shan raised his hand and called a few people to look for the backpack that the woman mentioned. He had seen this backpack before. During the fight, he didn't know where it fell. After a while, the man came over with a black backpack. There's actually a walkie-talkie in the backpack. However, there's nothing on the intercom, and it looks like it is broken. Song Shan couldn't help but feel happy. It was good that something bad happened. Now he wouldn't have to worry about those people. How dare this stinky bitch lie to him? He carried the bag, looked at the woman who had just spoken, and sneered, "Is this the intercom you mentioned? The radios on here aren't working. Are you kidding me?" Song Shan raised his foot and kicked her directly. Zhang Beibei felt pain all over her body and fell directly to the ground due to the force. From this angle, she could see Wang Yu next to her. Chapter 348, Do You Know Who Our Boss Is? But she never thought that the walkie-talkie in her backpack was broken. When she left, Lin Xin specifically reminded her about it and even gave her a new one. What's this in a backpack? With doubts, Zhang Beibei's eyes fell on Wang Yu's ear. An earphone is faintly visible under the earlobe covered by the slightly long hair. She paused for a moment and looked up at Wang Yu. Endless regret in my heart. It's over. The one in the backpack is the old one, and the one on Wang Yu is the useful one. However, she had been kicked many times on the back by the man and had no strength to speak. Song Shan seemed to have vented his anger, and then he took out his pistol, pulled the safety, and loaded the gun, all in one smooth move. He aimed directly at Zhang Beibei on the ground. He turned his head and looked at Wang Yu with an evil smile. 1 minute has passed. Since you refused to tell me where this gun came from, take out your other guns and don't blame me. Song Shan pulled the trigger and was about to press it. Wang Yu spoke up. Wait a minute. Song Shan stopped, looked up at him, and said, "Oh, have you thought about it?" Wang Yu pulled the corner of his lips, looked at Zhang Beibei, and said, "I'm sorry, I really don't know where this gun came from. Besides, I only have this one gun, and it was given to me by the boss. As for the other guns, it is true that we still have a lot, but not everyone has them. Only the core personnel have them. You can see that I'm the only one here who has this gun." Song Shan raised his eyebrows. "So what you mean is that you don't know where you got this gun, but the rest of you have it?" Wang Yu nodded. "That's right. If you want this gun, you have to keep us alive and negotiate with our boss. He'll definitely give you the gun. But before that, if you insist on killing us, not only will you not get the gun, our boss Lin Xin will not let you go either." Wang Yu's gaze was particularly firm. For a moment, Song Shan was almost fooled by him. Song Shan couldn't help but laugh. He dared to be so arrogant even when he was about to die. Did he really think that he, Song Shan, had been living in vain for so long? Lin Xin, boss, you won't let me go? Who the hell is Lin Xin? How can he scare me? You've never heard of it, but you're still so good at making up stories. According to what you said, I, your brother Shan, am also an awesome person. When the others saw this, they immediately laughed. However, the man who had been controlling several people with vines frowned when he heard Lin Xin's name. This name sounds familiar. After searching his memory for a long time, he leaned in front of Song Shan and whispered, "I seem to have heard this name before." Song Shan frowned, then raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, I saw them from a distance when I was at the warehouse with Lao Ge before. Didn't the guys in the nightclub hide a lot of supplies in there? Didn't you tell us to find a chance to go in and deliver all the supplies back? Olga and I have been squatting there for a long time, but we haven't found a way out. Then this guy named Lin Xin came with a group of people. They dealt with all the zombies and mutants inside and transported the supplies away. At that time, there were a few blind men who wanted to intercept them, but they were also killed by Lin Xin and his men. But at that time, there were many fungus robes flying there, so we didn't dare to get too close. In addition, they were too powerful, so we never had a chance to attack them. But we did hear this person's name. It seems to be Lin Xin." Song Shan was slightly startled, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't shocked. They had been targeting the warehouse since the plane carrying supplies crashed, and they were also targeting the people in the nightclub. In the end, they were beaten to it by a bunch of bastards from the nightclub, so not much supplies were transported out. But he was particularly jealous. After that, They kept looking for opportunities to get in, but they lost a lot of brothers and failed to enter the core position. However, there were more and more zombies inside, and mutants and mutated plants were entrenched in it. Even the nightclub staff behind them were unable to enter. This Lin Shin just went in like that, and he was able to defeat a team that wanted to intercept him without any harm? You should know that the zombies inside are not like ordinary zombies. Their attacks are corrosive and long-range. They can kill you by hiding in some corners or bumps. Once your arms are contaminated with their liquid, you'll lose them. Even if you don't die, your skin will feel burned if the liquid is contaminated. After it's absorbed into the blood, it won't be long before you turn into a zombie. Song Shan began to hesitate. This is the previous Lin Shin, and he was already so strong. So after absorbing the crystal core during this period of time, wouldn't he be stronger? What if he killed all these people? Once he found out, wouldn't his team be able to come and go freely in front of him? Although his base has more than 300 people, it can be said that among these people, there are not many who are truly capable of fighting. Those weak fighters had no fighting power at all in front of Lin Shin. What's more, among the small number of people he brought with him, dozens of them could be killed by the people in front of him. The team members are so strong, so Lin Shin, as the core of the team, must be even stronger and more awesome. Before Song Shan could hesitate, the subordinates said, "There's a rumor that there was a big commotion in the nightclub a while ago. We were there, and we saw a team returning with a full load." From his description, it is very consistent with the Lin Shin I met. Song Shan. What? During the chaos in the nightclub, he laughed for a long time and even praised which team was so awesome that it could make the nightclub suffer a loss and turn a somersault. After all, he and nightclubs have always been at odds. Now you tell me, the chaos in the nightclub was caused by Lin Shin's team? Excuse me? Song Shan was silent. This team is not easy to mess with. Suddenly, above their heads, a drone came from a distance and then hovered at a low altitude. Wang Yu looked up at the drone and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Shin is here. The sound of the drone is not too high, but it is not low either. Enough to attract everyone's attention. Song Shan looked up, frowning at the drone hovering above them. The man next to him said, "Brother Shan, this drone seems to belong to another team. I have discovered our situation here." "Shut up, I don't have eyes to see." At this time, Lin Shin and his team saw the situation of Wang Yu and the others through the images transmitted back by the drone. Chapter 349. Lin Shin arrives in time. Their current situation is not very good, but fortunately, they are still alive and they have discovered them. Lin Shin and his companions were overjoyed and could not help but speed up. Wei Lan, who was standing aside, was responsible for reporting the location of Wang Yu and the others and planning the route, in order to rush over as quickly as possible to rescue them. If Wei Lan hadn't seen the black smoke rising in the sky, he wouldn't have thought of flying the drone to check over there. But luckily, they were found. At this time, Song Shan, after scolding his younger brother, looked up at the drone above his head. The drone kept hovering and was unwilling to leave, apparently because of these people. Could it be that Lin Shin and the others have arrived? Song Shan was startled. If it was really Lin Shin and the others, based on the images transmitted back by the drone, Lin Shin would not let him go. Song Shan's expression suddenly became serious, and he gave the order, "Everyone, move all their supplies onto the car. Don't move those that May has already moved. Everyone get on the car, and leave here quickly." As Song Shan finished speaking, the team members who were still moving things over there loaded the supplies on hand onto the car and got on one after another. Song Shan looked at Wang Yu and the others with fierce eyes and pulled the trigger. No matter what, these people must not be kept. Even if no useful information is obtained, we still don't know how this laser gun was obtained. But having one is better than having none. In the future, he will slowly look for it and eventually find it. If they are really Lin Shin's team members, then Lin Shin will definitely not let them go if he finds them. It's better to just go all out. You'll offend people anyway, so just do it. The bullets were fired directly at everyone. But at the moment when the bullet hit their foreheads, it seemed to hit something and stopped a few millimeters in front of their foreheads, and then fell to the ground. Before Song Shan could come to his senses, a laser came straight at him from behind. He dodged sideways suddenly, but he was still a step too slow. The laser scratched the side of his cheek at the moment he dodged sideways, leaving a burn mark. Feeling pain on his face, Song Shan couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his cheek. At the same time, look up in the direction where the laser comes from. A Mercedes-Benz came barreling over, did a beautiful drift, and stopped precisely in front of Wang Yu and his companions. Many people got out of the car, and two women among them ran directly in front of those people. Use a knife to cut the vines that were entangled and bound them. One of them even said directly, Sister Jing was shot in the leg. Lin Xin frowned and looked over. In addition to Sister Jing's condition, Wang Yu and other team members were in very bad condition, with varying degrees of injuries. The car that they had given him when they left was also turned over, and the fire was still burning on it. The thick black smoke was seen rising from the car body into the air. Lin Xin stretched out his hand, gathered his 5 fingers together, and slapped Song Shan in the face from a distance. The slap was so strong that it made him roll on the ground for several times before stopping. The half of his face that was originally scratched and burned by the laser gun was now even more bloody after being slapped hard by Lin Xin. But Song Shan said nothing. He just lay on the ground and looked at Lin Xin and the others, feeling terrified. You don't have to guess who Lin Xin is. But he didn't expect the other party to come so quickly and at such a fast speed. I never thought that his ability was so strong. It felt like a jack was pressing on his back, making it impossible for him to move at all, and his head was pinned to the ground. Song Shan could only lie on the ground, clinging to the bluestone pavement, looking in their direction. He wanted to resist, but Lin Xin's ability was simply overwhelming. His speed ability, which he was originally proud of, seemed particularly useless at this moment, and the teammates he brought behind him. At this time, they were being slaughtered unilaterally by the other people brought by Lin Xin. Mud was flying all around, and all kinds of supernatural powers were converging in a dazzling manner. But even so, the opponent's fire, lightning, vines, and other abilities are the most eye-catching. Lin Xin stood in these scenes and remained as steady as a rock. Song Shan felt his power. His bloodshot eyes were filled with resentment. But he was helpless, and this one-sided crushing did not last long. Lin Xin and others ended the battle. He brought only 4 people with him, but he was able to kill all the 60 or 70 people in the team. But Song Shan had no other thoughts at this time. He only knew that he was definitely finished. The battle was over. Zhang Beibei was helped up by Nan Wei and said with trembling lips, Sister Jing, look at Sister Jing first. Where's Dr. Tang, Dr. Tang? Nan Wei supported her, patted her on the back, and said, Dr. Tang is already checking it out. Don't worry, don't worry. Tang Kurson was now lifting up the legs of the fake Su Jing. After such a long time, Su Jing would have fainted due to excessive blood loss. However, after stopping the bleeding and bandaging it, Tang Kurson looked up and said, Fortunately, the amount of blood loss is not too much, and he could be saved. But after all, she lost too much blood. All I can do now is stop the bleeding. For follow-up problems, I can only use medication to assist in the treatment. Beibei, Wang Yu, and the others only had superficial injuries, not many internal injuries. But Wang Yu seems to have had his internal organs shaken by the explosion. I need him to go to the car first and not move himself too much. Tang Kurson gave instructions one by one, and Nan Wei and Wei Lan, who were surrounding them, nodded and started to help. Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be a big problem if he could be saved. The most terrifying thing was that there was no way he could be saved. Feeling Lin Xin's concerned look, Tang Kurson nodded and comforted everyone. No one had expected that such an incident would occur in such a stable situation. Fortunately, everyone followed and nothing serious happened. Tang Kurson worked nervously for a while, then wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Okay, there are no major problems for now, but they need to take a rest. Also, I need an ambulance. Lin Xin didn't ask Tang Kurson why she needed it, and said directly, Okay, you go back to the villa area first. I will go back later and drive the ambulance back to you. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Xin. Lin Xin said, These people have hurt you, and they will definitely pay the price. Otherwise, when my people from Lin Xin go out, anyone can come and bully and rob them. Wei Lan, you and Nan Wei each take a car and go back first. I will take care of the rest. Lin Xin said these words lightly, but a seed was planted in the hearts of everyone present. There is no one who doesn't want someone to protect them wholeheartedly in times of crisis. But Lin Xin did it. Chapter 350. Enemy meeting Wang Yang again. No matter which one it was, everyone present was very convinced. A warm current flowed through everyone's hearts, and even Zhang Beibei and Wang Chang looked at Lin Xin in surprise. He was immediately impressed by Lin Xin's domineering attitude. One by one, some inappropriate thoughts came to mind. As long as they can stay in Lin Xin's team, They could do anything, even just when everyone's mind was confused and full of wild thoughts. Tang Kurson looked up and said, "Okay, be careful, but I think it would be better if you bring a few people with you. What happened today is a lesson. I thought that since Wang Yu was following us and they were not too far away, we should be able to solve these problems quickly. What's the result? It was almost gone. Nowadays, we cannot underestimate other bases nearby." Lin Xin was not too confident and nodded, saying, "Okay, then you drive back with Sister Jing's people. I'll take Nanwei and the others with me." Tang Kurson and Wei Lan looked at each other and nodded. "Okay, we'll go back first. You guys should be careful and stay safe." There were quite a few cars coming from the other side, so it was not difficult to pick two at random. Lin Xin was with the people who stayed behind, including Song Shan, who had been held down by him and could not move. The laser gun that fell to the ground next to Song Shan was still beside him, and it was not difficult to see where the gun came from. What else could it be except robbing? Lin Xin picked up the laser gun, looked at Song Shan, and said, "If you know what's good for you, tell me where your base is." Song Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't see Lin Xin's face, but only his shoes. Hearing this, he said, "Impossible. If we take him with us, wouldn't those people in the base be in trouble? All the hard work I put into building this place was gone. How is that possible?" Lin Xin couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, that's tough enough. Then let me see how tough you are." As he spoke, Lin Xin stepped on his hand and crushed it hard. The pain of having 10 fingers connected to the heart is not just a joke. Song Shan couldn't help but scream out. Lin Xin said again, "Okay, then tell me, who asked you to come? So many cars, so many people, it doesn't look like a sudden encounter, it looks like it was premeditated." Song Shan lay on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead because of the pain. Hearing Lin Xin's voice, he almost gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, it was premeditated. But this should be your problem. You killed the only zombie controller in our team. Why don't you let us retaliate?" The only zombie controller. Lin Xin frowned subconsciously. This sounded familiar. Didn't we deal with the guy who awakened and controlled the zombies yesterday? Could it be that the person is from this team? Was there anyone alive at that time? Song Shan continued, "Didn't you kill all our people? If you did, you should be prepared for retaliation. We haven't done anything yet. You guys are not one less person, but we have suffered so many casualties. Besides, I'm the one who's going to take revenge on you. I don't care about the innocent people in the base. I will bear the consequences alone, whether you want to kill me or cut me up." Song Shan is not a good person, but he is definitely not a responsible person either. He said and did this only because he had a younger sister in the base. If these people were really taken there, no one in the base would be spared. He originally came out with his back to other people in the base. He had worked hard to build such a big industry, and he couldn't let it all fall into Lin Xin's hands. Even if he died, he believed that his sister would come to avenge him. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this person to be so tough. After all the previous experiences and lessons, Lin Xin naturally knew that to cut the grass, one must remove the roots. Anyone in the base who is involved in the siege of Wang Yu and the others must be captured, so that it won't cause trouble in the future. This is Lin Xin's idea. There is no such thing as innocent or not innocent nowadays. No one knows if someone will stab you in the back in the future. Being lenient to others may cause inconvenience to them in the future. Lin Xin didn't waste any time and kicked Song Shan in the leg bone. With a slight crisp sound, Song Shan's bones broke. It's good to be tough, but you have to be able to persist. If you want to get someone to talk, there are many ways and methods. Song Shan grimaced in pain and looked at Lin Xin and said, "If you have the guts, just give me a quick death. You are a woman, aren't you?" Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, and without further ado, kicked the other side. The same click sound. Song Shan's expression finally couldn't hold up anymore. Lin Xin chuckled. "Are you still tough?" Song Shan was breathing heavily, the ferocity in his eyes almost completely consumed by Lin Xin. The sound of a car starting could be heard in the distance. Lin Xin and others couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. On the unobstructed main road, several cars were driving in an orderly manner. Judging from a number of cars, there should be quite a few people. It's just that he couldn't be sure whether these people just happened to pass by here or were targeting the person under his feet. When Song Shan listened to what Lin Xin and the others said, a smile actually appeared on his face. It was just caught by Lin Xin. At this time, it's still possible for a small one to come out. I'm afraid you're not here to find him. After all, I can rush over in time to rescue my teammates. so it is not impossible for this person's teammates to come over. Lin Xin couldn't help but say, "Everyone be alert. If they have the intention to attack, kill them directly." Nanwei, Zhang Shui, and Wang Xiaoli couldn't help but nodded, their eyes fixed on the other team's convoy. At the same time, he held the laser gun tightly in his hand, ready to fight at any time. The convoy was getting closer and closer. When it got close to Lin Xin and his friends, they could see through the car windows that the people in every car were looking at them. The convoy staggered forward for a few cars and then stopped. Lin Xin looked and found that the first car was parked in the same place. A man walked down from the passenger seat. "Raise your hand and say hello." "Boss Lin." Hearing this name, Lin Xin subconsciously looked over. To be honest, not many people know his name, and even fewer people call him Brother Lin. Who is this? He actually knows me. As the other person got closer, Lin Xin looked at his appearance. Well, to be honest, it looked a little familiar. I seem to have seen it before. After Wang Yang approached, he looked at Nanwei and Wang Xiaoli, waved and said, "Long time no see, Sister Nanwei, Sister Xiaoli." Lin Xin and others. Wang Yang continued, "It's me, Wang Yang, the one who runs fast in the nightclub." Chapter 351, Isn't This a Coincidence? Seeing the strange looks from Lin Xin and the others, Wang Yang's enthusiasm was poured with a bucket of cold water. He looked at Lin Xin and even raised his hands and pretended to run fast. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows. He remembered. There really was such a person before. However, after entering the nightclub, Lin Xin and the others left him behind for convenience. Later, zombies broke out and the nightclub was in chaos. Lin Xin and the others didn't even think about leaving behind such a person. "Oh, it's you." The nightclub was in chaos, but he was still alive. It seems that he has his own team. It's a pretty good mix. When Wang Yang saw Lin Xin remembered him, he couldn't help but said with a bitter face, "You guys are too disloyal. You ran away faster than me. I was so worried about you. Later I heard from others that you all left." Lin Xin smiled slightly. "It can't be helped. It happened suddenly, and I didn't expect that the nightclub would be attacked by zombies. I couldn't take care of myself at that time, so I ran out with the flow of people." Wang Yang laughed heartily. "Haha, I was just joking with you, but you took it seriously. Oh, by the way, have you found your companions?" After all, Lin Xin and the others went to the nightclub in order to find companions. Lin Xin nodded and said, "I found it." Wang Yang nodded. "That's fine, just find it." Lin Xin looked at his convoy and couldn't help asking, "Where are you going?" "Back to the base." Wang Yang chucklet. No. "Brother Lin, you probably don't meet and communicate with our bases often. Several larger bases or teams nearby have reached an agreement not to fight each other or steal supplies. Look, one of our people was caught and held hostage for robbing supplies, so we are bringing people here to redeem him." Lin Xin's eyebrows slightly raised as he listened to Wang Yang's introduction. He really doesn't interact with other bases. How long has it been since the bases reached such conditions? However, if large bases start fighting each other, it will be a heavy blow to the bases that both sides have worked so hard to build and will not bring about good development. If you want to survive, win-win cooperation is the ultimate outcome. He doesn't often interact with large bases, and yet they came up with this kind of rule. After Wang Yang finished speaking, he glanced at the man under Lin Xin's feet and couldn't help but said, "Brother Lin, what are you doing? Who is this? How dare he go against you?" Everyone, the corpses on the ground, looked familiar, and they were obviously the other side's people. Only the man under Lin Xin's feet was still breathing, but there was not a single healthy part on his body. As for Lin Xin and the others, there was not even a stain of blood on their bodies. Lin Xin came back to his senses and sneered, "You are blind. But since you know the big base nearby, why don't you help me find out which base he is from?" As Lin Xin spoke, he grabbed Song Shan's shirt by the back of his neck and lifted his head up. Wang Yang looked down, and although his face was bruised and swollen, his appearance had not changed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Isn't this Song Shan from the south?" "Brother, how did he provoke you? You will be punished for your misfortunes, and you have finally come to this day." Now Lin Xin looked up and couldn't help but laugh and said, "Look at you, you know him. It would be great if he knew the person, so he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of looking for him." Lin Xin's question prompted Wang Yang to continue. "Of course he knows him. He relies on his sister's awakened ability to harass our other bases. If it weren't for his sister protecting them, we would have beaten him to death long ago. To be honest, we came here to visit his camp. Go talk to his sister." Lin Xin looked up, his eyes slightly brightened. What a coincidence. We were also asking where their camp is. Since you know this, why don't you take us there as well? Wang Yang stared at Lin Qin. His eyes fell on Song Shan, who was in a serious condition, and then he said uncertainly, "Brother Lin, you don't want to go." In his opinion, those who were targeted by Lin Qin would not have a good outcome. Lin Qin was also about to go to someone else's camp, and with this incident happening here, it didn't seem like they were going there to have a serious discussion. It seems like he is going on a killing spree. After all, that's what a nightclub is. Song Shan's base is not as big as the nightclub. Lin Qin can move freely in the nightclub, let alone Song Shan's base. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Yang without saying anything. But that look was enough to make it clear what he was going to do. Wang Yang felt a pang of sadness in his heart. All I can say is that after messing with Lin Qin, Song Shan and the others' good days are over. Wang Yang couldn't help but feel fortunate again. Fortunately, I stood on Lin Qin's side at the beginning and did not offend such a play god. In the future, he would have to talk more with the people in his own team and avoid all the people from Lin Qin's team. In short, he would not recruit people who could get along with him. Of course, if they have a good relationship with Lin Qin, maybe they can even get some of the soup that Lin Qin doesn't want. Wang Yang nodded and said, "Okay, then Brother Lin, you guys can come with us." Wang Yang turned around, raised his hand, and called a few of his younger brothers to carry the half-dead Song Shan to the back. Lin Qin and a few others followed Wang Yang and got on the first car. As for Song Shan, according to Wang Yang, the person who really runs his base is his sister. Keeping him alive might be of some use. And Wang Yang was naturally happy to see it happen. Lin Qin rushed over, and he didn't have to waste any words to get his brothers back. After returning, he could also report to his superiors and give an explanation. Your life will be much better in the future. Along the way, with Wang Yang's introduction, Lin Qin finally understood what the so-called agreement meant. To put it bluntly, several large bases have joined forces to keep each other warm and reached a symbiotic agreement in order not to reduce their own strength. If bases from other regions come to compete for supplies, all the bases in this area will unite to face them. In this way, the supplies in the entire Lanxiang area will only belong to all the people stationed in Lanxiang and will not be taken away by outside bases. You know, the supplies in a region are very limited. How could they allow outsiders to take away the already limited supplies? As for Wang Yang, since they parted at the nightclub, he used his speed-moving ability to accidentally save a person, which allowed him to enter the base where he is now. And he became a small leader, which was quite comfortable. But these have nothing to do with Lin Qinka. If Song Shan and his men had not seized their supplies and personnel, the base would not have sent them out to negotiate today. Chapter 352, going to Song Shan's base. And just by chance, I met Lin Qin and the others. To be honest, Song Shan and his team's base is only of a lower middle level compared to Lanxiang. Those who are at the same level as them are just talking nonsense and showing off their power. Of course, if Song Shan's sister hadn't been in touch with other large bases, they wouldn't have suffered this. As for which large base it is. In fact, Wang Yang's information is not very accurate. He just heard it. There are almost 1,000 people in that base, with vast territory and abundant resources. It is much more powerful than these small bases occupying a certain place. As for what kind of relationship his sister has, I don't know whether it is reliable or not. All we know is that when the contract was just formed, the other large base, relying on its large number of people, sophisticated weapons, and a large number of people with awakened special powers, often bullied Song Shan and their base and robbed their supplies. As a result, the base was reduced to ruins. This happened not long ago, and everyone was sighing. It is conceivable what the relationship is between that big base and Song Shan's sister. After listening to Wang Yang's introduction, Lin Qin immediately asked, "What's Song Shan's sister's name?" Wang Yang was silent for a moment and said, "I really don't know about that. I just know that everyone calls her Sister Jiao. Take us for example. When we went there and called them, they were all Jiao Jia. But you have to be careful. I heard that there are people protecting that base." Lin Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at Wang Yang speechlessly. "If you have any news, don't hide it. Just tell me directly. You're just hiding your dolls from me. Although I know that small bases will depend on large bases, I have never heard of a large base being dependent on another base. How big is this base?" Wang Yang raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, then continued, "I just heard it. It seems to be related to the higher-ups. Above." Lin Qin sounded puzzled. Wang Yang nodded. "Yes, Didn't they send troops to rescue us at the beginning? But most of the people who came to rescue were killed by the zombies. Wang Yang made a gesture and continued. The several temporary shelters we established were also forced to evacuate as the zombies mutated and their numbers increased. That's why the subsequent rescue was stopped. After all, the source of the zombie virus's transmission has not been fully identified yet, and even some people in the army have mutated into zombies. Almost everyone was infected with the virus and turned into zombies without distinction. The natural troops suffered the same heavy losses as ordinary people. The difference was that they had much more sources of weapons than civilians. Their guns, planes, tanks, cannons, and many other hot weapons. At first, these common people couldn't even touch a gun, and they had to rely on their superb knife skills. It's really like you start with a knife, and then you have to pick up the rest. But not all people evacuated. Some were abandoned or scattered and failed to keep up with the main force. These people formed a large base by themselves. It is said that this jiaojia is dependent on them. You know, people in the army may obey discipline when there is someone to supervise them, but after being abandoned and struggling, how many of them don't have the blood of ordinary people on their hands? If you want to stay alive, having a few lives on your hands is the minimum requirement. Lin Qi nodded, then smiled and said, "Okay, your intelligence is quite important. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly." With Lin Qi's words, Wang Yang couldn't help but purse his lips and smiled. With these words, he felt much more at ease. There will definitely be a sip of soup for him in the future. Lin Qi smiled. Even if those abandoned people spontaneously form a large base, there will always be people better than you. Lin Qi naturally knew that in such a big world, it was impossible for his team to be the only one dominating. But just be prepared. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the base where Song Shan was. It is called the entrance, but from here, it looks like a high-end residential area. There are quite a few iron nets on both sides. It is a good idea to use iron nets to enclose your own territory, which can separate the inside of the base from the outside. The area inside the iron net is the base, while the area outside the iron net is a strange world. Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Bring Song Shan here. If he recognizes your teammates later, tell them as soon as possible, otherwise there will be nothing we can do if they get hurt by mistake. By the way, leave us a car." Wang Yang nodded. Of course, of course." Then he took out the intercom and gave the orders inside. After a while, a car came from the side of the convoy, carrying Song Shan to the lead car. All the people in the car walked out of the city and handed the car over to Lin Qi. Lin Qi and others also walked down, grabbed Song Shan by the collar, and said with a smile, "Next, it depends on whether you are valuable." He waved his hand, and Wang Yang behind him led his brothers to pull back and keep a certain distance. At the same time, he ordered his men to find their brothers and bring them back safely. Lin Qi got in the car and sat in the driver's seat. Wei Lan carried Song Shan and looked at the guards at the gate and shouted loudly, "Open the door. We are your friend Song Shan. I found them being attacked by zombies on the road, so I rescued them and sent them back." Anyone who hears this would find it hard to believe. Song Shan is covered in wounds. What's more, so many people went out, and he was the only one coming back. What kind of zombies did they encounter that made their army so defeated? But Song Shan didn't dare to say a word. His eyes turned around cunningly. Now that he has arrived at the gate of the base, as long as he persists and endures humiliation, the people in the base should have a chance of rescuing him. Without saying too much, his sister should also come to save me. What's more, his sister has someone to rely on. The man in the base behind my sister will definitely not stand idly by. Thinking of this, Song Shan said with a bruised face, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a human being? Hurry up, open the door and let us in." However, as early as when Lin Qi and his companions arrived, the brothers who were on guard at the gate had already discovered something was wrong when the vehicle stopped at the gate. Although Song Shan in their hands was indeed one of the persons in charge of their base, he was covered in wounds and did not look like a so-called friend at all. What's more, if he was not mistaken, the car that brought them here was from the base next door. Today they also robbed their supplies and captured their people. How could he be so kind as to save their people? Chapter 353, River of Blood. It's better to gloat over someone else's misfortune than to stand by and watch. They're not fools. However, Sister Jiao is out of town, and the third in command is the only one in charge of the household. No matter what, it would be a good idea to report first. Wei Lan turned his head to look at Lin Qi in the car and raise his eyebrows. Lin Qi lowered the car window, looked at Song Shan, and said, It seems that you are not of much use. Even a janitor looks down on you." Song Shan's face turned pale. He wanted to refute, but the current situation was the same as what Lin Qin said, and he didn't have the slightest chance to refute. Before he could even open his mouth, Lin Qin stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. The gate of the community looks like the original gate of the community, but they built two things similar to observation towers behind the gate, which are higher than the gate and can clearly observe the situation at the entrance of the base. Even if zombies attack, they can stand on top of the watchtower and take advantage of the geographical location by using a high-level advantage. However, no matter how big the base is, it is useless. Without artificial fish supplies and retaining the original gate, it is doomed to be insufficient in resistance. Lin Qin exerted full speed and hit hard, easily breaking through the door and rushing in. There wasn't even any hindrance. Lin Qin's action instantly panicked the people guarding the gate. They shouted and asked for support. At the same time, they launched an attack on Lin Qin. The person standing on the watchtower discovered Wei Lan, who was alone. If he can save Song Shan, he will definitely be able to ascend to become a team leader or something in the future. Even if he can't, just by saving Song Shan, he should be able to become familiar to Sister Jiao, and he will definitely be included in the meat and soup in the future. Thinking of this, he quietly turned the gun and aimed at Wei Lan at the gate. Want to win it in one fell swoop. However, he underestimated Wei Lan. At the moment of pulling the trigger, Wei Lan looked over as if meaning something and reached out to pull Song Shan next to him. The bullet hit Song Shan's body with a puff sound. Wei Lan stood outside the gate, looking at Song Shan, who was in disbelief, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry." Even though Song Shan was unwilling in many ways, he had no other choice. He could only look angrily at the guard who had hit the wrong person. The people standing on the watchtower were so frightened when they saw that they not only failed to steal the chicken, but also lost the rice and hit Song Shan. If Song Jiao knew about this, she would definitely skin him alive. Thinking of this, he looked around in panic and then shouted. Song Shan was beaten to death by them. They beat Song Shan to death. For a moment, everyone's attention was paid to Song Shan, who was lying at Wei Lan's feet. Wei Lan was amused by this action and then began to change his steps, using his speed ability to move freely among these people, and then came to the guard standing on the watchtower. The guard was stunned. When he saw Wei Lan suddenly appear in front of him, he struggled desperately. But in the eyes of Wei Lan, a seasoned special police officer, his movements were extremely slow. He could even see what the next move would be. The guard's eyes widened, and he eventually died. In Wei Lan's eyes, he was not qualified at all. After Wei Lan dealt with him, he also joined the battle. The number of crystal cores absorbed by Lin Qin and others was not small at all. While these people were still carefully calculating the distribution of the crystal cores, they absorbed them in large handfuls without feeling sorry at all. Naturally, these people are like noobs in their eyes. Of course, this cannot be completely said, as some of them are quite strong. Their special abilities did cause some obstacles to Lin Qin and others, but they were quickly resolved by Lin Qin and others. All we can say is that they met Lin Qin and his group. Soon, there were many corpses lying at the entrance of the community, and blood was flowing like a river. The battle at the base gate naturally attracted people from inside, and people rushed out to support continuously. But it was just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and only resulted in more deaths for Lin Qin and his men. In this almost one-sided massacre, soon only a few people were left at the gate of the community, dragging their injured bodies and running for their lives. But Lin Qin and others will not let it go. There's a saying that goes, "You can't burn all the weeds, they will grow again with the spring breeze." There's an old saying that goes, "Cut the grass at its roots." When the two old sayings are put together, this is exactly what they mean. I saw that the gate of the base was filled with corpses, without a single survivor. Lin Qin said, "Look inside, look for this Jiao Jia." His target is this Jiao sister. Song Shan almost killed his teammates, so he had to pay the price. But from what Wang Yang said, Song Shan's sister seemed to be quite fond of her only brother. After the man who just passed by the watchtower shouted this, everyone thought that Song Shan was killed by Wei Lan. This news would naturally reach Song Jiao's ears. In other words, there is no choice but to kill. The others nodded and began to walk inside the base. Wang Yang, who had been waiting outside for a long time, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the corpses at the gate of the base. He said with inner pride, "Did you see that? My buddy Boss Lin." The The younger brother next to him didn't say anything, but just thought silently in his heart. Wasn't he Big Brother Lin before? How come he's become Boss Lin now? Also, what does that proud look on your face mean? Which base are you from? Wang Yang saw that the situation was almost ready, so he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, let's get started." He brought his brothers, and soon came to Lin Xin and the others. With Wang Yang's joining, the search for personnel became even faster. These people were almost immediately killed when they saw Lin Xin or Wang Yang's men. There is not even a chance to resist. Lin Xin looked at the open space around him. The base here was not small. He had developed all the surrounding streets in a part of his base. To put it bluntly, there was more than just one community inside this base. It can be said that it is a base integrating 3 or 4 nearby communities. If everyone keeps walking together like this, it will be disadvantageous for them to sweep the area and not let any fish slip through the net. Lin Xin simply called Wang Yang over and asked, "What are the names of your team members?" Wang Yang paused, subconsciously frowning as he thought about the names of the team members. One is named Zhou Sheng. We call him Lao Zhou. The others have just joined the base not long ago, and I haven't remembered their names yet, but they are 5 men and 3 women. Lin Xin. Okay, let's find it first. Spread out. It will be more efficient. Everyone nodded and soon found someone in a shop along the street. The gate was locked, the men's hands and feet were bound, and dirty rags were stuffed in their mouths. Chapter 354. Unexpected Gain, Auxiliary Power. There's no need to guess. These people must have been tied up and imprisoned by this group of people. However, Lin Xin was searching among the crowd. According to Wang Yang, their group consisted of 5 men and 3 women. And here, there are actually 3 more women. Lin Xin looked around and then asked, "Who among you is Lao Zhou?" The people who were tied up looked at each other, and no one stood up. In their eyes, Lin Xin and his group were just strangers, and no one knew whether it was a trap or something else. Lin Xin didn't have that much patience, so he said directly, "Do you know Wang Yang? We are here to save you. You'll leave if you don't tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the corner began to sob. There was a rag stuffed in his mouth, and he couldn't speak. It can only be expressed through body movements. Zhou Xing looked at Lin Xin's unfamiliar face and felt upset. "You'll die sooner or later. What if it's true?" Lin Xin took the rag off his mouth and then used a knife to cut the ropes that bound him. Zhou Sheng was free, stood up, and said, "These guys are all with us. Can we not trouble you to join us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xin raised his knife and swung it down. Zhou Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately started to untie the ropes for his team members. After everyone was rescued, the 3 women in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhou Xing looked at them and said, "These 3 are also pitiful people. Can we save them as well?" Lin Xin frowned and looked at Zhou Sheng beside him, then said, "Whatever." Mr. Zhou didn't know what it meant, but the other party neither said yes nor no. However, the 3 women began to shed tears and sobbed as they looked at Lin Xin and the others. They want to live too. Zhou Sheng looked embarrassed. He looked at Lin Xin's face, and seeing that he had nothing else to say, he didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Xin looked at the women's eager eyes, then walked up to them, cut the ropes, and untied the ropes on the 3 men. The rescued women immediately knelt down and cowed out. "Thank you so much, benefactor." Lin Xin frowned and looked at the 3 women. It was just a matter of convenience. In their eyes, I seemed to be the one who gave them a second life. But Lin Xin just shook his head and turned and walked out. The team will disperse and find this place soon. As for the other personnel in the base, no one knows where they are hiding. The most important thing is this woman, Song Jiao. After a while, Wei Lan and Nan Wei also searched this place. Seeing Lin Xin and the few people behind him, he nodded without saying anything more. Just as Lin Xin was about to leave, the 3 women behind him immediately stood up and followed Lin Xin closely. At the same time, he did not forget to say, "My benefactor, we have nowhere to go. Can we follow you?" "Don't worry, we will behave ourselves." The 3 women were afraid that Lin Xin would not agree to them following them, so they spoke very carefully. After all, in their opinion, Lin Xin could break in here alone and take Zhou Sheng and the others away. This is enough to prove that he is a good person and a loyal person. And the fact that he was able to kill all the people guarding them in the base without any effort was enough to show how powerful he was. In addition, the 3 of them suffered torture in this base. After Lin Xin came in, he did not show the slightest greedy look towards them, even treat them as air. This is not necessarily the case for everyone here who has seen them. In particular, the two women following him also looked very powerful. The clothes he was wearing and the weapons he held were no worse than Lin Qin's. This shows that he treats his players equally, and what he has against his teammates will also be treated equally. Zhou Sheng, who had spoken up to plead for them, was not a bad person, of course. It was just that Zhou Sheng had a beard all over his face and was pretending to be dead, so he looked like a rough man. Lin Qin is handsome and elegant, so naturally he leaves a better impression in their minds than Zhou Sheng and the others. So the first choice is Lin Qin. If Lin Qin could recruit them into his team, that would be the best plan at the moment. Lin Qin remained silent and did not agree immediately. He just looked them up and down and said, "Our team does not accept people who have not awakened their special abilities. The fact that these 3 people are trapped here shows that they're just ordinary people. Ordinary people are of no use at all in this age, where superpowers are rampant. If you collect it, you will just be a freeloader." Although Lin Qin does not have too many requirements for the joining team members, you must awaken your special powers. Once you awaken your superpowers, it doesn't matter if your level is low, because he has plenty of crystal cores. It can improve the ability of team members in a short period of time. But if he hadn't awakened, Lin Qin wouldn't have kept the waste in vain. Those who joined the team early on all awakened their abilities one after another. Even Su Jing and others who had just joined the team had superpowers to varying degrees. And with the current development of the situation, Lin Qin will not recruit such people to drag down the team. Who knew that the woman standing in the middle hurriedly said, "No, no, no, there are superpowers. We have all awakened superpowers." Lin Qin became interested as he listened to what the other party said. It doesn't matter what size or level the superpower is, as long as it is useful. The woman looked up and glanced at the other people around her. Then he said, "My awakened ability is relatively weak. I don't know if it will be of any use to you. I can strengthen your abilities." Lin Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If it can enhance superpowers, it sounds like an assist in a certain game. With his blessing, the hero is quite superior. He does have some use in his team. Now it's just low level. In the future, as your level gets higher, the number of teammates who can assist at the same time will also increase. It is quite good and useful for the team. Lin Qin couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. "Yes, but have you two awakened as well?" His eyes turned to the 2 people beside the woman. The 2 women looked at each other and then said, "Ours is, I can control zombies, but this ability currently only allows me to control ordinary zombies. I can strengthen my physique." Lin Qin understood. The abilities of these 3 people are actually of auxiliary type. They cannot cause any harm to the survivors, nor can they protect themselves. If they join a team and use their abilities correctly, they will be even more powerful. The only one that was somewhat aggressive was too low level. There are not many ordinary zombies under control. It just so happens that Zhang Qian in the team is just a little bronze man, and Wang Yu's ability is his great strength. Chapter 355 Wang Yang comes. If they were given physical enhancements, Zhang Qian and Wang Yu's personal abilities would definitely soar. As for controlling zombies, that's just a coincidence. Yesterday, I was marveling at how someone had awakened such an extraordinary superpower, and today I met one. If they become powerful, they won't have to worry about mutants appearing near their villa area. Even if you go out with the team, you can use it to sense the location of the zombies, control the zombies to go to places that everyone cannot enter or want to explore, and detect dangers first. It's quite good. They looked dirty, and their clothes were very thin, almost naked. No one in this base discovered their abilities. I don't know how to use people. Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh, and then said, "Okay, just follow us." Seeing Lin Qin relax, the 3 women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They thought that Lin Qin would turn them away when he heard that they were so weak and had no ability to attack. This is simply great. Being able to join Lin Qin's team means that they will be treated the same as the other 2 women around him. Before the 3 of them could be happy, Lin Qin directly poured a basin of cold water on them. But let me be frank, the team doesn't support idlers, nor teammates who don't obey orders. Join my team and become a member. All actions and instructions must be strictly followed according to my instructions. If you don't obey orders, don't blame me for being rude. Of course, there are benefits to joining my team. I will be responsible for your daily food and drink. The 3 women nodded. Lin Qin's condition seemed very reasonable to them. Being able to join a strong team right now will only bring benefits to them. Nanwei stared at one of the women with curiosity and seemed to remember something before saying, "Hey, aren't you the popular first-tier celebrity named Bing?" "Zhao Bing Bing." Lin Xin paused, then turned around and looked at the three women following him. The three women were covered in dust and dirt, but if you ignored their messy hair and the dust and dirt on their faces, they were still quite pretty. But how did Nanwei recognize her as the star Zhao Bing Bing? Speaking of which, I still have some impression of Zhao Bing Bing and Lin Xin. After all, it caused quite a stir on Weibo before. Even among these programmers who work all day and all night, the office is full of lively discussions and gossip. In my memory, Zhao Bing Bing was very beautiful with a curvy figure. Comparing myself to these three skinny guys, I always feel a little. The one in the middle of the three women froze in expression and then quickly lowered her head. The other two women beside her immediately said, "No, you got the wrong person." Nanwei looked confused. It was impossible that she had recognized the wrong person. She still remembered the proposal incident that had caused a lot of controversy. Zhao Bing Bing and the handsome newcomer in the entertainment industry, Hu Su, have always been recognized as a sweet couple. As a result, the person who Su publicly proposed to was not Zhao Bing Bing. As a result, Zhao Bing Bing was regarded by fans as the mistress who broke up other people. It became a hot search on Weibo at the time. Nanwei felt a little sorry. "Okay, I'm sorry." Lin Xin didn't care what they were talking about. "Just thinking about the future as I walk." The addition of these three people means that the team's strength will be taken to the next level. The role of the team will only get higher and higher. Of course, Lin Xin doesn't care whether they are stars or not. What he values is their abilities, not their people. Only Wang Yang and his team searched the place thoroughly, but they didn't find Song Jiao. He moved all the supplies out and sorted them out and loaded them onto the truck. After Lin Xin and his team members came out, he quickly went to meet them. "Old Joe, that's great. I know you are all right." Wang Yang walked over and punched him lightly on the shoulder with his right fist. Zhou Sheng also shook hands with Wang Yang with a smile on his face. After the two of them greeted each other, Wang Yang walked straight to Lin Xin and said, "Brother Lin, we have dealt with all the people still alive in the base, but we have never seen Sister Jiao. By the way, we also discovered that there were a dozen cars missing from their garage." Lin Xin couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this Jiao sister ran away because she saw that the situation was not right? As for the car, weren't Song Shan and his group driving the car? Maybe it was Song Shan and his group's car. It wouldn't be a big deal if the car wasn't there, but it was a problem that this little sister wasn't there. After all, you don't know whether she ran away or is just not there. Wang Yang saw that Lin Xin didn't say anything, and then continued. Maybe this Jiao sister saw that the situation was not right and ran away a long time ago. But Brother Lin, thanks to someone this time, my brothers and I were able to bring them back so smoothly. How about you come back with me, and I'll talk to the boss of our base, and we'll cooperate with you. Lin Xin raised his eyes, not understanding what he meant at first. Wang Yang continued, Brother Lin, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely eager to work with you and be your younger brother, but in my base, I don't keep my word. It would be our honor if we could be your little brother. Lin Xin is so powerful. If they cooperate with Lin Xin and his team, it will only benefit their team and not harm it. And once the cooperation is successful, if their base is suppressed and attacked by others, they still have Lin Xin as a strong backer to rely on. How could Lin Xin not know Wang Yang's little thoughts? He was confused for a moment and thought he had heard it wrong. Wang Yang actually used his own tricks on him. Lin Xin couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Wang Yang said a little embarrassedly, Brother, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. Anyway, the relationship between me and you is unbreakable. Even if there's no cooperation, I will stand by you. Lin Xin did not believe Wang Yang's flattery and shook his head. Wang Yang was not surprised that Lin Xin would refuse. After all, that's what all strong people are like. But he believed that even if Lin Xin did not cooperate with the base, if he was in trouble, he could go to Lin Xin and the others, and they would take him in. Anyway, he got the benefits as for the base. That has nothing to do with him. Even if the base becomes rich in the future and he is no longer valuable, he can still be kicked out if he wants. In this case, it would be better if the relationship only existed on oneself. This is also good, having your own support. Lin Xin reached out and patted his shoulder. All right, take your people back quickly. Chapter 356. Lotus emerging from the water. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to Lanxiang Lake Park to find me. Wang Yang was just fantasizing at first, but when he heard Lin Qin admit it, he was still a little surprised. Very good. Oh, Brother Lin, we collected and transported these supplies from their base. Since you have flattened this place, we can't waste these supplies. I have loaded them into the car for you, so you can just get in and go. Lin Qin looked at the supplies loaded on the car. There was a long convoy of more than a dozen people. It's piled full. To be honest, Lin Qin was not short of supplies. But as the saying goes, don't miss out on something. Who would complain about having too many supplies? However, Lin Qin still said, it's not just me who contributed to the pacification of this place. So, I'll give you 80% of the credit. You know, with so many supplies, even if there are only 2, is still a lot. Wang Yang never thought that he could take supplies from Lin Qin. What's more, if it weren't for meeting Lin Qin, he would never have taken these supplies. Wang Yang was deeply moved when he heard Lin Qin say this. Oh my God, Brother Lin, thank you so much. The two of them divided the supplies in the house tacitly. Lin Qin chuckled and didn't say much. He turned around and looked at the other 3 women who had just joined the team and asked, can you drive? The 3 of them nodded. Lin Qin brought a small number of people with him. Only 4, plus himself, making a total of 5. With the addition of 3 new people, there are a total of 8 people. If the ratio is 80-2, 8 people won't be able to drive those cars. Seeing this, Wang Yang waved his hand and said, Brother Lin, if you don't mind, I'll have my people drive you there. Lin Qin just chuckled and declined. He said this just to give Wang Yang an illusion. It's impossible to tell Wang Yang openly that I have space. No, the others are nearby and will be here in a moment. Wang Yang didn't say much, just nodded. Then he called his brothers to get in the car and left. As for the convoy, Lin Qin waved his hand, and in an instant, a lot of them were gone, leaving only 1 car. The 3 new women who joined the team were stunned. The other women who had been following Lin Qin were already used to it. On the way back, Lin Qin learned about it through chatting. Zhao Bingbing was indeed the Zhao Bingbing that Nan Wei mentioned. It's just that there were too many people just now, and they didn't dare to admit it. The other 2 women around her are her agent Li Tong and her assistant Lin Lijun. The 3 of them relied on each other along the way, and were eventually recognized as stars by people in the base. In addition, Zhao Bingbing was already very beautiful, so she naturally became the target of these people. Of course, the so-called Jiao also knew about it, but she just acquiesced. This will allow the men who join the team to vent their stress and relax, and make them more obedient to her orders. Naturally, she will not waste this opportunity. Nan Wei and the others couldn't help but feel heartbroken when they heard about their experiences. It seems that in the end times, beautiful women only have this one function. Unless your own strength is strong enough, people are in awe of you and dare not take you lightly. Nan Wei couldn't help but comfort them. Wasn't I the same at the beginning? If I hadn't run away at the risk of my life, I would probably have ended up like them. Lin Qin's car drove to the hospital. From a distance, he could see the big red words on the roof of the hospital. It was easy to find an ambulance at the hospital. After checking the items and equipment in the ambulance, Wei Lan got out of the car and drove back alone. The 2 cars returned to the villa area in a mighty manner. Wei Lan and Nan Wei took the 3 women back to take a shower and change into new clothes. Lin Qin immediately went into Su Jing and the others' villa to check on the condition of the injured. Fortunately, with the help of Tang Kersen's medical skills, all the external injuries were healed. The internal injuries still need to be healed. There is no rush for this. They're not in such a hurry. The key is to heal their injuries well. After checking on the team members' conditions and confirming that they were all fine, Lin Qin returned to the main villa. There were quite a few unexpected gains today. After distributing the supplies on those large trucks, everyone can get a lot. Lin Qin sat on the sofa, looking inward into the space, checking what was there one by one. But they didn't expect that Wang Yang even took the generator from their base and put it in his car. But this generator is pretty good. It will be installed in the villas of other members in time, so that everyone can have electricity. He had originally thought of sending the generator over. After all, he did not lack it. He did not expect to find it among the looted supplies. However, the material issue is easy to solve, and the subsequent personnel planning needs to be carefully planned. There are currently 21 people in the team. If there are 5 people in a team, we could divide them into 4 teams. The extra person can be placed in any team. However, at present, the three women who have newly joined the team are still too weak. They don't even have the ability to protect themselves and can only join other people's teams as an auxiliary. Even if he goes out with the team, there will always be times when he cannot be taken care of properly. By that time, Chugu would lose more than he gains, so he has to strengthen his body. After much deliberation, Lin Xin handed the three of them over to Wei Lan. In the team, only Wei Lan is proficient in how to strengthen himself and teach them boxing and kicking skills. By strengthening their bodies and having the ability to protect themselves, they can persevere through their own abilities even if they're unable to take care of themselves for a while. In this case at the moment, it seems that Wei Lan is with Zhao Bingbing, Li Tong, Lin Lijun, and Xiao Shui. After they have all been trained, dividing other people's teams, Zhang Qian and Wang Yu's abilities lie in themselves, and in the future they will definitely team up with Lin Lijun's enhanced physique. And Wang Yu will naturally bring his sister with him, so that the team's cooperation will be even closer. Su Jing's people, without changing the original personnel, added Lu Yin and Wang Qin in, which made it perfect. Of course, these are only temporary considerations. When these people have learned enough, the team will be formally divided into different teams. While Lin Xin was thinking, Zhao Bingbing came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. For a moment, Lin Xin was stunned. This is what a lotus emerging from water means. Even though Zhao Bingbing has lost a lot of weight now, it's hard to hide her temperament. Most importantly, there hasn't been much change in my figure. Chapter 357, Installing a Generator. I don't know if those people were afraid that her figure would shrink or what. I didn't expect that she would have such a thin face, but a pretty good figure. Zhao Bingbing was wearing the new nightgown that Wei Lan brought her. The nightgown was a little thin, but fortunately the heating in the villa was sufficient and it was not cold at all. Especially since she had just finished taking a shower. Her wet hair hit her chest, soaking her entire chest. Lin Xin stared at her intently, and Zhao Bingbing felt both happy and worried. The good thing is that she is very confident about her figure and her charm. What worries her is that she is no longer clean. She has seen many such looks during those days of torture, and she even feels a little disgusted with them. Lin Xin quickly withdrew his gaze. To be honest, Zhao Bingbing before and after taking a bath were like two different people. It is normal to be stunned for a moment. But after a moment, Lin Xin withdrew his gaze and continued to plan his previous idea. Zhao Bingbing, seeing Lin Xin withdrew his gaze, sat on the sofa and continued writing and drawing. While I felt relieved, I also felt a little lost. For her, it would be nice if she could cling to a strong man like Lin Xin and belong to him alone. At least not like before, with so many people. But she knew that if she acted like this, Lin Xin would probably look down on her. There are quite a few beautiful women in his team. There are almost all types. After a while, Li Tong and Lin Lijun, who had just finished taking a shower, came out refreshed. Wei Lan, who was going up and down the stairs, was holding a lot of clean clothes in his arms and said, "Put these on first. I'll take you to where you're going to live." Zhao Bingbing held the down jacket in her arms and asked softly, "Don't we live here?" Wei Lan didn't even raise her head. She looked for the key Lin Xin handed her and said, "This place is full. There are no single rooms. If you don't mind, you can sleep in the same room with Xiaoli and the others. There are 2 bunk beds in Xiaoli's room, on which are placed a lot of their things. But it is not a problem to accommodate 3 people." Li Tong was a little older, so he immediately smiled apologetically. No, we will follow your arrangements." Wei Lan found the code on the key, then looked up and said, "You can live anywhere you want. We have many houses in the villa area. If you live in one alone, you will feel more comfortable." Lin Xin, who was sitting on the sofa, heard what Wei Lan and the others said and couldn't help but say, "Zhang Qian will move out tomorrow, taking Wang Yu with him. Let the 3 of them live in the vacant room." Wei Lan turned her head, somewhat confused. When did Zhang Qian say he wanted to move out? But since it was Lin Xin who said it, Wei Lan nodded immediately. Lin Xin continued, "I plan to let you take care of these 3 people. Their abilities are rather special. They can only be strengthened in terms of physical strength. You are the only one who can do this." Wei Lan couldn't help but look at the 3 women. After a little thought, he knew what Lin Xin meant. When it comes to physical training, there is really no one better than her. It would be much more convenient if we lived in the same villa. However, did Zhang Qian and Wang Yu know that he was going to move out? The 3 of them looked at each other, not knowing whether to advance or retreat, but they all tacitly agreed not to say another word. Wei Lan took the three people to Wang Xiaoli and Tang Kersen's room for a brief rest. Then he went downstairs. Lin Xin was still sitting in the original position in the living room, seemingly thinking about something. Nan Wei and the others were gathered in Su Jing's villa, busy chatting and talking, and they were not in the villa at the moment. Wei Lan walked over, sat down on the sofa, and asked, "When did Zhang Qian say he was moving away?" Lin Xin came back to his senses from his thoughts and looked at Wei Lan. Then he reached out, grabbed Wei Lan's arm, and pulled her into his arms. Wei Lan was stunned and exclaimed at first. Then she sat on Lin Xin's lap and was held in his arms. Lin Xin looked at Wei Lan, curled his lips, and asked, "Why, are you jealous?" A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Wei Lan's face. She was really worried about being seen by others. After Lin Xin chuckled, he continued, "Zhang Qian said it himself. It was you who shouted too loudly. Zhang Qian said that he and Wang Yu moved out to avoid being annoyed and embarrassed by listening to him every day." Wei Lan's face suddenly turned red. A little dazed. What kind of lewd words are these? What are they connected to? When did she scream too loudly? There was only that one time between her and Lin Xin. That was all. Wei Lan now regretted asking such a question. Now he was on his toes and wished he could get a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Xin looked at her blushing face and couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. She pressed Wei Lan down on the sofa, and her hands began to move. When Zhang Qian entered the room, he took one look at the scene on the sofa. He immediately raised his hands to cover his eyes and cried out, "Ouch!" Wei Lan woke up as if from a dream, her face flushed. She pushed Lin Xin away and ran into her room. Lin Xin lost his patience when he saw Zhang Qian disturbing his good times. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Xin with a tut-tut sound. "It seems that I have to move it sooner rather than later, otherwise it will affect your performance." During this period of time, he had already discovered that the women in the villa seemed to be somewhat wary of him and Wang Yu. He didn't know what it was until a few days ago when he went to the bathroom in the middle of the night and realized why Wang Yu went to the bathroom every night before going to bed. It's simply unbearable to listen to. How embarrassing it is for a little prince of love like him. I immediately decided to move out of here when I had some free time. Of course, he wanted to take his sister away to prevent her from learning bad things from Lin Xin. As for Wang Yu, when he knew that he was going to move away, he volunteered to go with him. From then on, Lin Xin was the only one in the villa, and he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Xin was speechless. Go away. Where are you coming back from?" Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows and said confidently, "That's not necessary." "Who am I? I'm so accurate when I take action." Lin Xin sneered and didn't bother to pay attention. However, Zhang Qian regained his composure the next second and said, "Don't I say that you should get me a generator in the villa? It's freezing outside, and you have to at least give me some electricity. Come on, let's go take a look." Lin Xin stood up slowly and said as he walked, "Why are you in such a hurry? The villa is right there, and we can't run away. Don't worry about the generators. We got a lot of good stuff today. We'll sort them out and distribute them to you later." Chapter 358, Plans for the Distribution of Supplies. The two people talked as they walked, and soon the sound could no longer be heard. Wei Lan cautiously poked her head out of the room and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw them leave. Fortunately, it was only Zhang Qian who saw it, not anyone else, otherwise she would really be dead. Lin Xin followed Zhang Qian to Lu Yan's villa. Lu Yan had not returned yet, and Wang Qin was not in the room either. Lin Xin looked at the door of the villa and was a little surprised. "So soon? The keys were given to you?" "Of course not. It's already 12 o'clock. Hurry up and leave the generator to turn on the power." I know, don't rush me. If you don't know, you might think it's your own villa." Lin Xin complained quietly. Started walking down the basement. The basement is the best place to place the generator. Here, the noise won't be too loud and it won't attract the zombies' attention. The two men quickly got the generator working and connected the power, then plugged in the air conditioner in the villa and turned up the temperature. After dealing with this matter, Zhang Qian took Lin Xin to the villa where he was about to move in. The things and furniture in the villa are all ready-made, so there is no need to purchase anything extra. However, Zhang Qian still said, "I want a new quilt and an air conditioner. I also want a vertical one. Give me a few more. I'm afraid of the cold." Lin Xin. The request was still blamed on Gawler. However, after Lin Xin had settled everything about the location of the generator, he also brought some new bedding to Zhang Qian and placed it aside. There are quite a lot of rooms on the second floor of the villa, but the first floor is uninhabitable because the glass is broken. But Zhang Qian didn't care. He just went back and got a few bricks to build it up. After all, this place is close to Lin Xin, Lu Yin, and others. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Zhang Qian couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you go check on Sister Jing and the others and deal with them?" No electricity is a problem that no one can handle. Lin Xin held his forehead helplessly. This person really demonstrated to the fullest what it means to have no value left after using you. Lin Xin sighed and then said, all right, hurry up and clean up. I'll do it. Come out and help me when you're done. By the way, go back to your room and get the blanket and everything." Zhang Qian nodded. I know. I'll ask Wang Yu to go." Lin Xin. There's no need for him to remind her at all. She has already arranged everything. Lin Xin shook his head and walked out. I happened to run into Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoli, who were carrying a lot of bags. Of course, the one carrying the big and small bags was not Wang Yu, but Wang Xiaoli. Wang Yu was injured, so he definitely couldn't carry any large or small bags. The heavy responsibility of this job naturally fell on Wang Xiaoli. But Lin Xin frowned as he looked at Wang Yu. "You are still running around when you are injured." Wang Yu listened to Lin Xin's words and grinned. "No, Xiaoli is pushing it." Wang Yu is sitting in a wheelchair, with Wang Xiaoli behind him. There were a lot of things piled up at the entrance of the yard. As for Wang Yu, he really didn't move much. Lin Xin took the initiative to help move the large and small bags in the yard into the yard, and then walked out. However, Zhang Qian was right about one thing. Su Jing and the others really needed to install the generator quickly. They couldn't let them stay in the cold. We agreed that all food, drinks, and entertainment will be covered once you join the team, so I can't go back on my word. Su Jing and the others all gathered in a room. After all, someone was injured, and they were all very worried. Lin Xin naturally went down to the basement of the villa and installed the generator. All the air conditioners in the villa were plugged in, and all the standards were in accordance with Lin Xin's own villa. Now that electricity is on, the room is no longer cold. The mood of everyone in the room was much better than at the beginning. Lin Xin walked back from Su Jing and her friend's villa, finished his dinner, and took a rest. The room occupied by Zhang Qian and Wang Yu on the third floor was now occupied by 3 women who had just joined the team. At the same time, Wang Yu and Zhang Qian also took Zhang Shui and Wang Xiaoli away. The excuse is, don't be led astray by Lin Xin. Of course, Zhang Shui and Wang Xiaoli had no idea what it meant, but he was quite happy to follow his elder brother. Moreover, the temperature in Zhang Qian's villa is exactly the same as that in Lin Xin's. Everyone fell asleep peacefully, lying in the warm villa. At this time, Song Jiao, who had been out for a day, finally returned with her motorcade in the cold night. Just looking at the base where blood was flowing like a river and corpses were everywhere, my heart was colder and more desolate than the snow in the cold wind. Of course, Lin Xin didn't know that he was busy sowing seeds at this time. The next morning, Lin Xin woke up feeling relaxed and refreshed. Wei Lan had prepared breakfast early, but today I still drink chicken soup. Of course, Lin Xin put all the supplies in the kitchen. People in the villa came in turns, so Lin Xin never cared what to eat or how to eat. Anyway, it's good enough that someone is willing to do it for you. What's more, the chicken soup must taste good. Everyone has been exhausted these days, so what's wrong with drinking something good to replenish your energy? Wei Lan looked at Lin Xin's greedy look and couldn't help but said, "These are not for you to drink." "What?" Lin Xin held the bowl of chicken soup and looked at Wei Lan with a puzzled look. "What else can't he eat?" Wei Lan laughed. "I was just kidding. I left a bowl of chicken soup for everyone. But don't even think about what's in this pot. I cooked it for Su Jing and the others. They were injured so badly yesterday, they need to eat something good to replenish their body. I heard from Xiaoli that they used to eat frozen potatoes. It's good to eat them occasionally, and it's okay to eat them on weekdays, but it's not okay now. Eating them is not conducive to recovery. Besides, you said you would provide them with food and drink, so you can't just ignore it. He just joined the team, and he's already injured. We have to take care of him. The purpose of this chicken soup is to nourish their bodies." Lin Xin looked at Wei Lan's busy back and then smiled slightly. However, as more and more people joined the team, it became too much of a task for one person to be responsible for cooking for the entire base. It will probably take me until lunchtime to finish breakfast. It's so early in the morning, I don't know what time I have to get up and get busy. For example, the chicken soup in front of you is made in 2 full pots. The quantity is a bit insufficient. Wei Lan poured the chicken soup into a large stainless steel basin, then put it into a basket covered it with a lid, and placed a lot of steaming buns and side dishes on top. Okay, you came down just in time. Send these things to Su Jing and the others. Chapter 359, Distributing Supplies. Lin Xin reached out to take it, then walked out with the basket. But as I walked, I thought, I can't go on like this. I have to deliver breakfast to others every day, which makes me feel like a servant. No, we have to solve this matter quickly. After a while, Lin Xin arrived at the gate of the villa where Su Jing and others were. At this time, Su Jing and the others had already gotten up one after another. Seeing Lin Xin knocking on the door, Zhang Beibei in the house ran over quickly and opened the gate of the yard. Brother Lin, why are you here? Lin Xin handed over the basket in his hand. Today's breakfast. Zhang Beibei took it with some fear. After all, in her eyes, Lin Xin was still very majestic. After handing over breakfast, Lin Xin went back. He looked at the large open space between the villa buildings and then stopped moving forward. He could distribute the supplies. 4 daily meals in each building. You can prepare whatever you want to eat yourself, which can save you a lot of trouble. After figuring it out, Lin Xin nodded. Well, that's it. Released the hand that was pushing on the yard gate. Lin Xin began to place the supplies on the open space. There was actually quite a lot of supplies looted from that base, and since the number of people in each villa was different, Lin Xin classified the supplies according to the same species and arranged them together. Soon, the open space was filled with these things. After breakfast, Lin Xin stood in the middle of a pile of supplies and started shouting, "Everyone line up, come and get the supplies." Those who heard the noise came out of the house one after another. Some people still stuffed their mouths with unfinished buns. Lin Xin looked at everyone, raised his hand, and said, "Starting from today, come to me every once in a while to get the next stage of living supplies." Now, everyone's villa has electricity. From today on, everyone will prepare meals in their own villa. After all, we have several times more staff than before. If everyone prepares food by themselves, it will take too long. From now on, you'll have your own villa and cook your own meals. By the way, for those of Sister Jing and the others who are injured and can't come over, I'll ask you guys in the same building to pick up the supplies on their behalf. What was distributed today includes food, drinks, and daily necessities, as well as some of your weapons. If you need anything on weekdays, just come to me. Okay, without further ado, come and get yours in line. Lin Xin handed out all the different kinds of supplies to everyone who came to pick them up. Of course, even if these things were just enough for one person, he still received a lot. The first thing is new clothes. I have 4 or 5 sets of spare clothes, plus shoes, socks, and so on. Of course, Lin Xin is not that stingy. He has as many clothes as he wants. But they are all repeated. Everyone has different preferences. If you want some other styles, such as sweaters or small intimate items, you can go to a nearby shopping mall or clothing store to find some suitable ones. After all, there should be a lot of clothes. Of course, you can't find cotton-padded jackets and down coats outside. But Lin Xin can provide a lot. Of course, apart from these, there are small snacks for everyone to satisfy their cravings. They couldn't even take these things alone. As for the food the team needs, instant noodles, bread, pastries, flour, pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, and so on. But there are quite a few. In addition, Lin Xin distributed half a month's worth of food at one time. Of course, this was the first time that supplies were distributed based on the number of people in each building, so Lin Xin didn't know whether the quantity was a lot or a little. But after a rough estimate, the amount he gave would definitely be enough for half a month. After receiving the food and clothes, the team members who had returned to the villa ran over again, continued to receive the next wave. These are all fresh meats, vegetables, and greens. These things won't last long if kept at room temperature. However, they did not expect that there would be fresh pork and vegetables in this weather. You know, it is extremely difficult to eat vegetables in winter. And after the big drop in temperature, there is even less. Every plant you see is dead. The withered and yellow leaves and tree trunks are too obvious. But after receiving all these things, there was something even more shocking. Lin Xin actually distributed fruits. All the new members who joined the team later widened their eyes with a look of disbelief. Aren't they probably seeing things wrong? Placed in front of Lin Xin were boxes of apples, bananas, and shiyue pears. Each villa receives 1 box. In addition, Lin Xin distributed some vegetable seeds. These are vegetable seeds. The type of vegetable is written on each bag. When the weather gets warmer and suitable for sowing, you can plant them anywhere that won't get in the way. Being able to grow things and having seeds is much more exciting than just receiving food. You have to know that food is limited, and we have to produce it so that we always have a constant supply of food. No matter how much supplies Lin Qin has, they will all run out eventually. If it falls, everyone will be in real trouble. However, when receiving supplies, no one thought about the future. Everyone was stunned by this sudden surprise. After distributing these things, the next thing is protective gear. After all, the zombie virus was initially caused by transmission. Although it has mutated to this day, no one knows whether it is still contagious. It's always okay to be careful and protect yourself. As for the protective supplies, Lin Qin distributed them in large boxes. After all, this thing is a consumable. Of course, the protective equipment has been distributed, and those who join the team later, such as Su Jing, naturally cannot be without the standard weapons. A black backpack, a walkie-talkie, and guns and ammunition inside. It took a full 2 hours to finally receive all the gifts. The people who had taken the supplies returned to their respective rooms and began to pack up. Lin Qin, Wei Lan, Nan Wei, and others who were distributing the supplies rubbed their sore shoulders and said to each other, "It's quite tiring to distribute so many things." But think about it. If you give away all this food, will it? Nan Wei frowned, looking a little worried. Lin Qin reached out and patted the remaining box of fruit behind him and said, "Don't worry. This is actually the most convenient way. You can collect supplies on time every month, and you don't have to be busy preparing food for so many people. There are only more than 20 people now. You not only have to prepare breakfast, but also deliver it to them. What kind of treatment is this? I can do it myself." Nan Wei chuckled and said nothing more. Chapter 360 Dinner. What Lin Qin said made a lot of sense. Anyway, since it has come to this, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Wei Lan looked at them, then shrugged and said, "I have something to tell you. I want a villa and renovate it to turn it into a training room." Lin Qin handed the person over to himself. The space in the villa was too small and could not accommodate several people in total. She might as well go out and find a villa and renovate it. The walls that need to be demolished should be demolished, and the walls that need to be opened should be opened up to leave the space free. Anyway, there's still a lot of villas in the villa area, so Lin Qin nodded and agreed. Wei Lan returned to the villa. Zhao Bingbing, Li Tong, and Lin Lijun were still sitting at the dining table, eating food frantically. Seeing Wei Lan coming back, the three of them couldn't help but stop what they were doing. There was no portion of the supplies distributed outside for the three of them, mainly because they lived in Lin Qin's villa, and they could take these things anytime and anywhere, every day. The big boxes were placed in the corner, and they could just take them when they wanted to eat. So the three people did not participate in collecting supplies. Instead, he ate heartily while others were out helping to distribute supplies. The words Wei Lan wanted to say were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. It's not that I thought the three of them wouldn't help, but I was frightened by the way they wolfed down the food. It looked like he hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. When everyone was around, the three of them were quite polite and ate slowly. Everyone went out to distribute supplies, and when no one was around, they ate like this. For a moment, Wei Lan didn't know whether he should leave quietly or continue speaking. But the three people's eyes were now looking straight at him. After thinking for a while, Wei Lan said, "Come with me after you finish eating." Li Tong stuffed the bun in her mouth, wiped her hands on her body, and said incoherently, No, we can do it now." The three people all stopped eating, stood up one by one, and walked to Wei Lan's side. Wei Lan looked at the three people and then said, "Okay, follow me." However, Wei Lan still kindly reminded him, "Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. There's more if you want more." Zhao Bingbing nodded. They followed Wei Lan all the way to an abandoned villa. Before entering the villa, Wei Lan distributed a pair of rubber gloves, masks, disinfectant, etc. to each person. After they were fully equipped, the gate of the yard was pushed open, and an old corpse came into everyone's sight. To be honest, the corpse didn't look very good, but the three women seemed calm. Wei Lan raised her eyebrows and was quite satisfied with the reactions of the three of them. At this point in time, if they can't even handle the weight of a corpse, then she'll have to give them a shit from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, Wei Lan was satisfied with their reactions. Wei Lan stepped over the corpse and walked into the villa. The bloodstains near the villa's gate had completely dried up and were imprinted on the tiles on the ground, and the blood spots sprayed on the walls had all turned dark brown. There were 2 more bodies on the sofa and on the floor in the living room. There was furniture all over the place. It is not difficult to see what this villa has suffered. Wei-Lan looked around and found that this was the most spacious one she had seen so far. It's best for training. Wei-Lan was very satisfied. The location is quite spacious. If we demolish the storage room, the space will be even bigger. That's good. Okay, this is it. This will be your place for physical training from now on. Wei-Lan watched and commented. There is no need to demolish the kitchen since it doesn't take up much space. Smashing the kitchen wouldn't make much difference. If I feel hungry or thirsty during training, I can come here to get something to eat. The three women behind him looked at the environment here and then frowned slightly. This is where they will be training for the next few days. Wouldn't it be too casual? However, the three of them just thought about it silently, and then they took the initiative to roll up their sleeves and get busy. For example, the corpses on the ground must always be dealt with. The messy, dry leftovers in the kitchen had rotted into a pool of black water that emitted a foul smell. If the temperature hadn't dropped drastically and frozen these things, the place would have smelled even worse and been unacceptable in the dry and cold environment. Someone needs to wipe the bloodstains on the ground, and the dust scattered in the house needs to be swept. The three of them were very conscientious and started working hard. Only now did they know the functions of those things Wei-Lan gave them before entering the villa. With these protections, they don't have to worry so much when cleaning. The body was carried to the open space outside the yard gate. Disinfectant was poured on the bloodstains on the ground and then scrubbed with a large brush. The three of them worked very hard, and soon they managed to clean up the situation. The whole villa was filled with the smell of disinfectant. After dealing with these, Wei-Lan led them to move the bodies to the small river in the villa, poured gasoline on the bodies, and set them on fire. At the same time, all the gloves that were being carried were thrown into the fire. Wei-Lan clapped his hands and said, "All right, open the window and let in some fresh air. You can take a rest today. When the air is almost clear tomorrow, we can start formal training." The three of them nodded, then followed Wei-Lan in the direction of Lin Qin and the others. At this moment, some people were busy building a wall outside, and the injured were lying at home and unable to go out, so they had to carefully recuperate. Lin Qin, on the other hand, was thinking of just being more Buddhist during this period of time and talking about other things after everyone's bodies were roughly healed. The remaining people tried their best to pull out the wall. The atmosphere in the villa is quite relaxed. After all, we had just received a generous supply of supplies this morning, and everyone was in high spirits and having a great time. And at this time on the other end, Song Jiao cut off the head of the last mutant and looked fiercely at the devastation around her. When I returned to the base last night, not only had the base been ransacked, but all the supplies had also been looted. Not only was she so angry that her heart sank, but she also couldn't sleep the whole night. In the short time she was away, the base was destroyed and all the members died. But the only thing that is worth sighing about is that my brother is now missing. He must have run away and I don't know where he is hiding. Song Jiao thought about it and wondered who she had offended. Which base has the ability to wipe out her base in one fell swoop? She brought the only remaining elite team, and before she could check whether there were any surviving members in the base, a large number of zombies and mutants outside besieged and attacked. Chapter 361. I went out and came back home, but it was gone. The corpses all over the ground, and the smell of rivers of blood attracted them. Song Jiao had no choice but to lead the remaining elite team members to fight hard against these zombie mutants. The sky gradually brightened, and the zombie attack finally ended. Looking at the piles of team members' bodies and mutants on the ground, Song Jiao's face turned pale. After a night of fighting, everyone was exhausted. Chen Yuan, the woman following behind Song Jiao, panted and asked, "Sister Jiao, what should we do next?" Song Jiao raised her hand and wiped the blood splattered on her face. "What else can we do? The base has been destroyed." After a moment of silence, Song Jiao gritted her teeth and blurted out a few words. "Find this person for me." Chen Yuan looked at the corpses all over the ground. The anger in her chest was no less than Song Jiao's, but she still had some rationality. "Jiao Jia, those people that Brother Song Shan arrested yesterday." Song Jiao was stunned and remembered this. The team had discovered a warehouse full of supplies before, but the place was swarming with zombies, and the team that found the supplies was unable to enter and obtain them. After much thought, in order to ensure the team's future supplies, she took her elite team and went to the warehouse on her own initiative. Before leaving yesterday, she saw Song Shan escorting this team of people. At that time, she thought they were just some scattered survivors. With Song Shan's ability, he could only capture some people like that for entertainment. I just don't care about it. I just gave her a few reminders, asking her not to cause any trouble. Could it be that they were the people Song Shan had arrested? Without time to think, Song Jiao stepped over the corpses on the ground and walked directly to a place in the base where people were detained. Chen Yuanyuan followed. The other members were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and did not follow immediately. Soon, they arrived at the place where they were being held. At a glance, Song Jiao saw the bodies of the team members guarding the gate lying on the ground. The door of the room had been kicked open by someone, and there were several cut hemp ropes on the ground inside. If you look closely at the number of people detained is not small, which is reasonable. However, judging from the cut of the rope, it is so neat that it must have been caused by external force. This means that someone broke in from outside to rescue people. The 3 women were also taken away. Who on earth has such great ability? Aren't these people said to be idle and without a base? How could someone come to rescue us? Song Jiao picked up the hemp rope on the ground, her eyes cold. Chen Yuanyuan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Sister Jiao, there is something I have never told you." Song Jiao turned her head and looked over there. Chen Yuanyuan lowered her head guiltily and began to explain hurriedly. "The people that Brother Song Shan captured are from the Haitian base. He didn't let me tell you, saying he was afraid you would nag him again." Song Jiao said with a cold face, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chen Yuanyuan looked worried, her brows furrowed. "If Brother Song Shan doesn't let me tell you, I will." Song Jiao stood up from the ground. This Song Shan actually brought such a disaster to the base. If it is done by the Haitian base, it can indeed be done. Even if she wanted revenge, with the few people she had left, she had no way of competing with them. But if you swallow this loss in silence, it will be impossible. Just when Song Jiao was thinking about how to take revenge, a team member rushed in from outside. "Jiaojia, Jiaojia." Song Jiao turned around, her eyes full of coldness. "Speak." The man was panting, and it was obvious that he had run all the way here. His eyes passed over Chen Yuanyuan's body, and he looked at Song Jiao and said, "We found Brother Shan's body." Song Jiao's pupil shrank. "Say it again." The man swallowed his saliva, but still said with a stiff upper lip, "Brother Shan's body." Before he could finish his words, Song Jiao pushed him away and walked away in big strides. Chen Yuanyuan followed carefully, wrinkling her face and waving her hands desperately to give signals to the other party. The man raised his eyebrows when he saw this. "I don't understand what it means, but I followed anyway." Song Jiao almost jogged the whole way, and her brain was almost numb at this moment. When she arrived at where everyone was, Song Shan's body was being carried out from under a pile of corpses. At a glance, she saw her useless brother among a pile of corpses. Song Shan's body was shot in the heart. There were traces of beating on the body, all bruised and blue. It was not difficult to see what he had experienced before he died. Chen Yuanyuan, who was running behind, saw this and suddenly looked up at Song Jiao next to her. The brain only has 2 words, "finished." Song Jiao squatted down and looked at Song Shan's body, not knowing what to do for a moment. Finally, she placed her palms on Song Shan's eyes, closed his eyes, and said, "Brother, don't worry, I will avenge you." Even though she had looked down on her useless brother before, he was still her only blood relative in this apocalypse. Now, he died at the hands of Haitian and his gang. She remembered this grudge. Chen Yuanyuan wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Song Jiao should hate her at this moment. I'm afraid if she speaks at this time, she will just run into trouble. After thinking about it, she fell silent. Song Jiao did not show any sign of being too sad. She stood up and was surprisingly calm. "Bury him. Dig deeper, or you'll be dug out and eaten by zombies." The team members who were carrying Song Shan's body nodded, then lifted him up one by one and moved him away. The other personnel were still cleaning up the bodies. Song Jiao looked at Song Shan's body until she could no longer see him and said, "Get me a car. I need to go out for a while. In the next few days, take care of all the bodies in the base and burn them all." Chen Yuanyuan nodded and then continued to follow Song Jiao. Song Jiao stopped and said without turning her head, "You don't have to follow me. Take care of the things in the base these few days." After saying this, Song Jiao got into a Mercedes-Benz and drove away. Chen Yuanyuan stood there and watched Song Jiao leave. The man who had just reported the discovery of Song Shan's body walked over. He leaned next to Chen Yuanyuan and also looked at Song Jiao's car. Said, "Sister Jiao, are you going to look for that person?" Chun Yuanyuan didn't look back. She looked into the distance and said, I think so. The Haitian base is about the same size and strength as us. Now, there are only us left. Even if we want to take revenge, we can't beat them. Chapter 362, do you think everyone is blind? If Sister Jiao wants revenge, she can only find that person to help her. Let's forget it. Let's have everyone quickly clean up all the bodies in a base, pile them all together, and then burn them. If so many bodies were burned, the smoke would probably be quite large. What are you afraid of? I don't believe anyone around here would dare to come here. No matter before or now, at least those who have some knowledge in this area know the strength of Wei Tian. Even though the current situation is extremely miserable, he is much stronger than those people. If you dare to come, be prepared to die. Seeing this, the man nodded and gave the order. Not long after, black smoke rose above the base and into the air. Several other large bases nearby looked at the black smoke that was unique to the Wei Tian base and became curious. Inside one of the Chongqing bases, a middle-aged man nibbled melon seeds and asked leisurely, what happened at the Wei Tian base? The slightly younger man next to him looked at him in shock and asked, Boss, don't you know? The Wei Tian base was wiped out in one fell swoop. That woman Song Jiao escaped the disaster because she led the team over there yesterday because of the supplies in Linshui. When she returned in the middle of the night, she found out that the base had been raided. She is now busy cleaning up the bodies in the base. I heard that her brother died too. The middle-aged man, who was cracking melon seeds, paused and his jaw almost dropped in shock. When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Which base did it? They are so bold. This Wei Tian base is, after all, a medium-sized base. It has quite a few people, and their strength is also quite good. It is not an easy task to destroy them. This time it's going to be a good show. It is said that Song Jiao was a proud and arrogant woman. She relied on the power behind her and had snatched supplies from them many times. Now even her brother is dead, and the feud is settled. Just last night, everyone had a good meal. But I heard it was Haitian's gang. Someone saw Haitian's convoy heading towards Wei Tian yesterday. I guess it's pretty close. But the people under Haitian said it wasn't them. It was someone else. The older man raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said, Oh, there are others. This way, Tiandi has offended several bases. In the past, Wei Tian did not get along well with bases like theirs and always liked to snatch supplies. But they have a big base behind them to protect them, so naturally everyone dares to be angry but not to speak out. Hu Yue actually felt a little gloating in his heart. After all, he had suffered a lot in the past. There is someone who is more powerful than Haitian. Hu Tian grabbed a handful of melon seeds and continued. That's off topic. It doesn't seem to be a base. I haven't even heard of its name. It seems to be a person named Lin Qin. Lin Qin? Never heard of it. But it should not be easy to take down Wei Tian. Hu Yue turned around, looked at the woman who was massaging his back, and said, Do you know her? The woman shook her head, then nodded. Then he whispered softly, I seem to have heard of it. This Lin Qin has always been quite capable. I saw him from afar before I followed the boss. At that time, he and several special police rescued a lot of us, put us in the restaurant's kitchen, and then went to help the special police kill zombies. I remember that I secretly laid down through the crack of the door and looked out. Lin Qin threw at least 40 or 50 grenades. Later, we followed the SWAT car to a temporary shelter. Afterwards, all the people in the shelter turned into zombies, and I followed the boss. But I'm not sure if it's the same person. If it's the same person, then it was during the big rescue. If he had so many weapons, I think he should be even more powerful now. Hu Yue couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. During the rescue, let alone Lin Qin, even he was at the stage of using a machete to protect himself, not to mention food. Lin Qin has so many grenades and is not worried about using them up. God knows how many he actually has. It's been so long, and I haven't heard of Lin Qin or his base. Hu Yue couldn't help but ask again, Where were you rescued? The woman pinched Hu Yue's leg and massaged it gently, then said, Not far from Lanxiang Lake Park, a little further south, there is a creative park. There are office buildings over there, and there is also a not-so-good shopping mall opposite. There are many places to eat. Lanxiang Lake Park? I've heard there's a small base there, but there's been no activity so far. For a large base like theirs, the supplies looted from a small base would not be enough to feed thousands of people. Instead of spending time like this, it would be better to go out and look for large storage locations. It is better to focus all your energy on such a small base. But the fire can't burn them now, so they can just wait and see from the sidelines. Hu Yue couldn't help but whistle, tisk, give orders, tell everyone to behave themselves and avoid going out. Hu Tian on the side smiled slightly. Okay. At this time, Chun Hao, the boss of the Haitian base, also got the news. I found out after some inquiries. Wei Tian's gang captured their people, and Wang Yang led a team to bring Lao Zhou and the others back. However, Wang Yang was not asking for instructions from him. There are two people in charge of the base. Chun Hao is the first, and the deputy is Niu Jun. At this time, several important members of the party came to Haitian's meeting room. Chun Hao just sat in the main seat nonchalantly, looking at the people below with a cold face. Niu Jun spoke in his native dialect, saying, "We can't do anything to Wei Tian, so why should we be afraid? Wouldn't it be better if Wang Yang could just pass the responsibility on to him?" Chun Hao couldn't help but sneer. Push it to someone else? Your team and your people were so conspicuous and marched past in a mighty manner. You think everyone else is blind. Chun Hao slammed the table and then fell silent. Niu Jun, who was being scolded, looked at Wang Yang, who was lowering his head, sighed, and said, "This won't work, and that won't work. So what do you say we should do?" Chun Hao sighed, and then said, "There is no other way now. Let's keep alert and guard every 10 steps. Be careful." After he finished speaking, he looked up at Wang Yang again and said, "You did a good job this time. Although we offended that woman Song Jiao, she has relied on the power behind her to snatch supplies from us many times in the past. Okay, let's go back." Wang Yang paused, then nodded and quickly slipped away. Chapter 363, Awkward Misunderstanding. Niu Jun continued, "If there's a guard every 10 steps, are you worried that the woman will go to find the power behind it?" Chun Hao glanced at him, then sighed. "There is news that the woman has already left. If it was in the past, I would not be afraid of her. I would have brought my brothers to wipe out the whole nest of them. But now the times are different. Old cow, we have lost track of the army, and there is no way back. Times are different now. If we don't have weapons and are not strong enough, we will be beaten if we fall behind. In everything we do, we have to consider the elderly, the weak, women, and children in the base, as well as the ordinary people who have no awakening abilities. If something really happens, these people won't be able to resist at all." Niu Jun couldn't help but sigh. "How could I not know? But people are bullying me. Lao Zhou and his men were just transporting supplies. Who would have thought that they would be intercepted by Song? It would have been fine if she had just intercepted them, but she also kidnapped Lao Zhou and threatened that we would beg him for help. Wang Yang is a pretty capable guy. He was originally coming to report to you, but I stopped him and let him go. Why don't you talk about the process? The final result of this matter is attributed to our Haitian. Song Shan's death was purely an accident. Didn't Wang Yang say that Song Shan was beaten to death by his own people? That person wanted to take credit for it, but his cleverness backfired, and that's why he died. To be strict, we can only say that the boy was unlucky and was beaten to death by his own people. It has nothing to do with Jia Ke. Chun Hao sneered. "Lao Niu, if Song Jiao heard what you said, she would chop your head off." How many people would believe such remarks? But the people Wang Yang mentioned, with only a few people, were able to massacre an entire base. To be honest, he was a little interested and even had the idea of collaborating with them. However, such a strong man can destroy Haitian space, so it will be no problem for him to destroy them too. Before you know what it means to be a human being, it is better not to provoke wolves. Chun Hao thought for a while before saying, "Have you heard of Lin Xin before?" Niu Jun shook his head. "I've never heard of this. I haven't heard of such a person in this period of time. I don't know if other people in the base understand this. Normally, such a powerful person should have some reputation. But the two words Lin Xin are really unfamiliar. There is no such person at all." The discussion in the chamber continues. Wang Yang only heard the first half and left in a hurry. He had to find a way to inform Brother Lin. "We should be more careful about the forces behind that woman Song Jiao. Otherwise, if they really come, and Brother Lin is not fully prepared for revenge, that would be bad." Even if he had ordered his men not to spread the news, there was still a chance that the news would leak out. After all, each of these bases is more sophisticated than the others. But Wang Yang, who was in a hurry, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Brother Lin didn't tell him where Lin Xin and his team's base was. It's over. At this time, Lin Xin had no idea that the weather in the Lanxiang area was about to change. Since the new training ground has just been completed, the disinfectant needs to be ventilated for at least a day before training can begin. The The venue for training 3 people is currently just in the center of the living room on the 3rd floor. In the living room on the 3rd floor, the coffee table and other items were all moved to the corner, and a thick yoga mat was laid on the floor. After all, the purpose is to enhance physical fitness, so wrestling training is inevitable. From time to time, the painful cries of 3 people could be heard in the villa. Either he was thrown down by Wei Lan, or he was beaten by Wei Lan, or he was suppressed by Wei Lan. In short, physical exercise is very painful. In order to facilitate exercise, the 3 of them changed into yoga clothes. Lin Xin sat at the door of the bedroom, watching them training, and was very happy. I have to say, this training scene is quite pleasing to the eyes. Zhao Bingbing is a star who has become famous for her beauty. Even though things are different now, with a little cleaning and dressing up, her temperament can be revealed. He is so skinny. No, she needs to gain weight quickly. At night, when it was late and quiet, Zhao Bingbing, who had just finished taking a shower, walked out of the bathroom. Then he cautiously came to Lin Xin's door on the 2nd floor, hesitating. After today's training, Lin Xin asked her to find him in his room before going to bed at night. Zhao Bingbing's first reaction was that Lin Xin wanted to take advantage of her. After all, if she can't understand such hints, then her time in the entertainment industry would be in vain. Zhao Bingbing was actually a little resistant in her heart, mainly because her previous experience had left her with some trauma, but Lin Xin was the boss of the base after all, so she dared not disobey. What's more, Lin Xin himself is very handsome, so she shouldn't be at a disadvantage. But when she reached the door of the room, she was still a little nervous. What to do? If Lin Xin really wants it, should she resist or obey? Should I please him or resist? Does he like it hot or coy? For a moment, Zhao Bingbing's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, he felt a warm touch from behind him. Lin Xin had just finished taking a shower. He was shirtless and wiping his wet hair with a dry towel in one hand. Seeing Zhao Bingbing lingering at his door, he couldn't help but wonder, "What are you doing standing at the door?" Zhao Bingbing started to panic and turn around suddenly, but he accidentally bumped into Lin Xin's chest. She stepped back in panic, then looked up at Lin Xin and said, I hesitated for a long time without saying a complete sentence. Lin Xin simply brushed past her body, opened the door of his room, and walked in. Zhao Bingbing looked up cautiously, hesitating whether to go in and what to do next. Lin Xin carried out a cardboard box from the room. "Raise your hands." Zhao Bingbing stared at the cardboard box in shock, then subconsciously followed Lin Xin's instructions and raised her hand. Then, the cardboard box was placed in her hands. It was a bit heavy, and Zhao Bingbing almost couldn't catch it. Just as she caught it with a little force, Lin Xin stacked the 2nd cardboard box on top, and the weight of the cardboard boxes doubled. She held it tightly, and no more random thoughts entered her mind. I saw the 3rd cardboard box piled on top, and Zhao Bingbing's body was completely hidden behind it. She tried hard to move them, then frowned, tilted her body, and stuck her head out. "These are..." Before she could finish, Lin Xin waved his hand and said, "Okay, go back." Zhao Bingbing was stunned again, then looked at Lin Xin and then at the cardboard box in her hand. "He asked me to come here in the middle of the night, not to..." Chapter 364 Tangled. Lin Xin frowned and asked, "Anything else?" Zhao Bingbing came back to her senses in a panic. "Oh, it's gone." She held the cardboard box and turned and went up the stairs with some difficulty. Fortunately, the light in the stairwell was dim, but I could still see the stairs clearly, so as not to miss a step and fall. After the cardboard box was brought back to the room, Li Tong and Lin Lijun, who were lying on the bed, immediately stepped forward to share the burden. "My dear, where did you get this from? You can't touch these things." As Zhao Bingbing's agent, Li Tong has developed some catchphrases after such a long time. Seeing Zhao Bingbing suddenly bring in 3 cardboard boxes, her first reaction was that Zhao Bingbing brought in other people's things. Zhao Bingbing was still a little confused. After hearing what Li Tong said, she explained, "No, I didn't take it. This is..." However, Li Tong and Lin Lijun had already opened the carton and were dumbfounded when they saw it was filled with all kinds of snacks. "You're still saying we don't have any? Aren't these the supplies that were distributed during the day? Why don't we 3 have any?" "Bingbing, did you secretly take it from the deep place? Now that everyone is asleep and not outside, hurry up and send it back. If they were found to have stolen this thing, the 3 of them would be doomed." Lin Lijun also said, "Yes, Sister Bingbing. Although we didn't get a share when the supplies were distributed today, We can't steal other people's things. If you want to steal, just steal 1 or 2 bags at a time. How can you explain why you brought back so much at once? Zhao Bingbing looked at the 2 people talking and couldn't help but hold her forehead and said speechlessly, "Sister, it really wasn't me who stole it. Brother Lin gave it to me." Li Tong was silent for a moment, then began to speculate. Why give it to us in the middle of the night? When the supplies were distributed during the day, they could have given them to us together. We are not ashamed to be seen by others. Lin Lijun asked, "Is there something that cannot be given in front of everyone?" Li Tong and Lin Lijun looked at each other, then looked at Zhao Bingbing. Li Tong frowned and looked Zhao Bingbing up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. There is no doubt that Bingbing is very beautiful. Could it be that Lin Xin wanted to do the same as those people? Lin Lijun had the same look in her eyes. Lin Xin gave so many things, avoided everyone, and only called Sister Binbin to take them. Could it be that he wanted to give Sister Binbin something that couldn't be shown to others? Lin Lijun immediately squatted down, poured out all the snacks in the carton, and turned them over one by one to check if there was anything useful. Li Tong opened the door of the bedroom, looked at the situation in the living room, then closed the door and locked it. Then he took Zhao Bingbing's arm, walked to the corner, and said, "Bingbing, tell me the truth. Did Lin Xin do anything to you just now? It's the end of the world, and as a man, there are only a few things you can do, without exception." Given Bingbing's looks, it's normal for a man to have that kind of thought. In her opinion, she had been teased many times when she was at the Weitian base. If Lin Xin really took a fancy to her, she would not have to be so restrained. Instead, she would be able to live a good life. Zhao Bingbing shook her head. "No, I didn't even go into his room." Li Tong frowned. "This shouldn't be the case. You are so beautiful. Although you have lost a lot of weight due to hunger during this period, you were once a beauty, and your appearance and temperament are not bad at all." Zhao Bingbing was stunned and understood what Li Tong meant. She explained hurriedly, "Sister, what are you thinking about? There are so many beauties in Brother Lin's villa. Wei Lan, Nan Wei, Dr. Tang. Which one of them is not a beauty? Look at me again. My figure is not as plump as before. My face has become thinner and emaciated. How could Brother Lin be interested in me under such circumstances? Besides, we were treated like that at the Weitian base before. Brother Lin will probably dislike me for being dirty. Besides, sister, I feel a little conflicted about this." Li Tong was silent at first after listening to Zhao Bingbing's words. Naturally, Zhao Bingbing had experienced almost the same things as Lin Lijun. But Li Tong is an old hand in the entertainment industry after all, and in this regard, she is much more accepting than Zhao Bingbing, and she is even more at ease. If it weren't for her experience in the entertainment industry, the 3 of them would not be in this state now. They would probably have been tortured beyond recognition. It was also because of Li Tong's way of dealing with people and being tactful that the 3 of them did not suffer too much in other aspects except for that one aspect. Li Tong paused, then said, "Bingbing, you have to think things through on your own. No matter how much I say, it's useless. Have you forgotten how you became famous? In fact, I don't think Lin Xin looks down on us. At least in terms of treatment, we are treated the same as everyone else. We eat and chat with each other on weekdays, and everyone else is happy to be with us and have normal communication. You have to figure this out yourself. What's more, Lin Xin is so strong that there won't be days like this again in the future. Well, let's talk about this later. When you figure it out, you'll understand it naturally." Zhao Bingbing's face turned pale after Li Tong explained how she became famous. As Li Tong spoke further, she gradually calmed down the emotions that had just leaked out. Lin Lijun couldn't find what she wanted or anything suspicious or shameful in the 3 cardboard boxes. She looked up and muttered, "It's impossible that there is nothing." Li Tong reached out his hand, touched Lin Lijun's forehead, and said, "What should and shouldn't be done? Clean it up quickly." Lin Lijun groaned, covered her forehead, and pouted. But he still squatted down and picked up the snacks on the ground one by one. Li Tong took one of the snacks and unpacked it while saying, "Let's not talk about other things. It's pretty good here. We have meals every day, and we can eat our fill every time. There's also fruit after meals. When you feel hungry, you can eat snacks. There's really no place more comfortable than here. Except for that training, it's killing me. After all, he is an agent in the entertainment industry, so he has to be more thoughtful." Li Tong lay on the bed, eating snacks, but she couldn't bear the pain all over her body. Finally, she tightened the opening of the snacks, stuffed them under her pillow, and fell asleep on her single bed. Lin Lijun packed up the snacks, placed the cardboard boxes one by one at the head of each bed, and then lay back down on the bed. Zhao Bingbing naturally walked back to her bed and lay down. Chapter 365 Song Jiao is back. After a while, Li Tong and Lin Lijun began to snore, but fortunately the sound was not too loud. Zhao Bingbing, on the other hand, tossed and turned, but eventually she couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Su Jing, who had rested for 2 days, led his teammates to speed up the construction of the wall. The gate was repaired in one morning. From a distance, the red bricks are particularly eye-catching. However, these walls are not very high and are not even at the waistline. Just as Lin Xin was admiring the wall and recording it with his mobile phone, Huang Jiao's voice came from the intercom. Brother Lin, there's someone at the door who wants to see you. He said his name is Wang Yang, and he has something important to tell you. There was a sound beside Lin Xin's ear. Wang Yang, how did he know that I lived here and came to find me? Lin Xin took out the intercom and said, let him come in and find me in the villa. After saying that, Lin Xin walked down from the second floor. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, crossing his legs, he took a sip of the steaming teacup on the coffee table. Wang Yang was brought in all the way. As soon as he entered the room, he was shocked by the situation in Lin Xin's villa, but he did not show it. He first changed into clean slippers, then looked at Lin Xin, who was sitting on the sofa leisurely, sipping tea. He hurried over and said, oh no, Song Jiao is back. She found out the base was destroyed and ran to find reinforcements. Although the boss of our base doesn't intend to betray you, there's a chance that this news will be leaked by people from other bases. Brother Lin, why don't you think about how to deal with it quickly? After hearing the news, he was worried for the whole night and suddenly thought of Lanxiang Lake that Brother Lin had mentioned. Lanxiang Lake is only available in Lanxiang Lake Park. As long as they come to Lanxiang Lake Park, he doesn't believe he won't be able to find Brother Lin. Of course, he ran to the other end of Lanxiang Lake and searched for a long time from the other end before he found this villa area. From a distance, he saw signs of women's activities inside through the security booths on both sides of the villa. Then he drove over quickly and started asking directly. Fortunately, Wang Yang is still very smart. Find the right one. This is Brother Lin's base. Lin Xin looked at Wang Yang's flustered look and said calmly, come, have some tea to moisten your throat. Wang Yang paused, still anxious. Brother, it's already this late. Are you really not anxious at all? Lin Xin didn't say anything, but just handed the tea to Wang Yang. Seeing this, Wang Yang picked up the teacup and drank it all. Wiping the water stains from the corners of his mouth, he said, Brother Lin, I know you are very powerful, but the base behind this woman's Song Jiao is also very powerful. I estimate that there are at least 5,000 members in it, if not 10,000. This is a very powerful base. Lin Xin looked up and asked, why are you panicking? You came to me specifically just to tell me to be careful of Song Jiao. Wang Yang slapped the table and said, of course. Why didn't your base think of giving me away? This is what Lin Xin is more curious about. To outsiders, the convoy led by Wang Yang was very conspicuous, but the few of them mixed in were actually not conspicuous at all. Even if they really took down an entire base, to outsiders, it should only be their base that took down someone else's. It's not your own fault. How come in Wang Yang's mouth, it turned out that their boss refused to give them up? The boss of our base knows the whole story. But the people behind Song Jiao are too powerful. I'm afraid our base can't handle it. But the boss said that this matter is not entirely your fault. It was caused by Song Shan, who arrested our people first. Of course, my boss might still want to make friends with you. Of course, this is just my guess. Because before I left, he praised me for doing a good job. Speaking of this, Wang Yang couldn't help but raise his hand and grab the back of his head. Lin Xin looked at him and chuckled helplessly. How did you find this place? When Wang Yang mentioned this, he said directly, of course I found it by my own ability. I secretly left it early in the morning and found it according to the Lanxiang Lake Park you mentioned before. Sneaking out, Lin Xin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and then revealed a meaningful smile. Then he said, okay, I understand. You go back first. Wang Yang blinked and let out an ah. Lin Xin poured tea and looked up at Wang Yang's confused expression. Wang Yang was stunned, then turned around. Forget it. He has already told Brother Lin. Brother Lin looks like he might have already made up his mind. So there is no need to worry or rush. And he did tell him that he should be able to deal with it later. What's more, judging from the boss's attitude, He seems to want to make friends with Brother Lin. After all, he had already offended one base, and now he was offending another powerful base like Lin Xin, which meant he would be attacked from both sides. Instead of doing this, it would be better to win them over. Perhaps you can get help at a critical moment. After taking 2 steps, Lin Xin said, "Wait a moment. Take this back with you." At some point, a beautifully packaged paper bag appeared at Lin Xin's feet. Wang Yang couldn't see what was inside, but the outside of the paper bag was very exquisite. This thing is obviously worth a lot of money. Wang Yang walked over and picked it up. Then, at Lin Xin's nod, he walked out. When he walked through the gate of the yard, Wang Yang looked down at what he had in his hand. I don't know what Lin Xin means, so let's just bring it up again. Not long after they walked in, Wang Yang saw a group of women busy building a wall. At the other end of the yard, there were piles of various construction materials. "Brother Lin, are you planning to renovate the wall?" It's not that Wang Yang couldn't see it, but there was an original iron fence of the villa behind it. The height of this long brick wall was not even as high as his chest, so he really couldn't tell what it was used for. But he didn't stay long and left in a hurry. Lin Xin sat on the sofa, sipping tea. Time passed by bit, and in the evening, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xin put down the teacup in his hand and said, "Come in." Then, Lin Xin saw Lu Yin and Wang Qin. Looking at the two of them, Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He never thought that Lu Yin would come to his villa on her own initiative and bring Wang Qin with her. Chapter 366. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. I'll bring Wang Qin here to see Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang said that she had dismantled some of the equipment on the ambulance and asked me to bring Wang Qin over to take a look. Lin Xin nodded and then said, "On the 3rd floor, you can go up and find her." Lu Yin nodded, then took Wang Qin upstairs. When Lu Yin reached the stairs, she paused, patted Wang Qin on the back, and told her to go up by herself. She looked at Lin Xin, who was sitting on the sofa, and became a little hesitant. Lu Yin looked at Lin Xin, took a deep breath, and all the words she had prepared disappeared at once. After thinking for a while, she walked down the stairs, gradually approached Lin Xin, and said, "Supplies and crystal cores, thank you." Lin Xin looked up and saw that Lu Yin did not go upstairs, and there was no sign of Wang Qin around. "I guess he's already gone upstairs." Then he chuckled, "You're welcome. Wang Qin has worked hard during this period. You see, when the cement and gravel outside needed water, she also contributed a lot. Those supplies and crystal cores are what you deserve. Besides, without your drawings, we wouldn't be able to progress so fast." Seeing this, Lu Yin saw that Lin Xin didn't seem to mind, so she sat down on the sofa beside her. Lu Yin, am not someone who takes things for nothing. I want to bring Wang Qin with me to join your team. I'm a rather conflicted person. After much thought, I realize that you've already provided me with a safe place, and I can't just enjoy this benefit. What's more, you've also provided me with supplies and crystal cores. Even if these things are deserved, after observing for some time, it is not a loss for us to join your team. On the contrary, we took advantage of you. You're very strong, so I think I'd regret it if I didn't join your team." During this period of time, Wang Qin's voice has been treated by Dr. Tang, and the effect is much better than before. Even if it is just for this gratitude, we have to join the team. Actually, Lu Yin and Wang Qin don't have much relationship. It's just that Wang Qin was saved by Lu Yin. In Wang Qin's heart, she trusts Lu Yin, so she follows Lu Yin in everything she does. Of course, Lu Yin didn't have many feelings for Wang Qin. She was just someone she rescued. But after spending some time together, Lu Yin felt that it was good to have a companion, and she no longer felt like she was fighting alone. As for Lu Yin's joining, Lin Xin had already included her in the team. After all, with Zhang Qin's relationship, it was a foregone conclusion that Lu Yin would join the team. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have taken the initiative to find her and asked for a villa to live in. Lin Xin nodded and stood up. "Welcome to join us." Lu Yin stood up and smiled comfortably. "Thank you, Lin Xin." Lin Xin smiled. "No need. We are all in the same team, so there is no need to be so polite in the future." Lu Yin smiled and nodded. The two chatted a lot and had a great time. When Wang Qin came down from upstairs, Lu Yin stood up and said, "Then I will take Wang Qin back first." Lin Xin nodded. "By the way, don't forget to come over and have dinner together in the evening." Lu Yin paused, but did not agree immediately. Seeing this, Lin Xin said, "Don't worry, we are calling everyone together, not just you." Lu Yin looked a little embarrassed, but then nodded. After Wang Qin and Lu Yin left, Lin Qin raised his hand and looked at his phone. The time was already 4:53 in the afternoon, only 7 minutes away from 5 o'clock. I don't know what the situation is like with Wei Lan. After all, he urgently needs these 3 women to grow up. Just as he was thinking this, there was a slight noise outside the house, and Wei Lan came back wrapped in a large cotton-padded jacket. Lin Qin was a little surprised. He came back at this time. When Wei Lan saw Lin Qin, he didn't say anything. He changed his shoes and went back to his room. Seeing this, Lin Qin couldn't help but ask, "Are you done with your training?" Wei Lan walked out of the room again, closed the door, and went to the kitchen. Listening to Lin Qin's question, Wei Lan went to the bottle of room-temperature mineral water next to the refrigerator, tilted his head back, and started drinking it. After drinking almost everything, he said, "We can't rush the training the next day. I know you're anxious, but physical training can't be achieved in just 1 or 2 days. But don't worry, the current intensity is several times what they can bear. After all, we are all women. We can't push too hard, nor can we pressure too much. I am exhausted. I have to trouble Dr. Tang again. I have to use your medicine. I have to rest and can't exercise." Lin Qin, although what he said made sense, it somehow sounded a little off. But it is also true that what Wei Lan said makes sense. However, the 3 of them need to upgrade their abilities first. After thinking for a while, Lin Qin asked, "Are they exercising on their own?" Wei Lan brought out a bottle of mineral water from the kitchen and said, "Of course. But there's no one there, and the training is so intense that I have to come back to drink water without even having to sip. It's too much trouble." Lin Qin paused and asked, "Do you smell anything over there?" Fortunately, the smell is not strong and is almost dissipated. "What's wrong? Want to go over?" Wei Lan raised an eyebrow. Lin Qin nodded and said, "Well, go back and tell them to stop training and see if there are any tables over there to see if you can prepare some that can seat 21 people." Wei Lan raised her eyebrows slightly and instantly guessed what Lin Qin wanted to do. There are tables, but they probably can't seat so many people. If we squeeze together, we can probably seat about 6 or 7 people. If there are 21 people, we can prepare 2 tables. If we split it into 2 tables, we can sit down, okay? Wei Lan looked up at Lin Qin and asked. Lin Qin thought about it and decided that it might be possible to put the 2 dining tables together. If it is formed into a long strip, it is not impossible to arrange it in the same way as before. Then, Lin Qin said, "Okay, you can piece them together. If you don't have enough stools, you can move them from other villas next to the road. Also, I'm looking for an empty table so I can set up some things." Wei Lan nodded, and she didn't even pick up the bottle of mineral water at her feet. She just took 3 bottles and put them in her pocket and said, "Okay, I'll go make the arrangements right away." Lin Qin turned around and went over. There was no need to do such physical work as carrying water. When the time comes, just ask Lin Qin directly. But I still have to look for the table. After all, there can't be 2 identical dining tables in a villa. It is even more unlikely that there would be an extra-long dining table like the one that appears in TV dramas. Chapter 367, Luxurious Buffet. Wei Lan walked back quickly and changed the next physical training. After all, lifting tables can be considered a form of exercise. It's just that the severity of the method is much lower, but it cannot be said that it does not exist at all. Although Zhao, Bingbing, and the other 2 were confused, they still did as they were told. 2 dining tables were moved out from the 2 villas next door and then put together. But the 2 villas next door looked so clean. Why did Wei Lan choose the one where someone had died? Although dead bodies are not uncommon and no one minds them, the house next door is obviously very clean and there is no need to clean. Could it be that they deliberately found a dirty and messy house and asked them to clean it and watch them work and die as part of their physical training? The 3 of them looked at each other, then put the dining table together. Although this dining table is not big, it is made of marble and is quite heavy. After arranging the chairs and benches with some difficulty, the 3 of them sat where they could and looked at Wei Lan, who was standing nearby. "Sister Wei Lan, we are done." The one who was speaking was Lin Lijun. She was young, so it was not a disadvantage for her to call Wei Lan's sister. Wei Lan raised his head, took a look and said, "Go, gather 21 benches and chairs." 3 people. But they could only quietly look for chairs and benches and move them back one by one. After working for half an hour, everything was finally ready. However, even if we put all the pieces together, the dining table is still not big enough for everyone to sit down. After thinking for a while, Wei Lan raised his voice and shouted to the three people who had not yet walked away, "Move another table!" Finally, all the tables, chairs, and benches were ready. 3 tables are put together to form an extra-long rectangular table. There are 2 people sitting at each end of the table. The other 2 longer sides can accommodate 9 people sitting on each side. And everyone was at the same table. So if Lin Xin wanted to say something, everyone could interact with him. As for sitting separately, this was Wei Lan's original plan. But if they sat separately, there would be a certain distance between the tables, which would make it more inconvenient for team members to get to know each other. It would be better to move it one more time and spend more effort. It's just right for training the 3 of them. 3 tables put together are just big enough for big guys to sit. The extra one is probably the same as the one we had during the last dinner. Zhao Bingbing and the other 2 carried the benches and placed them one by one. Lin Xin, who was outside the door, walked in directly. Looking at their busy appearance, he then said, "Okay, take a break and go call them all over." The 3 women put down their work, nodded, and walked out. Lin Xin looked at the dining table and then placed an induction cooker on each table. The power strip dragged from the corner had an additional one connected. Plug in the power, add the hot pot base and water. Lin Xin took out the copied plates, bowls, and chopsticks from the space and placed them casually on the dining table. Wei Lan stepped forward to help put them in place one by one. Seeing this, Lin Xin also went to another empty table and took out all the meat needed for the hot pot. These hot pot dishes that just came out of the space were accompanied by a plate, and from the looks of it, they looked like they were decorated in a hot pot restaurant. Of course, before the doomsday, Lin Xin went to hot pot restaurants many times and ordered all the dishes. Naturally, he copied all the food and the plates. Of course, it looks just like entering a hot pot restaurant, because this is what hot pot restaurants are for. But the difference is that Lin Xin put all the same kind of meat into one plate. This way, everything can be placed on the table and there will still be space to spare. Lin Xin took some drinks such as Coke, Sprite, orange juice, etc. from the empty seat. Of course, there are also girls' favorite drinks. Fruits, braise de dish, etc. Lin Xin didn't put much braised food. After all, they were having hot pot, so there must be enough meat. As for fruits, Lin Xin put a lot of them. But they are not cut, they are all whole. However, after placing all these things, there was no extra space on the table to place seasoning dishes such as garlic sesame oil beef sauce. After Wei Lan put the plates and bowls in place, he said, "There's an extra chair over there. Put on the chair." Lin Xin put these things on the chair again. Soon, a lot of people came into the house. The living room on the first floor of the villa was instantly filled up and seemed a bit crowded. Wei Lan raised her hand and said, come on, find a seat and sit wherever you like." The crowd that was originally blocking the door suddenly found a seat and sat down. Of course, those who were together sat on the same side, next to each other. For example, Su Jing's person sat on the left, and there was only one empty seat left after one row. The others who arrived late sat on the right side, opposite Lin Xin. Everyone was confused and looked at each other. I don't know what Lin Xin is up to. The hot pot base is cooking in the pot on the table, and the taste is beyond words. It smelled so good that several people were drooling. What's more, there's so much meat on the table at the back. Although everyone didn't know what Lin Xin was up to, just by looking at his posture, they knew he was here to eat. Still meat. Let's have hot pot. This thing made them even more excited than when they received supplies today. This is hot pot. After everyone sat down, Lin Xin said, "As you can see, we are here to eat today. This is the first time that all the members of our base have gathered together. Sister Jing and her ladies, as well as Lu Yin and Wang Qin, everyone should have gotten to know each other during this period of time, so I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Eat. You can help yourself to the meat and drinks. You can get whatever you want." As Lin Xin finished speaking, several people ran out excitedly, carrying large pieces of meat on their plates. Of course, they were still a little lenient. After all, it wasn't just them who wanted to eat it. Other tables also wanted it. Lin Xin placed 3 induction cookers. Those who were a little older sat at the table and looked at each other in confusion. The atmosphere was a little cold, and it was Li Tong who took the initiative to break the silence. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became lively. At this time, inside the Haitian base, Wang Yang did not return to the base immediately after taking the things given by Lin Xin. Instead, he was called by team members halfway to move supplies for the whole afternoon. I don't know why there are suddenly so many more supplies. Of course, Wang Yang was just confused but said nothing. Chapter 368, Go All Out. I followed the team members obediently and started working. After carrying the last bag of supplies, Wang Yang couldn't help cursing. Damn it. How dare the transport team let our patrol team carry these supplies? Where are they? After continuously moving supplies, Wang Yang was already exhausted and out of breath. The younger brother beside him said, "The moving team has gone somewhere else. The boss specifically asked us to move these supplies." Wang Yang was stunned. What? The younger brother looked at Wang Yang's puzzled expression and said mysteriously to the other brothers who were resting in the warehouse, "You don't know this, right? The boss has wiped out all of Wei Qian's gang." Wang Yang was completely shocked. "The things we moved were brought here by the boss from Wei Tian." Wang Yang said, "Aren't all the people of Wei Tian gone? How can we take them down?" The younger brother looked as if he had missed out on something great and said, "You probably don't know this. When Sister Jiao went out, she took a team with her to transport supplies. When she came back, the team stayed behind to sort out the miserable situation at the base. The supplies were naturally still at the base. I don't know what the boss means, but I can guess. Anyway, Wei Tian and Zhahai Tian have already made a feud, and a few lives are not a big deal. Just take people to kill the remaining people, and then bring back their supplies. It was originally the job of the transport team, but the boss specifically asked us patrol team to come over." Wang Yang was stunned. The boss is planning to go all out. Since they have already made a feud, he has to take down the remaining few people. Otherwise, when Song Jiao brings people back, these people will become her main force. Why didn't he think of this? The boss is worthy of being the boss. He is so decisive when he shouldn't be vague. However, it is not easy to say much about talking about the boss behind his back, especially at such a sensitive time. Just when Wang Yang was about to stop it, Chen Dahai, the leader of the moving team, naturally saw him as he passed by the warehouse gate. He started to sneer. "Hey, since when can people from the patrol team join the transport team? How dare you talk about the boss behind his back? Do you want to be kicked out of the base? If you ask me, you don't have to go through so much trouble to leave the base. Some people should take the initiative on their own." Wang Yang turned around, looked at the man who was speaking, and rolled his eyes. "You're already in your 30s or 40s, and you're still so petty. I don't know how you survive now. I know that the people in your transport team are used to taking advantage of small opportunities, and they have coveted a lot of supplies from the warehouse. But you can't be too cheap about everything. If I tell the boss about this, will he chase you away or me away?" Chen Dahai's face changed, and he cursed. "Wang Yang, stop spitting blood and talking nonsense." Wang Yang said calmly, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or slandering you, you know in your heart. Look at what you've done. Instead of complaining to me, why don't you think about why the boss suddenly replaced our patrol team? What does this have to do with our patrol team? Not only is it exhausting, but our patrol team's work is not as easy as theirs." Chen Dahai was stunned, but he was obviously losing confidence. "What do you mean? What do you mean by that?" Wang Yang raised his hand and waved to his brothers, then looked at Chen Dahai and said, "What does it mean? You can guess it yourself." Chen Dahai was stunned and couldn't help but wonder what Wang Yang meant. Could it be that the boss knew about the tiny amount of supplies they coveted and deliberately sent Wang Yang to warn them? Chen Dahai was shocked for a moment. Wang Yang, who had just left, was stopped by someone after taking a few steps. "Wang Yang, the boss wants you to go to the meeting room." Wang Yang was stunned and immediately wondered what was going on. Seeing this, Chen Dahai was so frightened that he immediately stepped forward and said to Wang Yang in a gentle voice, "Captain Wang, look, wasn't it the flood that just washed away the Dragon King Temple? These are all our people. Don't worry about such a small matter. I'll treat you to a hot pot tomorrow." Chen Dahai smiled apologetically. Wang Yang was still wondering why he came to see him out of the blue. Could something bad happen? But seeing Chen Dahai's expression showing worry that he would say something nonsense and try to please him, he couldn't help but calm down and put on a cool look. "Please treat me to hot pot. Being the transport team is a lucrative job. You can even eat hot pot." Chen Dahai saw this and felt that there was hope, so he immediately said, "Of course, they're just some frozen meatballs or something like that. Captain Wang, don't be disgusted. These days, frozen meatballs are a good thing." Wang Yang felt a little envious in his heart. This moving crew is such a loser. In short, waste plus fertilizer is poor. Lin Xin chuckled. "You can only shut me up. What about my brothers?" Chen Dahai's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, please everyone, we are all brothers. There is no distinction between you and me. Captain Wang, does the boss want you to come over here for some instructions?" Wang Yang's eyes fell on his younger brothers, and then he chuckled. Okay, I'm going first. You guys go do what you need to do. Go back. After saying that, Wang Yang continued to leave. There was no response to the questions asked by Chun Dahai. A look of worry. At this time, Wang Yang was walking towards the conference room with a worried and uncertain look on his face. After walking for a short distance, Wang Yang turned around and went to his car to take out the things Lin Xin had given him. Although he didn't know how many people Lin Xin gave this thing to, it might have been for him. But if the boss really asked him something important, he would just use this thing as a token of his gratitude. Maybe I can get away with it easily. The thing that Brother Lin gave me should not be bad. Thinking so, Wang Yang solemnly took the things given by Lin Xin and went to the meeting room. Wang Yang didn't understand why the boss would look for him twice in one day. Normally speaking, for a base with so many people, he, a low-level team leader in charge of patrol, would have no contact with the boss of the base. Unless something big happens. For example, regarding the matter of that woman Song Jiao, or regarding the brothers being kidnapped by Song Shan, he would only go to find him when he needed to inform a boss. But there has never been such a thing that the boss has taken the initiative to call him over. It's over. Could it be that the boss found out that he had left his post? This shouldn't be the case. On weekdays, other team captains also slack off occasionally and there's nothing to do. At this moment, Wang Yang was nervous and his mind was full of random thoughts. But Chun Hao and Neo Jun arrived late. Chapter 369, What are your qualifications? Chun Hao looked at Wang Yang's puzzled and nervous expression and then said, Wang Yang. Wang Yang was still lost in thought when suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. He stood up suddenly from his seat. When he looked at Chun Hao and Neo Jun, he smiled awkwardly. Boss Chun, Brother Jun. Wang Yang was respectful to Chun Hao. After all, as the boss of the base, Chun Hao was one of the few people in these bases who had correct values and did not care about killing. Of course, this does not mean that Chun Hao does not kill people and is indecisive, but be ruthless when it is necessary. It's okay when it's still soft. The most important thing is that he didn't think that Chun Hao would directly kill all of Wei Tian's men. Chun Hao nodded, and then his eyes fell on the gift box in Wang Yang's hand. What's this? Wang Yang was stunned. Then he looked down at what he had in his hand. The thoughts in my mind went crazy. He knew that the boss must have known that he had left his post without permission. This is to point to yourself. Wang Yang looked up and said, Boss, I know I shouldn't have left my post and gone out from our base at this special time this morning. But I have my reasons. Chun Hao frowned, obviously not wanting to listen to his nonsense. Wang Yang choked on his words before he could finish them. He said, This is a gift box from Lin Xin. I went out to look for him and told him about Song Jiao's search for foreign aid. But boss, I didn't reveal anything about our base. Isuid I promisa. Neo Jun, who was standing by, saw this and immediately said, Okay, wake up and don't embarrass yourself. It's not a matter of raising an army to question someone. Wang Yang was stunned and looked at Neo Jun and then Chun Hao. If it's not raising an army to hold someone accountable, then what is it? Chun Hao pulled out a chair beside him and sat down. His eyes turned to Neo Jun beside him. Neo Jun reached out and pulled over a stool, sat down in front of Wang Yang, patted his shoulder and said, What did Lin Xin tell you? Wang Yang was stunned, not quite understanding what it meant. What do you mean? Wang Yang pondered for a moment and said, Lin Xin didn't say anything. He just gave me this thing and let me come back. In fact, Wang Yang didn't know what Lin Xin meant. He just gave him this thing and let him come back. Neo Jun and Chun Hao looked at each other, then said, Okay, let's go back. Wang Yang blinked, then stood up and walked back with his things. He was called here without asking any questions. After the others left, Chun Hao said, I don't know if our choice is right. At present, it seems that Lin Xin has declined our invitation. Neo Jun frowned. This is normal. Who would rush into this kind of thing? If you're not careful, you'll die. But you brought people to kill Chun Yuan and the others. Aren't you afraid that Song Jiao will bring people back? Chun Hao lowered his head, playing with a dagger in his hand, and said nonchalantly, Whether I kill her or not, that woman will not let go of our base. But fortunately, the Lin Xin that Wang Yang mentioned doesn't seem to have any ill will towards us. If he really says the same thing as Wang Yang, I will bring him in if necessary. After all, it was Lin Xin who did the massacre. It was Song Shan's fault for being so blind as to want to kill Lin Xin's teammates. In this way, Song Jiao's target will be shifted to Lin Xin. The reason why he didn't plan to throw Lin Qin out now was naturally because he had his own considerations. It's better to make a friend rather than an enemy of someone as strong as Lin Qin. If we can make friends with them, that would be the best. Chun Hao didn't dare to think about becoming an enemy. In short, the fact that Lin Qin killed Wei Tian's men is no longer a secret in other bases. He just needs to make good use of this matter, and there is no need to worry about Lin Qin not taking action. If Song Jiao really wants to attack, this matter could be easily resolved. Niu Jun looked at him and couldn't help shaking his head and said, now you are playing tricks. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. What do you know? This is called tactics. It's only been a short time since you left the main force, and your brain is no longer useful. Niu Jun sighed a few times. It's one thing to say, but it's a personal attack. Chen Hao, just you ugh. Niu Jun clicked his tongue and then said, Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. I will have the patrol team patrol in 2 shifts tonight and have the defense team open the shield. Seeing the turn, Chun Hao added, Don't forget to alert those who are on guard. By the way, mobilize the personnel according to the plan we discussed before. Niu Jun waved his hand. Got it. You can rest assured that I will do the job. Chun Hao couldn't help but shook his head. He was worried about doing things. Oh, I don't know if I can have a quiet night tonight. As for Lin Qin, you should know what he means. Chun Hao shook his head and walked out. He brought his trusted followers with him and had no intention of sleeping. The elderly, the weak, women, and children in the base who had no attack capabilities were also being evacuated intensively. Those backbone forces, the frontline combat team members who have awakened their special powers, acted according to the plan under Niu Jun's arrangement. At this time, Song Jiao rushed back overnight with the weapons and personnel given to her by that man. But the bodies of Chun Yuan and others were lying in front of the gate of the base, and Song Jiao couldn't break down anymore. Everyone around her died, and the base she had worked so hard to build was gone. In an instant, Song Jiao's eyes were filled with hatred. She took the laser gun and headed towards Haitian's camp. Today, she wants to massacre the entire Haitian with blood. You guys bombard them. Use all the rockets and missiles. Song Jiao looked at the members standing behind her with bloodshot eyes and gave strong orders. There were several people who came with Song Jiao, including 2 women and 8 men. Even though their numbers are small, they are the elites in that base. One can defeat 100. The woman following Song Jiao saw her crazy look and couldn't help but said, We followed you, not to obey your orders. We know what to do, and we will do it naturally, but don't order us in an imperative tone. The woman had a cold face as she looked around the base. After hearing this, Song Jiao stopped crying. He looked at the woman and sneered. He gave you to me and asked me to bring you here so that you can help me get revenge, not so that you can lecture me. Now, immediately right now, follow my instructions. The woman glanced at Song Jiao and then chuckled disdainfully. What qualifications do you have? Isn't it because of those little tricks that our boss treats you differently? Chapter 370 Interested. And you have the nerve to order us around in such a high and mighty manner. The woman chuckled, turned around and looked at the other members and said, Everyone, rest where you are. Eat if you need to, drink if you need to, and rest if you need to. In 2 hours, divide into groups and gather together after the investigation. Remember, don't alert the enemy. As the woman finished her words, those people started to take action. Some people found a clean place to sit down and rest, while others set up tents for the workers to rest. Some people eat while resting, but no one obeyed Song Jiao's instructions. Song Jiaoqi's chest was breathing heavily. But there is nothing I can do. We had to wait for 2 hours before we could set off for Haitian. Although she couldn't wait even a moment, if she wanted revenge, she could only rely on these few people. It is normal for others to look down on you. However, this wait lasted until dawn. While it was a chaotic place here, the villa where Lin Qin lived was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Everyone ate happily until late at night and still couldn't sleep. They all talked about their interesting past experiences. In a short period of time, everyone became closer to each other after eating the hot pot. Lin Qin and the other 2 men naturally drank as well. But due to the last situation, Zhang Qian didn't get too drunk. The party gradually came to an end at 1 o'clock in the morning. All the food that Lin Qin put out was eaten up by everyone. At first, I thought if it wasn't enough, I would add more. Looking at the current situation, it is not necessary. Except for the hot pot soup base in the pot on the induction cooker, everything else is clean. These people are still too good at eating. We cleaned up the place together. After moving the dining table and benches to a place in the corner where they were not in the way and cleaning it up, they returned to their villas one after another to rest. This dinner was really very filling. After everyone went back, they chatted for a while and then went to rest. The atmosphere over there is low, but here everyone is having fun. There's a saying that goes, human joy is not the same. Early the next morning, an explosion resounded through the sky. Everyone in the villa was awakened by the explosion, and one by one woke up from their drowsiness. The sound insulation in Lin Qin's villa is actually quite good, but the sound of the explosion was so loud that even the ground was shaking. Naturally, they all woke up. Lin Qin rubbed his eyes, still looking a little sleepy. I don't know where the explosion occurred. After opening the door of the room, Lin Qin discovered that everyone was awakened by the noise. Zhang Qian was dressed neatly and had already arrived at the door of Lin Qin's villa, banging on the door. Lin Qin went downstairs and opened the door. After seeing Lin Qin, Zhang Qian pushed him aside and walked in directly. I went out to check, and the direction of the explosion should be the Haitian base that Wang Yang mentioned. That woman Song Jiao brought 10 elites to attack us. He was awakened by the noise early in the morning, so he got dressed and drove out to check what was going on. Who knew that before they got too close, they found a lot of other survivors on the roadside who had also come out to check the specific situation. I found out after asking around. The woman named Song Jiao, the one whose camp was massacred by Lin Qin and his men, that's Song Jiao. He came back with the so-called power behind him. The first to be hit is the Haitian camp. These people were all from other bases nearby, so naturally they were blown out just to watch the fun and enjoy the show. Just as Zhang Qian was wondering, above his head, a shell flew in a parabolic trajectory and freely fell in the direction of the Haitian base, and exploded with a bang. Seeing this, the few survivors who were watching couldn't help but sigh. One of the men said, "It looks like Haitian is finished too." Who knew that Song Jiao would actually bring back the power behind her? Look at this. What does a powerful base mean? They've already fired several shells, as if they were free. Another man also nodded and said, "I heard that the one who destroyed the base was that Lin Qin. The Haitian base is in such a state. I guess the next one will be that Lin Qin. No matter if he is from Haitian or that Lin Qin, he can't escape." Fortunately, it wasn't us who offended that woman. Everyone was talking at once. I think this is the first time we have discussed this kind of thing in such a harmonious way. After all, there is one instinct engraved in the genes of Chinese people, which is to eat melons. Go wherever there's fun. Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel worried when he heard this. Now he has figured out almost completely. This so-called Haitian is Wang Yang's team. That was the convoy that Lin Qin and his companions met when they were following Song Shan. As for Wang Yang, Zhang Qian learned from Lin Qin that it was actually Wang Yang who contributed to their going to the nightclub. But no matter what, when he heard the news, he drove back quickly. After all, he knew the truth. What if that Haitian guy breaks his word and betrays Lin Qin? Moreover, from the discussions of other base members, Zhang Qian roughly guessed that there were a lot of gossips in these bases, and who knew when it would reach Song Jiao's ears. We have to take precautions early. Look, he is driving back in a hurry. Go straight to the villa where Lin Qin is. Fortunately, it was Lin Qin who opened the door, which saved a lot of trouble. Lin Qin listened to Zhang Qian's words and reacted indifferently. Zhang Qian frowned and said, "I went to ask around. Although Song Jiao bombed Haitian, those bases are well aware of your bloodbath. Song Jiao probably knows about this too. After we deal with Haitian, it will probably be our turn." This is what Zhang Qian was more worried about. He saw with his own eyes the cannonball that flew over his head. The person Song Jiao found is very capable. To tell you the truth, those people who helped Song Jiao seem to have artillery shells. I saw with my own eyes that the artillery shells flew over my head and then accurately hit Haitian's base. Lin Qin frowned slightly, finally showing some emotions. Cannonball? This name is a bit vague. Isn't a rocket launcher also a type of artillery shell? But according to Zhang Qian, this thing flew over the head. Could it be a missile? How is that possible? Missiles are something that ordinary people cannot make, let alone flow into the civilian population. If they come from that kind of background, it is even less likely that they will be used to attack ordinary people. Lin Qin became interested. Mainly, I became interested in this shell. Chapter 371 Song Shan is incompetent. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Qin and asked, "What are you going to do? Say something." Zhang Qian's movement was quite loud in itself, and the sound of the exploding shells also woke up the people in the other villas. They were all already dressed and looking towards Lin Xin. Lin Xin did not respond immediately to Zhang Qian's question, because he was wondering whether this matter was worth his effort. Lin Xin believed that even if Song Jiao really bombed the Haitian base, the people of Haitian would not have failed to anticipate this step. After all, when Wang Yang came and said that he had sneaked out, Lin Xin guessed it. This is the boss of the Haitian base, extending a friendly olive branch to him. Of course, how could such a smart person not anticipate Song Jiao's move? Even Wang Yang knew that there was someone behind Song Jiao. How could he not know? Therefore, the crisis of the Haitian base is actually not that big. But he was still quite interested in the power behind Song Jiao. After all, the villa area is not a long-term plan, and there are always higher mountains and other mountains in the vast world outside. It would be a good idea to take this opportunity to secretly investigate the people behind Song Jiao and figure out their strength. After thinking for a while, Lin Xin said, "Notify everyone," and set off. Zhang Qian felt relieved after hearing this. But the moment he landed, he was stunned again. Set off? Where to go? Aren't you running away? However, the doors behind him were all closed. Zhang Qian had no choice but to go back and wake up the 3 people at home to prepare. Su Jing walked towards Zhang Qian and asked, "Where are we going?" Zhang Qian shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's wait and see." Su Jing nodded, then hurried back and called all her sisters. Judging from Zhang Qian's posture, it is most likely related to the explosion. In addition, looking at Zhang Qian's expression, it seemed that something big was about to happen. However, after Zhang Qian left, Su Jing couldn't help but recall the conversation between Zhang Qian and Lin Xin. Her mind suddenly became much clearer. She actually heard a thing or two. The careful woman roughly figured that this matter was probably caused by them. Immediately, Su Jing felt much more apologetic. Quickly ran back to his room. Lu Yin was lying on the balcony on the 2nd floor, looking at Su Jing's appearance and shouted, "Sister Jing, you look so flustered. What's wrong?" Su Jing looked up, waved her hands, and said, "Don't mention it. I don't know either, but you and Sister Wang Qin should quickly get dressed and pack up and come out to gather." Lu Yin raised her eyebrows, then nodded and went back to the room. In less than 10 minutes, all the personnel were fully dressed and gathered in the open space between the 3 villas to prepare. Lin Xin put on his pants and came late. Seeing the big guy looking like he was facing a great enemy, he frowned. "No, what are you doing with those expressions? Are you ready to fight?" Su Jing stepped forward and said, "Brother Lin, please don't hide it from me. I heard your conversation with Brother Zhang Qian. This matter was caused by us. We can't just do nothing. I will definitely go with you and defend you till death." Lu Yin, standing aside, said, "Although we don't know what happened, we are all a group, a team. No matter what happens, we all have to face it together." Lin Xin, "Although I'm very touched, nothing happened to us. You can't curse us for anything happening to you." Su Jing frowned. "Is this all right?" Lin Xin then chuckled, "Of course it's okay. Come on, everyone. Pack up, bring your weapons, and get in the car." The bus that drove back last time was still parked next to the villa entrance. It is more than enough to pull 20 people at a time. Everyone looked confused, but got on the bus. Soon, everyone set off, and the further they walked, the more unfamiliar the surroundings became. Everyone could see the shells flying overhead through the car windows. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was drawn to it. But there was only one shell, and no more flew past. Not long after, Lin Xin stopped the bus on the side of the road. Before everyone got out of the car, the sound of a car engine came from behind. Everyone in the car bent down instantly. Zhang Qian, who had no idea what was going on outside, quietly stuck his head out to look. A military jeep just happened to drive past their bus at high speed. Only after seeing the car leave did everyone dare to raise their heads and stand up. Lu Yin frowned. The person just now seemed to be Song Jiao. Song Jiao. The other team members in the car repeated Lu Yan's words, full of doubts. Who is Song Jiao? Lin Xin and Zhang Qian turned around and looked at Lu Yan, who was speaking. Lu Yan blinked and said, "Don't look at me like that. Wei Tian had some interactions with nightclubs before. I've met Song Jiao before, so there must be a chance." But she was in such a hurry, as if there was something important. The jeep just passed by, and she got up quite late. I could only see the profile of the person sitting in the passenger seat as he sped past. To be honest, she couldn't confirm that it was Song Jiao. After all, it was just a profile. Hearing this, Su Jing stepped forward and held Lu Yan's hand. My dear sister, is it really Song Jiao? I think so. Lu Yan saw that Zhang Qian and Lin Qin's expressions seemed to be a little strange, and even Su Jing next to them seemed to have something wrong with her expression. Could it be that there is something wrong with Song Jiao? Su Jing held Lu Yan's hand, and seeing that she really didn't know anything, she couldn't help but whispered, Sister, do you know how we got injured that day? On the way back, we were robbed by Song Shan. We fought back desperately, but we were outnumbered. It was Song Shan. He wanted to know where we got our laser guns, so he kept torturing us and wanted to force us to tell him. When he realized he couldn't force us out, he planned to kill us, but Brother Lin arrived in time, and we were saved. After we returned, Dr. Lao Feitong treated us. Lu Yan frowned. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. When she was in the nightclub, because she had awakened her abilities, she did not become a tool to earn crystal cores and materials like those women, and she was able to serve as a little brother to others. Song Shan had been here many times, and he was quite generous, so he was very popular among the girls in the nightclub. Of course, she didn't know Song Shan very well. She just knew that he played very crazy. It's the kind where there are dozens of girls with him at a time. Well, it's pretty crazy. Chapter 372, The First Team Collaboration. Later, he didn't have enough crystal cores on him, so Song Jiao came to pay for them before he could redeem the person. Therefore, Lu Yan had seen Song Jiao, but she was not familiar with her, had no connection with her, and did not know her. But he didn't expect that Song Shan'an would offend Lin Qin. In that case, the one who massacred the Weitian base was... Lu Yan's eyes instantly turned to Lin Qin. Lin Qin didn't say much, just said, It's late. What a pity. He had originally wanted to follow the trajectory of the shells, to see their weapons, and also to see the strength of the people behind them. Now it appears they have moved on. But which direction is this? Lin Qin looked at the place in the distance where black smoke was coming out and looked over there with a telescope. The shells had ended their attack, and the sky over there was filled with darkness, making it impossible to find out what was going on. Lin Qin couldn't help but ask, Lu Yan, look at the direction they are heading to. Is it the Haitian base? Lu Yan is the only one among them who is familiar with all the major bases. At this moment, Lu Yan was still amazed that she didn't know there was such a connection between them. But after hearing Lin Qin's question, she said, I'm not sure either, but I heard that there are more shopping malls in Haitian's location. Looking at this direction, it should be. Lin Qin frowned, then asked Zhang Qian to restart the car and followed. After driving for a while, we saw a military green Jeep parked at the intersection in the distance. Zhang Qian drove the car to the side and hid it. Everyone got out of the car, looking ahead furtively. The Haitian base was almost completely bombarded, but there were no dead bodies. The Jeep was parked on the side of the road. Lin Qin observed with a telescope and found that there was no one in the car. Just when he was about to walk forward and take a look, there was a noise from the team members behind me. Lin Qin turned around and saw a man walking towards him, being held hostage by his teammates. Looking closely, isn't this the ocean? Wang Yang squeezed through the crowd of women and finally came to Lin Qin's side. Brother Lin, come with me. Our boss wants to see you. Lin Qin looked at him and saw that he was clean and white all over. He didn't look like he had any problems at all. He couldn't help but ask, Are you all right? Wang Yang said proudly, Of course, the boss took us to another place at midnight yesterday. I just found out about this at midnight yesterday. We have always had a backup base at our base. Because of Song Jiao's incident yesterday, the boss took us away in advance. The boss said that he would come over to see what was going on, so he asked me to wait here. Lin Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What kind of boss was this? He actually had the guts to let him come over. At this time, Lin Qin couldn't help but become interested in Wang Yang's boss. While Lin Qin was thinking, Song Jiao's roar came from the base. Chun Hao, I'm Tsenim. Lin Qin couldn't help but want to laugh after hearing this. What beautiful Mandarin. I never thought I could hear such words. Wang Yang said nonchalantly, Song Jiao will definitely go crazy when she sees that we are gone. Don't worry about her. Walk. Lin Qin did not stand up immediately, but said, I actually still want to see the strength of the person behind this person who came with Song Jiao. Well, go back and tell your boss, and we won't go over there. In comparison, Lin Qin wanted to test the strength of those people. After all, they are personnel from a large base. Since they were sent here, they must be very strong. It was just right. He could also try to see where the gap between the two sides was. Wang Yang was stunned for a moment, then said, You are crazy. These people are... I'm not crazy. I have my own thoughts and considerations. Wang Yang paused. Okay, I'll wait for you here, you go ahead. Lin Qin sighed, whatever you want. Wang Yang doesn't seem to be a threat at the moment, and he always seems to be on their side and wants to please them. So it doesn't matter whether you are there or not. Lin Qin looked past Wang Yang and turned to his team members and said, now, except for Zhao, Bingbing, Li Tong, and Lin Lijun, the rest of the team members should go and test the strength of those around Song Jiao. Remember, this is a test, not a must to win. If you feel you can't win or can't hold on, please retreat immediately. I will protect you and bring you back. Wei Lan frowned and looked at Lin Qin and said, do you want us to test the situation of that large base? Lin Qin nodded. Yes, I want to know how much difference there is between our strength and the strength of the people in this big base. Wei Lan nodded to show that he understood, and the others also nodded to show that they understood. Lin Qin turned his gaze towards Zhao, Bingbing, and the other two. He slowly said, because of the special abilities of the three of you, I have singled you out. Bingbing, you strengthen other people's abilities, so I need to look at any one of them and instill your abilities into them in time to improve their abilities in time. After saying that, Lin Qin looked at Li Tong again. Your ability is to control zombies. Actually, it is not very useful at this time, but if zombies appear nearby, you should be able to control them, right? After all, if a fight breaks out, it will make quite a bit of noise and might even attract zombies. In addition, the explosions before this were quite loud, so it was a foregone conclusion that they attracted zombies. Li Tong nodded, and then said, I can, but my ability is relatively low. I haven't tried it yet. How many zombies can I control at one time? Lin Qin looked at her and said, it doesn't matter, just control it first. Li Tong nudda. Lin Qin naturally knew that his ability was not high. If he was more capable, he would not have been locked up by those people. Therefore, the requirements for her are not high. If there is a zombie attack, she just needs to control the zombie to leave in time. As for Lin Lijun, your ability is to strengthen your body, which is good for Wang Yu and Zhang Qian. You can think of Zhang Qian's ability as an indestructible body, while Wang Yu's ability is relatively strong. You can infuse your abilities into them separately and give them to whoever needs them. Lin Lijun nodded. They are both rear-end support heroes, so there's no need for them to go up. After the division of labor was completed, everyone got busy. Su Jing, Nan Wei, and others rushed over directly. Lin Qin reached out and pulled back Wei Lan, who was about to rush out. You don't have to go over yet. Your movement speed is a bit disadvantageous among those superpowers. So, take the sniper rifle and find a position with a wide field of vision. You can help at any time. Chapter 373 Lost. Although Wei Lan was not very willing. After all, she had strong personal abilities and no one could compete with her. With her movement speed, ordinary people can't beat her at all. But since Lin Qin said so, Wei Lan could only nod. The view here is not good. We need to find a place where we can see them. Let's go. Lin Qin spoke, his eyes wandering around looking for a spot. Then he led everyone to a spot and squatted down. There is no good place around here. The only place you can squat behind the abandoned cars on the roadside is to see what's going on inside. So everyone crouched down and ran all the way over. Inside the base, even from a distance, Lin Qin could see the convergence of various superpowers. As for what's inside, it's hard to tell for sure. Lin Qin took out a telescope and gave one to each of the four of them, in order to better see the battle situation inside. Wang Xiaoli's vines trapped a person. Zhang Shui used fire and coordinated with Wang Xiaoli's vines to attack the person. As a result, the next moment, the vines were broken free. After the trap man landed on the ground, he rushed towards Zhang Shui and Wang Xiaoli. The two men dodged and defended in a hurry, and were evenly matched with each other for a while. Lin Qin turned his gaze towards Nan Wei and Lu Yin again. Few could resist Nan Wei's abilities, but the other party's personnel were not bad either. As for Lu Yin, it is obvious that Lu Yan's use of vines at her level are higher than Wang Xiaoli's. Although the two people are at the same level, Lu Yan's use of the thickness of the vines is better than Wang Xiaoli's. Or it can be said that it is a more extreme application of levels. Lin Qin turned his attention to Su Jing's team. Huang Jiao did not participate in the fight, but hid behind some buildings inside. At the critical moment, she would stretch out her hand and point in a direction, muttering something, and Su Jing would turn around and attack in the direction she pointed the next moment. The cooperation between these two people is quite good, but others are somewhat overwhelmed. Susie was slapped away by a woman. When she was about to fall to the ground, it was Liu Yin who supported her with vines. Wang Qin, obviously having never seen such a grand scene before, looked a little dazed. If it weren't for Liu Yan's protection, Lin Qin estimated that she would be the first to die. However, Wang Qin is not completely stupid. He can use his water ball to hit the eyes of those on the opposite side. But even so, Lin Qin found that the shortcomings in his team were gradually emerging. The team's coordination is not as tight as that of the opponent, and the opponents are also experts. Even though Lin Qin has a large number of crystal cores to support the development of his team members, he cannot withstand the fact that they have sufficient combat experience and very tacit cooperation. In just 10 minutes, the players' shortcomings had already appeared. Lin Qin stood up, ran over, and at the same time activated his special abilities to protect several teams that were about to die. Nanwei, who discovered the disparity in strength between the enemy and us, immediately told everyone to retreat. After all, Lin Qin's meaning was clear. He only needed to find out the strength of the enemy. There was no need to actually decide the winner and defeat them. But it's easier said than done. The other party agreed horribly. So for a while, everyone was injured to varying degrees. Lin Qin rushed over and protected everyone so that they wouldn't be wiped out by the other side. But we can also see what the situation is from this. The problem is that there is no problem with the strength of the team. At least in the hands of these people, everyone can fight for more than 10 minutes without being at a disadvantage. As for why we fell behind later, it was because of the lack of teamwork. Although there were only 10 people on the other side, their coordination was perfect. Lin Qin finally understood why this base was a large base. He protected the team members, and the team members naturally knew that it was Lin Qin who was helping them, and they ran wildly under Lin Qin's shield. Speaking of which, Lin Qin's air wall really has everything he wants. He can control objects and compress the air to form an air wall. In short, his skills can be used as long as there is air. Zhang Yin looked at the few people and saw that there seemed to be some kind of shield in front of them. Their attacks could not penetrate at all. They could only watch them escape under everyone's noses. The team members quickly followed. Zhang Yin stopped after running for a distance. He raised his hand slightly and was about to attack when he saw Wei Lan walking in from the gate. The attacking movement stopped, and he was slightly stunned. Song Jiao followed closely and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Chase them. They must be from a Haitian base. I want them to pay with blood." Song Jiao was already madly insane at this time. When she came here, she found that the place was deserted. After the bombardment, there was no trace of people in the base, not even a corpse. Obviously, people had predicted that it would disappear without a trace. But Song Jiao didn't believe it. Even if such a large team evacuated, it would take some time for all of them to leave. As long as we can catch one person, the rest will naturally know where they are. After finally meeting a few of them, Song Jiao naturally treated them as her life-saving straws. Seeing that Zhang Yin and the others were no longer chasing him, his emotions got out of control again. Zhang Yin didn't care about the crazy Song Jiao at all. He even frowned and slapped her on the face. "Song Jiao, be rational." Song Jiao looked at Zhang Yin fiercely and then said, "How do you want me to calm down?" "Okay, if you won't help me, I'll do it myself." Song Jiao didn't believe it, so she cleared the mess on the ground, looked for the rocket launcher, and then aimed at the direction where these people were fleeing. By the time Zhang Yin noticed it, the rocket launcher had already flown over, accompanied by a huge explosion. The blast created by the explosion hit everyone precisely. Everyone quickly used their special abilities to resist the impact of this airflow. Song Jiao, who was holding on to a life-and-death attitude, was knocked back by the air wave and fell heavily to the ground. She didn't care, even though her forehead was hit by flying stones. Climbed up from the pile of rocks. However, the team members with Lin Qin's shield were also affected by the explosion. Everyone rushed out, and Lin Qin was not surprised. Lin Qin's shield was strengthened by Zhao Bingbing and was much stronger than the original one. But the rocket launcher still has some power. Some people were quite shocked. Fortunately, Lin Qin received everyone and checked their specific conditions. Wei Lan and Tang Kersen ran the fastest. After all, they were their teammates. Tang Kersen is also a doctor, so she naturally rushes to the front line when any team members might be injured. Chapter 374 Acquaintance. "How is everything? Are you okay?" Tang Kersen asked anxiously. All the team members shook their heads and stood up from the ground. "Fortunately, everything is fine. The big guys were just hit by the air wave." Lin Qin's shield was very timely. Fortunately, no major situation occurred. Lin Qin couldn't help but nodded. "It's okay, you guys go behind me." Lin Qin stood up and was about to confront the opponent head-on when a voice rang out. "Nightingale, it's really you." Wei Lan was startled. When she heard this code name again, which seemed familiar yet strange, she actually felt as if she was in another world. Wei Lan turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. Zhang Yin was standing not far away, looking at her with surprise and joy, obviously a little shocked. Wei Lan paused and called out the name, "Skylark." Her voice inevitably rose a degree. "After all, we are all former comrades in arms." Wei Lan chuckled and then asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Yin came over with his team members, looked Wei Lan up and down, and then felt relieved. "I thought you had met with an accident like those small teams. I didn't expect to see you again." A woman walked out from beside Zhang Yin, looked at Wei Lan, and couldn't help but reach out and hold Wei Lan's hand. "Yeah, that's great. I thought I would never see you again in this life." "I don't like to hear that." Wei Lan frowned slightly, but her tone was happy, and it was just a joke between friends. After a brief chat, Zhang Yin looked at Lin Qin and others behind Wei Lan. Wei Lan said, "I forgot to introduce him. This person is Zhang Yin, my former captain. He's the captain who just joined the team for training." Wei Lan explained it specially. During the rescue operation, everyone was broken up and reorganized, and Wei Lan was the captain of a search and rescue team, not in the same group as the original group. After the natural rescue failed, Wei Lan, who was separated from most of the others, never met his former teammates again. This time, it was really an accident. "This is Lin Qin, the captain of my current team." Before everyone could finish introducing themselves to each other and greeting each other, Song Jiao rushed up with a ferocious face. The result was naturally that he was intercepted by Zhang Yan's men. Song Jiao roared, "You two actually know each other. No wonder you didn't want to help me last night and had to wait until today. No wonder all these people ran away. You guys lied to me." "Okay, so you're in the same group. You deliberately lied to me today. In fact, you went out last night to inform Haitians people to escape and move positions. You are really brave. You even deliberately launched a few bombardments to convince me." Song Jiao became more and more excited as she spoke. But she didn't expect that Haitian had the same background as her. In other words, when she went to ask for help from that person, Haitian's people had already got there before her. Song Jiao couldn't even imagine it. Zhang Yin frowned and said, "You are wrong. Before this, I didn't know Wei Lan would be here. What's more, everyone accompanied you on the journey for several hours yesterday. They were already exhausted and didn't even have anything to eat or drink, and you asked everyone to help you attack others. What's more, we only rested for 2 hours before we started to collect information and make plans. We've been busy for you for so long, and all you have to say is that we lied to you. Do you know how precious a cannonball is nowadays?" Although it was very dark at the time, there were still lights and people moving around in the base. Everyone can guarantee this. In fact, there were indeed patrols at that time, and the frequency of patrols was very high. As for when the base personnel were evacuated, they actually didn't know and didn't consider this aspect. When they were sent out, everyone wanted to complete the mission as quickly as possible and then go back. As for this woman, Song Jiao, they will not give in to her. Song Jiao didn't care how much others helped her. She only knew that this was what she saw right now. At this moment, Song Jiao was held by Dongfeng and Xiao Chong, preventing her from making any other moves. Seeing that the atmosphere of reminiscing over there was very good, Song Jiao gradually calmed down. Judging from the current situation, they won't help me. Song Jiao's thoughts couldn't help but go back to the past. During the previous rescue, the superpowers had not yet appeared. Song Jiao and her family hid in the room, and the corridor outside was full of various zombies. The family had finished their food long ago and could no longer hide at home, so they had to go out to look for food. And her parents died at the hands of zombies. Song Jiao still remembers how helpless she felt at that time, and her mind was completely blank. She didn't dare make a sound and could only run forward desperately. Fortunately, a man saved himself. She was saved. The man took her to find her brother and took her and another group of rescued survivors to a temporary shelter. But the shelter was eventually invaded by zombies. In the chaos, she picked up a gun and hid it on her body. While she was dodging nervously, she saw that the man who rescued her was injured and about to be eaten by zombies. It was her who shot and saved her. In the days that followed, under his leadership, they finally had a safe place to hide. Before the man left, he said in person that he owed her this favor. Feel free to ask if you have any questions in the future. Now she mentioned it, and he became the boss of the big base. It turned out that the people sent over were acquainted with those who destroyed her base. How could Song Jiao not feel sad? Seeing that Song Jiao had become obedient, the two people who were supporting her reduced their strength a lot. Song Jiao found the right moment and suddenly activated her storm power to break free. After blowing away the people around him, he started running wildly into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Qin subconsciously threw the dagger in his hand over. The dagger kept spinning in the air, and finally, under Lin Qin's control, it cut under Song Jiao's neck. Song Jiao's frantic running suddenly stopped. Subconsciously, I put my hands over my neck, but the artery was cut, and the blood could not be suppressed and gushed out violently. The people present looked at each other, and Lin Qin just said calmly, "She can't leave, let alone live." "Dr. Tang, let me check the situation for everyone first." No one's injuries were serious. Injuries are inevitable in a fight, but you still need to check it and deal with it in time. After all, wounds exposed to the air may inevitably come into contact with the blood or other liquids of zombies or mutants at any time and enter the skin, which is not good. Tang cursed and nodded and began to check and treat everyone's skin injuries. Zhang Yan's gaze turned to Lin Qin. This person is Wei Lan's current boss. Chapter 375, Former Captain. No matter what, Zhang Yan was still relieved. Wei Lan seems to be living a good life. But how did they offend Song Jiao? Zhang Yan thought so and asked, "Boss Lin, this may be a little presumptuous, but I want to ask you how you and Song Jiao got together." After all, they were the reinforcements Song Jiao called for. Not only did they fail to solve the problem, but they also caused Song Jiao to die in front of them. Wei Lan frowned and stepped forward. "Captain, it was Song Jiao's brother Song Shan. He targeted our people first. If we hadn't rushed over in time, he would have killed all of our girls." Zhang Yan frowned. "But when Song Jiao came, she said that you slaughtered her base and killed her brother." Wei Lan sneered. "Nonsense. Her brother died purely because one of their own people accidentally killed him when they failed to take credit for the crime. We came here to seek an explanation, but that person wanted to put the blame on us and attacked us first. We only attacked to protect ourselves. He kept yelling that his sister would not let us go. But we are all normal people, so how could we not come to her house to ask for an explanation?" Wei Lan spoke so righteously that Lin Qin couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at him. What is admirable is that although what Wei Lan said was quite right, it was a 180-degree turn from their actual behavior. From this perspective, they're the ones who should be asked for justice. And the people in the team naturally stood by Wei Lan unconditionally. And in fact, it is indeed quite similar. Zhang Yan frowned, a look of doubt flashing through his heart. No matter how much they disliked Song Jiao, there was nothing wrong with her personal behavior. If it were them, if their base was destroyed and they happened to have a favor from the leader of a large base, they would naturally use the favor to take revenge. Even if we have any doubts, now that the person involved is dead, it is impossible to get clarification or verify anything. Zhang Yan nodded. "It seems that Song Jiao is not telling the truth. But were you the one who notified the Haitian people to evacuate?" Wei Lan shook her head. "How could it be us? We're not familiar with Haitian's people at all. We came here today to see how strong the people behind Song Jiao are. But I didn't expect it to be you." But the people of Haitian actually never thought of destroying Song Jiao's base. You may not know that the strength of the Haitian and Weitian bases is actually similar. It has always been Weitian Song Jiao who bullied Haitian's people. This time, Haitian Song Shan not only robbed Haitian supplies, but also took people back and detained them. Haitian has to go and get the back. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment, then said, "It sounds like Song Shan is the one causing all the trouble." Wei Lan continued, "It was this Song Shan. Our people suffered a lot at his hands. Fortunately, Lin Qin discovered that our team had not returned yet and drove out to look for them. Otherwise, our team members would have been dead." Zhang Yan heard this and then said, "From this point of view, Song Shan caused the destruction of the base. Song Jiao, this brother." As Zhang Yan spoke, he shook his head. "Nowadays, even if you want to be arrogant, you must have the capital and confidence to be arrogant. Perhaps Song Jiao is Song Shan's confidence, but unfortunately, she jumped too much this time. It actually brought such a devastating disaster to the base." The woman behind Zhang Yan came over, took Wei Lan's hand and said, "From this perspective, Song Shan is so arrogant there must be a factor of Song Jiao's connivance in this. I don't like that woman Song Jiao, but since the boss owes us a favor, we're here anyway. But I'm so sorry about these people. I didn't expect them to be your teammates. As she spoke, Xinyue's eyes swept over the team members who had been simply treated. Some of them had wounds on their foreheads, some on their hands, and so on. Wei Lan chuckled. It's okay. If we didn't happen to know each other, these would be enemies who would fight to the death. Zhang Yin laughed heartily. That's right, Brother Lin shouldn't mind. Lin Qin certainly wouldn't mind, as he was now planning to take advantage of these people. Putting aside today's battle, Lin Qin looked at their tacit cooperation and couldn't help but want to ask for advice. Thinking of this, Lin Qin spoke a little stiffly. You two work together very well. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know how to describe their cooperation. And Zhang Yin suddenly understood Lin Qin's meaning. Brother Lin, your people are also very strong. We are all experienced fighters. Not only are we physically strong, but our ability to use and control our special abilities is also learned through long-term actual combat. Few people can escape from us. It's actually quite impressive that your people have been able to hold out against us for so long. Especially you're strong. What shocked him the most was Lin Qin's strength. Even when the shells were bombarding at such a close distance, his special powers were able to withstand the power. The most important thing is that when they were fighting, the shields on several people were able to protect their teammates from critical attacks in time. And there was nothing they could do. This Lin Qin is an absolute strongman. The number of his crystal cores should be quite large. Only those who absorb more crystal cores can reach this strength. As it stands now, even if they work together, they may not be able to defeat Lin Qin. His shield ability is really too strong. What's more, Lin Qin doesn't seem to have a single shield. Judging from the dagger he just threw out that accurately cut Song Jiao's throat. Lin Qin seems to have the ability to control objects. Therefore, Zhang Yin could not confirm what ability he had awakened. Zhang Yin continued. The biggest problem with your team members is not their lack of ability, but their lack of coordination. But I believe you should have felt this too. After Zhang Yin finished speaking, Lin Qin nodded. Sometimes, this is how it is between men, no need to say more. Lin Qin raised his hand and tilted his head. Thank you. But are you planning to go back next? Zhang Yin nodded. Originally our mission here was to repay the boss's favor, but now. Zhang Yin shrugged his shoulders. The meaning was self-evident. We'll be going back soon. But if you have any problems in the future, you can always come to us. As for Wei Lan, she was doing well in this team, so he didn't force her to go back with him. Even if you can't make it in the future, you can always come to them for help. Chapter 376. The world is so big, everyone is familiar with us. Wei Lan felt a little sad, but mostly happy. All the teammates who she thought were gone were now standing alive in front of her. Seeing them leaving, Wei Lan couldn't help but ask, well, why don't you stay for dinner? Zhang Yin shook his head. No, supplies are so scarce right now. Why are you inviting us to eat? But we can go and take a look at your base. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, the boss is our previous squadron. Wei Lan was completely shocked. Then you are. The base built by the troops, that's very strong. Not to mention weapons and supplies. They're several times more than other bases. Zhang Yin knew what she meant and shook his head with a heavy face. Wei Lan, there are no troops now. The zombie virus is indiscriminate. Even leaders are not immune. What we have left are all bases built by spontaneous teams. Now, there's no official authority. It had already been scattered. To put it bluntly, it is a base built by ordinary people themselves, which is the same as theirs. They were just lucky they happened to be brothers in the same team, so they got together. Of course, it was difficult in the beginning. The current situation in the world is that all materials cannot be produced. If you want to survive, you can only find ways to build recyclable materials. For example, crops and various seeds. If you have the chance, go find some seeds of fruits, vegetables, and grains, and cultivate the land yourself. You can create recyclable resources and sustain your survival. There are no more factories in this world now. Most of the materials produced before the zombie outbreak are gone. Of course, not all of them are gone, but most of them are. On the one hand, there are materials that ordinary people can touch, and everything that can be eaten is eaten. On the other hand, it is stockpiled by various small, medium, and large bases. The very small remaining part is probably all the supplies that are gathered among the zombies and will not be easily taken away. Of course, the amount of supplies consumed by the base every day is not small, in addition to going to the areas where zombies gather to rob each other of supplies. But it's hard to find anymore. After eating all of this, the real goods are gone. After all, the subsequent productivity cannot keep up. Zhang Yin was just giving a reminder. After all, he actually didn't know how strong Lin Qin and the others were. Maybe people have already considered this and made corresponding countermeasures. Wei Lan nodded, thinking that with Lin Qin's abnormal ability, he shouldn't have to worry about food. I don't know how much food is stored in his space. Of course, Wei Lan couldn't reveal this and just nodded. Lin Qin said, well, let's talk while we walk. Chatting in this place is always a bit. Lin Qin didn't finish his words, but Zhang Yin nodded. After all, this place is Haitian space. We were bombarded again, and no one knew when the zombies would surround us. What's more, other bases in the surrounding area are paying close attention to what's happening here. Zhang Yin didn't know, but Lin Qin knew everything. What's more, the vast ocean outside belongs to Haitian. Zhang Yin smiled awkwardly. He was so excited and happy to see an old acquaintance that he almost forgot this point. As the team walked, they said, if it's convenient for you recently, you should try to get a ship. I see there aren't many of you, so a medium-sized fishing boat will be enough. Hearing this, Lin Qin couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang, I don't know what this means. After all, Zhang Yin was once one of those people, and the information he has should be more complete than theirs. In addition, since he is Wei Lan's old captain, it is not excessive to call him Brother Zhang. Zhang Yin looked at Lin Qin, then frowned and said, this matter is not easy to explain. If I have to explain it, it can only be... Before Zhang Yin could finish his words, a big fight broke out on the side of the road ahead. But in a moment, all those people were dealt with. Lin Qin saw Wang Yang in the crowd and frowned. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yin's team members immediately stepped forward and became alert, forming a defensive formation and protecting Lin Qin and the others behind them. Zhang Yin said, it looks like a collision between bases. Everyone, don't get involved. Retreat. Following Zhang Yan's words, the team began to move backwards. Lin Qin saw Wang Yang, and Wang Yang also saw Lin Qin. He immediately waved his hands and ran over. The team members following behind him looked at Zhang Yin and others with eager eyes. Wang Yang's eyes were like torches, and he said, I saw that your situation was not good, so I went back to get help. The boss brought a lot of people with him. Brother Lin, don't be afraid. We at Haitian said that if we make friends with you, we won't watch you get arrested. Wang Yang's face was filled with righteous indignation, and his words were very convincing. For a moment, Lin Qin thought that he had really been caught by Zhang Yin and others. Zhang Yin and a few others looked at Wang Yang in confusion. Looking at the other party's posture, they misunderstood that they and Lin Qin and others were enemies. If it's a misunderstanding, then it's easy to deal with. Lin Qin stepped forward and explained, no, you misunderstood. Wang Yang immediately said, don't worry, Brother Lin. Our boss said that he has made a promise to you as a righteous friend. We will definitely rescue you. Lin Qin, sometimes being too toxic is not a good thing. Beside Wang Yang, there are many people holding guns, all aiming at Zhang Yin and the others. At the back of the crowd, Chun Hao, wearing a fisherman's hat, pushed through the crowd and walked to the front of the team. Following closely behind was Niu Jun. The two people wore sunglasses and looked at each other coolly. The leaders of both sides, who were about to make harsh remarks, looked at each other tacitly and were stunned. Chun Hao and Niu Jun even took off their glasses. Zhang Yin. Chun Hao and Niu Jun curled their lips and couldn't help but shout out the name. His tone was full of disbelief. Zhang Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're not dead yet. At this point, both Lin Qin and Wang Yang were dumbfounded. What's going on? Do you all know each other? Chun Hao shook his head speechlessly, with a look of disgust on his face, and then walked forward. The same is true for Zhang Yin. The two looked at each other, then held each other's hands and hugged each other. After they separated, Zhang Yin said, I didn't expect to meet you here. Chun Hao laughed loudly and said happily, I didn't think about it either. Niu Jun walked over from Chun Hao's side, hugged Zhang Yin in the same way, and said with his lips tightly pursed, This is too sudden. I feel like I'm in another world. Chapter 377. No fight, no acquaintance. You kid, you still speak with the same accent as before. Oh, I can't hold back on talking about this kind of thing. Nanwei looked at the situation over there and couldn't help but sigh. This world is really small. Yeah, I didn't expect that I would meet her because of Song Jiao. It's incredible. I don't know where my childhood friend is now, or whether he is doing well. I don't know how mom and dad are doing. I don't know if my son is still alive. There are more and more feelings in the team. The joy of reunion struck everyone present, and everyone was deeply touched. Lin Xin didn't say anything, but after listening to the team members' whispers, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Qian. He is an orphan and doesn't know who his parents are. His only friend was Zhang Qian. They were not brothers, but were better than brothers. Lin Xin not only sighed, but also felt a little emotional. But Wei Lan beside him walked forward. I really didn't expect that you and I would be in the same place. Chun Hao looked at Wei Lan, who was speaking, and was startled for a moment. Then he pointed at Wei Lan and said with a chuckle, "Isn't this the stinky-faced female member of your team? Not bad. She's still alive." Pa. What nonsense are you talking about? Ha. This is not a joke. Let's go. We have so much fun today. Let's go to our base. Chun Hao waved his hand, and his mood at this moment could be said to be very excited. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Neo Jun couldn't help but say, "What are you talking about? How come the base has been bombed into such a mess?" When talking about this, Chun Hao's happy expression paused. After looking Zhang Yin up and down, he said, "Old Biden, you always love to argue with me. It's you who bombed my base." Zhang Yin looked helpless. "It's all an accident. It's all an accident. Who knew this place belonged to you? If I had known, I would have bombed your base. I don't care. You have to compensate me and build my base." Chun Hao immediately started to act like a rogue. Actually, there was no loss at the base. At most, there were some craters from the explosion, collapsed houses, and rubble and other damage. He was just joking. I didn't really want him to compensate me. In response, Zhang Yin said, Okay, I will." With no other choice, Zhang Yin could only agree. However, he turned around, pulled Lin Xin over, and said, "This is Lin Xin, Brother Lin. He rescued Wei Lan after she was separated from the team. I have to say, Brother Lin is very capable. Since you are all here, you should know each other." Lin Xin looked up and smiled. "Our base is too small, so they probably haven't heard of it." In fact, this is true. Before Lin Xin, he didn't even know the situation of the base here. Most of them act alone. If it weren't for the nightclub, Lin Xin wouldn't have known that the outside world has developed so rapidly. Chun Hao looked at Lin Xin's and said, "Brother Lin, you don't even need to introduce me. Our Wang Yang has said many times that he is very strong." Seeing this, Lin Xin said repeatedly, No. Chun Hao stretched out his hand and said, "This is our area in Lanxiang. We may run into each other often in the future. Let me formally introduce myself to you. My name is Chun Hao, and this is Neo Jun." Lin Xin extended his hand, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Lin Xin, these are my team members." Chun Hao looked around and saw that except for 3 men, the rest of the team were all women. He didn't think that women were incompetent. He just couldn't help but wonder. Among the team of strong men that Wang Yang mentioned many times, most of them were women. If so many women can be so strong, then wouldn't Lin Xin be even stronger? You must know that as a team leader, your ability must be higher than that of your teammates. This is the only way to suppress the people below. Naturally, the number of crystal cores absorbed by Lin Xin was greater than that of any other team member. The team members can still be so strong under the suppression of the crystal core, which is enough to show how strong Lin Xin is. Chun Hao nodded one by one. He began to think in his mind that with Wei Lan's relationship, there would be a bridge between their 2 bases. In the future, cooperative alliances and the like will be a sure thing. If they can't form an alliance, even if they have a relationship like Wei Lan, they will still be a tough opponent in the future. There are no eternal friends. Only when interests are linked can you feel truly at ease. If Lin Xin does not cooperate, then Chun Hao will try his best to avoid becoming an enemy. As Lin Xin introduced, Chun Hao laughed more and more happily. Of course, Lin Xin had no idea what was going on in his mind. After the introduction, Chun Hao waved his hand and said, "Brothers, go back to the base. Come on, it's rare to meet old friends. Let's all come to my base." Just like that, dramatically, Lin Xin and others returned to Haitian space. What was even more dramatic was that Wei Lan was actually familiar with these people. Of course, Chun Hao, Neo Jun, and Wei Lan were not from the same unit, but they had met and carried out some missions together before. We are familiar with each other. Nan Wei carefully approached Wei Lan, looked at her, and said, "I didn't expect you knew all these people." Wei Lan turned her head and whispered, "They are all from the past. I didn't know we could still meet here." At this point, the 3 bosses got to know each other. Lin Xin couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of fate. The situation in Haitian was not serious. Several residential buildings were collapsed, and some roads were full of craters. But this does not affect the entire base. At night, Chun-Hao entertained everyone with fine wine and delicious food. Lifting his glass, Chun-Hao said, "Today we can say that we have met each other through fighting. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have met my old brothers." Then he looked at Lin Xin, holding the porcelain bowl, and said, "Brother Lin, Wang Yang has always told me that you are very strong. I was thinking about winning you over and forming an alliance with our base. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Wei Lan is in your base, we are assured. If you need anything in the future, just ask." Wei Lan stood up with the bowl in his hand. "You can't say that. To be honest, we are so close, but we have never run into each other. What's more, what do you mean by you can rest assured that I am in Lin Qin's base? I see that you are assured that we will not become your enemies." Chun-Hao was not annoyed when he saw Wei Lan's revelation. He laughed and said, "Wei Lan, you still speak the same way as before. You are too straightforward." Wei Lan raised the bowl in his hand and said, "We are all family. There is no need to hide anything." "But Captain Zhang, what did you mean by asking us to find a fishing boat?" Zhang Yin had just said half of this, and before he could explain it clearly, he was interrupted by Wang Yang and others. Chapter 378, Cooperation. Wei Lan pondered over it for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to ask. Speaking of this, Chun-Hao was also confused. "Boat? What ship?" Like Nyo Jun, he couldn't help but put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and looked over in unison. "Is there any hidden story behind this?" Zhang Yin put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "This is a long story. The temperature suddenly dropped before, and the snowstorm was very heavy. Look at it now, all the snow outside has melted. Everyone knows about this. The previous blizzard had buried several layers of it, which was very thick. But as the temperature rose later, the melting rate of the snow was relatively moderate. Even now, there are still snow piles in some cold and sunny places. But I don't know if it's because the snow melted so quickly, the weather wasn't very warm and it was still very cold." Everyone was silent, ready to listen to what was going on. Zhang Yin continued, "The news I got is that some places in the south have been flooded due to melting snow, and some coastal cities have been submerged. I can't confirm the specific situation of this news, but some transmissions from Southern equipment have been like this. You are in the middle here, and we don't know if this situation will occur. But it's better to make plans early. It's safer in case something happens." Lin Xin and others listened very carefully. According to the information he provided, it should be the military equipment in his hands that discovered this situation. If it's something like rainwater backflow, this has happened before. Some low-lying cities or areas with low terrain will have stagnant water. Lin Xin still remembers that in the first few days after the zombie outbreak, all the water in the river flooded the road. The depth naturally varies. If we look at the ratio of rain to snow, the volume of snow that melts into snow is actually not that large. But if it's this high, and if it flows into streams, the terrain is low, the air evaporates, and so on, it shouldn't be too serious. However, Lin Xin had a speedboat that he had taken before, which was the restaurant on the riverside. In terms of accommodating people, the number of people he had was definitely enough. There's no need to worry about this. But Haitian, there must be at least a few hundred people at Haitian space. The only ship that can accommodate all of them is probably a luxury cruise ship. This is a bit difficult to find. Seeing that it had little to do with him, Lin Xin relaxed a lot. Chun-Hao was a little nervous and couldn't help asking a few more questions. If that's the case, is this news reliable? Zhang Yin shook his head. There's no way to confirm it. This happened in the south, about 200 kilometers away from you. Whether it will affect this area is still unknown. It looks like your river hasn't overflowed yet. At most it's full. Chun-Hao frowned, thinking about something. At this moment, dense gunfire was heard outside. A man hurried in and whispered in Chun-Hao's ear, "Boss, there are a lot of zombies outside. The patrol team and the offensive and defensive team are dealing with them. But the zombies seem to be coming from the Weitian base." Chun-Hao nodded and then said, It's okay, it's okay. The noise during the day was too loud, and these zombies were attracted and gathered here. It's okay, let my people handle it first. Zhang Yin, it's been a long time since we last met. We must have a good drink today." The dinner party came and went quickly. Lin Xin and others declined Chun-Hao's invitation and left with their teammates on the bus. Zhang Yin and the others stayed here. Zhang Qian was driving the car, and everyone in the car collapsed on their seats, somewhat exhausted, and closed their eyes to rest. Wei Lan was worried, so he was naturally in high spirits. She looked at everyone catching up on their sleep, then quietly came and sat down next to Lin Qin's seat. Lin Qin turned his head and looked at Wei Lan with raised eyebrows. Wei Lan whispered, "Before leaving, Chun Hao pulled me aside and told me something he wanted me to convey." Lin Qin retracted his gaze and said, "I know what he wants to say. What do you think about this matter?" Lin Qin did not answer, but just threw the question back. Wei Lan choked and said, "It's not my opinion on this matter. You are the boss of our team. We will do what you say." Lin Qin chuckled and said, "It's not impossible to cooperate with them, but I don't want to be cannon fodder. On weekdays, we just take care of ourselves. In fact, it is quite good to have a base to cooperate with. After all, free hitters are not. When needed, Chun Hao is a much better partner than other partners." Wei Lan looked at Lin Qin, frowning slightly. "Does what you said mean you are willing to cooperate?" Seeing Lin Qin nod, Wei Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Then why didn't you say it over there? Why did you have to say it when you came back?" Chun Hao dragged and pulled and insisted on having a serious talk with her. At the dinner table, Chun Hao repeatedly showed his goodwill, but Lin Qin's responses were very cold. Lin Qin leaned back on the bus chair and said, "How can it be so easy to cooperate with us? In fact, there is no harm in cooperating with them. On the contrary, it will be much safer for the team members to walk around here in the future. The most important thing is that after what Haitian did, the other bases have also heard of our name. This way, if someone wants to take advantage of you in the future, you'll have to think carefully." Not only did he offend Song Jiao, but the consequences were left unresolved. He even ended up killing Song Jiao. Even bases like Haitian extended olive branches to them. This shows how powerful Lin Qin and his team are. If these bases still have evil intentions, don't blame Lin Qin. Of course, the most important thing is that all the bases know about it, and those lone wolf small bases will not dare to disturb Lin Qin and others anymore. If they really set their sights on Lin Qin, they all have to consider whether they are as powerful as him. Fortunately, no one in the Lanxiang area dares to mess with Lin Qin. Wei Lan thought about it for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Lin Qin's move was actually to borrow Hai Tian's power and publicize it. At this time, in a hotel at the junction of Lanxiang Lake and other areas, the light in the room was very dim, and it was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Even through the door, one could still hear the panting and screaming coming from inside the room. Their crotches are in a mess. As the knocking on the door stopped, a man's voice was heard from inside the house. "Come." The subordinate who had been waiting at the door for a long time finally opened the door, lowered his head, and walked into the room tremblingly. She didn't dare to look up, let alone look at the extravagant and obscene scene on the bed. Chapter 379, Absorbing Superpowers. Even if you don't look up, you can know what the scene is like through the sounds coming from your ears. She lowered her head and reported seriously, saying the spy reported that Lin Qin's team has cooperated with Haitian. Wei Tian was destroyed. Song Jiao also died at Lin Qin's hands. The man on the bed leaned against the headboard behind him, shaking a red wine glass in his hand. Hearing this, his hand paused, and the next moment, the man smashed the red wine glass directly onto his subordinate's forehead. The sound of broken glass was clear and distinct. It also made the hearts of those present tremble. The women were trembling with fear and dared not move at all. Of course, they did not dare to speak. Wang Yin didn't dare to speak and kept her head down. He didn't even dare to wipe the blood from his forehead. She swallowed, then held on to her scalp and said tremblingly, "Boss, this is what the spy reported. What should we do next?" The man took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and waved his hand. The women who were clinging to him instantly dispersed and waited obediently by the side. The man got down from the bed. He stood in front of Wang Yun, and even though he didn't say anything, an aura of authority emanated from him. Wang Yun closed her eyes out of fear, not daring to look any further. The man lifted her chin and asked her to look at him. Wang Yun saw the anger in the man's eyes. He is angry. The other women looked at them timidly, one by one. Wang Yun couldn't help but close her eyes, not daring to look directly at his anger. The man sneered. The hand that was pinching her chin was a little too strong, and she opened her eyes in pain. Having been with him for so long, she already knew everything about him. A sneer appeared on the man's lips, and through his eyes, Wang Yun saw the anger burning in his eyes. He is angry. He was angry that he had not protected the woman he loved, Song Jiao. Wang Yun's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she was pushed down on the sofa behind her by the man. She faced away from the man with her back against him. He said, "Un, you have grown up with me since you were a child and have been my bodyguard for so long. How could you not know what I mean? You said, Song Jiao is dead?" Wang Yun was a little frightened, but she still said, "Yes, this is the news the spies brought back." The man laughed in anger and held Wang Yun's hand tighter and tighter, not caring at all about the woman's frown. He hit her hard, as if it was a punishment. "Why don't you go there yourself?" Wang Yun endured the pain and said calmly, "Song Jiao went to find that person and brought back a lot of people. I thought there wouldn't be any accidents, so I sent someone else. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen." But the spy also brought back an important piece of news. Haitian and Lin Xin have reached a cooperation agreement. They left after having dinner together. Chen Hao from Haitian personally sent them off. The women hiding in the corner were no longer surprised by what was happening between Wang Yun and the man. They're different from Wang Yun. The hotel building can accommodate a lot of people and is the core of this base. And they were all women who were selected after joining the base. At first, all women in the base were required to live in this building and were required to wear only skirts. Wearing a skirt is just to make it easier for men to move. From the helpless resistance at the beginning to the numb acceptance later. For them, these are nothing at all. Things like Wang Yun's relationships with men happen from time to time. But Wang Yun is different from them. She can walk around in any clothes she wants, but they can't. The women quickly stood up and walked out of the room, not daring to slack off at all. It was obvious that they couldn't continue to listen to the conversation that followed. The man stopped, and Wang Yun knew he wanted her to continue. "I have sent people to investigate this Lin Xin. He was the one who killed all those people in Wei Tian before. Not from Haitian. In fact, several teams of our people also died at his hands. Lin Xin is a man with unpredictable strength. My suggestion is that we should not provoke him easily." The man sneered when he heard this. There are actually quite a few strong teams. Looking across the entire province and city, there are numerous bases. There are also many clashes between bases. But he didn't believe that his base was really unable to do anything to Lin Xin. Wang Yun has been with him for a long time. Even if he doesn't speak, the sound of his sneer is enough to tell what he is thinking. Seeing this, Wang Yun couldn't help but continue. "I sincerely advise you not to provoke this matter. His team only has about 20 people. When he slaughtered the entire Wei Tian before, there were not even 5 people. Do you think we can afford to offend such a standard personnel configuration now?" Although Wang Yun's question was a rhetorical question, it was full of affirmation. Of course, they can't. Seeing that the man didn't speak, Wang Yun continued. "I found out that it was Song Shan who provoked Lin Xin and wanted to kill his team members, which led to Lin Xin's revenge. It's better for us not to provoke them. Of course, I'm just suggesting that if you want to avenge Song Jiao, I will handle this matter properly and give you a satisfactory answer." The man seemed to see through the twists and turns involved. The tightly pursed lips then relaxed and continued to move. He turned Wang Yun over. He covered her with his big hand, kissed Wang Yun, and said, "I knew that you were my most capable bodyguard and you can definitely do this well. Then I'll listen to you. Let's put this matter aside for now. Since the Song Jiao siblings asked for this, then we don't have to rush to bear the consequences. As for women, if I want them, there are plenty of them, right? My dear Ayun, you will continue to help me find them, right? It's a pity that there are not many women like Song Jiao who have such a strong personality and are also to his liking. But if you die, you die." Just as Wang Yun said, the base is now in a very stable state, and there is no need to offend the powerful Lin Xin for a woman. Otherwise, all their current efforts may be wasted. The man's actions made Wang Yun feel very shy, but she damn much liked his style. Even when men are involved in this kind of thing, there are always women around them. But just because of the special nature of his supernatural powers, he must have a woman in order to gradually become stronger. Wang Yun couldn't resist his request, and was even more intoxicated by the man's offensive. Chapter 380, Introverted Woman. She is different from those women. At least Chun-Zhe has never absorbed the power in her body. That's right, Chun-Zhe's awakened ability is to absorb the power from women's bodies. By gathering together women with awakened abilities, Chun-Zhe can draw strength from their bodies through constant intercourse, thus making himself stronger. Chun-Zhe now has 4 abilities of wind, water, and electricity in his body. And the women who had just served him also had these 4 abilities. The number of times Chun-Zhe absorbs energy varies depending on the ability of a woman. Once all is absorbed, the woman will have no value anymore. Chunja needs a constant supply of women to make himself stronger. Wang Yun's face flushed, and this kind of happiness soon ended. Chunja turned his back to her, put on his clothes, and said, "Those women have absorbed almost all of their essence. Take them away." Wang Yun put on her clothes, nodded with a flushed face, and then walked out. Here, it's a suite, and the women live in another slightly smaller room. Wang Yun tidied her clothes, then came to the gate, looked at the two men guarding, and nodded. Then left. After receiving Wang Yun's signal, the men signaled the other brothers to come over, then pushed open the door of the room where the women were and dragged the women out. As for where these women went, Wang Yun knew, but she didn't want to see. Lin Qin, who had returned to the base, was absorbing the crystal core in his room. After the last crystal core was absorbed, Lin Qin's level rose again. At this moment, even if 10 strong men like Zhang Yin joined forces to deal with him, Lin Qin would be more than capable of killing him. Lin Qin got up, tidied himself up, then threw back the quilt and fell asleep. A good night's sleep. The next morning, everyone had breakfast and went to work as usual. As for Zhao Bingbing and the other two, perhaps because of the blow they suffered yesterday, they became calmer. They went to the training room early in the morning and began training intensively. In the entire villa area, Lin Qin was the only idle person. Lin Qin took a sip of his drink and then walked out of the villa. While the women in the house were busy building the wall, he went out for a walk to see how many bases there were nearby. It will also be easier to plan routes when the members go out in the future. Of course, after what happened yesterday, Lin Qin also had his own opinions. It is not a good idea to force team members who are not familiar with each other to get together. Su Jing still has to work as a team with her teammates. Lin Qin thought about it and decided that for now, they could only divide the team into 3 groups. One group is the construction team led by Su Jing. Of course, the construction is only temporary. Later, Su Jing's group should be called a patrol team, probably responsible for the security of the base. The original few old members were responsible for going out and could be said to be the offensive team. As for Zhao Bingbing and the other two, they would move wherever they were needed. As he walked, Lin Qin thought that the number of people in the base was still too small. Look at these bases. Each one of them has hundreds or even thousands of people. It is dozens or hundreds of times theirs. We are currently facing some difficulties in allocating personnel, and we don't know how to divide them. Lin Qin thought about it and decided that it was because there were too few people. Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. Who knew that when he just got in the car and started the car, a woman knocked on his window. Lin Qin remembered this woman. They are the 2 youngest girls on Su Jing's side. I heard that he followed Su Jing before he graduated from high school. What's her name? Su Xiaoli. In Su Jing's team, she's the only one who speaks the least and has a weak presence. The other one, Zhang Beibei, is more active than her. Lin Qin lowered the car window, looked at her, and asked, "What's the matter?" Su Xiaoli hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Lin Qin chuckled, then said, "If that's the case, let's get in the car and talk." Su Xiaoli opened Lin Qin's back door and got in. As the car started, Lin Qin asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" After Su Xiaoli got on the car, he kept his eyes fixed downwards, and he seemed a little restrained. Hearing Lin Qin's question, she said, "I want to learn how to drive. Yesterday, I saw Brother Zhang driving a bus and a jeep. I don't know how to do anything and can't help you. So, I thought about learning to drive. Maybe I can contribute my part." Her ability is too weak. She joined everyone in yesterday's battle, but she was the first one to be knocked out by the opponent. It was Lin Qin's shield that protected her in time. Otherwise, the flying sword would pierce her head. Perhaps because Lin Qin was the only one who noticed her, she had been busy for so long today, observing Lin Qin's movements in the villa. When she saw him coming out, she was overjoyed, but she stopped because she was afraid of being rejected. Seeing that Lin Qin seemed to be going out, she plucked up her courage, made up her mind, and followed him. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect it to be such a simple matter. He thought it was some important request. Lin Qin smiled. "Sure, learning to drive is easy. But I suggest you start with a manual transmission so that you can drive both automatic and manual transmission cars." Su Xiaoli blinked, as if she didn't expect Lin Qin to agree so quickly. She was a little surprised, but also a little happy. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Qin couldn't help but look up and look at Su Xiaoli behind him in the rearview mirror. It's just learning how to drive, but I can be so happy. But he had never seen her smile before, so Lin Qin couldn't help but say, You should smile more often. You look very beautiful when you smile. Su Xiaola's expression paused, and then he said with some fear, I'm sorry. Su Xiaola's personality reminded Lin Qin of someone in his memory. When they were in school, there was a girl in their class whose personality was very similar to hers. He is very introverted and doesn't know how to get along with others, but he can get along very happily and lively with people he is familiar with. This is somewhat different from social phobia. It should be caused by innate personality traits and inferiority complex. For such people, it would be better to get familiar with them. But Su Xiaola looked more like she was afraid of him. Lin Qin couldn't help but said, "You don't have to be afraid of me. I won't eat you. And there's nothing to be sorry about in this matter. You don't have to apologize to me." Su Xiaola paused, then whispered, "Sister Jing and the others all know how to drive, but I'm the only one who can't, so I thought of coming to you to see if you can teach me." Seeing this, Lin Qin probably understood what Su Xiaola meant. Chapter 381, There are always more solutions than problems. Everyone can do it, but she can't. Sometimes, if I can't help her, it will only add to her burden. It is more reasonable that people with Su Xiaola's personality tend to think too much. Well, if you want to learn how to drive, you can do it now. Come to the driver's seat and I'll call you. Su Xiaola was stunned for a moment, then said, "Is it not too bad? I don't know how to control it." Lin Qin looked at her and said, "I'm right beside you. What are you afraid of? Can you drive into the ditch?" Su Xiaola chuckled at first, then said, "Brother Lin, are you kidding? Your skills are so good. How could this happen?" At present, there seems to be no problem with Lin Qin's driving skills. If he could drive into the ditch, there would be nothing to say about me. However, after listening to Lin Qin's words, Su Xiaola also knew that Lin Qin wanted to comfort himself. A warm feeling came over her heart, and she said, "Thank you, Brother Lin." The car stopped smoothly. Lin Qin opened the driver's door and then came to the passenger seat. Su Xiaola sat in the driver's seat. Looking at the steering wheel, brake oil, and other things, Su Xiaola was in a dilemma for a moment, not knowing which one to touch first. Lin Qin sat in the co-pilot seat and began teaching. Lin Qin, who had originally planned to go out and see what was going on, completely gave up the idea after seeing Su Xiaola's driving skills. To be precise, what Su Xiaola was driving was not the car, but the excitement. Lin Qin had long forgotten the purpose of his trip. Just thinking about this, Su Xiaola's car crashed directly into an abandoned car on the side of the road. She was so scared that she turned the steering wheel frantically and narrowly avoided a collision between the two cars. After she stabilized the car, she turned her head and looked at Lin Qin and said, I'm sorry. Brother Lin, are you okay?" Lin Qin held his forehead and said, "It's okay, don't worry, you can drive an electric car, right? Just imagine the steering wheel as the handlebars of an electric car. When you need to turn, just turn in whichever direction you want. As for the accelerator of an electric car, you can imagine it as the accelerator under your feet, but the way you do it is different. Press it lightly and slowly." Su Xiaola swallowed and nodded. "Okay, I'll try it." After practicing for a whole morning, Su Xiaola's control over the car finally improved a lot. The two of them drove the car back and then stopped it at the edge of the gate. Su Xiaola got out of the car, looked at Lin Qin, and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin. You even taught me how to drive, and you didn't look down on me." Lin Qin didn't think it was a big deal. As long as people in the base were interested in learning, he could teach them. It would be useful to the base anyway. Lin Qin waved his hand and said, "Okay, it's already 12 o'clock. If you go back too late, you probably won't even have food to eat." Su Xiaola nodded, smiled gently, then ran back with a slightly flushed cheek. Lin Qin shook his head and walked back to his villa. Not to mention Su Xiaola, he didn't even know if there would be anything to eat if he came back at this time. As he walked, Lin Qin did not forget to look at the progress of the wall. They have become smarter now and no longer rely solely on manual construction, but instead use supernatural powers. For example, one person uses vines to control a cement shovel, another person uses vines to wrap bricks and stack them up, and so on. You know what? The efficiency is really high. Lin Qin returned to his villa and opened the door. There was no one eating at the dining table, but there were a pile of empty bowls on the table, which had not been cleaned up. Lin Qin shook his head. He didn't expect that it was exactly the same as he thought. Wei Lan, who was in the storage room, heard the noise outside, opened the door, looked at Lin Qin, who was standing in the living room, and said, "You're back. Why didn't you tell me? I'll go heat up some food for you." Although the weather outside is getting warmer day by day, it is still a bit chilly. If you leave this hot rice outside, It will become completely cold in a short while. Lin Xin looked at Wei Lan and asked, "Is there still my meal?" Wei Lan rolled his eyes, turned around and looked at Lin Xin and said, "What are you talking about? Not only did you run away without making any noise, but no one dared to eat at noon if you didn't come back. It was only when I told you to leave some food for you that those newbies dared to pick up their chopsticks." Seeing this, Lin Xin couldn't help but chuckle, walked to the dining table, and sat down properly, saying, "You were so nice, Wei Lan. You even remembered to leave some food for me." Lin Xin sat in the chair and sighed in comfort. Wei Lan put the reserved food into the microwave and gave a spin, so it became steaming hot. She held the bowl and walked away, saying, "No, everyone means this, it's not just me. Is this enough for you?" Lin Xin looked at a bowl the size of an instant noodle bowl, which contained 2 dishes, and a small bowl of rice. "That's enough. If that is not enough, he also has food. Everything in the space can be eaten with just a little effort." Lin Xin picked up his chopsticks and prepared to start eating, but he saw Wei Lan sitting opposite him, looking at him with his chin supported. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are they all resting?" Wei Lan nodded and said, "We've been tired for the whole morning. Everyone wants to finish the wall as soon as possible so that they don't have to worry about it later. So it's not just Sister Jing and the others who are busy. Everyone is busy, trying to finish it as soon as possible. Otherwise, look at how the wall is progressing so fast now." Lin Xin nodded and then said, "That's right, all right. You should go and have a rest. You still have to continue training the 3 of them in the afternoon." Wei Lan nodded and said, "I'm not really tired. After all, training is much easier than theirs. Oh, by the way, I actually want to tell you that the 3 of them are quite intelligent, especially Zhao Bingbing. I don't know if it's because of her dance skills, but she learned the standard movements very quickly. However, she lacks some physical strength. I plan to train the 3 of them in the next few days, running around the villa with weights. Although this kind of training method is a bit clumsy, it is very effective. After a long time, your physical fitness will naturally improve. By the way, did you give them the crystal core? As for the crystal cores, they can strengthen their physiques after absorbing them. If they train, the effect will be very significant." Lin Xin ate the rice in the bowl and listened to Wei Lan's words. The last time he distributed supplies, he gave them to everyone except these 3 people. I did make up for it later, but the crystal cores distributed were not many. Lin Xin thought for a moment and said, "I did give out a few on the night when the supplies were distributed, but the quantity was not large. I don't know if it works or if they absorb it." Chapter 382, Who Doesn't Know the Fame? Wei Lan was silent for a moment, then said, "It should be of some use. Their condition is much better than before. If the amount absorbed is large enough, I think they should be able to go out with everyone soon. The abilities of these 3 of them are mainly to assist their teammates, so the important thing is to seize the time to improve their own levels. Physical training can only be said to assist themselves and is the second choice. After all, it is just to ensure that they will not die too quickly when they are unable to use their superpowers and there are no teammates like Lin Xin around them. Only by assisting teammates can they maximize their abilities. Therefore, crystal core absorption is the most fundamental." Lin Xin nodded and said, "Don't worry, you can train first in the next few days. I will keep the crystal cores in mind and let them seize the moment." Wei Lan nodded and then said, "Okay, as long as you know it. Then I'll go back and rest." While speaking, Wei Lan sniffed. Lin Xin was startled and looked over. I didn't notice anything wrong with Wei Lan's speech just now, but now I noticed that Wei Lan has a heavy nasal tone. Lin Xin couldn't help but ask, "Are you catching a cold?" Wei Lan nodded and said, "It's not serious. My resistance is a little weak during my menstrual period. It's okay. I'm going to rest first." Wei Lan waved her hand, and when Lin Xin nodded, she returned to her room and wrapped herself up. Lin Xin at the table couldn't help but step back, looking at the fish in the bowl, and fell into deep thought. Wei Lan's words reminded me that I couldn't keep going on like this. It's indeed a bit slow. We need to let these 3 cooperate with their teammates as soon as possible. To be honest, the level of team cooperation yesterday was not very good. Everyone lacks close coordination. How about finding some time and taking everyone out to find a zombie pile for some training? The more Lin Xin thought about it, the more he felt that this was very possible. If we want everyone to cooperate quickly and get along well with each other, no matter it is food, accommodation, transportation, or some other matters, everyone has to cooperate. Moreover, the staff are not in the same villa now, so the food and accommodation are not very good. Are we hoping that building a wall will induce docility and cooperation? There's actually not much technical content in building a fence. The so-called coordination probably means that you are responsible for doing something and he is responsible for doing something else. The whole project is an assembly line project, which is not really coordination. After thinking about it, Lin Xin quickly finished his meal, walked out of the villa, and drove to the Haitian base. Outside the gate of the base, the few people guarding the gate had already known Lin Xin. After all, the famous Lin Xin has been a well-known figure during this period. Who doesn't know? What's more, such a powerful person has a cooperative relationship with them, so naturally no one dares to offend him. He hurriedly invited Lin Xin in. Lin Xin just waved his hand, rejected their invitation, and stood at the door. The men guarding the gate stood on the watchtowers on both sides of the gate and looked at each other. One of the men climbed down the watchtower and walked out of the gate. He looked at Lin Xin standing at the door, his face full of smiles, and asked cautiously, "Boss Lin, who are you looking for? Let's go in and find someone for you." "I'm looking for Wang Yang." Lin Xin naturally noticed a change in these people's attitude towards him, but he had no time to care. In short, it's good to be respectful to yourself. Upon hearing this, the man immediately said, "Looking for Captain Wang." "Wait a moment, I'll go get him." After the man finished speaking, he ran inside. When Lin Xin heard Captain Wang address him, his brows furrowed slightly. "This Captain Wang, why does he sound a little weird? It sounds like the name of a certain type of dog." Lin Xin couldn't help but chuckle. Then he waited quietly. And the person who just ran away was not the only one guarding the gate. There's several more on the watchtower. The door behind him opened again, and 3 men walked out. One of them moved a recliner, one moved a small coffee table, and another one placed some brewed tea on the table. The man who had set up the tea table said nervously, "It will take some time for Captain Wang to come over. If you don't come in, I'll have to ask you to sit here first. We just brewed this tea. Would you like to try it first?" The 3 people were obviously very reserved. After all, Lin Xin was unwilling to come in, so they could only stay here. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment, but didn't say much. He looked at the 3 people and chuckled. "You don't have to be so reserved. Don't worry about me. Just go in." I don't know if it was because of instructions from above or what, but these people were a little cautious towards him. After Lin Xin said this, the 3 of them looked at each other and then said, "Boss Lin." Lin Xin frowned. Could it be that someone was forcing them? Just when Lin Xin felt uncomfortable being surrounded, Wang Yang came out. From a distance, he shouted, "Brother Lin." The 3 of them could clearly see relief on their faces when they saw this. They didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Xin with a smile on his face, and left while bowing. Lin Xin looked at this scene and couldn't help but ask Wang Yang, "Do you guards treat visitors with such high standards?" It's not that Lin Xin thinks others are too nice to him. It's just that they are too enthusiastic. They moved stools and tables, and now there is even tea. Wang Yang followed Lin Xin's words and said, "You can't blame them for this. All the major bases know about your situation. I guess if you stand at the gate of their base now, you will be like that celebrity and everyone will see you. Providing you with delicious food and drink is the simplest thing." Wang Yang looked at Lin Xin, thinking that he probably didn't know how famous he was yet. Of course, not everyone knows these secrets. The bosses of those bases basically know about it, and the people below only know selectively. Of course, they are Haitian. Many people had seen him when they had dinner with Lin Xin and others yesterday. In addition, there is Captain Chen's attitude towards Lin Xin, as well as Lin Xin's deeds. One by one, who dares to offend them? But it was indeed a bit too attentive. Wang Yang couldn't help but shout, "Old Wang." When the 3 men who were leaving heard Wang Yang's words, they turned around one by one and looked at Wang Yang, with a trace of embarrassment on their faces. Lao Wang said, "It's not that we didn't entertain him well. We just asked Boss Lin to come in, but he didn't want to wait. So we had no choice but to move all these out." Wang Yang interrupted Lao Wang and continued, all right, I'm not here to settle accounts with you. Please take these things back." Chapter 383, I'll arrange it for you. Seeing this, the 3 people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they are not here to settle accounts, there will be no problem. The 3 of them smiled and said, Okay. The 3 of them moved very quickly, and soon all the things were cleared away. Wang Yang turned around, looked at Lin Xin, and said, "Brother Lin, since you are here, why don't you come in? By the way, what do you want to talk to me about?" The matter that made Brother Lin come find me must be something extraordinary. Lin Qin said, "You usually need to go out and kill zombies to get crystal cores, right?" Wang Yang nodded. This was not a deep secret in the first place. In all bases, everyone needs to go out and kill zombies to get crystal cores. More importantly, not all zombies have crystal cores. Only mutant zombies have crystal cores. Their bases here are quite dense, and everyone has reached a state of non-interference with each other. Every day, a group of people would go out from each base to look for zombies and kill them. Then a batch of crystal cores were transported back. Seeing this, Lin Qin asked again, "Where do you usually go?" At this moment, Wang Yang also realized that something was wrong. He looked at Lin Qin, frowned, and asked, "Brother Lin, you are not trying to snatch the crystal core from us, are you?" To be honest, he didn't really think so, but Lin Qin was so mysterious and asked about the crystal core and the zombies. Most importantly, he also asked where they usually went. This sounds fine, but since the person asking the question is Lin Qin, it's a big problem. "Brother Lin, are you short of crystal cores recently? Otherwise, why are you asking this?" Hearing this, Lin Qin couldn't help but roll his eyes. His crystal core doesn't need to kill zombies at all. Kill a few every day and go out to look for zombies. Most of the time, it's just for show or to train the team members. After all, I don't need to kill zombies to get crystal cores. But the players are different from him. He can solve everything perfectly without killing zombies or going out to find food. But the situation of the team members is different from his. Before that, they need to keep killing zombies to train themselves to deal with zombies and obtain crystal cores through mutants. Even if I become a member of Lin Qin's team, this will not change. If Lin Qin was there, he could provide unlimited crystal cores, but when he was not there, the team members had to go out and kill zombies. After thinking it over, the connection between the team members and the zombies cannot be completely severed. While killing zombies, it can actually allow team members to cooperate better, and so on. There is still a big difference between actual combat and drills. Thinking of this, Lin Qin said, "What are you thinking? Do I need to rob you?" Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. "That's not what I meant. I just think that since you are so powerful, you must have a lot of crystal cores, not to mention the number of zombies you have killed. How could you possibly ask me where I kill zombies? This thing sounds wrong. He has so many crystal cores of his own, he must know how many zombies there are in that place." Lin Qin was speechless for a moment. Could he say that he had only killed a few zombies in total? Of course, there's no way I could say this. Before Lin Qin could prepare his words, Wang Yang had already imagined the scene in his mind. Could it be that all the zombies at the zombie spot that Brother Lin always goes to have been killed? I couldn't find a replacement place at the moment, so I came to them to ask for a place. Wang Yang's expression suddenly showed enlightenment, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. He immediately patted his head and said, "Brother Lin, how about you come with us this afternoon? There aren't that many zombies in this area right now. The few we encounter occasionally are mostly ordinary newly transformed zombies thrown out from the nearby base. So if you want to get the crystal core, you have to drive to a farther place. Somewhere further away." Lin Qin couldn't help but frown. "How far is this?" Wang Yang continued, "Brother Lin, how many people do you want to come?" The team that went out in the afternoon had 50 people in total, divided into 5 teams. There are usually more than 10 people in a pickup truck, but they also have to take into account the crystal cores they bring back, so they usually add 1 or 2 more cars. If Lin Qin's team wants to go together, they will have to prepare 2 more cars. This is the only way. Lin Qin thought about it and realized that among the people in the family, only Wei Lan was currently on her period and unable to go out. If anyone really had to leave, Wei Lan would naturally not be included. Others can go. However, Lin Qin did not intend to get in Wang Yang's car. He can follow Wang Yang and the others, and after they reach the destination, they can just go their separate ways and not follow Wang Yang's men. About 20 people. Wang Yang nodded and said, "Okay, there aren't that many people here. I'll arrange 2 cars for you. Just follow us. It just so happens that the boss asked me to go out this afternoon, so it looks like we can keep each other company again." Lin Qin didn't think anything of it and wasn't as happy as Wang Yang. "No, we'll drive ourselves, and once we get there, we won't follow you." Wang Yang saw this and said unhappily, "Why? I was thinking about whether I could pick up some of your leeks and get a few more crystal cores that you didn't want. If Lin Qin doesn't act with them and they are separated in time, he won't be able to carry out his plan." Of course, he would only say this directly because he regarded Lin Qin as his own. If he didn't dare to treat Lin Qin as his own, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Anyway, Lin Qin already knew what kind of person he was before. Thinking this way, it doesn't matter. Lin Qin looked at the other person, shook his head helplessly, and then sneered, "I see you think I'm easy to get." There are many meanings of how, and it depends on how Wang Yang himself understands it. Wang Yang seemed to have gone too far during this period. Wang Yang seemed to understand this as well. He couldn't help swallowing and looked at Lin Qin anxiously. During this period, Lin Qin treated him very well, even seemed to indulge him a little. Over time, I started to joke a little too much. Deep down, he seemed to have forgotten what Lin Qin had done before the nightclub. Wang Yang was a little scared for a moment. Lin Qin just reminded him not to forget their identities and not to forget that this is the end of the world. When it comes to supplies, you want to get a bargain. To put it nicely, it's picking up a bargain, but to put it bluntly, it's robbing. Chapter 3, 84 Floods in the South. After Lin Qin saw that he had also realized it, he immediately asked, "What time do you leave in the afternoon?" Wang Yang was still feeling uneasy, but when he saw Lin Qin change the subject and stop talking about it, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued talking. "The time for the afternoon has not been decided yet. Don't worry, I will lead the team to wait for you at the gate of your base before you leave." Lin Qin frowned at first, then said, "Just tell me a time. I will bring people to meet you." Wang Yang didn't dare to act rashly and said obediently, "They're still eating in the cafeteria right now. After they finish eating, there will be about another half an hour later. Now, the time is 12:30, so let's go according to 1:30. Lin Qin nodded, then got into his car and left Haitian's base. After seeing Lin Qin leave, Wang Yang felt relieved again. He now experienced again the feeling of awe-inspiring power without anger that he had when he first met Lin Qin. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. In the afternoon, Lin Qin's team had been waiting for a long time and arrived at the gate of Haitian's base on time. After seeing Lin Qin and his friend's car, Wang Yang was shocked at first. This is not a car, it's simply a motorhome. No, it would be more accurate to say that this car looks much cooler than an RV. The pure black body has very smooth lines. Looking at it, it seems like it was specially made. Brother Lin is truly worthy of being the big brother. This stuff can be handled. If his guess was correct, this car would have been worth a considerable amount of money even before. He remembered that the car was called something, but he forgot. There aren't many cars anyway, and ordinary people can't afford one. While Wang Yang was sighing, Lin Qin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, lowered the car window. Through the car window, Wang Yang could also notice that the women in the car behind were having a pleasant conversation. Wang Yang couldn't help but turn around and look at his own. Although their fleet of vehicles is large, don't just look at the number. Lin Qin's RV alone is enough to crush the rest. Compared with Lin Qin's RV configuration, there seems a bit shabby. Hiss, there is no comparison. I don't know where Brother Lin found this RV. Tomorrow he will get one too. Wang Yang was filled with envy. Then he withdrew his gaze and wanted to say a few words to Lin Qin. The other brothers' voices came from behind, indicating that it was time to set off. Wang Yang nodded and said hello, then got on the first car. The team did not set off very quickly. There are still quite a few scrap cars parked on both sides of the road. The convoy has to avoid these scrap cars blocking the road, so the speed is not very fast. Lin Qin looked around at the unfamiliar environment. They had never been here before. According to the road ahead, they should be driving out of this area, right? Lin Qin couldn't help but open the offline map. He opened the offline map on the eve of the outbreak of the Doomsday. Even though the network is unstable now, the signal is weak, and there are places with no signal for a long time, it still does not affect Lin Qin's current offline map. Looking at the current direction of travel, we are indeed about to leave the area. Zhang Qian said as he drove. We've been driving for almost an hour, right? From the looks of it, the places where these teams go out to kill zombies every day are quite far away. Lin Qin was sitting in the co-pilot seat and heard Zhang Qian's words, "Follow me." I've seen quite a few bases along the way. There are not many zombies in this nearby area. We have basically killed them all. How many zombies have we encountered along the way? This was true. Although they drove for an hour, they didn't encounter many zombies along the way. Occasionally, cars would appear on the roadside, but the people in the convoy didn't worry about them and just drove over them. Along the way, there are warning signs marking the locations of mutated plants and mutants. Judging from the scale of the work, it should be a joint effort of nearby bases. Avoid those spots and don't have to worry about mutated plants. After all, mutated plants are a bit too difficult to deal with. It will also cause considerable trouble to the marching teams. However, Lin Xin felt that these were most likely made up by Wang Yang and his team. Zhang Qian nodded. That's true. Although we were not driving very fast, we drove for almost an hour, so the distance is not that short. We didn't encounter those mutants on the way. You know, the higher the level of the mutant, the more difficult it is to deal with. Most of the zombies we met on the road were ordinary zombies or low-level mutants with missing limbs. As the car continued to move forward, some groups of pine trees appeared in front of Lin Xin, and the road gradually became winding. Lin Xin rolled up the car window and looked at the pine forest. How come they ran into the botanical garden? While Lin Xin was thinking this, the convoy in front gradually stopped. Zhang Qian stopped the car, looked ahead, and waited. Wang Yang ran down from the first car and jogged all the way to where Lin Xin was. Lin Xin lowered the car window, and Wang Yang looked up and said, "Brother Lin, the road ahead is a little difficult to walk on. The water is flooding, but there's a way out here. Please follow us closely. Also, don't go too deep into this forest. There are quite a few mutant animals in there." Lin Xin nodded. Wang Yang lowered his head and took out a black walkie-talkie from his pocket. "This is a walkie-talkie. I will communicate with you on it if you have any questions. If you have anything you want to ask me, you can also ask me on it. I have already adjusted the channel, but be careful not to get too far away. The walkie-talkie reception here is not very good." Lin Xin nodded and took it. Wang Yang quickly ran back and led the team again. The convoy stopped briefly and then continued to move forward. Zhang Qian looked ahead and couldn't help but ask, "Why does Wang Yang look like he admires you so much?" It's just that even if the water from the river overflows the roadside, you still have to stop and run over. I also gave you a walkie-talkie. The river water won't be very deep when it overflows. Zhang Qian's tone was full of sarcasm when he said this. After all, how could the water level of a river rise so high? I had to stop the car and run over to inform them, and then they gave me a walkie-talkie for easy communication. Lin Xin chuckled. "Okay, drive your car well. There's a forest ahead. I was given a walkie-talkie, and it seems that we can just cross the river and get there." Lin Xin looked ahead. As the convoy moved gradually, a river gradually appeared within their field of vision. The river water had risen sharply, flooding the road and flowing into the river on the other side of the road. Chapter 385 Reminder. The water level is a bit high, to be honest. Fortunately, the chassis of their RV is still okay, Lin Xin said as he watched. "Before, we didn't know each other until we fought, but now there are no such things as eternal friends. It's all about interests." The women in the carriage were holding playing cards and having a great time playing in the back. After all, it was overloaded, and some of the women sat cross-legged on the edge, and the rear compartment was almost full. When crossing the river, Zhang Qian drove extremely carefully. If you're not careful, someone will fall off the flatbed. The water flooded the road surface, and there was some error in judging the width of the road, so he could only follow other people's cars closely. It's a bit difficult to drive. Zhang Qian looked at the water level nearby and said casually, "It looks like there's a lot of water here." The river water flowed slowly along the road. There was a slope next to it. The accumulated water looked rather turbid, as if it had been there for a long time. Zhang Qian withdrew his gaze from the convoy in front of the car and looked at the other side. He said as he drove, "This place doesn't look like a place with zombies. It looks more like a place with more mutant plants. Be careful. After all, who has nothing to do, so they come to the botanical garden on Monday. When it comes to zombies, this is the most unlikely place. On the contrary, mutated plants and animals are quite prosperous. Nothing seems right no matter how you look at it. Whether there are many mutant plants or mutant animals, you have to be careful in this place." Zhang Qian nodded. "That's right, that's the truth." Lin Xin chuckled, and the topic ended there. After crossing the river, Wang Yang's team drove forward about 300 meters and stopped along a raised hill. His voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Brother Lin, it's our turn." Lin Xin looked outside and saw dense pine forests everywhere. "I didn't expect that these pine trees would still be green in such a cold day." Zhang Qian parked the car steadily behind Wang Yang and his team. Lin Xin gestured to Zhang Qian and then got out of the car himself. Everyone in Wang Yang's team got out of the car. One by one, they began to prepare their equipment. After they were dressed, they went deep into the forest. Just as Lin Xin was looking at everyone, Wang Yang came over with his equipment. After entering from here, across the pine forest, there is another district. There are a lot of zombies over there. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized. The real place we want to go is not here, but to go through this pine forest to the other side. If you just want to go to another area, there is no need to come here in a complicated way. Wang Yang seemed to know Lin Xin's doubts and continued. This pine forest can hide our traces, and the car can also be hidden so that it will not be discovered by people from other bases. You guys have to be careful later. We don't know the base here, and we don't know what's going on. But there are some mutant plants in this forest, so you have to be careful. Seeing Lin Xin nod, Wang Yang heard the shouts of his teammates behind him. Wang Yang turned around, raised his hand, and said, "Brother Lin, you guys should pack up quickly. We are about to set off." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yang trotted back. They still had a lot of equipment left to take, so they had to equip themselves quickly. Lin Xin turned around and returned to the car. Tell the team members all the information that Wang Yang said. Zhang Qian put his hand on the lower car window and held the steering wheel with one hand. He listened to Lin Xin's words and said, "No wonder these bases are so big and so powerful. It turns out that the zombies are fighting with other bases. The area around Lanxiang Lake is basically covered by these large bases. There are not many zombies, but of course there are also places with many zombies. But the people from Haitian would rather drive an hour to kill zombies here. Maybe there is something unusual about this place." High crystal nucleus yield? This word flashed through Zhang Qian's mind, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. Several women sitting in the back seat listened to the two people's discussion and couldn't help but join the team. The purpose of our trip is not for the crystal core, but just for training. We shouldn't need to go so deep and fight so many mutants. Yes, their target is not the crystal core. Naturally, there's no need to make a big fuss like Wang Yang and his team. However, following Wang Yang's team would definitely not be convenient for the team members to carry out their actions. Lin Xin picked up the intercom and said, "We need to go inside. Let's separate from you guys from here." As he finished speaking, Zhang Qian started the car and continued to move deeper into the area from the side of Wang Yang's convoy. Wang Yang didn't care. After all, when Lin Xin came to see him, he had already told him that they would separate when they got back to their own place. Only when Lin Xin and his RV were completely out of sight, a man from Wang Yang's team came over. He is the captain of the team that goes out to kill zombies. Lin Xin is from the patrol team. It happens to be his shift today, so he brought his brothers here to get some crystal cores. Luo Ji walked beside Wang Yang, pointed in the direction where Lin Xin and his group were driving, and said, "Brother, why don't you remind them that if you go any further in, there will be mutant plants everywhere." Wang Yang was holding a gun in his hand and was putting on his equipment. Listening to Luo Ji's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Who is Brother Lin? How can he be the same as me?" "Don't worry. I've already told them that the situation inside is complicated. We only dare to stay on the periphery and have never been inside. I think they should have a general one." In Wang Yang's opinion, he had already told Lin Xin. I guess Lin Xin should be able to do it too. Luo Ji didn't think there was anything wrong. Seeing Wang Yang's indifferent reaction, he immediately withdrew his gaze and started muttering as he walked. "There aren't enough crystal cores in our base every day to upgrade the big guys, and we're actually bringing outsiders to grab the crystal cores. I don't know how Boss Chen agreed to this." Of course, Luo Ji did not say this out loud, let alone in front of Wang Yang. But Wang Yang still heard her mumbling and couldn't help but pursed his lips. Meanwhile, Roger had already gone to the other side. He looked at everyone busy at work and then raised his hand to greet them. "Brothers, let's get to work." In fact, Luo Ji was not interested in Lin Xin and Wang Yang. With living conditions so harsh nowadays, who would care about those useless things? He just felt that if the team, which was already having a hard time, shared a piece of the pie with others, it would mean that two bases would share the zombies in this place. There will come a day when all the zombies will be killed, and then this place will be useless, and we will have to find another way out. It's just a personal complaint from a team perspective. In short, he couldn't understand. Chapter 386, No Free Lunch. Of course, out of kindness for the team, he still reminded Wang Yang. The danger level in there is quite high. Don't fail to warn others in case they get angry and think you are deliberately trying to harm them. Of course, he didn't know when all the zombies would be killed. He doesn't even know how many survivors are still alive. If we have to count, there are still tens of thousands of people surviving in a city, which should not be considered a small number, right? With so many billions of people in the world, it is estimated that these zombies will have to be killed in billions before they can be completely eliminated. Among them, we have to be careful of those who are scratched and killed by zombies. Wang Yang was silent for a moment, looked at his brothers who were busy, and then took out the walkie-talkie. Hey, hey, Brother Lin, can you hear me? Don't go in there. It's more dangerous there. It's better to stay outside. At this time, Lin Xin's RV was moving with some difficulty in the pine forest, and Wang Yang's voice in the walkie-talkie was intermittent and not very clear. It seems that the signal here is too bad, and I can only hear Wang Yang's intermittent words inside. Lin Xin frowned and thought about it carefully, but didn't understand. However, Zhao Bingbing, who was sitting in the back, said, he seemed to be telling us not to go too deep because it's dangerous inside. She didn't actually hear it very clearly, but she inferred it from the intermittent words. For example, the pronunciation of the three words different, deep, and dangerous in the walkie-talkie is relatively clear, and when combined together, they can be inferred. But she was not sure that her inference was correct. Lin Xin listened to Zhao Bingbing's words, thought about it for a while, and found that it made sense. But he still replied, okay, got it. After replying, he said to Zhang Qian beside him, okay, let's find a place to stop. The purpose of their coming here is to have the team members cooperate with each other to kill the zombies. If they enter the dangerous area, it will be detrimental to everyone's cooperation. So, it's better not to go to places that are too serious. Zhang Qian looked around and then stopped the car by the roadside. The people in the car also started to come out. As everyone got off the bus, a slight noise was heard from the woods in the distance. The birds and animals in the forest seemed to have encountered something dangerous and all flew away. All of them flew out in a circle, covering the entire sky. Judging from the direction, it should be the movement over there in the ocean. Of course, just guessing. Lin Xin retracted his gaze, looked at everyone and said, everyone should be clear about your division of labor. Divide the team into 2 teams, and each of you should follow the instructions of your captain. Remember, the purpose of this time is not to kill as many zombies as possible, but to make the cooperation between you more tacit. No matter what kind of cooperation it is, members of both teams must listen to their captains during this period. Everyone, cheer up. As we said before, you must be cautious in everything you do after entering. The 2 captains must take responsibility. This time, Zhang Qian and I will stay behind to guard the camp. We will not accompany you, and no one will help you. Do you understand? As he spoke, Lin Xin looked towards Tang Kursin. Tang Kursin was very relaxed at this moment. After all, this kind of outdoor cooperation work did not require her, and she did not need to go out for action. She was not confident that she could survive the attack of mutant plants. On weekdays, he is mainly responsible for taking care of the wounded in the base. The team members looked at each other and all gathered at the front. Only Tang Kursin was sitting at the back of the RV, looking as if nothing had happened. All the women looked at each other with nervous expressions on their faces. Of course, even Su Jing and her relatively experienced team were a little scared. After all, it is an unfamiliar environment, and they don't know what it is like. They're still a little worried about the unknown. Compared to the nervousness of these people, Zhao Bingbing, who was at the edge of the team, was a little worried. Most of them are capable and can protect themselves by attacking, but their abilities can only enhance their teammates. There is no self-protection, and there is no attack. Lin Xin didn't notice anything unusual about her. After all, there were so many women in the team. If he could pay attention to all of them, he would be really awesome. Lin Xin looked at everyone and then laughed. Okay, go ahead. Wang Yang just said that it's okay to stay on the periphery, just don't go too deep. Everyone nodded and got out of the car. After all, we were in the forest, and after getting off the car, everyone's mood was very different. The group, led by Wang Jing, were feeling better now. After all, they were not safe hiding in an abandoned, unfinished building before. There's actually not much difference from now. The 2 teams began to enter the pine forest in batches and soon disappeared from Lin Xin's sight. Seeing this, Wei Lan immediately said to Lin Xin, we are leaving too. You guys be careful. Lin Xin nodded, and Wei Lan led his team, turned around and left here, and also entered the dense forest. However, the equipment Lin Xin provided is sufficient, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Bingbing, on the other hand, was very worried. He looked at Lin Xin's back, hesitating about how to start speaking. Bully Tong beside him walked straight forward and caught up with Wei Lan's large group. Zhao Bingbing wanted to speak, but Lin Lijun held her hand and talked as they walked. Sister Bingbing, let's just follow them. Brother Lin won't agree to let us stay. In such a team, how can they tolerate you doing nothing, eating and drinking for free while being protected by them? What's more, the crystal cores delivered last night were enough to prove that Lin Qin wanted to make full use of their abilities. If Zhao Bingbing doesn't want to follow the team now and just wants to stay and hide in the villa, then there's a high probability that she will be driven away later. If you want to stay in such a strong team, you have to be obedient and do your job as well as possible. Everything else is off the table. Zhao Bingbing was pulled by Lin Lijun and caught up with the team. But even so, she was still worried and nervous and couldn't help pinching her fingertips. Li Tong seemed to sense Zhao Bingbing's emotions and slowed down his pace. When Zhao Bingbing came closer, he said, "Bingbing, this matter is not up to you and me, but don't worry. Even if we don't have much ability, we still have the big guys, and the big guys won't let the three of us die. If the three of us can't play our roles, sooner or later we won't be able to stay in this team. Bingbing, you have to understand that there is no free lunch in the world. Well, let's talk about those people in the Haitian base who don't have awakened abilities. They don't do nothing in the base. Do you really think you can join in without any sacrifice?" Chapter 387 Zombie Attack. Since Lin Qin was willing to accept the three of them, it must be because their abilities were also important. Otherwise, I won't agree. Zhao Bingbing's worries are real, but their importance is also real. Lin Qin would not just leave it alone, and neither would Wei Lan. Li Tong's words comforted Zhao Bingbing a lot. She took a deep breath and then took the initiative to follow everyone and walk forward. The forest soon completely obscured the figures of Wei Lan's team. Lin Qin returned to the car and looked at Zhang Qian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and said, "I see you are not worried at all. Don't you want to see Xiao Xue off?" Zhang Qian was in a very relaxed state. He leaned back on the chair and looked at Lin Qin and said, "No need. Xiao Xue is much more capable than me. I believe in her. Like you said, I can't protect her forever." The period of separation between him and Zhang Xue has made him think this through clearly. Rather than having him protecting her all the time, it would be better for her to be strong on her own. This way, there's no need to worry about being targeted by zombies or other survivors with bad intentions and being unable to deal with the situation. Although Lin Qin's encounter with his sister was wonderful, it has to be admitted. Lin Qin made Zhang Xue much stronger. She is no longer the girl who needed his protection. Zhang Xue nowadays is much more powerful than him. Sometimes, he even needed Zhang Xue's protection. Seeing this, Lin Qin didn't say anything. After all, they were together and saw each other every day. With so many people setting out together, it doesn't matter if we take a little longer. Back in the car, Lin Qin pressed the remote control, opened the awning on the roof, and then climbed up. There's a small platform on the top of the RV for people to stand on. The raised awning can be used to block wind and rain as well as the sun, making it suitable for leisurely tea drinking. When Zhang Qian saw Lin Qin getting on, he couldn't help but get down from the driver's seat. Looking at a small staircase leading up, Zhang Qian said as he walked, "This is the first time I drive your RV. I have never seen such a novel thing. I want to go up with you two." As he finished speaking, Zhang Qian had already started to climb up. As for Tang Kursin, all the people in the carriage got off. It was very empty now. Since there was nothing to do, I might as well lie down here. She moved the bed down from the side, then lay on it with her back against the window and took out her cell phone. The phone is not the same as Lin Qin's, but I have to say it's been a while. This phone only needs to have an external memory card inserted, and the movies and TV resources in it are all downloaded by Lin Qin and given to her directly. Now, she only needs to open the contents of the memory card and choose the TV show or movie she wants to watch. The two people standing on the roof of the RV were not as leisurely and elegant as Tang Kursin. Instead, I found a place to sit down where I could see what was going on around me and chat and drink tea. Zhang Qian joined him, and the two of them set up tea on the spot. Zhang Qian blew the tea leaves in the cup and said, "Are you really not going? Are you relieved? If they wanted to follow them for everything, then it's really useless. What he wants in his team members is not weak children." Zhang Qian didn't say anything, just waited quietly. The noise in the forest was quite loud. Everyone worked in groups at the beginning, and then helped each other in the end. The first moment they entered, they encountered mutants. Zhang Qian and Lin Qin didn't care about their situation at all. The two people sipped tea leisurely. A mutant ran out from the woods and quietly aimed at Lin Qin and Zhang Qian on the roof of the car. The mucus in the mutant's mouth dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the dead leaves, making a sizzling sound. Such a slight noise caught Lin Qin's attention, and a foul odor hit his nostrils. Lin Qin raised his eyes and found that Zhang Qian, like him, had also noticed the difference. Immediately afterwards, a mutant with long arms and legs appeared behind each of them. Lin Qin's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's eyes also looked at Lin Qin at this time. The moment their eyes met, they smiled. Lin Qin and Zhang Qian drew their guns almost at the same time and aimed at each other. Then he struck the zombie's forehead steadily, accurately, and fiercely. The zombie's hands had long nails, and before they could hook onto the two people's bodies, they just bit them. After dealing with these two mutants, Lin Qin said, "I've never seen this thing before." This mutant no longer has a human appearance, and its hands and feet are very thin and long, with only one finger left. His palms seemed to be able to stick to the wall. At least when he was climbing on the RV, Lin Qin didn't feel any movement. Two people stood on top of the RV, looking at the mutant. Lin Qin looked at the zombies with some worry in his eyes. This mutant was either dead common or higher level than those they had encountered before. If this is the case, it means that the people inside will only meet people of similar levels. I don't know what's going on inside. Zhang Qian, please contact Zhang Shui and see. Good. Zhang Qian nodded, then stepped back and picked up the intercom on the chair. Lin Qin, on the other hand, was looking at the two corpses on the ground, frowning as he watched the liquid coming out of their mouths. It seems that this zombie is more like a corrosive mutant with underdeveloped genes. The zombies with corrosive liquids that we encountered before were very huge. It looks much more powerful than this one. I don't know why these people think this is the place with the most zombies. Lin Qin couldn't help but shook his head. But since Wang Yang said so, Lin Qin had nothing to be confused about. Tang Kursin, who was in the RV, could feel the shaking outside, even with headphones on. She took off her headphones and carefully determined whether what she just felt was an illusion. However, it was very quiet outside, without much movement. She was confused at first, then she opened the window curtain behind her a little. Outside in the woods, a huge number of mutants are quietly approaching here. They're taking advantage of the cover of the pine forest and are not very clear. Tang Kursin blinked in disbelief, and at the same time widened her eyes to carefully identify it. After she found out that was a real zombie, she hurriedly got up, climbed up to the skylight above her head, stuck her head out, and said, "There's zombies coming in the pine forest." Tang Kursin was very worried. After all, there seemed to be quite a lot of zombies in the pine forest. Currently, only Lin Qin has relatively high ability among them, and I don't know if he can cope with it. Chapter 388 Lost Contact. In addition, since these zombies ran out of the forest, does it mean that Wei Lan and the others encountered the same situation? Upon hearing this, Lin Qin immediately looked towards the pine forest in the distance on the side of the vehicle. They saw a large number of zombies approaching them rapidly. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, squatted down, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand and looking at Lin Qin. Lin Qin's face changed. There seemed to be about 100 zombies in the pine forest. It was not a small amount. He lowered his head, looked at Zhang Qian and said, "Here comes trouble. It looks a bit difficult to deal with." Zhang Qian still had the walkie-talkie in his hand and stood up when he heard that. Wherever the eyes passed, the figures of zombies were getting closer. Zhang Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh. Okay, it's time to live. Didn't they say this place is relatively safe? Why didn't we go in too deep? As he spoke, Zhang Qian squatted down and took the black backpack that Tang Kursin handed over from below. This bag contains all his weapons, which hold the key to his survival. Seeing him like this, Lin Qin couldn't help but say, they just said that it's the most dangerous inside, but they didn't say that it's definitely safe outside. Forget it, be careful. The mutants rushed over one after another, and some of them even leaped up from behind Lin Qin, opening their big mouths to attack Lin Qin, who was standing on the roof of the car. Lin Qin fired and killed the zombie, then quickly squatted down, holding Zhang Qian's hand and whispered, "Have you contacted them?" Zhang Qian shook his head. The zombies came too quickly. I just asked them and they didn't reply. So they have no idea what the current situation is. But the zombies came out from inside, so there's a high probability that they also came from the forest, and they should have encountered them. Both of them understood the current situation, and Zhang Qian even took the gun in his hand. Then he nodded under Lin Qin's gaze, and the two of them quickly attacked the zombies on both sides back to back. Tang Kursin naturally did not lag behind. He climbed up with a gun in hand, blocking the zombies coming in the other direction. In just a short while, several mutants were clinging to the roofs on both sides of the car, struggling to climb up. Lin Qin and Zhang Qian responded quickly and stood up from the roof of the car. The two of them cooperated with each other to deal with the zombies that were rushing forward below. Perhaps because they were in the forest. Even though these zombies had long arms and legs, they were able to move very quickly and freely in the forest. It was not so easy for Lin Xin and Zhang Qian to deal with them for the time being. The zombies are also very agile. And looking around, the remaining ones are still densely packed, and it doesn't seem like the number has decreased much. Lin Xin and Zhang Qian's guns were so powerful that they wanted to block more attacks faster. Tang Kersen looked at the zombies below and couldn't help but said, "No, it will be difficult for the three of us to kill them if this continues." There were simply too many zombies. It was the kind that while we were killing one here, another one would pop up. It was simply impossible to cope with them all. A person wishes he had 4 hands. Lin Xin and Zhang Qian stood back to back. After dealing with 3 zombies, Lin Xin said to Zhang Qian, "We need to make a quick decision. We don't know what their situation is like in the forest." Tang Kersen had no free time to do anything else. She just looked at the zombies below and kept shooting mechanically. Hearing the two people still having some free time talk, Tang Kersen's heart almost jumped in her throat, and she said, "Brothers, can you stop chatting and get rid of these zombies quickly? If they don't solve the problem, the 3 of them won't even be able to fill a gap between the teeth of these zombies." Lin Xin couldn't help but chuckled. "Dr. Tang, what are you afraid of?" Tang Kersen was a little speechless. "I really want to not be afraid, but the zombies I encounter now are too different from the previous ones." Seeing this, Lin Xin immediately said, "Zhang Qian, the old rules." Zhang Qian nodded. "Okay, I'm ready." Tang Kersen was bewildered. What old rules? She doesn't know. Can't she encrypt the call at this time? At this moment, as Zhang Qian finished speaking, Lin Xin put away his gun and used his special ability to cover all the zombies in his space. He tried his best to lock his space on all the zombies and control them to prevent them from moving. For Lin Xin, it is very easy to control more than 100 zombies at the same time. As the skill was unleashed, all the zombies became unable to move. The zombies in the air, under the restriction of the skill, fell directly to the ground with a bang. Zhang Qian took advantage of the gap in Lin Xin's control to quickly sweep away the zombies that were unable to move. During this period of wandering, Zhang Qian was not a vegetarian. His awakened ability was of the self-preservation type, and he was invulnerable to swords and guns. So the only thing he could do in this situation was to shoot accurately. The 2 men cooperated well. The zombies frozen by Lin Xin were like living targets, waiting for Zhang Qian to hit them on the head one by one. Zhang Qian was also decisive, and his movements were extremely swift, with almost every hit hitting the target. But after all, there are hundreds of zombies, and it is not easy to solve them quickly. While Lin Xin was controlling the zombies, he also joined the battle. Tang Kersen, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, then quickly scanned the zombies. In this way, the zombies will not move quickly, which not only increases the success rate of killing them, but also makes it much easier to deal with them. Under Lin Xin's control, the zombies did not resist at all and were all howling in anticipation of Lin Xin and his men's attack. Soon, all the hundreds of zombies were eliminated. Lin Xin and Zhang Qian looked at the battlefield to see if there were any zombies left. He said to Zhang Qian and Tang Kersen behind him, "Contact the others." Tang Kersen looked at the corpses of the zombies, breathed a sigh of relief, and raised her hand. But she had been attacking so many zombies continuously, and her hands were all swollen. Seeing that she didn't press the switch of the intercom, Zhang Qian frowned and picked it up directly. Tang Kersen looked at Zhang Qian and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Zhang Qian glanced at her, then looked away and pressed the intercom. "Wei Lan, Sister Jing, can you receive the message?" There was a crackling sound in the intercom, and Zhang Qian frowned and continued to ask. There was a crackling sound of electric current passing by, accompanied by several responses. Just like Wang Yang's voice before, it was not very clear and was intermittent. But judging by the sound, there shouldn't be any big problem. After a while, a clear voice came from the intercom. "Good to hear. Last time." Chapter 389, Assisting Each Other. The sound in the walkie-talkie was very unclear. The intermittent sound of electricity was mixed with a few clearly audible words. Even after the few clear words came through, Zhang Qian still couldn't understand what they meant. But he did hear 4 words clearly. My mind quickly pieced them together into many words. In the end, he felt that only one sentence was the most reasonable, which roughly meant, "Okay, I can hear you, reply immediately." After Zhang Qian finished the call, he looked at Lin Qin and said, "The signal is not very good. There should be something interfering here. However, there is a passage that is quite clear. It seems that there should be no major problems." Lin Qin also heard the situation on the intercom. Since entering here, the signal of the intercom has been a bit bad, but they should come back safely. Lin Qin nodded, then looked around and said, "Let's all be careful. These zombies should be in groups. Check if there are any that have slipped through the net." Zhang Qian nodded, then looked around intently. These zombies appeared suddenly, and no one knew where they came from. The situation of the other team members in the forest should be the same. I just don't know whether I'll encounter zombies or mutated plants. The two people's eyes were searching around. Tang Kurson was not far behind, looking around intently. In the distance, birds and animals in the forest fluttered their wings and flew out of the forest, attracting everyone's attention, accompanied by rising black smoke. Tang Kurson said, "Looking at this situation, it doesn't seem good." Zhang Qian also frowned. "I am indeed a little worried." And at this time in the woods, Wei Lan led the team to kill the mutants. But their numbers were too great, and they fled all the way, ending up on a dead end. Now we can only face the enemy head-on. Wei Lan gave orders in an orderly manner and then rushed into the group of zombies. She is faster than the zombies and can deal with them faster than anyone else. All the teammates used their best abilities. Of course, at the beginning everyone was basically just caring about themselves, but later on, many zombies took advantage of the opportunity and got closer and closer to everyone. It was Zhang Shui who first discovered this problem. She shouted, "Zhao Bingbing, give me some blessings." Zhao Bingbing hid at the back of the team, holding a gun and trying hard to kill the zombies outside. Zhang Shui's sudden yell brought her back to her senses. She quickly moved closer to Zhang Shui. Li Tong and Lin Lijun quickly filled the vacant position. Now is not the time to be distracted. With so many zombies, the only way for us to survive is to work together. However, the only advantage should be guns and ammunition. The quantity provided by Lin Qin is not small. However, it is a bit difficult for them who do not have much control to deal with it at the moment. Zhao Bingbing suppressed her panic and attached her skills to Zhang Shui. Zhang Shuishuan controlled his abilities and covered some zombies that had found a loophole and rushed over with fire. With the help of Zhao Bingbing's skills, Zhang Shui can control the fire to extremely high temperature. The zombies that were touched by her fire were instantly charred and unable to move. This was the first time that Zhang Shui used such a high-temperature fire. If she absorbed more crystal cores in the future, would it mean that she would not need Zhao Bingbing's support to achieve the current effect, or even higher? Zhang Shui couldn't help but think about the temperature of the magma. If she could reach this temperature, she wouldn't be afraid of zombies, let alone cannons and missiles. However, Zhang Shui quickly came back to her senses at this time. Now is not the time for her to be distracted. A few zombies had already found a gap in the team and rushed into their defense team, disrupting all the attacks of the others. I saw many people turning their guns and attacking the zombies that were within reach. As the gaps became bigger and bigger, the zombies that broke through the periphery attacked more and more fiercely. One of the zombies broke through Wang Xiaoli's vines and headed straight for her front. It was too late for Wang Xiaoli to withdraw the vines that were attacking other zombies. She could only watch the zombies rushing towards her. Zhang Shui quickly used her fire to burn the zombie to a crisp. Even so, the zombie continued to dive towards Wang Xiaoli, with black smoke and a bad smell coming out of its body. Seeing this, Lu Yan on the other side immediately wrapped her vines around Wang Xiaoli's waist and pulled her back violently, thus avoiding the impact of the burnt zombie. Even if the zombie had lost its ability to attack and was still on fire, it would definitely be crippled by his collision. Fortunately, Lu Yan pulled Wang Xiaoli away in time and thus avoided the zombie's attack. Wang Xiaoli's mood was polarized. One moment she felt like she was going to die, and the next moment the scorching fire burned the zombies to a crisp. And then, the charred zombies carried Zhang Shui's fire and continued to smash towards her. If it weren't for Lu Yan's vines, she would have had a close contact with the zombies. Before Wang Xiaoli could catch her breath and say thank you, the zombies over there continued to pounce on her. Everyone could only attack quickly and did not dare to relax for a moment. Wei Lan looked at the team that had been scattered by the zombies, and then said, "Everyone listen to me. Get together quickly. Zhao Bingbing, give Lu Yan more power. Li Tong, Control as many zombies as you can and attack the zombies that have entered the circle. Lin Lijun, please bless me with your skills. Liu Yin and Wang Xiaoli, your vines will be responsible for preventing the zombies outside from breaking through our defense circle again. The others will be responsible for continuing to attack and kill the zombies. At the same time, everyone stay together. Did you understand everything? Clear. At this moment, Wei Lan's sudden command made everyone in the team seem to see hope. One by one, they followed Weiland's instructions and began to attack these zombies. Liu Yan's understanding of her own abilities and the use of vines is more thorough than Wang Xiaoli's. With the help of Zhao Bingbing's skills, she can release more vines at one time, and the thickness of all the vines is also greater than before. With Zhao Bingbing's support, his skills have been upgraded to a higher level. Wang Xiaoli's vines are naturally indispensable. They have saved teammates several times and cooperated well with Liu Yan. As for Li Tong, she is the only one present who can control the zombies. Although she has tried it before and her ability is still very weak, but Lin Qin gave her a lot of crystal cores. I think she can control 3 or 4 zombies now. Chapter 3, 90 Wild Grapes. As long as we control a small number of the zombies that rush into the team and direct them to attack other zombies, it is actually a disguised way of gaining a few more teammates. Lin Lijun's skill is to strengthen the body. From what people present can see, no one needs it except herself. After all, she is a former special police officer, and her physical abilities and personal skills are already top-notch. Although she has awakened her movement speed, her personal strength enhanced can double the effect. Nan Wei's electricity only needs to control the brain nerves that attack the zombies. After all, these zombies are infected with the virus. The virus takes root in their brains and controls them like the Walking Dead. As long as you solve the problem of the brain, it won't be a big problem. I originally wanted to hide behind and watch everyone cooperate with each other, but I didn't expect that there were too many zombies and there was not much tacit understanding and cooperation between teammates. As a result, Wei Lan had to command and take the stage himself. Everyone listened to Wei Lan's instructions and started to operate the machines on their own. The number of zombies began to decrease steadily. When someone got into trouble, someone would immediately find him and rescue him in time. The cooperation between them became more and more skilled. Soon, their advantage gradually expanded and the number of zombies decreased sharply. Seeing that hope was just ahead, the expressions on everyone's faces gradually recovered a lot. In particular, a river was discovered. They can rest here for a while. The sound of the water flowing by the river was not small, but not loud either, which could well cover up the noise of their conversation. It would be even better if we could find a big waterfall. Of course, this place is not in the mountains, so there is no need to think about waterfalls. The sound of flowing water in the river is enough, but the problem is that we have to get rid of these zombies in front of us first. At this time, on the other side, Su Jing and others also encountered the same problem. However, the situation is slightly different from that of Wei Lan and the others. Su Jing's team members followed Su Jing all the way forward. The pine forest here was quite deep. Looking around, they couldn't see any zombies or mutated plants. But some people still couldn't help but complain. Sister Jing, do you think we could train here? How can we cooperate when we haven't even seen a few zombies? Besides, we have been together for such a long time. How could we not have a tacit understanding? Isn't this unnecessary? The person speaking is Wang Chong. She did feel that Lin Qin's so-called training tacit understanding was a bit too far-fetched. They had followed Sister Jing for so long. How could they survive now if they didn't even have this little tacit understanding? Su Jing didn't think so. Lin Qin's goal was to make their 2 teams cooperate with each other, not the cooperation within each team. However, after entering the forest, the 2 teams separated, perhaps because they were walking too fast or there was something wrong with the forest. For now, I can only rely on myself and take my teammates to find them first. However, as everyone was walking through the pine forest, Su Jing couldn't help but turn back, hearing Wang Chong's nagging. His brows were furrowed and his face was very serious. She looked at Wang Chong, who was still complaining, and saw that she gradually became silent because of her gaze. If any of you still think this way, pack up and leave this team as soon as possible. Su Jing, won't say much. I have never treated you unfairly. You have all been dedicated to me. Lin Qin saved everyone's lives. After you joined the team, he never treated you badly with good food and drink. He also gave you important things like crystal cores directly. Think about it yourself. Since you joined the team, have you ever participated in killing a zombie? If not, why would they give you a crystal core? Supplies are so scarce now. Why would they feed you with good food and drink? After saying that, Su Jing looked at Wang Chong beside her again. Wang Chong didn't dare to speak. Her face looked very embarrassed when she heard Su Jing's words. I feel so much regret in my heart. If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have talked so much nonsense and complained so much. She was not questioning Lin Qin. She just felt that this method would not allow everyone to reach a tacit understanding. What's more, they and Su Jing have been cooperating with each other to survive until now. But what Su Jing said is right. They are really just eating and getting it for free so far. Everyone can build that wall. If we build it slowly, it will be completed sooner or later. There is no need for them at all. What's more, there is really no team more comfortable than Lin Qin's. In comparison, it is simply paradise on earth. She was so happy eating the hot pot buffet yesterday. It was unbelievable. There was everything. She thought Lin Qin was so awesome. At this time, he still had so much food. Wang Chong felt extremely regretful at this moment. She looked at Su Jing and said immediately, Sister Jing, no, that's not what I meant. It's best if you don't mean that. Don't let me hear such words again in the future. Su Jing looked at her group of sisters. It's not that she doesn't know what they are thinking, but right now, only Lin Qin is the most suitable one for everyone. If he offended Lin Qin, it would be hard to imagine whether there would be anyone in other teams willing to take him in like he did in the future. These women, old and young, have a lot to suffer when they are targeted by men. Everyone nodded and continued to move forward. Suddenly, Su Si looked at the greenery in the distance and exclaimed, Sister Jing, look over there. There seem to be plants. The sudden cold wave some time ago has already frozen many plants to death. Although the pine trees in this pine forest are still alive, the pine needles are yellow and green, and they look dying. There did appear to be plants in the direction Su Si pointed. Su Jing frowned and said, Let's go and take a look. The big guy quickly caught up, and as he got closer, everyone could see clearly what was going on. There were all kinds of emerald green plants growing on both sides of a small stream, flowing through the pine forest. What's more, they actually found some wild grapes among these plants. Zhang Beibei looked at the wild grapes and was very excited. Oh my God, sister, there's so many wild grapes. We can pick them and take them back. Although they're wild grapes, they taste pretty good. They loved eating them when they were little. The other team members also had a smile on their faces. After all, who would complain about having too much food? Luca looked at the bunches of wild grapes in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. Sister Jing, it looks like our trip was worthwhile. Do you have any bags? They only had a backpack filled with ammunition. Chapter 391. Be careful. Wild grapes should be placed in a bag separately. If you pick them and bring them back, you can give them to your teammates to taste. That's great. Everyone's attention was now focused on the wild grapes. Suddenly, Wang Yu pointed at the Chinese lantern fruit in front of her and laughed. Sister Jing, look, there are Chinese lantern fruit here. Wow, it looks pretty big. The lantern fruit looks to be about the size of a fist. Hearing the voices of her teammates, Su Jing couldn't help but look over. This lantern fruit is surprisingly big. The largest lantern fruit I have seen on the market is about the size of a glass marble. Apart from the skin on the surface, the flesh inside is about the size of a fist. Something was clearly wrong. The team members were not aware of this problem and began to look for things that could be used to store the wild fruits. Before they could get excited, they discovered an area of wild oats. The team members became even more excited. Not to mention too much, wild oats are also edible. Now we don't have to worry too much about food. Even if we take the seeds back and sow them, we will have a constant supply of food. The team members were all very excited. Just as everyone wanted to rush over and Wang Chong reached out to pick the bunch of wild grapes closest to her, Su Jing stopped her coldly. Don't move. Be careful. This place is not right. Whether it is wild grapes or wild oats, this thing should not appear in this season and at this time. And look around here. Are there any other green plants besides pine trees? There always seems to be something wrong with the green plants near the stream. Su Jing's words made the team members stand still and dare not move. They looked at the situation in front of them vigilantly, and no one dared to step forward. After a long time, Huang Jiao couldn't help but said, Sister Jing, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Indeed, not at all. The main reason was that they had been standing here motionless for such a long time that the plants did not make any noise. If it was a mutant plant, Wang Chong was so close, but there was no movement, right? Wang Chong's heart was beating wildly. In front of her, The bunch of wild grapes was less than 10 centimeters long. Su Jing's words made her dare not move, nor dare to get any closer, afraid of any unexpected events. I've been waiting for so long, but there's no response. Is there something wrong? Logically speaking, if it were a mutated plant, it would definitely react if they got within its attack range. It shouldn't be the case now. All members of the team dared not make a sound. Su Jing looked at Huang Jiao, her brows still furrowed. Don't move these things, everyone should be careful. Let's continue walking inside and look for Wei Lan and her team. Everyone nodded. After all, it wasn't a bad thing to be careful. If something really happened, no one would be safe. All the people slowly retreated, even Wang Chong. Su Jing stood at the back of the team and waited until all the team members had evacuated and were safe before speaking. Find Wei Lan and her team as soon as possible. They entered the woods one after the other, but lost sight of each other in a flash. The other team members all nodded. The team walked in another direction, and Su Shaola stood at the end of the team, quietly looking at the wild grapes and wild oats, lost in thought. Sister Jing said before that the food in the base will be eaten up sooner or later. If she pulls up the wild grapes by the roots and takes the oats back and converts them into seeds to plant, that should be okay, right? Although wild oats are not as big as wheat and rice, they can be eaten for making porridge. No matter how much wild grapes there are, at least they are edible. There are two kinds of food in this patch of green plants. If you walk deeper inside, you might find other edible foods. Su Shaola was very conflicted. If we bring all of these back, it means that we will be able to help everyone, the base, and Lin Qin. Su Shaola couldn't help but look up and glanced at Su Jing and the others. Everyone is ready to evacuate here, and all personnel are leaving quickly. Su Jing was walking at the end of the team and noticed that there was one person missing. She turned around and saw Su Shaola still standing there, staring at the green plants in a daze. She immediately frowned and shouted, "Su Shaola!" This shout was very serious. Su Shaola turned around instantly, and Su Jing came over with big strides and slapped Su Shaola on the head. "Why are you so disobedient? I said I was leaving. Why are you still standing here?" Su Shaola raised his hand, rubbed his head, and said in a muffled voice, "I was just wondering if I could take all of these away." Su Jing was furious, but couldn't bear it, and said, "Shaola, these green plants are likely to be mutant plants. We should not act rashly." Su Shaola turned around instantly, and Su Jing came over with big strides and slapped Su Shaola on the head. "Why are you so disobedient? I said I was leaving. Why are you still standing here?" Su Shaola raised his hand, rubbed his head, and said in a muffled voice, "I was just wondering if I could take all of these away. The villa area is so big that there's actually no shortage of food. But there's always a crisis for big guys, the crisis when the food runs out. That's why Su Jing took everyone back to the cafeteria to bring those things back. It's a pity that halfway through the journey, some of these things were robbed by Wei Tian's men. If they had the potatoes, peanuts, and other things they took from the canteen, and the villa area was so large, the amount they could harvest after planting would definitely be doubled. In this way, everyone will have a few items of food that can be recycled over a long period of time. Su Shaola's ideas are good, but his actions are not. On the contrary, she would be separated from the main group and would be unsafe here. Seeing that she was somewhat unwilling, Su Jing finally said, "How about this? You stay at the back, a little further away, and try to blow in with your wind." Su Shaola looked up and looked at Su Jing without saying anything, but also without taking any action. "Shaola, I know what you were thinking. Since you are so stubborn in your heart that you want to take the things in there, then you should stand farther away and try to see if there is any danger. If there is no danger, then go. If there is danger, then don't go." Su Shaola's eyes lit up, and then he began to activate his abilities. A small breeze suddenly arose in the forest and blew towards the mutated plants. However, her ability was still too weak. The wind she blew could only make the green leaves dance in the wind, but could not cause much damage. Chapter 392, Exploding Wild Grapes. The wild grapes hanging between the branches and leaves were blown by the wind and fell to the ground. Then with a bang, the wild grapes exploded. Su Jing quickly pulled Su Shaola away so that she was not affected. Just looking at these wild grapes, Su Jing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not go in directly, but remained vigilant. Otherwise, with Wang Chong standing so close to her just now, if she had picked the grapes directly, the wild grapes would have exploded right against her face. It is indeed a mutant plant, but there shouldn't be any other major problems. Su Xiaola looked at Su Jing, wanting to check if Su Jing was injured. Su Jing shook her head and looked into the distance. The other members of the team heard the noise and came over. Oh my god, how could this thing explode? Everyone was incredible. You should know that although wild grapes are not widely popular, they taste good. So when people see them, they still want to pick them and take them away. Fortunately, Su Jing stopped it. Several people had already helped Su Jing and Su Xiaolei up, while others were looking at the distance and sighing. Su Jing stood up and said, "Let's go. From now on, everyone who doesn't seem to be doing what is right must avoid it." Everyone nodded, but as they went deeper, they saw more and more green plants in front of them. There is no way to avoid it. We can only walk more carefully on the road ahead. Suddenly, there was a noise in the woods in the distance, and a cloud of black smoke rose into the sky along the forest. Su Jing looked at this scene and couldn't help but say, "Next we have to speed up." This black smoke was most likely caused by Wei Lan and the others lighting something in the woods, and deliberately letting the black smoke rise into the sky so that he could see their direction. As long as we follow the black smoke, we will definitely find Wei Lan and the others. The team members quickened their movements, but the forest was not as safe as they had imagined. Huang Jiao's ears moved slightly and then stopped suddenly, etc. All the team members who were moving quickly stopped and turned to look at Huang Jiao. Huang Jiao stood where she was, listening carefully to the movements around her. Then, her eyes tightened, and she became serious in an instant. "Oh no, something is approaching." Su Jing was stunned, then looked around nervously. The surroundings were blocked by withered yellow weeds, and we had no idea what was approaching us. Huang Jiao has excellent hearing, so the problem she noticed must exist. The team members looked around nervously, searching for anything suspicious. As the noises became louder, Huang Jiao looked toward a certain place and said, "Over there." All the team members looked over there. 2 wild wolves suddenly jumped out from the woods and blocked Su Jing and her friend's way forward. Su Jing looked around and saw that these 2 wolves were mutants with gray eyes and were obviously not a normal group of wolves. From the look of their eyes, it could be seen that they must have mutated after eating the rotten flesh of zombies. It is different from the zombies that are mutated by being bitten and scratched by zombies. Zhang Beibei wanted to move, but as soon as she did, the wolf's eyes followed her. Zhang Beibei couldn't help swallowing and could only tilt her head slightly and asked in a low voice, "Sister Jing, what should I do?" What we encountered was a pack of wolves. Wolves are not solitary creatures. If there are 2 of them, there must be others around. This is inevitable. Get started. What can you do if you encounter a pack of wolves? You can only kill them. Wolves are extremely vengeful and will not easily give up on their prey. So hiding is impossible. Following Su Jing's order, the big guys and the mutant wolves started attacking. The wolves hiding in the dark all ran out, and there were a lot of them. Su Jing looked at these troublesome wolves with a frown on her face. The wolves attacked in 2 groups. Su Jing and others were overwhelmed, and their physical strength was rapidly depleting. And wolves are very smart. I didn't expect that these beasts would become so smart after mutating after eating the rotten meat. If this continues, everyone's physical strength will be consumed faster. Su Jing made a prompt decision. Everyone retreat. The people attacking in the front quickly put away their guns and ran in the opposite direction, followed by Su Jing and others who covered their rear. Of course, the wolves would never give up on them. Then Su Jing and others ran wildly in the unfamiliar environment. There are more and more green plants on both sides of the forest roads. Huang Jiao panted and said as she ran, "Sister Jing, why do I feel something is wrong?" They ran all the way as if they had entered another place. If you don't know, you would think it's summer now. Su Jing raised her head and looked around, while also not forgetting to observe where she was standing. But as they broke in at an extremely fast speed, with the wolves chasing them closely behind them, all the other thoughts disappeared at this moment. Suddenly, the green plants on both sides moved, and the huge stamens bit the wolves that were chasing after them below. Of course, Su Jing and others could not avoid being attacked by the big flower, but their reaction was quick, and no one fell into the mouth of the carnivorous plant. They kept moving forward, not daring to look back. After running to the end, everyone stopped and looked back. Everyone was grateful for having survived the disaster. They turned back to look at the road they had come from, and their faces turned pale with fear as they watched the carnivorous plants catching food. They have lived for so long, but this is the first time they have seen such a mutated plant. Should we say he is a carnivorous plant or something else? It's amazing. Sister Jing, what kind of monsters are these? Su Jing's face didn't look very good either. She gasped as she watched the wolves being swallowed by these mutated flowers. Some of the wolves that broke through were dealt with by other members of the team. The forest returned to peace again, but everyone's hearts were not at peace. Su Jing shook her head. She didn't recognize these things either. She only knew that they were a type of mutated plants. Fortunately, what she encountered was not that kind of mutated vine, otherwise the big one might be even more terrifying than what she encountered now. Have no idea. Su Jing swallowed and then said, "Is everyone okay?" Everyone looked at each other, and after confirming that no one was injured, everyone shook their heads. It's best if no one gets hurt. Su Jing looked up in the direction of the black smoke, then continued to lead everyone forward. The team walked forward for about 10 minutes. A lot of fog rose in the forest again, covering all the black smoke in the distance. I don't know if there is anything wrong with the fog. Su Jing immediately asked everyone to wear masks, and then said, "Everyone come closer." Chapter 393, Fog in the Forest. There's a lot of fog in the forest, and visibility is low. If we don't walk together, we might get separated. Even if there's zombies in the dark or a pack of wolves attacking like just now, the probability of a person surviving is too low. The team members quickly approached each other and could see each other clearly when standing next to each other. Su Jing even counted to confirm the number of people was correct. He continued, "Please put on your masks." This fog came suddenly. I don't know if there is any problem inside. Su Jing turned her head and looked for Huang Jiao in the crowd and said randomly, "Huang Jiao, try your ability and see where Wei Lan and her team are." Huang Jiao's ability is to distinguish sounds. If they are nearby, Huang Jiao may be able to hear their location, which will not be a big problem for the two teams to meet up. Especially now, there is fog and visibility is extremely low. Huang Jiao's abilities were fully utilized at this time, can lead the team members to successfully find Wei Lan and others. Hearing this, everyone began to feel at ease and waited quietly for Huang Jiao's reply. Huang Jiao also tried hard to close her eyes and feel, listening to the sound as much as possible. Not long after, Huang Jiao opened her eyes and said, "No, the sound of the stream flowing next to us is too loud. I can't hear what Wei Lan and the others are doing." They were already close to a small stream that was neither wide nor deep. Most of the sounds they could hear at this moment were the sounds of flowing water. Huang Jiao could not hear any other sounds at all. Seeing this, Su Jing frowned and patted Huang Jiao. "It's okay. Does anyone remember the direction of the black smoke?" "Sister Jing, this fog came suddenly, and we were running all the way, so we can't tell which side is which at all." The visibility in the fog was not high, and even though they gathered together, they could only see the trees closest to them. As for other places, they're very blurry. Now, because of the fog and everyone was running in a hurry, we couldn't remember the direction at all. For a moment, the team was in a dilemma. Huang Jiao frowned and continued to try her hearing. Finally, amid the sound of flowing water, Huang Jiao heard someone talking. He opened his eyes in surprise, pointed in a direction, and said, "There's someone talking over there. The voice is low and not loud, but there is someone there." Su Jing nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Everyone, be careful, stay close to the team, and don't leave your teammates' sight." All the team members nodded and followed the pace. Almost 2 people walked together, supporting each other. Everyone took every step very carefully, and some people even collapsed to the ground as they walked. Lu Ku, who was walking with Su Si, collapsed to the ground. Su Si was stunned and started shouting immediately. Sister Jing, Lu Ku fainted. This sound attracted everyone's attention, and they gathered around. Lu Ku was unconscious and looked like he was asleep, with steady breathing and a clear pulse. No response no matter how I called. Su Jing frowned and reached out to pinch Lu Keed's philtrum, but even so, there was no reaction. What's going on? Why would he faint for no reason? Everyone looked at each other, and a tense atmosphere enveloped everyone. Even Su Jing couldn't help licking her lips through the mask. She had never encountered such a situation before. "Carry her on our backs and keep walking away from the fog." The others nodded, and Su Si carried her on his back. Someone behind him dragged Lu Keed's back, and after a certain distance, another person would take over. Su Jing walked at the front of the team. After walking for about 10 minutes, the fog in the forest gradually became thinner. Visibility is also recovering rapidly. Seeing this, Su Jing finally felt relieved. As long as the fog dissipated, she would be able to see the specific situation around her, find Wei Lan and the others in time. But as time passed, Su Jing saw the culprit that was spewing out the mist. Under lantern fruit, the mist slowly dispersed around. It seems that the fog is less dispersed and is rapidly weakening. Soon the vision became clearer and clearer, and Su Jing discovered that there were many lantern fruits hanging on the vines wrapped around the pine tree trunks. So much mist was actually emitted from this thing. She turned around and wanted to take all the team members away. But there was nothing behind him, and there was no sign of his teammates. Su Jing was deeply shocked. She looked around in panic, trying to find the bodies of her teammates. Finally, Luke was found unconscious next to a big tree in the corner. But the other team members were nowhere to be seen. Su Jing quickly ran to Luke's side, checked Luke's condition, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luke is fine, but the whereabouts of the others are unknown. The fog came in a very strange way and went away in a very strange way. The fog gradually dissipated, and a light drizzle began to fall over the pine forest. Su Jing took a look, then carried Luke on her back and went to the pine forest to avoid the rain. Luke was still in a coma, but his cheeks were very red, like a monkey's butt. She leaned Luke against the trunk of a pine tree, then took out half a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and reluctantly poured it on Luke's face. The cold water stimulated Luke's brain. Luke, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and began to breathe heavily. She sat up suddenly, looking terrified. Seeing this, Su Jing immediately tightened the cap of the remaining mineral water bottle, looked at her nervously, and said, "Great, you finally woke up." Luke seemed not to have looked at Su Jing. His eyes were filled with fear. The look he gave Su Jing was full of strangeness. She stepped forward with both hands, fiercely grabbed Su Jing's neck, and her whole body was shaking. Su Jing was shocked by Luke's behavior. She quickly resisted and knocked off her hand that was strangling her neck. She turned over, twisted Luke's arm, pressed her shoulder with one hand, and pressed her to the ground. "Luke, what are you doing? Wake up!" Luke struggled desperately, but she couldn't get rid of Su Jing's pressure at all. The force of his struggle pushed away the dead branches and leaves that had fallen around his body, and the force of his struggle gradually weakened. Finally, Luke became much more sober. "Sister Jing, what are you doing? Why are you pressing me down?" Seeing that she had finally returned to normal, Su Jing breathed a sigh of relief and let go of her hand, but she did not completely let go of her hand. "Leo Kiskivika. Do you know me?" Luke frowned. "Sister Jing, are you kidding me? How could I not know you?" Chapter 394, Hearing Ability, Meeting Spring Bamboo Shoots. Only then did Su Jing finally breathe a sigh of relief. "You scare me to death. Just now you were like a madman, wanting to kill me." Luke was stunned and could hardly believe it. "What are you talking about? How could I possibly do anything to you?" As he spoke, Luke looked around Su Jing. It was empty, with no sign of the other sisters. She looked at Su Jing, and the words on her lips gradually fell silent. From the initial disbelief and suspicion, they are all. Su Jing shook his head, and his face became much more serious. "I don't know. I was walking in front of the group, and when I saw the fog had cleared, I turned back and they were all gone. You were also lying 2 meters behind me." After Su Jing finished speaking, she looked around, and at the same time, she began to feel concerned about the forest for the first time. There are quite a few mutated plants in this forest of various kinds. It's impossible to guard against it at all. Luke got up from the ground and said, "We need to find them." Without thinking twice, Luke stared at the dead branches and leaves on the ground. No matter if they disappeared suddenly or were taken away by something, there will definitely be traces left behind by these dead branches and leaves. As long as we can find these traces, we will definitely be able to find the other sisters. Su Jing nodded, and the two of them started searching together. Suddenly, Su Jing discovered a trace of dragging, stretching far into the distance. The two people followed quickly. The bodies of the team members were hanging under a towering pine tree. There are some vines wrapped around their bodies. Not far away, there were several hanging hares and wild boars. But these animals have long been dead and cannot die anymore. Beneath their rotten and dry flesh, vines grew from their abdomens, and even red blood was absorbed by the vines and continuously transported to the largest pine tree in the middle. There are a few fruits as big as grapefruits hanging on the pine tree. But the fruits are blood red all over, and the vines connecting them are also blood red. A breeze blew by, and the nostrils were filled with a fishy smell. What the hell is this? While Su Jing and Lu Ke were looking at these things, they did not forget to get closer to their teammates. Seeing that these vines were trying to wrap around their teammates' bodies, Su Jing and Lu Ke quickly stepped forward. They took out daggers and cut off the vines that were trying to connect to the team members' wounds. All the team members were let down one by one. After the vines connecting the team members were cut off, the color of the blood-red roots gradually faded. It was like those vines attached to the wounds of the team members, absorbing their blood, and eventually drawing blood to supply those blood-red fruits. They laid all the team members flat on the ground and then looked around. After all, the fact that they were able to bring people here quietly means that there must be something watching them. However, 6 of their team members were in a coma, and even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't take them all away at once. Nowadays, only one person can be responsible for keeping vigilant of the surroundings, and one person can be responsible for waking up. The team members did not respond to their shouts. They just opened their eyes and looked straight ahead in a daze. Su Jing couldn't help but said, "I still have half a bottle of mineral water in my bag. Try pouring the cold water on their heads. They should be much more sober." Lu Ke nodded, reached out to take the water bottle handed over by Su Jing, and poured the water in it on everyone's heads in batches. The chill of the icy water penetrated deep into everyone's heart, and they all shook their hands. Lu Ke looked at everyone's reactions and began to slap his cheeks and shout, "Vang Yia, Xuzi, Vang Qiang, bye-bye, Xiaoyu, wake up, wake up." Hearing a noise behind her, Su Jing immediately turned around. The vines that they had cut off not only grew out again, but also became much longer, extending all the way in front of her, as if trying to entangle Su Jing's hands and feet. Su Jing didn't hesitate and immediately swung the knife to cut the vine again. As Su Jing moved, more vines grew wildly, like silk threads, rushing forward madly, trying to entangle Su Jing's hands and feet. Su Jing immediately retreated and took out alcohol, sprinkling it all on the waving vines. While retreating, he opened his lighter and threw it over. The lighter was windproof and ignited quickly after being dipped in alcohol. As the fire spread, Su Jing controlled the earth wall to separate them from the vines. Lu Ke was still calling out to the team members. Su Jing frowned, walked directly in front of everyone, and slapped each of them. Looking at this simple and rough scene, Lu Ke swallowed. As expected, no amount of words could outweigh the slap in the face. Everyone woke up and felt their heads were wet and their cheeks were burning. There was no time to even ask what was happening. Su Jing led everyone to run wildly. Her earth-based ability can only delay the growth of mutant plants, but cannot completely hinder their development. Fortunately, the team members ran very fast and soon left the vines of the mutant plants behind them. While Su Jing was running wildly with his team members, he did not forget to look around. He stopped only after he finally saw that there was no lantern fruit around. Finally escaped from their attack range. After Su Jing let out a long sigh, he looked up at the black smoke above his head again. The black smoke was now much lighter in color, and it looked like it would disappear completely soon. Su Jing turned around and said, "Huang Jiao, listen again." Huang Jiao covered her face with one hand, gasping for breath, listened to Su Jing's words, and began to close her eyes and feel it. After about 3 seconds, he opened his eyes and said, "They are by the stream. We just need to follow them." Su Jing nodded, and the team members began to move closer to the stream, walking along it. But even so, there are still many green plants along the streams and rivers. Everyone is now looking at these green plants with subconscious worry. After all, they suffered losses twice due to mutant plants. The plants growing along the riverbank are green, which gives me a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately, when we got closer, we saw that these green plants turned out to be a small bamboo forest. There are many bamboo shoots sprouting in the bamboo forest. However, only the heads of these bamboo shoots have emerged and are not very deep. Normally, spring bamboo shoots only appear in February, but I don't know if it's because of the weather, but these bamboo shoots actually sprouted. Without hesitation, Su Jing let everyone start digging. Never miss any edible food. The team members naturally dug very enthusiastically and soon dug out a lot of things. Chapter 395, Arriving in Time. Su Si smiled cheerfully. Fortunately, we prepared in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to pack this bamboo shoot. Originally, they prepared several bags for the convenience of transporting the crystal cores. But for now, you don't have to think about the crystal core, but you can think about these things. Soon, all the bamboo shoots with pointed tips were dug up by everyone and filled 2 bags. Su Jing looked around and couldn't find any bamboo shoots with pointed tips, so she clapped her hands and called it a day. After this episode, the team members felt a lot more relaxed, but when they left, everyone still felt a little reluctant to leave. After all, this is edible food. Naturally, Su Si and Wang Yu were the ones carrying the 2 full sacks of bamboo shoots, but they would have to change people later. Zhang Beibei walked while covering her cheek with her hands, and couldn't help muttering as she followed Lu Ke. "Sister Kiki, why does my face hurt so much? What happened just now? Why are we there?" Lu Ke's heart trembled, and he said with a guilty conscience, "It's nothing. You were just entangled by the vines of the mutant plants. Fortunately, Sister Jing found you in time and saved everyone." As he finished speaking, Lu Ke's gaze secretly fell on Zhang Beibei's cheek. The clear slap mark was still there, and it was particularly obvious. You can't tell her, "Don't think about it. It was Sister Jing who hit you? Does she still want to live?" Zhang Beibei said, with some doubt in her tone. Especially when she looked at the faces of her other sisters. They also had the same red marks. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a slap mark. The other team members following behind looked at each other, and no one spoke tacitly. Huang Jiao frowned, covered her face with her hands, stared at her wet hair, and sighed. Suddenly, she stopped. Such a sudden action made everyone stop and look at her nervously. Huang Jiao looked at the teammates' gazes towards her. Her eyes moved, and she said awkwardly, "Sister Jing, my stomach hurts a little. I want to go to the toilet." When the other sisters heard this, expressions of disgust appeared on their faces. Su Jing also sighed, but she nodded and said, "Go quickly, don't run too far, and remember to call everyone if there is anything. The current situation is not safe. They're being dragged away by the mutated plants one by one, and no one makes a sound. If I hadn't looked back and couldn't see anyone, I probably wouldn't have known that they were being taken away by the mutated plants. It makes me angry just thinking about it." Huang Jiao nodded, then covered her stomach and ran into the woods. "I don't know if it's because I was cold or because the meal I ate at noon was not so good, but my stomach was aching all the time, like I had diarrhea." The team rested on the spot for about 5 minutes. Huang Jiao suddenly screamed, and then a gunshot was heard. The team members who were originally scattered and resting stood up instantly and chased after them with weapons in hand. And Wei Lan at this time. The thing that is most abundant in this pine forest is dead branches and rotten leaves. You can pile them into a fire and add some dry and wet leaves to them, and the rising smoke will rise into the sky. Su Jing and the others in the woods will definitely see it. I waited and waited, but no one came over. Wei Lan frowned and said, "Get everything ready. We are ready to go down. Don't forget to leave a mark. As long as they walk along the stream, they can find them by following the signs." Although the 2 teams entered the woods at the same time, the distance between them should not be too far. As long as everyone has this idea and walks along the stream, they will always find signs or team members left behind. As he was thinking about this, gunshots were heard not far away. Wei Lan looked up suddenly and thought for a moment. He immediately said, "Everyone go." Something must have happened to Su Jing and the others. Otherwise, I wouldn't shoot. When Wei Lan led the team to arrive, Su Jing's team was being attacked by mutants. This mutant was different from the one they had encountered before. It looks like a pack of mutated wolves. Su Jing and her friends had not expected the wolves to make a comeback. But for now, we can only fight hard. But the number of wolves is simply much greater than before. There were quite a few of them surrounding them, perhaps hundreds. Wei Lan gave orders in an orderly manner, and everyone, holding a laser gun, joined Su Jing's team. The wolves, numbering more than 100, were quickly slaughtered by the team. Not one left. Su Jing and several others were covered in dirt, and many of their cotton jackets had scratches on them. But I have to say, it's better to wear more clothes. The thickness comes in handy at critical moments. Everyone gasped and looked at each other. Thanks to Wei Lan's timely arrival, otherwise it would have taken them a lot of effort to deal with these mutated wolves. Nan Wei and others pulled up some members who had fallen to the ground, and they held hands with each other. "Are you okay?" Those who were pulled up all shook their heads. Wei Lan and Su Jing stood together to ensure that no team members were bitten by these mutated animals. However, there were actually some wounds on the back of the hands of 2 members. Wei Lan's expression changed in an instant. Su Jing naturally noticed it as well, and said casually, "We encountered mutant plants on the way here, and these scars were caused by scratching against branches when we were dragged. We are not going to fall into the trap of these wolves yet." Wei Lan's vigilance relaxed a lot because of Su Jing's words, but she still remained cautious. After all, if someone is bitten by a mutated zombie followed by a wolf pack, it won't take long for him to mutate and transform. Time passed minute by minute, and the other team members opened the heads of the mutant wolves one by one, looking for the crystal cores inside. After all, I had killed it with great difficulty, so I couldn't let it go to waste. There are some crystal cores in the mutant wolves' heads, but not many. Wei Lan and the others encountered zombies, so there were quite a few crystal cores. However, although they could not compare with Wei Lan, they still had a good harvest. After all, they dug up a lot of spring bamboo shoots. At this moment, a sound came from the intercom, crackling like the sound of electricity. Everyone frowned, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Wei Lan raised the volume a bit and finally understood what was being said over there. Replied to the past. Su Jing looked at Wei Lan, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Can your people help us move our things?" Everyone had just finished a battle and had no extra energy left. It would be best if Wei Lan and the others could help move it. Wei Lan didn't have any objection, as they were all from his team. Wang Yu stepped forward and carried the thing on his back. Chapter 396, Sister Control Your Sister. It's just 2 sacks of stuff. He has strength-type abilities, so this amount of weight is nothing to him. Su Jing was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. "Thanks." Wang Yu chuckled. "No need, we are all a team. Let's go back quickly, Brother Lin and the others are urging us." Everyone nodded and started walking towards the woods. The mood when we left was very different from when we came, and everyone was obviously in a much happier mood. After all, one side took the crystal core, and the other side took the spring bamboo shoots. They're all people who have gained something. But as everyone got closer to the location of the RV, they found a lot of zombie corpses that had just been killed in the woods. The team members looked at each other and ran forward quickly. Judging from the situation, the area around the RV was also attacked just like them. But after all, Lin Xin was in the RV. They ran back quickly, and the 3 people in the RV were fine. Lin Xin was swinging an axe, splitting open the zombie's head, trying to take out the crystal core inside. Seeing this situation, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the appearance of the RV did not look very good. Lin Xin saw them coming back, but they all looked a bit dirty, so he asked, "Are you all back?" Wei Lan stepped forward and said, "Are you being attacked? Didn't you say it's okay in the forest? There's so many zombies outside, too." Lin Xin didn't care. Who knows? It's just this much anyway. I guess they were attracted by the sound of the car engine. Lin Xin paused and said, "You don't look well. If you don't know what's going on, you might think they were rolling around in the mud." The cotton-padded jacket was full of holes, and the dirt on his face was hanging on his face. Oh, by the way, several of them had red and swollen faces. If you didn't know, you would think they were slapped in the face. Lin Xin looked at the big guy's face and couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth. Zhang Xian stood on the other side, chopped off a zombie's head with an axe, dug out the crystal core from it, and said, "Hey, you too. Why do you look even more miserable than us after leading the team out? Are the zombies and they're of high level? After all, this is the only possibility that could make everyone so embarrassed." Wei Lan didn't say anything and went straight back to the RV. Nanwei looked at Zhang Xian, moved her lips, and stopped talking. Zhang Shui, on the other hand, said bluntly, "Brother, please stop talking. You have nothing to do here, and you're just sitting here with nothing to do." Zhang Shui pouted and snorted. After he finished speaking, Zhang Shui followed him back to the room. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, looked incredulous. Lu Yin walked out of the team and laughed at Zhang Qian's frustrated expression. "So, you have a sister complex. When my sister said this, I didn't refute her. Isn't that right?" And Zhang Qian, "Fuck him." Lin Xin walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Alas, although I feel sorry for you, you really deserve it. Don't you see that all of them are like this? That means they were also attacked in the woods." Lin Xin had already noticed that their situations were different, but Su Jing and the others didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. Anyway, as long as the person comes back, that's enough. While Zhang Qian was about to say something, Wang Yu came up to Lin Xin, carrying 2 sacks of things, and interrupted him. "Where should I put this?" "2 big sacks. I really can't tell what they are." Lin Xin raised his hand and opened a small gap. "Su Xiaola, who was standing by, said, "Spring bamboo shoots." We came across a small bamboo forest in the woods. Spring bamboo shoots had sprouted, so we dug them out. Lin Qin nodded but said nothing. The space in the RV is not small, but with so many people squeezed in, it would be even more crowded if 2 sacks were put in, but it's not impossible to fit them in. Lin Qin waved his hand and asked Wang Yu to carry it forward. After the other team members helped dig the crystal core, everyone got on the car. Zhang Xian was also responsible for driving, while Lin Qin was beside him, taking out the walkie-talkie. The vast army in the woods had long disappeared. They parked their vehicle on the side of the road, and a few guards were left behind. But they were very quiet. Everyone sat in the same car and didn't make any noise. Lin Qin's car attracted their attention only when it drove over. Lin Qin asked Zhang Xian to stop for a moment, then said to a few people, "Tell Wang Yang later that we'll be going back first." The few men who stayed behind nodded and watched Lin Qin's RV getting farther and farther away. Are they that fast? I don't know. They've only been here for less than an hour, and they're already gone. It doesn't look like their car has many crystal cores, right? Forget it. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Just keep an eye on this place. That makes sense. But are you really not curious about what happened just now? After this conversation, the people in the car looked at each other and then drove over to check. The car drove along the forest road for nearly 10 minutes. They were stunned when they saw the zombies all over the ground. Zhang Qian's driving skills were not to be underestimated. Although there were some incidents along the way, he returned very quickly. Lin Qin also learned about what the 2 teams encountered on the way. The creatures Wei Lan's team encountered were the same as their own, all zombies. What Su Jing and her friends encountered more often were mutant plants and wolves. When Lin Qin first heard about wolf packs, his eyes lit up. This was because wolves were rare nowadays. If they could be tamed, then they would be very useful for guarding the house at night. After all, this kind of vigilance is very high. However, after listening to Su Jing's next words, Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. It's really fate. These wolves all ate the rotten flesh of zombies, and their bodies had long been invaded by the virus. This kind of wolf is much better than those mutated animals that were directly scratched and bitten by zombies, and it retains the habits of the wolf pack. But it is still unavoidable that these wolves are in a zombie situation. Lin Qin thought about it and guessed that these normal things didn't exist now, so it would be the best if they existed. He still remembered that he saw a wolf dog when he went to the Haitian base last time. The wolfhound is responsible for guarding the gate and keeping everyone awake at night. I'd like to raise one myself if I get the chance. However, Lin Qin was somewhat interested in the lantern fruit in the forest. According to Su Jing, the size of that lantern fruit is different from other lantern fruits, and even the color of the fruit is different. It is blood red. They feed on the blood of passing animals caught on their vines. Chapter 397, Distributing the Spoils. This is really the first time Lin Qin has heard of it. As for the flowers that Su Jing mentioned that eat people, this is not surprising. There are many types and styles of piranha plants, so it is normal to see some piranha plants that are similar but have never been seen before. After Lin Qin explained it, Su Jing suddenly understood. The other members, on the other hand, were thinking about making pickled bamboo shoots with pork and preserved vegetables for everyone, using the bamboo shoots they had dug up with great difficulty. To be honest, Lin Qin has never eaten this thing, but he has heard of it. He just heard that making pickled pork with preserved vegetables seems to require bacon. Fortunately, he happened to have it. However, Lin Qin did not say much. He continued to watch the team members discussing the situation of the zombies and their experiences in the woods. On the way here, everyone relied on playing cards to avoid a dull moment. When we came back, they all looked very familiar with each other. Lin Qin couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Finally, they looked like a team. It seems that the decision he made to go out and have a look was the right one. Of course, one trip out is not the key to complete integration of a team, nor will it lead to such changes among team members. The car drove smoothly all the way and nothing major happened. We soon returned to the villa area. Wang Qin, who was guarding the villa, saw everyone coming back and hurriedly opened the door. Lin Qin's RV drove, and so carelessly. After being out for an afternoon, the team members were already very tired. After getting out of the car one by one, they began to stretch their hands and feet. After all, there were not so many people originally approved for this RV. The big guys were all crowded inside, so naturally they couldn't move freely. Lin Qin clapped his hands in fear and said, "All right, everyone go back and rest first." Those who need to change clothes should change clothes, and those who need to rest should rest. The supplies will be distributed in the evening. As for the question of your actions, you can communicate among yourselves. By the way, Sister Jing, you dug these bamboo shoots. Take them. There weren't actually many supplies on this outing, except for the few crystal cores we got, which totaled 500. 500 crystal cores are actually not a lot. In Lin Qin's opinion, there were 21 people in their team, and each person couldn't even get 50. But after all, these are the zombies that everyone worked so hard to kill, so naturally they should be divided, even if he is less. Su Jing bent down. She was not very interested in the crystal core that Wei Lan and the others had killed, as Lin Qin said. After all, they were killed by others. Wouldn't it be a bit unworthy for them to take it? But Lin Qin also said before that there is no distinction between you and me in the team. We are all a collective. The materials obtained will naturally be equally owned by everyone. Divide these things equally. The spring bamboo shoots that Su Jing had finally obtained today can be considered a kind of material supply, so naturally she plans to share it. Thinking of this, Su Jing said, "Our team didn't actually gain much this time. After all, we encountered only mutant plants, and even the wolf packs behind us didn't have many crystal cores. The way the wolves mutate into zombies is special, and the level of mutation is not too high, so there are so many wolves but only a few crystal cores, which are useless. The only thing I can show off is this. We dug up a lot of spring bamboo shoots today. They're very fresh. Let's share them. Don't be picky. There were only 2 sacks of spring bamboo shoots." As Su Jing finished speaking, the young lady standing behind her poured out all the spring bamboo shoots into 2 sacks and then began to divide them into 3 equal portions. Su Jing continued, "We are all together. Although we didn't kill any zombies or get any crystal cores this time, we did get some food. We can have pickled pork with preserved vegetables without bacon for lunch, but it's okay if you don't have it. Stir-frying, it is also delicious. The bamboo is very tender now, but I didn't expect that we would run into this." Lin Qin looked at Su Jing's smiling face and chuckled. "Okay, then we won't be polite either. After all, they have this intention, and it would be a bit too pretentious if they don't take it. What's more, he just said that there is no distinction between you and me and the team." Lin Qin took it, so Lu Yin and Zhang Qian naturally wanted some too. Because there were fewer people in their building, they were directly assigned together and then divided equally among themselves. After all, there must be no problem with the relationship between Zhang Qian and Lu Yin. Thinking of this, Su Jing smiled and put her share back into the sack. "I don't have any extra sacks, so please go back and find some. We'll go back and rest first. To be honest, I'm really tired from this trip today. Especially she, who was busy saving people, was even more tired." Lin Qin nodded, then took the bamboo shoots on the ground back into his own space. He took out a plastic bag from his space and handed it over directly. "Okay, take it yourself. You two can divide it up. We'll go back first." Lu Yin and Zhang Qian looked at each other. After Lin Qin and the others left, Zhang Qian stepped forward and started picking out the bamboo shoots. To be honest, he doesn't really know how to pick and doesn't know which one is good. But Sister Jing said that these spring bamboo shoots are freshly dug, so they should all be pretty good, as long as there are no broken marks or anything like that. After choosing and choosing, they're all good. Zhang Qian simply took it casually and said, "Here, take it." He gave the bamboo shoots in the bag to Wang Qin, who was standing beside him, then picked up the rest on the ground and followed Wang Yu and the others back to their villa. Wang Qin held the bamboo shoots in his arms and looked at Lu Yin beside him. Lu Yin had a complicated expression. She looked at the thing in Wang Qin's hand and said, "Take it." Wang Qin nodded, then handed the bamboo shoots to her and said that she would go back to continue looking at the gate of the villa. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I almost forgot that Wei Lan and Wang Qin had temporarily switched roles, so Wang Qin was guarding the gate at home and did not need to go out to participate in this event. But it's okay. The job of guarding the gate is relatively easy and doesn't require too much energy. Even if there are problems, they can be solved well. Moreover, during this period, everyone worked overnight to build a watchtower similar to Haitians. Within the walls of the villa, you can have a clear view of all the streets outside. Wang Qin left, and Lu Yin sighed, deeply holding the bamboo shoots in her hand. This thing is really disgusting, but there's nothing we can do about it. Of course, what she disliked was what Zhang Qian gave her. Everyone who returned to the villa rested for a long time. It was not until the evening that everyone started to get busy and eat delicious meals. In the villa area, The aroma of rice is everywhere. After eating and drinking, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Xin sat on the big bed in the room and silently took out two sexy pajamas. Chapter 398, An Incredible Discovery. The pajamas are one-piece in style. If I really want to say what the style is, Lin Xin would just say that this thing is sexy. The same goes for the other set, naturally. Lin Xin first knocked on Nan Wei's door. After no response for a long time, Lin Xin opened the door and walked in. Maybe it was because she was too tired during the day, but Nan Wei had fallen into a deep sleep and did not respond no matter how Lin Xin called her. Lin Xin frowned and then lifted Nan Wei's quilt. He was trying to take off Nan Wei's clothes. After working for a while, Lin Xin gave up. The two sets of sexy clothes he brought had to be worn while awake. Even if he put them on Nan Wei, it was a bit. Lin Xin lost interest instantly and turned his gaze to Wei Lan downstairs. He remembered that Wei Lan didn't need to go out today because it was almost her menstrual period these days. Unexpectedly, before leaving, Wei Lan came to find me with 3 days left. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. After thinking about it, Lin Xin naturally felt that he could not miss this opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss that shop. In the middle of the night, Lin Xin entered Wei Lan's room. Wei Lan had just come back from the bathroom after taking a shower. There was a knock on the door. She was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Who is it?" Lin Xin said, "I." Wei Lan was startled. Why was he not sleeping at night and coming to see her? She opened the door and Lin Xin walked in. He closed the door behind him, put his arm around Wei Lan's waist with one hand, and took out the clothes he had brought with the other hand. Wei Lan blushed at Lin Xin's bold and direct action. In terms of age, she is older than Lin Xin. But in terms of experience in this area, she's indeed not as good as Lin Xin. "What's this?" she was asking even though she knew the answer. It was really that what Lin Xin brought was too challenging. Lin Xin smirked. Guess what? Neither of the two pajamas was normal. One was a one-piece maid outfit. To be exact, it was not a very complete maid outfit. It was a long black silk outfit with a crotch opening. There was a circle of something like a skirt around the abdomen, but it couldn't cover the butt at all. A large area of her chest was faintly visible behind the black veil, which was really embarrassing. As for the other one, the top is longer and can cover the buttocks, but the back is completely exposed, extending all the way to the buttocks, and if the length covering the buttocks is slightly raised, it will slide up and reveal. It's just a subtle temptation. Wei Lan's face turned red as she looked at the two pieces of clothing, not knowing what to say for a moment. But Lin Xin didn't think there was anything wrong. He can't wait now. Come on, give it a try. Wei Lan felt a little bit resistant in her heart, but also a little bit excited. On the technical level, Lin Xin is indeed at the age of full vigor and vitality, which greatly satisfies her. And this, it can be said that it is something that makes both parties feel the atmosphere and the feeling. Wei Lan tried it on immediately. Lin Xin watched Wei Lan finish trying on the clothes and pounced on them. In this regard, Lin Xin never skimps on himself. In the past, although Zhang Qian often changed girlfriends, he never interfered, but he did not approve of it either. But for now, he enjoyed Zhang Qian's happiness. It can only be said that birds of a feather flock together. Otherwise, how could Lin Xin and Zhang Qian play together? Compared to Zhang Qian's openness, Lin Xin is more of a reserved type. The room was bustling with activity, and there was quite a lot of noise. Zhao Bingbing downstairs heard the noise, and her hand holding the water cup became tense, and her face turned red. Why is Sister Wei Lan's voice so? Before she could think of her words, the sound of the door opening was heard. She was so scared that she immediately hid behind the refrigerator and curled up. Lin Xin walked out of Wei Lan's room, looking refreshed. Only after Lin Xin went up the stairs did Zhao Bingbing dare to look up. She looked at Wei Lan's room with the closed door and thought of Lin Xin who had just left. She knew exactly what had happened. Lin Xin and Wei Lan have this kind of relationship. And Nan Wei and Lin Xin also have it. For a moment, Zhao Bingbing's expression became complicated. She held the water cup in her hand and quietly went back upstairs in a daze. Early the next morning, Lin Xin felt very hot and woke up from a deep sleep. He reached out and touched himself and found himself wet all over. If someone didn't know, they would think he had done something. He got up from the bed, lowered the temperature of the air conditioner, turned off the humidifier, and walked out of the room. The situation in the living room was much better than inside the house. I don't know why, but it felt too hot. Lin Xin couldn't help but go downstairs and open the door to ventilate the room. Unexpectedly, The hot current blowing towards him made Lin Xin stunned for a moment. The temperature has risen? Lin Xin's eyes couldn't help but fall on the thermometer. At this moment, the dial of the thermometer showed that the outdoor temperature was 13 degrees. This means that the temperature went from 0 to 13 degrees overnight. No wonder it feels a bit hot. There is a temperature difference of more than 10 degrees. After opening the door for ventilation, the heat in the room dissipated a lot. Lin Xin adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner and then closed the door. The warming weather means that everyone in the team should wear thinner clothes. You can't keep wearing the same thick clothes as before and wrap yourself up like a bear even though the weather is warmed up. But fortunately, Lin Xin has it. He placed the clothes in a makeshift shed and then moved all the supplies to be distributed there. These things will be distributed when everyone wakes up one by one. Soon, everyone received clothes for the new season. After all, the current rise in temperature means that the weather will no longer be cold in the future. Lin Xin's space did not have sufficient supplies of summer clothes because he doesn't have many women's clothes. However, no matter how many there are, if one piece becomes dirty or broken, he can just replace it with another one. Lin Xin can guarantee that it will be enough. Everyone in the villa was busy preparing breakfast. After breakfast, everyone started to work tacitly. After this period of hard work, one wall has been completed, but the other 3 are still left. But looking at the current progress, completing it within a month is not a dream. After all, everyone has now learned to use supernatural powers to control these things and build them up. The speed is much faster than manual construction. Lin Xin was lying on the roof of the 3rd floor, feeling very uncomfortable. Suddenly, the voice of Lu Ku, who was guarding the gate today, came from the intercom. "Brother Lin, Wang Yang is here to see you." Lin Xin paused and couldn't help but guess. Logically speaking, Wang Yang would not come to see me when he has nothing to do. If you come to see him, it's definitely nothing good. Lin Xin thought for a moment, and the voice continued to come from the other side. Chapter 399 Coopérative Alliance. He said that this time, he wanted to talk to you about cooperation. Cooperate? Nowadays, Lin Xin and Haitian have already established a cooperative relationship. Of course, it has not reached the level of working for them for free. At most, they have signed peace terms and non-aggression. Please let him in. After Lin Xin finished speaking, the other side responded. Not long after, Lin Xin looked at Wang Yang coming in from the rooftop, and Lu Ku was also following Wang Yang. After all, they are people from another base, so we have to be on guard against them. Lu Ku brought Wang Yang all the way to the roof before leaving. Wang Yang looked at Lin Xin with excitement. "Brother Lin, when we came back yesterday, the guys watching the car said you were gone. But I heard from them that you killed a lot of zombies." Wang Yang felt a little excited just thinking about it. Lin Xin and his team killed hundreds of zombies. In just a few dozen minutes, so many zombies were killed. He also heard that these zombies were not killed by all of them together, and 2 teams went out. Of course, I just heard about it. But he came this time for other purposes. Wang Yang said directly, "Brother Lin, I came here this time to tell you something, so I won't hide it. Even the bosses of several other bases want to see you and want to reach a cooperation with you. It can't be called cooperation. It's just reaching a peace agreement, everyone developing peacefully, steadily improving, and building a beautiful home together." Wang Yang translated the words of the other base bosses. Of course, he translated it in a positive way. After all, Lin Xin's previous affair with Wei Tian had caused quite a stir, and not only did he kill Song Jiao later, he also cooperated with Hai Tian. The remaining bases couldn't sit still anymore after they discussed it. Lin Xin is so strong. Now that he has cooperated with Haitian, does it mean that Haitian can act arrogantly in the future and even snatch supplies from them? Thinking of this, they could no longer sit still, and all went to find Chun Hao, hoping that Chun Hao could act as a go-between to get in touch with Lin Xin. I don't ask for much, just to reach a peace agreement. In this way, even if any problems arise in the future, we are all family. Lin Xin would not attack them and rob them of their supplies. It not only guarantees the safety of everyone, but also provides a strong support for oneself. Lin Xin is the strongest background they have met so far. So the people living in several other large bases nearby all thought so. If there is any need for Lin Xin's help in the future, it will be easier for family members to talk to him. Even if there is no time, when it comes to supplies and so on, Lin Xin's people will not kill them if they meet their people. After all, if they really were to be killed, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Xin. Who would want to be an enemy of a strong person? As long as we can reach the same camp with Lin Xin, there is no need to say more. Lin Xin listened to what Wang Yang and the others said, and naturally knew what these bases meant. They were simply afraid that Lin Xin would not cooperate with them and steal their supplies, and that their bases would be destroyed accidentally because of the conflict. So everyone started to worry. After all, people like Lin Xin are strong, and the benefits of associating with the strong are much greater than making them enemies. Lin Xin did not speak directly, but just looked at Wang Yang and said, "Are you sure they all really want to cooperate?" Wang Yang corrected himself. "It's not about cooperation, it's about reaching a peace treaty. They said they don't need you to protect them or anything like that. They just hope you can reach a peace treaty with them so that we can all make progress together and develop in harmony." Lin Xin, this requirement is indeed not high. But why do I feel like those people are afraid that I will destroy their base? It's not like he destroyed everyone's base. Lin Xin couldn't help but be speechless. But it's not a loss if we just reach a peace treaty. Their base has no shortage of various supplies, so the team members in the villa will be safer and more at ease when going out. I won't encounter the situation like when I go out with Su Jing and the others. Lin Xin was not afraid of them, nor was he worried that his teammates would be bullied. However, if they encounter a prepared ambush like last time, something will definitely happen to the team members. Besides, even if he didn't reach a peace treaty, it would be a big trouble if these bases took a fancy to his supplies and united against him. Of course, Lin Xin was not worried that he would be killed by these people. He just felt it was a bit troublesome to invest all his energy in this matter. What's more, it's the best of both worlds. Wang Yang looked at Lin Xin for a long time without any reply, and was unsure for a moment. In his opinion, those bases wanted to reach a peace treaty with Lin Xin because they saw Lin Xin's powerful strength. Fear of him led to the creation of this peace treaty to limit Lin Xin's invasion. Of course, this kind of peace treaty is limited to those who abide by it. If Lin Xin is not the one, then signing it would be in vain. Therefore, whether to sign or not actually has little effect. Wang Yang was not in a hurry either. Lin Xin thought for a moment and said, "Where are they?" Lin Xin didn't understand why such a thing was handed over to Wang Yang. Wang Yang raised his hand and said, "They are all in our base. They said they want to wait for you. We dare not disturb them rashly. The boss said that I have a better relationship with you, so it's better for me to talk about this kind of thing." Lin Xin nodded. He never expected that these people would have so many tricks up their sleeves. Lin Xin raised his hand, picked up the cake on the coffee table beside him, and started eating, and said, "Okay, I understand. Go back and tell them that I can agree, but it's the same as your Haitian." Wang Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. He could see that Lin Xin was a person who was afraid of trouble. Of course, his fear of trouble did not mean he would not solve the trouble. Anyway, just don't provoke him for no reason. However, Lin Xin also agreed with another idea, which was, could he ask some people from these bases to come over and help him with the work? Each person pays a certain amount of wages, which is the crystal core. In this way, the construction speed of the villa wall will be absolutely fast. However, Lin Xin didn't know whether this was feasible. Moreover, Lin Xin had no control over whether those people who were transferred here had any bad intentions. So after thinking about it seriously, Lin Xin decided to forget it. We'll talk about it later. Wang Yang returned to the Haitian base with Lin Xin's instructions. At this time, in the meeting hall of Haitian base, the bosses of several bases waited nervously for a long time. When I left, the tea on the table was still steaming and about 8/10 full. When I came back, all the water in the cup was gone. It is obvious that they are nervous. Everyone looked at Wang Yang with fixed gazes. Wang Yang's gaze moved between the crowd, then to Chun Hao, and he walked all the way to Chun Hao's side and spoke quietly. Chapter 400 Earthquake. After listening to this, Chun Hao smiled. Everyone, Boss Lin has already agreed. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief and began to compliment each other. Of course, Lin Xin didn't know the situation here. He is still thinking about how to make use of the information gap among everyone if this base forms an alliance. One form of cooperation, or alliance, is cooperative management. The general idea is to transform the Lanxiang area into a doomsday circulation place. What is a circulation place? As the name suggests, there is an area that is specially designated as a commercial street, which is specifically used for the exchange and conversion of intelligence materials. In a disguised sense, it is a trading base where people exchange information with each other for barter or other transactions. Of course, you can also spontaneously form a team to go kill zombies etc. in a series of comprehensive trading places. However, all of this can only be achieved with the cooperation of the bosses of other bases. The street shops here are all ready-made and can be opened right away after some tidying up. As for actually planning out this so-called trading venue, Lin Xin still has to think carefully about how to plan it. After all, those who are far away from them and have never had contact with them may not be able to get news about them. Those who are close to them are now out searching on their own, and the source of the information is uncertain. Lin Xin thought about it and realized that they actually did not lack sources of crystal cores. In the future, they could sell information and earn some money. However, this idea is just a prototype, and we will have to wait and see what we think and plan for the future. Now, he just has this idea. It is not mature yet. After all, he still hadn't figured out how the nightclub let the surrounding bases know that they were doing that kind of business. If you're willing to let everyone know that you sell supplies, collect crystal cores, or collect intelligence and provide intelligence to earn the difference, then all team members will not need to go out. There's no need to hide where one's crystal core materials come from. That's a good idea. Lin Xin let out a long breath, and his eyes fell on the team members who were working nonstop below. You know what? I look pretty good like this. Lin Xin took a sip of hot tea and felt warm and comfortable all over. In addition, the temperature was very high today, so he was basking in the sun on the roof, enjoying this rare afternoon leisure. It was really nice. Lin Xin was leisurely. In the next few days, everything was calm, and the team's wall renovation was about to come to an end. I have to say that with the wall in place, it feels a lot safer just looking at it. The team members have been working overtime during this period. After the temperature rises, Su Jing and her colleagues will still work at night, but they will set up lights. That day, Lin Xin strolled around the villa area, looking for something that could be used to plant seeds. The ground suddenly shook violently. Lin Xin looked around with a frown on his face, and the people who were taking a nap in the villa rushed out one after another. There was still a frightened expression on his face. The ground continued to shake, and after about 5 minutes, it finally stopped. Lin Xin walked back quickly and saw that everyone who was resting in the villa had all run out. One by one, all kinds of things. Some ran out without wearing pants, and some were only wearing suspenders. Some of the clothes were intact, but they were all pajamas. Everyone has been very busy during this period, and the weather is getting hotter and hotter. During the hottest time of the day, everyone always goes back to take a nap. It is normal for some people to sleep naked during lunch break. That is, not all of them were taken off, even had clothes on. However, Lin Xin's attention was not entirely focused here, but he noticed that the underwear she was wearing was actually Doraemon. Lin Xin retracted his gaze and saw Su Jing nervously saying, "It's an earthquake, an earthquake." What? Lin Xin, who had never experienced this before, was still confused. For Lin Xin, he had never experienced an earthquake since he was a child, or even in his previous life. Why is there an earthquake this time? Su Jing had lived in the mountainous area since childhood, so she naturally knew about earthquakes. The vibration just now was not big, and the level should not be high, but the house was shaking. There's always some distance from the earthquake source, but not far. That's why everyone has such a big reaction. Su Jing continued, "I don't know either, but the vibration just now was clearly an earthquake. The source of the earthquake is probably still some distance away from us. To verify it, we just need to wait for the next few days. After every earthquake, there are a lot of small earthquakes and aftershocks in the next few days." Lin Xin looked at Su Jing and asked, "Will it have any impact on us?" His wall was completed just a few days ago. Just now he was thinking of renovating other empty land in the villa to grow peanuts and corn. Now you say there's going to be an earthquake? Lin Xin took a deep breath. It would be a bit false to say that he was not angry. Su Jing wasn't sure either, but she could only go by her feeling now. After all, the ground movement caused by an explosion is different from an earthquake. Su Jing felt that she was very experienced in this area. So when Lin Xin asked, she answered directly, "We don't know how far away the earthquake source is from us, so we can't judge, but the vibration this time is quite loud." It was indeed quite big. After she and her sisters in the room woke up from their sleep, they ran away without even having time to put on their clothes. It is obvious that this shock is not small. Lin Xin frowned, feeling very worried. What he was worried about was that if there was a big earthquake, everything would be ruined. It's a pity that there is no national earthquake forecast nowadays to tell you where the epicenter is. No one can tell you when the next earthquake will occur. This wave of operations is really scary. After all, there are still continuous aftershocks after the earthquake. Su Jing looked at the team members present and said, "It's not shaking anymore. Everyone should go back and put on their clothes." Especially Lu Ku. He ran out wearing these underwear. Fortunately, there were many women there and she was standing behind them, so no one should notice her. Lin Xin nodded. "Okay, everyone be careful." After that, some people went back to their rooms to put on their clothes, while others sat down outside by a flower bed and didn't dare to go back into the house. Lin Xin looked at this scene and gave up on his original plan of choosing the land. "It seems that we have to wait a little longer for sowing. We can't let it go to waste." Thinking of this, Lin Xin also walked to the corner and sat down, without returning to the villa. Lin Xin and his group were not the only ones who were startled by the noise.